I am Gu Jingchu, the once powerful head of the Gu family business, whom no one dared to offend. Overnight, I was betrayed by the male and female protagonists, lost everything, and moved into a dilapidated old house to wait for death. Everyone says I've lost my wife and children and my glory days are over. My gold-digging wife, Xia Xiu, who went to great lengths to marry me, has already prepared her escape route, just waiting to take away my last bit of property and throw herself into the arms of her new boyfriend. My heart was broken. I planned to leave her all the remaining property and belongings, to let her be with her new boyfriend. But when she came back, she was like a different person. She didn't ask for a divorce, didn't look down on my poverty, and even sold her bags to pay off my debts. She said she wanted to see me fall to rock bottom and suffer all kinds of torment. But no one knew that my wife, Xia Xiu, had already been replaced by a different soul. Chapter 1. Xia Xiu is Gu Jingchu's wife. At this moment, she had just opened her eyes when she was slapped. Her head was throbbing with pain, and unfamiliar memories flooded in. She pushed the person away in frustration and stumbled out. She subconsciously got into a taxi and gave them the name of the neighborhood. Only now did she belatedly realize what had happened. She clearly drowned while trying to save a student with mental health issues. So how did she suddenly end up here? Unfamiliar memories flooded back like a tidal wave, giving her a splitting headache every second, filling her with panic and confusion. When the taxi arrived at her destination, Xia Xiu casually handed over a banknote. The driver instantly went from being impatient to beaming with joy, and muttered under his breath that she was showing off despite living in a run-down neighborhood. These words made Xia Xiu's heart skip a beat. She looked down and saw that her sheepskin high heels were covered in mud. Then she looked at the dilapidated old residential building, the muddy path and the low houses around her, which seemed out of place with her designer clothes. She was filled with surprise. She opened the door based on her memory. The room was a mess, with clothes, bags, and shoes from international brands scattered all over the floor, creating a stark contrast with the old and dilapidated environment, making her feel dazed for a moment. She unlocked her phone with facial recognition and saw the name Xia Xiu in her contacts. As she frowned, she swiped her finger, and the name Gu Jingchu appeared. The two names together struck her like a thunderbolt. She suddenly remembered that in the student-turned-CEO novel she'd confiscated a few days before her death, the villainous boss was named Gu Jingchu, and his materialistic, gold-digging wife shared the same name as her, appearing in less than a chapter. In the original story, the original owner married Gu Jingchu through scheming, but after enjoying the life of a rich wife for only a few days, Gu Jingchu was brought down and went bankrupt by the male protagonist. The two moved to this old and dilapidated apartment, and in the end, the original owner ran away with the money and seduced a rich second generation. In other words, she transmigrated into the book right at the end. The original owner dressed up fashionably and went out to the mall to meet a rich second generation, but was interrupted by her arrival. Looking at the luxury goods on the ground, she only felt a headache. The original owner was a graduate student in Chinese literature at a top-tier university, but she only wanted to marry a rich man and had never worked. She went bankrupt after marrying Gu Jingchu for 3 months. Fortunately, Gu Jingchu had already paid off his debts and was not in debt, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Xia Xiu had been single for 28 years, and the thought of being married made her feel extremely uncomfortable. However, she was too embarrassed to mention divorce to the down-on-his-luck Gu Jingchu, so she decided to stay and observe, hoping to find a job to support herself using her education. Her stomach was growling loudly. Xia Xiu opened the refrigerator only to find it empty. When she ordered takeout, she discovered that all her bank cards and credit cards were either empty or maxed out, leaving her with only a dozen yuan and a 50 yuan note. She was filled with regret, realizing she hadn't checked carefully when paying the taxi fare. Now, she could only endure her hunger and prepare to go downstairs to the convenience store to buy emergency food. However, she ran back as soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs, afraid of damaging her sheepskin high heels. She put 2 garbage bags over her feet before daring to go downstairs. With her remaining money, she bought several buckets of instant noodles, biscuits, and bread. As she carried the plastic bags upstairs, she found the door ajar, and her alarm went off instantly. Thinking it was a burglar, she gripped her umbrella, ready to ambush him. But just as she raised the umbrella handle, a slender hand grabbed hers, and she was met with a pair of dark, indifferent eyes. It was Gu Jingchu himself. Gu Jingchu was as handsome as a prince from a fairy tale, but his face was expressionless. When he saw the instant noodles and bread in her hand, and then the high heels with garbage bags on her feet, a clear look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Do you have enough money?" Gu Jingchu's voice was calm and even, but Xia Xiu tensed up instantly, afraid of revealing that she was not the original owner of the body. She forced herself to say that she had enough, and even lied and said that she wanted to try the taste of instant noodles. In a moment of madness, she asked Gu Jingchu if he had any money after going bankrupt. She immediately regretted it. Feeling so embarrassed, she wanted to slap herself. A tense silence fell over the small living room. After a long while, Gu Jingchu chuckled softly and told her he had paid off all his debts and didn't need to worry about money. He then quietly began tidying up the luxury items scattered on the floor, quickly transforming the messy living room into a neat and orderly space. Seeing this, Xia Xiu felt embarrassed and helped out. After cleaning up, she was even hungrier. Ignoring Gu Jingchu's surprise, she boiled water and made instant noodles. After finishing a bowl, she looked up and met his deep gaze. Gu Jingchu shook his head and refused her invitation, saying in a low voice that she had never eaten these before. Xia Xiu panicked and quickly lied, saying that she had come to terms with reality and decided to change, wanting to go to work and earn money. Gu Jingchu naturally folded the blankets on the sofa, gestured for her to sit down, and said he had something to tell her. He stared at her for a long time, so long that Xia Xiu felt uneasy, before slowly mentioning divorce. "Let's get a divorce. I have no assets to divide now. All debts have been settled. This house is in your name, and there's an old designer watch. You can sell them, and all the money is yours." Gu Jingchu spoke with utmost sincerity, and Xia Xiu couldn't help but feel moved. Even though there was no love between them, he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. What he offered her was almost all of his current wealth. Such a responsible and handsome man was truly rare. Seeing her silence, Gu Jingchu mistakenly assumed she was complaining about the amount of money, and immediately added that he would send her a third of his salary each month for living expenses and would find other ways to make it even more if needed. Xia Xiu was quite surprised. Very few people are willing to provide living expenses to their ex-wives after bankruptcy. She immediately waved her hand, indicating that she didn't complain about the amount of money, nor did she want a share of the assets. She explained that she had brought up divorce before because she hadn't accepted the fact that he was bankrupt. Now she had adjusted her mindset, didn't want a divorce, and would find a job to earn money so as not to put pressure on him. Gu Jingchu was completely taken aback by her words. Xia Xiu sincerely apologized for the original owner's previous sarcasm and earnestly asked him to believe her one more time. Indeed, the original owner had wanted to divorce him to see him suffer, but she didn't think that way now. She was still planning to return to her old job and make money quickly, but she always felt that Gu Jingchu's gaze was strange, and she was afraid that he would find out that she was not the original owner of this body. Gu Jingchu finally nodded and said that the divorce was temporarily put on hold, and that she should speak up if she had any ideas in the future. The dark circles under his eyes showed his exhaustion during this period. He got up and took instant noodles into the kitchen. He not only prepared the noodles, but also boiled sweet eggs, telling her to eat more eggs to nourish her body. His voice was deep and magnetic. Xia Xiu ate her food in small bites. Having no dating experience, she had absolutely no idea how to interact with this nominal husband. Gu Jingchu finished cleaning up the dishes and went to wash up. When he came out, he was wearing a loose t-shirt and casual pants, and his figure was still upright. Xia Xiu felt her face burning when she saw him. He took out his laptop to work, but when he saw Xia Xiu standing there in a daze, he asked her why she hadn't gone to sleep yet. She then awkwardly went back to her room to find a change of clothes. The bedroom was filled with luxury goods. She found a simple dress to wear as pajamas, washed up, and lay in bed, deciding to make the best of it since she was already there. She got up and searched for order-taking websites from her original world, discovering that they existed in this world as well, and breathed a sigh of relief. However, She wanted to buy a decent computer, but was stumped by her lack of money. She had previously declared that she would earn money to support herself and even help Gu Jingchu raise startup capital, but now she didn't even have the money to buy a computer. After mentally preparing herself, Xia Xiu dawdled to the bedroom door. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Jingchu heard her and came over, gently asking if she was having any difficulties. Xia Xiu gritted her teeth and asked to borrow 10,000 yuan from him to buy a computer for work. Gu Jingchu didn't ask any further questions and directly transferred the money to her on his phone. She glanced down at the text message notification that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Looking up, she met Gu Jingchu's slightly apologetic gaze. He had thought this amount wouldn't be enough for her expenses. Xia Xiu knew the original owner's persona was deeply ingrained, and further words were pointless. She could only silently resolve to change his opinion through her actions. After a brief thank you, she went back to her room and wrote an IOU. She handed the IOU to Gu Jingchu, said goodnight, and hurried back to her room. Gu Jingchu stared at the IOU in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. The next morning, Xia Xiu woke up promptly at 7 o'clock. The original owner's bedding was extremely comfortable, far surpassing her previous small bed. It was quiet outside, and Gu Jingchu was still asleep. She quietly washed up and went downstairs to buy breakfast. When she returned, Gu Jingchu had just woken up, his hair disheveled but still handsome, exuding a touch of lazy elegance. Xia Xiu smiled and told him to hurry up and wash up and have breakfast. Gu Jingchu secretly pinched the back of his hand to confirm that it wasn't a dream, and he was completely puzzled by her change. He silently canceled the breakfast he had originally booked at the star-rated hotel. Xia Xiu gave him a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and carefully asked if the taste suited him. Her concerned gaze surprised Gu Jingchu even more. He had learned from his previous investigation that the original owner of this body had always been pampered and never did housework, much less get up early to buy breakfast. Now, her appearance was completely different from before. Gu Jingchu was full of questions, but he still politely thanked her and elegantly began to eat his breakfast. Seeing that he was willing to eat, Xia Xiu finally felt relieved and took the opportunity to mention that the two of them should change their previous extravagant habits and try to save money. She originally wanted to say that she could cook, but was afraid of going against the original owner's character. So she changed her words and said that she would learn to cook so that Gu Jingchu could come home for dinner in the future. Gu Jingchu assumed she was forcing herself and offered to order home-cooked meals for delivery, but Xia Xiu smiled and refused, insisting on making a change and no longer relying on him. Seeing her serious attitude, Gu Jingchu didn't try to persuade her further and silently finished the breakfast she had prepared. Xia Xiu was still worried that the food wasn't enough for him. The two finished their breakfast quietly. Gu Jingchu took the initiative to clear the table and take it to the kitchen, which pleased Xia Xiu greatly, as she felt that housework should be shared by both of them. When Gu Jingchu came out after washing the dishes, Xia Xiu had already packed his things into his briefcase and stood at the door with a smile, handing it to him. The scene looked just like a wife seeing her husband off to work. Gu Jingchu was slightly taken aback upon seeing this, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. He thanked her softly, and Xia Xiu reminded him to check his belongings and be careful, her tone natural and considerate. He nodded and said he had to go out on business today. After considering it, he told her he wouldn't be back for lunch, but would come home if he had time in the evening. Xia Xiu smiled and told him to send her a message with whatever he wanted to eat, and she would follow the instructions to make it. Gu Jingchu agreed and went out. He suddenly stopped at the door, took off his watch, and put it on the shoe cabinet. Xia Xiu stood by the window and watched him get into the Volkswagen before closing the curtains. She picked up the old watch, noticing its frequent handling, and realized it held significant value in Gu Jingchu's heart. She carefully put it away, not intending to sell it, not wanting to touch something he cherished. The original owner's credit cards had already been suspended by the bank, and the 2 remaining low-limit cards had been maxed out, amounting to over 40,000 yuan. Looking at the room full of luxury goods, Xia Xiu decided to sell some to pay off the debts and return the money to Gu Jingchu. She changed into a simple dress and went downstairs to the computer mall to choose a high-spec laptop. Using her professional knowledge and haggling with the shop owner, she finally got her desired computer for 13,000 yuan. On her way home, she bought some groceries. Once home, she went online, installed software, and logged onto appraisal and auction websites, preparing to revive her old side hustle of appraising treasures and stones to earn money again. Xiaoxiu was originally a university teacher. Through the influence of her neighbor's grandfather, she developed a keen eye for antique appraisal, earning high profits by taking on private appraisals. Now, she's using this skill to quickly make money. She registers a new account on a website, first leaving comments on various appraisal posts to build familiarity, not rushing to take orders, but slowly accumulating trust to pave the way for future orders. The antique and jade gambling markets are rife with counterfeit and shoddy goods. Many enthusiasts dream of getting rich, but lack the expertise to appraise them. They often post their collections online, making them easy targets for unscrupulous individuals offering low prices. Xiaoxiu looked through the posts one by one and noticed a girl's post about a porcelain bowl. The bowl was translucent with a small chip and had a late Ming Dynasty imperial seal on the bottom, suggesting it was used in the palace. The girl bought the item from a pitiful old man for 3,000 yuan. Now that her mother urgently needs surgery money, she posted online asking about its value. However, the comments below the post were all denigrating it as a fake. A high-level account feigned sympathy and offered to buy it for 1,000 yuan. Xiaoxiu saw through it immediately. All the negative comments were from the other party's alt account, whose purpose was to trick her out of the genuine item at a low price. She judged that the porcelain bowl was very likely genuine, a royal court piece worth at least 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. She immediately messaged the girl privately, warning her not to make the transaction and informing her of its true value. The girl said she had added the other party on WeChat and received the transfer, but fortunately hadn't received the payment yet. Xiaoxiu quickly added her as a friend, offering to take charge of the appraisal and auction, only taking a 10% commission after the transaction was completed. The girl didn't reply immediately, so Xiaoxiu didn't urge her. Instead, she picked up several new luxury handbags, took photos, and listed them on a second-hand platform, priced far below market value. She only listed a few bags to avoid risk control measures. After paying to have her posts featured at the top of the feed, her account received a constant stream of messages, with many people calling her a scammer. She only diligently replied to buyers who genuinely inquired. For those who are interested, she directly provides video viewings of the bags and offline authentication channels, using sincerity to dispel their concerns and quickly convert the bags into cash to solve their immediate financial problems. Offline authentication enhances credibility, and Xiaoxiu doesn't accept deposits. Many people proactively add her contact information to arrange meetings, and some even want to complete the transaction immediately. Xiaoxiu checked the time and only agreed to conduct offline transactions with 2 people. She needed to go home to cook and was worried about whether Gu Jingqiu would be back for dinner. She packed 2 bags and went to the transaction location. Her Taobao push notifications prioritized local users, which would save her a lot of time. Nearly 2 hours later, both bags were professionally authenticated as genuine. Fearing she might back out, the buyer immediately transferred the money and took the bags, promising to post photos in her thread to prove their authenticity. The 2 bags sold for 150,000 and 80,000 respectively, the money arriving in a short time. Xiaoxiu looked at her phone balance, filled with excitement. She thought that she could become a little rich woman by selling all the luxury goods in her house, but these things did not belong to her, and she planned to return the money to Gu Jingqiu. Remembering the 50,000 yuan she borrowed last night, Xiaoxiu immediately transferred it. Gu Jingqiu didn't reply, probably because he was busy. She put away her phone and took a taxi home. Before transmigrating into the book, Xiaoxiu had always lived alone. Rather than ordering takeout or eating out, she preferred to buy fresh ingredients and cook for herself. She enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from turning ingredients into delicious food. After working in the kitchen for nearly an hour, just as it was turning 12, 3 dishes and a soup were already on the table. She opened her phone and saw that Gu Jingqiu had replied with a question mark. Just as she was about to ask if he was coming home for dinner, she heard the door open. Gu Jingqiu was back. He hung up his clothes and walked to the dining table. Looking at the food on the table, he asked her which private chef she had ordered from and whether she had paid for it. Xia Xiyu was taken aback and somewhat embarrassedly said that she had cooked the dishes herself. Gu Jingchu's eyes were full of surprise, and she quickly maintained the original owner's persona of not knowing how to cook. She took out a cooking tutorial video, saying that she had followed it and that it tasted pretty good, and asked Gu Jingchu to try it. Gu Jingchu nodded and sat down to eat. The quiet dining atmosphere made Xia Xiyu feel awkward. After they finished eating, one washed the dishes while the other wiped them dry. She took the initiative to bring up the topic of repaying the money. Gu Jingchu said there was no need to repay it. She then asked if the food was good, and after receiving a positive answer, the atmosphere remained awkward. She quickly returned to her room after wiping the stove. Gu Jingchu's aura was too strong, and Xia Xiyu couldn't quite handle it. After closing the door, Gu Jingchu leaned against the wall and frowned as he looked at the closed door. He felt that Xia Xiyu was like a different person. Not only could she cook, but the refrigerator was also full of ingredients. The living room was clean, and the sofa and blankets were covered with new duvet covers. He secretly wondered how long her changes would last, or if she was deliberately pretending to gain more. Xia Xiyu was unaware that her actions had not earned her trust, but instead deepened Gu Jingchu's suspicions. She was chatting with her online friend, Xiao Yudi. After some hesitation, Xiao Yudi contacted her anyway, expressing her willingness to trust her, but explaining that she didn't have enough money to pay for the appraisal. Xia Xiyu told her not to worry, that she would cover all the appraisal costs herself, and that she would only charge 10% after Xiao Yudi sold the antique bowl. She also asked Xiao Yudi to post the appraisal certificate and auction receipt on the appraisal website, a fee already much lower than her original rate. She usually charges at least 20% of the fee for these kinds of assessments, but now she desperately needs to build her reputation, and if she weren't short of money, she wouldn't even want to charge. The two agreed to meet at 2 p.m. Xia Xiyu saw that it was getting late, packed up her computer, and prepared to leave. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Jingchu working on the sofa. She stopped, and Gu Jingchu looked up at her. She quickly said she had an appointment and was going out. Gu Jingchu nodded, and then her phone beeped with a refund notification. Gu Jingchu assumed she was going to have afternoon tea again and told her she could message him if she needed more money. Xia Xiyu smiled and explained that she was going to take care of something important. She asked Gu Jingchu to let her know in advance if she was coming home for dinner that evening, then hurriedly left. There was no subway in her old neighborhood, so she had to take a bus and then transfer to the subway. Arriving early was a sign of respect for the customer. She wanted to close this deal and build her reputation on the appraisal website. She arrived 25 minutes before 2 o'clock. Xiao Yudi sent a message saying she was still on the subway. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a pale-faced, thin girl with a ponytail rushed over carrying a canvas bag. The girl was stunned when she saw the young and beautiful Xia Xiyu. She didn't expect the appraiser to be so outstanding. Xia Xiyu took the initiative to reach out and greet her. The girl snapped out of her daze and quickly shook hands with her. She had assumed the appraiser was a successful woman in her 30s, but she hadn't expected her to be so young and striking. Xia Xiyu led the girl into the appraisal center. After registering at the front desk, the two followed a staff member to a small, highly confidential room. The girl felt uneasy looking at the all-around security cameras. Xia Xiyu patted her hand to comfort her, saying that the items appraised here were all of high value, hence the strict security. The girl felt much more at ease and carefully took out the antique bowl, wrapped in layers of cloth, and placed it on the appraisal table. Soon after, an antique appraiser entered the room. The appraiser noticed the bowl immediately, walked straight to the appraisal table, put on gloves, and examined it carefully, praising its excellent preservation. The patterns, glaze, and base markings indicated it was a royal item. He asked the girl if she kept it privately or intended to auction it. The girl looked at Xia Xiyu, flustered. Xia Xiyu stepped forward and introduced himself as the girl's appraiser, explaining that he needed an appraisal certificate and an extra copy to be stamped for the auction. The appraiser frowned slightly at the unfamiliar Xia Xiyu, informing him that the item's auction price was around 800,000 and inquired about the auction location. The girl mistakenly thought it was 80 yuan and looked at Xia Xiyu in alarm. Xia Xiyu, somewhat amused, explained that it was 800,000, approximately 700,000 after tax. The girl was overjoyed. This money was enough to pay for her and her sister's tuition and cure her mother's illness. Xiaoxiu immediately decided to auction it at the center. The staff brought the contract, and the girl was so excited that she wanted to sign it immediately, but Xiaoxiu held her hand and asked to get the stamped certificate of authenticity first. The antique business requires extra caution to avoid accidents. The appraiser praised her for her prudence and asked the two to wait while he prepared the necessary paperwork. The girl nervously stared at the antique bowl, fearing it might be switched. After 3 hours, Xiaoxiu finally received 2 appraisal certificates stamped with official seals. With the certificate as collateral, the two signed the contract smoothly. Xiaoxiu told the girl there would be an auction the day after tomorrow, and she would receive the money in about a week. After deducting various fees, the girl would receive approximately 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. The girl thanked him with tears in her eyes, saying she almost sold the bowl for a mere 1,000 yuan. Xiaoxiu instructed the girl to post about it on the appraisal website. Afterwards, he went home satisfied. As he walked downstairs, he saw a luxury car parked at the entrance of the building. The luxury car looked out of place in the old residential area and almost blocked the stairwell. Xiaoxiu frowned and prepared to walk around it when a man in a bespoke suit got out of the car. The man called out to her, saying he was there to deliver food to Gu Jingqiu. Xiaoxiu gestured to the ingredients in her hand, indicating that she could cook and that he didn't need to trouble him. Chen Omping was filled with disbelief, never expecting that Xiaoxiu would actually cook. He asked if Xiaoxiu had cooked lunch as well. Xiaoxiu nodded in agreement, took the food box, politely greeted him, and went upstairs, leaving Chen Omping standing there in shock, unable to accept this fact. When Xiaoxiu returned home, she saw Gu Jingqiu chopping vegetables in the kitchen. He said he had received her message and had come home early to prepare the ingredients. Xiaoxiu put the ingredients into the refrigerator, and looking at the full refrigerator, a sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. The feeling of the refrigerator being full was really great. Xiaoxiu went closer and saw that all the ingredients had been neatly cut and arranged by Gu Jingqiu. She genuinely praised Gu Jingqiu's knife skills, saying she couldn't cut such even slices herself. She then put on a pink bear apron and took the knife from him. Xiaoxiu told Gu Jingqiu to rest and took over cooking. She instinctively reached for a handful of chili peppers, but remembering the original owner's preference for milder flavors, she quickly stopped. She was from Jiang province and loved spicy food, but if she added too many chilies, Gu Jingqiu would easily notice. So she had to switch to less spicy bell peppers. A plate of stir-fried green peppers with pork was served, and Xiaoxiu felt a pang of regret. On the table were also hot and sour shredded potatoes, cola chicken wings, and pork rib and lotus root soup that had been simmering since noon. She pointed to the lunchbox Chen Omping had brought and asked Gu Jingqiu if it was enough. Gu Jingqiu refused outright, saying he would only eat her cooking and would not let Chen Omping deliver food again. Hearing Gu Jingqiu praise her cooking, Xiaoxiu felt very satisfied. She enjoyed cooking and sharing and planned to develop Gu Jingqiu into her personal dining partner. The dinner table was unusually quiet, which Xiaoxiu found uncomfortable. She put down her chopsticks and asked Gu Jingqiu if she could watch a variety show while eating, her hand already pressing play. Gu Jingqiu said he didn't mind, and the variety show started playing. Xiaoxiu watched intently, laughing out loud from time to time. Because the show was so interesting, she even ate an extra bowl of rice. Gu Jingqiu was clearly full, but he didn't get up to leave. His deep eyes were full of inquiry. In just a few days, Xiaoxiu had completely overturned his previous perception of her. The Xiaoxiu of the past only knew how to squander money and didn't care about anything. Maintaining the marriage was just a formality. She was completely different from the Xiaoxiu of now. Gu Jingqiu had checked all her information, but hadn't paid much attention to her during their marriage of over half a year. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if the information he had gathered before was inaccurate. He suppressed his doubts and decided to continue observing Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu had just finished watching a segment of a variety show when she put down her chopsticks and met Gu Jingqiu's gaze. Her smile instantly froze. Gu Jingqiu had seen her outburst of laughter earlier. He asked if the show was good, and Xiaoxiu quickly nodded in response. She told Gu Jingqiu that watching variety shows could relieve stress and even offered to recommend some, suggesting he ask her for recommendations when he felt stressed. Gu Jingchu agreed with great interest. Silence fell again. Xia Xiyu was internally frustrated. She was never good at starting conversations, and Gu Jingchu was a surefire conversation killer. She quickly used work as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness of washing the dishes. Gu Jingchu got up naturally and told her to go ahead with her work while he took over the dishwashing. Even when doing housework, Gu Jingchu exuded elegance. Xia Xiyu secretly admired him, thinking that he was indeed someone who had grown up in luxury. Gu Jingchu would also take the initiative to share the housework and help her take out the trash at the door. Xia Xiyu was very satisfied and only regarded him as a worry-free living partner. Xia Xiyu was browsing an antique appraisal website in her room when she heard the door close. Knowing that Gu Jingchu had already left, she opened the door and found that the dining table and lunchboxes had been taken away, and the luxury car downstairs was nowhere to be seen. She returned to her bedroom, preparing to create a buzz on the website. Xiao Yudi had already posted a picture of the appraisal certificate, exposing how the man with the landscape portrait had tricked her out of an antique bowl at a low price. In the post, Xiao Yudi thanked Xia Xiyu and tagged her. Xia Xiyu secretly bought promotion to make the post pinned to the top, attracting a large number of netizens to watch and gossip. The person exposed was a high-level appraiser on the platform, and the entire forum instantly exploded. Netizens discussed and argued endlessly, and the appraiser was furious. His profits were snatched away, and he was publicly shamed, effectively cutting off his source of income. He was filled with rage and couldn't understand Xia Xiyu's background. Xia Xiyu ignored the barrage of private messages and actively participated in the comment sections of the posts she was tagged, successfully becoming a familiar face on the platform. Almost every netizen knew of her existence. The netizens whose items had been bought at low prices by that appraiser were furious after seeing the post, realizing they had also been deceived and exploited. Comparing their chat logs with Xiao Yudi's post, they discovered they had experienced the exact same thing. Their items had been undervalued, and they had been forced to sell them at low prices in a panic. They were all heartbroken. The appraiser, whose profile picture featured a landscape painting, was relentlessly attacked online. Even hiring online trolls couldn't turn the tide, forcing her to delete her account and leave the platform altogether. Xia Xiyu, on the other hand, made a name for herself on the appraisal platform after this incident. She stretched contentedly, a satisfied smile on her face. Many netizens sent her pictures of various treasures via private message, but Xia Xiyu didn't rush to take orders, planning to wait until the proceeds from the antique bowl auction arrived before continuing. The next morning, Xia Xiyu went out but didn't see Gu Jingchu. Breakfast was on the table, probably bought in advance by him. After eating, she opened Xinyu, a second-hand marketplace app. Most of the luxury items she had listed had been sold. With positive reviews and photos from previous customers, plus the affordable prices, most transactions were done via mail. The delivery guy already knew her address. Xia Xiyu reminded him to handle the items carefully. Seeing a quarter of her luxury goods being delivered, her bedroom had a lot of space left. Her phone kept buzzing with payment notifications, and Xia Xiyu was delighted to see her balance steadily increasing. Since the original owner's account had a lot of spending history, large transfers wouldn't trigger risk control measures. However, she needed to find a suitable reason to transfer the money from the sale of luxury goods to Gu Jingchu. Roughly calculated, the total proceeds from the sale were around 670,000 yuan. Xia Xiyu transferred the money directly to Gu Jingchu, secretly pleased with herself. This time, the other party probably wouldn't be able to return it. After the transfer, she continued to organize the luxury goods in the room. She didn't rush to list some classic bags, as these types of bags often command a premium, and their value increases the longer they are collected. The ones she sold earlier were just to build trust. She then uploaded 5 bags, 6 pieces of clothing, 2 watches, and 2 necklaces. Seeing that most of the day had passed, she downloaded a 4-character game to pass the time. Xia Xiyu is quite skilled at gaming and even worked as a game companion before transmigrating into the book. She plans to earn some extra money in her spare time and then transfer it to Gu Jingchu, hoping that he can make a comeback and she can share in the profits. In the other office, Chen Omping was fiddling with Gu Jingchu's phone when he suddenly saw Xia Shiyu's transfer information, the amount of which was as high as hundreds of thousands of yuan. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Colleagues also came over to check, and they all found it unbelievable. In the past, Xia Shiyu was the one asking Gu Jingchu for money, but now she was transferring money to him instead, which was really abnormal. Gu Jingchu was also very surprised. He knew that Xia Shiyu was not well off. Just 2 days ago, she had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. He immediately took back his phone and made a call. Xia Shiyu made up an excuse on the phone, saying she found an old bank card while tidying up and transferred the money to him, adding that it was joint property and he could use it for business purposes without worry. Gu Jingchu was speechless for a long time, holding the phone. Xia Shiyu's sudden change was too much, making him feel that all his previous information was useless, and he couldn't adjust for a while. He told Xia Shiyu to keep the money for herself, but she laughed heartily, saying that she had found a good job and could support him in the future, before abruptly hanging up the phone. Xia Shiyu was in a hurry to play the game and advance to the next level. Gu Jingchu stared at the disconnected screen and remained silent for a long time. Chen Omping and his colleagues sighed and felt that Xia Shiyu had completely changed. Everyone thought that it was truly rare for Xia Shiyu to not leave Gu Jingchu after his bankruptcy and even to take the initiative to transfer money to support him, which was completely different from other vain women in the circle. Gu Jingchu recalled Xia Shiyu's words when he mentioned divorce before, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. He was convinced that she was not the kind of person he had previously thought. Seeing this, Chen Omping took out a V-brand everyday bag and handed it to Gu Jingchu, saying that it was a brand new style that his sister had bought for him to take home and give to Xia Shiyu, and refused to accept the money transferred from him. The kitchen was filled with delicious aromas as Xia Shiyu hummed a little tune while cooking. After 2 days of practice, she no longer needed to pretend to be a novice, and her cooking skills gradually returned to normal. Around 12:30, Xia Shiyu heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock at the door. She guessed that Gu Jingchu had returned, so she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and ran to open the door. A bright, radiant smile graced her face. Gu Jingchu stared at her, stunned for a full 3 seconds, before a faint smile appeared on his lips as he acknowledged her return. Gu Jingchu placed the exquisitely packaged box on the table, explaining that she had worked hard cooking these past few days and he had specially bought it for her. Xia Shiyu looked at the contents of the bag, finding them increasingly familiar. Seeing her puzzled expression, Gu Jingchu took out a black chain bag from his purse and told her it was a V-brand design, recalling that she used to really like that brand. Xia Shiyu's vision blurred upon hearing this. This was the very bag she had just sold that morning. She forced a smile and asked Gu Jingchu how much she had spent on the bag. Gu Jingchu was about to say that the price didn't matter when she was stopped by Xia Shiyu's direct gaze. Xia Shiyu's gaze carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. Gu Jingchu instinctively felt he had to go along with her wishes, so he immediately dialed Chen Omping's number to inquire about the price of the bag, learning it was a little over 50,000 yuan. Xia Shiyu expressionlessly pulled up her order on a second-hand marketplace, handed the transaction record to Gu Jingchu, and told him through gritted teeth, word by word, that she had sold the bag for 32,000 yuan. She painstakingly sold luxury goods to raise startup capital for Gu Jingchu, but he spent money like water, buying back a bag she sold for 32,000 for over 50,000, leaving her both angry and helpless. Gu Jingchu quickly explained that the bag was bought by Chen Omping's sister, not by him. He had inadvertently noticed the empty bag racks in Xia Shiyu's bedroom and instantly understood the source of the 670,000. Gu Jingchu was overwhelmed with mixed feelings when Xia Shiyu, who had always loved handbags, was willing to sell her beloved possession to help him. Her emotions gradually calmed down once she realized she hadn't wasted money. The bag was a gift from a friend and couldn't be resold, so she put it in her closet. When she came out, she had her usual smile back, as if the earlier gloom had never existed. Xia Shiyu invited Gu Jingchu to wash his hands and eat. The table was set with a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Perhaps because of the earlier incident, Gu Jingchu unusually served her food and even took the initiative to start a conversation. The meal was exceptionally pleasant, and the distance between the two had narrowed considerably. After finishing the meal, Gu Jingchu cleared the table and washed the dishes. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on Xia Shiyu's door. Xia Shiyu changed into her cute bunny pajamas and was about to take a nap by browsing Tieba when she opened the door and saw Gu Jingchu. Her tone was full of doubt, and her charming appearance softened Gu Jingchu's expression. In his memory, Xia Shiyu was always dressed in haute couture. Even her pajamas were designer silk pieces. This was the first time he had seen her like this, so down to earth. Gu Jingchu asked directly if she had sold her bags and clothes, and if the 670,000 yuan she transferred to him was the money from selling those items. He frowned, his face full of disapproval. Even if he declared bankruptcy, he didn't need to sell women's bags to restart his business, especially since there were other hidden reasons behind his bankruptcy. Xia Shiyu instantly understood his thoughts, knowing that he had a strong sense of pride and didn't want to be seen as a gigolo. So she patted him on the shoulder and said that she had long been tired of the old models, and this money was an investment in him. She demanded that Gu Jingchu buy her 10 times the amount of bags and clothes after his comeback, specifically emphasizing that they had to be the latest and most high-end models. Gu Jingchu looked at her, his eyelashes trembling slightly. After a long silence, Gu Jingchu solemnly promised her that once he stood up again, he would definitely buy her the best bags and clothes, his sincere tone making Xia Shiyu's heart flutter. Xia Shiyu's biggest dream was to be a carefree, laid-back person with cats and dogs, money, and leisure. Looking at Gu Jingchu's extraordinary demeanor, she firmly believed that he would definitely make a comeback. As long as she didn't follow the original owner's plot and act recklessly, her life of wealth and honor was secure. Gu Jingchu leaned against the door frame, watching her eyes light up as she drifted off into thought, and couldn't help but smile. Her genuine concern for him made Gu Jingchu's heart race inexplicably. He suppressed his unease and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Gu Jingchu accepted the money and even smiled, saying that she would be a shareholder from now on. Xia Shiyu looked at the gentle man before her, momentarily taken aback. Gu Jingchu in the book was always a cold and aloof beauty, but now he smiled gently and handsomely, more dazzling than any male star on screen, making her heart race. Xia Shiyu quickly looked away, and in her panic, she casually invited him to take a nap together. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Gu Jingchu chuckled and said that he had to go out in the afternoon and told her to get some rest. Xia Shiyu quickly closed the door, leaning against it, on the verge of tears. She secretly blamed Gu Jingchu for laughing so much, causing her to lose her composure. Gu Jingchu, meanwhile, sat on the sofa working. After reviewing the data, he specifically instructed Chun Onping to keep an eye out for recent auctions and bid on some high-quality jewelry. Xia Shiyu slept until 3 p.m. before finally managing to get out of bed. She opened her phone and saw the screenshot Zayayudi had sent. The antique bowl had successfully entered the auction and would be auctioned that evening. The commission would arrive within 3 business days. Thinking that this was money she had earned through her own hard work, Xia Shiyu instantly perked up. Looking at the sparse furnishings in her home, she decided to go to IKEA to buy some furniture and decorations. Gu Jingchu sent a message saying she wouldn't be home for dinner. She was too lazy to cook and planned to go out for a bowl of noodles. The old neighborhood was in a good location and had a lively atmosphere. She found the mall using a map. The journey wasn't far, so she scanned a shared electric scooter and went there. She then made her purchases according to a pre-prepared list. The mall offered free delivery for orders over a certain amount, which saved her a lot of trouble. After Xia Shiyu finished shopping and paying, she had just reached the mall's elevator entrance when she was suddenly pulled into the adjacent stairwell. Reacting quickly, she slammed her elbow backward. The person behind her cried out in pain, half crouching on the ground, glaring at her with furious eyes, and yelling at her, asking if she was crazy. Only then did Xia Shiyu get a clear look at the person. She searched through the original owner's memories and finally recognized the person as Xiang Yu, the rich second-generation heir the original owner hooked up with after Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, and also the person who ultimately abandoned the original owner in the original story. Sure, you secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two only had verbal contact and no real relationship had occurred. nor had it reached the point where the original owner had stolen trade secrets. Seeing her silence, Xiangyu grew impatient and questioned her about whether she still wanted to marry into the Xiang family, asking where what she wanted was. Xiaoxiu looked up and coldly uttered 2 words, "No." Xiangyu was stunned. "What do you mean by no? Xiaoxiu, are you going back on your word?" Xiaoxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. The original owner's deal with Xiangyu had nothing to do with her, and she didn't want to waste time on this kind of person, so she pushed Xiangyu away directly. She told Xiangyu that all previous agreements were null and void, and that he should get out of the way. Xiangyu didn't expect her to be so tough and immediately got angry, reaching out to grab her wrist tightly. Xiangyu angrily raised his hand to slap Xiaoxiu, but she was fearless. Before the slap could land, she bent her knee and slammed it into his vulnerable area. Xiangyu curled up on the ground in pain, writhing and cursing. Xiaoxiu ignored him and pulled 3 bills from her bag, throwing them at his face. She sternly warned Xiangyu not to try to sow discord between her and Gu Jingqiu. She said the money was for medical expenses, and if he dared to bother her again, she would beat him every time she saw him. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiaoxiu squatted down and, to Xiangyu's astonishment, picked up the 2 bills she had just tossed out, muttering that the medicine wasn't worth 300 and 1 bill was enough. Xiangyu stared at the single bill on the ground, so angry he almost vomited blood. He couldn't understand how Xiaoxiu, who used to be so vain, had suddenly become so fierce and hard to fool. With a fierce look in his eyes, he pulled out his phone and made a call, informing the other party that Xiaoxiu had changed her mind and would find another opportunity to strike. Xiaoxiu, completely unaware of this, continued shopping in the mall. She spent over 3,000 yuan in total, and after a satisfying bowl of braised beef noodles outside, she rode a shared electric bike home. Just as she arrived at the door, she received a delivery call from the mall. Xiaoxiu opened the door to her home, only to be met with a sight that instantly made her blush. Gu Jingqiu had returned sometime earlier, wearing only a towel around his lower body, and was standing at the bathroom door. His hair was wet, and water droplets slid down his cheeks. When Gu Jingqiu saw Xiaoxiu suddenly enter, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly and calmly picked up his clothes and changed. Gu Jingqiu smiled and told her he had changed his clothes. Xiaoxiu turned around stiffly, calmed her heartbeat, and sat down, but couldn't help secretly glancing at him. The way Gu Jingqiu looked down to find the hairdryer had shed his usual coldness and gained a touch of gentleness. His perfect profile made her stare in amazement once again. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, and the deliverman arrived to deliver goods. More than a dozen cardboard boxes filled most of the living room, and the worker looked at Xiaoxiu with a strange gaze. Gu Jingqiu calmly took out his bank card and offered to pay for her, even suggesting that he could write a check if she needed more money. However, the worker said that he had already paid and all she needed to do was sign for the package. After Xiaoxiu unpacked the package and checked it to make sure everything was in order, she signed for it. Looking at the items piled up in the living room, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and started arranging things, constantly directing Gu Jingqiu to help. After working for more than half an hour, everything was in place, and the originally quiet house instantly became warm and comfortable. Xiaoxiu looked at Gu Jingqiu with a smug expression. She smiled and asked Gu Jingqiu if the house looked much nicer. The warm decorations and fresh daisies filled the house with a cozy, homey feel, which touched Gu Jingqiu's heart. He looked away and softly praised her for being great. Xiaoxiu happily took out her phone to take pictures, glanced at the time, and planned to make omelets for breakfast the next morning. Xiaoxiu opened the refrigerator and found that she didn't have enough eggs, sausages, scallions, ginger, and garlic. The supermarket didn't close until 10 p.m., so she immediately decided to go out and buy groceries. She gathered up the packaging waste and piled it by the door. Seeing that there was quite a lot, she turned around and invited Gu Jingqiu, who was sitting on the sofa, to go to the supermarket together. Gu Jingqiu readily agreed. With Gu Jingqiu helping to carry the waste, things became much easier. Xiaoxiu followed behind him, unable to help but laugh. Who would have thought that the villainous business tycoon would be carrying garbage downstairs? Gu Jingqiu was about to throw away the cardboard when Xiaoxiu stopped her. She gave the cardboard to an elderly woman strolling downstairs, smiling and trying to build rapport with her. Gu Jingchu looked puzzled, but Xia Xiu explained with a smile that elderly people in older neighborhoods like to collect recyclables, and giving this kind of gift is more effective in building rapport than simply offering a present, and it also earns her goodwill from her neighbors. She joked that with this friendship, if anyone needed help in the future, just call and the aunties would come to help. Hearing this, Gu Jingchu thought of her orphan background and felt a pang of sympathy. The two chatted as they walked into the supermarket. Xia Xiu skillfully pushed a shopping cart over and handed it to Gu Jingchu, while she went straight to the groceries section and rushed over to the discounted pork ribs. Just as Gu Jingchu was about to follow, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Lin Yi calling, saying he had found some clues and asked him to come over. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xia Xiu. Watching her scramble with the aunties for the fresh ribs and then laugh like a child after getting them, Gu Jingchu was certain that this was the real Xia Xiu. Lin Yi shouted on the other end of the phone, which pulled him back to reality. Gu Jingchu spoke calmly, saying that he was busy right now. Lin Yi was so shocked that he raised his voice. He couldn't believe that the former workaholic would refuse to work overtime. After hearing the noise from the supermarket, he was even more shocked and asked if he was accompanying Xia Xiu to buy groceries. Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Xiu, who was running back excitedly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He softly admitted that Lin Yi on the other end of the phone instantly broke down, yelling that he was inhumane for showing off his love. Xia Xiu approached and asked who had called. Gu Jingchu's lips curled up slightly, and he casually lied, saying it was a telemarketing call, before hanging up the phone. Lin was so angry he almost overturned the table. His programmers asked him curiously, and he told them through gritted teeth that President Gu had abandoned his work to go grocery shopping with his wife. Everyone looked incredulous, thinking that Mr. Gu, who always worked incredibly hard, couldn't possibly do such a thing. Lin Yi waved his hand helplessly, telling them that if they didn't believe him, they could call and confirm it themselves. Lin Yi admitted that Mrs. Gu was very beautiful. Although his brothers had previously disliked her for being materialistic, they had quietly changed their opinion of her because she had stayed by Gu Jingchu's side after his bankruptcy. Thinking back to her past, reeking of money, and comparing it to her current steadfastness, everyone was filled with doubt, unable to fathom how she had suddenly changed so drastically. No one could have imagined that this woman, who once only knew how to squander money, would now be so docile, staying by the side of the bankrupt Gu Jingchu, and even harboring secret intentions. After returning home from shopping, Gu Jingchu took on all the housework, tidying up, cleaning the living room, and even trying to clean the bedroom, but Xia Xiu hurriedly stopped him. Watching Gu Jingchu's busy figure, Xia Xiu felt a strange sensation. This man, rumored to be cold and aloof, was actually so considerate and attentive in private. No one would have expected that the once aloof President Gu would now humble himself to do housework, let alone that his attitude towards Xia Xiu had already quietly changed. The next morning, Xia Xiu got up early and made a sumptuous breakfast: pork rib noodles, egg rolls with soy milk, each dish showing her care. Just then, Gu Jingchu finished washing up and came out. Gu Jingchu took a bite of the pork rib noodles, and his taste buds were instantly awakened. He hadn't expected Xia Xiu to be such a good cook, completely different from the woman who only knew how to spend money. He had thought that Xia Xiu would eventually give up and leave, but this breakfast had quietly dispelled most of his unease. After finishing breakfast, Gu Jingchu cleaned up the dishes and told Xia Xiu that he would be busy with work for the next couple of days and might not be home for meals or sleep, so she didn't need to wait for him. Xia Xiu calmly nodded in agreement, turned around, and went back to her bedroom to turn on her computer. She wasn't idle. She had been managing her small business, waiting for news of the antique bull auction. On the surface, she was a dutiful Mrs. Gu, but behind the scenes, she had already begun paving the way for herself. No one knew that she had earned her first pot of gold with antique bulls. Zhao Yudi sent a message informing her that the antique bull had been auctioned for 870,000 yuan. After taxes, Xia Xiu received 710,000 yuan, plus a 70,000 yuan commission. This was the first money she had earned since transmigrating. Overjoyed, Xiaoxiu was about to reply to a private message from a netizen when the phone on her desk suddenly started vibrating incessantly. The caller ID showed an unknown number. She initially thought it was one of the original owner's cronies and promptly hung up, but the other party persisted, calling again and again, which annoyed her greatly. Xiaoxiu patiently answered the phone, asking in a very irritable tone who it was, but a furious voice came from the other end, instantly igniting her anger. On the other end of the phone was Xiangyu. He was pressuring Xiaoxiu to divorce Gu Jingqiu, promising to marry her and make her Mrs. Xiang. His tone was arrogant and conceited, as if Xiaoxiu would definitely agree. Xiaoxiu was so angry she wanted to curse. This scumbag who had cheated her out of her feelings was like a persistent ghost. She refused him without hesitation and warned him that she would call the police if he harassed her again. Xiaoxiu thought these words would scare Xiangyu away, but unexpectedly, he threatened her with the original owner's things and demanded a meeting to clear things up. Otherwise, he would hand them over to Gu Jingqiu. Xiaoxiu searched her memories and found that the original owner and Xiangyu had known each other for less than a month, and apart from phone calls and WeChat conversations, there had been no physical contact, so she had no leverage over him. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Xiangyu, as a rich second generation, had no shortage of beautiful women, yet he hooked up with the original owner of this body after Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt. There must be someone behind this. Xiaoxiu curled her lips into a sneer. She wanted to see who was so blind as to try to scheme against Gu Jingqiu and use her as a breakthrough point. She immediately agreed to meet. However, she stipulated that the meeting must be in a crowded place, and she would never be alone with him. Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, but at the prompting of someone nearby, he readily agreed and gave her the address. The address was a high-end tea house. Xiaoxiu took a taxi there, a journey that took a full 40 minutes. This was the center of Beijing, a place the original owner used to frequent. After getting out of the car, Xiaoxiu walked to the entrance of the antique-style tea house. The hostess looked her up and down, her disdain undisguised, and asked if she had a reservation. Xiaoxiu ignored her gaze and directly gave Xiangyu's name. However, upon learning that Xiangyu had booked a private room, she resolutely refused to go in and only asked the hostess to pass on her message. She sat in a corner and told the hostess that she would only wait 10 minutes and would leave if she didn't come out in 10 minutes, her tone cold, but with an unquestionable air of authority. Not long after, the sound of something being smashed came from the private room. Clearly someone had lost their temper, but Xiaoxiu didn't care at all, leisurely drinking tea and admiring the scenery in the courtyard. 10 minutes were almost up when Xiaoxiu got up to leave. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open, and a woman with glamorous makeup and fashionable attire walked towards her with a distorted expression. Xiaoxiu carefully examined the person and recognized her from her memories as Qin Luoluo, Gu Jingqiu's childhood sweetheart, who was also the one who frequently insulted and caused trouble for the original owner of this body. She instantly realized that the person who instructed Xiangyu was Qin Luoluo, who wanted to use Xiangyu to force her to divorce Gu Jingqiu so that she could take over. Qin Luoluo looked Xiaoxiu up and down with disdain, radiating superiority and mocking her for not having a good time lately. Her tone was full of contempt and provocation. Xiaoxiu scoffed and directly exposed Qin Luoluo's thoughts, questioning whether she wanted to break off her engagement with the Wang family's young master and take the opportunity to be with Gu Jingqiu. After saying that, she added, "How big is your face?" Her words hit the nail on the head, instantly enraging Qin Luoluo, who immediately raised her hand to hit her. Xiaoxiu, however, wasn't about to tolerate her spoiled attitude. She picked up the scalding hot tea from the table and, without hesitation, splashed it at Qin Luoluo's about to slap hand. Qin Luoluo screamed and staggered back, her face filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that Xiaoxiu, who used to avoid her like the plague, would dare to treat her like this. Xiaoxiu looked at her expressionlessly, her tone cold, warning her not to put on airs in front of her. She didn't take Qin Luoluo seriously at all. Enraged, Qin Luoluo called Xiaoxiu a gold digger and threatened her to divorce Gu Jingqiu immediately, or else she wouldn't have an easy time. Xiaoxiu retorted with a cold laugh, mocking Qin Luoluo's shamelessness. She said that even if she divorced, Gu Jingchu would never be her mistress with the Wang family's son. She firmly stated that even if Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, she wouldn't divorce him. Before, she only knew how to spend money. Now she was willing to share both joy and sorrow with Gu Jingchu. As she spoke, Xia Xiyu took out a photo of their marriage certificate from her phone and waved it in front of Qin Luoluo, deliberately provoking the woman who had always coveted Gu Jingchu. Qin Luoluo was speechless from the shock of the marriage certificate, clutching her chest and trembling with anger. But Xia Xiyu wasn't satisfied and deliberately described her intimate daily life with Gu Jingchu. Xia Xiyu pretended to be a lovesick fool, saying that Gu Jingchu was even more handsome than male celebrities, with a great body and a soft face, and that she slept with him every day, which made Qin Luoluo grit her teeth. Suddenly, Xia Xiyu smashed a teacup on the table, raised her voice a few decibels, and exposed Qin Luoluo's true colors in public, scolding her for being greedy and trying to ruin someone else's marriage while getting engaged. She deliberately brought up that the young master of the Wang family had a fiancé before, implying that Qin Luoluo had interfered, and even questioned Qin Luoluo in public whether she hadn't had enough of being a mistress and wanted to interfere in her marriage. The gossipy gazes of those around them were all fixed on them, and Qin Luoluo was so angry she almost vomited blood. At this moment, she was filled with regret, regretting that she had chosen this place as the meeting place. Originally, this was a place that Xia Xiyu often came to before Gu Jingchu went bankrupt. She chose this place entirely to annoy Xia Xiyu and let this woman know her current situation. Qin Luoluo thought Xia Xiyu was too proud to speak up, but in the end, her thoughts were exposed in public, and she was the one who lost face. Qin Luoluo was both ashamed and angry, afraid of being recognized, and even more afraid that the matter would reach the ears of the young master of the Wang family. She cursed and then grabbed her bag and fled the tea house in a disheveled state. Xia Xiyu looked at Xiang Yu, who was huddled in the corner, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. She made a throat-slitting gesture at him, which made the other man freeze in fright. Despite his pride, Xiang Yu threatened Xia Xiyu, saying that Gu Jingchu was bankrupt and couldn't protect her, and even vowed revenge. Xia Xiyu scoffed and directly pointed out that Xiang Yu's family was nothing more than nouveau riche. Even if the Gu family was bankrupt, their resources were far superior to Xiang Yu's. Her casual remark jolted Xiang Yu awake. Even in their decline, the Gu family still had enough connections to deal with a family like his, instantly turning Xiang Yu's face pale. Only then did Xiang Yu realize that while he didn't have any leverage over Xia Xiyu, he held evidence of Qin Luoluo's scheming, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed Qin Luoluo under his breath for ripping him off, hurriedly paid the bill, and left. Xia Xiyu, having achieved her goal, felt relieved and easily rode her electric scooter home. Back home, Xia Xiyu cooked a simple meal without disturbing the busy Gu Jingchu. After tidying up, she turned on her computer and continued browsing posts about antiques online. She had gained some online fame for helping Xiaoyudi appraise an antique bowl and sell it for a high price, and many people privately messaged her seeking her help appraising antique items. Xia Xiyu added the contact information of Li Mu, the manager of Century Appraisal Center. He valued her abilities and was willing to introduce her to potential collaborations. She searched through all the posts and private messages, but couldn't find any valuable genuine items. Most of them were ordinary objects or high-quality fakes, but she patiently replied to each one. After staring at the computer for a long time, Xia Xiyu used eye drops to soothe her eyes, tidied up, and prepared to wash up and rest, no longer wanting to browse the screen. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchu's company was brightly lit. The newly launched app had unexpectedly become a hit, achieving both high download numbers and positive reviews, and the employees were all working overtime to push forward with follow-up work. Gu Jingchu treated his employees generously, providing them with late-night snacks, triple overtime pay, and taxi reimbursement, so everyone worked overtime without complaint. Employees chatted and remarked that Gu Jingchu had a keen eye for talent, saving a project that everyone had doubted, and that he was even more handsome than a celebrity. As everyone was gossiping, someone suddenly reminded them, and everyone immediately composed themselves and pretended to be busy, especially the female employees, whose faces were full of annoyance. The sound of high heels grew louder as Qin Luoluo entered the office building. Upon seeing the female employees working overtime, her expression immediately darkened, and she began to berate the manager. She was convinced that these female employees had ulterior motives and wanted to get close to Gu Jingchu, so she verbally abused them, which angered the employees present. Lin Yi carried coffee toward Gu Jingchu's office, and Qin Luoluo immediately put on a gentle smile and reached out to snatch the coffee and deliver it to him. Lin remained unmoved, stating bluntly that Gu Jingchu did not want to see her, and pointed out that the Qin family had participated in suppressing the Gu family, so she had no right to enter the confidential office. Qin Luo's face turned pale instantly, but she still refused to give up, pleadingly saying that she only wanted to see Gu Jingchu once, her posture extremely awkward. Lin Yi showed no mercy, reminding her that she was already engaged and that constantly bothering the married Gu Jingchu would only embarrass the Wang family's young master. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingchu walked out of his office, his tone cold, and directly ordered Lin Yi to increase security, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from entering. He didn't look at Qin Luoluo once during the entire conversation. After finishing speaking, he turned and went back to his office. Qin Luoluo tried to chase after him, but Lin Yi firmly stopped her. Lin Yi bluntly stated that her shameless and persistent behavior was extremely unsightly, and that he would call security if she didn't leave. The surrounding employees couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Qin Luoluo, her face ashen from the ridicule, clenched her fists, unwilling to leave, secretly vowing to make Gu Jingchu come to her. Lin Yi entered the office and was surprised to find Gu Jingchu not working, but frequently glancing at his phone on the desk, as if waiting for some message. He deliberately sent Gu Jingchu an emoji, and the other immediately picked up his phone to check. After realizing it was a joke, he gave him a cold look. Lin Yi leaned forward with a grin, teasing Gu Jingchu about whether he was waiting for Xia Shiyu's message, and joking that his sister-in-law hadn't sent any messages of concern so late. Gu Jingchu's gaze turned cold, and Lin Yi quickly stepped back and shut her mouth, no longer daring to tease him. Gu Jingchu scrolled through his phone and stopped at Xia Shiyu's WeChat profile picture, then suddenly said that he was married and shouldn't be staying out all night, and that he was going home now. He tossed a pile of documents and data on the table to Lin Yi to handle, then turned to leave, leaving Lin Yi frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Lin Yi rushed over and hugged Gu Jingchu's leg, wailing and complaining that he had abandoned his single employee to go back to his own private life. Gu Jingchu, however, calmly stated that Xia Shiyu had messaged him saying she had made a late-night snack. He easily pried Lin Ye's hand off and left, leaving only Lin Ye's indignant cries in the office. Gu Jingchu couldn't help but slightly curl his lips in the car. He sent a message to Xia Shiyu, asking if she was asleep, as he was on his way home. Xia Shiyu was just about to fall asleep when she heard her phone notification sound. Confused, she opened it to find a WeChat message from Gu Jingchu. She remembered him saying he was busy and wouldn't be home for the next couple of days. Despite her bewilderment, she immediately got up and went into the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack for him. Xia Shiyu simply cooked a bowl of egg noodles, and just as she put it on the table, she heard the sound of keys turning at the door. Gu Jingchu then walked in. She smiled and went to greet him, taking his bag and pulling him to sit at the dining table, urging him to eat his noodles and get some rest instead of staying up late. Gu Jingchu ate his noodles in silence, the warm noodles sliding into his stomach, making his heart feel warm and cozy, and a strange flutter rose in his heart. Xia Shiyu sat beside him, watching, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Qin Luoluo went to such lengths to pursue him. This man was indeed outstanding. Gu Jingchu finished eating and prepared to wash the dishes. When he picked up the apron from the refrigerator, he realized that Xia Shiyu had already washed and hung it out to dry. He casually picked up an adorable bunny apron with rabbit ears, and Xia Shiyu quickly snatched it and put it on herself. Xia Shiyu, citing his hard work, offered to do the dishes, and Gu Jingchu didn't refuse, sitting on the sofa watching her. Looking at Xia Shiyu in her apron, he found her inexplicably adorable, even having the absurd thought that she would look even better with bunny ears. Xia Shiyu, having finished washing the dishes, stood hesitantly at the bedroom door, thinking about her conflict with Qin Luo and Xiangyu that day, unsure whether she should tell Gu Jingchu. Seeing that she hadn't gone into the bedroom, Gu Jingchu stepped forward and placed his hand on her forehead, asking if she was feeling unwell. Xiaoxiu was startled by the sudden touch and froze, quickly backing away and leaning against the door, saying that she just had something she wanted to tell him. Gu Jingchu's fingers tightened slightly, a surge of irritation rising within him. He secretly wondered if she was regretting her decision and wanted to bring up divorce. Xiaoxiu mentioned Xiangyu's name first, and Gu Jingchu instantly understood. A faint, indifferent smile curved his lips, assuming she was about to confront him and leave. He bluntly stated that he had known all along that the original owner wanted a divorce because of this man, his tone so calm it seemed as if he didn't care at all. Xiaoxiu felt no shame whatsoever. Those things were all done by the original owner, and had nothing to do with her, so she had no reason to feel guilty. She explained calmly that it was just a momentary impulse, and that she had long seen through Xiangyu's ulterior motives. Her contact with him was merely a ploy to exploit his scheme. Xiaoxiu spoke half-jokingly, attributing all of this to bad luck in love, and even jokingly suggested that Gu Jingchu's charm was too great, which was why he had attracted all this trouble. She told Gu Jingchu that Xiangyu was instructed by someone to seduce her, with the aim of forcing them to divorce, and asked him to guess who was behind it all. Looking at her cunning expression, Gu Jingchu's annoyance vanished, and he almost immediately named Qin Luoluo. Xiaoxiu was surprised that he guessed correctly, and then asked him with a smile if he would be angry that she had embarrassed Qin Luoluo at the tea house today. Gu Jingchu was somewhat amused and explained that the two were not childhood sweethearts, but just lived nearby, and Qin Luoluo often went to the Gu family home. Mentioning Qin Luoluo, Gu Jingchu's eyes showed no warmth whatsoever. He bluntly stated that the other party was extremely annoying and thanked Xiaoxiu for helping him out of the predicament. Only then did Xiaoxiu realize that Qin Luo's fearlessness was entirely due to her own strategy, and not at all based on their so-called childhood sweetheart relationship. Gu Jingchu helplessly explained that Qin Luoluo had been relentlessly harassing him since the bankruptcy, and he would have given up long ago if he could avoid a complete falling out with the Qin family. He solemnly instructed Xiaoxiu that she should not be polite to Qin Luoluo in the future and should not show her any mercy. Gu Jingchu remembered that the end of the month was approaching and took out his phone to transfer living expenses to Xiaoxiu, but she reached out and pressed his hand down. Xiaoxiu told him that she had found a home-based job with a very good income, and she could cover the household expenses. Gu Jingchu felt a pang of doubt, worried that she might be involved in dangerous things like online scams or fake online transactions, and couldn't help but remind her. Xiaoxiu paused for a few seconds before realizing what he meant, and then burst out laughing, quickly explaining that she hadn't touched those things. She showed Gu Jingchu her Baidu Tieba account on her phone, saying that she was now a well-known antique appraiser, and many people sought her help with appraisals. Xiaoxiu proudly recounted how she had appraised an antique bowl for someone and received a 70,000 yuan commission after the auction, looking forward to his praise. Gu Jingchu, as if possessed, raised his hand and placed it on her head, gently stroking her hair, sincerely praising her for being so capable. Xiaoxiu instantly froze, inwardly cursing her mistake. In her moment of smugness, she had unwittingly revealed a skill that didn't fit the original owner's character. She had intended to gradually lay the groundwork for learning appraisal, but she hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly, and she wished she could wake herself up on the spot. Gu Jingchu's eyes flashed with inquiry as he asked her if she was self-taught, wondering why she had never heard her mention this skill before. Unable to reveal the truth about her time travel, Xiaoxiu could only force a dry laugh and make up an excuse, claiming that she learned it from a senior in the archaeology club at school. She puffed out her chest, feigning confidence, and said that she had a great talent for appraising antiques and could tell the authenticity of an object at a glance. Gu Jingchu noticed that she was evasive, but he didn't press her further. He simply said that it was a good job and that she could contact him anytime if she needed help. Xiaoxiu quickly nodded in agreement. Gu Jingchu, seeing that it was getting late, told her to go and rest, while he made up the bed in the living room to prepare for the night. Xiaoxiu returned to the bedroom and leaned against the door, feeling uneasy, worried that Gu Jingchu would notice something was amiss. She thought again. The matter of time travel was too bizarre. Even if the other party suspected something, they would only think that the original owner's previous appearance was all a disguise. After figuring this out, Xia Xiu felt much more at ease. Even if Gu Jingqiu had some suspicions, she had nothing to be afraid of or worried about. Chapter 21. Your credit check is fine, right? After all, no matter how much they investigate, they can only find out about the original owner's life and nothing else. After the bedroom light was turned off, Gu Jingqiu sat up from the sofa. He stared blankly into the darkness, slowly and rhythmically rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. He was currently engaged in an internal struggle. One side argues that Xia Xiu has simply experienced a change in her personality, and besides, she might actually have some talent in appraisal. The other side said that Xia Xiu's current personality is completely different from before, which means that these two completely different appearances must be deliberately put on for him and have a purpose. Gu Jingqiu fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally tapped his phone screen and sent a message. Find out all of Xia Xiu's information, compile it into a table with every detail, and send it to me. Gu Jingqiu pressed his arm against his eyes and gently exhaled. The night was so quiet that you could hear your own breathing and heartbeat. You can also hear Xia Xiu tossing and turning in her sleep through the wall, and it seems she even kicked off the blanket. He chuckled softly. It has to be said that he really enjoys spending time with Xia Xiu now. He felt so relaxed. It had been a very long time since anyone had given him this rare feeling of ease. Moreover, unlike the Xia Xiu he knew before, no matter how much someone tries to act, that clear, untainted gaze cannot be faked. Gu Jingqiu sighed. Xia Xiu, I hope you're all right. Perhaps because I went to bed too late last night, I didn't wake up until 9 a.m. the next morning. Xia Xiu quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face. When she went out, she saw a steaming hot breakfast sitting in the pot. She stretched and finished eating her breakfast in 15 minutes before turning on her phone. Sure enough, many more messages appeared on WeChat. Actually, it was an appraisal agency on Tieba that took a liking to Xia Xiu's talent and wanted to recruit him, meaning they could offer him a formal position. However, after adding the contact information, Xia Xiu realized that this was the Century Appraisal Center. She immediately contacted Li Mu, who was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, the talent their appraisal center recently discovered on the website and forum was Xia Xiu. Such a young girl, yet she has such a high talent for appraisal. The HR department of Century Appraisal Center has contacted Xia Xiu to inquire when she can start work. Xia Xiu didn't want to work a 9-to-5 job. She just wanted to stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom. She talked with HR for a long time before finally deciding to go to work 2 days a week and spend the rest of the time developing her career at home. However, once she has genuine antiques and collectibles that have been authenticated, she will prioritize authentication centers. Because of Li Mu's guarantee, Xia Xiu signed an employment contract with the appraisal center, which was the first of its kind in history. For this, Xia Xiu even gave Li Mu a rather large red envelope. Century Appraisal Center truly deserves its reputation as the top appraisal center in Beijing. Even if you only work 2 days a week, the salary is still 15,000 yuan, and that's the minimum wage. If you recruit someone to have their work verified and the verification is successful, you will receive an additional commission. That means I can not only get a salary, but also commissions and such. He earning 1 million a year is not a dream. Xia Xiu took a look at the neighborhood environment and the size of the current house. She decided that after working for 2 months, she would earn her salary and enough commission, plus the money from selling handbags and luxury goods, and then buy a 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city in Beijing. Write your own name and Gu Jingqiu's name. Houses in Beijing are not cheap. Even in second-tier cities, the price per square meter is over 20,000 yuan. Xia Xiu sighed silently. If she sold all the luxury items in the room, she could buy a 2-bedroom apartment outright. However, those were bought by Gu Jingqiu for the original owner, so she couldn't touch them. They were sold to Gu Jingqiu as startup capital for his business. Therefore, Xia Xiu only planned to make a down payment. At that time, the monthly mortgage payment will be split equally between Gu Jingqiu and me. Now that we've made up our minds, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. The original owner's credit history was flawless, but what about Gu Jingqiu? Xia Xiu pursed her lips, and finally typed a line of text and selected send. Gu Jingchu was in a meeting discussing data when his phone, which was already on silent, vibrated on the table. He looked down at the notification. It was from Xia Shiyu. Lin Yi, sitting next to Gu Jingchu, naturally saw it too. He raised an eyebrow at Gu Jingchu, his eyes clearly conveying a message. Should we act impulsively for our wives' sake, like in those TV dramas where the meeting is paused because of a message from one of our wives? Gu Jingchu glanced at it coldly, then turned his phone over and continued the meeting. An hour later, the meeting ended, and everyone gradually left the conference room. Gu Jingchu took out his phone to check the WeChat message Xia Shiyu had sent him, but he wished he hadn't looked at it. Just one glance, and he stood frozen in place. A strange expression appeared on his face. Lin also came closer and saw Gu Jingchu's phone, which hadn't been locked yet. He paused for 3 seconds, then burst out laughing. I said, "My sister-in-law is really funny. Is she this interesting even at home? She actually asked you if you're on a blacklist in your credit report. What's she trying to do? Ha ha ha." Gu Jingchu stared blankly at Lin Yi, who was laughing heartily, then casually picked a nearby ornamental flower and shoved it into Lin Yi's open mouth. Laugh more if you like. Eat some flowers, and your breath will smell sweet when you laugh. You? Gu Jingchu, what are you doing? You. Lin was so stuffed with food that he almost rolled his eyes back. The flower branch nearly pierced his throat. Gu Jingchu sat back in his small office, frowning as he stared at the WeChat interface for a full 2 minutes. He, who is usually eloquent, didn't know how to reply to this WeChat message. At this moment, they were unclear about what Xia Shiyu meant by asking him this question, or what she intended to do. After considering for a moment, Gu Jingchu replied with 2 words. No. Xia Shiyu was watching the video call from the customer who wanted the appraisal done, zooming in on every detail. To avoid disturbing her concentration, she had put her phone on silent. Now that his reputation has spread, some people who invite Xia Shiyu to authenticate their work choose to pay for it. Xia Shiyu charges by the hour. Image authentication is faster, costing between 100 and 500 yuan. Video authentication is usually for buyers who have paid a high price and don't care about the authentication fee as long as it's accurate. This takes longer, and the authentication fee is also considerable, over 1,000 yuan. However, as long as the image is clear enough, image and video authentication will not affect Xia Shiyu's authentication results. There's a dim light in this area. Right here in the screenshot, I circled in red. Hold it up to the sun. Yes, with your face facing the sun, and take a picture with your phone. Chapter 22, Let's have a get-together. Xia Shiyu directed the operation via video, using various lighting and angles to determine whether the antiques displayed in the video were genuine. After a long half-hour, Xia Shiyu rubbed her sore eyes and then gave an affirmative answer. It's genuine, from the XX era, and its estimated value is around 1.3 million. I suggest you have it appraised at the Century Appraisal Center. That way, whether you want to auction it or keep it for your own collection, it will retain its value. The other party didn't hesitate for long and immediately said they wanted to choose auction. After all, he had gone through a lot of trouble to bring these antiques back from overseas. He was just trying to trick those foreigners who didn't know the market price into buying them at a low price so that he could make a profit. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to earn a commission. However, she didn't make it too conspicuous. Instead, she sent information from several appraisal centers and auction houses for comparison and then recommended Century Appraisal Center. Regardless of whether this customer chooses the auction house that Century Appraisal Center partners with, at least she will receive a commission on the appraisal fee. I made a small profit again. She picked up her phone and found that Gu Jingchu had replied to her message 8 hours earlier. Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief after receiving no reply. However, Xia Shiyu secretly opened a website, found the picture of the marriage certificate on her phone, and entered Gu Jingchu's name and ID number. After finding no blacklists or negative records, Xia Shiyu quickly shut down her computer. Looks like I can buy a house with peace of mind now. My phone vibrated. It was a call from Gu Jingchu. Xia Shiyu then realized that she hadn't replied to his message earlier. She quickly answered the phone. What's wrong? I'm fine here, but what about you? Is something wrong on your end? Gu Jingchu's voice was very gentle. Are you planning to take out a loan to buy something? After thinking it over, I guess there's only one possibility. After all, Xiaoshiyu's phone contacts used to be all saleswomen from luxury stores abroad. Whenever a brand released a new product, Xiaoshiyu would definitely buy it. It seems like Valve recently released a new bag, but it's practically unavailable. Has she taken a liking to that bag? No, 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 I was just asking. I found a job, and the salary is quite good. I also recently sold several bags. I'm thinking of saving up to buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city. That way, you won't have to be crammed on that tiny sofa every day, where you can't even stretch your legs out. But housing prices are quite high now. After I get my salary and gather all the money I have, I'll probably only be able to make a down payment. Then I'll have to pay off the loan together, which is why I asked you about my credit score. Was I being presumptuous? When Xia Shiyu's voice came, Gu Jingchu was stunned. She asked herself if she was on a blacklist on her credit report just to get a loan to buy a house. And it's for my own sake. A strange emotion welled up inside Gu Jingchu, and he lowered his eyes slightly. Okay, I understand. Gu Jingchu wanted to say something more, but his phone was snatched away from him. Gu Jingchu's cold, deep eyes darkened, and Lin Yi felt himself surrounded by a murderous aura at almost the same time. His hand trembled slightly, and he instinctively wanted to return the phone, but then he thought that he had already risked his life to snatch it back. If we return it, wouldn't that be like stealing it for nothing? Under Gu Jingchu's dangerous gaze, Lin swallowed hard and quickly spoke. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Yi. Xiaoshiyu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly greeted him. Hello, I've heard about it. Why isn't Gu Jingchu answering the phone? Hee, I grabbed the phone. Our company is having a small dinner party tonight, and I'd like to invite your wife to join us. Is that all right? Why did Gu Jingchu's company invite her to their dinner party? Xiaoshiyu instinctively wanted to refuse. She didn't quite like the workplace environment. Even before she transmigrated into the book, she preferred to be alone while working as a university teacher. As for employee gatherings, she would decline them whenever possible. She didn't say anything, just trying to find a reason to refuse casually. Lin spoke again on the other end of the phone. Sai, our CEO Gu hasn't been home for dinner these past 2 days. He's been so busy at the company that he's forgotten when to eat. When we went out for a get-together, he was still planning to look at data at the company. Sister-in-law, if you don't come out, I doubt CEO Gu will go to dinner either. Lin continued speaking, effectively shutting down Xia Shiyu's excuses. She sighed silently. Okay, I understand. Send me the address, and I'll take a taxi over right now. After hanging up the phone, Lin was all smiles. At that moment, he ignored the deathly gaze upon him from behind. Lin Yi, you're right. I really should take good care of my health and eat on time, so I'll leave these tasks to you. After saying that, Gu Jingchu pressed the person down onto the leather chair. Looking at the data documents on the computer that needed to be organized and analyzed, Lin Yi was completely stunned. No. I created an opportunity for you and your sister-in-law to spend time together, and you just... Seeing Gu Jingchu tug at the potted plant again, preparing to shut her up, Lin Yi closed her eyes, feeling utterly hopeless. All right, you guys go eat. I'm staying at the office to work overtime. I'm going to scare you all to death. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and began to analyze and organize the data, banging his keyboard loudly. As Gu Jingchu approached the office door, he spoke to Lin Yi, who was engrossed in organizing and analyzing data. Be gentle, or you'll have to pay for the damage to company property. Before Lin Yi could even utter a sharp shout, Gu Jingchu immediately closed the door, shutting out the sounds from inside. The sound insulation is quite good. Xiaoshiyu quickly arrived at the foot of an office building by taxi. This office building isn't very tall, probably only about 15 or 16 stories. There are many other buildings like this one around, all covered with company signs. Delivery riders in yellow uniforms were going in and out of these buildings. The companies on each floor of these buildings are all small companies. Because of the cheap rent, there are often 2 or 3 small companies on one floor of an office building. The address Gu Jingchu sent was on the 6th floor, to the left. That is, his company, which now occupies half of the 6th floor. I recall that in the story, in the expensive city of Beijing, Gu Jingchu, who was once a villainous boss, owned an entire luxury office building in a prime location, which served as the office building for the Gu Group. What about now? Living here is a cramped place. Not only is it crowded with people, but the environment and lighting are also not very good. This is quite a contrast to what I used to live in. It was also thanks to Gu Jingchu's positive attitude that he was able to pull himself together and start the company again. Chapter 23 was blocked. If it were anyone else, they would probably have jumped off the building. I wanted to walk right in, but a security guard in his 60s stopped me. The old man's hair was gray, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Young lady, you look unfamiliar. You don't live in this office building, do you? Do you have an employee ID from any of the companies in this building? Xiaoxiu was taken aback. She had only asked for the address before coming over. She didn't actually have a work ID or anything like that. No, I went upstairs to find my husband. His company had a dinner party today, and I... All right, I'll call someone to pick you up. You can't go up without a work ID. The old man muttered, without opening the door. Why are there so many salespeople lately? And they even picked such a pretty one. She's going to spend all the wages of all the single guys in the building trying to woo her. Xiaoxiu naturally heard the old man's mutterings, and she was both amused and exasperated. Because she was meeting Gu Jingchu's friends and his employees, Xiaoxiu couldn't come without makeup. She picked and chose a simple dress from her wardrobe, put it on, sat down at her vanity to do some light makeup, and then took a taxi over. Unexpectedly, I was stopped by a security guard at the bottom of the office building and not allowed to enter. Hello, you must be Mr. Gu's wife. A voice came from behind, and someone stepped forward and patted Xiaoxiu on the shoulder. Xiaoxiu turned around and saw a young girl with a ponytail. When the little girl saw Xiaoxiu, she couldn't hide the amazement in her eyes. Yes, I don't have a work permit, so I can't go up. Xiaoxiu pointed to the security guard at the entrance. Mr. Gu asked me to wait for you downstairs. The young woman smiled. This uncle is very serious about his work. Recently, there have been a lot of salespeople selling counterfeit or substandard products coming to harass the employees of this office building. So this uncle is quite strict about controlling the entry and exit of people, also to prevent us from being harassed. After saying that, the little girl pulled Xiaoxiu in front of the security guard. Uncle, this is Mr. Gu's wife. She's here to have dinner with us today. Upon hearing that she was Gu Jingchu's wife, the old man's expression immediately changed. Hey, why didn't you tell me this sooner, girl? Hurry up and go upstairs. Don't keep President Gu waiting. Goodbye, uncle. Don't stop us next time you see Mr. Gu's wife. The security guard smiled and said no, and the little girl took Xiaoxiu up the elevator. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Xiaoxiu saw Gu Jingchu sitting in front of a computer. He was surrounded by several employees wearing name tags on their chests, and it seemed he was explaining the work to them. After finishing his explanation here, he went to another workstation to check. The main point is to be hands-on and not act like a boss at all. A man looks especially handsome when he's working seriously. Hi, sister-in-law. Hello there. I'm Lin Yi. We've met before. Lin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of Xiaoxiu. Hello. Xiaoxiu smiled and responded, then turned her head. Gu Jingchu had already raised his head, and their eyes met. The employees on the floor all looked up and stared at Mrs. Gu, whom they had never met before. The young girl who had just led Xiaoxiu upstairs has already sat down next to her colleague. I was waiting downstairs just now, and I recognized the prettiest one immediately. That's Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu. She really is beautiful. Now that I see it up close, wow, I think it's even more beautiful than those celebrities on TV. No wonder our CEO Gu has always been indifferent to women. Even when Miss Qin offered herself to him, he didn't even glance at her. If I had such a beautiful wife, I wouldn't be able to see anyone else. The employees huddled together and whispered among themselves. Gu Jingchu coughed twice and then fell silent. Pack your things and let's go to the meeting room next door to prepare for dinner. The company has a dedicated chef to cook because now is a crucial time to launch the app, conduct tests, and attract customers to download it. Therefore, instead of going out for a meal, the company's purchasing department bought ingredients from outside and then hired several chefs to cook at the company. This was the first time Xiaoxiu had ever seen such a dining arrangement. However, the company's employees seemed to have no objections. On the contrary, they all had happy expressions. They immediately gathered their belongings at their workstations and headed towards the conference room one by one. Let's go. These are a pack of wolves. If we're too late, we won't even get a scrap. Gu Jingchu's tone carried a rare hint of jest. Xiaoxiu nodded, then followed Gu Jingchu into the conference room. The meeting room had been cleaned up, and various pots and pans were laid out on the table. There are barbecue grills, hot pot jars with 2 separate compartments, and small milk pots for cooking spicy hot pot. They have all kinds of pots and pans. And what's more, a conference room actually has an exhaust pipe for cooking fumes. It seems this isn't the first time I've eaten and cooked here. No matter how tough things get, we can't let our employees suffer. So when we rented this half-floor office, we also converted this meeting room into half a restaurant. Lin, who had somehow gotten close, came over and explained to Xiaoxiu with a grin. Our chefs here are paid a high salary. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even a late-night snack are all included. If you get hungry at work, you can come here and cook a dish yourself, or you can ask the chef to cook one for you. Summer rain. In her mind, she pictured a group of company elites having a meeting on one side, while in the next cubicle, chefs were vigorously tossing woks with spatulas. She burst out laughing. Fine. Lin also has a very outgoing personality. He had met Xiaoxiu before, but back then Xiaoxiu seemed to have eyes in the sky, looking down on everyone except Gu Jingchu, and not even bothering to say a word. Therefore, Lin Yi did not have a good impression of Xiaoxiu. But ever since he learned that Xiaoxiu was not going to divorce him and was going to stay by Gu Jingchu's side after he went bankrupt to rebuild his life, his opinion of Xiaoxiu changed. Seeing Xiaoxiu again now, Lin Yi felt that Xiaoxiu seemed to have changed a lot. If it were the old Xiaoxiu, seeing all these pots and pans in the room would have made him turn on her and left long ago. Lin also thinks that Xiaoxiu is very good now. Just as he was about to put his arm around Xiaoxiu's shoulder and say something, he, who was naturally outgoing, was about to do so. A Coke can appeared out of nowhere at my feet. He was caught off guard and stepped on it, falling hard onto the floor with a thud. With a loud thud, Lin also let out a scream. His eyes were fixed on the Coke can that had rolled to his feet, and he gritted his teeth in anger. It's obvious who did this. Chapter 24: A Scoundrel Who Values Women Over Friends. No, they haven't even met him yet. Why would I need to be so possessive? That bastard who forgets his friends for the sake of women. Xiaoxiu glanced at Gu Jingchu with amusement. After this incident, her initial restraint completely dissipated. Sister-in-law, do you believe this Coke bottle suddenly appeared at my feet? Lin also looked mournful. Xiaoxiu blinked, then suppressed a laugh and turned to Gu Jingchu with a serious expression. He just fell so loudly it scared me. A smile appeared in Gu Jingchu's eyes. He reached out and patted Xiaoxiu's head, pretending to be serious, and said, Yeah, he scared you. He's naughty. Let's go over there. Lin was completely stunned as he watched the two leave in front of him. See, that's why they say you can't have 2 kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. He fell down, and not only did he not help her up, he even said he scared her? Is this something a human being should say? Lin, still furious, got up from the ground and squeezed past an employee to sit next to Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu sat down in front of the barbecue grill, while Gu Jingchu grilled the meat beside her. He fell in his, but was almost split in 8 pieces, but the couple was all lovey-dovey, taking turns eating each other's food, practically feeding each other. So, Gu Jingchu grilled a piece of meat and put it in Xiaoxiu's bowl, and Lin took a piece of meat with her. Then, right in front of the two of them, he ate it in one bite, looking very smug. Childish. Lin raised an eyebrow. But I got to eat meat. Is it tasty? Xiaoxiu suddenly spoke. It's quite delicious. This meat doesn't seem to be cooked. Lin Yi. Okay. He's not playing anymore. The atmosphere at the dinner was very cheerful, especially with Lin Yi, the master of creating a lively atmosphere. Although the meeting room was not big, everyone was having a great time. As the event was nearing its end, everyone stayed behind to tidy up on their own initiative. Xiaoxiu wanted to help tidy up, but was stopped by several employees. Let's hurry up and let our CEO Gu go home and rest. He's been spending all his time in the office lately. If he doesn't rest soon, his eyes will be ruined. Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then nodded. She walked up to Gu Jingchu. Are you going home to sleep tonight? As soon as she said those words, she felt her face burning. She knew perfectly well that Gu Jingchu would only sleep on the sofa if he went back. But no matter how you say it, it seems to have a different meaning. Good. The meeting room was cleaned up in no time. Xia Shiyu arrived at Gu Jingchu's office. The office wasn't very big, but it was clean and tidy. There's a small folding bed over there. Don't you like taking naps? Gu Jingchu pointed to the side of the desk. Xia Shiyu saw a small folding bed placed there, with a striped blanket on it. Does Gu Jingchu sleep on this folding bed, which is smaller than the sofa at home, when he doesn't go home to sleep? Xia Shiyu felt quite uneasy for a moment. Moreover, they didn't spend much time together. Gu Jingchu remembered that he had a habit of taking a midday nap. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. I'll drive you home. After the meal, the employees all took a lunch break. Xia Shiyu also had something to do in the afternoon. She had to go to the identification center. On the bus. What are you going to the testing center for? Gu Jingchu asked. I forgot to tell you, I found a job there. I only need to go 2 or 3 days a week, and guess how much I earn a month? Xia Shiyu chuckled. And there's commission too. Working at the testing center? A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. The information Lin Yi sent indicated that she did indeed study archaeology for a period of time during her school years. But it's really strange, but I can't quite put my finger on what's so strange about it. Gu Jingchu smiled. The salaries at the Century Appraisal Center are quite high. Of course, it's 15,000 a month. If I could teach the whole class, my salary would probably double. Besides, there's a commission every month. My monthly salary can buy 1 or 2 square meters of housing. Xia Shiyu clenched her fist. The bags in my room have already been sold. Let's sell some more later and use that money to make a down payment. Then we can pay off the loan together. How about that? Actually, he could have just bought her a house outright. Gu Jingchu wanted to say let's go buy it several times, but seeing Xia Shiyu's excited and expectant expression, he swallowed his words back. Forget it. Now is not the time. It's not the time to completely trust her. Let her be. Your phone is ringing. Xia Shiyu picked up Gu Jingchu's phone from the car and handed it to him. It was an unmarked number. Gu Jingchu glanced at it, then hung up without hesitation and tossed it aside. Xia Shiyu could sense that Gu Jingchu's aura had dropped when he saw the number. Unfortunately, less than 10 seconds after I hung up, the phone rang again. This time, she didn't hand the phone to Gu Jingchu again. Instead, she put it on silent for him, afraid that the ringing of the phone would disturb him. After putting my phone on silent, it became much quieter. But a few minutes later, Xia Shiyu's phone rang. An unfamiliar number was also appearing on her phone screen. She was also very decisive and hung up immediately. But the person making the call seemed persistent, hanging up one and then calling back another. Xia Shiyu frowned slightly. Wait a minute, the client from this morning will be coming to the appraisal center, and she needs to greet her. What if I keep making these calls, and then the customer can't get through later? Answer the call, and see what those people have to say. Gu Jingchu's voice remained calm, but it carried a chilling coldness. Good. The phone rang again, and Xia Shiyu answered it. The voice on the other end was incredibly somber. You two think you're so great now, huh? You won't even answer the phone at home anymore. Don't you respect your elders at all? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like it belonged to someone in their 50s or 60s, and it had a distinctly fatherly tone, which made Xia Shiyu frown in disapproval. She didn't have a name saved in her phone, so she couldn't immediately tell whose voice it was. However, you can roughly tell from their voices that they are elders from the Gu family. What can I do for you? Xia Shiyu said in a nonchalant tone. If there's nothing else, we have to get busy. You guys. Fine, you've grown wings, haven't you? Tell Gu Jingchu that if he doesn't come back for dinner tonight, then his company can forget about getting the slightest support from the Gu family. Xia Shiyu had the speakerphone on, so Gu Jingchu could hear everything the people inside were saying clearly. Uncle doesn't need to worry about Chapter 25. He gave a cold laugh. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took Xia Shiyu's phone with the other. We'll be going back tonight. As for other things, Uncle, you don't need to worry about them. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jingchu maintained his calm expression, but a storm was brewing in his dark eyes. A cold smile crept across his lips. I need to trouble you tonight. I might need you to face some unpleasant things with me. It's all right. Xia Shiyu smiled slightly. Before she transmigrated into the book, She had met many important figures with the old man, so what was there for her to be afraid of? The car was already parked in the parking space by the side gate of the Design Appraisal Center. What time do you get off work? I'll come pick you up. Xiaoxiu nodded, then got out of the car and entered the appraisal center. You're pretty punctual for work. Limu walked over with a smile and pointed to his watch. It was exactly 2:30 p.m. I arrived right on time. Xiaoxiu chuckled and asked, Where's my workstation? Limu smiled and led Xiaoxiu to an office. Several men and women of different ages were sitting inside. Let me introduce you all. This is Xiaoxiu, our new appraiser at the appraisal center. Please welcome him. The people inside clapped and greeted each other. Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoxiu. From now on, I am also a member of the company. I hope we can get along well. There are 5 people in this office, plus Xiaoxiu, making a total of 6. Everyone else welcomed Xiaoxiu. After all, his good looks were undeniable. But there was a man in his 40s who seemed to harbor blatant malice towards Xiaoxiu. Humph, she's the youngest appraiser in our center, and she's beautiful too. No wonder Manager Lee likes us. We'll definitely treat this new colleague well in the future. He sat in the seat on the far side, and although his words were eloquent, they had a strange, sarcastic tone about them. Li Mu's face instantly darkened. Teacher Liu, I hope you can keep your word. Xiaoxiu sat down in her seat, wondering why the appraiser named Lu Qi was speaking to her in such a sarcastic manner. But I will not offend others unless they offend me. When Lu Qi comes up and provokes her, all she can do is not react at all. Sure enough, seeing that Xiaoxiu didn't even glance at him, Lu Qi, who had been somewhat smug, instantly darkened his face. Throughout the afternoon, no matter what Xiaoxiu was doing, this middle-aged man named Lu Qi would always chime in with a few sarcastic remarks. Qianlele quite liked Xiaoxiu. She was a sucker for good looks, and Xiaoxiu sat down next to her as soon as he arrived. When Qianlele learned that Xiaoxiu was already married, she even showed a regretful expression. Don't pay any attention to that old man surnamed Lu. If he were really capable, he wouldn't be sitting in this junior appraiser's office at 40. People his age are at least intermediate appraisers. Some people with connections and talent can become senior appraisers at 30. We are also divided into levels in this industry. Qianlele explained. As junior appraisers, we only take on orders ranging from 100,000 to 1 million yuan, with prices above 300. Unless the intermediate appraisers don't want them, they won't end up in our hands. Xiaoxiu nodded. So it turns out that items here are graded. She turned on her computer and began to learn about the rules for working at this testing center and the conditions for promotion. Xiu, your client is here. He's at the front desk. Go and greet him. Limu came over and knocked on the door. Xiaoxiu quickly got up from her seat. As soon as she walked out of the junior appraiser's office, Lu Qi immediately began to mock her. Look, on the first day of work, not only does she have our manager Lee backing her up and personally introducing her, but she already has a client on the very first day. I heard she brought her over herself. It's true that being young and pretty is advantageous. Clients come in all at once. The other 2 men in the office, who were clearly in cahoots with Lu Qi, started to chuckle secretly when they heard this. Qianlele couldn't help but roll her eyes. When they can't compete with others, they spread rumors about them. This is something these middle-aged men have always been used to doing. Previously, this room for junior appraisers was also occupied by a girl, but it was taken away by these middle-aged men spreading rumors. I heard that some of them even developed depression. What a bunch of despicable people. Qianlele couldn't stand it anymore, so she slammed a glass of water onto the table. Lu Qi and the other 2 men glanced at Qianlele's darkening face and wisely kept quiet. The reason Qianlele was still in this office was because she had some influence behind her, and these 3 men didn't dare to mess with her. I'm telling you, instead of wasting your time talking about others behind their backs, you should go find more clients and get more appraisal orders. Don't end up in middle age and not even be able to keep your job. The men looked pale and ashen, but dared not argue back. They could only find excuses to leave the office one by one. Xiaoxiu is currently receiving clients she recruited from online forums. The customer was a kind old man in his 70s. He was almost stunned when he saw Xiaoxiu. I didn't expect her to be such a young girl. The old man happily took out his antiques and collectibles to be appraised. This young lady is so talented that she can become an appraiser at a well-known appraisal institution. I believe in you. I brought this antique back from overseas with great difficulty. When my grandson accompanied me on a trip, I saw it at a street stall and felt that it was valuable. It took a lot of effort to bring it back to China. I consulted several appraisers, but they all cheated me. Until I met you, young lady. It seems that I am still lucky. Xia Shiyu smiled slightly, said a few polite words, and then handed over the rest to the appraisal center. Once we're done with this busy work, we'll deal with the old man's appraisal. Xia Shiyu glanced at her phone. It was already 5:30 p.m. It's almost time to get off work, so Gu Jingchu should have already driven over to pick me up. As soon as they arrived downstairs at the appraisal center, Gu Jingchu's Volkswagen was parked in the parking space in front of the center. He stood outside the driver's seat, one hand still swiping his phone, seemingly about to make a call. Xia Shiyu quickly went over. Stop calling, I'm coming. Gu Jingchu put away his phone, then turned and walked to the passenger side to open the door. Let's go. The car drove into a villa area. Summer Rain exclaimed in amazement. The truth is, Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, but the Gu family did not. No wonder they were so calm and collected even after going bankrupt. Chapter 26. This is my wife's position. Upon entering the villa, a group of people were seated around the dining table in the living room. The original owner's memories were almost entirely blank, because there was no wedding ceremony since she married Gu Jingchu, so she had never met Gu Jingchu's family. Those sitting at the dining table are mostly relatives of Gu Jingchu. The old man of the Gu family spends most of his time in the hospital and can't return to the Gu family home even once a year. Those sitting here are all Grandpa Gu's children. Grandpa Gu has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Gu Jingchu's father was the second son in his family. His parents died in a private plane crash when he was very young, leaving Gu Jingchu to grow up alone in the Gu family. In such a long-established and wealthy family, the power struggles and infighting never cease. It's easy to imagine how Gu Jingchu grew up in this family, and how he became the villainous boss in this novel who almost overwhelmed the male and female protagonists. If the writing hadn't gone too far astray, and if the author had forced the male and female protagonists to win and follow the actual course of events, the story would probably have ended long ago. The power of a storyline is truly terrifying. Xia Shiyu muttered to herself as she looked up at the Gu family elders who were staring at her with disdain, wondering if she should say something to warm things up. But the next moment, something came flying through the air, and Gu Jingchu took a step back. Suddenly, a teacup shattered at Gu Jingchu's feet with a bang. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face looked over here angrily. Gu Jingchu, is this how you raise yourself? Making us, a table full of elders, wait for a junior like you to come home for dinner. Judging from Gu Jingchu's constant rejection of phone calls today, Gu's uncle is not an easy person to get along with. Xia Shiyu raised her eyebrows and silently followed Gu Jingchu, taking 2 steps back. She lowered her eyes, looking frightened, and tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve. Jingchu, I shouldn't have come here. It seems like no one welcomes me. Gu Jingchu was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Xia Shiyu to react in this way. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, and her face looked like she was about to cry. She was very beautiful. A smile crept into his deep eyes. Gu Jingchu immediately understood that Xia Shiyu was standing up for him. Uncle, if you don't welcome me back, don't call me anymore. I don't really like seeing your face, you scared my wife. Gu Jingchu took Xia Shiyu's hand and walked straight to the head of the table. A young and beautiful girl sat in the main seat. When she saw Gu Jingchu, her face turned red with shyness. There was an empty seat next to her, which was obviously reserved for Gu Jingchu. Oh wow. These people called Gu Jingchu, but when they returned to the Gu family, they didn't leave her a place? And in front of her, the legal wife, is she planning to set Gu Jingchu up on a blind date? Unexpectedly, coming back with Gu Jingchu would lead to some gossip and excitement, and Xia Shiyu immediately perked up. Her eyes darted around slyly, but she maintained the persona of a weak, manipulative girl she had portrayed when she first entered the room. Jingchu, who is she? Before Gu Jingchu could speak, a beautiful and elegant lady walked over with a gentle smile on her face and reached out to grab Xia Shiyu's wrist. Jingchu, this must be your wife. This is the first time she's brought her back to the Gu family to meet us elders since we got married. The noblewoman looked at Xia Shiyu with a smile in her eyes, but the smile was full of calculation. You're really beautiful and have a great figure. No wonder you insisted on getting a marriage certificate with me despite all our family's objections, and even making Grandpa so angry that he had to be rushed to the hospital. These sentences praise Gu Jingchu for how much he loves Xia Shiyu and for all the things he has done for her. But every word is actually belittling Gu Jingchu and implying that he is unfilial. Xia Shiyu's eyes immediately turned cold. She calmly slapped away the hand that Aunt Gu placed on her, maintaining her image as a weak and scheming woman, and even adding a touch of naivety and sweetness to it. Wow, really? He didn't tell me any of this. Xia Shiyu covered her mouth in amazement and walked to Gu Jingchu's side with a touching expression. I'm so happy that you've done so much for me. Then, she turned to Aunt Gu and said, Aunt, the reason Jingchu didn't bring me home was because he was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle the environment there. He said there were too many rules and the people in the house might be difficult to get along with. But now that I'm here, I found that you are a very easy person to get along with. Xia Shiyu was quite pleased to see that Aunt Gu's face darkened for a moment. It's just being sarcastic, as if anyone can't do that. Excuse me, could you please get up? This is my wife's seat. Gu Jingchu showed no politeness whatsoever to this woman who was shy and timid in front of him. He sat down next to the woman, leaning back lazily in his chair, unmoved by her flirtatious glances, and even kicked the chair leg impatiently. Are you hard of hearing? Even though she was shy and blushing in front of Gu Jingchu, the woman's face paled slightly at being humiliated like this by the person she liked, and she then stood up angrily. Sit here. Gu Jingchu patted the chair, then took out a wet wipe from his pocket and carefully wiped the place where the woman had sat. It's clean now. Gu Jingchu, you. The woman's face turned pale with anger, her makeup contorted, and she glared angrily at Gu's eldest uncle and aunt. Is this what you mean, that he likes me and invited me over for dinner? Miss Sun, that's not how it is. Let me explain. But this Miss Sun was also a daughter of a wealthy family, and she didn't listen to Aunt Gu's explanation at all, and stormed off angrily. Uncle Gu's face immediately darkened. He slammed his hand on the table. Gu Jingchu, what kind of attitude is this? Miss Sun is a guest I invited. How can you be so rude to her? Wang Ma, I'm hungry. Serve the food. Gu Jingchu didn't even glance at his uncle. His tone was indifferent, yet it concealed a sharp edge. Uncle, if you have so much energy to spare, go farm. The dining table is for eating. Uncle Gu's face turned extremely ugly. He wanted to say something with a dark expression, but his hand was pressed down by Aunt Gu. Jingchu, what are you saying? You know your uncle is all bark and no bite. Miss Sun, I invited her here. Her family has a very good background. We invited her here so that he could go back and talk to his family and get some cooperation with the Gu family. Aunt Gu sighed, looking at Gu Jingchu as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 27, Am I Not Allowed to Call the Police? Gu Jingchu completely ignored her gaze, and even Xia Shiyu didn't glance at Gu's aunt. No one paid any attention to Gu's aunt's humiliating and burdened appearance. Since no one was willing to take over her act, she naturally couldn't continue. Helpless, she could only give her husband a look. Then Gu's eldest uncle looked at Gu Jingchu with an angry expression. Do you think we want to be the bad guys? It's all because of you. If we hadn't mismanaged the company, would the Gu family have suffered such huge losses? You should know that before, people were always begging the Gu family to cooperate with us. We never had to beg people like this now. Xia Shiyu glanced at Aunt Gu, who was still performing, and then at Uncle Gu, who looked like he might flip the table at any moment. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Jingchu. But Gu Jingchu smiled gently at Xia Shiyu. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Xia Shiyu nodded blankly. I admire the villainous boss's ability to remain unmoved and unresponsive even when faced with storms. She could practically see Gu's eldest uncle's head steaming with rage, but he was utterly helpless against Gu Jingchu. The dishes on the table were delicious and appealing, and Xia Shiyu enjoyed the meal immensely. After all, who can resist eating while watching a melon? But the meals at these wealthy and powerful families are just too boring. The food was delicious, but the portions were really small. It was better than her cooking some simple home-style dishes at home and eating rice with her hands in her bowl. Seeing that the two of them made no move, Aunt Gu's eyes darkened. She picked up a bowl of soup, but as she brought it to her lips, her hand trembled, and the soup spilled all over Xia Shiyu's skirt. Hiss! Xia Shiyu stood up, frowning as she looked at her skirt, which was soaked with soup. Although the soup wasn't hot, it still felt uncomfortable sticking to my skin through the fabric. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my hand just slipped a little. A hint of smugness flashed in Aunt Gu's eyes. She quickly asked the maid to bring out a towel and pretended to wipe Xia Shiyu's skirt. Aunt, your hands are shaking at your age. I suggest you go to the hospital to get them checked out. It might be a sign of Alzheimer's. Xia Shiyu gave a forced smile, took the towel, and wiped her hands on her skirt. Aunt Su Tingwan of the Gu family gritted her teeth in anger, but managed a forced smile. This dress is all soaked with soup. It's unwearable. Shiyu, why don't you go upstairs with your aunt and change your clothes? It's uncomfortable to wear this wet dress clinging to your legs. Xia Shiyu clenched her fists. Just as Gu Jingchu had said, they had come here to eat in order to resolve some trouble. Her eyes met Gu Jingchu's, and Gu Jingchu nodded slightly, letting her do as she pleased. Xia Shiyu felt much more at ease. She glanced at her wet dress and gave Su Tingwan a slight smile. Then I'll trouble you to take me upstairs to change my clothes, Auntie. Su Tingwan nodded and quickly led Xia Shiyu to a room on the second floor. The maid brought in several dresses, placed them on a hanger, and then left the room. Only Su Tingwan and Xia Shiyu remained in the room. Once they had some alone time, Su Tingwan's kind and gentle expression immediately changed. Her face darkened, and her eyes, as she looked at Xia Shiyu, revealed unconcealed anger and malice. You little bitch. I treated you well in front of Gu Jingchu, and you dare to take advantage of my kindness? Have you forgotten who you are, daring to embarrass me like this at the dinner table? Xia Shiyu leaned lazily against the wall, a cold smile playing on her lips. Oh ho, Auntie, your change of expression is fast enough to be an opera singer. What about status? The Qing dynasty is long gone. This is a communist society now. Why are you still talking about class and hierarchy? Su Tingwan gritted her teeth. How come I never realized you were so sharp-tongued? Xia Shiyu was stunned for a moment. She said before, could it be that the original owner and Su Tingwan had some interaction before? How come this scene wasn't in the memory she received? She lowered her eyes without changing her expression and said, what do you mean by before? Aunt, we've never met before. Su Tingwan glanced at Xia Shiyu with disdain, then snorted coldly. How could someone of your status possibly see me? I've only investigated you and know that you're an orphan with no background, that you won't be of any help to Gu Jingchu after you marry him, and that you're vain and greedy for money. Su Wanning walked up to Xia Shiyu. She was shorter than Xia Shiyu, and when she stood in front of Xia Shiyu, it was as if Xia Shiyu was looking down at Su Wanning. Gu Jingchu is bankrupt now. I know he's dabbling in some small internet software company. He won't last long. Xia Shiyu, you haven't been to any auctions or fashion shows in the past 6 months. You can't buy luxury goods as you please. It must be tough for you. If you still want to live the life you used to live, you can cooperate with me. I see that Gu Jingchu still likes you quite a bit. You can whisper in his ear and get him to give up the Gu Group shares that the old man left him. Also, he has some information about the Gu Group's production line. Get it out to me. As long as it works out, I guarantee that I will let you live the same life as before. Those bags from the boutiques, you can buy them whenever you want. Go to the luxury stores whenever you want. How about that? Xia Shiyu looked at Su Wanting expressionlessly. If it were the original owner of this body, she might have been tempted by the conditions offered by Su Wanting. Xia Shiyu has never liked these things. She prefers to stay at home playing games, watching TV, and enjoying delicious food rather than luxury goods. Su Wanting's plan failed. I won't agree. I'm sorry, but I won't betray my husband. Xia Shiyu spread her hands, feigning innocence. Sorry, your wishful thinking has backfired. You'd better think this through. For a woman of your status, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Su Wanting stared at Xia Shiyu in disbelief. She never expected that this vain and money-grubbing woman would actually refuse her. Hello, is this 110? I've been attacked here. The moment the emergency call was dialed, Su Wanting rushed over in a fit of rage and snatched the phone from Xiaoxiu. Nothing's wrong, we just had a fight at home. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanting threw it on the ground. Xiaoxiu, you dare call the police? Xiaoxiu patted her chest, looking scared, and took a few steps back. Hey, you said you were going to strangle me. My life is threatened, and you won't even let me call the police? Auntie. Chapter 28. You're wrong. That address of Auntie almost broke Su Tingwan's composure. Her eyes widened, and she subconsciously touched her face. She's only in her early 40s. This little bitch calls herself Auntie. You. She pointed her finger at Xiaoxiu, but Xiaoxiu didn't tolerate her. Xiaoxiu slapped Su Wanting's outstretched finger down. You call yourself a wealthy family, yet you point your finger at people like that. Where is your manners? Xiaoxiu snorted coldly. You smash my phone, pay up. After saying that, she pushed Su Tingwan out of the room and casually picked out a simple dress to wear. When she walked out the door, the impatience on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Wah! Xiaoxiu pinched herself hard, the sour taste making her burst into tears from the pain. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Xiaoxiu, tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Gu Jingchu's arms. Honey, she's bullying me. Xiaoxiu buried her face in Gu Jingchu's arms and shuddered when she called out, Husband, feeling goosebumps creep up her arms. Gu Jingchu placed his hands at his sides, and for the first time, a look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. When Gu Jingchu saw Xiaoxiu rush into his arms with red eyes, his heart skipped a beat. The air pressure suddenly dropped. His deep, dark eyes cast a cold, sharp gaze my way. Everyone at the table lowered their heads. What happened? Xiaoxiu's lips curled into a slight smile. My aunt looks down on me because of my low social status. She looks down on me and wants me to do things for her. When I refused, she threatened to have someone kill me. She even smashed my phone. Wah! Xiaoxiu wiped away her tears, looking pitiful. Gu Jingchu's handsome face turned completely cold. All right. What kind of family is this, making such a scene during a meal? The woman who had been sitting to the side, observing the situation, spoke coldly. Jingchu, give your aunt some face. It's not easy for us to get together for dinner today, so let it go. Then, the woman smiled at Xiaoxiu again. She right? I'm Jingchu's aunt. I'm so grateful for your care during this time. It's a bit rushed since this is our first meeting, so I don't have much to give you. Please wear this bracelet. After saying that, Gu Qinyue took off a translucent green bracelet from her own hand and put it on Xiaoxiu's wrist without saying a word. The table was a vibrant, translucent emerald green, which made Xiaoxiu's skin appear even whiter. This bracelet really suits you, Gu Qinyue said with a gentle smile. Compared to Su Tingwan, a woman who presents a different face to people in public and private, the woman in front of Xiaoxiu gave her a very comfortable feeling. She couldn't sense any malice from Gu Qinyue. On the contrary, Xiaoxiu felt that Gu Qinyue liked her. Thank you, Auntie, this bracelet is really beautiful. After receiving a signal from Gu Jingchu, Xiaoxiu finally put the bracelet on her wrist with peace of mind. My dear sister-in-law, you're so generous, Su Tingwan said with a forced smile, her eyes fixed on Xiaoxiu, the bracelet on her wrist seeming to be poisoned. Xiu, you should thank your aunt properly. This bracelet is an heirloom of the old lady, quite old, and priceless. I've asked her for it several times, but she wouldn't give it to me. I didn't expect her to give it to you on our first meeting today. He was speaking politely, but there was a hint of sourness in his tone. Su Tingwan was furious. She had her eye on this bracelet when the old lady was still alive. Unfortunately, no matter how much she hinted, that old hag wouldn't give her the bracelet. Finally, the old hag died, and then a will appeared, and the bracelet ended up in her sister-in-law's hands. This is infuriating. What right does Xiaoxiu, an orphan, have to wear such an expensive bracelet? What about Auntie? What did Auntie prepare for me? Xiaoxiu tilted her head, staring intently at Su Tingwan, when suddenly a sad expression appeared on her face. I know Auntie definitely doesn't like me, otherwise she wouldn't have treated me like that just now. Actually, it doesn't matter whether Auntie gives me a gift or not. It's just that the phone that Auntie smashed is really important to me. She squeezed out 2 tears. There are photos of my deceased relatives inside. It's so badly damaged, it can't be repaired, Sob, sob, sob. Gu Qinyue suppressed a smile and glared at Gu Jingchu with annoyance. This kid, where did he find such a fun wife? Why didn't he bring her to him sooner? A smile flashed across Gu Jingchu's eyes. From the moment he spoke, his impression of Xia Xiyu seemed to have been refreshed once again. He watched as Xia Xiyu displayed her clumsy acting skills. A hint of doting that he himself didn't even realize flashed in his eyes. Gu Jingchu, you have to stand up for me. That's my most precious thing. Money can't buy it back. Su Tingwan's eyes widened, and she almost lost her elegant image in front of outsiders. You, how can you be so insensible, you little junior? It's just a phone, I'll compensate you. She stormed upstairs, grabbed 10,000 yuan in cash, and placed it on the table in front of Xia Xiyu. Is 10,000 yuan enough? Xia Xiyu looked at Su Tingwan with some surprise. 10,000? Only 10,000? Is this all the wealthy socialite has to offer in terms of generosity? That's not how it's portrayed in the TV series. Perhaps it was because Xia Shiyu's questioning and disdainful gaze was too obvious that Su Tingwan's face turned pale and then red. Is it not enough? Name your price. Xia Xiyu had been waiting for these words. Excitement flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She rubbed her hands together and walked excitedly to Su Tingwan, her previous grief-stricken expression completely gone. Aunt, this amount is fine. She reached out her hand, and 3 fingers were extended in front of Su Tingwan. Good. Su Tingwan then took out another 20,000 yuan in cash and placed it on the table. But Xia Xiyu didn't answer. She blinked. I meant 300,000. Su Tingwan was dumbfounded. 300,000. Why didn't she just rob it? What kind of phone costs 300,000? Although 300,000 yuan is just what she usually spends on bags and shopping, but she felt extremely aggrieved, as if she had been taken advantage of. She glared at Gu Jingchu through gritted teeth. Jingchu, look at your wife. She's obsessed with money. She wants me to pay 300,000 yuan for a phone that only cost a few thousand yuan. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at our Gu family if word gets out that she's so greedy? Is this how you manage her? Gu Jingchu frowned, his eyes showing displeasure. You really shouldn't have asked for 300,000. You made a mistake. Seeing Xia Xiyu being scolded, Su Tingwan immediately curled the corners of her mouth. Chapter 29, Double the Compensation. But Gu Jingchu's next words made her smile freeze on her face. Your phone contains your most precious memories, so this 300,000 yuan should at least double. Xia Xiyu chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Annie, the dress you're wearing is a limited edition from X brand. It's worth at least 700,000 or 800,000. You can't possibly not even afford to compensate for a mere few 100,000, can you? She covered her mouth, looking surprised. Uncle, don't you usually give Aunt money to spend? Gu Qinhua burst out laughing. This Xia Xiyu is really an interesting person. Gu Qinyan has always been a person who cares a lot about his reputation. Now that his family is sitting here, being questioned about his lack of money is tantamount to slapping him in the face. Send me your account number, and I'll have my secretary transfer the money to you. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed Gu Jingchu's phone, opened the transfer records he had given her, and showed Gu Qinyan her bank card account number. I'm so sorry. Uncle is so generous. Please transfer the money now. Gu Qinyan was so angry that his teeth itched. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he took a picture and forwarded it to his secretary. After the transfer was confirmed, she smiled broadly and thanked him several times. She sat back down next to Gu Jingchu and whispered something to him. Hey, we don't have to wait until next month. We have the down payment for our house now. That's a whopping 600,000. In addition, the money from selling several bags and luxury goods amounted to over 1,000,000 yuan, enough to make a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city like Beijing. Looking at Xia Shiyu's cunning yet charming appearance, Gu Jingchu couldn't help but quietly curl his lips. Come on, Jingchu, this is your favorite dish, eat more. Gu Chunyue seemed oblivious to the grim faces of her elder brother and sister-in-law, and greeted Gu Jingchu and Xia Xiyu with a beaming smile as they ate. During the meal, everyone had different expressions, but fortunately nothing else happened. At the dinner table, Gu Qinyan kept subtly inquiring about Gu Jingchu's company, and also wanted to know what old Master Gu and Gu Jingchu had talked about in the hospital. and whether they had discussed the will. Gu Jingchu dealt with each of them, but did not let Gu Qinyan gain any advantage. While enjoying the food, Xia Xiu observed the other Gu family relatives at the table, who seemed mute from the start. These people seemed to have been observing something from the very beginning. Because of Gu Jingchu's bankruptcy, the Gu family, which was tied to Gu Jingchu, also went downhill. So these relatives who have always relied on the Gu family for support are watching Gu Jingchu and Gu Qinyan to see who will ultimately take over the Gu family. Seeing that she couldn't get any information out of Gu Jingchu at the dinner table, Su Tingwan happily put a piece of food on Gu Jingchu's plate. All right, let's not talk about business at the dinner table. Jingchu, Jingyi will be returning from abroad soon with Dong Dong and Lulu. When that happens, you must come home to visit often. Su Tingwan's words were loaded with meaning. Xia Xiu could sense that the atmosphere around Gu Jingchu suddenly turned cold. It seems that the people Su Ting mentioned might be very important to Gu Jingchu. The meal was finished with everyone harboring ulterior motives. In the car, Gu Jingchu leaned back in the driver's seat with his head held high, his eyes lowered, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Xia Xiu sighed silently. Judging from Gu Jia's situation, it seemed impossible for him to live a peaceful and stable life in the future. From now on, I'll have to be careful around everyone I meet. It's okay, I'll be there for you from now on. Since she has decided to live with him, Xia Xiu will also take on the responsibilities that Gu Jingchu is facing. Gu Jingchu's life is too difficult right now. He was facing the pressure of starting a new business, and also had family members with ulterior motives. It's too difficult. Gu Jingchu was stunned for a moment before finally turning to look at Xia Xiu seriously. He could sense that Xia Xiu's eyes were sincere at this moment, and that she wasn't just saying perfunctory words to comfort him. Thanks. Gu Jingchu didn't say much, but sincerely thanked him. The two remained silent in the car for a while before Gu Jingchu started the car. The car drove through the brightly lit night. When it arrived at the parking lot downstairs, Xia Xiu, who had been looking at real estate agencies in the car, finally found a suitable one. Gu Jingchu, what do you think of these houses? Gu Jingchu looked over and saw that Xia Xiu had contacted several real estate agents, and the property listings were displayed on the page. They are all two-bedroom apartments, each around 60-70 square meters, and are second-hand properties. Xia Xiu chuckled and quickly explained, I think it would be more convenient for us to buy a second-hand house, given our current circumstances. If we buy a ready-made house in a new development, it's not only expensive, but it also takes time to renovate. Even after the renovation is finished, we might not be able to move in immediately. We'd have to wait a long time. With a second-hand house, we just need to hire a housekeeper to thoroughly clean the house, then add what we need and discard what we need, and we can move in immediately. Gu Jingchu nodded, pursed his lips, and decided to have Lin Yi take care of this matter later. Okay, just let me know when you've chosen. Okay. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening when the two got home. After washing up, Xia Xiu opened the website and answered a few questions from potential customers before going to bed. For the next few days, Gu Jingchu was busy with company matters every day, but no matter how busy he was, he would always go home for dinner in the evening. Xia Xiu also adapted to her work at the identification center. In just 1 week, she went from being a person who was suspected of getting in through connections to becoming the top performer in the primary identification room. She has already made a name for herself on websites and online forums, and has a certain number of fans. People who love antiques and collectibles trust her a lot. Are you free tonight? Come with me to a charity auction. Xia Xiu was taken aback when Gu Jingchu sent her a WeChat message. Charity auction? She didn't reply immediately, but decided to think about it first. The original owner loved these extravagant and decadent occasions the most. But she wasn't the original owner of this body. She didn't like crowded places at all, and she really didn't want to stay in social situations where everyone wore a mask like a smiling tiger. What kind of auction was it? After some hesitation, Xia Xiu replied to the message. Gu Jingchu replied almost instantly. It's called a charity auction, but it's actually just a bidding party. People go there to bring in a few projects for the company. There are many familiar faces there. Xia Xiu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Before Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, he was a business tycoon, and everyone fawned over him. But now, I used to be the one being asked for favors, but now I'm the one asking for favors to get projects. The contrast is, Chapter 30, she's gained weight. If you leave him alone in that situation? Xiaoxiu sighed, but finally replied. Okay, I will go. What preparations do I need to make? Soon, Gu Jingqiu called. Just do it the same way as before, I'll come pick you up. Okay. Soon, the day of the charity auction arrived. Xiaoxiu made sure to set aside time for it. Before she transmigrated into the book, she had attended all sorts of auctions and parties with the old man. Even if she hadn't experienced it herself, she had seen it all and was familiar with the procedures of auctions and parties. But what should I wear? Xiaoxiu took all the seasonal clothes out of the wardrobe and laid them on the bed. This is too flashy. It looks good when she wears it out, but it will be too eye-catching. If Gu Jingqiu hadn't gone bankrupt, it would be fine for her to wear it out. But now, I'm afraid that at the charity auction, those people who were not as good as Gu Jingqiu before will take advantage of her downfall. If she wears something so eye-catching, won't she become an easy target at the event? After much deliberation, Xiaoxiu chose a light purple patchwork long dress with a slit that went straight down to her waist from her shoulder blades. It was both elegant and charming, without being too flashy, making it perfect for an auction. Xiaoxiu took a shower, and when she put on this long dress, her hand holding the zipper suddenly stopped. She was extremely embarrassed when she saw the little lump of flesh stuck in the zipper gap. She'd been in this book for almost a month now, cooking for herself every day and not doing the same exercises and workouts the original owner used to maintain her figure, so she's gained weight. Looking at the noticeable little roll of fat around her waist, Xiaoxiu felt like crying. There's no other way. I don't have the money to buy a new high-fashion dress. Inhale. Xiaoxiu took a deep breath and then zipped the zipper up. Call. When Xiaoxiu zipped up her waist zipper, she didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear that if she breathed too hard, the zipper would slip down. Fortunately, she had only gained a little weight. Xiaoxiu silently comforted herself, thinking that as long as she controlled her diet and exercised more, she could still maintain the original owner's perfect figure. Looking at the woman in the mirror, whose features were exquisite and who looked like a painting, Xiaoxiu slightly curved the corners of her lips. She picked up the jade hairpin from the dressing box and casually tied her hair up. As for makeup, she was very skilled at it, and it took her an hour to finish a delicate makeup look. Oh my god, this pretty face, this full makeup, who wouldn't say it looks good? Xiaoxiu winked at herself in the mirror. Soon, Gu Jingqiu's car stopped downstairs, ready to pick up Xiaoxiu. When he opened the door and Xiaoxiu appeared in front of him, Gu Jingqiu admitted that he was stunned. The Xiaoxiu of the past was beautiful, but she was beautiful without a soul, like a puppet that could only talk, with wooden eyes. The woman standing before him now had eyes as clear as a mountain spring, delicate features, and a beautiful smile that made her seem otherworldly and ethereal. Very beautiful. Gu Jingqiu gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise. Xiaoxiu immediately beamed with joy, and she lifted her skirt and twirled in front of Gu Jingqiu. Since you say it looks good, then when we get to the auction later, I'll definitely outshine everyone else's companions, and I absolutely won't embarrass you. A smile appeared in Gu Jingqiu's eyes, and then he stretched out his arm. Let's go, my lady. This title is really... Xiaoxiu couldn't help but blush. The charity auction was held in a 5-star hotel, and when they arrived, the parking lot was already packed with luxury cars. Compared to the many luxury cars, Gu Jingqiu's Volkswagen looked quite inconspicuous, even somewhat shabby. It was so shabby that even after driving in, no doorman came to park the car. Why? The villainous bosses of the past certainly didn't receive this kind of treatment. Xiaoxiu turned to look at Gu Jingqiu, who was driving and looking for a parking space. His expression remained unchanged, still extremely calm. Logically speaking, the entire hotel should be booked today, and all guests with invitations should be treated with the utmost respect. From the moment Gu Jingqiu drove into the hotel, he did not receive any service from the hotel staff. 5-star hotel staff would never make such a mistake, so there is only one possibility. Someone deliberately intervened to suppress Gu Jingqiu. Xiaoxiu clenched her back teeth. I have no idea which sycophantic, snobbish person gave this order. Humph. These people are definitely jealous of you. So now that you're down on your luck, They're deliberately trying to kick you while you're down. How despicable. Let's go, it's all right. Seemingly noticing the resentment in Xia Shiyu's eyes, Gu Jingchu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. She seemed genuinely indignant on her behalf. I took the elevator to the 16th floor of the hotel. Inside, the lights were dazzling, and the air was filled with elegant ladies and glamorous women. Various crystal chandeliers reflected the luxurious decor, making me feel like I was in a dream. It's full of business tycoons, and this charity auction is just another opportunity for them to gain fame. Compared to the bustling crowds around these people, Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu's circle was rather cold. Not to mention coming over to talk about cooperation, very few people even greeted them. They all have the surname Gu, but you can see that they are being treated differently. Keep your voice down. You know we all have the surname Gu. Gu Jingyi, the CEO who came back from abroad, I heard he's doing very well overseas and is a leader in new technology. He's preparing to strengthen this industry in China, and many people want to cooperate with him. I heard that Gu Jingchu and this cousin have a good relationship, but I don't see the two of them together. People were whispering nearby, but Gu Jingchu remained calm. Xia Shiyu was somewhat curious and looked into the distance. There was a tall, well-built young man in a bespoke suit standing in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by people who smiled, raised their glasses, and chatted with him. Gu Jingchu showed no expression, but instead brought over a bunch of small snacks and placed them on the table in front of Xia Shiyu. The snacks at this hotel are delicious. Would you like to try some? With the pile of delicious food in front of her, Xia Shiyu's curiosity was immediately averted. She was about to pick up a very exquisite little cake in front of her. Then she remembered how she had to hold her breath to zip up the long dress she was wearing in her room earlier that day. Summer rain. Cake equals high in calories. Chapter 31, Calling her sister-in-law. Xia Shiyu hesitated for a moment, looking at the tiny bulge that had appeared on her stomach after sitting down. She glanced at the small cake in front of her and swallowed. Oh well, one more day won't make a difference. After I finish eating today, I'll go for a run tomorrow and burn off the calories. With that thought in mind, she stopped worrying, picked up a spoon, scooped out a mouthful, and put it in her mouth. It has an ice cream texture and melts in your mouth. It's so delicious. After Xia Shiyu finished eating a small cake, she looked up and found that Gu Jingyi, who had just been the center of attention, had walked up to Gu Jingchu. The moment the two cousins met, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and everyone looked over in a watchful manner. Compared to the labels of bankruptcy, disappointment, and destitution that have been attached to Gu Jingchu, Gu Jingyi is known for his outstanding achievements at a young age and his successful return to China. Elder brother. Gu Jingyi had a gentle demeanor and looked like the type of refined gentleman. He called out to Gu Jingchu, but when he looked at Xia Shiyu, his gaze was not as ardent. Miss Xia is here too. Gu Jingyi spoke gently, but you could tell from his way of addressing her that he actually looked down on Xia Shiyu. His expression when he looked at Xia Shiyu also showed the superiority complex that a person in a superior position would display. That's exactly like his parents. Xia Shiyu silently rolled her eyes in her mind. She didn't reply, but instead smiled elegantly and nodded to Gu Jingyi, which was her way of greeting him. This must be the renowned Miss Xia. She really is beautiful. Gu Jingyi also brought a female companion with him. On the surface, she was praising him, but the malice in her eyes was obvious. I've heard of Miss Xia's reputation. She's quite famous in our circle. Her face was full of ill intent. Xia Shiyu twitched the corner of her lips, too lazy to even lift her eyelids, and pointed to her face with her finger. My face is indeed famously beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Let me tell you again, it's all natural. Gu Jingyi's female companion was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously touched her nose, and her expression almost twisted uncontrollably. If no one knew that she had gone to H country to get her nose done, she would have thought that Xia Shiyu was being sarcastic when she said that. Xia Shiyu's unpredictable and blunt reply left her speechless, unsure how to respond. Miss Xia is really humorous. Gu Jingyi chuckled and smoothed things over. Jingyi, call her sister-in-law. Gu Jingchu held a wine glass in her hand and glanced coldly at Gu Jingyi. The disdain in Gu Jingyi's eyes immediately disappeared, and he solemnly called Xia Shiyu's sister-in-law. Xia Shiyu frowned. This person's father is a rival of Gu Jingchu. So why does Gu Jingyi, his cousin, listen to Gu Jingchu so much? However, since this person's attitude had changed, and since it said that you can't hit a smiling face, Xia Shiyu also smiled. What Xia Shiyu didn't see was that the moment she turned her head, Gu Jing stared at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Previously, this woman was someone Gu Jingchu could disregard, and he never showed her up for formal occasions. Even when they met before, he would call this woman Miss Xia, and Gu Jingchu would never say anything. But now, Gu Jingchu not only brought Xia Shiyu to the auction, but also made her call him sister-in-law. His earnest demeanor didn't seem like he was faking it. Gu Jingyi pursed his lips, suppressing all his emotions, and once again adopted the demeanor of a refined gentleman. The scene of kicking someone when they're down that Xia Shiyu had imagined didn't happen. Instead, she found that even though Gu Jingchu had gone bankrupt and was no longer the powerful leader in the business world, his aura was still undeniable in this high society auction, like a flower on a high mountain, aloof and superior. With the two of them present at this auction, some sharp-eyed and quick-witted people naturally came up with their own ideas. Gu Jingchu is difficult to approach, but that doesn't mean Xia Shiyu is difficult to approach. After all, Xia Shiyu is the only one among these upper-class families who married into a wealthy family as an orphan. So, before the auction officially began, many socialites and wives came over and chatted with Xia Shiyu, inviting her to sit at their table. I'm going to talk to a few executives about the project later. Won't you get bored sitting here by yourself? High society is a gathering place for the wealthy and powerful, and gatherings like auctions and cocktail parties have always been places where people fawn over the powerful and belittle the weak. Before Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, he received the highest level of treatment wherever he went, but now he can only sit at a small table in the corner. No one dared to disturb them, but no one paid any attention to them either. Gu Jingchu remembered Xia Shiyu's past habit of liking to socialize with socialites and wealthy women, which is why he asked the question. Xia Shiyu quickly shook her head. Although she wasn't socially anxious, she didn't like social situations with too many people, let alone situations where everyone had their own agenda. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll just stay here, scroll through my phone, and grab something to eat. Gu Jingchu nodded and got up to go to the center of the venue. Xia Shiyu wasn't idle either. While stuffing snacks into her mouth, she opened her phone to browse online forums, looking for potential customers. But she forgot that in such a place where people fawn over the powerful and look down on the weak, trouble will come to her even if she doesn't seek it out. And that's when trouble started. The clatter of high heels on the tiles echoed as summer rain drew ever closer. Huh, how dare you even show your face in a place like this? Qin Luoluo's voice rang out. Xia Shiyu looked up and saw that Qin Luoluo was dressed very beautifully today, wearing high-end custom clothes from head to toe, looking like a wealthy flower. Standing next to her was a man with an ordinary appearance, but who looked very rich. Xia Shiyu found the man's clingy gaze extremely repulsive. Xia Shiyu, long time no see. With your status, if you wanted to come to a gathering like this in our upper-class circle, you probably had to beg Gu Jingchu for a long time before he brought you here. Qin Luoluo looked smug. I knew it. Xia Shiyu couldn't help but laugh when she saw it. Luo, is this the Miss Xia you've been talking about? The man next to Qin Luo looked Xia Shiyu up and down with his eyes, as if he were examining a product displayed on a counter. She really is as beautiful as an angel. No wonder Mr. Gu was willing to fight with his family to marry her, even with such a status. What man wouldn't be tempted by such a beauty? Wang Kai smiled at Xia Shiyu, picked up a glass of wine from the waiter, and handed it to her. Miss Xia, would you do me the honor of having a drink? Chapter 32. How did he know? Xia Shiyu sat on the sofa, motionless, looking at Qin Luoluo with a mocking expression. Her male companion invited other women for drinks in public, and she actually managed to look on with amusement. I really don't know if she's just plain stupid or malicious. Seeing that Xia Shiyu remained unmoved, the man seemed to feel that he had lost face. The smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes were fixed on Xia Shiyu. Miss Xia, I am the future head of the Wang Group. You don't want to offend me, so you'd better drink this glass of wine. That's right, he's Wang Kai, my fiancé. If you don't give me face, don't you also give face to the future head of the Wang Group? A glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes as she stared intently at the glass of wine Wang Kai handed her, her tightly pursed lips revealing her nervousness. Before transmigrating into the book, Xia Shiyu was a university teacher. Her specialty was observing the facial expressions of university students with clear eyes to determine whether they were lying. Then, they ruthlessly tore apart the umbrellas of these college students. Having been caught in the rain myself, I know exactly how students slack off in class and what excuses they use to ask for leave. When Xia Shiyu noticed that Qin Luo's eyes kept glancing at that glass of wine, she felt that there must be something wrong with it. She lowered her eyes, concealing the emotions within them. All right, but as Miss Qin's companion, Mr. Wang, shouldn't Miss Qin drink the first glass of wine? As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Shiyu saw Qin Luo's expression change drastically. Why are you grabbing me so hard? Wang Kai snapped at her, then pulled his arm away from Qin Luo's grasp, looking at her with displeasure. Qin Luo gritted her teeth, feeling both panicked and angry, but she could only show a gentle demeanor in front of Wang Kai. I'm sorry, Brother Kai, it was my fault. Seeing Qin Luo's submissive and apologetic expression, Wang Kai's expression softened a bit. He snorted and then handed the wine glass in his hand to Qin Luo. I think Miss Xia is right. Luo, you are my fiancé, so naturally you should drink the first glass of wine. Then, without saying a word, Wang Kai shoved the wine glass into Qin Luo's hand. Now, Miss Xia will have to drink the second glass of wine, won't she? Wang Kai believes that Xia Shiyu's words just now were merely an excuse. Xia Shiyu smiled slightly, grabbed a glass of wine at random, and toasted Wang Kai. Then, she poured the entire glass of wine onto the floor. Oh dear! She opened her bright eyes and pretended to be surprised. I forgot that I'm allergic to alcohol. Just the smell of alcohol makes me throw up. And now I'm feeling dizzy from drinking too much. Wang Kai's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Could this woman's excuse be any more flimsy? I think you're asking for it. Wang Kai stepped forward, clearly intending to attack Xia Shiyu directly, and Xia Shiyu was also prepared to retaliate. A tall, reassuring figure appeared before Xia Shiyu. Gu Jingchu stared blankly at Wang Kai with a half-smile, the pressure in his eyes causing Wang Kai to unconsciously take 2 steps back. Mr. Wang, what do you want to do to my wife? Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Although Gu Jingchu was now bankrupt, he still had the Gu family behind him. As long as the old man of the Gu family was still alive in the hospital, the Gu family might fall into Gu Jingchu's hands. Wang Kai still harbored some reservations about the Gu family. After holding it in for a long time, Wang Kai forced a smile at Gu Jingchu. It was just a joke with Mrs. Gu. Mr. Gu, why are you so nervous? Gu Jingyu walked over, frowned as he glanced at Qin Luo, and then turned his gaze to Xia Shiyu. What happened? Xia Shiyu's lips curled into a cold smile. She stared at Qin Luo, who was trying to sneakily move her wine glass elsewhere when no one was looking, and said, It's nothing. It's just that President Wang told me that Miss Qin has a very high alcohol tolerance and suggested that I learn from her. Qin Luo froze. She was torn between holding the wine glass in her hand and putting it down. She hated Xia Shiyu now. How could this woman be so good at causing trouble? What's wrong, Miss Qin? You haven't drunk this wine for so long. Do you not like it, or is there something dirty in it? Xia Shiyu deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. Gu Jingchu's eyes immediately turned cold. He stared at the glass of wine in Qin Luo's hand, and had already understood Xia Shiyu's unspoken meaning. I remember Luo loved this type of tequila the most. Why doesn't she like it today? Gu Jingchu smiled, but her eyes were icy cold. Qin Luo's hands were trembling. She was now in a difficult situation, because there really was something poisoned in that drink. Therefore, she didn't dare to drink it in front of so many people. Why are you forcing her to drink? Wang Kai's expression was not good. Qin Luo was, after all, his fiancée, and he still had to protect her in front of outsiders. Brother Kai, I just have a bit of an upset stomach today. My family doctor told me to avoid certain foods. It's not that I don't want to drink it. Qin Luo's eyes reddened, and she squeezed out 2 tears, but from an angle where no one could see, she waited for Xia Shiyu with a resentful look. But Mr. Wang just said that not drinking is disrespecting you, Xia Shiyu said sarcastically. It seems Mr. Wang's influence isn't that great after all. Wang Kai was humiliated once again, and he became somewhat embarrassed and angry. President Gu, it seems you still have the same old mindset. Do you still think you're the high and mighty President Gu? I've heard that your company is now located in an office building in an urban village. You've had so many projects and deals, but you still couldn't close them even after drinking until you had a stomach hemorrhage, Wang Kai said with a smug smile, then stared at Xia Shiyu with ill intent, his eyes revealing desire from head to toe. Our Wang Group has recently been moving towards the internet sector. Mr. Gu is probably in need of investment right now, and our Wang Group can help. However, that depends on what Mr. Gu can offer in exchange. Wang Kai's meaning was clear. Gu Jingchu's face darkened, and then he laughed. Wang Kai, have you lost your mind? If I'm not mistaken, that plot of land in the west of the city that your Wang Group recently bought for a huge sum of money has some hidden secrets. If this matter. Wang Kai's expression changed drastically instantly. He stared intently at Gu Jingchu. You're talking nonsense. He then looked around warily, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one was listening. He then looked at Gu Jingchu with suspicion. How did he know that there was something wrong with that piece of land? This matter was known only to a very small number of high-ranking members within the Wang Group. Chapter 33. He was convinced she would swindle Gu Jingchu's money. How did Gu Jingchu find out? Could it be that the Gu family has planted someone in the Wang Group? Various conspiracy theories surfaced in Wang Kai's mind. He stared at Gu Jingchu with suspicion and no longer had any lewd thoughts about Xia Shiyu. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingyi's eyes. The Wang family recently acquired a plot of land through a bidding process, instantly becoming the talk of the town in high society. Was what his cousin said to Wang Kai a threat, or was it genuine? Gu Jingchu stood there calmly, completely ignoring Wang Kai's unpredictable gaze. It seems that Mr. Gu really loves your wife, but it's best not to say anything without evidence. Wang Kai threw down a harsh remark, then grabbed Qin Luoluo and left. Brother, the Wang family is in the limelight right now. You shouldn't have such a falling out with their only son. Besides, what about that piece of land? Gu Jingyi walked up and patted Gu Jingchu on the shoulder. Is it true? Gu Jingchu chuckled lightly. It's fake. Xia Shiyu looked up at the two cousins who were talking intimately. In the original owner's memory, the two brothers had a very good relationship. But her intuition just told her that Gu Jingchu said there was definitely a problem with that piece of land. So why did she say there was no problem in front of Gu Jingyi? Remembering Gu Jingyi's identity, Xia Shiyu lowered her eyes and remained silent. Brother, I arrived later. I just heard from others that those snobs dared to embarrass you when you entered. I've already called people to teach them a lesson. Gu Jingyi's gentle eyes flashed with anger, and his fists clenched tightly. These people have probably forgotten how they used to grovel before you. If it were before, they would never have dared to do this. I don't care. Gu Jingchu smiled indifferently. I never really took these people seriously anyway. Brother, next time you're on a date like this, just call me. With me by your side, I doubt those powerful people would dare to cause trouble. When Gu Jingyi said this, there was a hint of pride in his tone. He looked at Xia Shiyu and curled his lips. So many noble ladies and socialites. How come you married someone who is of no help to you? It seems that Gu Jingyi still looks down on Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu returned the smile with a forced, insincere eye roll. Anyway, her intuition told her that she didn't like Gu Jingyi either. The two cousins, Gu Jingchu and Gu Jingyi, sat chatting on the side, while Xia Shiyu scrolled through her phone and occasionally ate a snack. Soon, the auctioneer, amidst a passionate speech, invited the sponsors of this charity auction. It is Wang Kai of the Wang Group. Xia Shiyu pouted. The Wang family is from Guangzhou. They came to Beijing more than 10 years ago and had the opportunity to climb to their current positions. Holding charity events and auctions everywhere is just to make a name for themselves and truly squeeze into the elite circles of Beijing's wealthy and powerful families. Even if they only have one foot in the door, it's all worth it. After learning that the auction was sponsored by the Wang Group, Xia Shiyu curled her lip. Her eyes were fixed on the kettle on the table, and then she looked at the potted plants around her. Because they came from Guangzhou, the Wang family valued the symbolism of certain items and would display them wherever they went. Xia Shiyu poured herself a cup of boiling water and then silently poured it onto the money tree and lucky bamboo next to her. Gu Jingqiu, who noticed Xia Shiyu's subtle actions. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. After pouring half a pot of hot water, Xia Shiyu looked up and found Gu Jingqiu looking at her with a smile. Feeling guilty, she withdrew her hand, then remembered that she hadn't watered the money tree in Gu Jingqiu's office. What was she feeling guilty about? With that in mind, she confidently poured the remaining half pot of water into another money tree. President Gu. There are always people here who want to come over and chat. However, the person they were talking to was Gu Jingyi, but they all addressed him as President Gu. And some who were watching the show would shout President Gu very loudly. Another CEO was surrounded by the crowd, while Gu Jingqiu sat in his seat. Apart from Xia Shiyu, there was almost no one else around him, as if a vacuum had been formed. Xia Shiyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for Gu Jingqiu. He was raised in a prestigious family like the Gu family, a family with a history of hundreds of years, and he had never experienced the bitterness of being neglected since childhood. Since I'm just killing time anyway, why not look at some houses? Xia Shiyu moved closer and swiped the second-hand house page sent by the real estate agent on her phone in front of Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu took the phone. The two of them got together and started looking at second-hand houses. By the time Gu Jingqiu returned from his spirited conversation, Xia Shiyu had also finalized her choice of a house and was planning to visit it over the weekend. Brother Xia? Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Gu Jingqiu asked in surprise after seeing the house pictures in Xia Shiyu's hand. You want to buy a house? Yes, the house we're living in now is too small. Your sister-in-law wants to move to a 2-bedroom apartment, Gu Jingqiu said. A hint of disdain flashed in Gu Jingyi's eyes as he looked at Xia Shiyu with a cold smile. He said, why is Xia Shiyu so kind as to stay by Gu Jingqiu's side? Doesn't this just reveal her true colors? It's still all about the house, as expected. Housing prices in Beijing are so high. Even a woman like her who struggles for half her life couldn't afford one. Even though Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, she still wants to scheme. I have a house here, right in the center of Beijing. Brother, if you want to move, you can move there anytime and stay as long as you want. Xia Shiyu naturally sensed the hostility in Gu Jingyi's words. She felt as if this person was treating her as an imaginary enemy. Rolling her eyes, she nudged Gu Jingqiu with her elbow, somewhat annoyed. No need. Your sister-in-law and I plan to buy it ourselves in the second-tier area. We'll make a down payment and pay it off together later. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Jingyi's eyes. She didn't actually demand that Gu Jingqiu buy the house outright, and that they pay the mortgage together. Has this woman really changed her ways? However, as far as he knows, after Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, he used all the money he had to start that small company. If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't even have 300,000 yuan available right now. Keep in mind that 300,000 yuan in a city like Beijing can barely buy a toilet. Brother, even a down payment in a second-tier city like Beijing is over 1 million yuan. Where did you guys get the money? But then he realized it wasn't quite right to say it. So Gu Jingyi quickly added, what I mean is, if you're short of money for the down payment, you can borrow it from me, sister-in-law. Xia Shiyu lowered her eyes, the coldness in them almost impossible to conceal. Was Gu Jingyi switched at birth by the Gu family? He's so calculating and stingy. Does he really think she'll swindle Gu Jingqiu out of his money? Chapter 34. Thank you, Auntie, for the down payment. Sister-in-law, if you're short of money for the down payment, you must tell me. Gu Jingyi had a gentle expression on his face. Xia Shiyu smiled gently. You don't need to worry about that, little brother. We didn't have enough money before, but our aunt was so generous and sponsored us with several 100,000 yuan, which was enough for the down payment. Xia Shiyu was surprised to see Gu Jingyi standing there in a daze. Didn't your aunt tell you? She broke my things and had to pay me 600,000 yuan in compensation. Then, she smiled sweetly at Gu Jingyi. When you get back to the Gu family, remember to thank your aunt for me. Gu Jingyi's expression turned rather unpleasant. Throughout the entire auction, he even missed out on some antique paintings and calligraphy that he had his eye on. They didn't bid on anything, yet they dared to come to a charity auction. When Gu Jingqiu and Xia Shiyu left, they inevitably heard similar sounds from behind. She noticed that Gu Jingqiu's hand tightened for a moment, then loosened. Xia Shiyu didn't know what to say, so she could only silently follow Gu Jingchu into the car. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this mess because of me, making you suffer the same treatment inside. Xia Shiyu quickly shook her head. No, 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 the snacks here are delicious. I also want to thank you for coming over to protect me so quickly. Gu Jingchu. Xia Shiyu's expression suddenly became serious. You have to believe in yourself. You have already reached a height that no one else can reach. Even now, what's wrong with starting over? The experience and knowledge you have accumulated are beyond what ordinary people can compare to. You have already surpassed 80% of the people in this world. You will definitely succeed again in the end. So don't pay attention to those people's sarcasm and sarcastic remarks. On the contrary, I think their current actions of kicking you when you're down will make you see more clearly what kind of people flattered you before. Gu Jingchu stared intently at Xia Shiyu. Then suddenly a smile appeared on his face. The weight that had been pressing on his heart suddenly disappeared, and all his negative emotions slowly dissipated. He noticed that Xia Shiyu, who seemed to have made changes recently, always gave him a sense of relaxation. Ever since she began to suspect him, Lin Yi had thoroughly investigated all of her information and placed it on his desk. There was no possibility of being switched. The person was still the same. However, Gu Jingchu felt that Xia Shiyu in front of him was like a second personality that had suddenly appeared in a TV drama. It's like he has a different soul. He's completely different from before. Xia Shiyu used to be very beautiful, but her eyes hid vanity, and even when she smiled, it felt like she was wearing a mask. But this Xia Shiyu is positive, optimistic, brave, has her own little temper, and doesn't even care about money. This makes Gu Jingchu, who grew up in the treacherous world of the Gu family and is used to seeing others put on an act, immediately see that the sincerity and innocence in Xia Shiyu's eyes are not fake. Gu Jingchu suddenly felt that perhaps there was no need to be too wary of Xia Shiyu. She's in a great position right now, making her perfect for being Mrs. Gu. To live a simple, respectful life together. Thank you, Gu Jingchu said sincerely. Seeing that Gu Jingchu had returned to his normal appearance, Xia Shiyu smiled. Instead of driving straight home, they went to a supermarket near their home. Because the food and daily necessities in the refrigerator need to be restocked. With plenty of time to spare, the two leisurely strolled around the supermarket, pushing their shopping cart. Since Xia Shiyu had already been here once with Gu Jingchu, she entrusted him with the task of buying groceries and daily necessities. I then pushed another small cart to another sorting area. She's about to get her period, so she came alone to buy menstrual products. Little girl, come quickly. Just as Xia Shiyu pushed the shopping cart over to the women's products section, a smiling Annie pulled her over there. Young lady, are you looking to buy sanitary napkins? This brand is what my daughter usually uses. They're having a sale right now. If you spend 160 yuan, you get a free tub. If you spend 200 yuan, you get a free alpaca chair. Plus, there's a 50 yuan coupon you can use to buy them from the men's products section. The aunt rubbed her hands together and smiled. I just saw you and your husband come together. Your husband is tall and handsome. Why don't you buy him something to take home? This aunt was far too enthusiastic, her mouth chattering like a machine gun. Xia Shiyu, who was quite eloquent, couldn't get a word in edgewise in front of her. When the woman went to serve the next customer, she had already paid for a cart full of sanitary napkins. The waiter was very considerate and packed all the sanitary napkins into a black bag. However, she stared blankly at the 2 pairs of men's underwear in her hand, feeling like it was a hot potato. She didn't know whether to throw it away or put it in the bag to take back. Have you paid the bill? Gu Jingchu's voice rang out from behind, and Xia Shiyu immediately blushed and stuffed the men's underwear in her hand into the bag containing sanitary napkins. Oh yes, I just bought it. After saying that, Xia Shiyu, seemingly emboldened by some unknown force, snatched 2 large bags from Gu Jingchu's hands and rushed forward, huffing and puffing. Gu Jingchu. How come she has such inexhaustible energy? Xia Shiyu was wondering to herself if Gu Jingchu had found out that she had been persuaded by her aunt to buy over 200 yuan worth of sanitary napkins and also used a coupon to buy 2 pairs of men's underwear. Just as she reached the supermarket entrance, she ran into the very talkative aunt who had been there earlier, who was leaving work. Xia Shiyu quickly stuffed the things into the trunk of the car. Oh my, isn't that the little girl from earlier? Hearing her aunt's voice getting closer, Xia Shiyu's hair stood on end. She slammed the trunk door shut and then grabbed Gu Jingchu, shoving him into the driver's seat. "Oh dear, why are you leaving so quickly, young lady? You just bought this for your husband." Before his aunt could finish speaking, under Xia Shiyu's extremely dangerous gaze, Gu Jingchu stepped on the gas pedal. He was actually curious, but Xia Shiyu's gaze was really dangerous. His intuition told him that he had to avoid this risk now. Summer. As soon as Gu Jingchu opened his mouth after the car stopped downstairs, Xia Shiyu jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, quickly got out of the car, opened the trunk, grabbed a bag in each hand, and rushed up to the 4th floor. Gu Jingchu's hands were empty. When Xia Shiyu stood at the door, she realized that she was carrying things and couldn't reach the key to open the door. "Why are you running so fast?" Chapter 35 This Deadly Embarrassment. Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Shiyu with amusement, then took out his key and opened the door. Xia Shiyu walked in with a flushed face and put everything on the table. Gu Jingchu originally wanted to reach out and help with the groceries and daily necessities he had bought, but Xia Shiyu slapped him away. With a sharp slap, Xia Shiyu's hand was slapped. Gu Jingchu was genuinely surprised this time. Ever since they left the supermarket, Xia Shiyu's behavior had been a bit off. What was wrong with her? "Aren't you very busy with work? I'll take care of these things at home. You go back to work." Gu Jingchu, seeing Xia Shiyu's big, bright eyes darting around as if she were deliberately avoiding him, Gu Jingchu had no choice but to avoid her. Xia Shiyu sighed as she looked at the table full of things. Why did she have to act impulsively and be so reckless? How long would it take for one person to clean all this up? However, seeing the men's underwear peeking out from the plastic bag, Xia Shiyu didn't regret her choice at all. She quickly packed up her things, and by the time she had finished, almost an hour had passed. Xia Shiyu let out a long sigh of relief. She rubbed her lower back, then picked up a bag of sanitary napkins that were on the floor and prepared to go back to her bedroom to put them away. She looked up and saw Gu Jingchu mopping the floor. Despite being raised in such a pampered and privileged manner, even dressed in casual clothes, her air of nobility is undeniable. And yet, at this very moment, she is bending over, mopping the floor. Xia Shiyu felt a strange sense of unease watching this scene. I feel that such a person should be in a high-end office building, giving orders, not at home. She was startled when she realized that she had suddenly had this thought. Go, go, go. What a terrible idea. A woman's misfortunes begin when she feels sorry for a man. Besides, the two of them are now a legally married couple living under the same roof. Furthermore, as life partners, they share household chores. Even if Gu Jingchu is a domineering CEO, he still has to share household chores. Thinking this, Xia Shiyu carried a bag of sanitary napkins and walked towards her bedroom. But as soon as she took one step, she felt her foot slip and fell forward. Gu Jingchu quickly threw down the mop in his hand, trying to catch the person, but the ground was too slippery, and he was wearing non-slip house shoes, so he slid forward as if he were on a skateboard. With a loud bang, the two collided and fell hard. It's fortunate that this old, dilapidated house is small, otherwise it would have been smashed to pieces. Xia Shiyu's forehead slammed hard into Gu Jingchu's chest, and she felt as if her buttocks had been split in two. No. How did the ground become so slippery? She rubbed her bottom, then looked at some remaining white foam on the floor. Xia Shiyu smelled the fresh scent of dish soap, or rather, lemon. Summer rain. No way. Who in their right mind would use dish soap to mop the floor? Her eyes were practically rolling to the sky. You used dish soap to mop the floor? Gu Jingchu was speechless. He felt awkward. He was usually calm and collected in the face of anything, but now he didn't dare to meet Xia Shiyu's eyes. He probably knows that he made a mistake unintentionally, which led to the current situation. In the past, the maids in my house would smell of lemon after mopping the floor. Gu Jingchu quickly stood up from the ground, helped Xia Shiyu up as well, and then offered an explanation. So he thought that lemon-scented dish soap could also be used to mop the floor? Xia Shiyu couldn't even muster any anger. After all, the person standing in front of her used to live a life of luxury and privilege, so it was understandable that he didn't know any life skills. Go back to the sofa and be careful when you walk. I'll go get another dry mop to wash the water off the floor, and then mop it again with clean water. Gu Jingchu rubbed his lower back. Instead of sitting on the sofa to watch Xia Shiyu clean up the mess, he went to the bathroom to get a rag and squatted down to absorb the water. I'll pick up what fell on the ground for you. Gu Jingchu picked up the bag from the ground, but because Xia Shiyu had fallen, the bag he was carrying had also broken, and the contents of the bag were scattered all over the ground. Just as Gu Jingchu was picking them up, he discovered that they were women's products. He had never come into contact with such a thing before, so he was unusually stunned on the spot. Moreover, he looked down at the two packages in his hands and was completely stunned. This is... Holy crap, I'm going to die. Xia Shiyu rushed over and quickly snatched the things from Gu Jingchu's hands. She can now recognize her face without looking in a mirror. It's redder than the bottom of a mischievous monkey on Mount Ame. This wasn't bought for you, no? This was bought for me. No, these are for myself. And these two items were on sale, and that Annie gave me a coupon, and they were a free gift. Xia Shiyu started rambling on, but in the end, she realized she couldn't explain it clearly, so she simply slapped the two pairs of underwear onto Gu Jingchu's hand with a loud bang. Here you go. She just feels mentally exhausted right now. Gu Jingchu held the two pairs of men's underwear in his hand and suddenly felt that they were too hot to handle. The process of mopping the floor again was unusually silent. After mopping, neither of them spoke. After returning to her room, Xia Shiyu buried herself in the blankets. She felt that today was terrible. How could she have made such a fool of herself in front of Gu Jingchu? In the following days, Xia Shiyu felt awkward whenever the two met. What was worse was that they were under the same roof and saw each other all the time. Even at dinner time, Xia Shiyu spoke less. Moreover, she didn't see the two pairs of underwear thrown away in the trash can, so she couldn't help but glance at Gu Jingchu's lower body. He wondered whether the underwear he had worn or had taken it out and thrown it away. Xia Shiyu shook her head, shaking the thoughts out of her mind. This is too embarrassing. It's better not to think about it too much. Early that morning, Xia Shiyu received a call from an unknown number. Moreover, the call was to her work number, which she had just registered at the service center not long ago. Knowing that this number could attract many potential customers, she didn't think too much about it and answered the call. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Xia Shiyu, look what you've done. Summer Rain. Are you crazy? What did she do? Recognizing Qin Lolua's voice on the other end of the phone, she hung up without a second thought. But they kept calling relentlessly. Chapter 36. Why aren't you drinking? It's like a persistent ghost. Xia Shiyu simply blocked the phone number. The whole world is quiet. Xia Shiyu didn't expect that Qin Luoluo would find her directly and come to her. Xia Shiyu. Qin Luoluo roared through gritted teeth. She got out of the latest sports car and rushed to Xia Shiyu's side in her high heels. Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow, took a step back, crossed her arms, and waited for this Miss Qin to lose her temper so she could react in time. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin suddenly smiled and came over to take Xia Shiyu's arm in a friendly manner, as if the two were good friends. This startled Xia Shiyu, who immediately moved 3 meters away from Qin Luoluo, staring at her with suspicion and uncertainty, fearing that this girl would pull some kind of trick next. She remembered that Qin Luoluo had tried to drug her at the auction not long ago. To please her fiancé, she personally offered herself to another woman, solely to satisfy her fiancé's base desires. How could such a person be any good? We must be wary of her. Xia Shiyu, I think there's a big misunderstanding between us. Qin Luoluo smiled slightly. I've come to terms with it now. Brother Jingchu is already married, and I have a fiancé now, and the wedding is approaching. It's time for me to let go. But, after all, Brother Jingchu and I grew up together, so I think we can still be friends. Xia Shiyu looked at Qin Luoluo with an expression as if she had been struck by lightning, and even wondered if Qin Luoluo had a different soul inside her body. Otherwise, given that woman's obsessive personality, how could she say such a thing to her? However, Xia Shiyu stood still, quietly observing Qin Luoluo. So, what do you want to do now? Seeing that Xia Shiyu was no longer so resistant, Qin Luoluo felt a surge of joy. Our Qin family and the Gu family used to have a great relationship. Although Brother Jingchu is now bankrupt, my father is still willing to help him get back on his feet. But it seems that Brother Jingchu has a misunderstanding about me, and I can't get in touch with him. So you want to use yourself as a link between her And Gu Jingqiu? Xia Shiyu sneered inwardly, lowering her eyes to conceal the sarcasm within. A woman like Qin Luoluo, who is very goal-oriented and has a proud personality, must have something to gain from making her bow her head. Now that we're being open about it, if we take a hard line, Qin Luoluo might do something in the shadows. Gu Jingqiu is currently focused on his career and has no obligation to take care of her. Therefore, she should make her own plans. Rather than passively guarding against whether someone is plotting against her in the dark, she should openly see what the other party is up to from the beginning. So, what do you want me to do? Xia Shiyu said calmly. But as you know, Gu Jingqiu is a cold person, so there's nothing I can do to help you. Qin Luoluo's face lit up with joy. As long as Xia Shiyu agreed, that would be fine. Shall we go to a resort hotel for a while? We've always been at odds with each other, and I haven't really gotten to know you properly yet. Xia Shiyu noticed that Qin Luoluo's fingers trembled slightly as she spoke. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she wanted to find out what the other person wanted to do to her, she didn't want to go into their territory and put herself in a disadvantageous position. She pointed to the Starbucks next door. Let's go there. The environment is nice, and the drinks are good too. Qin Luoluo's expression froze for a moment. Xia Shiyu must be mistaken, right? Would Qin Luoluo, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Qin family, drink beverages in such a low-class setting? Every single thing she drinks costs thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Are you going or not? Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes impatiently. You're not going to complain, are you? Gu Jingqiu didn't complain. I bring him things every day. This was a lie to Qin Luoluo. Gu Jingqiu was busy in the office every day and only came home for dinner. Qin Luoluo's face was contorted with rage, but since Xia Shiyu had brought up Gu Jingqiu, she couldn't refuse any longer. But when she followed Xia Shiyu into Starbucks, the disdain in her eyes was barely concealed. Waiter, I'd like to order. Qin Luoluo sat on the sofa, complaining that the decor was too low-end and that the sofa wasn't genuine leather and wasn't soft enough. What she didn't realize was that the moment she called out her order, many people in the store focused their attention on Qin Luoluo. Xia Shiyu did it on purpose. After all, the coffee shops and beverage shops that this young lady is going to have waiters come to serve her as soon as she enters. But here you have to order your own food. Moreover, Qin Luoluo is dressed head to toe in designer brands, and now she's calling the waiter to order, which could easily make the customers sitting here think she's a woman trying to show off. Qin Luoluo called out, but no one answered. Just as she was about to get angry, Xia Shiyu slowly stood up. You have to order here yourself? Oh dear. I was so busy putting my bag away that I forgot to tell you. Qin Luoluo then realized that everyone around her was looking at her with strange eyes, and her face immediately darkened. She wanted to get angry, but when she thought of the task the Qin family had given her, she forced herself to hold back and then smiled at Xia Shiyu, saying, Then please go and order. Xia Shiyu nodded, then got up and walked towards the cashier. Give me a caramel macchiato, with light cream and regular ice, please. Okay, would the other person like it too? The waiter asked politely. Xia Shiyu smiled slightly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the people around her to hear. This is a rich family's daughter. She usually goes to high-end coffee shops, so she probably wouldn't like the taste here. Just give her a glass of plain water. The waiter gave Qin Luoluo, who was standing not far away, a strange look. Xia Shiyu walked to her seat with a caramel macchiato and a glass of water, and naturally placed the glass of water in front of Qin Luoluo. Drink it. Then, Xia Shiyu inserted the straw into the caramel macchiato in front of him and took a big sip. It's so delicious. She's going to drink it until she's sick of it. Qin Luoluo looked at the bland, tasteless glass of water in front of her and almost lost her composure. Xia Shiyu, why did you only order your own food and give me plain water? Oh dear, I figured someone of your status as the eldest daughter of the Qin family probably wouldn't be used to the drinks here, and might even get diarrhea when you get back. So I ordered you a glass of plain water. Hurry up and drink it. Even this plain water costs 2 yuan. Qin Luoluo's face was contorted with rage, but Xia Shiyu was still urging her on. Why aren't you drinking? Chapter 37 Trick Her. Xia Shiyu asked with great doubt, but Gu Jingqiu quite likes this place. As his childhood sweetheart, you don't even know what flavors he likes now, do you? She had a no-way look on her face. Qin Luoluo was so angry that she almost lost her composure. She picked up the glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Okay, I'll drink it. Remembering the purpose of her meeting with Xia Xiyu today, Qin Luoluo forced a gentle smile onto her face. Xiyu, could you put in a good word for me with Brother Jingxu? I admit that when Brother Jingxu's company had problems, my family did some bad things, but that was just going with the flow. If my family had dared to help at that time, we might have been dragged down with them. Our Qin family still feels guilty towards Brother Jingxu, so I would like to ask him what specific project he is currently working on, so that we can offer our assistance. Okay. With just a few words, the fox's tail could no longer be hidden and was finally revealed, right? First of all, regardless of company size, every company's projects are confidential, precisely to prevent competitors from knowing. Is Qin Luoluo brainless or saying this on purpose? Xia Xiyu picked up her caramel macchiato, took a sip, concealed the cold smile on her lips, and then said, Actually, I don't know what project he's working on. He's busy from early morning to late at night every day, and sometimes I have to bring him food to the company. Seeing Qin Luoluo's darkened eyes, Xia Xiyu immediately added, However, several times when I went to deliver food, I seemed to hear Gu Jingxu talking about making a popular online app, the kind that involves live streaming e-commerce. Qin Luoluo's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Did Brother Jingxu say what type he is? Her hands, which were under the table, were already clenched. If this is true, then she needs to report this situation to the Qin family as soon as possible. Xia Xiyu nodded. Hey, you know the live streaming industry can be incredibly lucrative. If Gu Jingxu wants to make a comeback, he needs to find the right path and earn enough money first. He's invested all his money in it now, and I can't even afford a bag. She looked disappointed, but seeing Qin Luoluo made her feel relaxed and relieved, and even the anger she had been holding back from Xia Xiyu suddenly dissipated. How pitiful, Qin Luoluo said smugly. Unlike me, I buy bags and clothes at fashion shows every day. Seeing Xia Xiyu's envious expression, Qin Luoluo's sense of superiority was completely satisfied. With a wave of her hand, she directly handed over the V brand bag she was holding. This is the first gift I'm giving you. Once we become friends, tell me more about Brother Jingxu, and you'll get all these things in the future. Xia Xiyu quickly pinched her waist to stop herself from laughing. Ever since she started selling off the original owner's luxury handbags one by one, she now had the ability to appraise handbags at a glance. The V-brand bag that Qin Luoluo is carrying costs around 500,000 yuan. If you list it on Xinyu, a second-hand marketplace, you can sell it urgently for at least 400,000 yuan. That's all money. If the timing hadn't been so inconvenient, Xia Xiyu would have practically shouted, Thank you so much, my love rival, for the V-brand bag. After giving Qin Luoluo a few perfunctory replies, Xia Xiyu made an excuse and went home. However, she turned a corner near my house and quickly hailed a taxi to the appraisal center. Xiyu, you don't have to go to work today. What brings you here? Li Mu was quite surprised to see Xia Xiyu, knowing that she was always on time for work. I'm here today to sell a bag. I need it urgently, Xia Xiyu said with a smile, handing over the V-brand bag in her hand. The categories that the Century Center identifies are quite extensive. Some people like Xia Xiyu who want to sell their bags will have them authenticated at an authentication center before selling them to the center. Then the appraisal center raised the price and sold it. Hey, this bag isn't cheap, Li Mu joked with a chuckle. It's a new model, and if you weren't in such a rush to sell it, you could have sold it at a premium. Are you sure you want to sell it quickly? Xia Xiyu nodded. Let's just put it in the appraisal center to sell. The original price of this should be around 520,000. How much do you think they can offer after the appraisal? Li Mu picked up the bag in his hand, examined it carefully, and spoke after a while. V's latest seasonal collection is in limited supply. If you're not in a rush to sell, we can offer a premium of up to 600,000. If you're in a hurry, we can offer around 460,000. That's quite a difference. Why don't you wait about a week? Xia Xiyu shook her head. I won't wait. Li Mu nodded. All right, come with me. Let's go through some procedures. The process involves the seller providing the receipt or proof of purchase to ensure the item's legitimacy. Xia Xiyu certainly didn't have it, but she had a way of getting it. She pulled up WeChat scrolled to Qin Luoluo who had just added her, and then sent her a message. The bag you just gave me, it's not fake, is it? Why did the authentication center on the street say they couldn't tell the difference? Sure enough, the WeChat chat window showed typing for a while, and then several pictures were sent over. These are the purchase receipt and ticket for this bag. Xia Shiyu forwarded it to Li Mu. The resale went smoothly, and the 460,000 yuan arrived immediately. Xia Shiyu received the money and happily walked home. She always hums a song when she enters the house. I've already paid off more than half a year's mortgage. How could I not be happy? You found some money? Gu Jingchu already had a clear understanding of Xia Shiyu's love of money. Seeing her come in with a bright and smug expression, he couldn't help but laugh and ask, "What's making you so happy?" "Hey, you know what? You're absolutely right. You're right. This is practically like finding money, and a lot of money at that." Xia Shiyu winked mysteriously at Gu Jingchu. "Guess who I ran into?" It was actually quite easy to guess, but seeing Xia Shiyu's excited expression, Gu Jingchu's eyes lit up with a smile. "I don't know. Please tell me, Miss Xia." Xia Shiyu chuckled, and then said Qin Luoluo's name. Seeing Gu Jingchu's surprised expression, she briefly recounted what had just happened. "You have no idea, she really can't act. Her intentions are practically written all over her face. I can tell what she's up to with just a few words. She even said she wanted to be friends with me, but actually she just wanted to get close to you and see what kind of projects your company is working on." At this point, Xia Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chapter 38, Buying a House. I don't know what she's thinking. She's probably already reported what I just said to the Qin family. Xia Shiyu frowned, then looked at Gu Jingchu seriously. "I only said it was an app for live streaming e-commerce, you." Gu Jingchu wouldn't actually be making one of those apps, would he? Seeing the tension in Xia Shiyu's eyes, Gu Jingchu shook his head. "No." After receiving the answer, Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then she told Gu Jingchu how she tricked Qin Luoluo out of the latest V brand bag, and then sold it, which kept her afloat for at least half a year. No. Xia Shiyu directly took out her phone calculator and did the math. That's enough to cover almost 2 years' worth of mortgage payments. Let's go look at houses this weekend. I have about 1.6 million yuan on hand right now. I want a 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city, about 80 square meters. The price should be around 3 to 4 million yuan. I can afford to pay 15,000 to 20,000 yuan a month for the mortgage. What about you? Gu Jingchu looked up and pondered for a while before saying a number. 4. Xia Shiyu nodded and started pressing the calculator on her phone again. Then I have 15,000 here, and you have 4,000, which adds up to a monthly mortgage of 20,000. Gu Jingchu's eyes widened slightly. Had she misunderstood something? I mean, 40,000. Now it was Xia Shiyu's turn to be surprised. Isn't Gu Jingchu starting a business now? The company has only been open for a short time, and he doesn't have much cash flow. Where did you get so much money? Xia Shiyu's eyes widened. You've struck it rich? Gu Jingchu was both amused and exasperated. I have that much money, so don't worry too much. Okay, then you give me 20,000 and I give you 20,000. That's 40,000 a month and 480,000 a year. We can pay off the mortgage in exactly 5 years. But my plan is to pay it off within 3 years. Can you afford it? Does this woman think that he is truly penniless now that he's bankrupt? You don't need to worry about these things. Gu Jingchu opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words and said, From now on, you'll have everything you need. Is this a promise from the big boss to himself? Xia Shiyu nodded with a smile. Okay, then good luck to you. I'm looking forward to going back to the carefree life of a rich housewife. Gu Jingchu smiled slightly. Everyone thought he was bankrupt and had nothing, but the reason why the Gu Group went bankrupt was because he manipulated it all. The purpose is to. Now, the small app development company that everyone looks down on has actually had several apps successfully listed overseas, with a market value of at least several $billion. He lowered his eyes and sent a message to Lin Yi. When the weekend came, Gu Jingchu specially set aside half a day to go house hunting with Xia Shiyu. Hello, I'm Zhou, a real estate agent. Previously, I had only viewed this second-hand apartment through videos and pictures with the real estate agent, Xiao Zhou. Now that I've actually walked into the apartment and experienced it firsthand, I'm pleasantly surprised. The renovation is at least 90% new. and there are many brand-name furniture and appliances, all of which are quite expensive. If that's the case, will the price of the house increase again? Xiaoxiu frowned and looked at Xiao Zhou. Before she could voice her doubts, Xiao Zhou spoke up. Gentlemen, you've come at just the right time. The landlord of this house lost money in the stock market and needs to cash out, so he's in a hurry to sell. Originally, it was going for a little over 4 million, but since the landlord is in trouble now, we can get it for only 2.8 million. Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. 2.8 million. No, if this house sells for 2.8 million yuan in a second-tier city in Beijing, isn't that practically charity? But, is there something wrong with these houses that are being sold so urgently and with such unusually low prices? Xiaoxiu tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve. Based on the surrounding property prices, this house should cost at least 3.8 million to 4 million yuan. Now it has dropped by 1 million yuan, which I find a bit unusual. She pursed her lips, looking at the house with some reluctance. She really liked this apartment. It was close to the subway, had a nice neighborhood, and all the amenities were there. Plus, it was located in a second-tier city in Beijing. Sigh. As if sensing Xiaoxiu's concerns, Xiao Zhou quickly added, Ms. Xia, you can rest assured. Nothing has ever happened to this house. The landlord is unable to show his face and has entrusted our agency to list the house for sale and handle the transfer of ownership. Moreover, this house is the only one available. If you miss it, you won't get another one. You've also looked into the surrounding property prices. This one will do. Xiaoxiu frowned. But if it's a quick sale, then it has to be paid in full. We only have about 1.8 million on hand right now, which isn't enough. Where could she possibly raise 1 million yuan for a house in such a short time? Gu Jingchu's expression froze. How could he forget this? He simply handed the matter over to Lin Yi, instructing him to buy the house and then resell it at a low price, so that Xiaoxiu wouldn't be under too much pressure when buying it. Who knew Xiaoxiu was so thoughtful? Don't worry, you can get a loan. After receiving a look from Gu Jingchu, Xiao Zhou quickly stepped forward and said. Xiaoxiu felt completely bewildered. They said that he was stuck with his money in the stock market and was in a hurry to sell the house to get cash, so that the buyer could take out a loan to buy it. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no mistakes. Our agencies all have contracts, so you can come to us if any problems arise. Xiaoxiu was still somewhat skeptical that something for nothing could fall from the sky, and she remained hesitant. Don't worry, I'll have the company's lawyer review the contract. If there are any problems, they'll be discovered in time. Hearing this, Xiaoxiu finally felt relieved. Although Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, his charisma as a villainous boss meant that his team of employees were all elites. Okay, then we'll buy this set. Xiaoxiu was overjoyed and quickly pulled the real estate agent, Xiao Zhou, to sign the contract, afraid that if she was a step too late, someone else would snatch the house away. Gu Jingchu followed slowly behind, a smile appearing on his lips. Xiaoxiu probably doesn't know that this apartment has been available exclusively for her since yesterday. Even the furniture and appliances inside were the best that Lin Yi picked out and put in overnight. He didn't intend to tell Xiaoxiu any of this. Gu Jingchu knew that Xiaoxiu, who was standing in front of him, had his own bottom line, even though he looked like a money grubber. It took another hour or so to sign the contract and transfer the purchase price. Then it took a lot of time to process the loan. After almost an entire afternoon of this, all the procedures were finally completed. Finally, I don't have to squeeze into the old house anymore. Xiaoxiu happily spun around a few times. Back in their old, run-down apartment with Gu Jingchu, Xiaoxiu didn't have the energy to cook anymore, so she opted to boil noodles instead. Chapter 39 has been leaked. Xiaoxiu was cooking noodles, while Gu Jingchu was chopping scallions on the side. The two figures filled the small kitchen, yet there was an indescribable sense of warmth. After finishing their noodles, the two of them started packing their clothes in unison, preparing to move into their new home in the next couple of days. They called a local delivery service, which brought over some cardboard boxes to pack things. Gu Jingchu had already found a moving company. We can start moving at 10 a.m. tomorrow. There's not much to pack in this old, run-down apartment, since the new house is everything. You just need to pack your personal belongings and usable items from the kitchen. Gu Jingchu had to go to work, so the moving was left to Xiaoxiu. In fact, Xiaoxiu didn't have to put in much effort because the moving team that Gu Jingchu hired was very reliable. They not only helped pack up anything that wasn't packed properly, but also categorized everything and put it in its proper place when they moved it to the new house. Xiaoxiu moved in almost immediately. Sitting on the sofa in the spacious living room, Xiaoxiu let out a long, satisfied sigh. Indeed, a larger house makes people feel much better. The phone rang suddenly. Xiaoxiu thought it was Gu Jingchu calling, but when she saw that the number on the screen was Li Mu's, she frowned. It wasn't her workday today, so why would Li Mu call? Xiaoxiu answered the phone, and Li Mu's voice on the other end sounded very anxious. Xiu, you should go check the forum right away. Someone has exposed you on the forum. Xiaoxiu froze, completely taken aback. No? She racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't think of anything she had done recently that was worth being exposed, especially since the customer satisfaction ratings she had recently gotten from the forum were all 100%. It wasn't until Li Mu forwarded the link to the post on WeChat that Xiaoxiu clicked on it with some skepticism. After reading the full post, Xiaoxiu realized that she had been maliciously exposed. The post is titled, "Expose the story of an unqualified gold digger who, in order to make money, betrayed her conscience and transformed herself into an appraiser." The post was written in the first person, from the perspective of the victim, describing the whole incident word by word. The post was obviously well written and wrote out all the hardships the poster went through, directly portraying Xiaoxiu as a gold digger who would do anything for money. In particular, it was highlighted that after Xiaoxiu gained some popularity on Tieba, a Chinese online forum, he stopped offering free appraisal services. Although most appraisers charge fees nowadays, Xiaoxiu's appraisal fees are higher than others, which is a different story. The poster described paying 1,000 yuan for an appraisal at Xiaoxiu's shop, only to have it identified as fake. Disheartened, he took the identified item to the antique market to sell. 3 days later, the poster discovered that the item he had sold at a low price had been auctioned off for over 4 million yuan. The authentication certificate for this item came from Century Authentication Center, the largest authentication center in Beijing. Unwilling to give up, the poster went to the Century Appraisal Center to get to the bottom of things, but unexpectedly saw Xiaoxiu himself and the manager of the Century Appraisal Center walking out with smiles. Therefore, the original poster believed there must be something fishy going on. Then the original poster went to investigate Xiaoxiu and found that she was just a junior appraiser who had just joined the company. It just so happened that the item she identified as fake was sent to the auction house after being appraised by the appraisal center based on her employment record. The original poster believes that Xiaoxiu must have received a huge kickback, which is why this post was made. The post also included chat logs, transfer records, and photos taken secretly by the poster outside the Century Appraisal Center. This is practically considered solid evidence online. Summer rain. This is a huge misunderstanding. The original poster did indeed pay 1,000 yuan for authentication, but the Warring States bronze cup in the poster's hand is not from the Warring States period at all. It was actually washed with modern chemicals. Even with a video authentication, it would be obvious that it is fake. However, Xiaoxiu didn't want to discourage the poster at that time, so she asked the poster to show her from multiple angles. Xiaoxiu tried to drag it out a bit before the appraisal ended. The reason she could spot it as fake at first glance is that the day before she was appraised this item, she was taken to see a genuine artifact at work, which was the exact same Warring States period bronze wine cup that the poster had. The product was authenticated by the Century Appraisal Center. This is the genuine article. The one in your hand is just a 1:1 replica made by someone with ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, it was posted online. Xiaoxiu was having a headache because not only was her workplace exposed, but even her work ID was posted online, which meant that she was practically registered under her real name on the forum. The netizens on Tieba immediately went wild. Everyone is guessing what Xiaoxiu's background is, that she can work at the Century Appraisal Center at such a young age. You should know that this testing center is ranked #1 in the country. How did Xiaoxiu, who is so young, get in? And seeing him chatting and laughing with the manager of the Century Appraisal Center, netizens couldn't help but start speculating. After all, what's more interesting these days than romantic relationships between men and women? Xiaoxiu opened the forum and found that she had received many friend requests in the background. Basically, 80% of them were all kinds of vile insults, and 10% were advice to quickly admit her mistake, compensate the poster who posted the thread for part of the losses, and then quit the appraisal circle. The remaining group consists of Xia Shiyu's loyal fans accumulated on Tieba, who inquire about her current situation and firmly choose to believe in her, hoping that she can quickly find strong evidence to clarify the situation. Xia Shiyu sighed helplessly. She had no way to clarify things for the time being, so she could only seek Li Mu's help. She turned off the private messaging function in the background and then cleared the 99+ messages with one click, finally making the private messaging page in the background clean. Although I don't really care what others think of me, who likes to read those abusive private messages? Xia Shiyu was still somewhat angry. Li Mu kept sending her WeChat messages, telling her to stay calm. He would investigate the information on the 2 fake and genuine items and send the results to Xia Shiyu. After replying with a thank you emoji, Xia Shiyu's eyes turned slightly cold. Things on the internet often take unexpected turns, so most netizens won't be too easily led astray until solid evidence appears. What she was really curious about was, even if the person who posted the message on the forum saw her at the authentication center, how did they recognize her? Chapter 40. The evidence has been uploaded. You should know that she has always been very cautious. Especially online, people don't usually post their own photos. How did that poster recognize them and even take a picture of their work ID? Xia Shiyu saved the picture of her work ID from the post and zoomed in to look at it bit by bit. She originally worked as an appraiser, so she is particularly sensitive to details. Sure enough, a short while later, she saw a person's index finger and half a fingernail next to the work ID bag, which was in the upper right corner of the picture. She uploaded the image to her computer and used software to retouch it to high definition. She carefully examined half of the fingernail and discovered that there was a white crescent shape on the fingernail. Although it was only half, she could tell from the skin next to the fingernail that it was a man's hand. There were some whitish-gray marks inside the nail crevices, which should be a special kind of powder. There were some wrinkles around this small section of finger, as if it had been tightly bound by something for quite some time. The fingers were tightly bound, and there was a grayish-white powder. As an appraiser, Xia Shiyu is extremely familiar with these things. She turned and went into her room. After familiarizing herself with the layout, she went to her toolbox, took out a pair of white, skin-friendly gloves, and put them on. She then poured out a grayish-white powder from a bottle. Then, she smashed a glass on the table to the ground with a bang, sprinkled it with grayish-white powder, and used her gloved hand to pick up the glass shards. Sure enough, the glove was torn, and the grayish-white powder on the ground got into the crevices of the fingernails. She glanced at her own fingernails, then at the fingernails in the picture. Now there's nothing you don't understand. She had only been working there a short time, and only worked 3 days a week, yet she had already attracted so much hatred. A WeChat notification sounded. It was Li Mu posting the authentication time for the genuine Warring States period bronze wine cup. The day after Xia Shiyu helped the poster authenticate the fake Warring States period bronze wine cup. When Xia Shiyu saw the time chart, she finally felt relieved. According to the original poster, when Xia Shiyu identified it as a fake, he sold it at a low price at the antique market the next day. In other words, the fake item in the original poster's possession was only sold after the genuine item was authenticated at the appraisal center. The timeline doesn't match up, which basically refutes the story that Xia Shiyu deliberately claimed the Warring States period bronze wine cup in the poster's possession was a fake, then colluded with the manager of the appraisal center to buy it back from the antique market, and then, together with the appraisal center, sent it to the auction house to receive huge kickbacks. Xia Shiyu just needs to find out who is secretly framing her. After much thought, Xia Shiyu only had one person in mind. A person's image came to mind. If it's this person, then everything makes sense. The employee ID cards of the appraisal center staff are kept in drawers in their own office areas, and unless they work together in the same office, no one else can access them. Xia Shiyu frowned. From the very first day she started working at the testing center, this person seemed to have disliked her, and was always being sarcastic. He would interrupt at work whenever he had a spare moment, as if he wouldn't feel comfortable if he didn't say something back, but Xia Shiyu wouldn't indulge him. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her fingers clenched into fists. It seemed she was too easy to talk to. She added Qianlele on WeChat, then transferred a red envelope to Qianlele, asking her to do something for her. A while later, Qianlele sent over a video. It's a video from the junior appraiser's office, showing everyone's hands and faces clearly. Xiaoxiu downloaded the video to her computer and watched it almost frame by frame. At 1 minute and 2 seconds, she paused the video and watched the 3-second clip repeatedly, taking a screenshot of the person's hand and comparing it closely with the small half fingerprint that appeared in her work ID photo. The result was exactly the same. Xiaoxiu stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the video who was smiling, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her lips. Lu Qi, right? Xiaoxiu knew that her workplace, real name, and even her face had been exposed on Tieba. These things were already a fact, and she couldn't hide them anymore. So, she posted a picture of the genuine Warring States period bronze wine cup from the auction, along with a screenshot of the authentication date of the genuine piece, and even tagged the original poster who wrote the 818 post in the comments. Believe it or not, take it or leave it at True Love in the World. I had your appraisal done on the 10th, and the genuine item was appraised at our appraisal center on the 11th. The fake item you have was sold on the 12th. Actually, you could change the name of your post. 818 question. What are those time-space distortions and time-traveling antiques that I encountered? Her post, consisting of just 2 or 3 pictures, was not lengthy, yet it caused a huge uproar on the forum. Netizens flocked to the scene to watch the drama unfold, with many maintaining a neutral stance, but some already siding with Xiaoxiu. Unfortunately, the only way for the original poster to express their true feelings to Xiaoxiu was to post comments online. Human kindness. Who can tell if your picture is photoshopped? You're an appraiser at the Century Appraisal Center, so naturally you have the authority to create any appraisal image you want. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't want your eyes, just donate them. Every single one of our appraisals has a correct code underneath, which you can find on the Appraisal Center's official website by entering the code. The appraisal details are all very clear. Human kindness. But I just sold my bronze wine cup at a low price, and then I saw it at the auction. How do you explain that? Believe it or not, take it or leave it. I already said yours is a fake. What does it have to do with you if the real thing is sent to auction? I'm curious. I've never posted my real name or photo on the forum. Even in the video when I was authenticating your item, I never showed my face. How did you recognize me at the entrance of the authentication center? And how did you get a work ID that only internal staff can see? Xiaoxiu typed a long message, posted it, and then couldn't be bothered to argue with the original poster. The clear evidence is already on the forum, and I believe netizens aren't stupid. Such a clear and obvious frame-up will probably cause this person, who calls themselves human kindness, to immediately delete the original post and won't be appearing on the forum for a while. In severe cases, they might even be forced to delete their account due to the backlash. The internet is a double-edged sword. Before you try to accuse someone of cyberbullying, you should consider whether this sword might turn around and pierce you instead. Chapter 41. He panicked. Xiaoxiu has not been online since releasing the evidence. Lu Qi was somewhat restless in his office. He never expected that Xiaoxiu would be able to retaliate in that way. Online opinion is now almost entirely divided, with very few people supporting him. It's alright. Even if Xiaoxiu gets through this, so what? There are so many appraisers in the appraisal center. How could she possibly trace it back to herself? However, when Lu Qi saw the message in the company group chat, his face immediately turned green. In the company's WeChat group, Xiaoxiu posted a very high-resolution picture of half a finger, and also posted a long screenshot of the post from the forum and her reply in the company's casual WeChat group chat. Century Appraisal Company has both work groups and casual chat groups. The chat group is a place where you can talk about anything and colleagues can share gossip to relax. It also has an anonymous group function, which means you can complain or share gossip without fear of being exposed. So the group is very active, and if anything happens, the whole company will know about it. The 2 pictures posted by Xiaoxiu were not anonymous at all. They were a blatant challenge. In other words, she knew that the client named Human Kindness was instigated by her colleagues at the appraisal center to expose her on the online forum. Lu Qi shuddered involuntarily and instinctively hid his hands in his sleeves, quickly glancing around to see if anyone was watching his fingers. They all work at the appraisal center. The most basic skill for an appraiser is what? It's having a keen eye. Lu Qi was feeling incredibly guilty, and even when he went to the toilet, he couldn't help but hide his fingers behind his back, afraid that others would see them. He originally thought that Xia Xiyu would come to him angrily to question him, and then he could pretend to be innocent and let Xia Xiyu bear the bad reputation of slandering her colleague. Who knew this woman would do something so unpredictable? She actually posted the picture in the company's group chat. Xia Xiyu wasn't that naive. Her way of responding to people was always simple and direct. She didn't like to rack her brains or have conflicts with others, as it was too troublesome. Xia Xiyu didn't want to waste her energy explaining this slanderous act. Everyone was smart enough. Just 2 pictures, and the fact that she was a newcomer to the company, were enough for her colleagues to have wild ideas. Moreover, the appraiser has an excellent eye. The person who resorted to underhanded tactics probably hasn't dared to show their hands much these past few days. In my WeChat contact list, Li Mu sent several 666 and well done emojis. Feeling refreshed after the summer rain, she went straight to the supermarket and bought a lot of meat and seafood, and even a king crab to take home. Today is my first day in my new home. She wanted to cook a big dinner to warm the house. It's a pity that the original owner didn't have any friends. Even if she did, they were just fair-weather friends who were already being kind by not taking advantage of her misfortune to mock her. Gu Jingchu's friends. After thinking for a moment, Xia Xiyu sent a message to Gu Jingchu. Today is our first day in our new house. I've prepared a lot of food. Would you like to invite your friends over to warm up the house? Gu Jingchu quickly replied to the WeChat message. Okay, I'll invite a few people over. Then, Xia Xiyu received 20,000 yuan transferred from Gu Jingchu. She replied with a few question marks. Gu Jingchu only replied with a few words. Living expenses. Xia Xiyu laughed and accepted the money without refusing. That evening, there was a knock on the door. Xia Xiyu responded and was busy in the kitchen, so she didn't open the door. It wasn't until the door was knocked on again that she belatedly realized that this was their new house, and Gu Jingchu didn't have a key yet. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to the door to open it. Sorry, I forgot you didn't have your keys. Xia Xiyu looked up at the door and found several people standing behind Gu Jingchu. Lin Yi, Chen Anping, and Gu Jingchu's aunt Gu Qinyue. Gu Qinyue held a small child's hand in each of their hands. The 2 children looked at Xia Xiyu with their eyes crinkled. Before Xia Xiyu could react, the 2 children threw themselves into her arms. Cousin-in-law. These were twins, a boy and a girl, so beautiful they looked like New Year's picture dolls. Xia Xiyu's heart melted at the sight, and she hugged one in each arm. Oh dear, you should have let me know in advance if you were coming, so I could prepare gifts for you too. The twins looked at each other, and then gave Xia Xiyu a sweet smile. Mom said we're here to celebrate my cousin and his wife's housewarming. We should be the ones bringing them gifts. After saying that, the twins conjured up 2 dragon fruits from nowhere, one in each of their hands. Hee, we're inside. May everything be prosperous and thriving. Gu Qinyue smiled as she looked at the 2 mischievous children, then rushed through the door with the dragon fruit in her arms. Come in and have a seat. Dinner is almost ready. Gu Jingchu quickly took the 2 children and carried them to the dining table, one in each arm. Xia Xiyu also took out the fruits and snacks she had just bought from the cupboard. Dinner will be served soon. Have some of this to tide you over. Xia Xiyu quickly arranged the seats, then turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue working on the last 2 dishes and a pot of soup. After washing his hands with hand sanitizer, Gu Jingchu came over to help. Lin sat at the dining table, watching the 2 people in the kitchen with great interest, and couldn't help but say, I've known Chu Ge for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him go into the kitchen, and he's doing it quite well. Gu Qinyue also witnessed that heartwarming scene and felt extremely gratified. Although the 2 are only 10 years apart in age, Gu Jingchu is someone she has practically watched grow up. Having witnessed so much intrigue and backstabbing at the Gu family's old residence, she rarely saw Gu Jingchu with this gentle demeanor. It seems that Xia Xiyu is not as rumored. Or perhaps, someone deliberately portrayed Xia Xiyu in a negative light in front of her. Mom, this cousin-in-law is really nice. The younger sister of the twins stared at Xia Shiyu's retreating figure with a bright, sparkling expression. My cousin's wife is really beautiful and gentle. She really likes her. However, the way this cousin's wife and cousin get along seems a bit strange. It's not like what's portrayed in TV dramas, where the two are always sticking together. Gu Baobao is the type of person who does whatever comes to mind. She immediately jumped off the chair and ran to the kitchen in a flash. Chapter 42, Why Don't You Kiss Your Cousin? She opened her big, round eyes and grabbed someone's clothes with one hand. Her tone was innocent and adorable. Cousin-in-law, why are you so far apart? I saw on TV that when the woman was cooking in the kitchen, the man would hug her from behind and kiss her cheek to show his affection. Cousin, why don't you kiss your wife? Summer rain. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. She felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through her mind, and her whole body began to stiffen. What is this child saying? The temperature on her face was probably hot enough to scald an egg. Gu Jingchu wasn't much better off. When Gu Baobao said those words, he was chopping scallions and almost cut his hand. Gu Baobao. Gu Jingchu practically spat out each word through gritted teeth. Your cousin-in-law gave you snacks, and that still can't shut you up? Gu Baobao wasn't afraid of her cousin at all. She chuckled, and just as Gu Jingchu reached out to grab her, she ducked down and slipped away like an eel. He clapped his hands as he ran, and playfully made faces and stuck out his tongue at Gu Jingchu. Ha ha. Mom, my cousin is shy. Gu Jingchu rubbed his forehead, looking at Xia Shiyu with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I'm sorry, this child is. Xia Shiyu blushed and waved her hands repeatedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Children say the darndest things. Children say the darndest things, haha. Despite saying that, Xia Shiyu couldn't help but follow Gu Baobao's words and start imagining a series of scenes. In the scene, she is chopping vegetables when Gu Jingchu hugs her from behind and gently kisses her on the cheek. She smiled shyly. No, no, no. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened, and she quickly shook her head to shake the image out of her mind. She rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, and she didn't even dare to meet Gu Jingchu's eyes. She hurriedly took the dishes out and awkwardly began to change the subject. Haha, I've been studying recipes at home these days when I have nothing to do. I think I have a real talent for cooking. Everyone should try it. She winked mischievously. If it tastes good, please give me a compliment. If it doesn't taste good, please give me a compliment, even if it's not the best. The atmosphere immediately became lively, with the group chatting amongst themselves, and the initial awkwardness vanished instantly. Wow, this is so delicious, Gu Baobao exclaimed. It tastes even better than what our family chef makes. My cousin-in-law is so skillful. After tasting the food, Gu Qinyue looked at Xia Shiyu with admiration. She then glanced at Gu Jingchu, whose face had clearly gained weight recently, and realized that Xia Shiyu must have taken good care of Gu Jingchu during this time. She was completely relieved. This is mine. This is mine. What are you doing, trying to take it? I perform several surgeries every day. I'm exhausted like a dog. Eating meat can replenish my energy, so get out of my way. I'm working overtime with my junior colleague every day. I'm as busy as a dog. I need energy too, so get out of my way. At this moment, Lin Yi and Chun Anping were fighting over the last piece of meat at the dinner table. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Xia Shiyu, the fisherman, quickly picked up the last piece of braised pork and put it into Gu Jingchu's bowl. You eat it. Lin Yi and Chun Anping both looked mournful. Are you two just being lovey-dovey? Xia Shiyu burst out laughing. If you like, I'll make a little more tomorrow and have a local delivery person deliver it to each of you. Sometimes Gu Jingchu is too busy at the company to go home for dinner, so she calls a local delivery service to have it delivered to her. Why didn't she deliver it herself? Because she was lazy. Xia Shiyu stayed at home and didn't want to move at all. The housewarming meal was a lively affair, but Chun Anping had to leave in a hurry because of an unexpected surgery. Lin Yi wasn't idle either, because there was a problem with the app that the company could release, so Gu Jingchu directly called everyone to work overtime. At this moment, only Gu Qinyue and her twins remained in the house. Xia Shiyu quite liked the twins, except for the younger sister, Gu Baobao's mouth. The twins are named Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Baby and Beibei are the nicknames of the twins, and everyone is used to calling them that. So Xiaoxiu also calls them that. Xiyu, Jingxu has been doing very well for the past month or so. I can feel it. Gu Chenyue gently held Xiaoxiyu's hand. I know it's all thanks to you. I was wrong before. I trusted what others said about you. Now that I've gotten to know you, I can feel that you are a good girl. But I can also see that you and Jingxu are just living together for convenience right now. You two get along very well, but there is no love in your eyes. I don't know how you two get along, but I believe that you two will get better and better in the future. Jingxu went through too much when he was young. He is not someone who can easily trust others. If he does something wrong in the future and makes you feel uncomfortable, I will not ask you to forgive him. Xiyu, I hope you will take care of your own feelings first. Xia Xiyu smiled slightly. She liked the gentle woman in front of her very much. She was not yet 40 years old, but she had a clear-headed understanding of the world. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Xia Xiyu called out Auntie willingly. Before she transmigrated into the book, she had no relatives except for that old man. Gu Qingyue was the first person who made her feel close to her, wanted to get to know her, and felt like family. Sister-in-law, can we come visit you more often? I like you so much. Gu Baobao rushed over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xia Xiyu. Gu Beibei is somewhat reserved, but her eyes convey the same meaning as Gu Baobao's. Of course, Xia Xiyu lovingly rubbed Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's cheeks. Such a polite, well-mannered, and beautiful doll would be loved by anyone. Come on, with your mischievous personalities, you two would turn your cousin and his wife's house upside down, wouldn't you? Gu Qingyue smiled and pulled the two children back to her side. Don't forget, you're going to kindergarten soon. The moment kindergarten was mentioned, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's mouths twitched. Neither of us likes that kindergarten at all. All the kids there are doing is comparing themselves to others. Can we transfer to another school next semester? Gu Qingyue sighed and agreed. Good. Xia Xiyu and Gu Qingyue chatted for a long time. The two seemed to have hit it off immediately and had almost endless topics to talk about. Chapter 43, Tell me what you're missing. As darkness fell, Gu Qingyue bid farewell to Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Xiyu, keep in touch. I'll keep an eye on the Gu family for Jingxu. I'll have to trouble you during this time. Gu Qingyue patted Xia Xiyu's hand and instructed, just give me a call if you need anything. Xia Xiyu nodded, we don't lack anything. Our lives are fine now. I have a job now, and Gu Jingchu's career is starting to take off. He can also bring money home. If there is any real need, I definitely won't be polite to you, Aunt. Gu Chenyue smiled with satisfaction, then left with the two children. After cleaning up the leftover food and dishes on the table, Xia Xiyu returned to her room and lay down on the soft bed. She jumped up and down. A new bed is so comfortable to sleep in. Moreover, the environment of this community is very good, unlike that old and dilapidated neighborhood where you could often hear elderly people arguing, mothers disciplining their children, and the constant noise from cars downstairs. The next day, Xia Xiyu went to work wearing a business suit. When she entered the office, she could clearly feel Lu Qi's eyes darting away, avoiding her gaze. With a sarcastic smile playing on her lips, Xia Xiyu didn't go looking for trouble with him directly, but instead went to find Qian Lele. Lele, is our center going to hold its annual appraisal competition? Qian Lele smiled and nodded. Yes, are you going to sign up? Yes, Xia Xiyu said. I want to sign up and give it a try. I heard that if you do well in the competition, you might be able to move up in the rankings. The appraisers at this appraisal center are actually quite competitive. Performance evaluations, departmental competitions, assessments. Everyone is working hard in secret, all in an effort to get promoted to the next level. After all, rank is linked to the company. Okay, I'll print out the form for you. Just fill it out as required and report it to Manager Lee to reserve a spot. But you'd better hurry, as registration closes tonight. Their voices weren't too loud or too soft, but Lu Qi's ears perked up. When he heard that Xia Xiyu was also going to participate in this appraisal competition, his face turned green. You know, ever since Xia Xiyu posted those photos on Tieba the day before yesterday, some people have been secretly sending him private messages asking if he was the one who caused this. Lu Qi, who usually enjoys being active in group chats, hasn't dared to speak in the company's casual chat group at all these past few days. That brat, she only registered on the last day. Was that on purpose? Lu Qi's palms were sweating with anxiety. because he was the only one who had signed up in the entire office of junior appraisers. He is 40 years old this year and has been working at the appraisal center for some years. His age and seniority can give him some extra points in the competition, and he is hoping to use these extra points to advance to the intermediate appraisal office. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiu has suddenly appeared as an opponent. You've only been at the testing center for a few days. How dare you sign up so presumptuously? Lu Qi finally spoke up. Young people need to learn to settle down and not just focus on immediate benefits. They should first establish themselves in the company and then do other things once they are stable. His speech had a fatherly tone. Someone unfamiliar with the situation might have thought it was a leader coming down to hold a meeting. Xiaoxiu scoffed. Well, you've been firmly rooted here for 10 years, and you still haven't moved on. You're still stuck at the beginner level. In one sentence, he successfully made Lu Qi's face darken. Qianlele was overjoyed. This younger sister really knows how to speak venomously. She knows how to hit people where it hurts. You. Lu Qi was furious, but he couldn't find any words to refute it, so he could only snort coldly and leave the office. Qianlele quickly printed out the registration form, which Xiaoxiu filled out and handed to Li Mu. Before lunch break, all the contestant forms for the appraisal center had been sent out. There was a list in the work group, and when I saw the names Lu Qi and Xiaoxiu in the #1 primary appraisal room, I was surprised. During lunch break, the company's casual chat group was buzzing with activity. The scandal on Baidu Tieba, where it was alleged that an insider from the company was instigating a client to frame a newcomer, is still going strong. Now, the two main figures in this scandal are participating in the same authentication competition. This makes one wonder if the two have started to clash, since newcomers don't participate in such appraisal competitions. Xiaoxiu is a new employee who has been with the company for less than a month. The reason for participating in this competition is most likely to face off against Lu Qi. Everyone was fired up with their gossip spirit and paid special attention to this appraisal competition. After Xiaoxiu got home from get-off work, she told Gu Jingchu about it, and Gu Jingchu said he understood. I investigated the appraisal orders Lu Qi had taken before, and the error rate was over 40%. I really don't understand why the company would keep someone like that. Xiaoxiu complained while eating. Moreover, when I created an account on Tieba, I found that the person with the landscape avatar spoke in a similar way to Lu Qi. If I hadn't checked the ID, I would have suspected that it was the same person. If there's little difference between their speaking style and their way of doing things, then we should indeed consider whether they are the same person or whether they are friends or family, Gu Jingchu said calmly. Birds of a feather flocked together. Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. How come she hadn't thought of that? She said that Lu Qi had inexplicably started targeting her when she joined the company, perhaps because of the man with the landscape avatar on Tieba, who had his account deleted from Tieba by her. They were in cahoots. It's likely that the man with the landscape portrait was also a tout, recruiting Lu Qi to do authentication. The two of them then swindled the client, taking the client's genuine items and reselling them for profit. While Xiaoxiu's actions were righteous, they cut off Lu Qi's source of income. However, Xiaoxiu felt that she did the right thing. What Lu Qi and the man with the landscape portrait did was immoral, and she had to stop them. The evaluation competition began soon afterward. The time was chosen to be a weekend, which is also the day off for many employees of the testing center. So many employees came to watch at the scene. Xiaoxiu took out one photo after another of antiques and rare items that were almost identical, placed them on the table, and compared them one by one. This is what Lu Qijin saw when he was preparing. Xiaoxiu brought a lot of junior appraisers, who were almost all piled up in the same photos. Lu Qi was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Xiaoxiu didn't even look up, staring intently at the photo in her hand. Practice. Lu Qi was completely stunned. I never imagined that Xiaoxiu could be rolled up like this. These photos are all records of rare items that can be found on the Authentication Center's website. Images of genuine and counterfeit Xiaoxiu artifacts are all mixed together. Chapter 44. The competition begins. She was preparing for the competition because she had learned from Li Mu that the first challenge was to find clues to the authenticity of the artifact from identical pictures. There are many photos of the samples, but only one photo of the genuine product. The appraisers have to find the picture of the fake product, identify the fake parts, mark the fake parts with red circles, and find the genuine product. As for why photos are used, it's because the genuine articles are all very expensive, and many have already been auctioned off. They're not suitable for practice in a competition. Xiaoxiu had already found 3 or 4 photos in a pile. The others were in 1 or 2, and Lu Qi was the oldest among them, looking somewhat out of place among a group of junior appraisers in their 20s and 30s. Besides, Lu Qi was unwilling to join the ranks of the involution because he felt that he was a senior in the industry and it would be embarrassing to be squeezed among a group of juniors. However, Lu Qi couldn't help but look at the photo, but the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. He couldn't recognize any of them because the photos were all exactly the same. At this moment, Lu Qi was truly panicked. If he can't even get past the first round, then he'll have lost all face and dignity. A group of junior appraisers are preparing to go on stage, while the company's chat group is already buzzing with excitement. The topics everyone was discussing were just a few. It doesn't matter who comes in first place. I just want to see the showdown between the newcomer Xia Xiu and the veteran Lu Qi. Xia Xiu, as a newcomer, was too rash and overpowered Lu Qieying. I heard Lu Qi has powerful connections, so Xia Xiu is definitely going to lose. Some say that Xia Xiu is incredibly audacious. He's not in the field and is a newcomer, yet he dared to challenge a senior colleague out of spite. They say he's crazy. It was supposed to be a day off, but because of the drama that happened on Tieba, many employees were chatting and watching the drama unfold in their group chats. Some were even waiting in the live stream room of the match, sending comments. Century Appraisal Center Company Limited is a relatively humane company that does not put too much pressure on its employees. As long as they do not spread rumors or violate company rules, they are basically free to speak. Furthermore, topics such as male-female relationships, who is having an office romance, and who is a mistress to a certain leader can all be discussed in the group chat. We used to be bombarded with relationship gossip, and everyone got a bit tired of it. Now that we have a power struggle story, everyone finds it fresh and is squatting there with great interest. Xiaoxiu didn't care about any of that. After joining the chat group, she basically kept the chat muted, except for the last time when she posted the photos from the forum. Despite being at the center of the drama, she showed no awareness of being the leader of the drama, instead leisurely leading a group of people in a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, the gossipmonger on the other side, was extremely anxious. Xiaoxiu, do you think this will put pressure on me? Lu Qi gritted his teeth. Let me tell you, I will definitely beat you. Xiaoxiu acted as if she hadn't heard anything and casually grabbed a bag of snacks from the preparation room. It was a bag of sunflower seeds, and she started cracking them open with a crunching sound. Lu Qi. Does this damn woman even care about herself? It's like before a battle, you issue a challenge to the other side with great momentum, but the other side ignores you and doesn't give you any response, as if you're punching cotton. Lu Qi was furious, so he tagged everyone in the chat group. If I lose to Xiaoxiu, this newcomer, then I will call her senior from now on whenever I see her. However, even with such blatantly provocative language, Xiaoxiu still ignored it. 10 minutes later, the host reminded the appraisers in the preparation room to come on stage and prepare, because the match is about to begin. Lu Qi pushed aside the crowd and walked onto the stage first, head held high. Before going on stage, he glanced at Xiaoxiu with disdain. He thought that Xiaoxiu's silence in the group was like a cowardly act, a sign that he had already given in. Wow, the scene I've been waiting for is finally about to begin. If gift giving wasn't prohibited in the live stream, I would definitely have sent a few to liven things up. Everyone, guess who will be eliminated first? I think it should be Xiaoxiu, the newcomer. Although Lu Qi is a junior appraiser, he is very experienced and has seen more than Xiaoxiu. The person upstairs shouldn't speak with such a fatherly tone. In no way are today's young people any worse than you old folks. As the comments continued, they quickly became polarized, and a heated argument broke out. Everyone has 20 minutes to prepare after they go on stage. This competition is for junior and intermediate appraisers, and the competition areas are separated for junior and intermediate appraisers. This competition also provides an opportunity for registered junior appraisers to rank themselves. Those who rank higher will receive bonus points when taking the intermediate level appraiser exam. The first test was the same as what Xia Xiyu practiced, finding the only genuine photograph among a pile of fake photographs. The photos of genuine products are processed with special materials and can only be scanned by a machine. Therefore, to the naked eye, each photo appears to have the same material in the hands of an appraiser, with virtually no difference. This preliminary competition has a time limit. Participants must eliminate as many fake photos as possible and find genuine photos from tens of thousands of photos within 1 hour. Eliminating a fake photo earns 1 point, finding a genuine photo earns 10 points, and eliminating a genuine photo will deduct 20 points. The winner is determined by the score after 1 hour of competition. This is a live broadcast. Each participating appraiser has 2 glass boxes behind them, containing photos of fake and genuine items. Under the live camera, there is no possibility of faking it. On the field, Lu Qi was very confident, and he also had many supporters in the live chat. Because of the years that have passed, everyone believes that Lu Qi had been an appraiser for over 10 years and was very knowledgeable. Xia Xiyu was just a newcomer to the industry. No matter how talented someone is, they can't compare to Lu Qi, who has been in the industry for 10 years. Some people mocked Xia Xiyu below, saying he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and that he had to run into a brick wall and learn to rein in his arrogance after suffering a loss. Some people admire Xia Xiyu's courage. On the competition stage, Xia Xiyu ignored all the outside disturbances. She focused intently on piling up a stack of photos in front of her and looking through them one by one as quickly as possible. Her pen never stopped, marking the photos with red circles. She was very fast. In almost 10 minutes, the glass boxes containing the fakes behind her had already piled up quite a bit. Unlike Xia Xiyu, Lu Qi slowly looked through each document, appearing experienced and confident. Chapter 45, Check Me First. Xia Xiyu looked up at Lu Qi and noticed that he kept rubbing the photo with his thumb and forefinger. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, and continued to observe the photo. Time ticked by minute. Staring at the timer, he slammed the hammer down as the last second elapsed. A crisp sound indicates that the time has ended. All the appraisers stopped what they were doing. Lu Qi's palms were sweaty. Xia Xiyu noticed again that Lu Qi's index finger and thumb started rubbing together, especially the nail of his index finger, which he would unconsciously touch. Then, she turned her gaze to the 2 glass cabinets that Lu Qi had identified, only to find that they contained many backup photos. If all the identifications are correct, then his success rate in identification is over 85%. However, how could someone who has been a junior appraiser for over 10 years with a success rate of only over 60% possibly achieve a success rate of over 85% in just one competition? All the appraisers stood in front of their glass cases, waiting for the host and staff to score them. At first glance, the glass cabinets in front of Xia Xiyu and Lu Qi were the most numerous. Almost all the audience members, both at the venue and watching the live stream, focused their attention on Xia Xiyu and Lu Qi. The first place this time will undoubtedly be one of these 2 people, but who will it be? Lu Qi's palms were already sweating. He glared fiercely at Xia Xiyu. If it weren't for the live broadcast camera, he would definitely have uttered some harsh words. But now, under the camera's gaze, he can only glare from where he can't see, and then put on a nonchalant senior's attitude. Xia Xiyu, 160 points, 161 points. Lu Qi, 159 points, 160 points. There were only a few photos left in the glass case. Almost everyone held their breath, staring intently at the scene and the screen, eager to know who would be number 1 this time. The live stream was flooded with comments one after another. My God, that's so exciting. This live stream is only available to our company's internal staff. Once the competition ends, the recording of this live stream will be released, and it might get even more popular. Hurry up and announce it. Who won? I'm so anxious waiting for the result. In another office, 2 men sat at a desk, the live stream prominently displayed on their computer screens. Lin, while inhaling Waha, excitedly pounded the table. Damn, I bet my sister-in-law wins. That old man is nothing, just a show-off. Gu Jingchu silently stared at the screen. This live stream had been hacked. After all, it was a live stream that was open to the company internally. Just when the vote count reached its most crucial moment, Gu Jingchu still silently sent a comment. Come on. Hey Chu Gu, aren't you worried at all? Lin Yi was getting anxious just watching the live stream. What was that host doing? He was reading the votes slower and slower. What kind of suspense was this internal company live stream? Gu Jingchu showed no sign of anxiety. He even snatched the bag of bread from Lin Yi when she opened it and ate it slowly, bite by bite. No. Lin Yi was about to speak when the host's countdown in the video started, so he quickly turned his attention to the screen. All right, all the scores have been tallied. Now we'll announce the scores. Our top 3 will be among these 5 junior appraisers. Please give us a round of applause. Then another round of applause erupted from the audience. Then, the names of the top 5 were displayed directly on the big screen. Lu Qi confidently did not turn around. He gave what he considered a generous and appropriate smile and was about to wave to the audience and leaders below the stage. But the voices from below completely shattered the smile on Lu Qi's face. Wow, what a dark horse. This is a newbie who's been with the company for less than a month, and she actually managed to beat a veteran who's been working at our appraisal center for over 10 years by just 2 points. She actually won. If I had known, I would have bet on her to win in private. I've lost big time now. I lost the most. I'll have to order all the milk tea for the next 2 weeks. Lu Qi turned his head in disbelief, only to find his name prominently displayed below Xia Shiyu's. His score was 2 points lower than Xia Shiyu's, so he ranked second. In other words, if he doesn't get many bonus points during the year-end appraiser assessment, he may not be able to pass the final appraiser level. Although the top 3 will receive bonus points during the assessment, the bonus points for the second and third place will be far less than those for the first place. Lu Qi was trembling with anger. He didn't care that the camera was broadcasting live. He glared at Xia Shiyu and kept muttering to himself. You cheated. You definitely cheated. How could a newbie like you possibly beat me? Lu Qi lost his composure on the live broadcast. He glared at Xia Shiyu with bloodshot eyes, and his roar grew louder and louder. I demand an inspection. How could she possibly win against me? If it weren't for the staff stopping him, Lu Qi would probably have already pounced on Xia Shiyu by now. Xia Shiyu took a step back, a cold smile playing on her lips, and then pointed at Lu Qi's finger. Whoever has a guilty conscience knows it. She crossed her arms, looking as steady as a mountain. Then, in front of many leaders in the audience, she pointed her finger at Lu Qi. Teacher Lu Qi said I cheated. In order to prove my innocence, I am willing to accept an investigation. However, Teacher Lu Qi also needs to investigate. Time seemed to freeze, and silence spread. Everyone was convinced that Lu Qi, the veteran, would win, but unexpectedly, Xia Shiyu, the dark horse, took the championship. Moreover, Lu Qi's current state, with his sore loser attitude, is really damaging to his public image. Moreover, when Xia Shiyu requested an inspection, Lu Qi's bewildered expression was clearly visible to both the audience at the scene and the viewers in the live broadcast room. No, it broke through already? My God, this sore loser attitude is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't he just about to go up and hit someone? I saw it too. Luckily, there was a host on stage who stopped it. Just as all the audience members were surprised, Xia Shiyu pulled Lu Qi off the stage with lightning speed. The action was so fast that even Lu Qi himself didn't have time to react. He only panicked completely when he was already standing on the testing platform. Let's start the test now. I promise I don't have any cheating devices on me. Check me first. Chapter 46, Cheating Discovered. Lu Qi was now truly panicked. Now all the cameras were on the two of them as they stepped off the stage, and there were several staff members watching them. Now he can't even make any small moves. I should have controlled my emotions a little better. I originally wanted to throw mud at Xia Shiyu, but I didn't expect that I would end up getting myself wet too. No, there's no need to take it so seriously, Xia Shiyu. Even if you get first place, you don't need to be so smug. I'll acknowledge your ranking now, so stop making this farcical joke. Lu Qi glared at Xia Shiyu through gritted teeth. Facing the live broadcast camera, he tried his best to force a friendly smile. But little did he know that such a distorted smile made the people in the live broadcast room feel very uncomfortable. How can this be allowed? Xia Shiyu exclaimed with her innocent-looking eyes. You're a senior colleague who has worked at the testing center for over a decade, so naturally you're not afraid of those rumors. But I'm a newbie. just starting out in my career. If I'm accused of cheating, how can I ever work at the testing center again? After saying that, she smiled brightly at Lu Qi and said, "You are a senior, so you certainly have nothing to be ashamed of." As they were talking, the tests on Xia Xiyu were basically finished. There were no metal objects on my body, and I even took off my earrings and scanned them in the scanner, and there were no problems. "Professor Lu Qi, please stand still." When the staff got to Lu Qi's side, they noticed that Lu Qi's left hand was shaking badly, and his other hand was constantly covering his left hand as if he was trying to cover something. "Please stand with your hands to the side and cooperate with our work." Lu Qi was sweating profusely, and he kept trying to mentally prepare himself. "No, it will never be discovered." "Do you mean they can even check fingers?" Just as Lu Qi had thought, the staff were originally just checking his hair, ears, and body for anything that could be used to cheat. But Lu Qi's guilty behavior directly attracted the staff's attention. So they prepared to check Lu Qi's fingernails as well. Just as they were about to scan Lu Qi's left thumb with the scanner, Lu Qi was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This is a live broadcast to the entire company. If anything goes wrong, he won't be able to work for the company anymore. The more flustered you are, the more your hands shake, and the more suspicious the staff become. When the staff used the scanner to scan the area, they found nothing amiss. Seeing this, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief, a smug look appearing on his face, his eyes constantly glancing towards Xia Xiyu. "Oops!" A staff member exclaimed in surprise as he clutched his finger, which had a small cut and was oozing blood. He just checked Lu Qi's hand, and when he put it down, he only accidentally bumped his fingertip against Lu Qi's left thumbnail. How could it have been scratched? "Humph, I already said there are no problems. A newbie is a newbie. He just likes to joke around to get attention. Isn't he just wasting everyone's time?" Lu Qi was about to leave with a smug look on his face, but he was stopped by the serious-looking tester. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Lu Qi. We need to examine your hand again." Before Lu Qi could react, the staff member grabbed his left hand and brandished scissors. Lu Qi struggled violently. The secret hidden under his left thumbnail must not be revealed to anyone. "What are you doing? You have no respect for people at all. Watch out, or I'll complain to your boss and get you fired." "The tests have already been completed. Why do we need to test a second time?" But Lu Qi, who doesn't exercise and only spends his time scrolling through short videos on his phone and leaving disgusting comments, is no match for these young people. The staff member with scissors quickly cut off the nail on his left thumb. "It's really hard to cut. Some people's nails are this thick." The staff member muttered to himself, but the live streamers were all very close, seemingly trying to capture a close-up, so they recorded the staff member's words as well. This immediately caused an uproar among the bullet screen users. No way, what did I just see?" A senior colleague who has worked at the company for over 10 years is suspected of cheating? How insecure is he? Look at his flustered appearance. It's like he's trying to hide something obvious. With nails this thick, it's amazing that they could still scratch a staff member's finger. There must be something hidden in here. It has to be said that one of the people posting the comments has already figured out the truth. The staff cut the clippings in half again with scissors, which was quite a difficult task. When I took my nails, which had been cut in half, to the testing machine for testing again, the machine started beeping alarms. Clearly, there's something wrong with this nail. The faces of all the leaders present darkened. It's important to know that this competition, held every 2 years, has been a tradition the company has maintained since its inception, and no one has ever dared to cheat on stage. Unexpectedly, they caught one today. It turns out that glue was used inside, and nail glue was also used to fill in the color, covering up the signal jammer inside. No wonder it looks no different from a normal nail, just a bit thick. The staff had never seen such a cheating method before. A group of people gathered around the nail that had been cut in half, watching it as if it were something rare and unusual. The live stream camera was also very good, giving several close-ups. Lu Qi was ashen-faced and slumped to the ground, powerless. The company's security personnel were already standing beside him. The leaders in the audience also seemed to be deep in thought. It's important to know that the photos used in this competition were obtained using special techniques. If no one had leaked information or provided the techniques to Lu Qi, he wouldn't have been able to use such cheating methods. The leaders looked at each other, their eyes conveying the same meaning. Whether or not to deal with Lu Qi now depends on who is behind him. However, this cheating incident was broadcast live, and almost everyone in the company knew about it. Even if Lu Qi's backers wanted to cover it up, they couldn't. "Aya, you little bitch. You're the one who ruined my life." Lu Qi's face was contorted with rage. He knew that from this moment on, his career as an appraiser was essentially ruined. Chapter 47. Please, have mercy on me. He had worked so hard for so many years, and was about to be promoted to intermediate appraiser in the end-of-year assessment thanks to this competition, but all of this was ruined by a woman. She not only cut off her and her cousin's source of income, but now she wants to ruin her own career too. Lu Qi ultimately did not rush over, because so many staff members were blocking him. If another contestant can get into trouble under the live broadcast camera, then all the staff members don't need to come to work tomorrow. He was taken away. This farce left both the audience at the scene and those watching the live stream speechless. Everyone was undoubtedly stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a long while, the comments started scrolling wildly. "I'm speechless. I trusted him all along, thinking that the newbie cheated, and that's why he got such a high score. I never expected that I trusted the wrong person. He's disgusting. At your age, can't you be a little more discreet?" If cheating methods are found even in competitions, you can imagine how many people were eliminated by such methods in the past. Luckily, this new girl is smart. This girl is not only talented, but also beautiful. You know, our live broadcast camera doesn't use any filters, and her looks are still so stunning. She's really gorgeous. As the chat went on, the topic veered towards Xia Shiyu's appearance. In the office, Gu Jingchu turned off his laptop, his eyes cold. Come with me tonight to do something." Lin was stunned for a moment, then understood and gave Gu Jingchu the okay sign. Lu Qi was expelled from the Century Appraisal Center that same day, and the center also issued an internal statement today. Someone took a picture of him slinking away with his things and posted it in a chat group, where everyone laughed at him. Xia Shiyu was the only one who couldn't smile. She frowned, and when Lu Qi left his workstation, his eyes were like those of a venomous snake. She feared Lu Qi would retaliate. After all, it's easier to defend against a visible attack than a hidden one. "It seems I'll have to be more careful on my commute from now on." Night. In a private room on the 12th floor of the Supreme Club. A group of people sat in a private room, some singing, some playing cards. There were 3 men sitting in the very center. It was as if there was a vacuum around them. Those people who were playing around in the private rooms didn't dare to approach without instructions. "Hey, I rolled the highest number on this die," Chinomping said with a grin. "So, in a bit, I'll decide what to do next." Lin also pursed her lips, then opened her own as well. "Who said you won?" "I rolled a leopard, so this round should be my decision." Neither of them was willing to give in, and they started arguing back and forth. In the end, they both looked at Gu Jingchu with their eyes. Gu Jingchu was just playing with the dice in his hand. His eyes were fixed on a middle-aged man in front of him who had been beaten black and blue, whose hands and feet were tied up, and who was guarded by several bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. I'm an adult. Why would I need to make a choice?" He slowly spun the dice in his hand with his fingertips, then flicked it hard. The dice rolled on the coffee table and quickly came to rest on the number 6. The highest possible score seems to be fate. You can do as you please. The middle-aged man, whose hands and feet were bound and whose face was bruised and swollen, trembled uncontrollably upon hearing these words, his cloudy eyes filled with fear. Please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I promise I will never appear by Miss Xia's side again. Tomorrow. No, I don't want anything anymore. As long as you are magnanimous and let me go, I will immediately buy a ticket and leave Beijing forever and never come back." The middle-aged man's trembling voice revealed his fear of the man before him. This man, outwardly indifferent, like a lofty Buddha statue, is actually a complete devil. He had only gathered a group of people downstairs at the company, wanting to vent his anger, but unexpectedly, he was dragged here and subjected to inhuman torture. Gu Jingchu slowly stood up, a cold smile spreading across his lips, his cold, black leather shoes stepping onto the middle-aged man's face. "You'd better remember what you said today. She is not someone you can touch." The man nodded vigorously, afraid that if he was even a step too slow in expressing his attitude, his men would grab him and throw him into the well. The man was quickly taken away. Rather than being taken away, he was dragged out by the feet. The others acted as if they hadn't seen what was happening, continuing what they were doing just now, and no one dared to say a word. This was just a minor incident. Lin Yi held the dice in his hand, looked at the people in the private room with different expressions, and suddenly grinned broadly. That's great. Solving one problem can teach a whole bunch of others a lesson. It's like a gift to us, so why not take advantage of it? The phone rang, and Gu Jingchu glanced at it. Before the phone could ring a second time, it was answered. Yes, I'll be back soon. Sorry for the lateness. Thank you for your help. The lotus flower, which had been sitting upright on the Buddha altar, lost all its coldness, as if ice and snow were melting and spring was reviving. Chen Anping and Lin Yi exchanged a glance and chuckled. Hurry up and leave. You don't need to stay here with us two single dogs. People with families are just different. It's only a few o'clock, and my sister-in-law is already calling to urge Chu Ji to come home for dinner. Gu Jingchu laughed, grabbed the dice from the table, and threw them at the two of them. Watching them dodge and act silly, he stood up. You guys keep playing, I'm leaving now. As the car sped along, Gu Jingchu suddenly pictured Xia Shiyu, wearing an apron and having prepared a meal, sitting at the table waiting for him to come home. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. It's a really strange feeling. He had no concept of home, but now he understands those 4 words. I'm rushing home. When Gu Jingchu got home, it was already past 8 o'clock, and it would probably be 9 o'clock in another 20 minutes. Xia Shiyu was in the kitchen taking out the last dish and placing it on the dining table. When she saw Gu Jingchu return, she wiped her hands on her apron, then took it off and hung it on a hook on the wall. You're back? You're back so late, and you haven't had dinner yet. You must be starving. She took Gu Jingchu's briefcase and placed it in the entryway. Hurry up and go eat. I only started preparing the ingredients and cooking at 8 o'clock. The food will be hot and fresh. A gentle smile flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. He went into the bathroom, washed his hands, and then sat down. Chapter 48. It's good to keep things as they are. When I called you just now, I heard Lin Yi and the others around you. Why didn't you call them back to have dinner with you? Xia Shiyu asked casually. Gu Jingchu paused for a moment, holding his chopsticks. For some reason, he felt a sense of displeasure. They've all eaten. In fact, in order to prank Lu Qi, the two of them didn't eat a single grain of rice. They only ate some fruit platter in the private room to fill their stomachs. However, for some reason, Gu Jingchu didn't want these two to take up Xia Shiyu's time. After all, he's the one who washes the dishes after meals. I see. Xia Shiyu ate a couple of bites of rice, then sullenly told Gu Jingchu what had happened that day. Luckily we moved quickly. The security in this neighborhood is pretty good. Otherwise, given Lu Qi's petty nature, who knows what he might have done in secret? She pouted, looking unconvinced. I don't think I did anything wrong today. If it happened again, I would still choose to expose his ugly face in public and give everyone a fair platform. However, Qian Lele said that he has some gangsters working for him, which are just a bunch of thugs who do his bidding. Can you pick me up and drop me off at Get Off Work these next few days? She was still a little scared. She should admit defeat when necessary. She's just a girl, and if Lu Qi really retaliates against her, she might not be able to escape. It's better to have Gu Jingchu by her side. After all, his aura and his towering height of over 1.8 meters were enough to intimidate a bunch of monsters and demons. Don't worry, he won't come looking for you. Gu Jingchu swallowed a mouthful of rice and said slowly, I'll pick you up and drop you off these next few days. Who knows? That jerk's got a strong sense of revenge. Xia Shiyu muttered, pouting. Hearing Gu Jingchu agree to pick her up, she beamed and made a fist and palm gesture towards him. Thank you, big boss, for protecting me. Gu Jingchu. I was charmed by how cute she was. What Xia Shiyu didn't know was that Lu Qi had already been dealt with and was currently boarding a train leaving Beijing in a panic. He probably wouldn't be returning to Beijing for the rest of his life. Not to mention, the group of thugs Lu Qi employed to extort money had already been taught a lesson, and they would have to avoid Xia Shiyu from now on. Xia Shiyu was simply innocent and kind, so Gu Jingchu didn't need to tell her what had happened, lest he frighten her. After the meal, Xiaoxiu cleaned up the dishes as usual, while Gu Jingchu washed the dishes and cleaned the stove in the kitchen. After they finished, the two sat on the sofa. Xiaoxiu turned on the latest variety show and laughed heartily, occasionally striking up a conversation with Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu was holding his phone, seemingly doing nothing, but he always responded whenever Xiaoxiu spoke. The variety show was showing a group of celebrities acting as adventurers, searching for a long-lost antique jade pendant in a huge venue. Even seasoned guests from several previous episodes hadn't found it. Just as the countdown was about to end, one of the celebrities participating in this episode found the jade pendant in a corner. Then, the comments and voiceover began to explain the origin of the jade pendant. Xiaoxiu pursed her lips halfway through the conversation. The jade pendant was obviously a fake, and the voiceover was describing it so enthusiastically that it was making her occupational hazard kick in. What? You don't like this part? Gu Jingchu looked up from his phone screen and keenly noticed Xiaoxiu's unhappiness. With Gu Jingchu bringing up the topic, Xiaoxiu immediately offered her own perspective. The production team didn't use a real jade pendant at all, it was just a fake. Honestly, they're treating the audience like idiots. If they were worried that the real jade pendant would be damaged while the guests were searching for it, they should have told the audience from the beginning that they were using a 100% genuine jade pendant, instead of holding up such an obvious fake and enthusiastically introducing it. She pouted in dissatisfaction, then paused the recording with the remote control, pointing her finger at the jade pendant. Look, this jade pendant has such big flaws. You can even see the yellowing at the edges on the screen, and the translucent green areas are also abnormal, like here. She started talking non-stop, recounting her professional knowledge to Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu did not interrupt Xiaoxiu, but instead played the role of her straight man, responding appropriately to each of her lines. It seems so. I can tell. That's true. It wasn't until Xiaoxiu's mouth got dry and she picked up a cup from the coffee table and drank most of it that she realized what was happening. Did she just talk too much? For some reason, Xiaoxiu felt a little guilty. Gu Jingchu had been acting too casually in front of her lately, so much so that her guard against him had been decreasing, and now it was even zero. Even now, she unconsciously says and does things without any defenses, completely exposing herself to Gu Jingchu. Xiaoxiu fidgeted with her fingers somewhat uneasily, belatedly realizing that she was trying to cover up for herself and the original owner's original persona. Well, after I started working, I needed to learn about this kind of information. I've been cramming on a lot of related knowledge lately. I also relied on my intuition to make this judgment. It's just my personal opinion. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Lin has already consulted a psychologist about this situation. The answer given by the psychologist was that under extreme conditions, a person may develop a second personality after a mental breakdown, resulting in a personality completely different from the previous one. Some people may even have completely unlearned knowledge appearing in their minds. Perhaps this is what summer rain is like. Is bankruptcy really such a big blow to the Xiaoxiu of the past? However, Gu Jingchu quite enjoys spending time with Xiaoxiu now. Perhaps one day I should personally make an appointment with that psychologist and ask if there's any way to keep Xiaoxiu in this personality forever. I recalled something Chen Anping had jokingly said. My sister-in-law seems like a completely different person now. Could it be like in the novels, that she's been possessed by a wandering ghost, or that she's time-traveled? Gu Jingchu couldn't help but chuckle. This Chen Anping, who is a doctor, doesn't believe in science himself and talks nonsense. What Gu Jingchu didn't know was that Chen Anping's joke was very close to the truth. Xiu, just stay the way you are. Before going to bed, Gu Jingchu inexplicably said this to Xiaoxiu. This made Xiaoxiu sit up in the middle of the night, muttering to herself, "Is this guy crazy?" Chapter 49 saved a person. She couldn't sleep for a long time and was in a daze. No, what exactly did Gu Jingchu mean by what he said before going to sleep? Did he notice something amiss? Xiaoxiu believed that since transmigrating into this book, she hadn't given herself away. Everything had progressed gradually. Or perhaps he didn't mean anything by it at all. He just didn't like the original owner's personality and preferred hers, so he just said it casually? Did he have any doubts at all? Xiaoxiu scratched her hair until it was a mess, and after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. Finally, her eyelids started to droop, and she finally slept soundly until dawn. She woke up early in the morning and waited for Greenbubble to send her a message. A female client invited her to a 5-star hotel to have something appraised in person. The fee was not low, so Xia Xiyu naturally wouldn't refuse. She smiled, took a screenshot of the Greenbubble chat box, and sent it to Li Mu as a backup before slowly starting to tidy herself up. The client had scheduled a lunchtime appointment, so she wasn't in a rush. Gu Jingchu was very busy during this period, and Lin Yi would always secretly send messages to complain that Gu Jingchu never ate properly. So Xia Xiyu would cook at home, then have it delivered by flash delivery, and after Gu Jingchu finished eating, she would take a picture of the lunchbox and send it to her. She was humming a little tune as she strolled slowly toward the supermarket. Just as she was heading home from grocery shopping, she heard unusual noises coming from the alleyway she would pass on her way home. It sounded like someone was groaning. Are some thugs bullying someone? Xia Xiyu frowned. Her sense of justice wouldn't allow her to stand idly by, so she quickly put down the vegetables in her hand and walked over in a few quick steps. Sure enough, her guess was right. A group of shady-looking men were hitting a man curled up on the ground with wooden sticks and various tools. Xia Xiyu's eyes widened as a wrench was about to fall on the man's kneecap. This is terrible. If they keep hitting him, his knees will be ruined. Stop right there. She then turned on the screen and quickly pressed the shortcut keys on her iPhone, instantly igniting the alarm in the alley. The thugs panicked at the sound of the police siren. They glared at Xia Xiyu fiercely, dropped their tools, and fled as if their lives depended on it. It actually came in handy. Xia Xiyu didn't know if these people would come back, so she quickly went forward to check on the person's injuries. Originally, this shortcut key was set to sound an alarm to deter Lu Qi, but it turned out to be used by a group of thugs instead of Lu Qi. Are you alright? Xia Xiyu quickly helped the man up from the ground and carefully checked his injuries, making sure that her movements would not aggravate the wounds caused by the thugs. These thugs are really ruthless. This man's clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was covered in bruises. He looked terrifying. I'm fine. The man coughed violently twice, covering his mouth. Xia Xiyu could see the blood seeping from between his fingers as he coughed. This means his internal organs have been hit. I'll call 120 for you, and also report it to the police. Just as Xia Xiyu took out her phone, the man's somewhat dirty hand pressed down on her wrist. No need to call the police. Calling the police will only make things worse. His voice was hoarse, like a withered tree branch. Xia Xiyu then realized that this was a young boy, who looked like he had just come of age. He was beaten up like this, his whole body was bruised and battered, but his face was still well protected, without a single trace of external injury. But why does that face look so familiar? Xia Xiyu couldn't remember who this person was for a moment, so she quickly rummaged through her bag and took out a few band-aids, which she then applied to the bleeding area. Alright, I also bought some baijiu, Chinese liquor. You need to disinfect your wound, so I'll get some baijiu. Before Xia Xiyu could finish speaking, the boy, clutching his wound, took 2 steps back with a wary look in his eyes, as if he had seen some kind of demon. She gave a dry laugh, wishing she could slap herself twice. Serves you right for being so quick-tongued. You didn't even think things through before you blurted it out. Xia Xiyu also realized that pouring liquor on someone's wound was tantamount to torture. She forced a smile, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. I didn't mean any harm. She quickly waved her hand, looking at the boy in front of her with suspicion. It's just that you're injured like this. Is it really okay not to call 120 or see a doctor? It's nothing. The boy's voice was hoarse, and his dark eyes looked at Xia Xiyu, still wary, as if he was trying to figure out what her purpose was in approaching him. How much hardship must this child have endured to develop such a strong sense of defensiveness? Xia Xiyu took a step back. She was right to be righteous, but she wasn't entirely a saint either. Since no one appreciates her efforts, there's no need for her to try and win them over. You are the victim, and you request not to call the police or get an ambulance, then I respect your choice. After saying that, Xia Xiyu turned around and walked out of the alley. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the vegetables hanging on the railing behind the bus stop were still there. Thank goodness, it wasn't taken away. After bringing the groceries home, Xiaoxiu started busying herself in the kitchen again. I managed to prepare 3 dishes and a soup before 11 o'clock. Chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, hot and sour cabbage, pork rib and lotus seed soup. Looking at the dishes and rice arranged in the pretty food box, Xiaoxiu felt a strange sense of accomplishment. After placing an order on her phone via flash delivery, guaranteeing delivery to Gu Jingchu's company between 11:30 and 12 o'clock, Xiaoxiu began to focus on replying to messages on Green Bubble and Tieba. The female customer didn't reply to the message. She was probably too busy. They've already transferred a deposit of 2,000 yuan, so they probably won't back out. Thinking about going to a high-end restaurant in a 5-star hotel, Xiaoxiu glanced down at her t-shirt, jeans, and bare slippers. She pursed her lips, resignedly returned to her room, opened her wardrobe, and found a designer black fitted dress to put on. By the time I finished my makeup, put on my accessories and bag and headed out, it was almost midnight. This time coincides with the time when students get out of school and workers get off work. Xiaoxiu's outfit made it inconvenient to take the subway, so she could only hail a taxi through a ride-hailing app. But after waiting for a full 5 minutes, no driver accepted the order. After all, there was a lot of traffic at this time, and there were also many orders for discounted vehicles, so the drivers couldn't handle all the orders. Xiaoxiu glanced at her watch again, thinking that if she didn't leave soon, she would definitely be late. Leaving a customer with the impression of being late on the first meeting was very bad for her career, so Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth and reluctantly hailed a luxury car. Sure enough, the order was accepted in less than 30 seconds. Chapter 50. We met again. Xiaoxiu, who had paid 4 times the usual taxi fare, sat down in the comfortable leather seat and sighed silently. You really do get what you pay for. The service was also very attentive. Xiaoxiu arrived at the upscale restaurant on the 16th floor of the 5-star hotel before 12 o'clock and told the waiter the table reserved by the customer. However, when the hands of the watch pointed to 12:30, the female customer still hadn't arrived. I opened the Green Bubble app and politely inquired about the message, but there was still no reply. She sighed silently, and just as she was about to get up and leave, the waiter had already brought the dishes to the table. I didn't order anything. Xiaoxiu looked completely bewildered. She had just seen the hand-stitched menu and glanced at the prices of the dishes. To her, they were outrageously expensive. Eating a meal here would probably cost her more than a month's guaranteed salary. This is a pre-ordered meal, and we'll be paying with your membership card. The waiter smiled slightly, then placed the food down and left. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Xiaoxiu didn't touch it. After all, the people who ordered this meal haven't arrived yet. How could she eat it all by herself first? However, the presentation is quite beautiful, and the food exudes an enticing aroma. Fortunately, she ate a small bowl of rice before leaving. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist seeing this meal. The seats are near the floor-to-ceiling windows, and from the 16th floor, you can enjoy a great view of the scenery below. She held the cutlery in her hand, tapping it absent-mindedly. The clock had already struck 1 p.m. There was still no reply. All the dishes had been served, but the person hadn't arrived, and there was still no word from them. If the other party hadn't sent a 2,000 yuan deposit without hesitation, Xiaoxiu would have thought that the other party was playing her for a fool. She frowned, just about to send a message saying she was leaving, when the other end showed typing in progress. Xiaoxiu stood up, but then sat back down. I'm sorry, I had a little argument with my family when I took the things out. I'll make an appointment with you after I've finished dealing with things here. Please enjoy the meal I ordered, and you don't need to get your deposit back. Consider it compensation for standing me up. Since the other party had already said that, what else could Xiaoxiu say? The small bowl of rice she ate before leaving home around 11 a.m. had already been digested while she was waiting. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she actually felt a little hungry. As she picked up a small cake, her elbow was bumped. Then a figure fell towards her. If I'm not mistaken, the person fell straight down towards the glass cabinet in front of him. If we hadn't stopped them, that person probably would have smashed their face into it and been disfigured. Without thinking, Xiaoxiu immediately stood up and grabbed the man's arm to stop him from falling. But due to inertia, she and the man fell together. However, it was because of Xiaoxiu's pull that the angle at which the other person fell was off, so he only fell to the ground. Hiss! Xia Shiyu cried out in pain. Although there was a human cushion underneath her when she fell, her elbow inevitably hit the ground hard. She touched the painful spot and estimated that the area was bruised. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. The man got up from the ground and helped Xia Shiyu, who had fallen to the ground, to her feet. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Xia Shiyu stood up, then looked up at the person in front of her. She covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, It's you. Isn't this the boy I rescued in the alley this morning when I came back from grocery shopping? When Huo Wenzhou saw Xia Shiyu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a more subtle and discerning look. Why is this woman appearing in front of me again? His fists clenched involuntarily. What happened? How did you serve the food? The lobby manager then came over and bowed and apologized to the two of them, while also scolding the waiter who had bumped into Huo Wenzhou while carrying dishes. You don't need to come to work tomorrow, the lobby manager said with a forced smile. Are you two feeling unwell? Don't worry. To compensate you for your losses, I'll grant you permission to eat this meal for free, and I'll also reimburse your medical expenses separately. Since the manager had spoken so earnestly and sincerely, Xia Shiyu didn't know what to say. She looked at Huo Wenzhou, wanting to see what the young man's attitude was. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to bump into you. I can't lose this job. The waiter was clearly terrified, frantically apologizing to Huo Wenzhou and even trying to kneel down. A dark glint flashed in Huo Wenzhou's eyes. Forget it. Nothing serious happened. The waiters and the lobby manager nodded and thanked them profusely, as if they had been granted a pardon. Huo Wenzhou sat down opposite Xia Shiyu without any hesitation. Soon, a series of exquisite dishes were laid out in front of the two of them. This was the lobby manager's apology and compensation for the mistake made by the waiter who bumped into them. Xia Shiyu didn't mind too much. With delicious food, her tolerance was quite high. Hi, what are you doing here? Xia Shiyu asked, looking at Huo Wenzhou with curiosity as she ate. The boy in front of me seemed like a completely different person from the boy I had rescued in the alley just a few hours earlier. The boy being bullied in the alley looked pitiful yet stubborn, while the boy in front of them had an air of nobility, like a young master from a wealthy family. Xia Shiyu frowned, momentarily unable to figure it out. This kid is dressed like a rich young master. So how could he be bullied so badly by a group of thugs in the alley? If she hadn't appeared in time, the young master's leg might have been broken by that thug. What's strange about this person is that, after being beaten up so badly by thugs, he didn't even think to call the police or 120 emergency services. Instead, he showed up here a few hours later and acted like nothing had happened. Xia Shiyu was puzzled, but she didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. This is compensation for the two of us. If you don't mind, you can sit down and eat with us. If you do mind, there are empty seats at the next table. You can go there and order. After saying that, Xia Shiyu didn't look at the boy again and continued to enjoy her food. Huo Wenzhou seemed somewhat surprised that the excessively beautiful woman opposite him had such an indifferent attitude towards him, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. No, how could I mind being the one who saved my legs? It's an honor to dine with such a beautiful lady as you. Xia Shiyu responded, without offering any further reply. Chapter 51. I apologize to you. She quite enjoyed the atmosphere. The restaurant had a nice ambience, with a pianist performing on the central stage, perfect lighting, and exquisite decorations. Moreover, there were no unruly children making noise in the restaurant, nor any exaggerated phone calls or laughter. Xia Shiyu looked out the window and saw the neon-lit night view outside, with a river flowing below, dazzling and magnificent. The night view of Beijing is really beautiful. You seem to be in a good mood. Come to think of it, I haven't thanked you yet. What's your name? Huo Wenzhou saw that Xia Shiyu really didn't want to talk to him. His eyes flickered, and his attitude became gentler and more serious. Xia Shiyu, you're welcome. She nodded slightly. No need to thank me. It was nothing. Xia Shiyu's attitude was somewhat cold, but Huo Wenzhou didn't mind at all. Instead, he looked at Xia Shiyu with a grin. He looked at Xia Shiyu, who was still ignoring him, and sighed. Sister, it was my fault for treating you badly back then. Actually, I am a member of the Huo family and the next heir of the Huo family. The situation in my family is a bit complicated. The fact that you saw me in your alley was because I was ambushed. We don't have any real evidence in our family, and making a big fuss will only make people think badly. I thought you were sent from over there to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, so I treated you a little badly." The boy in front of her was sincere, and his eyes were full of seriousness, so Xiaoxiu didn't know what else to say. She nodded, responding to every single sentence Huo Wenzhou uttered. It has to be said that the boy in front of her was really handsome. Xiaoxiu searched her memory and finally understood why the boy looked familiar when she first saw him. Huo Wenzhou, an underground singer. He never appears on any variety shows or television, but he has a huge online following. He only sings in underground venues or bars. Wherever he goes to sing, the venue is always packed, and scalp tickets can fetch tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan each. Without the hoarseness of yesterday, Huo Wenzhou's voice today was like that of a siren. Having only heard Gu Jingchu's voice and seen his face, Xiaoxiu felt nothing for Huo Wenzhou. She simply appreciated his good looks. On the other side, downstairs at the hotel, Qin Luo stood behind Gu Jingchu, her face full of ingratiating smiles. Chen Onping and Lin Yi stood on either side of Gu Jingchu, afraid that Gu Jingchu would get involved with Qin Luo. "Brother Jingchu, the food at this restaurant will definitely not disappoint you. By the way, I also invited President Li over. He is very interested in your company's software technology. You must seize this opportunity today." Qin Luo looked charming, but her eyes betrayed a hint of smugness. She stood not far from Gu Jingchu and followed him into the hotel. Although she wasn't standing next to Gu Jingchu, it was as if she were walking into the hotel hand in hand with him, and she looked very arrogant. Lin rolled his eyes. He couldn't stand Qin Luo's gaze and behavior, and retorted without any politeness. "Miss Qin means well, but don't let your good intentions backfire." As far as he knew, the general manager Li, that Qin Luo mentioned, had gotten into the real estate circle through some shady means. He was just a nouveau riche. What software could he possibly know? For some reason, the novice actually agreed without thinking. Look at Qin Luo's smug look now, as if she's the wife of the Virgin. I wonder if Wang Kai would drag her back and beat her up if he saw her acting like a sycophant. Qin Luo, as if she hadn't heard Lin Ye's implied meaning, smiled gently with her lips pursed. "No, you just need to show us your skills. President Li has plenty of money." She gazed at Gu Jingchu with tender eyes, appearing to be very considerate of him. Now that Brother Jingchu has fallen to such a state, what the company needs most is money. Even the usually composed Chen Pingyan couldn't help but clench his fists after hearing this tactless remark. I really don't understand whether Qin Luo genuinely likes Gu Jingchu or is deliberately trying to hurt him. Gu Jingchu didn't say a word. Qin Luo chattered on the side the whole time. Chen Onping and Lin Yi looked utterly speechless, wishing they could plug their ears. Finally, they took the elevator to the 16th floor and, led by a waiter, sat down in the center. The so-called Mr. Li, who was both rich and knowledgeable about software, whom Qin Luo mentioned, had not yet arrived. To prevent Qin Luo from continuing to harass Gu Jingchu, Lin also sat down next to Gu Jingchu with a grin, and then deliberately used some professional terminology to start a casual discussion with Gu Jingchu. This was common information known to everyone in the industry, but it was enough to put Qin Luo in a difficult position. Sure enough, every time Qin Luo tried to speak, she couldn't understand the technical terms the two were using, so she couldn't get a word in edgewise. She could only sit quietly to the side, looking sullen. Chen Onping breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap. This woman kept chattering away the whole way. It was almost driving everyone crazy. Qin Luo looked at Gu Jingchu, who was discussing work with Lin Yi, and the corners of her lips curled up. The sense of crisis that Xiaoxiu had previously given him had completely vanished, and Qin Luo's eyes were full of smugness. A woman like her, who can help Jingchu's business and help him make a comeback, is the one most qualified to stand by his side. Xiaoxiu is nothing but a pretty face and a gold digger. Why should she compete with me? Mr. Li, you've finally arrived. Qin Luo walked over, swaying her hips. When the burly Mr. Li saw Qin Luo, he forced a smile, lecherously looking her up and down. He even reached out and put his arm around her waist, and went too far by touching it. If it were any other woman, she would definitely be furious and push him away. But Qin Luoluo was no ordinary person. Not only was she not ashamed, but her smile became even more smug. She believes this is a manifestation of her charm, and that she is the one who brought in many of Wang Kai's orders. Since it was Miss Qin who summoned me here, I should naturally give Miss Qin face. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Gu. President Li had an arrogant demeanor, and when he saw Gu Jingchu's face, he felt both jealous and disdainful. Snort. He's just a gigolo who relies on women to drum up business. Even after going bankrupt, they still put on such an arrogant act. They must have been all show and no substance before. Chapter 52, An Awkward Eye Contact. Gu Jingchu didn't even bother to lift his eyes. If it weren't for putting on an act for certain people, he wouldn't normally have any contact with someone like Li Tan. Brother Jingchu, President Li is here, please say something. Qin Luoluo became anxious when she saw Gu Jingchu's indifferent appearance. She was the middleman who made the connection, and she couldn't afford to offend him. President Li, Brother Jingchu may not be feeling well these past few days. Li Tan snorted coldly. It's not that you're uncomfortable. It's obvious you look down on me, Li. He slammed the cup down on the table with force, making a loud noise. Gu Jingchu merely glanced at Li Tan, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Whatever Mr. Li thinks it is, then it is. Lin Yi also chimed in. Some people, because they have low self-esteem, always think that others look down on them, and they always have to throw tantrums to prove that they are important. His grinning face infuriated Li Tan even more. Gu Jingchu rubbed the watch on his wrist, his eyes half lowered as he casually surveyed the restaurant. There was a table of people in the direction where the performer was playing the piano. He smirked. The people at that table could see everything that was happening at his table. I looked away, but then I caught a glimpse of someone familiar. Gu Jingchu paused, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the woman by the floor-to-ceiling window. The woman's face was exquisite and beautiful, with a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. Her nonchalant demeanor revealed a touch of languor and allure, and her figure was accentuated by the little black dress, highlighting her shapely figure. She was eating her food in small bites, completely unaware that she had become a stunning sight in the eyes of the men around her. The young man sitting opposite her, in particular, stared at her intently. Gu Jingchu. Is this what she told herself? That she was going out to work, to entertain a particularly generous female client? Qin Luoluo beside him continued to try to make amends, talking incessantly, but Gu Jingchu seemed not to hear her, his eyes constantly fixed on Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu was enjoying her meal, listening to music, and gazing at the beautiful scenery below, completely unaware of Gu Jingchu's dangerous gaze. Lin also noticed that Gu Jingchu was rubbing his thumb and forefinger together intentionally or unintentionally, which was a subconscious reaction when Gu Jingchu felt irritable. Is it really that serious? Surely someone as insignificant as Li Tan shouldn't be enough to bother Gu Jingchu? Lin Yi followed Gu Jingchu's gaze to the French windows and saw a familiar and beautiful acquaintance. Holy crap. Holy shit. Isn't that my sister-in-law? What's she doing here? And there's such a young and handsome little boy sitting opposite me. Lin Yi glanced at Gu Jingchu's somewhat impatient expression, then at Xia Shiyu, who was laughing with the boy opposite her, and her heart skipped a beat. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. No way. Brother Jingchu, please say something. President Li has come with sincerity. Gu Jingchu was already feeling annoyed, and Qin Luo's constant chatter only added to his frustration. So he just mumbled and... Anyone with a normal mind could see that Gu Jingchu's attitude was extremely perfunctory, while Qin Luoluo was still smug and even had a shy look on her face. Jingchu responded to her. Lin also leaned over and whispered to Gu Jingchu. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? That boy looks so familiar, like he's from the Hua family. Hua Wenzhou. Gu Jingchu only needed to look up once to recognize the boy sitting opposite Xia Shi. He is the only son of the Hua family, but his rebellious personality still gives old Master Hua a headache. How did Hua Wenzhou and Xia Shi meet? And how did they end up eating together? Gu Jingchu's expression was indifferent, his slender hands resting on his knees, his fingertips lightly tapping. In the end, he picked up his phone and sent Xia Shiyu his location. Xia Shiyu was swallowing a bite of cake when she received the message. When she saw the location sent by Gu Jingchu, Her eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap! Isn't this location the restaurant in this five-star hotel where she's dining right now? Looking at Huo Wenzhou, who was sitting opposite her and had a handsome appearance, Xia Xiyu felt inexplicably guilty. She suddenly stood up, forgetting that she had just swallowed a bite of cake, which choked her and caused her to cough violently. Even the waiter standing to the side walked over to Xia Xiyu with a worried look on his face and asked her if she needed help. Xia Xiyu looked embarrassed, patted her chest to calm herself down, and then looked up guiltily. Coincidentally, her eyes met those of Gu Jingchu, who seemed lost in thought. No. She really came to discuss work. It's just that the client stood me up. That woman is really beautiful. Li Tin also looked at the woman who made the sound, and his eyes immediately lit up with amazement. Even Qin Luoluo, who was sitting next to him and whom he used to think was extremely beautiful, now seemed to pale in comparison to the woman standing by the French window. Gu Jingchu's eyes narrowed, and his previously indifferent gaze instantly turned sharp. Is she pretty? Li Tan, already blinded by lust, was oblivious to the dangerous glint in Gu Jingchu's eyes, and even agreed with her point. She's so beautiful. If she could be my lover, I'd give her anything. Gu Jingchu's eyes darkened completely. After making eye contact with Gu Jingchu, Xia Xiyu felt inexplicably guilty, and the unfinished food on the table in front of her suddenly seemed tasteless. At this moment, she was like a little turtle, moving slowly, step by step. Hey, you're here too. She forced an awkward smile. Li Tan thought he had finally found love, and that this stunning beauty was coming for him, so he strode forward and stood in front of Xia Xiyu. Yes, I'm here. No? Who is this fat pig? Xia Xiyu looked at Li Tan with disdain, then looked at Gu Jingchu with a puzzled expression. Gu Jingchu stood up, pulled the person to his side, and then gave Lin Yi a look. Lin understood and immediately gave up his seat. Xia Xiyu sat down next to Gu Jingchu. Qin Luo's face turned pale instantly, and she almost ground her back teeth to powder. That bitch, she actually followed me here like a ghost. Ever since Xia Xiyu appeared, Li Tan's eyes have been glued to Xia Xiyu, never leaving her. He had originally planned to humiliate the person before placing an order, but now he had a different idea. Chapter 53, I didn't mean to ignore you. Mr. Gu, your wife is so beautiful. Why don't you bring her out to social events and business meetings? With her pretty face, you'd definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort when negotiating business. Li Tan's eyes kept lingering on Xia Shiyu's face, and that greasy and lewd gaze made Xia Xiyu feel particularly uncomfortable. She chuckled coldly and retorted without any politeness. I don't know about achieving twice the result with half the effort, but seeing you would definitely make me drunk without even drinking. The beauty's upturned eyes and haughty demeanor almost made Li Tan lose his bearings, completely oblivious to the sarcasm in Xia Shiyu's words. He nodded in agreement, thinking that his wealth and power had attracted Xia Xiyu, and was overjoyed. Haha, looks like I'm quite charming. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Xiyu interrupted him with a look of disgust. Come on, you're ugly and stupid. You can't even understand good or bad words. She crossed her arms, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with mockery. What I mean is, I feel like throwing up whenever I see you. Li Tan was instantly enraged. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his face full of anger. Mr. Gu, is this the kind of upbringing your family has? If my wife, my most important client, said such unreasonable things, I would have slapped her across the face long ago. Li Tan gritted his teeth. Women need to be disciplined. If you don't teach this woman a lesson in front of me, our cooperation is off. His voice was so loud that everyone in the restaurant looked over. Li Tan thought she had found an explanation, but in reality, everyone in the restaurant was looking at her with disdain. The people who come here to eat are of high status, and their manners and upbringing are top-notch. Upon hearing Li Tan's feudalistic and patriarchal remarks, everyone looked on with disdain. Even the restaurant manager and waiters were looking this way, ready at any moment. If Li Tan were to become enraged and attempt violence, the manager and waiters would immediately step in and restrain him. Such a high-class place would never tolerate such low-class guests. An important guest? Gu Jingchu sat there, his eyes indifferent, a half-smile playing on his lips. A nouveau riche who made his fortune through dirty money, dares to speak ill of me in front of my wife. These words were like rubbing Li Tan's face in the ground. In particular, Gu Jingchu's air of nobility contrasted sharply with Li Tan's appearance, which seemed like that of a nouveau riche. Seeing everyone laughing at him, Li Tan finally became enraged and grabbed the table, intending to overturn it. But no matter how hard he strained, the table didn't budge. That's even more embarrassing. Even soft laughter could be heard from the side. "Mr. Li, don't be angry, huh?" Qin Luoluo tried to go up and persuade him, but was knocked over by the furious Li Tan. Qin Luoluo lay sprawled on the ground, but thankfully the carpet prevented her from hurting too much. However, Qin Luoluo was dressed lightly, and with this fall, some of her private parts were exposed. Realizing that some people's eyes were fixed on a certain part of her body, Qin Luoluo screamed, quickly got up from the ground, and straightened her clothes. At this moment, Qin Luoluo felt that she was about to lose all face. She glared at Xia Shiyu hatefully. If this woman hadn't been so ungrateful, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "Let me tell you, Gu Jingchu, you're nothing but a bankrupt, fallen dog. Who in Beijing can't kick you while you're down? What are you so arrogant about in front of me?" Li Tan was furious. "Let me tell you, if you dare treat me like this today, I'll kill you tomorrow." Gu Jingchu didn't even bother to give him another glance. Taking another look would be a waste of his time. He merely glanced up at the manager, standing not far away. The lobby manager's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly gave a wink to the two waiters beside him. "Go and get them out of the restaurant right now." Heavenly Lord. Others may not know, but he knows it perfectly well. Everyone says this guy went bankrupt, but this hotel is his. It's just that nobody knows it. "Hello, Mr. Li. Please do not make noise in our restaurant. Your behavior is no longer suitable for dining here. Please leave with our staff. We will also refund the card you purchased here." This five-star restaurant is very famous in Beijing, and almost everyone who comes here to eat has to become a member. Memberships that have been canceled cannot be renewed, which means Li Tan will never be able to set foot here again in his life. "You bunch of servants, you better know who I am. I'm the CEO of XX Real Estate. I've got plenty of money. How dare you kick me out?" Li Tan immediately became furious. He raised his fist high, but was dragged away by the security personnel who arrived at the scene. The surrounding diners all wore expressions of amusement and amusement. Some business associates even looked at him with disgust. The people dining here are mostly from high society. Now that this has happened, anyone with a shred of self-respect will never do business with Li Tan again. After all, who wants to become a laughingstock in the industry? Because of this farce, the lobby manager had to put on a smile and apologize to every customer who came to dine there, promising a discount for their meal before the incident finally passed. "Mr. Gu, we have already processed the card refund for Mr. Li, and he will never appear in our hotel or restaurant again." The lobby manager walked up to Gu Jingchu with a respectful expression, but his heart was pounding. "I was terrified that if I didn't do something right, I would be fired." Xia Shiyu, however, did not notice anything amiss. "I just think the service here is really good." There was absolutely no intention to look down on anyone. Xia Shiyu was very satisfied. She said that when she had money in the future, she would also get a membership card at this restaurant. Gu Jingchu was naturally not afraid that Xia Shiyu would guess that he was the owner of this hotel. After all, he now has the facade of bankruptcy. Xia Shiyu looked at Gu Jingchu and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain what had happened today, Gu Jingchu spoke calmly. "Let's go home first. The play is all finished." He didn't need to continue performing in front of so many people. Good. Xia Shiyu sat in the car. The two walked home in silence. After arriving home, before Xia Shiyu could even speak about what happened today, Gu Jingchu spoke first. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you or interrupt your explanation at the restaurant. There was a reason for it, and I hope you can understand." Xia Shiyu was stunned for a moment. She didn't feel neglected at all. Just now, when Gu Jingchu defended her in front of that guy surnamed Li, she was actually quite happy. Chapter 54. It's nothing. She laughed and said, "It's nothing." Then she briefly recounted what had happened that day. "So that's how it is." The frustration in my heart vanished instantly. Gu Jingchu smiled and looked at Xia Shiyu in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed as if he had never seen her laughing and joking with Huo Wenzhou in the restaurant before. Although she often smiles at herself, the smile is different. That guy surnamed Hua had such a good eye for her, which inexplicably made Gu Jingchu feel very uncomfortable. Xiu, that guy surnamed Hua, he's unpredictable. It's best to avoid contact with him. Xia Xiu nodded in agreement. She noticed it too. Although the boy named Hua Wenzhou smiled brightly and sunnily, appearing completely innocent. However, she also felt that this person was very cunning. Don't worry, I only saved him once in the alley, and we just happened to run into each other today. At first, he thought I was the kind of woman who was deliberately trying to get close to him. At this point, Xia Xiu pursed her lips, indicating that she was speechless. Meanwhile, in the restaurant on the other side, Qin Luoluo was thus ignored by everyone. She stood alone in the restaurant, and some people cast mocking glances at her, making Qin Luoluo lose face completely. In front of outsiders, Qin Luoluo, who has the reputation of a socialite, was completely lacking in poise at this moment. Her gaze was fixed on the departing figures of the two, filled with malice. Miss Qin, if you have any sense at all, don't keep bothering someone who is already married. Lin slowly walked over, his gaze mocking. It's been so many years, you should let go of this one-sided wishful thinking. Chen Onping didn't say anything, but when he looked at Qin Luoluo, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. A woman whose mind is filled with love and possessiveness, this kind of twisted, love-obsessed brain, is so bad that even zombies would be afraid to eat her brain if the apocalypse came around. Oh ho ho, isn't this Sister Qin from the Qin family? Why are you being ignored like this? As soon as Qin Luoluo stepped out of the restaurant, she saw a stunningly handsome young man leaning against the door frame, looking nonchalant. It's that one from the Hua family. Qin Luoluo frowned, but forced a smile onto her face. Maybe I'm just not that likable. This person from the Hua family is not to be offended. He is old master Hua's only son, whom he cherishes dearly. Apart from the Gu family, the Hua family was the most powerful and influential in Beijing. You're certainly not that likable. Hua Wenzhou's words were quite sharp. I didn't say anything wrong. Judging from your unpleasant expression, it's as if I said something terrible. Isn't this going too far? Qin Luoluo gritted her teeth in anger, but had no choice but to force a smile. Compared to her, who had to scheme and fight within the family to gain her father's attention. Clearly, Hua Wenzhou, the only son of the Hua family, is someone Qin Luoluo has offended today, and tomorrow her father will force her to kneel and beg for forgiveness at the Hua family's residence. Seeing that Qin Luoluo didn't say anything, Hua Wenzhou didn't find it boring. He looked Qin Luoluo up and down on his own, making comments as he did so. Indeed, you're not as pretty as Miss Xia, nor as good at interpersonal relationships, and you don't have her temperament. No wonder you've been chasing after Gu Jingchu for so many years, claiming to be his childhood sweetheart, but she doesn't even give you a second glance. Look at you. Each word was like a knife, stabbing into Qin Luoluo's heart. Qin Luoluo was almost furious, but she couldn't afford to lose her temper. She could only force a smile. If you don't want to laugh, then don't laugh. It's awful. Hua Wenzhou curled his lip in disgust. Qin Luoluo. She's so angry. Hua Wenzhou suddenly gave Qin Luoluo a bright smile. However, we can be friends. What if we can help each other out in the future? Qin Luoluo was caught off guard by Hua Wenzhou's scheme, but they still took out their phones and exchanged contact information. After getting what he wanted, Hua Wenzhou left without looking back. Without even a greeting, Qin Luoluo was completely bewildered. Dividing line. After resting for a day, Xia Xiu stretched and crawled out of bed. The first thing I did was open my phone and check for messages. Her group chat in the green bubble has become 999 plus unread messages. There are also many friend requests. Many of them were colleagues from other departments. Xia Xiu didn't add any. She didn't want to deal with so much social interaction. When I entered the testing center, Xia Xiu felt that even the receptionist's smile was brighter towards her. He even gave her a peace sign. Moreover, no matter where Xia Xiu went, his colleagues at the appraisal center paid close attention to him. Almost everyone would come up and say hello, and then the conversation would turn to the live broadcast of that match. They were so incredibly enthusiastic. Xia Xiu, who wasn't originally socially anxious, has become somewhat socially anxious. Holy crap! Xia Xiu, I hereby declare that you are the goddess of our junior appraiser C district office." As soon as she entered the office, Qianlele rushed over excitedly. Xia Shiyu was hugged so tightly that she almost threw up her breakfast. She finally managed to break free from Qianlele's embrace and sat down in her seat. "Okay, stop now. Don't ask or say anything. If you really have any questions, please watch the recording of the company's competition. If watching it once isn't enough, watch it twice. Everything you want to know is in there." From the main entrance to the office, she has given essentially the same answer countless times. They were talking themselves hoarse, but it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers. "You achieved such great results in this competition. I have some inside information that I'd like to share." Qianlele approached with a mysterious look on her face. "Our appraisal center took on a world-class auction appraisal, and the auction was held in a prime location in Beijing at the Borna Hotel. Xia Shiyu has been in this world of the book for quite some time now. I've heard of this hotel before. Compared to the already very luxurious five-star hotel we visited yesterday, the Borna Hotel can be considered one of the best five-star hotels out there. Basically, all the gatherings and parties of celebrities and elite families are held there. There are high barriers to entry for this hotel, and its services and facilities are top-notch. However, information about the hotel owner cannot be found on the official website. Perhaps it's too mysterious. Which auction house is so rich that it can choose to auction off this hotel?" Xia Shiyu's curiosity was also piqued. The collectibles that can be auctioned here must be top-notch. Chapter 55 selected. As an appraiser, Xia Shiyu must really enjoy touching and admiring those unique collectibles. Moreover, this is a huge opportunity for her that she cannot afford to miss. "Sister Lele, are you implying that a novice appraiser like me can participate in the appraisal of this collection auction?" Xia Shiyu looked on with anticipation. Qianlele nodded. "Normally it shouldn't be allowed, but you won the championship in the competition, and the leaders have high hopes for you. Although there are senior appraisers to oversee the authentication, you can observe from the side, get in touch with those unique collections, and learn from the techniques and experience of those senior appraisers. Now, quickly tell Limu about this and submit your name." "Thank you so much." It's true that being on good terms with Qianlele has its advantages. This young lady has a very extensive network of connections and information. The application has been submitted. Limu even joked with Xia Shiyu, saying that she was really well informed. Limu has already submitted Xia Shiyu's name for this collection auction. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xia Shiyu will be in the team of appraisers this time. Xia Shiyu was very excited. After getting home from get-off work, she couldn't wait to share the news with Gu Jingqiu. "The collection auction at the Borna Hotel?" Gu Jingqiu paused for a moment as he picked up some food. "Yes, I heard that many of the foreign collections are making their first appearance in China, and I can't wait to see them." Xia Shiyu wondered if it was just her imagination, but Gu Jingqiu's eyes seemed a little unnatural when she said those words. However, she didn't think much of it, and continued to talk to Gu Jingqiu about how much she was looking forward to it. Over the next few days, Xia Shiyu prepared for the auction of the collectibles, even though the number of participants had not been officially announced. She also needs to be fully prepared. Gu Jingqiu has been spending a lot of time at home these past few days. After moving to the new house, Gu Jingqiu had his own room and no longer had to live on the sofa. He spends a lot of time in his room fiddling with the computer. Occasionally, when Xia Shiyu went in to deliver fruit, she would always see Gu Jingqiu sitting in front of the computer screen, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, the computer screen filled with code that she couldn't understand. She didn't glance at the computer screen much. She usually left after delivering the fruit. However, when Gu Jingqiu occasionally got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, the light in his room was still on. Although the sound was very soft, Xia Shiyu could still hear Gu Jingqiu's fingers tapping on the keyboard. Xia Shiyu glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Moreover, every morning when Xia Shiyu woke up, she would see Gu Jingqiu, who had been busy until midnight, getting up to eat breakfast. Then he went back into the room and started typing on the keyboard. Xia Shiyu only offered a few words of advice to Gu Jingqiu regarding his behavior of working late into the night and harming his health, but then didn't take it to heart. "But why is she staying up all night watching TV dramas? I always wake up with huge dark circles under my eyes." Gu Jingchu had been staying up all night for several days in a row, but nothing happened to him. His skin was in such good condition that Xia Shiyu was jealous. That skin was so smooth and delicate it could be described as flawless. Xia Shiyu held a bottle of milk in her hand, staring at Gu Jingchu's face with envy. Until the person feels uncomfortable being stared at. Gu Jingchu subconsciously touched his face. Is there something on my face? Xia Shiyu shook her head, her face full of resentment. But still somewhat unwilling to give up, she asked Gu Jingchu. You work so late every day, why is your skin still so good? Do you use some skincare products? That's why she stared at her face first thing in the morning. Gu Jingchu was both amused and exasperated. No, it's probably innate. Those few words were enough to completely devastate Xia Shiyu. It's probably innate. It's just like Versailles. Xia Shiyu's phone rang, and she opened the green bubble app on her phone. It was a message from Li Mu. Those few words immediately put Xia Shiyu's mind at ease, which had been hanging in suspense for the past 2 days. She was successfully selected as one of the appraisers for the Borna Hotel's collection auction. The list has been published in the company's Green Bubble Group. It's a done deal. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she immediately replied, received. She was determined to seize this opportunity. Gu Jingchu, I've been selected as one of the appraisers this time. Xia Shiyu jumped up excitedly and immediately shared her joy with Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu looked as if he had expected this. He had already spoken to Lin Yi before he heard Xia Shiyu say that he wanted to go to the collection auction. The organizers immediately agreed and added more spots. Seeing Xia Shiyu's happy, radiant smile, Gu Jingchu was also infected by the smile, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. I'm going to the company. You stay home and prepare. Lin Yi has a lot of information about the collection. I'll have him send it to your email in a bit so you can take a look. Thank you. Xia Shiyu clasped her hands together and sincerely expressed her gratitude. After saying that, she skipped back to her room, turned on her computer, and started looking at materials to prepare. In the office of the office building, Gu Jingchu glanced sideways at Lin Yi, who was buried in a pile of documents. When will it be finished? Lin Yi kept his head buried in the documents and replied, without even looking up. I'll finish this before I leave work today. Try not to work overtime, and then I can go home and get a good night's sleep. 2 minutes passed. Lin Yi suddenly lifted his head from the document, then exaggeratedly clutched his heart. What do you mean by asking this question? Do you want me to work overtime for you again? Seeing Gu Jingchu raise an eyebrow without objecting, Lin Yi's eyes widened, and she almost impulsively overturned the table in front of her. No way. Don't you have any brotherhood at all? I've been working overtime here for almost half a month straight. Even if you're exploiting your brothers, this isn't how you should exploit them, is it? Lin also roared, in a fit of impotent rage. I might as well just live and eat at the company. Sure, I'll reimburse you. Gu Jingchu said seriously, clearly taking Lin Yi's words to heart. Lin also looked terrified. He forced a smile. No. Bro, where are you going? Gu Jingchu glanced at him silently. There are some things to take care of at the Borna Hotel, so I'll need to ask you to help with company matters for the next few days. Hotel Borna? Lin was completely baffled. There are professional staff managing everything there. What important matter could possibly require Gu Jingchu, this big shot, to handle personally? He had not heard of any problems at the Borna Hotel recently. Chapter 56. Did you two have a fight? Lin racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. What's been going on at the Borna Hotel lately? It was just a collection auction. This isn't the first auction held at the Hotel Borna. The hotel's department managers have all handled it with ease. What is Gu Jingchu worried about? No, the appraisal team for this product auction is Century Appraisal Center Company, Ltd. Isn't that where my sister-in-law works? Lin suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Gu Jingchu asked him to inquire about the list of appraisers from the organizers, and he also mentioned Xia Shiyu's name. He finally understood why Gu Jingchu had asked him to work overtime. It turned out he was going to spend time with his sister-in-law. Suddenly, I felt like I'd been shown up in a compromising situation. Lin Yi looked completely listless. Isn't it just bullying him? He's still single and doesn't have a girlfriend. If it weren't for the fact that I'm stuck in the office working overtime every day, I wouldn't have to worry about those awful relatives from the Gu family who come to pry into my life. It's all right. He still has to put on a show in front of them, pretending to be poor because of bankruptcy. Does that mean he can't find a girlfriend? Lin Yi looked like he was about to cry but had no tears, so he could only turn his grief and anger into strength and pretend that the documents under his hands were Gu Jingqiu. Look, you think you're just looking at documents? I'll make you regret it. When Gu Jingqiu got home from get off work, he opened the door and immediately saw Xia Xiyu looking at the books in his collection. The warm yellow light in the living room shone on Xia Xiyu, adding to her hazy beauty. They say that when you look at a beautiful woman under the lamplight, the more you look, the more intoxicated you become. Gu Jingqiu now understands this sentence. You're back. Xia Xiyu put down the book in her hand. The food is ready. I'll go and bring it out now. She brought the dishes from the kitchen with a smile. The crabs are so cheap today. They're 20% off at the supermarket, and they're still lively and jumping around. I picked out all the female crabs, their bellies full of roe. I bought several, along with some shrimp and shellfish. We're having a seafood feast tonight. The kitchen lights were warm, and a table was laden with food. Xia Xiyu sat at the table with a warm smile. At this moment, Gu Jingqiu truly felt the warmth and comfort of family life. The fatigue of the past few days vanished instantly, as if blown away by the wind, leaving me feeling as light as if I were walking on clouds. He stood there stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. Eat quickly. Xia Xiyu kept putting food on Gu Jingqiu's plate. While picking up food, she also had to maintain the original persona that she had long since forgotten to uphold in their daily interactions, thanks to her carefree and easygoing personality. Hee, this is my first time making a seafood feast. I followed a tutorial. Try it and see if it's good. Gu Jingqiu sensed the deliberate intent. A smile appeared in his eyes. At the beginning, he would definitely have been very skeptical. However, over the past 2 months, Gu Jingqiu has gradually observed her behavior. Any unusual behavior that is inconsistent with their usual behavior will be reported to the psychologist. The conclusion drawn is also the change brought about by the emergence of a second personality. For example, skills that you didn't have before. Gu Jingqiu accepted it very naturally. Only, the message the psychologist sent that day still bothered Gu Jingqiu. He said, the second personality that appears after a person reaches adulthood may disappear one day, and the first personality will not be aware of the existence of the second personality. Gu Jingqiu did not want the current Xia Xiyu to disappear. I ate the meal somewhat absent-mindedly. Gu Jingqiu only made the decision after he had put all the dishes in the kitchen and washed them. Timely rang. Xia Xiyu, engrossed in her collection of books, didn't even look up, only humming in response. Do you want to see a doctor? Xia Xiyu looked up at Gu Jingqiu with a surprised expression, as if she doubted whether she had misheard. For the first time, Gu Jingqiu felt nervous. He clenched his fists, then clenched them again and again. Finally, he spoke up. Chen Omping offers free, comprehensive medical checkups, but there aren't many spots available. He texted me to ask if I wanted to go. A physical exam? Xia Xiyu pondered for a moment, then shook her head. She felt that her body was in good condition. In the days after she transmigrated, she had secretly gone to the hospital. It's for checking my own body. Aside from some menstrual irregularities, everything else was fine. Please pass on a message for me, saying that I appreciate his kindness and thank him for me. After saying that, Xia Xiyu lowered her head to read her book again. Gu Jingqiu. He pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing and returned to his room. Lin also felt that the atmosphere in the office was particularly tense today. Gu Jingqiu seems to have reverted to his workaholic self. Tasks were being relentlessly assigned, casting a dark shadow over the entire office. Lin was also very puzzled. Didn't he seem like he was going to drop everything and spend time with his wife yesterday? Why am I in such a bad mood today? Faced with the sudden increase in workload, Lin was internally crying. Rather than doing that, it would be better to let his brother and boss go and accompany his wife. Did your sister-in-law find out that we secretly helped her get a private door, and she's unhappy about it? Gu Jingqiu's fingers continued typing on the keyboard, without giving any reply. If it's not this, then did you and your sister-in-law have a fight? Lin asked, puzzled. Your sister-in-law has a very good temper now. She's gentle and virtuous, and she can work and earn money while taking care of the family. What did you do to offend her, Chuji? Gu Jingqiu remained silent, his fingertips impatiently tapping on the keyboard. But the code on the screen was completely irregular and a jumbled mess. Just like Gu Jingchu's current mood. If Xia Xiu doesn't go to the hospital, how can he get a method from the psychologist to stabilize her second personality? He could see that his boss and brother's mood was getting worse and worse. Lin Yi dared not step forward. Instead, he secretly sent a message to Xia Xiu on the green bubble. Sister-in-law, did you and Chu Ge have a fight? He seems to be in a bad mood. Xia Xiu was completely bewildered upon receiving the message. Quarrel? She and Gu Jingchu? Xia Xiu was both amused and exasperated. She considered herself and Gu Jingchu to have become respectful and courteous partners. The two had nothing to argue about, so how could they possibly have a fight? Besides, she was too busy trying to curry favor with powerful figures to dare offend Gu Jingchu, a hidden big shot. We didn't argue. Is he in a bad mood? I'll ask him when he gets home. After replying to the message, Xia Xiu put down her phone and didn't pay any more attention to it. She thought to herself that Gu Jingchu hadn't shown any signs of being in a bad mood at home. Chapter 57 also includes a psychological examination. Is it something to do at work? It doesn't seem like it. Xia Xiu suddenly remembered that Gu Jingchu had asked her if she wanted to go to the hospital for a physical examination, and she had refused. Could it be because of this? Xia Xiu finally realized the problem belatedly. However, she found it somewhat unbelievable. Even Gu Jingchu has his awkward moments. With a silent sigh, Xia Xiu carefully took her identification documents. He went downstairs, scanned a shared electric scooter, and slowly rode it towards the office building where Gu Jingchu worked. When we arrived at the company gate, the receptionist recognized Xia Xiu at a glance, and she looked excited. Oh dear, it's Mrs. Gu, our CEO. Please come in quickly, Mr. Lin is so worried. Before the receptionist could finish speaking, Lin hurriedly turned around and came out. Sister-in-law, you've finally arrived. Hurry up and go into the office to give that workaholic some advice. Lin saw Xia Xiu as if he had seen a savior. He quickly pulled Xia Xiu to stand at the office door, and then Lin also quickly knocked on the door. Enter. A clear, cool, and magnetic voice came from inside. Lin also made a gesture, then pushed open the door and shoved Xia Xiu inside. Gu Jingchu looked up and was stunned for a moment when he saw Xia Xiu, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Why are you here? Gu Jingchu's tone was indifferent, yet it carried a hint of stiffness. Nothing different from usual. Xia Xiu silently observed the exceptionally handsome man before her. However, after having that thought, she did indeed sense a slight awkwardness in him. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. It seems that even the most aloof and powerful men can get a little upset and have a bit of a tiff when their good intentions are rejected. The smile in Xia Xiu's eyes grew wider and wider. She grinned and leaned closer, then covered her chest in front of Gu Jingchu. I feel a little short of breath here, so I was thinking of having you take me to the hospital for a checkup. Could it be that I've been too busy with the auction of the collection at the Borna Hotel these past few days, and I'm a bit overworked? After saying that, Xia Xiu coughed twice, blinking her big, bright eyes at Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu paused, his hand holding the pen still. He pursed his lips. I still have a lot of new documents to process. All right. If you hold a grudge for too long, it's hard to back down even if there's a way out. Xia Xiu raised an eyebrow, her tone direct and to the point. So, are you coming with me or not? Good. Lin Yi, who was hiding outside the door and secretly listening to the sounds inside, was overjoyed. Finally, they managed to kick Gu Jingchu, that workaholic, out of the office. We arrived at the hospital. Xia Xiu then realized that the hospital Gu Jingchu brought her to was different from ordinary hospitals. The place is luxuriously decorated, and the medical staff are all smiles. There's none of the hurried atmosphere you'd find in a top-tier public hospital. Their attitude is exceptionally good. This is a private hospital. Gu Jingchu spoke up to clear up Xia Xiu's doubts. It turns out that Chun Omping works at a private hospital. Xia Xiu was a little excited. To be honest, she had never been to a private hospital before. She was a tough kid from a young age, always going down to the river and climbing trees, and she hardly ever got sick. Even when she was sick, the old man would just get her some medicine from the clinic. If the condition is serious, they'll send her to the People's Hospital, where she'll basically be on an 4 drip for a day, and that'll be it. As for private hospitals, she had only ever seen them on TV and in comics. My sister-in-law is here. Chen Amping, wearing a white coat, walked over with a smile. Don't let his usual roguish demeanor and arm in arm with Lin Yi fool you. When he puts on this white coat, he exudes a mature and composed aura. Besides, he's not ugly, and his height speaks for itself. The white shirt underneath the white lab coat was buttoned up to the last button, giving him a somewhat ascetic and handsome look. Chen Amping and Gu Jingchu exchanged a glance. Then, Chen Amping smiled and led Xia Xiyu into a consultation room. Unlike the small cubicle clinics in public hospitals, the clinics here are almost the same size as the two-bedroom apartment where Xia Xiyu is currently living. The consultation room is like a living room. One room is for doctors to rest, and the other is for them to relax. That's really good treatment. I'm a little jealous of rich people. Are you the one who will examine me? Xia Xiyu asked. Chen Amping shook his head. No. It means that many professional doctors will come to examine you and conduct a comprehensive physical and psychological examination. Xia Xiyu nodded and didn't ask any further questions. There was no waiting in line at the private hospital, so all the physical examinations were completed in less than an hour. The test report will be available in half an hour. Just then, there was a knock on the door. An elderly man with gray hair, but a kind face and a very approachable demeanor walked in. This young lady must be Miss Xia, right? The old man sat down directly opposite Xia Xiyu. The old man seemed very friendly, but he didn't give off any sense of dislike. Xia Xiyu was also quite curious about the profession of psychologist. I'm puzzled as to why a full-body checkup includes a psychological one. However, Xia Xiyu simply thought that the services offered by private hospitals were better and more comprehensive. Gu Jingchu stood to the side, a hint of nervousness showing in his indifferent eyes. Talking with this very approachable and kind psychologist felt like having a casual chat with a family member. This old man always managed to make Xia Xiyu feel a strong urge to confide in him with just a few words. She felt very comfortable and unconsciously wanted to get closer to the psychologist. This is completely different from the scenes shown on TV and described in novels about facing a psychologist. I didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, it felt like chatting with old friends. Time passed by unnoticed. When Xia Xiyu opened her phone to check the time, 2 whole hours had passed. She looked on incredulously. She had been chatting with this psychologist for 2 hours. Xia Xiyu looked up and saw Gu Jingchu sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. I was so relaxed chatting with this psychologist that I said a lot of things without thinking, and I didn't even think about maintaining the little bit of the original owner's persona that she had long since forgotten about. Seeing Gu Jingchu's indifferent expression, Xia Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. How could Gu Jingchu possibly care about her? Naturally, he didn't care about the way she acted. You're a very interesting girl. Chatting with you was the most pleasant experience of my day. The psychologist had a big smile on his face. Chapter 58 gave her an obsession. Xia Xiyu laughed too, feeling a little embarrassed. She talked too much. The psychological counseling session on the medical examination form was supposed to last within 40 minutes. She got so into chatting that she ended up talking to the other person for a full 2 hours. The old man in front of me is clearly of a high level, and I guess he charges by the minute. The thought that he had been chatting for 2 hours, and that he would be charged for every hour and 20 minutes over was made Xia Xiyu nervous. If it's really like in TV dramas, where they charge hundreds or thousands per minute, then where is she going to find so much money? It's a free physical examination, including this psychological counseling session. The psychologist immediately saw through Xia Xiyu's little thoughts. He thought the girl in front of him had a very genuine and pure personality. These days, it's rare to see such clear eyes. This Mr. Gu really struck gold. You must be tired. Go to the lounge to rest and relax in the massage room. Gu Jingchu stood up from the sofa and took Xia Xiyu to the massage room in the hospital. Several women wearing work clothes and with their hair tied up walked in. A massage requires removing one's clothes. May this gentleman be present? Upon hearing this question, Xia Xiyu's face immediately turned bright red. She quickly glanced at Gu Jing, who was standing still, wishing she could push him away immediately. Gu Jingchu chuckled softly and left. Xia Xiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were husband and wife, She would always dress appropriately and appear in front of Gu Jingchu whenever he was home. She only saw him as a life partner, not as a husband. Xia Shiyu was enjoying a massage in her room. But as soon as Gu Jingchu stepped out the door, his face darkened, and his deep eyes held an unpredictable mix of joy and anger, making it impossible to guess his emotions. As they entered another room, the psychologist who had just given Xia Shiyu her counseling sat on the sofa. The kind smile he had shown when he was with Xia Shiyu was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. A bad feeling immediately arose in Gu Jingchu's heart. Is it serious? The psychologist nodded. Miss Xiao's condition has reached a very serious stage. Judging from our conversation just now, she is very clear about her own situation. When I guided her to recall her past, she was able to recall everything. However, when I pressed her for more details, she became evasive or gave irrelevant answers. I believe that Mr. Gu has also made some discoveries in their daily interactions. For example, Ms. Xia is hiding her true self. Sometimes she will deliberately imitate the speaking habits of the first personality, which is the so-called persona. However, Ms. Xia is simple-minded, straightforward, and lively. She is very sincere, which is completely opposite to the first personality. Gu Jingchu listened to a lot of talk, but he still frowned and remained silent. As a psychologist, even if the man in front of him was very calm and his mind was hard to fathom, he could still guess Gu Jingchu's purpose in coming here. Going to such great lengths, maintaining strict secrecy, and using a medical checkup as a pretext to bring people in for psychological counseling. They must want to live permanently with their second personality. However, in reality, some people may suddenly become a different person due to mental health issues, but this transformation does not last long. Most of these people also met with only a few fates. Some people with schizophrenia become increasingly severe, develop distorted self-perceptions, and do not know who they are, thus spending their entire lives in mental hospitals. There are also cases where a sudden change occurs, but soon it reverts to the original state, as if the previous change had never happened. Very few people can truly maintain their second personality until the moment of death. When Gu Jingchu was told about these possible outcomes, his expression turned frighteningly grim. He couldn't quite describe his feelings, but the thought that Xia Shiyu would suddenly disappear one day and revert to her old self filled him with an indescribable emotion, as if gripping his heart, and a sense of unease welled up inside him. Is there any way to keep the second personality inside the body, or to make the first personality disappear completely? His tone was low and flat, but it was just like the calm before a storm. The psychologist was taken aback. The human brain and mind are the most complex systems in modern medicine. To date, our understanding and knowledge of the brain is only a drop in the ocean. This is something that can't be controlled. Whether it's hypnosis or drug control, you have to become her friend. I don't want the first personality to emerge. Gu Jingchu's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. The darkness in those eyes made the elderly psychologist instinctively look away, unable to bear the sight. Good. After a long pause, the psychologist finally replied dryly, hypnosis and drug control are the most basic methods. His somewhat cloudy eyes stared intently at Gu Jingchu, his lips moving slightly. Phew, this is truly the service of a private hospital. It's simply amazing. Xia Shiyu walked out of the massage room after getting dressed, feeling incredibly relaxed, as if she were walking on clouds, and her whole body felt refreshed. She made up her mind. She would silently stand behind Gu Jingchu and support him. She helped him regain his former glory, and then she transformed herself into a wealthy woman, living the life of a rich person every day. Hey. Still lost in his fantasy of getting rich, he didn't notice what was in front of him when he turned the corner and bumped into Gu Jingchu's arms. Ugh, my nose. Xia Shiyu covered her nose, squeezing out 2 physiological tears, and looked up at Gu Jingchu. Little did she know that her appearance, with a slightly flushed face and teary eyes after a massage, made Gu Jingchu's heart tremble. Resisting the urge to pinch her cheek, Gu Jingchu calmed himself down. Did you receive the test results? Is there anything wrong with my physical health? And what about my mental health? What did they say? Faced with that incessantly chattering rosy little mouth, Gu Jingchu could only recall the words his psychologist had spoken to him. If you want to keep her, You have to offer something that will attract her. Only when she has enough obsession will she break through all obstacles and stay in this world. What attracts her? Is it an obsession? Gu Jingchu's eyes were dark and unsettling. Xia Shiyu felt uneasy under his gaze and had no idea why he was staring at her without saying a word. What are you thinking about? Snap out of it. Chapter 59, maybe she'll get the same treatment as the female lead? Seeing that he hadn't said anything for a long time, Xia Shiyu simply walked up to Gu Jingchu and waved her hand in front of him. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Could it be that there's something wrong with her medical report, which is why Gu Jingchu has been silent for so long? Is there something wrong with my medical report? There was a hint of urgency in her voice. There's no problem. I was just thinking about company matters. Gu Jingchu smiled. Sorry to have worried you. Hearing that there were no problems, Xia Shiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no problems, that's fine. With mixed feelings, Gu Jingchu took Xia Shiyu home. Only 3 people knew the results of Xia Shiyu's psychological examination report. Both were people who kept their mouths shut. Gu Jingchu glanced down at the psychological test report in his hand and threw it into the shredder without hesitation. The auction of collectibles held at the Berna Hotel is finally about to begin. Xia Shiyu made preparations the night before the event. I put on a face mask before bed to keep my skin in top condition when I wake up tomorrow morning. After waking up in the morning, I do my skincare and makeup routine, then put on the professional suit from the appraisal center, looking both beautiful and cool. Following the company's appraisal team, Xia Shiyu, being a junior appraiser, was at the very back of the team. Even so, she was satisfied. First, under the watchful eyes of hotel and auction venue staff and security personnel, the team photographed and documented the items to be auctioned, and then authenticated them one by one. This is a very important step. Once authenticated, the collectibles are under continuous monitoring to ensure that there is no possibility of them being switched. Because the collection room contains many antiques, the light shining on them will accelerate their oxidation and damage. Therefore, the lighting in some areas is pale yellow, much dimmer than in other areas. But it is under the dim lighting that these collections appear even more captivating. Xia Shiyu genuinely liked them and naturally looked at them very carefully. Her mind is now filled with these collections, and her pen has never stopped recording their characteristics. Enter the collection room at 10 a.m. It took almost half an hour before 8 p.m. for all the collections to be appraised and recorded. Everyone was starving, but no one dared to let their guard down. Because among the dozens of items in the collection, flawed and fake pieces were indeed found. When these flawed and fake items were identified, the staff were extremely busy. On the one hand, they had to contact the alternative collections and have them sent over as soon as possible, and on the other hand, they had to contact the owners of these flawed and fake items and communicate with them. Everything was ready before the auction began. Each item was covered with a blackout cloth and slowly pushed into the backstage area of the auction venue, all within the view of the cameras. At the front desk, an auctioneer dressed in an elegant cheongsam, with a polite smile on her face, spoke with elegance and passion, constantly stirring the emotions of the buyers below. Xia Shiyu stood on one side of the backstage, watching the stage with great interest. Before transmigrating into the book, although she learned a lot of skills from that old man, she rarely used them in practice. Moreover, as a university teacher, she often had to carefully protect some very fragile college students with the counselors, and she was often busy and overwhelmed. The expected scene of CEOs and socialites at the auction did not materialize. The people present at this auction of collectibles were mostly assistants to CEOs. They are all on video calls with their bosses right now, deciding whether to raise their placards or give up. This is completely different from what's shown in TV dramas. Xia Shiyu pouted. The scene before her eyes shattered her expectations of the kind of auction scenes in TV dramas, where 2 CEOs compete to win over the female lead and bid against each other for an auction item. After the auction of the collectibles concluded, all the appraisers in the team signed their names in the final collaboration document. It was already midnight, and the company car was taking the team home one by one. Xia Shiyu was so sleepy that she half closed her eyes, preparing to take a short nap. How are you feeling today? A woman's voice sounded from the side, and Xia Shiyu quickly looked up. Then, to my surprise, I discovered that this was not Lu Wan, the company's renowned senior appraiser. Faced with this genuine senior, Xia Shiyu quickly sat up straight. It's great. It broadened my horizons, and I learned a lot. Xia Shiyu was naturally happy to be spoken to by her senior. Lu Wan gave a lukewarm then glanced sideways at Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu thought that she was tired and had leaned back in the chair, and that her somewhat unseemly sleeping posture was something that her senior disapproved of. She quickly sat up straight, put her coat in front of her, and covered her straight legs. You weren't originally on the list, but the auction organizers specifically requested that you come. Lu Wan's words almost implied that Xia Shiyu had gotten into the team through connections, without explicitly naming her. Her purpose in saying this was actually to make Xia Shiyu feel ashamed, so that he would recognize his mistake and never do anything like using connections again. After all, she had witnessed the talent and strength this girl had shown in the competition, and she really didn't want this girl to go astray. Unexpectedly, Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately grabbed Lu Wan's arm. Really? Senior? Xia Shiyu's eyes sparkled, and she smiled radiantly. Wow, I'm already this famous. Looks like I'll have to sign up for more team projects in the future. Lu Wan. Seriously, how can this girl be so shameless? Did she completely misunderstand what she was saying? Looking completely bewildered, Lu Wan pushed Xia Shiyu's hand off her arm. You actually think that way? Xia Shiyu chuckled. She hadn't expected to have such an opportunity. Is this the treatment one gets after transmigrating into a book? Xia Shiyu was quite happy, thinking about the protagonists in the novels she had read who had exceptionally good luck after transmigrating. Although she's a bottom-tier cannon fodder character in this book, she's a transmigrator, so maybe she can enjoy the treatment of the female lead. Even Lu Wan, a senior colleague in the industry who is usually aloof, took the initiative to talk to me in the car. Xia Shiyu clenched her fists silently in her heart. She absolutely must seize this opportunity. What's even more coincidental is that the two of them were going in the same direction home. When Lu Wan got out of the car, Xia Shiyu also called for the driver to stop, and she quickly grabbed her bag and chased after her. Chapter 60. I couldn't resist pinching his cheek. Hey, wait for me, senior. Upon seeing what was ahead, Xia Shiyu ran forward without hesitation, determined to catch up with Lu Wan. However, Lu Wan thought that Xia Shiyu had followed her at this time to bother her, and her goodwill towards Xia Shiyu was gradually disappearing. She stopped in her tracks, her face dark with anger, and snapped. What's wrong with you, little girl? Why are you still bothering me? Xia Shiyu blinked. She didn't mean to pester Lu Wan, but she was about to say something, but looking at Lu Wan's angry eyes, it seemed as if Xia Shiyu would be scolded back if she spoke at any moment. Xia Shiyu swallowed back the words she was about to say. He simply followed Lu Wan at a distance, trying his best to shield her from view. Lu Wan was seething with anger, and seeing Xia Shiyu following her so closely from behind, she became even angrier. What exactly do you want, little girl? If you're thinking of asking me to take you as my apprentice, I'm sorry, that's impossible. After much thought, Lu Wan felt that there was only one possibility that would make Xia Shiyu continue to follow her. No. Xia Shiyu opened her mouth to explain, but Lu Wan's next sentence retorted. I see that you are a very talented young lady in the competition. Why don't you put your mind on the right path? You have talent and are young. You should be steady and build a solid foundation now, instead of thinking only about success and fame. Summer rain. After Lu Wan finished speaking, Xia Shiyu pointed to Lu Wan's skirt. No, Senior Lu, I just wanted to remind you, your skirt, Lu Wan subconsciously looked behind her, and then discovered that the hem of her skirt was tucked into her underwear, exposing her plain-colored underwear. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly pulled out her skirt and straightened it, almost making a sharp popping sound. Xia Shiyu saw Lu Wan standing in front of her with a look of surprise, followed by disbelief, and then a mixture of shame and anger on her face. Then, she cried. She really cried while covering her face. The thought of walking around in that state for half a day made Lu Wan shudder. Xia Shiyu gave a dry laugh. Senior Lu, there aren't many people on the streets of Lynching now, and I was standing behind you just now, so no one saw me. Lu Wan looked up at Xia Shiyu, and finally felt a little better. So that's why the little girl had been following me. Then why was I yelling at her so fiercely? I must have misunderstood and wronged her. That? Luan blushed slightly. She was a proud person who usually preferred to be alone and didn't interact with many people. Now that this has happened, all she can do is apologize to the young girl in front of her. It's okay, it's okay. We're all women. It's embarrassing when something like this happens. We should help if we can. Xia Xiu revealed a bright smile, making Luan feel even more guilty. Then how will you get home? This young girl got off the bus early to help me, so won't I have to walk a long way? My home is in that neighborhood not far ahead. In fact, our home is only one street away from the one my predecessor lived in. Xia Xiu was quite happy. If he could build a good relationship with the woman in front of him, he could visit her from time to time to ask for her advice. That's good. Luan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. I misunderstood you earlier. I'm so sorry. I live here, Building 2, 9th floor, 901. You can come find me if you need anything. Xia Xiu's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Okay. After saying goodbye to this senior, Xia Xiu quickened her pace to get home. I carefully opened the door and found a warm yellow light still on in the living room. Huh. Gu Jingqiu is still awake. Xia Xiu put her bag in the entryway, changed her shoes, and went inside, only to find Gu Jingqiu leaning against the sofa in the living room, seemingly already asleep. The computer in front of him was still dimly lit. Xia Xiu stepped forward lightly, hesitating whether to wake him up and tell him to go back to his room to sleep, or just grab a thin blanket to cover him. Oh well, he must have been tired to fall asleep on the sofa. She carefully carried a thin blanket out of the room and gently covered him with it. When Xia Xiu covered him with a blanket, she looked up and saw his sleeping face so close to hers. He truly deserves to be called a villainous boss who only hastily exits the story at the very end, and he is also worthy of the author's effort to portray him as a handsome man. She's so beautiful, there's not a single flaw in her facial features. Gu Jingqiu's skin, in particular, is so good. As if possessed, Xia Xiu reached out and pinched Gu Jingqiu's cheek, startled by the soft touch beneath her fingers. Warm and soft. Gu Jingqiu opened his eyes and saw this scene before him. He was stunned. Her unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and at that moment, Gu Jingqiu's senses became clear. Her warm fingertips lingered on his skin, bringing a tingling sensation. It was as if at that very moment, his heart was also electrified by this tingling sensation. Gu Jingqiu's atoms apple bobbed up and down, his voice hoarse. You're back? Startled awake by the sound, Xia Xiu hurriedly got up, but unexpectedly stepped on the blanket that had fallen to the ground, causing her to fall forward uncontrollably. Gu Jingqiu grunted and reached out to wrap his arms around Xia Xiu to prevent him from falling and hitting the coffee table. Xia Xiu felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to jump out of her throat. She stared blankly into Gu Jingqiu's dark eyes and saw her own reflection in those deep eyes. It wasn't until she heard that muffled groan that Xia Xiu came back to her senses. She was now completely entangled on Gu Jingqiu, and the two of them were in an extremely ambiguous position. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. I saw you were asleep on the sofa. I just wanted to cover you with a blanket. I was afraid you'd catch a cold. Xia Xiu was so nervous that she was at a loss for what to do, and she stammered as she spoke. She quickly got off Gu Jingqiu. Soft strands of hair slipped through his palms. Gu Jingqiu instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't stop the hair from slipping away. It's okay, as long as you didn't fall. Gu Jingqiu got up and went into the kitchen, poured a glass of milk, and put it in the microwave to heat it. 20 seconds later, with a ding, a cup of hot milk appeared in front of Xia Xiu. You must be exhausted today. Go drink this and get some rest. Chapter 61 Helping Cousin, Not Father. Xia Xiu quickly took the hot milk and drank it down in a few gulps. The warm milk entered my stomach, easing a small part of the embarrassment. It's getting late. You should go to bed early too. Don't always lie on the sofa. Autumn will be here soon. Be careful not to catch a cold. Xia Xiu hesitated for a moment before finally offering her advice. Yes, thank you for your concern, I will. Gu Jingqiu's phone vibrated on the coffee table, and he went over to answer it. Okay, I understand. First, stabilize the situation. Call people to work overtime. Make sure to keep the internal servers secure. I'm coming now. Gu Jingqiu's voice was cold. Xia Xiu frowned. Something must have gone wrong in the middle of the night. However, this was Gu Jingchu's business, and she couldn't get involved, so she could only quickly take a light jacket from the clothes rack and hand it to Gu Jingchu. Thanks. Perhaps the situation there was too urgent. Gu Jingchu stuffed his notebook into his briefcase, slung his coat over his arm, and went out the door. Judging from the way he walked, he was in a hurry, so this must be something serious. Xia Xiyu shrugged and then went into her room to wash up. I need to organize the materials from today's auction tomorrow, so I have to get up early. She needs to get enough rest. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchu had already arrived at the office. Lin, who was standing at the office door, gave Gu Jingchu a look. As soon as I entered, I saw Gu Jingyi sitting on the sofa, looking anxious. Brother, you're finally here. Didn't you receive my message? Why didn't you reply? He spoke anxiously. Do you know that your company's bid has been discovered by your competitors? I've heard that my dad bribed someone close to you, but I don't know who that person is. If this isn't dealt with promptly, your company will suffer significant losses. Lin stood silently to the side, his face also showing worry. Gu Jingchu's eyes darkened for a moment before he sat down at the computer. His long, slender fingers tapped on the computer keyboard, quickly modifying line after line of code. Heh, so what if you know? He smirked blatantly, saying, trash is trash. Even if it looks exactly the same, it's still a pile of trash inside. Gu Jingyi was taken aback for a moment, then forced a smile. Yes, brother, the team you lead is among the best in the country. Lin Yi smiled and put his arm around Gu Jingyi's shoulder, teasing, I know you're anxious because you're a brother-obsessed guy, but don't worry. My brother Chu has a lot of technical skills, and my team has a lot of experts. Even if the other side finds out about the bidding, do you think they can come up with an exact copy? They don't have that ability. Before agreeing to go to that hotel with Qin Luoluo to discuss cooperation with that manager, I had done my research beforehand. I knew that he had a bad temper and was prone to turning on me. That scene was deliberately meant to provoke that person, and then put on a show for the Gu family members who had been following Gu Jingchu. The purpose was to lower their guard, making them think that even the nouveau riche had turned against Gu Jingchu and were unwilling to cooperate with him. This is the only way to minimize overt pressure. After all, apart from old Master Gu lying in the hospital and Gu Jingchu's aunt, how many people in the Gu family could hope for his recovery? Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at Gu Jingyi with a strange gaze. This person is quite eccentric. He doesn't share the same interests as his own father, but instead is extremely loyal to the person his father sees as a thorn in his side, wishing he could send all the family's intelligence to his father's enemy. That's good. I was worried for so long, bro. My dad's been keeping a close eye on me lately. I even had to sneak out tonight. Gu Jingyi chuckled and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I know what you mean. Gu Jingchu smiled. Jingyi, it's best if you don't interfere in the matter between me and your father. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyi immediately became anxious. How can that be? We're all family. How can we fight to the death? Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely persuade my dad when I get back. Lin stood to the side, somewhat gloating. He slowly took a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Haha, don't go and try to persuade him. I remember the last time you went back to try to persuade him, you got whipped a few times by your dad and were almost kicked out of the Gu family. Don't laugh at me like that. Gu Jingyi looked annoyed. Anyway, I'm relieved to know it's nothing serious. I'm going home now. My dad's been keeping a close eye on me lately and won't let me have any contact with you. When he said the last sentence, Gu Jingyi still felt a little aggrieved. You go back first, don't worry about me. Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes obscuring the emotions in them. Also, you don't need to contact me about the funding issue. As for Qin Luoluo, you should avoid contact with her. I have no feelings for her. When Qin Luoluo was mentioned, Gu Jingyi felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Although the Qin family is also a den of wolves, Qin Luoluo, apart from being a bit love-struck, has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Moreover, the Qin family is currently on a winning streak. Why don't you go along with that young lady's wishes? Even if you just do a superficial job, you won't have to start a small company, lower your pride to seek investment everywhere, and be ridiculed by others. Besides, what's so great about Xia Xiyu? She's just a little pretty. She's no help to you at all. Maybe she's just trying to seduce you now. She's the one who leaked the bidding information this time. Gu Jingyi became increasingly angry as he spoke, but he completely failed to notice that Gu Jingchu's face had turned completely dark. Jingyi. His voice was as cold as ice. Shut up. Gu Jingyi was frightened, but he still gritted his teeth and remained stubborn. All right, your brother and sister-in-law are getting along well now, so stop making sarcastic remarks. Seeing that things were not going well, Lin quickly pushed the person out of the office. What kind of person is our Chugo? Could he be seduced by beautiful women? You'd better go back now, lest your good father finds out and gives you another beating. Gu Jingyi was still unconvinced, but Lin Yi dragged him into the elevator. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin returned to his office and couldn't help but roll his eyes. The mother is a snob, and the father is always thinking about power struggles. How could they have given birth to such a stupid son? Gu Jingchu chuckled enigmatically. Foolish? Jingyi is quite clever. Lin also curled his lip. What's so smart about him? This is the first time I've seen someone help their cousin instead of their own father. Chapter 62. That person is very strange. Gu Jingchu leaned back in his chair, the smile on his lips vanishing instantly. He glanced at Lin Yi with an ambiguous look. We kept our bids so secret, not a word of it leaked out, yet the news still got out. Where did things go wrong? Lin was stunned. He murmured, there are absolutely no problems within our organization. The team under him consists of more than a dozen people, and he knows each of them well, as they all came from past bankruptcies. Betrayal is absolutely impossible. We didn't tell anyone about the leak of our bidding information, but Jing Yi found out. Gu Jingchu tapped his fingers absent-mindedly on the table, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. Lin was immediately startled, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. That can't be right. This guy grew up with us. Even though his dad is like that, Swallowing hard, Lin continued. No matter how well someone can pretend, they can't pretend for 10 or 20 years. Besides, that bastard Gu Cheng is always thinking about monitoring you and suppressing you, so it's not surprising that he knew about the leak. Gu Jingchu remained expressionless. He kept saying that Gu Cheng, his biological father, was wary of Gu Jingyi, his biological son, and wouldn't let him interfere in anything anymore. But when he got information, he was the first one to rush over and tell him. The first person to suspect was Xia Shiyu. Perhaps. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Let's put aside Gu Jingyi's matter for now. The Gu family is nothing to fear. What were the results of the experiment I asked you to conduct? When Lin Yi was asked to do the things Gu Jingchu had instructed her to do, she was so angry she almost jumped up and down. You know what? This is really weird. It's like this guy is blessed by the heavens. He always manages to escape danger. Sometimes he doesn't even have to do anything. Some brainless idiots just step in for him. How can someone be so lucky? Lin became increasingly angry as he spoke. Moreover, our company has so many technical staff, 2 of whom are world-class top hackers. Hey, strangely enough, our team's 2 hackers couldn't even hack into that company's firewall technology. I almost hacked in once, but guess what? The power went out here. Lin rolled her eyes and even slammed her fist on the table in anger. Gu Jingchu shook his head, his tone flat. Stop for now. We need to improve our technology here. The assets we extracted from the Gu family can now be put to use. But we must be very careful. Many of them cannot be done openly. They have to go overseas. Going abroad involves an unusually large number of procedures, which means an increased workload and makes his vacation seem increasingly distant. Lin Ye's face immediately darkened. The cutting-edge technologies we've developed abroad shouldn't have been discovered by that kid yet. Lin also gritted his teeth. Before, no matter what we released or what ideas we had, that kid would always poach our staff or release a competing product first. I just don't understand. There are so many ways to make money in this world. Why does he keep targeting us? Is he some kind of shrewd copycat? It's as if God favors that kid. That bastard surnamed Chu always gets to do things one step ahead of everyone else. It was all originally Gu's idea, but in the end, it all became Chu's. They did investigate whether there was a mole within the company, but they investigated countless people, and even went to see a psychologist themselves, fearing that they might have been hypnotized by someone with ulterior motives. But the result was that nothing was found. Just like that guy surnamed Chu who seems to have some kind of precognitive ability. He's always one step ahead of the newbies. This is so annoying. It's like a leech. Our new product was developed in secrecy, and it's not under Chu Ji's name. I don't believe that guy surnamed Chu can steal it. Gu Jingchu looked down at the numbers flashing on the computer screen and chuckled softly. Some things can be taken away with foresight, but he can't take away the most advanced technology and cutting-edge computer technology. Moreover, he found that once he went abroad, fewer of the unexpected events occurred. That's true. The main force isn't in the country right now. Lin also pouted. The Gu family's bankruptcy this time can be described as a golden cicada shedding its skin, severing the connection with those bloodsuckers in the Gu family with a single stroke. Gu Jingchu is now completely relaxed, free from any burdens. All right. Gu Jingchu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Keep your distance from him lately. That guy is pretty weird. Don't go up against him. Lin nodded, but still looked unconvinced. Xia Xiu got up early in the morning, organized all the documents, and went straight to the company. As soon as she arrived at the company, she was busy handing over documents and organizing all the information from this auction for archiving. She also had to write a work report to submit to the marketing department of the appraisal center. Xia Xiu was so busy all morning that she didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. You definitely won't be able to rest at noon today, so don't bother with your work. Come and get some takeout. I've already ordered it for you. Qian Lele grinned and pulled Xia Xiu over, forcibly pressing her down into her seat. Don't worry, I'll finish writing the rest for you. I do this all the time. I'm a pro at it. Xia Xiu smiled gratefully at Qian Lele, who clasped her hands together in an exaggerated gesture. Wow, you care about me. You even ordered takeout for me, and you even helped me write my summary. From this moment on, I declare, Qian Lele, you are my god. The two women laughed heartily, and in an instant, all the fatigue from their busy work, including backaches and sore waists, disappeared. Even while having lunch, Xia Xiu didn't forget to browse the private messages on the forum. Suddenly, a picture sent via private message caught her attention. It was a black cufflink. It's made of obsidian, polished to a flawless finish, and upon closer inspection, it even has a slight cat's eye shimmer. For some reason, upon seeing these cufflinks, she suddenly felt that they were particularly suitable for Gu Jingchu. Seeing the cufflinks reminds me of Gu Jingchu's sharp, deep, and unfathomable black eyes. Xia Xiu immediately made up her mind. She wanted to buy the cufflinks. After contacting the other party, I was surprised to find that they were actually a local from Beijing and lived not far from my company. Xia Xiu finished her takeout in no time, and before going downstairs, she made a point of checking the balance on her phone. With 18,000 yuan, after paying off the mortgage, there was still more than 20,000 yuan left. Xia Xiu didn't hesitate for long. She gritted her teeth, scanned a shared electric bike, and rode off to her destination. Upon arrival, Xia Xiu discovered that the seller was a woman in her early 30s. She had a gentle appearance and recognized Xia Xiu immediately. Chapter 63 The Gift I Gave Him. Xia Xiu smiled slightly and immediately explained his purpose to the woman. After the two exchanged information, Xia Xiu bought this cufflink that looks exactly like Gu Jingchu's eyes. After getting home from get-off work, Xia Xiu cooked a table full of dishes. After calling Gu Jingchu, she continued to make soup. Once the soup is cooked, a rich aroma will emanate from the clay pot. Gu Jingchu has also returned. You're home now. Go wash your hands and eat. Hearing the word home, Gu Jingchu felt a warmth in his heart. A smile crept across his lips. Good. After finishing the meal, Xia Xiu finally took out a small box, albeit reluctantly. This is a small cufflink I found online. It's not very valuable, but I thought it would suit you quite well, so I bought it. I don't know if you'll like it. She placed the small box on the table and pushed it in front of Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu stared blankly at the black velvet box in front of him. Is this a gift she prepared for herself? This is the first time. Seeing that Gu Jingchu didn't reply for a long time and didn't open the box to accept the gift, Xia Xiu suddenly felt a little awkward. He's a villainous boss. Before he went bankrupt, every item he carried and used was a high-end designer piece worth millions. Even though he's now bankrupt and down on his luck, the watch he's wearing, though Xia Xiu can't tell what brand it is, still looks like a very valuable item. Why would she even bother with the 10,000 to 20,000 yuan worth of stuff she bought on Baidu Tieba? It's just a regular cufflink. If you don't like it, I'll sell it. As she spoke, Xiaoxiu reached out to take the box. But a pair of slender fingers landed on the black velvet box faster than she could. I love so much. Gu Jingchu received the box, opened it, took out the obsidian cufflinks inside, replaced the cufflinks on his shirt with the obsidian cufflinks, and put them on. It suits me well, thank you. Xiaoxiu immediately broke into a smile. The villainous boss actually gave her a lot of face. You bought me a gift. Do you have enough money for living expenses? Gu Jingchu's words struck a chord with Xiaoxiu. She didn't have the heart to tell Gu Jingchu that after buying these obsidian cufflinks, she only had 2 or 3,000 yuan left for living expenses. However, we have all the daily necessities at home, so we don't need to buy anything or eat out. We have enough for groceries, rice, oil, and salt. The company's business has been doing quite well lately, so I'll cover your living expenses. Gu Jingchu smiled gently and transferred the money to Xiaoxiu without saying a word. Perhaps having figured out Xiaoxiu's personality, he only transferred 5,000 yuan. Because Gu Jingchu knew that her bottom line for accepting money was right there. If there are too many, Xiaoxiu will try to return them or refuse to accept them. Xiaoxiu blinked, and faced with such a sum of money, she accepted it directly. After all, the two of them are now living together, so it's only right that he contributes to their living expenses. Moreover, she does more housework now, so this can be seen as a way of compensating her for cooking and housework. The summer rain stopped, and I felt at ease. You seem to be in a good mood today? Gu Jingchu leaned back on the sofa, while Xiaoxiu sat next to him watching a variety show. The two of them rarely have such free time. Yes, of course. There's a really great senior colleague in our company who added me in the contacts. And you know what? Her house is just 1 street away from ours, only a 10-minute walk. Xiaoxiu's expression brightened with excitement at the mention of this senior colleague. That night, I only helped her with a small favor, but she remembered me. She even came to our junior appraiser office to find me at work. You wouldn't believe how envious my colleagues were. Xiaoxiu talked non-stop to Gu Jingchu about what had happened to her recently. She's a potential chatterbox, as long as she has someone to confide in, and that person is patient and doesn't mind her talking, she can keep talking forever. Gu Jingchu's eyes held a doting affection he himself was unaware of as he silently watched the woman before him. Her small mouth opened and closed, and she kept talking about the interesting things that had happened. When she got excited, she would even gesture wildly, just like a little panda in the zoo who had received an apple and was happily showing it off to the tourists, jumping around. They are absolutely adorable. As Xiaoxiu moved, strands of her loose hair brushed against the back of Gu Jingchu's hand. He subconsciously flipped his palm over, hiding the strand of hair in his palm, and gently kneaded it with his index finger and thumb. Even from several feet away, he could still smell the fragrance emanating from her hair. This suddenly fascinated Gu Jingchu. What exactly is this feeling of being out of control? He was strategizing and had everything under his control. But this emotion was the one thing Gu Jingchu subconsciously felt was not so easy to control. Okay, I still need to maintain my potential clients on Tieba later and earn some pocket money on the side. Thanks for chatting with me. After saying that, Xiaoxiu went into her bedroom. Looking at the empty hall, Gu Jingchu felt inexplicably lost. The next morning, Xiaoxiu got up very early because she had made an appointment with Lu Wan. Her face was adorned with exquisite and appropriate makeup. Her long hair was neatly combed and then pinned up at the back of her head, with a jade hairpin as an embellishment. Xiaoxiu wore a simple and neat dress, high heels, and carried a small crossbody bag today. She looks every bit the part of a sophisticated urban woman. Today I don't need to scan a shared electric bike to go to work. Senior Rin Jialuwan said that if it's convenient in the future, she can take Xiaoxiu to work with her, since it's on the way anyway. The sound of the door closing indicated that Xiaoxiu had already left. At this moment, Gu Jingchu, who had finished dressing, came out of the room. Seeing the breakfast already prepared on the table, a smile appeared on his lips. My phone beeped. Gu Jingchu picked up his phone to check the messages. Brother Chu, we've already made arrangements with Elder Ning. He said that if you have time, you can bring your sister-in-law to meet him. It was a message sent by Lin Yi. Gu Jingchu stared at the message quietly for a while before replying. Don't be too deliberate. She has already become friends with Lu Wan, one of Ning Lao's students. After thinking for a moment, Gu Jingchu sent another message. You should make arrangements for her too, but don't let her know. Lin Yi replied with an okay emoji almost instantly. Gu Jingchu put down his phone. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes, as if her luck had really been good ever since her second personality emerged. Chapter 64. The way he looked at his apprentice. After arriving at the company in Lu Wan's car, almost all the colleagues in the appraisal department were dumbfounded. You should know that although Lu Wan is young, she is a senior colleague in the company. She is a top-notch senior appraiser, and Lu Wan is also a big shot in the appraisal circle, a disciple of Master Ning, and a personally taught disciple at that. She is exceptionally capable and is the top appraiser in the company. However, Lu Wan was an eccentric person who was very difficult to approach. Aside from work-related matters, she almost never becomes friends with any of her colleagues. No matter what I do, I always work alone, but today I brought a new employee from the company to work with me. For the people at the company, this was even more unusual than the sun rising in the west. Moreover, this newcomer was the one who performed the best in the appraiser competition. It wasn't until Lu Wan brought Xia Xiyu to the senior appraiser's office that things changed. Xia Xiyu was completely dumbfounded. She was at the elevator entrance, intending to greet this senior colleague, Mr. Lu, before heading back to her office. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiyu followed obediently after Lu Wan gave him a single glance. This is the office of your senior appraisers. Someone like me, a junior appraiser, cannot enter without swiping my card. Senior appraisers' offices often contain many genuine collections, so security is particularly tight. In addition to their personal identification card, fingerprint unlocking is also required to open the door and enter. I said you can come in, so you can come in. With a blank expression, Lu Wan opened the door without any politeness and pulled Xia Xiyu inside. The moment Xia Xiyu stepped into the senior appraiser's office, she was instantly stunned. Holy crap! Are all these calligraphy and paintings genuine? And then there was the cabinet full of collectibles next door. She silently swallowed, her eyes never leaving it for a second. Seeing Xia Xiyu's eyes, filled with genuine love for these things, Lu Wan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. It seems this young girl truly loves this profession. You can look at them, but you can't touch them. Many of them are genuine and you can't look at them with the lights on. Watching without the lights on would hurt her eyes, but Xia Xiyu didn't care about that. Even in the dim environment, she still watched intently. The others in the office gave Lu Wan a thumbs up. Young lady, can you spot anything about this painting? There isn't even a seal on it. Do you know what era it's from? And which painter it's by? Xia Xiyu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the old man who had walked up to her at some point. She stood up and greeted him respectfully. He then turned to greet the other senior colleagues in the office. Finally, he turned around and answered the old man who had spoken to him and asked him questions. Xia Xiyu told him everything. What dynasty did this painting belong to? And who was the artist? What are the distinctive features of this painting? For a moment, all the senior colleagues in the office looked at Xia Xiyu with admiration. You have to understand, the times are changing so fast these days. In this era of technological advancement, many young people are unwilling to learn skills passed down from the older generation. This explains why their senior appraisers' offices are filled with elderly men, averaging over 60 years old. Because you can't become an appraiser without talent and vision, and it requires a long period of accumulation. You can't become famous without at least 10 years. They eagerly awaited the selection of a promising talent to inherit their lifelong skills. Unexpectedly, Lu Wan brought one with her today. In an instant, several elderly seniors with gray hair gathered around, looking at Xia Xiyu with the eyes of hungry wolves eyeing meat. Xia Xiyu suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. She felt like she was being watched. Lu Wan didn't tolerate these old men and pushed them aside one by one. She got the entire video of that day's live stream at the company last night. I watched it almost all night long, watching it very carefully, and I don't know how many times I watched the replay. Moreover, she spent some time investigating this girl. It was discovered that Xia Xiyu had never been involved in this industry before. I've only been in this line of work for 2 or 3 months. Even so, Her composure under pressure and her keen insight and talent during that live competition caught Lu Wan's attention. She realized she was already 40 years old. Because I'm not good at socializing, I don't have any close friends around me. Moreover, because she never smiles, the young people in the company would run away as soon as they saw her and greeted her, as if she were some kind of man-eating monster. I've seen too many old men in the office sighing and lamenting every day that they're almost in their coffins and haven't even taken on a disciple yet, fearing that their life skills will have no successor. Lu Wan immediately had an idea. She stared at Xia Shiyu, who was chatting with the group of old men, and pursed her lips slightly. Perhaps she can train people around her first and test them properly. Xia Shiyu had no idea that he had already been designated as Lu Wan's apprentice. She is now happily absorbing the experience passed down to her by these senior colleagues. All right. Don't you guys have anything to do? Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Wan rolled her eyes and pushed away the old men surrounding Xia Shiyu. This is the person I've already chosen. If you want him, go to the primary assessment room and try to get him yourself. Lu Wan pulled Xia Shiyu behind her, looking as if she were protecting Xia Shiyu and no one could take her away from her. Xia Shiyu was completely stunned. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the senior Lu in front of her was exuding a domineering aura that only a domineering CEO could have. Her relationship with this senior Lu isn't that good, is it? Xia Shiyu was completely confused. But I only reminded her about the skirt that night. And did I get such a big reward for it? That's an incredibly high return. Xia Shiyu was truly flattered. Senior Lu, I need to go back to my office now. I still have a lot of documents to organize, and the manager gave me a few orders to process. I'll head back now. Before she could even lift her foot, she heard Lu Wan say nonchalantly, "There's no place for you in that office anymore. I've already spoken to Li Mu, and you're now my personal assistant. Just follow me and learn from me." Chapter 65, No Work Tomorrow. These words struck like a thunderbolt. The shock completely stunned Xia Shiyu. She blinked, seemingly still not fully processing what Lu Wan had just said. Is she now this senior's assistant? Xia Shiyu stood there in disbelief, too stunned to utter a word. Are you out of your mind? Lu Wan slapped Xia Shiyu on the back of the head without any hesitation. If you don't want to, you can go back to the junior appraiser's office now. I'll talk to Manager Li. Being around such senior figures and experts, you'll learn and see even more. Only a fool wouldn't want to. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. She nodded, I'm willing. I was just too happy and hadn't realized it yet. She pursed her lips, looking somewhat shy. I just didn't expect it. Seeing that she didn't seem unwilling, Lu Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you're willing, that's fine. But being my assistant means running around every day and you have to be very hardworking. If you can't stick with it, I'll still send you back. Xia Shiyu nodded, clenching her fists, looking full of enthusiasm. I promise I won't let you down, senior. Sure enough, after the change in her job position, before Xia Shiyu could even adjust, Lu Wan's tasks came one after another. She kept following up on small tasks and studying hard to gain new experience from them. An elderly man with gray hair walked over and looked at Xia Shiyu, who was busy in the office. He nudged Lu Wan's arm. Can this girl handle being treated like this? Lu Wan simply snorted. Don't let her young age fool you. She's incredibly talented. She might even reach my level at a younger age. Xia Shiyu can be lazy when she needs to be, but she can also work very hard when she needs to. At this moment, she was spinning around like a top, busy in the office. As Lu Wan's assistant, Xia Shiyu was responsible for all of Lu Wan's schedules and activities, as well as information on the cultural relics and antiques that needed to be appraised. If she didn't understand something, she would eagerly run over to Lu Wan, who was having tea with a group of seniors, and ask her. Even though it was past the end of the workday, Xia Shiyu was still sitting at her desk writing and drawing. Lu Wan, however, was starting to get restless. As a senior, she wanted to test Xia Shiyu to see if he had the qualifications and temperament to be her apprentice. But she doesn't want her future apprentice to work so hard. She wants to go home from get off work. Lu Wan pursed her lips tightly as she walked over and took the pen from Xia Shiyu's hand. All right, it's time to leave work. Her tone was stiff. She was clearly concerned about Xia Shiyu's health, but her words took a different turn. If others see this, They'll think I've been abusing you since your first day here. Xiaoxiu waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, the work still needs to be done. Besides, these materials can't be found in the old office. I'll study them carefully, and I'm sure I can understand them thoroughly. Luan. She just wanted to persuade people to leave work, but this girl seems to be getting more and more energetic. Helpless, Luan could only sit back down and drink tea, feeling frustrated. Some of the appraisers who hadn't left yet were suppressing their laughter, their eyes full of schadenfreude. Who would have thought that Luan would have a day when she would suffer a setback? It's well known that Luan has excellent appraisal skills and has a powerful mentor behind her, so she always leaves work on time. Today was a good day. I had to work overtime with the assistant she personally selected, feeling frustrated, and I couldn't say anything because I had to set a good example. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that Xiaoxiu finished reading the last bit of information she had. She felt she had benefited immensely. Just as she finished packing up, she noticed a resentful gaze staring at her from behind. When she turned around, she only saw Luan drinking tea with an expressionless face, showing no signs of anything amiss. She blinked, only then realizing that Luan was also there. "Senior, why haven't you left yet?" Luan's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. She was full of resentment, but she couldn't express it. To set a good example by accompanying her, she drank countless cups of tea and went to the toilet countless times. "Don't work overtime so late in the future. The company can do without you. Come on, I'll drive you home." Xiaoxiu smiled sheepishly. "Then I'll trouble you, senior." As soon as she arrived downstairs at her apartment, she saw Gu Jingchu holding car keys, preparing to leave. The two met face to face. "You're going out so late?" Xiaoxiu asked in surprise. "There's no food left in the fridge, so I'm going to go to the supermarket to buy some to take home," Gu Jingchu said with a smile. She seems to have been busy with work lately, and many things at home are almost used up, especially her favorite snack. "Let's go to the supermarket. I'll go with you." Xiaoxiu subconsciously felt that a big shot like Gu Jingchu probably wouldn't buy anything at the supermarket. So she ignored Gu Jingchu's polite refusal, which was made out of consideration for her, and got into the car and followed him. But once she got to the supermarket, Xiaoxiu realized that her earlier idea was completely wrong. Gu Jingchu not only shopped in an organized manner, but also compared prices with similar products. When the shopping cart was full, Xiaoxiu realized that it was full of household necessities, with nothing superfluous. Watching Gu Jingchu push his shopping cart ahead of her and queue to pay, she recalled the image of him going into the kitchen to work. "Suddenly I realized that Gu Jingchu actually has quite the potential to be a virtuous wife." As soon as the idea popped into his head, Xiaoxiu quickly shook his head. After Gu Jingchu paid, Xiaoxiu quickly stepped forward and carried 2 small bags in her hands, since she couldn't let him carry all those things by himself. "Starting tomorrow, I will stop going to work." After they got home and put everything away, Gu Jingchu sat on the sofa and suddenly said this. Xiaoxiu was stunned. She turned her head, looking incredulous. Is this villainous boss about to make a grand entrance? Or has another newly opened small company gone bankrupt? No way. The company is not bankrupt. Gu Jingchu tapped her forehead with his finger. Don't overthink it. Why not go to the company? To paraphrase Lin Yi, the person in front of him is a true workaholic. Xiaoxiu was still nervous. Has something happened? Gu Jingchu leaned lazily on the sofa, not intending to hide it from Xiaoxiu. Yes, the company's new technology project has been leaked, and the client is unwilling to pay back the money, saying they want to wait and see for a while longer. Chapter 66. I'll support you if you don't go to work. As he said this, a blatant hint of sarcasm flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Xiaoxiu didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only force a smile and pretend to be relaxed. Fine, you don't have to work then, I'll support you. She skipped over and sat down next to him. Did you know that I was taken in as an assistant by a very prestigious senior colleague in the company? Now I work in the office of a senior appraiser, and the manager said that my basic salary is 20,000. She chattered on about what had happened at the company that day, and Gu Jingchu couldn't help but be infected by her optimism and cheerfulness, and the gloom in his eyes gradually dissipated. Early in the morning, Xiaoxiu finished washing up in the bathroom and prepared to leave for work. After becoming Lu Wan's assistant, I could no longer come to work on the same schedule as before, which was 3 or 4 days a week. Work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour break in between, and weekends off. For Xiaoxiu, this amount of time was quite satisfactory. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Jingchu wearing an apron, carrying breakfast out of the kitchen. Xiaoxiu sat at the dining table, staring blankly as Gu Jingchu brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, cleaned up the pot from which the noodles had just been cooked, and then wiped the stove clean before coming out. She felt a little embarrassed because she usually did these things, and sometimes when she got up late, the breakfast on the table was bought from outside by Gu Jingchu. Moreover, Xiaoxiu usually does the cooking, while Gu Jingchu just helps out in the kitchen. Xiaoxiu was surprised to see Gu Jingchu enter the kitchen for the first time, even if it was just to make breakfast. I'm off to work. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoxiu went out with her bag and saw Gu Jingchu still wearing an apron, clearing the dishes at the table. She had a strange feeling about it. It seems like the roles of the two people have been reversed. She is a hard-working husband who works long hours to earn money, while Gu Jingchu is a virtuous wife who takes care of the family. Why are these weird thoughts popping into my head again? Xiaoxiu was afraid that Gu Jingchu would see through her, so she quickly went out and left. The moment the door closed, Gu Jingchu had already taken off his scarf. There was a knock at the door. When the door was opened, several well-trained men in black came in and quickly tidied up the kitchen and living room. After they finished, they disappeared without a trace. I have to say, Xiaoxiu really made a good purchase of this house. The sound insulation is excellent. Gu Jingchu sat on the sofa. The whole house was quiet, and only his own breathing could be heard. Xiaoxiu's work hours have changed. She now has a 2-hour lunch break, so she must be resting at the company. That lunch. Gu Jingchu took a sip of water, lowered his eyes, and suddenly felt extremely bad. Having grown accustomed to the meals delivered by Xiaoxiu, even the dishes from Yufeng's Hai now seem like chewing wax. Xiaoxiu still hitched a ride with Lu Wan to the company. Since he had become Lu Wan's assistant, he had to follow Lu Wan around at all times. She posted a statement on Tieba last night, saying that she will not be taking orders on Tieba for the foreseeable future. I'll make time for it on weekends. Because she was following Lu Wan, she had to run around and occasionally receive some very important clients. However, we also learned a lot from it. Lu Wan was going to meet a very important collector who had returned from abroad with national treasures that had been lost overseas for a long time. It was transported abroad when the country was invaded 100 years ago. This collector was a patriot, so he tried every means to bring this national treasure back and then donated it to a museum in Beijing. The Century Appraisal Center received a request from the Beijing Museum for assistance with the appraisal, so the center sent Lu Wan, along with several senior experts, to observe and appraise the items. That's a national treasure. The thought of being Lu Wan's assistant and being able to see this national treasure alongside Lu Wan made Xiaoxiu's hands tremble with excitement. Before transmigrating into the book, I had seen many treasures from the old man, who was very knowledgeable. But she had never actually seen one that was a national treasure. Hiss! Lu Wan finalized the time with the museum director and was about to get up when her stockings got ripped. Although they were flesh-colored, the hole was quite large. Her face immediately darkened. In such an important occasion, being unkempt would not only embarrass the appraisal center, but also give people the impression of being impolite. It's all right, there's still time. Xiaoxiu quickly stood up and said, most convenience stores sell stockings, but the material is just average. I wonder if you have any allergies to this kind of fabric. A hint of anxiety flashed in Lu Wan's eyes. My skin is allergic to fabrics. Time is short, so you should hurry up and go. Xiaoxiu nodded, quickly grabbed her bag, and ran outside. She opened her phone's map app, searched for the nearest convenience store, and only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the distance and time shown for the store. If you buy a pair of stockings, you can change Lu Wan into them in about 20 minutes. This was a 5-star hotel, and there were only luxury cars parked nearby. There were no shared bicycles or electric bikes. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and ran forward as fast as she could. Beep, beep, beep. The car suddenly stopped next to Xiaoxiu, startling her so much that she almost twisted her ankle. She stopped, about to yell at him, when she noticed the driver had rolled down the window, revealing a familiar face. Hi, sister, What a coincidence. What a coincidence to run into you here. Huo Wenzhou smiled sweetly at Xia Shiyu with his handsome face. Where are you rushing off to? Isn't President Gu with you? The moment this person opened his mouth, it had a distinct tea-like quality to it. Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes. She didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but as if she had thought of something, she simply opened Huo Wenzhou's car door, sat in the back seat, and gave him the address. Hurry up and get to this convenience store. A hint of surprise flashed in Huo Wenzhou's eyes, but he still stepped on the gas and drove off. He drove quite fast, arriving at the convenience store in 3 minutes. When Xia Shiyu got out of the car, she didn't forget to turn back and give Huo Wenzhou some instructions. Don't go yet. Take me there later, to the entrance of the XX hotel. After saying that, she rushed into the convenience store without looking back. Huo Wenzhou blinked, a look of confusion in his eyes. It seemed like this was the first time he had ever been ordered around like this. After buying the flesh-colored stockings, Xia Shiyu hurriedly got into the car. She felt no guilt whatsoever about ordering Huo Wenzhou around. She saved him in the alley, preventing his leg from being broken. Chapter 67 can be considered as paying off a debt. This time, she'll just consider it as her helping him out of a debt she incurred in the alley. With Huo Wenzhou driving, Xia Shiyu bought the stockings and returned to the hotel in about 10 minutes. Just as she was about to press the elevator button to go upstairs, a strong tug came from behind, pulling her directly out of the elevator. When Xia Shiyu stepped out of the elevator, she was pulled back several steps. Who is it? Her face was full of anger, but after seeing who was in front of her, she was speechless. It's Qin Luoluo again. Qin Luoluo grabbed Xia Shiyu's arm in disbelief, and couldn't help but scream, Xia Shiyu, what are you doing here? She just saw Xia Shiyu pressing the floor button in the elevator, the 16th floor, which is a place where celebrities and big shots gather. What makes this woman think she can go there? Xia Shiyu was beyond speechless. Her face darkened, and she unceremoniously shoved Qin Luoluo aside, then pushed her against the wall. With a thud, Xia Shiyu saw Qin Luoluo, clutching her shoulder in pain before rolling her eyes and rubbing her wrist, which had been pulled so hard. What illness are you having? Is there anything here that I can't come here for? After saying that, she turned around and pressed the elevator button again. Qin Luoluo, furious, stomped her high heels and put her arm around Xia Shiyu. You? Do you even know who lives on the 16th floor? It's full of celebrities, big shots, and even government officials. You think you can sneak in? Let me tell you, no way. Xia Shiyu had no intention of paying attention to Qin Luoluo, who was being unreasonable and didn't want to waste any more words. She pushed her away and stood at the elevator entrance waiting for the elevator to land. Qin Luoluo took Xia Shiyu's silence as a sign of guilt, and she immediately flew into a rage. Just as she was about to go up and pull Xia Shiyu away, she saw a man in a suit walking over. Isn't this the museum director's special assistant? Qin Luoluo immediately changed to a fawning expression. Hello, I am Qin Luoluo from the Qin family. I wonder if the curator is available to see me today. Unfortunately, the assistant didn't even glance at Qin Luoluo, but walked straight up to Xia Shiyu. Assistant Xia, has everything been purchased? Xia Shiyu immediately realized that the curator's special assistant had come to get Lu Wan's stockings, probably because time was really tight. She quickly handed him the stockings she had bought, and after taking them, the assistant turned and walked away through the private elevator. Qin Luoluo stared wide-eyed, her gaze shifting back and forth between Xia Shiyu and the departing assistant. Then, remembering seeing Xia Shiyu give stockings to the assistant, she immediately started thinking in a skewed direction. She snorted coldly, then looked at Xia Shiyu and began to speak sarcastically. No wonder you were able to get to the 16th floor. It turns out you've hooked up with the curator's special assistant. Xia Shiyu, don't think that just because you're beautiful you can do whatever you want to climb the social ladder. You should know that people like you are just playthings in the eyes of those in high positions. Xia Shiyu didn't want to talk to Qin Luoluo at all, but she heard Qin Luoluo say that she was beautiful. She automatically ignored Qin Luoluo's sarcastic remarks and emphasized the phrase beautiful. Suddenly, even Qin Luoluo seemed somewhat pleasing to the eye. What? Miss Qin, you're too lazy to put on an act in front of me. You weren't like this before when you said you wanted to build a good relationship with me and apologize to someone of my status in a humble manner. Xia Shiyu is a master at hitting people where it hurts. Sure enough, Qin Luoluo's expression changed. You. Before speaking, Xia Shiyu took a step back, afraid that the crazy woman would get angry and try to pull her again. She looked at Qin Luoluo with a half-smile, but her words were utterly merciless. Oh dear, I'm getting thirsty after talking to you for so long. If I don't hydrate in time, my skin will get worse and I won't look pretty. I'm going up to the 16th floor for tea, Miss Qin. Would you like to come? She covered her mouth, as if she had just realized something, and looked guilty. Oh dear, I forgot that the 16th floor is full of big shots, and their identities are strictly checked when they enter. Miss Qin is definitely not on the invitation list. Let's go up next time. After she finished speaking, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Xia Shiyu deliberately swayed her waist in front of Qin Luoluo and walked into the elevator triumphantly. When the elevator doors closed, she deliberately reminded her. I'm going to the 16th floor now. Natsu Shigure. Sure enough, at the moment they reached the elevator door, Xia Shiyu heard Qin Luo's sharp, explosive sound. Qin Luoluo clenched her fists as she stood at the elevator door. This wasn't the first time she had felt the jealousy and frustration that Xia Shiyu had brought her. This woman used any means necessary to seduce Brother Jingchu. Now that Brother Jingchu's small company is going out of business, she's trying to climb the social ladder and find another way out by relying on her seductive face. In what way does Qin Luoluo fall short of that vixen Xia Shiyu? At this moment, Qin Luoluo did not reflect on her own actions at all. She failed to get close to Xia Shiyu and was rejected by Gu Jingchu again. Enraged, she joined forces with the Wang family and Gu Qinyin to secretly suppress Gu Jingchu's small company, which caused the company's cash flow to break down. She is the culprit. After Xia Shiyu got on the elevator, she found that Lu Wan had changed into new stockings and was talking to the curator of the Beijing Museum. One of them, protected by precision glass, is a national treasure. Xia Shiyu was not given permission and could only watch from afar. But even from a distance, the historical depth and exquisite carvings on the national treasure were enough to amaze Xia Shiyu. Before transmigrating into the book, Xia Shiyu, as a child, had actually seen the national treasures that the old man and others had dug up. However, the old man was superstitious and believed that she was too young and her fortune had not yet matured. He thought that anything dug out from underground, no matter how precious, would bring her bad luck. He wouldn't even allow her to look at it from afar, let alone touch it. Now, Xia Shiyu saw the real thing, and although she only saw it from afar, she was already satisfied. I believe that by following Lu Wan, she can learn more, and one day she will stand in Lu Wan's current position. Xia Shiyu felt as if the lazy, good-natured spirit within her was burning. Time flies, and a week has passed since she started following Lu Wan around. She has gradually gotten used to the busy life of running around with Lu Wan, and even enjoys it. All the old men who tried to strike up a conversation and recruit her as their apprentice were turned away by Lu Wan's fierce gaze. Being by Lu Wan's side wasn't all about being busy. Xia Shiyu only needed to accompany Lu Wan when she was out working. Chapter 68, Don't Eat Your Cousin's Terrible Cooking. As for a senior figure like Lu Wan, it's not something that ordinary people can persuade to come. So after Xia Shiyu got used to being Lu Wan's assistant, she was mostly idle, and Lu Wan would give Xia Shiyu a lot of information to look up and take notes on. It has to be said that Xia Shiyu has made remarkable progress recently. Lu Wan's gaze toward Xia Shiyu grew increasingly satisfied. Xia Shiyu rarely works overtime now, because she has figured out that beneath Lu Wan's seemingly aloof exterior, she actually has no life skills at all. She needs to leave work on time, and then have someone do all the housework for her. So, Xia Shiyu also left work on time, just like Lu Wan. I took Lu Wan's car home, and then went to the supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner. After returning home with the ingredients, Gu Jingchu cooked a meal. Tonight, Gu Jingchu prepared 3 dishes and a soup and served them on the table. As usual, Xia Shiyu chatted with Gu Jingchu across the dining table about the little things that happened that day, in order to maintain the daily emotional needs of their life partners. As if she had just thought of something, she said happily, "It's almost the first. After I get paid and pay off the mortgage, I'll have over 10,000 yuan left. Let's go out for a big meal. It's on me." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gu Jingchu paused for a moment while holding the chopsticks, then replied with an okay. Xia Shiyu went to work, and Gu Jingchu stayed at home doing housework while waiting for Xia Shiyu to return. This had been going on for about half a month. Today, when Xia Shiyu came home from get-off work, she found the house filled with laughter and joy. She stood at the door and looked up at the house number. It was indeed her own home. Somewhat puzzled, Xia Shiyu took out her key to open the door, only to be nearly knocked to the ground by two tiny figures rushing towards her. Two adorable little girls were looking at Xia Shiyu with bright, sparkling eyes. Their cuteness was simply irresistible. "Oh, it's Bao Bao and Bei Bei. What brings you here today?" When Xia Shiyu saw the two little darlings, all her fatigue from the day vanished. She quickly put down what she was carrying in the entryway, hugged one in each arm, and kissed them once on the left and once on the right. "Sister-in-law, we haven't seen you in so long. We've all missed you." Gu Beibei blinked her big eyes and hugged Xia Shiyu's arm tightly. Gu Baobao blushed, but he didn't deny what Gu Beibei said. He nodded shyly. "You two little gluttons, you don't miss me. You miss the food I cook for you, do you?" Xia Shiyu couldn't resist pinching Bao Bao and Bei Bei's cheeks again. "But my cousin said he was the one who cooked today." Gu Beibei looked puzzled. "I've never eaten my cousin's cooking before. My cousin's wife is home every day. You're just secretly telling me." She playfully hooked her arm around Xia Shiyu's neck and whispered, "Does my cousin make you terrible food every day?" After saying that, Gu Beibei shuddered and patted her chest, making an exaggerated gesture to show her fear. Xia Shiyu burst out laughing. Gu Jingchu's cooking skills are quite good, although they are still a little inferior to hers. Gu Baobao looked incredulous. In his memory, his cousin had always been the kind of domineering CEO character portrayed on TV. Since he's a domineering CEO, how could he possibly cook? He pursed his red lips, looking completely unwilling. "Sister-in-law, why don't you cook?" "I." Before Gu Baobao could finish speaking, Gu Jingchu grabbed her and lifted her up. His short legs thrashed about in the air, and when he couldn't break free, he gave Gu Jingchu a fawning smile. "Cousin, I think you're a pretty good cook too." Gu Jingchu smiled faintly, then tapped Gu Baobao's forehead with his slender fingers. "You have to eat, even if you don't want to. After all, it's your cousin's thoughtfulness. Besides, your mom said she's already transferred you both to a kindergarten near my house, so—" With Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei looking terrified, Gu Jingchu slowly began to speak. "You'll be staying here for the time being and eating my cooking." Gu Baobao's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open. He struggled even more fiercely in Gu Jingchu's arms. Wah! He wouldn't want that. The domineering CEOs on TV who cook for their wives are all culinary disasters. It was clearly awful, but the female lead in the TV drama insisted on praising the CEO's cooking as delicious. He wants his baby to become a scientist, not some female lead in a TV drama who cooks poison for the domineering CEO. "No, no, no," Gu Baobao cried, kicking her little legs. "I don't want to eat this weird food." Xia Shiyu clearly saw that a pounding sign was about to appear on Gu Jingchu's forehead. She quickly took Gu Baobao from Gu Jingchu's arms and gently patted Gu Baobao's back. "Your cousin is just kidding you. Lately, I've been going to work while he cooks at home. I've been eating his cooking for almost half a month now, and I can personally attest to it. It's delicious." Seeing Xia Shiyu's confident expression, Gu Baobao became less resistant. However, when the twins sat down at the table, they still pouted. When the food was served, the twins couldn't help but let their stomachs rumble as they smelled the delicious aroma. The two of them completely lost their earlier fear and disgust while eating, and ate with great relish. But after the meal, Gu Baobao, who likes to act like a little adult, spoke up again. "I admit that my cousin is a good cook. I have already verified his cooking skills, and I am willing to stay at his house." Then, he looked very serious. "Cousin, you're bankrupt now. Even your small company is almost ruined. You're unemployed at home now. I know you're broke, but I'll definitely ask my mom to send you lots and lots of living expenses." After saying that, he patted his small chest. "From now on, leave the responsibility of supporting the family to me." To avoid laughing out loud, Xia Shiyu hurriedly shoveled rice into her mouth, her chest heaving, and her head bowed low. She no longer dared to look at Gu Jingchu's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. sitting opposite her. Heh, Gu Jingchu sneered. Is that so? As far as I know, your allowance is fixed every month. You spend money extravagantly. How much can you save each month? Gu Baobao's face stiffened, but Gu Jingchu continued to pour cold water on her. Since you want to support your family, I will grant your request. From now on, all your allowance will be transferred to me by your mother. With a snap, Xiaoxiu could hear something inside Gu Baobao's heart shatter. Chapter 69, Why do you sleep in separate rooms? Looking over, Gu Baobao was already in tears. He has no money. How can he buy gifts for Xiaomei and pursue her? But the words had already been spoken, and no matter what, Gu Baobao couldn't bring herself to beg for forgiveness. She could only look pitifully at Gu Jingchu while tightly pursing her lips. I'm about to cry if it's any later. Seeing Gu Baobao's pitiful appearance, Xiaoxiu walked over with a smile. This child is still young. Why are you teasing him? Don't worry. I'm here. You won't go hungry. Gu Baobao's eyes lit up, as if she had found a powerful backer. She grabbed Xiaoxiu's arm, and, like a victorious rooster, puffed out her chest and gave Gu Jingchu a smug look. Seeing that something was wrong, Gu Beibei quickly covered her brother's mouth and dragged him under the table. Give me a break, shut up. Didn't you see my cousin's murderous glare? How dare you let someone else's wife support you? Don't you know you look like a mistress when you're arm in arm with someone else's wife? Let me tell you, my cousin and his wife have a great relationship right now, just like in the movies. They're always hugging and kissing. Don't even think about getting involved. Gu Beibei spoke with righteous indignation, while dragging Gu Baobao away as she spoke. Let's not be third wheels here. Let's get out of here. These words not only made Xiaoxiu facepalm, but also made her blush. Okay. This is also someone who has been heavily influenced by TV dramas, with all those hugs and kisses. They are just friends in life, and they don't interfere with each other at all. Not wanting her two well-behaved children to be brainwashed by TV dramas, Xiaoxiu immediately turned on the TV, adjusted the settings, and quickly activated the child lock mode. Aside from children's channels and some age-appropriate cartoons, these two kids can forget about watching anything else. Go to sleep now that you've finished eating. Gu Jingchu was very impolite, grabbing one person in each hand and kicking them into the room, only coming out a while later. He was still holding a thin blanket in his hands, looking like he was planning to sleep on the sofa again tonight. But from what Gu Jingchu just said, these two little ones will be staying at home for a while. Xiaoxiu wasn't too opposed to it, but since there were only 2 rooms in the house, if the 2 little ones shared one room, then Gu Jingchu would have to sleep on the sofa for a while longer. She sighed helplessly, wishing she had prepared more for the loan and bought a small 3-bedroom apartment. These 2 little ones arrived unexpectedly, and we hadn't prepared anything for them to sleep at home. Just as Xiaoxiu was about to open her phone to buy some children's supplies online and have them delivered by flash delivery, Gu Jingchu came over and pressed her hand down. Someone will bring it over in a bit. Good. Before long, Gu Qinyue's driver delivered all the items upstairs. Xiaoxiu quickly carried the child's personal belongings into Gu Jingchu's room. She was even a little nervous when she went in. This was the first time she had entered Gu Jingchu's room since they moved to their new home. The room wasn't cluttered, but everything was neatly arranged, giving it a very cold and impersonal feel. Gu Jingchu also came in and helped with the setup. At this moment, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei had already taken off their clothes and shoes, put on their pajamas, and were sitting cutely on the bed, blinking their big eyes as they watched the 2 people who were busy for them. Sister-in-law, can I ask you a question? Gu Beibei opened her big, bright eyes, and Xiaoxiu's heart melted instantly. She ran over and picked her up. Who knew that Gu Beibei's next words would make Xiaoxiu want to throw her out immediately? Go ahead and ask. Aren't you 2 a couple? Why are you sleeping in separate rooms? Gu Baobao just said he opened your door and peeked in, and said your cousin and you don't even share a room. Did you 2 have a fight? Summer rain. Why did she even respond? Aren't kids these days asking questions way too precocious? Xiaoxiu was so embarrassed that she almost gripped the ground with her toes. She could only look at Gu Jingchu with a flushed face, feeling helpless. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingchu also looked astonished. A vein throbbed on his forehead, and he then gave each of them a flick on the forehead without any hesitation. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Go to sleep. Seeing that Gu Jingchu's face had really darkened, the two children obediently lay down to sleep. Xia Xiu, after leaving the room, didn't dare to look Gu Jingchu in the eye. She made up an excuse and hurriedly returned to her bedroom. She let out a long breath and then wiped the sweat from her forehead. For some reason, when she met Gu Jingchu's deep, dark eyes, it felt like she was being X-rayed, and all her little emotions were laid bare. Besides, aside from some family matters and her usual rants and rambles to others, she didn't have much to talk about with Gu Jingchu. Why not just hide in your room? After glancing at the time, Xia Xiu felt it was still early, so she simply logged into her Tieba account. Because she was busy working alongside Lu Wan for a period of time, she had almost no time to be active on Tieba, a Chinese online forum. So recently, there have been fewer private messages in the Tieba backend, but some messages from not long ago are still being sent to her private messages one after another. There are limitations to sending private messages on Baidu Tieba. If you are a stranger with whom you do not follow each other, you can only send 3 messages to each other per day. You can only send messages without restriction once the other party replies and confirms the chat. There was someone who messaged Xia Xiu almost every day, always sending pictures along with a sincere message. Xia Xiu immediately perked up, looked at the picture that person had sent, quickly downloaded and saved it, repaired it with software, and then examined it carefully after zooming in. An hour and a half later, she took off her glasses, rubbed her eyes wearily, and then took out eye drops from the drawer to put them in. Unfortunately, none of the antiques and artifacts in the pictures this person sent over the course of a week were genuine. They were all difficult to identify imitations. Xia Xiu felt helpless, but she was too embarrassed to discourage the other person, so she could only edit and edit again, deleting and cutting a long paragraph before replying. Perhaps unable to bear seeing this person constantly being scammed in the antique and collectible market, Xia Xiu even taught him some basic identification methods and sent them over. She glanced at her phone again. It was already very late. She quickly turned off her computer, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to sleep. Early the next morning, Xia Xiu's alarm clock rang half an hour earlier than usual. Chapter 70 Xiaomei is a boy. Because there are 2 more adorable children in the family, Xia Xiu has to get up early to make breakfast for them. After all, children's food shouldn't be as oily and salty as adults. She juiced some vegetables and fried them into 2 different colors. Then she took out some flour, added warm water, and kneaded it, then poured in the vegetable juice. This made the 2 doughs into different colors. Xia Xiu took out a round wooden stick and started rolling out dumpling wrappers on the cutting board. As a true Southerner, she learned her dumpling-making skills from her northern students before she transmigrated into the book. At that time, due to the pandemic, students and teachers were basically all stuck at school, and everyone treated each other as friends. She also learned how to roll out dough around that time, though her dough wasn't as round as that of the northern students. But it looks quite decent. After rolling out the dumpling wrappers, she took out fresh pork and shrimp. Wash the pork and mince it. Peel and mince the shrimp. Then chop the scallions and other side dishes. 2 lumps of dough, each about the size of a palm, 1 green and 1 red. The green ones are filled with shrimp, and the red ones are filled with pork. Not knowing how much the 2 children would eat, I peeled a little extra when it rained and put it all into the pot at once. She hummed a song, then rolled out dumpling wrappers, kneaded the remaining dough together, and promptly started frying scallion pancakes. I put breakfast on the table, and the microwave beeped, indicating that the milk was ready. Xia Xiu took off her Hello Kitty apron and was about to knock on the door to wake the 2 children up for breakfast when Gu Jingchu had already opened the door. The 2 children were still sleepy-eyed. Gu Baobao was rubbing her eyes, looking completely bewildered, and even the buttons on her clothes were fastened incorrectly. Gu Beibei's hair had become a mess after she woke up from her nap, and she pouted, feeling incredibly wrong because of her vanity. "Oh dear, baby, come here quickly. I've prepared breakfast for you. Eat your breakfast now, and then I'll ask your cousin to take you to school." Xia Xiu glanced at the wall clock. It was 7:30 in the morning. I need to be at the kindergarten by 8:30, so I have an hour to spare. That should be enough. Xia Xiu turned and went into the bathroom. She then used a warm, damp towel to wash the baby and Beibei's faces again, and wiped away the remaining toothpaste foam from Gu Beibei's mouth. I cooked dumplings and sweet egg soup, and I also put milk on the table. It certainly can't compare to what your chef makes, but it's definitely nutritious enough. Just make do with it for now. Xia Xiyu smiled and walked behind Gu Beibei, picked up a comb and gently smoothed Gu Beibei's hair. What hairstyle do you want? Xia Xiyu immediately opened her phone and showed Gu Beibei the video to choose from. She doesn't consider herself clumsy with her hands. Although she's never had children, styling a child's hair is just like styling a doll's hair. Hey, cousin-in-law, I want to get this kitten hairstyle. It's so cute. Okay. Xia Xiyu took a comb and started combing Gu Beibei's hair while watching the tutorial in the video. As Gu Jingqiu ate his breakfast, he looked at Xia Xiyu, who had a small rubber band in her mouth, a comb in her hand, and her eyes on her phone. His gaze softened. He felt an inexplicable warmth in the scene before him, a powerful impact that resonated in his chest, causing his heart to pound rapidly. Wow, this is so delicious. Gu Baobao exclaimed in surprise. My cousin's cooking is still the best. I'll cook for her from now on. Gu Beibei had already tied her hair up, and she quickly ate her breakfast, praising it as she ate. Xia Xiyu sat to the side, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gu Baobao was quite vengeful. While eating, she made sarcastic remarks, saying that Gu Jingqiu's cooking was not as good as a simple breakfast made by Xia Xiyu. It seems this kindergarten kid is still holding a grudge about Gu Jingqiu, saying he would confiscate his allowance yesterday. Why aren't we wearing our school uniforms today? Gu Baobao glanced at her clothes and frowned. Didn't I tell you already? You've transferred to a public kindergarten. Gu Jingqiu's face was expressionless, but his expression was gentle. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Baobao looked like she'd been struck by lightning upon hearing this, and then burst into tears. No, I don't want to transfer schools. I promised Xiaomei that she would accept my confession today and become my girlfriend. Wah! How am I supposed to confess to Xiaomei if I transfer schools? Cousin, you have to give me my girlfriend. Gu Jingqiu's originally good mood turned cloudy after hearing Gu Baobao's wailing. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Gu Beibei once again covered Gu Baobao's crying mouth with one hand and slapped her without any politeness. Cry. All you do is cry all day long. You're going to cry the house apart. Gu Beibei stood with her hands on her hips, exuding the air and tone of a wicked mother-in-law scolding her daughter-in-law in a TV drama. Pointing at Gu Baobao's forehead, she scolded. You good for nothing. Don't ever say you're my brother when you go out. You damn love-struck fool, you're hopeless. What do you mean by Xiaomei? He's a boy. What are you doing with a boy? With a loud crash, Gu Baobao felt as if the sky was about to collapse. What? The girl he'd liked for so long, the one he'd followed around with gifts and flowers every day, turned out to be a boy. Gu Baobao was completely devastated, her lips trembling, her face filled with disbelief. You're lying. Xiaomei is so pretty. How could she be a boy? Gu Beibei was furious, and she slapped him again. Are you blind? Kindergarten requires students to wear uniforms. Have you ever seen Xiaomei wear a skirt? Besides, Xiaomei ignores you because she thinks you can't even tell the difference between boys and girls, and you're making her angry. Xia Xiyu ate dumplings while taking a bite of a poached egg from the table, watching with great interest as the two children argued. No, as Gu Beibei unilaterally suppressed them. This looks even better than electronic pickled vegetables. Having learned the truth, Gu Beibei stopped refusing to transfer schools. He was now completely heartbroken. Knowing the truth, he would transfer schools even if he didn't want to. He could no longer face Xiaomei. Wah! Xiaomei is a boy. Why didn't you say so earlier? He was worried about the pocket money he had spent before. Xia Xiyu starts work at 9 o'clock, while Gu Jingqiu takes the two children to kindergarten at 8 o'clock. It takes 2 subway stops to get to the kindergarten from where we are now. It's unclear whether Gu Jingqiu drove them there or took the subway. Xia Xiyu hummed a song as she washed dishes in the kitchen. I'll probably drive to take the 2 kids to school. Chapter 71. Should we not sleep in separate rooms for now? Thinking of Gu Jingqiu holding one child in each hand and squeezing onto the subway, Xia Xiyu shook her head. She slapped her forehead, wondering how she could have such an absurd idea. On the subway, all eyes were fixed on the tall, handsome man standing to the side. Most importantly, this man was flanked by 2 very pretty and cute little children. It was the morning rush hour on the subway, a little past 8 a.m., and the subway was packed with people. But Gu Jingchu's aura was too strong, especially his expressionless face, which was full of aloofness and indifference. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei stood on either side of Gu Jingchu, their adorable appearance melting the hearts of everyone on the subway. Many people were taking pictures with their phones. Gu Jingchu frowned slightly, then took out masks and put them on Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. He glanced sideways, and the person who picked up the phone immediately put it back in their pocket. It wasn't until Gu Jingchu led Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei out of the station that the group realized what was happening. No. Who is this guy? His eyes are even scarier than their bosses. Upon arriving at the new kindergarten, the teacher stood in front of the kindergarten's turnstile. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei didn't know each other, but they held hands and went up to greet the teacher with their backpacks on. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible child? The teachers immediately came over with beaming smiles to watch. Thank you for your help. Gu Jingchu nodded, greeted Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, gave them a few instructions, and then turned to leave. When Gu Jingchu returned, Xia Xiyu was just getting ready to leave for work. Upon seeing Gu Jingchu, she quickly asked, "Are Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei coming back for lunch today? Public kindergartens provide lunch, so you can prepare some for dinner." Xia Xiyu nodded. She looked at Gu Jingchu, seemingly wanting to say something, but couldn't bring herself to speak. "What do you want to say?" Gu Jingchu noticed her hesitation at a glance. "Don't hold back, just say it." "I felt too embarrassed to say it while standing at the door." Xia Xiyu glanced at the time on her phone. If she ran over there, she would still make it in time to get into Lu Wan's car. So she grabbed Gu Jingchu's arm and pulled him inside, then slammed the door shut. "Baby and Beibei will be staying here for a short time, right?" "Well, if you find it inconvenient." Xia Xiyu quickly shook her head. "It's quite convenient, and I really like Bao Bao and Beibei. However, I thought about what Bao Bao and Beibei said last night, and we should probably stop sleeping in separate rooms." She could clearly feel that Gu Jingchu's body stiffened for a moment when he said the last sentence. His dark eyes were filled with astonishment. This mustn't be misinterpreted as her having ulterior motives. "What I mean is, we only have 2 rooms in our house. When Bao Bao and Beibei come, they will stay in your room. The sofa is not big enough, and you won't be comfortable sleeping there. Also, Bao Bao and Beibei are very smart. If they see us sleeping separately, they will think we are always arguing, which is not good for the children." Xia Xiyu stammered a lot. Her ears were red, and she almost dared not look up and look directly into Gu Jingchu's eyes. She only felt embarrassed. "What I mean is, do you want to sleep in the same room with me for a while?" "What I mean is, I won't do anything. I'll just put out 2 blankets. My bed is big enough, 2 meters wide, enough for me to sleep in." When buying the house, Xia Xiyu didn't buy a large sofa because there were 2 rooms. When she woke up this morning, although she didn't see Gu Jingchu sleeping on the sofa, she could tell from the angle of the sofa's indentation that he must have slept with his body curled up yesterday. Gu Jingchu remained silent for a long time, and Xia Xiyu stood there feeling increasingly awkward. A message popped up. It was from Lu Wan, asking why Xia Xiyu hadn't arrived yet. Ignoring her embarrassment, she quickly looked up at Gu Jingchu. "Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you feel it's inappropriate, just pretend I didn't say anything today. Goodbye." After saying that, Xia Xiyu ran downstairs as if fleeing in panic. By the time she reached Lu Wan's carriage, she was already panting heavily. Lu Wan gave her a strange look. "Why are we in such a rush today?" Xia Xiyu gave a dry laugh and could only make up some excuse to get by. She's already considering whether to buy a small electric scooter to commute to and from get off work. It's not good for Lu Wan to pick me up and drop me off every day. After making up her mind, Xia Xiyu placed an order today and immediately went to the electric vehicle store to buy an electric vehicle. She even stood in front of the electric scooter and asked the owner to take a picture of her. Xia Xiyu edited the text and then posted it on her WeChat Moments. "Dear Ms. Xia Xiyu, congratulations on your remarkable achievement at the age of 22, securing a car of brand XX for the full price." After paying, she rode her electric scooter home. But less than 5 minutes after Xia Xiyu posted this on her WeChat Moments, Lin Yi, who was taking a break from his busy schedule, saw it. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Gu Jingchu's phone. Gu Jingqiu. When Xia Shiyu returned home, she saw Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei sitting on small stools, doing their homework on the coffee table. Then there was the hesitant look in Gu Jingqiu's eyes when he looked at her. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You bought a car. Xia Shiyu was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had seen her post on WeChat Moments, and nodded happily. Yes, after I bought a car, I'm no longer a carless person. I can ride my beloved car to and from get off work every day. Gu Jingqiu looked at Xia Shiyu with a complicated expression. She's so easily satisfied. An electric scooter worth less than 5,000 yuan can make her this happy. The car keys were in his pocket, but Gu Jingqiu ultimately didn't take them out. After dinner, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei insisted on going out to play. Fortunately, this community has a good environment. There's a children's play area in the green space of the building in front. Seeing Gu Jingqiu staring at the computer, Xia Shiyu took one child in each hand and led the two children downstairs to play. These two children were born into a wealthy family, but they were very down to earth and got along very well with the other children, quickly becoming inseparable. In addition, the two were both good-looking and had sweet tongues, so they quickly became the darlings of the group. When Xia Shiyu left with the two children, the other children were still reluctant to part with them. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were clearly still not done playing, and their eyes still shone with longing when they got home. It's already 8:30 p.m., and in another hour it will be your bedtime. Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow. Do you guys still want to watch TV? Chapter 72, he was actually afraid. In just one sentence, he hit the nail on the head with both Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. They don't have many hobbies. Their biggest hobby is watching TV dramas, especially those melodramatic idol dramas. However, Gu Jingqiu strictly controlled the viewing and wouldn't let them see it at all. Let me make this clear first, you're still young. Those melodramatic and idol dramas aren't suitable for you, and I won't let you watch them. As soon as Xia Shiyu said this, she saw the two children's eyes, which were as wet as puppies and filled with disappointment. This is what your cousin asked for, and I dare not disobey him. Unable to bear the pitiful looks in the two children's eyes, Xia Shiyu simply shifted the blame onto Gu Jingqiu. Gu Beibei pouted, her eyes darting around as if she had thought of something, and she patted Gu Baobao's back. Sure, can we watch a movie then? The kind we can choose ourselves. Before Xia Shiyu could speak, Gu Beibei immediately added, it's definitely not the melodramatic type. Hearing Gu Beibei's confident words, Xia Shiyu readily agreed. But when it was time to show the movie, Gu Baobao quietly turned off all the lights in the living room. Only the light from the television remained, illuminating the faces of the four people. Xia Shiyu suddenly had a bad feeling, and when the opening credits started, she knew where that bad feeling came from. These two precocious kids were actually showing a horror movie. She immediately became restless, and just as she was about to get up, Gu Beibei grabbed her hand. Sister-in-law, you promised to watch it with us, and so did my cousin. Gu Beibei looked incredibly smug when she said this. Others might not know, but she knew exactly where her cousin's weakness lay. Xia Shiyu swallowed hard, then glanced at Gu Jingqiu's expression. They remained completely calm and collected, as if the video playing wasn't a scary horror movie, but a routine news broadcast. That makes sense. How could a big shot like Gu Jingqiu be scared by a horror movie? What Xia Shiyu didn't notice was that in the dim environment, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Gu Jingqiu's forehead, especially when the terrifying scene suddenly popped up. He clenched his fists even more. In the dimly lit environment, and with the two children turning the remote control volume up to the maximum, Xia Shiyu was sweating profusely. She kept brainwashing herself. It's all fake, it's all fake, it's all fake. Domestic horror films are all just illusions and conspiracies in the end. The sudden drop in temperature still gave Xia Shiyu goosebumps. How come the temperature drops when I'm watching a horror movie? The TV was showing a school. Everything in the classroom was normal, even arranged in a conventional way, but there were no students at all. The walls were covered with mottled, bloody handprints, and there was no one sitting in the seats, but there were shadows of people sitting on the floor. The eerie music began to play softly, footsteps sounded on the television, and then chairs began to move out of thin air one by one. The shadows changed from sitting to standing, leaving only shadows and no one. Xia Shiyu's heart was in her throat. She wanted to close her eyes, but Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were staring intently at the TV. If these two children can be so brave, she, as an adult, can't possibly act less brave than a child. Xia Shiyu watched with trepidation. As the plot unfolded became increasingly thrilling and tense, she unconsciously moved closer to Gu Jingchu. Because Xia Shiyu subconsciously felt that Gu Jingchu was a safe and reliable person. Suddenly, a loud thud startled Xia Shiyu. She barely managed to control herself and scream out in embarrassment. She clenched her fists tightly, when suddenly, her palms were grasped by another, even larger hand. She froze, then realized that the hand she had been gripping tightly out of fear was Gu Jingchu's. Fear was immediately replaced by embarrassment. She tried to pull her hand away, but Gu Jingchu gripped it even tighter. Huh. Xia Shiyu blinked and felt the texture of her palm again. Gu Jingchu's palms were sweating, and something seemed to flash through Xia Shiyu's mind. She glanced at Gu Jingchu, who remained expressionless, and then, at the most tense moment of the plot, she sensed that Gu Jingchu's hands were trembling slightly, and his palms seemed to be sweating even more. Xia Shiyu curled her lips, suppressing her laughter. It turns out that Gu Jingchu is afraid of watching horror movies. The clicking sound started again, and the palm of her hand seemed to tighten slightly. Xia Shiyu suddenly stood up, blocking Gu Jingchu's way, then covered her face, looking frightened. Wah, I don't want to watch anymore. I'm so scared. She was trembling all over, but her eyes were observing Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's expressions. Sure enough, after seeing Xia Shiyu's frightened expression, Gu Baobao quickly got up and turned on the light, while Gu Beibei immediately grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. Two children approached with concerned expressions. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Are you really scared? Maybe we shouldn't watch anymore. I don't want to watch anymore. I don't want to watch anymore. Look how scared my cousin-in-law is. We're sorry, we didn't know you were so afraid. Gu Jingchu frowned and walked up to Xia Shiyu. He was about to speak when he noticed Xia Shiyu winking at him from an angle that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei couldn't see. He looked surprised, but quickly came to his senses. Your cousin's wife is scared, so don't watch this at home anymore. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei nodded obediently, carried their small stools to the bathroom, and washed themselves with toothbrushes and towels. Although they were born into a wealthy family, they were not spoiled at all and did everything they could on their own. Looking at the two children's well-behaved and adorable appearance, Xia Shiyu couldn't help but fantasize. If I can meet someone to spend my life with in the future, I want to have such a lovely baby with him. Just before the door closed, Gu Baobao glanced furtively at the sofa. Hee, little sister, I told you your cousin and his wife made up. Look, the blanket on the sofa is gone. Xia Shiyu was stunned for a moment before realizing that the blanket Gu Jingchu had placed on the sofa was missing. As her bedroom door opened slightly, her heart suddenly leaped into her throat. I've moved in, Gu Jingchu said calmly. I think what you said this morning was right. We can't let the two kids have any other ideas. Chapter 73 Sleeping Together. Xia Shiyu's fingers twisted together nervously. She lowered her head, simply murmured an and then hurriedly opened the door and went into the room. Two quilts were laid on the large bed, with a few centimeters between them. If they both sleep peacefully, they won't bump into each other. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Anyway, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei won't be staying at home for too long. We can restore it to its original state later. She took a long-sleeved, long-legged nightgown from the closet and went to the bathroom to change. Lying in bed, her heart was pounding with tension. Feeling the bed beside her sink in, Xia Shiyu was momentarily disoriented as the faint scent of cedar mixed with sandalwood wafted into her nose. She suddenly remembered that she was now Gu Jingchu's legal wife, but she treated Gu Jingchu as a life partner. But she didn't know what Gu Jingchu thought of her. She silently swallowed, forcing herself to close her eyes and not look at anything. Even her sleeping posture was stiff. A soft laugh came from beside her, and Xia Shiyu's face tensed up. Even her breathing became soft. There were faint noises around me. Gu Jingchu had turned over and gone to sleep. Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and quietly opened her eyes to look at the back of his head. She secretly despised herself. Even though Gu Jingchu and the original owner have been married for more than half a year, Gu Jingchu has not touched the original owner with a single hair. Now they are just sleeping in the same bed. What is she thinking about? Before she knew it, drowsiness crept in, and Xia Shiyu's eyelids grew heavier and heavier until she finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Xia Shiyu got up early as usual. She tiptoed out of bed and glanced at Gu Jingchu, who was still lying in bed with his eyes closed. She stared blankly at Gu Jingchu's aloof, sleeping face. As he slept, there was no aggressive aura on his face. Instead, his entire demeanor softened. That face, those exquisite features, were like a child favored by God. There was not a single flaw to be found in it. If this person were to try their luck in the entertainment industry, they could become famous just based on their face. As she watched, she unconsciously reached out her hand, but just as she was about to touch Gu Jingchu's cheek, she suddenly came to her senses. Holy crap! How could you be so easily captivated by beauty so early in the morning? Xia Shiyu wanted to slap herself twice. Her face was red, and she fled in panic, grabbing her clothes and running out. What she didn't see was that the moment she stepped out the door, Gu Jingchu, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and then slowly got up. He chuckled softly, his eyes conveying an unreadable meaning. After going to the bathroom and changing her clothes, Xia Shiyu looked at her blushing face in the mirror and cursed herself for being so spineless. This man is not someone she can even dream of. During this phase of a big shot's comeback, just treat people as life partners and don't have any other thoughts. Xia Shiyu repeatedly reminded herself of this, then changed her clothes and washed up in the bathroom before coming out. I cooked 8 treasure porridge for the 2 kids today. I rinsed the rice for the 8 treasure porridge last night before bed and put it in the smart rice cooker to set a timer. When I woke up in the morning, the 8 treasure porridge had been simmering for most of the night. When I opened the rice cooker, a delicious aroma wafted out. Xia Shiyu scooped out the porridge, then took a small bowl and poured in white sugar. She skillfully cracked a few eggs, chopped some scallions and added them in, then added flour and seasonings, and fried a few egg rolls in a frying pan. Then I took out some fruit from the refrigerator, cut it into pieces, and drizzled it with yogurt. Breakfast is ready. Next, I woke up the 2 children. She wanted to go up and help Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei get dressed, but Gu Beibei refused her firmly. Sister-in-law, we've grown up now. We're in the senior class now. Our teacher said we should do what we can at home. We can dress ourselves, brush our teeth, and wash our faces by ourselves. Although they still looked sleepy, the 2 children were very efficient in their work. She quickly changed into her school uniform and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Just then, Gu Jingchu also came out of the room. The scene in the bathroom suddenly changed to 1 adult and 2 children brushing their teeth in unison. The key point is that the 3 of them look quite alike and their movements are also in sync. Seeing this heartwarming scene from afar, a smile flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Hurry up and come out to eat. It's already 7:30. You'll be late for school if you wait. Upon hearing this, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei quickly spat out the water in their mouths, hurriedly washed their faces, and then sat down in their seats. So delicious. It's a pity my little donkey can't slaughter 2 children, otherwise I could send you to kindergarten. After finishing her breakfast, Xia Shiyu swallowed the last mouthful of milk, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, who were eating breakfast, with some regret. Gu Jingchu blinked slightly. Then I remembered the car keys that were still in my briefcase. She can drive there any time she wants. Moreover, you could hire a fleet of vehicles. Because it would be too conspicuous to take 2 children on the subway, Gu Jingchu had to urge Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei to finish their breakfast quickly before driving them to kindergarten. There must be primary, middle, and high school facilities next to a public kindergarten. Yesterday, I took the 2 kids on the subway because I was worried about traffic jams. Gu Jingchu, stuck in traffic, sighed silently. Sitting in the back seat, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were still looking at their children's watches with anxious expressions. Cousin, hurry up. It's already 8:10, and the park closes at 8:30. Gu Jingchu and the 2 children were stuck in traffic, while Xia Shiyu rode his little donkey with absolutely no obstruction. After get off work today, I still need to go to the traffic police brigade to register my little donkey. In big cities, you also need to take a driving test for electric vehicles. Looks like I'll have to ask Lu Wan for 2 hours off today. Otherwise, when others are on administrative shifts, they'll be off work by the time she leaves. When Luan heard that the reason she didn't want to be picked up and dropped off was because she had bought a small electric scooter, she almost rolled her eyes. This girl is really something, I don't know what she's thinking. Although she felt somewhat speechless, Luan still gave Xiaoxiu a day off. Not 2 hours, but an entire afternoon. After filling out the forms at the traffic police brigade, Xiaoxiu excitedly went to the testing site to take the electric vehicle driving test. She originally thought it would be simple. It's just a matter of turning the accelerator and pressing the brake. But when she looked at the exam site, with its small horizontal bars going up and down the slope, and short iron stakes standing in a straight line along the road, she was completely stunned. Chapter 74 Electric Vehicle Test. The obstacles on the training ground left Xiaoxiu completely dumbfounded. Xiaoxiu was completely dumbfounded when she saw the people taking the exam ahead of her riding the electric bikes provided for the exam, crashing into pillars or sliding down slopes. Originally full of confidence, she couldn't help but start to feel apprehensive. Especially when her name was called, Xiaoxiu nervously stepped forward. Before she transmigrated into the book, she was just a university teacher in a third-tier city, and in a relatively unimportant subject. In third-tier cities, you don't need a driver's license for electric vehicles. You can just use your ID card. So this electric vehicle test was Xiaoxiu's first time in 2 lifetimes. She took a deep breath and kept encouraging herself in her mind. Xiaoxiu, you can definitely do it. Even a villain like Gu Jingqiu, has she managed to make him her life partner and live peacefully together? It's just a simple electric vehicle test. But ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. This happened after Xiaoxiu failed the exam twice. She looked like a wilted cabbage after being battered by wind and rain, listlessly preparing for the last time. Having learned from her previous 2 mistakes, Xiaoxiu carefully avoided the same pitfalls during her 3rd attempt. With just 1 minute left in the exam, she rode her wobbly little donkey across the finish line. Congratulations on passing the exam. Xiaoxiu let out a long breath, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and couldn't be happier. You should know that she has never been this nervous when appraising highly complex cultural relics and antiques. A mere electric vehicle test. Take it down. After obtaining her electric vehicle driver's license, she quickly took her ID card to the traffic police brigade to apply for a license plate. Then they were all assigned to attend classes. The content concerned safety precautions for electric vehicles on the road. After attending the class, I signed a road trip agreement, and only then were all the formalities officially completed. I glanced at the time. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. The 2 children's get out of class ends at 4:30 p.m., so they have about 20 minutes left. Xiaoxiu thought about it, and figured that Gu Jingqiu didn't have anything to do at home right now anyway. Why not take the 2 kids out to play? She immediately spotted a nearby amusement park and sent the link to Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu immediately replied with a question mark. Xiaoxiu sent a voice message, expressing her thoughts. There was no reply for a while, until finally a single OK came back. TSK, TSK. He's sparing with words, like a villainous CEO from a novel. Xiaoxiu quickly rode the electric bike home and charged it in the storage room downstairs. When I got home, I saw Gu Jingqiu sweeping the floor with a broom, and there was a puddle of liquid on the floor. It was obvious that something had been spilled on the ground. Xiaoxiu quickly took the broom from Gu Jingqiu's hand. If there is water on the ground, you can't sweep it with a broom first. You have to use a mop to absorb the water, and then use an absorbent mop to wipe it little by little. Xiaoxiu quickly went to the bathroom to get a mop, and soon cleaned up all the dirt on the floor. Feel sorry. Upon hearing Gu Jingqiu's apology, Xiaoxiu merely glanced up at him. It's nothing. Xiaoxiu waved her hand. It's almost time. Let's hurry up and pick up Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei from school. Gu Jingqiu nodded, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing slightly as she thought about how she almost missed school this morning after taking the 2 of them there due to traffic. Summer rang. Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment, still a little dazed, because Gu Jingqiu rarely called her by her name. What's up? Let's take the subway. She blinked, as if she hadn't heard what Gu Jingqiu said. Taking the subway. This is a villainous boss in a novel who always appears in a Rolls-Royce, surrounded by a convoy of cars and Mercedes-Benzes, exuding an aura of dominance. I never expected him to have such an approachable side. Looking into Xia Shiyu's eyes, Gu Jingchu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? I am a human being. I was sent abroad by my grandfather to survive. I had nothing and had to earn my own living expenses. So I take the subway, cook, and so on. He can do all of them. Gu Jingchu simply offered a few words of explanation. She playfully stuck out her tongue, then chuckled. How can you blame her? She was always shocked by Gu Jingchu's appearances every time she read this novel. Or perhaps the original author wanted to depict just how powerful the opponent the protagonist was going to defeat, which is why every appearance of the villain was so shocking, imposing, and oppressive. Even now that he's bankrupt, he still has so many followers willing to start a small company with him and begin afresh. This villainous CEO actually wants to ride the subway with her. Xia Shiyu suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. When I stepped into the subway station again, the two striking good looks once again attracted the attention of passers-by and staff. Some people even secretly picked up their phones to search for the latest celebrities. Xia Shiyu pouted, put on a mask, and even slipped another mask into Gu Jingchu's hand. It's better not to attract too much attention. Kindergarten dismissal time is much earlier than commuting time, so the subway wasn't very crowded at that time. When the two entered the subway, there were still empty seats. Xia Shiyu sat down, but Gu Jingchu had long legs, so standing was more comfortable than sitting. He simply stood next to Xia Shiyu. The two stops were short, so neither of them took out their phones to play. Just one stop passed. When the subway doors opened, people poured in. Perhaps because many people boarded at this stop, there were no empty seats on the train in no time. Just as the car door was about to close, a middle-aged woman in a floral dress ran in breathlessly, carrying several plastic bags in her hands. She looked left and right, but there were no seats left in the carriage. It's unclear whether Xia Shiyu was just unlucky, but this middle-aged woman immediately set her sights on Xia Shiyu, who was short and looked rather frail. The middle-aged woman placed the plastic bag she was holding into the gap between Xia Shiyu and another passenger. A fishy smell wafted over, and even through the fabric, you could feel the icy plastic bag pressed against your skin. Xia Shiyu jumped up immediately. The middle-aged woman seized the opportunity, plopped down in her seat, and looked at Xia Shiyu smugly. Oomph! Young people these days have no respect for the elderly or children at all. They have to use this method to get people to give up their seats. Chapter 75. She's angry. The middle-aged woman could hardly hide the smug look on her face when she said this. Judging from how skilled she was, it probably wasn't the first time she'd done this. I wonder how many young girls have suffered such losses in front of this old woman. Xia Shiyu was so angry she could have teeth itched. She really wanted to go up and argue with them, but the next stop was just around the corner. She felt suffocated if she couldn't vent her anger within 2 minutes. But arguing with this middle-aged woman who looks like a scoundrel isn't worth it. A pair of warm hands pressed down on the back of Xia Shiyu's hand. She looked up at Gu Jingchu, only to see him shake his head. Xia Shiyu turned her head away angrily, seemingly very dissatisfied with Gu Jingchu's behavior of asking her to be tolerant. She didn't want to talk to him for the next few hours. Gu Jingchu merely glanced coldly at the middle-aged woman before the subway announced that it had arrived at the station. He was about to reach out to Xia Shiyu when he discovered she was a step ahead of him, striding angrily straight out. It seems he's really angry. Gu Jingchu felt inexplicably flustered, so he quickly walked up to keep pace with Xia Shiyu. But at this moment, Xia Shiyu still didn't want to look at Gu Jingchu. Snort. We arrived at the entrance of Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's kindergarten. At this time, a large number of parents had already gathered at the kindergarten gate. Led by their main teacher, the children lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting for their parents to call their names. After the teacher verified the parents' identities, they were allowed to pass through the turnstile and be picked up by their parents to go home. After queuing for a few minutes, it was soon Xia Shiyu's turn. Hello, whose parent is this? Xia Shiyu mentioned Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's names. The teacher glanced at the parent information registration and noticed that Xia Shiyu's name was not on it. She frowned slightly. I'm sorry, our kindergarten hasn't registered your information as a parent. Has anyone who registered the parent's information for Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei come here yet? Kindergarten teachers are very cautious about the issue of picking up and dropping off children. They generally won't allow children to enter if the parents haven't registered. Xiaoxiu was about to call Gu Jingchu over when she was pushed from behind. She took a few steps forward, barely managing to regain her footing. I turned around and saw it, the face of a middle-aged woman on the subway. The middle-aged woman was also stunned when she saw Xiaoxiu, and then her expression became arrogant. I thought it was someone else. It's just that brat on the subway who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. You're so young to be picking up your child, and you haven't even registered your parent information. Could it be that some third sister from a wealthy family has run away and wants to put on a show in front of the child? The middle-aged woman's voice was like a loudspeaker. Everyone around her could hear her clearly. Even though Xia Xiyu was a newcomer and dressed simply with a mask on, her slender figure and captivating beauty were still undeniable. After hearing this, everyone looked at Xia Xiyu with their eyes. The middle-aged woman became even more smug and shoved the person away. Teacher, you absolutely must not let this person take the child away. Who knows what kind of suffering the child will suffer if he goes home with her? The middle-aged woman spoke at length. Soon, the teacher brought out a short, chubby little boy for the woman. Xia Xiyu gritted her teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchu had already picked up Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei from another turnstile. Clearly, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei had already witnessed this scene while they were queuing. The two children were furious. Even more coincidentally, the chubby boy the middle-aged woman was holding hands with was their classmate. Go ahead. Gu Jingchu's eyes were cold as he patted Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei on the shoulders, one on each side. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's eyes lit up. The two little children took quick, short strides and arrived at Xia Xiyu's side in no time. Gu Baobao opened her innocent eyes and then pointed with Xia Xiyu's finger at the chubby boy next to the middle-aged woman. Sister-in-law, do you know the mother of the guy in our class who wets his pants the most? Gu Baobao spoke loudly, and with just one word, cousin-in-law. She had already deflected the blame that the middle-aged woman had placed on Xia Xiyu. Upon hearing the phrase, king of wetting his pants, the little boy next to the middle-aged woman immediately opened his mouth and burst into tears. Wah, I'm not a man who wets his pants. You're all talking nonsense. The chubby boy's explosive power instantly stunned Xia Xiyu. This child, who was only 5 years old and in kindergarten, looked to weigh 60 or 70 pounds. He was lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, looking just like a meatball being fried in a pot. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, and her earlier anger gradually dissipated. Xia Xiyu looked up at Gu Jingchu, who was walking towards her. She knew that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were brought over by him, but Xia Xiyu just didn't want to talk to him so soon. She turned her head away and snorted. Gu Jingchu. She seems genuinely angry. What to do? You ill-mannered brat. How dare you talk about my Yaozu like that? I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing that she couldn't appease her own son, the middle-aged woman angrily rushed up to Gu Baobao and raised her hand high. Xia Xiyu's eyes turned cold. She pulled Gu Baobao behind her, and, just before the middle-aged woman's slap was about to land, quickly grabbed her wrist and twisted it sharply in the opposite direction. Immediately, the middle-aged woman let out a scream. Hearing his mother's screams, the chubby boy stopped rolling on the ground. He scrambled to his feet and glared fiercely at Xia Xiyu, Gu Baobao, and Gu Beibei. Oh my God, you hit me. How dare you hit me in front of so many people at the kindergarten gate? The middle-aged woman clutched her wrist, glaring fiercely at Xia Xiyu, her eyes seeming to want to devour him whole. At this moment, the kindergarten teacher also came out of the door. She glanced at the middle-aged woman and immediately felt a headache coming on. Of all people to provoke, this new transfer student's parent had to pick on this troublesome one. You should know that Yaozu's mother is notoriously difficult to talk to. If Yaozu gets bitten by a mosquito at kindergarten, his mother will send 10 or more 60-second voice messages in the group chat to scold the teacher. If this weren't a public kindergarten with permanent staff, and where teachers wouldn't be easily dragged out to apologize or be dismissed, this teacher would have resigned long ago. But there was nothing the teacher could do. With so many parents in front of her, she could only try to mediate with a smile. Chapter 76, Playing Bumper Cars. Even with the head teacher trying to persuade her, the middle-aged woman continued to yell and shout relentlessly. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei both showed expressions of disgust. The children in the class are all easy to get along with, except for Lu Yaozu, who is spoiled. Gu Jingchu stood in front of the three people, and his cold gaze immediately silenced the middle-aged woman who was still about to wail. Her heart skipped a beat, a sense of fear rose within her, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back. You're in cahoots with the teacher. I think the teacher only spoke up for you because she accepted the gifts you gave her. I'm going to file a complaint and report you later. The middle-aged woman, grumbling and cursing, led the chubby boy away. Judging from the teacher's helpless expression, it was clear that this wasn't the first time the middle-aged woman had caused trouble at the school gate. Excuse me, parents of Bao Bao and Bei Bei, could we just let this matter go? The teacher was also helpless. If the 2 parents made a scene and it became too ugly, and she, as the head teacher, couldn't handle it in time, even if she had a permanent position, it would likely affect her year-end evaluation. Xia Xiyu pursed her lips, feeling that her good mood for the day had been mostly ruined. It's all right. As long as she doesn't keep provoking us, we won't retaliate. Hearing Xia Xiyu say this, the head teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Lu Yaozu's father is a minor leader in our district. Now that you've offended Lu Yaozu and his mother, you should avoid them when you come to pick up your child in the future. Xia Xiyu nodded with an unpleasant expression. Without saying a word, she led Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei toward the subway station. The amusement park is just the next stop after this one, only a few minutes away. But my mood for having fun has been ruined. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei exchanged a glance, clearly sensing Xia Xiyu's low spirits, and then kept subtly giving Gu Jingchu meaningful looks. Gu Jingchu sighed helplessly and quickly stepped forward to Xia Xiyu's side. I'm not letting you fight back, because I don't want you to waste your time on people like that. Moreover, there are more effective methods. Xia Xiyu lowered her eyes, but in her heart, she felt that Gu Jingchu was right. Arguing with such a person in public is a waste of time and very degrading. But Xia Xiyu is the kind of person who seeks revenge and retaliates against wrongs. She is never the kind of person who would swallow her grievances. She gave Gu Jingchu a cold, sidelong glance. What can you do? Seeing that she was talking to him, Gu Jingchu finally smiled. As the teacher just mentioned, that woman's husband is a minor leader in this district. He subtly flipped his obsidian cufflinks, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This area will soon have a new plan, and it's the perfect time to attract investment. The government is already in talks, and that woman's husband has a medium-sized project in his hands. Gu Jingchu's eyes were deep, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If this project fails, their family will have nothing to brag about, and they might have to live a life of humility from now on. Xia Xiyu suddenly realized. Is the big boss going to make a move on that middle-aged woman's husband? But that person is just a minor leader in a district, and Gu Jingchu is currently bankrupt. The Gu family won't offer any help either. What method can he use to bring that person down? We won't do anything illegal or criminal. Xia Xiyu tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve, and when she said this, she was incredibly serious. Gu Jingchu almost burst out laughing. No, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Besides, you don't necessarily have to bleed to get rid of someone. There are now too many ways to torture people without shedding blood. All right then, but be careful not to overdo it. Anyway, this big shot always keeps his promises. Xia Xiyu didn't want these upsetting things to affect her mood for too long, so she quickly put the matter out of her mind. After exiting the subway, she held Gu Baobao's hand on each side. The three of them skipped and hopped into the amusement park. This amusement park has many miniature versions of amusement rides. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were both raised by the Gu family. Before Gu Jingchu went bankrupt and the Gu family fell into its current predicament, these two little darlings were always accompanied by bodyguards. They had never been to an amusement park with such a large flow of people. Arriving at this amusement park filled with the joyful laughter of children, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were both filled with excitement. Xia Xiyu bought a package ticket for the two children without hesitation. She wanted to take them to play everything that the two children could play. Even in playgrounds specifically for children, there are height restrictions, even when accompanied by adults. Gu Jingchu, standing at 1.89 meters tall, simply couldn't keep up with two children playing together. Even when he was sitting in a bumper car, his long legs were bent, which actually looked a bit comical. Xiaoxiu burst out laughing. She and Gu Beibei were in one car, while Gu Baobao and Gu Jingchu were in another bumper car. Xiaoxiu was petite, so she was just the right size to sit next to Gu Beibei. Gu Baobao, who was sitting in a bumper car with Gu Jingchu, wasn't so lucky. He pouted and was pushed aside. Xiaoxiu and Gu Beibei both laughed heartily. Gu Baobao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. Cousin, this isn't the time for you to be henpecked. You need to reclaim your manly prowess. Charge him. Gu Jingchu rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, flicked Gu Baobao on the head. Gu Baobao covered her head, feeling extremely wronged. He wasn't wrong. Xiaoxiu drove the bumper cars and practically took Gu Beibei on a rampage through the venue. Having gained experience from taking the electric vehicle driving test, she drove around like a squid, weaving through the crowd of cars. They even occasionally rammed into the back of other cars. Gu Beibei had never experienced such excitement before, and she kept screaming and yelling next to Xiaoxiu. Sister-in-law, quick, quick, run them over. The two were clearly having a blast, and they crashed into the purple bumper car in front of them. Ouch! Gu Beibei, can't you give proper commands? I'm your teammate. Xiaoxiu then realized that Gu Jingchu and Gu Baobao were sitting in the bumper car. She just made a drift and crashed into Gu Jingchu's purple bumper car, sending it crashing to the edge. At this moment, Gu Jingchu also looked at Xiaoxiu with a blank expression. Because of the impact, his knees, which were already inside the car, hit the steering wheel due to inertia. Chapter 77 Hot Pot. She thought she just heard a thud. Xiaoxiu immediately pulled over and pulled Gu Jingchu out of the bumper car before the game was over. Sorry, I was having too much fun and got carried away. I didn't mean to bump into you. Does your knee hurt? Xiaoxiu frowned, looking nervous, with guilt flashing in her eyes. She pursed her lips tightly, looking like a child who had done something wrong. It's all right. Gu Jingchu's expression was gentle, but Xiaoxiu looked worried. She held Gu Jingchu's hand and watched him walk several steps. Only after finding that he could walk without any problems did she breathe a sigh of relief. How did I get so hooked while playing? She looked full of regret. The activities we played next were all relatively gentle. The two children were having a great time when it suddenly got dark. Xiaoxiu glanced at the time. The four of them had been at the amusement park for almost 2 hours. It's time for dinner. There's no time to cook dinner at home. Let's go out for hot pot today. Remembering that it had been a long time since she had eaten hot pot, Xiaoxiu enthusiastically made the suggestion. I know a hot pot restaurant nearby that's pretty good. The key is that they have tomato soup and spicy soup, so kids and adults can eat separately. Gu Jingchu nodded in agreement. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were tired from playing, so Gu Jingchu and Xiaoxiu carried one of them out of the amusement park. It's no longer peak traffic time, so taking a taxi would be more convenient. The ride-hailing car arrived quickly, and after getting in, Xiaoxiu gave the address of the hot pot restaurant. The driver quickly drove the car to its destination. When they got off the bus, Xiaoxiu placed Gu Beibei next to Gu Jingchu. She glanced up at the hot pot restaurant and then at a pharmacy not far away. I've already made a reservation on my phone. My queue number is 05. You can just go in. I'm going out to buy something, and I'll be right back. After saying that, Xiaoxiu ran over. She went to the pharmacy and bought some ointment for bruises and sprains. After entering the store, she saw Gu Jingchu sitting by the window with Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Sister-in-law, we're here. Xiaoxiu walked over with a smile on her face. She put the medicine she had bought aside, then picked up the menu on an A4 size sheet of paper and began to check off items on it with a pencil. Beef tripe, fatty beef, tender bamboo shoots, fish slices, fish tofu, a little bit of bok choy, tofu skin, potatoes, yam. She ticked and selected her choices, then handed the menu over. I've already ordered. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? You can choose again. What do your two little ones like to eat? Gu Beibei looked excited. We're fine with anything, but we don't eat spicy food. We've already told the waiter that we want a hot pot with both spicy and tomato broths. Gu Baobao smiled happily. The two of them have never eaten hot pot outside before. There are chefs and nutritionists in the family, and they specially prepare 3 meals a day. Hot pot and the like are rarely seen. The tomato soup was sweet and sour, and once the ingredients were added, the two children's eyes were glued to the pot, unable to look away. Xiaoxiu pressed the fifth setting on the fire button next to the table. A few minutes later, the broth boiled in the pot, and the ingredients, which had been sinking to the bottom, began to float to the surface. The meatballs in this shop are all handmade, so you can eat them without worry. Just be careful to take small bites, otherwise you might get burned by the juice inside. Xiaoxiu carefully gave the two instructions. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei said, "Okay," in unison, then picked up their chopsticks and started eating. The waiter brought the ingredients over. Xiaoxiu's long-awaited tripe was placed on the table, and she smiled with her eyes crinkling. She picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it into the spicy hot pot, muttering that it should be cooked for about 10 seconds. After the countdown of about 10 seconds ended, just as she picked up her chopsticks from the spicy hot pot, her stool was bumped. Xiaoxiu's hand trembled, and the tripe that had just been cooking for a dozen seconds fell into the spicy hot pot. There was a lot of food in the pot, so it took her a while to scoop out the tripe, but it had been cooked for too long and wasn't tender anymore. She frowned and turned around, only to find that the person who had bumped into her chair while moving it was the same annoying middle-aged woman from the subway and kindergarten gate that afternoon. The middle-aged woman was having hot pot with a middle-aged man, completely ignoring the fact that Lu Yaozu had already caused a huge scene at the dinner table. They would move the stools around, bumping into each other, or they would scoop soup with a ladle and scatter it from top to bottom like a fairy scattering flowers. Some of the soup he spilled from the ladle had already spilled onto other customers' tables. The other customers all glared angrily at the brat. But Lu Yaozu wasn't afraid of any of that. Facing those angry stares, he not only wasn't afraid, but he also spat at them. "Can't you control your child? This soup has been spilled all over us." When the middle-aged woman saw someone speaking, she rolled her eyes and acted extremely arrogantly. "What does a child know? He's only in kindergarten. How old are you and him? How can you, an adult, argue with a child like that? You." The group that got their soup spilled was also a table of very young students. Faced with the moral blackmail from the middle-aged woman, they could only swallow their anger and resentment. Xiaoxiu turned around and naturally saw this scene. Seeing the middle-aged woman's smug and proud expression as if she had won a battle, she felt even more furious. "A brat, huh?" She raised an eyebrow and then gave Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei a look. Both of them were smart kids, and they immediately understood the meaning in Xiaoxiu's eyes. They put down their chopsticks and each ladled out a bowl of soup, adding half-eaten meatballs to make the performance more realistic. "Go have fun." Xiaoxiu smiled and said to Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, "Please be careful not to bump into anyone." Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei smiled at each other, then started playing tag around them, each holding a bowl. Not long after, a scream came from the next table from a middle-aged woman. "Whose child is this? Why don't you keep a close eye on them? They're running around with a bowl, spilling soup all over me. This dress is very expensive." Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei exchanged a smile, and, before the middle-aged woman could lash out, quickly hid behind Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu then slowly got up and turned around to see that the middle-aged woman's skirt was covered in tomato soup. She exclaimed in surprise, making a look of astonishment. "Hey, what's wrong with you two?" Chapter 78 has been posted online. Xiaoxiu quickly squatted down, suppressing her smile and putting on a serious expression. "I told you not to run around. It's dangerous to carry a bowl. You're still young, just kindergarten kids. Go apologize to the other person. I'm sure they won't make things difficult for you. After all, who would hold a grudge against a child? Isn't this just moral blackmail? It's like everyone can do that." Xiaoxiu was ostensibly scolding the two children, but every word she said implied that the children were still young and that whatever they did was unintentional. Anyone who argues with these two children at this time is intolerant and can't even tolerate a child. Sure enough, the middle-aged woman's face turned green upon hearing this. She was furious, but she kept it all inside, unable to vent it. The young female students at the table where Lu Yaozu had just spilled soup also covered their mouths and chuckled. "These days, you can only use magic to defeat magic. I think you did this on purpose." The middle-aged woman pointed her finger at Xiaoxiu angrily. You're trying to use 2 children against me? What kind of skill is that? Xiaoxiu looked startled and took 2 steps back. She was already beautiful, and the way she bit her lip, looking frightened, made her even more pitiful. This contrasted sharply with the disheveled, angry, and shrewish middle-aged woman. Humans are visual creatures by nature, and the other guests at the other tables immediately tipped their scales in favor of Xiaoxiu. Why would I want to get back at you? Xiaoxiu blinked her innocent big eyes. Was it on the subway when you deliberately threw a frozen fish at me to scare me, and then stole my seat? Or was it when you were jealous of me being prettier than you at the kindergarten gate this afternoon, and spread rumors in front of the parents that I was a mistress trying to pick up the kids? As soon as she said those words, the other customers eating hot pot around her started giving the middle-aged woman strange looks. It seems this shrew has been targeting that pretty young girl all along. You. The middle-aged woman was furious, but Gu Bao Bao and Gu Bei Bei just had to step in and stab her in the heart again. Little Lu Yaozu, look closely. This is my cousin, and this is my cousin's wife. They have a very good relationship. In the future, you should tell your mother to go to the beauty salon and get her makeup done. Don't see any pretty girls and call them vixens or mistresses. Yes, if your own mother isn't pretty, then don't be jealous of other people's. Lu Yaozu is clearly a kid who can't resist being goaded. Having been used to being bossy at home and in kindergarten, he can't stand anyone saying even the slightest bad thing about him. Lu Yaozu glanced at Xiaoxiu, who was as beautiful as a celebrity, and then at his disheveled mother, before bursting into tears. They punched and kicked the middle-aged woman. Why don't you go to a beauty salon for a makeover? You're so ugly. Don't take me out with you anymore, wah? The middle-aged woman panicked immediately. She couldn't appease her little tyrant. If she went back and complained, her in-laws would definitely punish her. I think you're asking for a beating. The middle-aged woman rushed over in a fit of rage, ready to attack. Xiaoxiu was also prepared to fight back. Before anyone could rush over, the middle-aged woman's shoulder was firmly pressed down. She twisted her body, but couldn't break free at all. So when she turned around, Gu Jingchu's cold, handsome face and his gaze, as if looking at a dead person, appeared in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but her shoulders were held down firmly, and she couldn't move at all. You want to assault my wife in public? Gu Jingchu's tone was icy, carrying an invisible pressure that chilled the surrounding atmosphere. Your reckless behavior matches your ugly face perfectly. Please apologize to my wife. On what grounds? The middle-aged woman instinctively wanted to retort, but when she met Gu Jingchu's frighteningly cold eyes again, she swallowed all her words. Her face was flushed, and she was clenching her teeth tightly, but she was still persisting. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? My husband is the secretary of the deputy district head of XX district. Even the police chief listens to him. Is this a self-destruction? And it's so loud. Xiaoxiu blinked, clearly noticing that some people around her were secretly recording with their phones. There are quite a few people. Oh. Gu Jingchu merely sneered, not loosening his grip on the middle-aged woman's shoulder at all. You can give it a try. Seeing the man and woman in front of her, who showed no sign of backing down, the middle-aged woman finally felt a sense of fear. Who exactly are these 2 people? She has already introduced herself, and these 2 people aren't afraid at all. She recalled her husband's words to her, telling her not to provoke those elegant-looking people she saw outside. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but tremble. Okay, I apologize, all right. Now let go of me. After saying that, her face flushed red, and she quickly apologized to Xiaoxiu. Gu Jingchu then released his grip and slowly removed the disposable gloves from his hands, throwing them into the nearby trash can with obvious disgust in front of the middle-aged woman. Xiaoxiu burst out laughing. This was originally meant for making meatballs, but it unexpectedly made things convenient for Gu Jingchu. Once the pressure on her shoulders eased, the middle-aged woman was free, and she quickly changed her expression. She quickly moved far away, making sure Gu Jingchu couldn't catch her, then put her hands on her hips and started cursing. You 2 just wait. I'm calling my husband right now, and he'll send someone to deal with you. Let me tell you, with just 1 phone call from me, you 2 will be in jail for a few days right now. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to me right now, or this isn't over. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out her phone and started dialing. In the past, as long as she could get through to her husband on the phone and tell him about her grievances, he would quickly send someone over, and then it would be her moment to triumph. But this time it didn't work. After she dialed the number, instead of receiving comfort, she was met with a barrage of angry words from her husband. It turns out that many people in the hot pot restaurant had already filmed the arrogant scene of the middle-aged woman and posted it on Douyin. Moreover, within just 10 minutes, the video of the middle-aged woman arrogantly showing off her husband quickly gained a surge in traffic, likes, and shares. Chapter 79, he didn't have the ability to investigate. There are even marketing accounts that repeatedly turn the arrogant and proud statement of a middle-aged woman, "My husband is the secretary of the deputy district head of XX district," into a meme. These videos went viral so quickly that there was almost no time to react or conduct public relations. Many netizens went to the official Douyin account to tag them. After taking the phone from Gu Jingqiu, Xiaoxiu quickly browsed the viral videos. She was utterly shocked when she looked at the traffic data at the bottom. How did Gu Jingqiu manage to do that in less than 10 minutes? Public opinion online is now almost entirely one-sided. Gu Jingqiu simply smiled and remained silent. Lin also has several people working under him who specialize in this area, and he also has a programming expert. With just a subtle modification to the program, videos that wouldn't normally be pushed out will suddenly be pushed out, making them impossible to find later. Ultimately, it will just be assumed that the trending topic was bought by a competitor of a certain deputy district head. The middle-aged woman's face was also deathly pale at this moment. She never expected that her usual domineering methods would have no effect on these two people, and instead, she ended up getting her husband involved. Her husband just gave her a really nasty scolding on the phone. The deputy district head, who was originally a strong contender for promotion to district head this year, was ruined because of her arrogant and domineering behavior at a hot pot restaurant, which was filmed and posted on social media. Because the time frame is too fast and the volume of traffic is too large, it's impossible to reduce the volume. The phone of the higher-ups is now ringing off the hook with calls to the deputy district head. In order to quell this incident, he, as the deputy district head secretary and the main figure who was flaunted in this incident, will probably become a pawn to quell this storm. Moreover, this incident has had a significant impact, and may even provoke retaliation from the deputy district head. She stood there dumbfounded, filled with regret. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. This has nothing to do with my husband. I was just talking big. Girl, I was just jealous of your good looks and your handsome husband. I apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and post a video online to help me explain. I have elderly parents and young children to support, and my husband can't lose his job." She is now afraid and understands that after her husband lost his job, all the pressure and blame from his family and her own family will fall on her shoulders. The middle-aged woman knelt down in front of Xiaoxiu with a thud, and this time she cried out of genuine emotion. "Girl, I've kowtowed to you. Please forgive me for what I just did." When Lu Yaozu saw the middle-aged woman like this, he was so frightened that he burst into tears. Gu Jingqiu pulled Xiaoxiu to his side with a look of disgust. Being forced to kneel and kowtow to someone like that is considered bad luck. Soon, the middle-aged woman's husband arrived at the scene. Without saying a word, he grabbed the woman, pulled her up, and slapped her hard across the face. "Look what you've done. I told you. It's nothing. Don't use my name to bully others and act like a big shot, but you just won't listen." The man's voice was very loud, as if he was deliberately saying it for others to hear, even though he saw someone recording with their phone. He performed with even more enthusiasm. Several more slaps landed on the woman, causing her nose to bleed. "My spotless reputation is ruined because of you. I've never made a mistake. The only mistake I made was marrying you and indulging you. I've let others down." As he spoke, the man's eyes reddened and he covered his face, bursting into tears. It's one thing for you to be arrogant and domineering at home, but to act the same way outside is unacceptable. We're getting a divorce. A divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, the middle-aged woman swayed as if she were about to collapse. She burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. I'll never go out again. Please don't divorce me." Xia Shiyu watched the two perform silently, and looking at the customers around her, she could already see some pity in their eyes as she looked at the man. She knew that the man's performance had been a success. Now everyone thinks that the wife is the one who uses her husband's position to act arrogantly and domineeringly, while the husband has to take the blame for his wife. Don't worry, none of them will escape. Gu Jingchu coldly curled the corners of his lips, and then sent a message to Lin Yi. The man's phone rang. He answered the phone, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, he didn't even pretend. His eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? Those projects fell through? And the bosses who were in charge of attracting investment aren't investing anymore. Like a bolt from the blue, the man's expression would instantly change. If he loses even these few projects he has on hand, then he's really doomed. That was a project that the government had to hire several business owners to secure in order to attract investment to this district. The man's vision went black, and he immediately fainted. Husband! The middle-aged woman cried out and rushed over. Lu Yaozu stood to the side, wailing loudly. It was only after people around saw the man lying on the ground for a long time that he took out his phone and dialed 120. After the ambulance took the man away, this farce finally came to an end. Will we face retaliation? The group sat down at the table again to eat hot pot, and Xia Shiyu asked with some concern. Gu Jingchu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. They don't have the ability to find this place. If even the villainous boss has said that, then what does Xia Shiyu have to worry about? There's still a whole table of delicious food in front of us that we haven't put in the hot pot yet. After the group finished eating hot pot, Xia Shiyu patted her round belly, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Now I'm satisfied, both emotionally and physically. The two children, patting their round little bellies, followed Xia Shiyu on either side. They kept saying they wanted to come back to eat there again. Xia Shiyu had just booked a ride-hailing service when she asked the driver to wait a little longer. Xia Shiyu ran all the way to the pharmacy and bought some stomach-strengthening and digestive pills, as well as some acute stomach medicine, before getting into the car. After returning home, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were already asleep from exhaustion. Xia Shiyu quickly fetched a basin of warm water, wet a towel, and wiped all the sweat off the two children. After changing them into their pajamas, she carried them to the room and covered them with blankets. She took out the stomach medicine she had just bought. I don't know what kind of food Baobao and Beibei eat at Gujia, but they just said that they can't get hot pot like this at Gujia, so I'm a little worried that they might have stomach problems after eating so much. This is for improving digestion. If your stomach is upset, just take this. She gave him careful instructions, as if she had thought of something, and her eyes were fixed on Gu Jingchu. Chapter 80, Applying Medicine to Him. To be precise, her gaze was fixed on Gu Jingchu's knees. Xia Shiyu hadn't forgotten the time at the amusement park when she bumped into Gu Jingchu's knee on the bumper car steering wheel because she was so engrossed in the ride. Didn't it hurt him when it made such a loud noise? Take your pants off. She wanted to slap herself for her thoughtless words, but thankfully she stopped herself in time. I meant you should roll up your pant legs. I bought some ointment for you to apply. Gu Jingchu initially wanted to say no, but seeing Xia Shiyu's worried expression and eager eyes, he nodded. Sitting in the chair, he slowly rolled up the cuffs of his trousers with his long, slender fingers. Xia Shiyu gasped when she saw Gu Jingchu's knees. She quickly grabbed the ointment and rushed over. Both her knees were bruised and swollen, and her eyes were filled with remorse. Carefully apply the ointment with a cotton swab, blowing on it as you go. Gu Jingchu, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Gu Jingchu was no longer so sensitive to pain. This minor bump was insignificant to him, but Xia Shiyu kept blowing air on the injured area, causing his leg muscles to tense up. Before Xia Shiyu could finish applying the ointment, Gu Jingchu reached out and took the ointment and cotton swabs from Xia Shiyu's hand. It doesn't hurt anymore. You can stop now. He smiled slightly at Xia Shiyu. Thanks. Xia Shiyu gave a dry, forced smile. Why are you thanking me? I'm the one who hurt you. Gu Jingchu went to the bathroom to change into his pajamas and pajama bottoms before coming out. Then Xia Shiyu went to wash up. We bought this small 2-bedroom apartment back then, without considering that relatives might come to visit. Moreover, having only one bathroom is indeed inconvenient. Fortunately, She and Gu Jingchu woke up at different times. Otherwise, Xiaoxiu couldn't even imagine the scene of the two of them fighting for the toilet in the morning. But at the time, I couldn't afford a small 3-bedroom apartment with my own money. Xiaoxiu thought about it for a moment and decided to save up some more money to sell this apartment. She estimated that she could upgrade to a small 3-bedroom apartment next year. She completely forgot that Gu Jingchu, as the heir designated by the Gu family patriarch, was actually allowed to live in the Gu family mansion. The next day was the weekend. Xiaoxiu had a 2-day weekend. After Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei got up and had breakfast, they were picked up by the driver and taken back to the Gu family home. Xiaoxiu was surprised to find that Gu Jingchu had left for work early in the morning. Wasn't it said that his company was being targeted and was almost bankrupt? The boss truly lives up to his reputation. Despite being attacked from multiple sides, the company was able to continue operating. On the other side, as soon as Gu Jingchu stepped into the office, Lin Yi greeted him excitedly. "My God, Chu Gu, you've finally come to the company. You have no idea how busy I've been these past few days. By the way, that guy surnamed Lu you asked me to deal with the other day, he's already been removed from his position. Several projects failed, and on top of that, his wife and son caused such a huge uproar online. When the higher-ups investigated, his superiors directly used him as a scapegoat. It's really tragic. Whether he did it or not, it's all pinned on him. Besides being publicly dismissed, he'll also be sued in court. I guess he won't be out for several years." Lin continued talking incessantly. After giving a curt reply, Gu Jingchu sat down at his desk. Looking at the data on the computer, he smiled slightly. "It's time to close the net." Lin was stunned for a moment, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. "We can finally close the net. We've endured so much, waiting for this moment." Okay. Lin rushed out of the office and shouted at the office area. The boss said, "Let's get started." Immediately, a chorus of cheers erupted in the office area. Immediately afterwards, the sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard rose and fell. A strange thing happened in Beijing today. The Wang family, the Qin family, and several other families have all suffered severe damage to numerous projects and industries. Even their own stock price has plummeted, but no matter how hard they investigate, they can't find out who did it. The head of the Qin family dragged Qin Luoluo in front of him and berated her for several hours. The Wang family wasn't in much better shape either. Things were in complete chaos there. It took a huge sum of money to smooth things over and manage the public relations efforts to quell the losses caused by these projects. Xiaoxiu, who was at home, had no idea what was happening outside. She took advantage of the weekend to give herself a good break. First, she went to check out the popular tourist spots around the area, then bought herself a small cake, and went shopping for some nice clothes before going home. I was humming a song while cooking in the kitchen when Gu Jingchu called to say he was busy at work and wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. Dinner for one was quickly cooked. She cooked herself a bowl of spicy hot pot, turned on her tablet, and put on the most popular TV series, eating and watching at the same time. After finishing her meal, she moved the dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen and then continued to curl up on the sofa to watch her TV show. She had intended to put a cushion behind her back, but instead pulled out a pillowcase. Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then, as if possessed, put the pillowcase under her nose and sniffed it. A faint scent of cedar mixed with a hint of sandalwood. It was the scent left behind by Gu Jingchu when he slept on the sofa. It smells quite nice. Xiaoxiu leaned closer and took another sniff. Etc. What is she doing? What kind of infatuated behavior is she engaging in? The pillowcase in her hand suddenly felt like a hot potato. Xiaoxiu stuffed it into the crack of the sofa, patted her slightly hot cheeks, and then turned her attention back to the TV series. It's rare to find such a good TV series these days. Xiaoxiu watched episode after episode, completely unaware that the clock on the wall had already pointed to 12 o'clock. Gu Jingchu was taken aback when he opened the door and saw the living room light was still on. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Hearing the sound, Xiaoxiu was startled and jumped up from the sofa. Only after seeing that it was Gu Jingchu did she pat her chest with lingering fear. "You walk without making a sound? You startled me." Her tone carried a hint of complaint, but to Gu Jingchu, it sounded like she was being coquettish. "Sorry, I thought you were asleep. I wanted to be quiet so as not to disturb your sleep." Xia Xiu glanced at the clock on the wall and was startled herself. It's 12 o'clock already. I was so engrossed in watching this TV series that I didn't notice the time. I'm sorry, I thought it was only 7 or 8 o'clock. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly and quickly turned off the TV. I need to go wash up now. I have to go to work tomorrow. After saying that, she quickly went into the bathroom to wash up, put on her pajamas, and then put on a face mask. Chapter 81. A look back at the old family house. After a while, Gu Jingchu finished washing up and lay down next to Xia Xiu. After sleeping in the same bed with Gu Jingchu for a few days, Xia Xiu got used to having someone else beside her. The initial feeling of unease was gone. Could you come with me back to the Gu family's old house tomorrow? Gu Jingchu suddenly spoke, and Xia Xiu was stunned for a moment. The memory of visiting the Gu family's old house was too vivid. Faced with that large family of Gu relatives who harbored ulterior motives but appeared harmonious on the surface, Xia Xiu really didn't want to visit them again. But since Gu Jingchu had spoken, she couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Xiu nodded. Then he picked up his phone from the bedside table and texted Lu Wan to ask for leave. What time tomorrow? Do you need to change clothes and get your hair and makeup done? No need, just arrive before lunch. I'll go back and make arrangements first, and then I'll call the driver to pick you up. Go to sleep, don't worry about so much. Xia Xiu hugged the blanket tightly, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up early the next morning, Gu Jingchu was no longer by her side. She rubbed her eyes, went into the bathroom, and after washing up, she saw that breakfast was already prepared on the dining table. It is an antique-style lunchbox. It was obvious that Gu Jingchu had ordered the meal in advance from his private kitchen. Opening the lunchbox lid revealed a very exquisite breakfast inside. Even the small plates containing breakfast looked quite expensive. Xia Xiu raised an eyebrow. It seems Gu Jingchu has made some money. He's even splurging on buying her breakfast. Delicious. After Xia Xiu finished eating all the breakfast in the food box, she couldn't help but let out a burp. She sat lazily in the chair and patted her round little belly. Then, she froze. Wait a minute, we're going to the Gu family's old house. What if I eat too much and can't fit into the dress? She swallowed hard, then slowly moved into the bedroom, carefully selecting a loose-fitting sleeveless dress. She had already sold off most of the original owner's designer bags and clothes. Only a few clothes and bags that she usually wears to present a presentable appearance are left at home. The rest of her clothes are bought by Xia Xiu herself. The price was right, and the style was exactly what she wanted. She had already put most of the money from selling clothes and bags into the bank card to pay off her loan, and had paid off a portion of it in advance. The remaining loan will be paid off in about a year. She combed her hair back, secured it with a jade hairpin, and applied an elegant and sophisticated makeup look in front of the dressing table. Then, she took out her phone and glanced at the time. 5 minutes before 9:30, I walked to the window, and sure enough, I saw a familiar car parked in the parking area downstairs. It's Gu Jia's license plate. Gu Jingchu had already sent her a message beforehand. After tidying herself up once more, Xia Xiu smoothed her hair, picked up her bag, and went downstairs. Young madam, the young master asked me to bring you back to the Gu family. The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the back door for Xia Xiu. We arrived at the entrance of the Gu family's old residence. Xia Xiu noticed that things were different from the last time she came. Last time I came, there was no one to greet me at the door, and I had to wait through multiple layers of identity verification to get in. But this time the car drove in without any hindrance. The car stopped when we arrived at the gate of the mansion. Young madam, the young master and the old master are inside. Please go in. The old man. Xia Xiu was stunned. Has the old man from the Gu family returned to the Gu family? Hasn't he been staying in the hospital the whole time? Filled with questions, she took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked in on her high heels. Little Rain is here, over here. Gu Qinyue waved to Xia Xiu with a gentle smile. Xia Xiu returned a smile, and then greeted all the members of the Gu family, as well as every member of the Gu family whose name she could recall. The old master of the Gu family sat in a specially made wheelchair. Due to the torment of illness, he was so thin that he could not even support the tang suit he was wearing. Seeing Xia Xiu's elegant and poised demeanor, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The old master of the Gu family coughed lightly, and the butler beside him immediately took out a large red envelope and handed it to Xia Shiyu. Young madam, the old master has undergone tracheal surgery, so it is inconvenient for him to speak. This is a gift from the old master to you. Xia Shiyu quickly stood up, accepted the gift with both hands, and respectfully thanked the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa Gu raised his hand with difficulty and waved it, and Xia Shiyu then sat down next to Gu Qinyue. She let out a soft breath. Although this old man had been living in the hospital for many years and was emaciated from the torment of illness, his aura was practically a carbon copy of Gu Jingchu's. Although he was old, his eyes were sharp and shrewd, as if no disguise could be hidden from his eyes. Judging from the old man's expression and the weight of the red envelope, I guess I've already passed the test in his eyes. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyu immediately felt much more at ease. Why isn't Gu Jingchu here? Xia Shiyu glanced over and noticed that the seat in the main seat of the Gu family was empty. Sitting next to her was Gu Qinyan, the eldest uncle of the Gu family. However, Gu Qinyan's expression did not seem very good. Even Su Tingwan, who was usually very shrewd and charming, sat obediently next to Gu Qinyan at this moment. When others chatted with her, she only smiled and agreed. At this moment, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked up to the old man of the Gu family and said something softly. Young master has arrived. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the stairwell. Gu Jingchu went downstairs under the various gazes of the crowd, and then calmly sat down in the main seat next to old Master Gu. With the head of the family still alive, Gu Jingchu was sitting in the seat of honor, a seat usually reserved for old Master Gu. The meaning was quite clear. Gu Qinyan's expression was unmistakably ugly, and his eyes were practically spitting fire as he looked at Gu Jingchu. Xia Shiyu could already sense the tense atmosphere. When she saw Gu Jingchu sitting in the main seat, she already guessed why Gu Jingchu had called her back to the old family mansion today. Grandpa Gu still had an oxygen tube inserted under his nose and a tube attached to his left wrist to monitor his heartbeat and physical condition. Even in such a weakened state, they still wanted to return to the Gu family's old residence and have Gu Jingchu sit in the main seat, which made the meaning very clear. It seems that the rumors that this old man dotes on Gu Jingchu very much, or even favors him, are not untrue. Dad, how can you be discharged from the hospital? Those doctors really don't know the importance of things. Uncle Gu suddenly spoke up. Chapter 82, Unfair Division of Inheritance. At this moment, Uncle Gu looked sincere, and his tone was full of concern. Dad, you can't leave the hospital right now. Tingwan and I will take care of the Gu family, so you can rest assured. Su Tingwan quickly spoke up at this moment. Yes, Dad, you can just stay in the hospital and relax. Qinyan and I will take care of everything at home. Qingxian is doing quite well in the group now. Su Tingwan quickly mentioned her son to Grandpa Gu, a smile on her face. In a tone of suspense, he clearly explained all of Gu Qingzhan's achievements in the Gu group. He even gave Gu Jingchu a very smug look. This means that Gu Jingchu bankrupted the largest company under the group, causing the Gu group to teeter on the brink of collapse. But as soon as her son returned from abroad and joined the Gu group, he immediately showed signs of turning the tide. No matter how Su Tingwan and Gu Qinyan behaved, the old man of the Gu family didn't even glance at his eldest son. He waved his hand wearily and let out a sigh. Gu Jingchu quickly moved closer and patted the back of old Master Gu's hand. The butler walked over with the instrument, and old Master Gu typed on the instrument with trembling hands. The instrument that quickly extracted old Master Gu's voice emitted a sound. I know my days are numbered, so I will not be going back to the hospital. I have gathered the whole family here to announce something to everyone. The synthesized voice from the instrument had no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. As soon as he finished speaking, several lawyers specially hired by the Gu group walked in. Holding various recording instruments, they pointed them directly at the family and old Master Gu. Immediately afterwards, Grandpa Gu played a second message. The Gu family will be left to my grandson Gu Jingchu to inherit. Other members of the Gu family will only receive dividends from the shares. The lawyer pointed the camera at old Master Gu and spoke in a businesslike tone. Given Mr. Gu's damaged vocal cords, was the sound played by the instrument just now Mr. Gu's true intention? Grandpa Gu nodded. Then the lawyer proceeded to the next step of the process. The expressions of the Gu family members varied. Su Tingwan's face was deathly pale. She glared at Gu Jingchu with hatred, hating the old man's favoritism on one hand, and on the other hand, hating that even though her son had returned from abroad, he still had no place in the Gu family. On what grounds? Uncle Gu's face was also extremely ugly. If the lawyer hadn't been recording with a camera, he would have even rushed up to question old Master Gu about whether he was his biological son. Wherever one's own son is still alive, one will pass on the family property to his grandson. Only after the lawyer had finished his work and left did Uncle Gu finally stand up, unable to bear it any longer. Dad, so many of us are still here, and you just handed over almost all of our family's assets to Gu Jingchu right in front of us. Do you even care about the existence of us? Gu Qingzhan stood beside his father, his face expressionless. Don't be impulsive. Grandpa has his reasons for making any decisions. Besides, Jingchu is a capable person, and it's only natural that he inherits our Gu group. With a slap, Gu Qingzhan's face was turned to the side by Gu's eldest uncle. I think you're not my biological son, Gu Chunyan's son, but rather Gu Jingchu's younger brother. Gu Chunyan stared coldly at his son. Gu Jingchu is capable enough to be driven bankrupt by the Chu family, who has no background whatsoever. Your grandfather gave him the biggest company, which was practically the lifeblood of our Gu family. But Gu Jingchu ruined the company. If it weren't for our family's resources, we wouldn't have been able to save the group. Capable? What capabilities do you have? You neglected the group, letting it fall to the point where it's worse than a third-rate company. And then you went and started a small company that almost went bankrupt. A series of thuds rang out. It was the sound of Grandpa Gu's cane striking the ground hard. Grandpa Gu was glaring angrily at his eldest uncle. His heart rate and blood pressure, as monitored by the instruments, were both rising, indicating that he was extremely furious. Dad, don't be angry. I agree with your decision. My brother just didn't think things through for a moment. That's why he said that. Gu Qinyue quickly got up and went over to him, patting old Master Gu on the back. Xia Xiyu only saw herself as a background figure, a wooden person. She's completely numb right now. What was initially thought to be another cutthroat family dinner turned out to be old Master Gu coming out of the hospital to divide the family fortune. Even she, an outsider, felt that the division of the family property was somewhat biased. If calculated proportionally, old Master Gu gave 70% of the Gu family's assets to Gu Jingchu. Gu Chunyue received 10%, and the remaining 20% was divided among Gu's eldest uncle and other relatives. This is blatant favoritism, completely turning against each other. No wonder Uncle Gu was so angry and wanted to talk back to the old man. However, this Gu Qingzhan is actually on the same side as Gu Jingchu. Grandpa, it's no wonder the boss is angry, but the way you're dividing it is just too unfair. That's right. We've worked so hard to protect the Gu family for so many years, and we haven't even gotten as much as they have. How can we all feel balanced about this? With Uncle Gu taking the lead, the other members of the Gu family also started talking one after another. They just want to earn more profit for themselves. Although the story is now in a precarious state, the legacy of this century-old family remains. Even if the group were to disappear, its wealth accumulated over a century would still be enough to make people envious. Faced with the barrage of words from the crowd, Gu Jingchu simply sat calmly in the main seat, sipping tea, a stark contrast to those below who were genuinely blushing with embarrassment. He remained calm and composed, and a hint of a smile flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. It seems that Gu Jingchu is already very confident in her abilities, which is why she is acting this way. So why is she nervous? So, Xia Xiyu also picked up the snacks on the table and watched the argument with a gossipy attitude. Grandpa Gu lowered his eyes and closed them to rest, letting the people below make a ruckus. But he didn't say a word, and he was too lazy to even move a finger to operate the instrument to make a sound. A long time passed, watching them argue so fiercely, but Grandpa Gu and Gu Jingchu remained silent like spectators, making them seem like actors in a play. Then everyone quieted down again. Gu Qingzhan then stepped forward and walked to the old man's side. Grandpa, you can distribute the Gu family members however you like, but after all, we are all family. A troubled look appeared on his face. Chapter 83. You're just bragging, aren't you? Under Old Master Gu's watchful gaze, Gu Qingzhan finally spoke. Grandpa, I think that now that our family has fallen on hard times, the most important thing is for everyone to unite and get involved in politics so that our Gu family can achieve its glory. Look at the expressions on the faces of everyone in the Gu family now. Their eyes are filled with hostility as they look at Gu Jingqiu. The implication is clear. Let Old Master Gu redistribute his will. Even if Grandpa didn't divide it this way, I've already bought more than half of the shares in the Gu group. Gu Jingqiu spoke in a cool tone. The scene fell silent. Almost everyone looked on in disbelief. Especially Uncle Gu and Su Tingwan, their eyes widened in surprise. Then, Uncle Gu laughed heartily, his face full of mockery. You? Gu Jingqiu, don't forget, you've already bankrupted a company worth hundreds of billions. You're just the president of a small company in an office building in the city center. You think you can buy half of the shares of our Gu group? You must be dreaming. Su Tingwan covered her mouth and laughed. Jingqiu, even if you want us all to be convinced of your worth, you don't need to make such a big boast. Although the Gu group is now on the decline and has been squeezed out of the 4 major families. However, the Gu group is not something that just anyone can afford to buy. Gu Qingzhan's expression suddenly changed. He clenched his fists, as if he had thought of something, and stared intently at Gu Jingqiu. Because the Gu group is already on the decline, many projects are about to be stopped due to insufficient funds. As the newly appointed vice president of the Gu group, he humbly went out every day to raise funds. In order to prevent those projects from stopping, he secretly sold off a lot of shares, which allowed the Gu group to recover its funds and prevent those projects from failing. However, he had already investigated and found that the shares sold were bought by small companies. He believed that if the projects succeeded and profits were made, he could buy them back from those small companies. Could it be? Gu Qingzhan's lips trembled, and a dark glint flashed in his eyes. He silently withdrew from the crowd, then walked outside and sent a message to his secretary. 10 minutes later, after seeing the message sent by his secretary, Gu Qingzhan's face turned pale. The shares of those small companies have all been acquired by an overseas company, totaling more than 30% in total. What does owning 30% or more of a listed group mean? Anyone in business knows. Facing Gu's eldest uncle, who still wore a mocking expression, Gu Qingzhan stepped forward, took a deep breath, and clapped his hands with a grin. There's no need for everyone to argue anymore. I just asked my secretary, and she said that over 30% of our Gu family scattered shares have been acquired by a large overseas company. He stared intently at Gu Jingqiu, his eyes radiating admiration. Didn't Brother Jingqiu go abroad for training before? I heard he even has a business there. I bet the company that acquired our group's stock must be Brother Jingqiu, since he's sitting here so confidently. After hearing this, Old Master Gu neither agreed nor disagreed. Gu Jingqiu glanced at Gu Qingzhan and nodded under everyone's gaze. It is indeed me. He slowly stood up, his imposing aura so overwhelming that everyone dared not even breathe. So, considering my original shares and what I currently hold, am I qualified to become the head of the Gu family? Uncle Gu was about to fly into a rage and start cursing, but Su Tingwan held his arm down and pressed him down firmly. The other members of the Gu family also had to force a smile. They originally thought that Gu Jingqiu had ruined the company and gone bankrupt, and had been kicked out of the scope of heirs. They could start preparing to place their own people in the group, and once Old Master Gu passed away, they could get a bigger piece of the pie. Unexpectedly, after such a short time, the group has returned to Gu Jingqiu's hands. Jingqiu is really something, doing such a big thing and keeping it so tightly hidden from his own family. That's right, the old man has always thought highly of you. Why are you doing this behind everyone's back? Xiaxiyu sat in the corner, completely bewildered. Gu Jingqiu has now won a complete victory? She couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though she wasn't in the financial industry, she understood what it meant to have the largest shareholding. In other words, Gu Jingqiu, without her noticing at all, returned to the throne of the Gu Group president. After what happened today, everyone in the Gu family shut their mouths. Only Gu's eldest uncle and Su Tingwan had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, while Gu Qingzhan seemed genuinely congratulating Gu Jingqiu. He kept talking about how he was going to renovate the CEO's office tomorrow. Then he kept asking Gu Jingchu what style he liked now, following behind Gu Jingchu like a little fanboy. Aren't you embarrassed enough already? In the end, it was Gu's eldest uncle who slapped Gu Qingzhan on the back of the head, and Su Tingwan dragged him away before stopping. As Gu Qingzhan was being dragged upstairs, he even grinned and waved to Gu Jingchu. Brother, I'll be waiting for you at the company. People left one after another. Old Master Gu's health couldn't allow him to stay too long, so Gu Qinyue and the old housekeeper pushed him back to a room where a professional doctor would take care of him 24 hours a day. Xia Shiyu sat on the sofa, watching Gu Jingchu walk towards her. She blinked. Hi, Mr. Gu. Gu Jingchu sat down next to Xia Shiyu and poured her a cup of tea with his slender fingers. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You don't need to worry about anything. Just live as you please. As he spoke, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Now, I have some savings, so you don't need to be so frugal with your money anymore. He took a card from the inside pocket of his suit and placed it in Xia Shiyu's hand. Here's my supplementary card. Buy back double the amount of the bags and clothes you sold before. Xia Shiyu was stunned. The supplementary card in her hand was like a hot potato. She couldn't throw it away, but holding it was too hot to handle. So you're saying you're going to support me now? Gu Jingchu, you can think of it that way too. Summer rain. Is she dreaming? From a diligent working woman, she suddenly became a wealthy socialite. With the villainous CEO's supplementary credit card, she lives a carefree life of a rich woman, indulging in all sorts of shopping sprees. Xia Shiyu was still somewhat taken aback. Gu Jingchu has the ability to acquire so many shares of the Gu Group. Chapter 80, for he only realized he was going home when he was drunk. That means he never went bankrupt. Domestic companies may go bankrupt, but those overseas may still exist. Otherwise, the scattered shares of the Gu Group would amount to at least 10 or 20 billion yuan. Who could afford to produce that? Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, twisting her fingers together, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. In other words, while she was meticulously calculating and saving money, Gu Jingchu watched like an outsider. Did her words about sharing hardships and living together sound like a joke to Gu Jingchu at that time? It turns out that from the very beginning, she and Gu Jingchu were not on the same level. It was all just wishful thinking on her part, yet she was still smug about it. In that case, Xia Shiyu lowered her eyes silently, and she still chose to put the supplementary card back into Gu Jingchu's hand. Gu Jingchu, I can support myself, and I don't think I'm suited to live in this mansion. A slight smile appeared on her lips, revealing neither joy nor anger. Your driver should be available, right? Take me home. Gu Jingchu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Xia Shiyu had already reached the door. The driver was still completely bewildered when he saw Xia Shiyu come out. Take me back. The driver blinked and glanced back, only to see President Gu standing there with an uncertain expression, his aura extremely tense. If I'm busy, I can take a taxi myself. Seeing the driver standing there motionless, Xia Shiyu lost her patience. Yes, I'll take the young mistress back right now. The driver was Gu Jingchu's man and was always Gu Jingchu's personal driver. Therefore, they are quite sensitive to Gu Jingchu's emotional changes. He stood there looking troubled, moving very slowly. It's obvious that President Gu doesn't want his young mistress to leave. What are you doing standing there? Aren't you going to say something and ask me to stay? Logically speaking, today should be a good day for President Gu to officially take over the rights of the Gu family heir from the old man. Why are Mr. Gu and his wife arguing? However, judging from Madame's expression, it seems to be one-sided anger. Mr. Gu will surely appease her in the future. Xia Shiyu was already sitting in the car, while the driver was distracted as he drove. Looking at Xia Shiyu's expressionless face in the rearview mirror, the driver's forehead was covered in sweat. As expected of the young mistress, the oppressive feeling she exudes with her silence and expressionless face is no less than that of President Gu. After dropping the person off downstairs, as soon as the driver opened the driver's side door, he saw that Xia Shiyu had already opened the back door and could only see her back as she went upstairs. He secretly worried for President Gu. The former President Gu was completely uninterested in women, but now he's finally showing some special interest in his wife. Now the lady is angry again. I wonder if President Gu knows how to coax a woman. When Xiaoxiu got home, she didn't even change her clothes. She just threw herself onto the bed and wrapped the blanket around herself. She seemed a bit down. I was living a good life. How did my partner suddenly disappear? Gu Jingqiu went from being a bankrupt villainous CEO to becoming a powerful corporate CEO again. Their thinking and living standards are on completely different levels. Well, Xiaoxiu was a little reluctant to give up a life partner so abruptly. However, she now clearly understands that Gu Jingqiu is someone she can no longer reach. She felt a little down, and for some reason, a sense of reluctance arose within her. Xiaoxiu was surprised to find that she would feel sad when she had thoughts of breaking up with Gu Jingqiu, etc. She suddenly sat up in bed and gently patted her face. Xiaoxiu, wake up. Although the villainous boss is handsome, intelligent, and rich, but he's very cunning. Judging from the reactions of the Gu family members today, how could Xiaoxiu not see it? For the past 2 months, he has been able to live comfortably with her, creating the illusion of financial hardship, entirely to deceive outsiders. She let out a soft sigh, then walked to the computer and stuffed several sheets of A4 paper into the printer. I'll start opening the document and editing something. She didn't know if Gu Jingqiu would ever come back to this house. If not, she would just send him there via express delivery. After finalizing the agreement, Xiaoxiu sent a message to Gu Jingqiu. But this time, the message was like a stone sinking into the sea. For several days, Gu Jingqiu didn't send any news or reply. Xiaoxiu couldn't quite explain how she felt. Now that Gu Jingqiu has officially become the head of the Gu family, it means he no longer has to pretend to live with her in this cramped 2-bedroom apartment of only a few dozen square meters. Now that he's back on the throne of the domineering CEO, surely he won't fight me for the ownership of this house. Xiaoxiu pursed her lips, looked at the agreement, and after seeing that one of the clauses stipulated that the property would belong to the woman, she looked away again. She sent another message to Gu Jingqiu. After waiting for half an hour, there was still no reply. Xiaoxiu sighed softly, hurriedly stuffed the papers on the table into the small drawer of the coffee table, then picked up her bag and went to work. Today was a busy day. Luan took on an order. She was running around with Xiaoxiu, taking notes and organizing materials at the same time, so busy that she didn't even have lunch. The work didn't come to an end until 8 p.m. Luan took Xiaoxiu to a private restaurant for a nice meal. By the time I finished eating and got home, it was already 9:30. As soon as she opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit her, and a hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoxiu's eyes. She quickly reached out and turned on the light switch in the living room. When the light came on, she saw Gu Jingqiu, who reeked of alcohol, lying lazily on the sofa. The suit jacket was carelessly tossed in the corner of the sofa, the shirt buttons were fastened from the neck to the chest, and the tie hung crookedly around the neck. The sound of the door opening did not wake Gu Jingqiu. His hand was placed on his eyes, and he seemed to find the light too bright, so he shifted his body slightly. Summer rain. Okay, so you know to go home when you're drunk, right? The Gu family mansion has so many servants. Why doesn't he go back to the old Gu family mansion and let the servants take care of things? What kind of nonsense is it to ask her to take care of me when I come back to this house? Xiaoxiu silently rolled her eyes, but she couldn't just stand by and watch a drunk person lying slumped on the sofa. With a sigh, she resignedly walked over, first tidying up the things on the sofa and coffee table, and then straightening Gu Jingqiu's body. Chapter 85. Stay by my side. She quickly went to the bathroom, moistened a towel with warm water, and then gently wiped Gu Jingqiu's face and neck. As soon as the towel reached her chest, her cheeks felt slightly hot, so she put the towel aside and turned to the kitchen to make honey water. Wake up, drink some honey water first. It will make your stomach feel better. Gu Jingqiu narrowed his eyes, offering no resistance whatsoever. It seems that even if Xiaoxiu were to feed him a cup of poison, he would obediently drink it. Gu Jingqiu's docile and helpless appearance was something Xiaoxiu couldn't resist. She quickly fed him the honey water, then went to the bedroom to get a thin blanket to cover him. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a pillow and placed it under Gu Jingqiu's neck to make him more comfortable. People who are drunk are most afraid of vomiting in their sleep, so it's better to elevate them a bit. Xiaoxiu stuffed another pillow under his neck. After finishing everything, Xiaoxiu clapped her hands, glanced at the clock on the wall, and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. She has work to do tomorrow, so she needs to go and rest. Just as I was about to get up and remove my wrist, a warm hand grasped mine. She tried to pull it out, but couldn't. She turned around in surprise, only to look straight into Gu Jingchu's dark eyes. Perhaps because he was drunk, his eyes held no other emotion, only her reflection. She was momentarily dazed, but quickly came to her senses. She reached out and pried Gu Jingchu's hand off her wrist, but the next moment, he grabbed her clothes. Summer rain. What exactly is he trying to do? Please don't leave. After a long while, the faint sound of flies buzzing could be heard from below. Xiaoxiu almost thought she had misheard. She stood there stunned for a long time before looking down at Gu Jingchu in disbelief. What did he just say? Why should I stay? Gu Jingchu had already woken up. His cheeks were slightly flushed from the alcohol, and his long eyelashes obscured the expression in his eyes as he lowered them. I'm right here, Xiaoxiu replied dryly, trying to pull her clothes out of Gu Jingchu's hands, but without success. Why do you want a divorce? Is there something I'm not doing well enough? Or is there something I'm not satisfied with? Gu Jingchu raised his head and stared intently at Xiaoxiu. She stood there stunned for a while before finally focusing her gaze on the slightly ajar coffee table drawer. It turns out that he rummaged through this drawer when he got home and probably saw the draft agreement he had prepared. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, but couldn't say anything. She did indeed have that thought. But seeing Gu Jingchu's puppy-like expression, she couldn't bring herself to say it. He had always been like a flower on a high mountain, aloof and unapproachable, exuding an air of detachment. At this moment, his face was slightly flushed from drunkenness, and his dark eyes were fixed on her, without uttering a word. But Xiaoxiu felt like he was a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner. She has always been a soft-hearted person, and seeing Gu Jingchu like this, she could only sigh. This was written before. I brought it with me when I moved, but I didn't know where to put it, so I just stuffed it in. I didn't expect you to see it. In front of Gu Jingchu, she took out the draft agreement from a small drawer in the coffee table, tore it to shreds, and threw it into the trash can. Okay. I tore it up. She patted Gu Jingchu's head gently, as if coaxing a child. Xiaoxiu was actually on tenterhooks. After all, she had finished reading the entire novel. The novel portrays Gu Jingchu as a ruthless, cunning, and decisive person. But now he just stares at her blankly like a puppy, letting him stroke his fur. Even knowing that the man in front of her was extremely dangerous, she still couldn't control herself. With such beauty before us, even a saint would be wasting his time. From an angle where Xiaoxiu couldn't see, Gu Jingchu slightly curled the corners of his lips. His expression was clear. It didn't look like the eyes of a drunkard at all. Gu Jingchu, I just need to make this clear to you. The difference between us is just too great. I did like power and money before, but people change. After spending these 2 months together, I don't believe you don't know what kind of person I am. I like a free and easy life, and I don't want to be constrained by others. I can't live a life where I have to deal with people and maintain relationships all the time, and I can't bear the pressure that your identity brings me. Aside from the marriage certificate, our relationship is completely clean. I can stay with you now, but I request a prenuptial agreement. If we both meet someone we like in the future, this agreement will take effect. I hope we can separate peacefully then, and I won't take any of your property. Is that acceptable to you? Xiaoxiu rambled on, but Gu Jingchu only caught a single sentence. You will meet someone you like in the future. Who will she meet? Has she met him yet? Has she fallen for him? An overwhelming sense of crisis had gripped Gu Jingchu. He couldn't even pretend to be drunk anymore, and he sat up straight, staring intently at Xiaoxiu. The thought of Xiaoxiu meeting someone she likes in the future, then holding hands and embracing each other. Just imagining that scene makes me feel like I have a vast green grassland above my head. Anger began to rage within me. For a moment, Gu Jingchu even pondered what women liked most, and what could attract a woman to stay by a man's side forever. But after thinking for a long time, Gu Jingchu still couldn't come up with a solution. Looking back at his romantic experiences over the past 28 years, it's all a blank, and he has had very little contact with women. Gu Jingchu. He even remembered the song the driver had forgotten to change in the car when he brought him here earlier that day. What can I use to keep you here? You don't need to do anything, just stay by my side. Xia Shiyu was stunned. What did he mean by that? Seeing her expression, Gu Jingchu quickly spoke up. What I mean is, if you separate from me now, then the position of Mrs. Gu will be coveted by some people. Sometimes business engagements cannot be avoided, and this will cause me trouble. Upon hearing this, Xia Shiyu gave him an expression that said, I understand. This means that now that Gu Jingchu has regained control of the Gu family, those with ulterior motives will naturally set their sights on him. After all, since ancient times, marriage has been the best way to gain benefits. Chapter 86 Marriage of Contract. However, for Gu Jingchu now, finding another marriage partner would indeed help stabilize the Gu group, but it would also be equivalent to having someone by his side who could monitor him at any time. Therefore, I am the best person for Gu Jingchu to keep by his side. Orphans have no powerful backers and are easy to control. Seeing that Xia Shiyu remained silent, Gu Jingchu drank another glass of water and slowly said, If you really feel pressured, we can sign a prenuptial agreement. Like you said, if I meet someone I like in the future. Gu Jingchu said this through gritted teeth. We can also part ways amicably. I'll give you 500,000 a month, just for the title of Mrs. Gu, and we can live the same life as we do now. Is that okay? Considering Xia Shiyu's current indifference to money, Gu Jingchu changed his original offer of 1 million to 500,000. Xia Shiyu was knocked unconscious. 500,000. That's enough to match her current annual salary. Is Gu Jingchu really that rich now? She blinked, finding it hard to resist the enormous temptation that was coming her way. It's okay if you don't have to give it to me. Her voice was soft, clearly indicating that she was struggling internally. Seeing her attitude, Gu Jingchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up from the sofa, and there was no trace of his previous drunkenness. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back to look at Xia Shiyu. Could I borrow your printer? Summer Rain nodded. After a while, Gu Jingchu came out of the room with 2 copies of the agreement in his hand. He handed the agreement in his hand to Xia Shiyu. After carefully reading it, a look of surprise flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. If the two separate in the future, can Xia Shiyu receive 10% of Gu Jingchu's assets as compensation? Furthermore, the property acquired during the marriage is considered joint property, and she is entitled to half of it. No, what's the difference between this and a proper division of marital property? Aren't they supposed to be a couple by mutual consent? She was completely stunned. No. Does signing this agreement mean she'll be forced to have kidney surgery? Or is it because Gu Jingchu has some kind of sick, overseas sweetheart who needs an organ transplant or something? Xia Shiyu blinked, already holding the pen in her hand, but hesitated to sign. Every clause in the agreement is valid. This is your compensation. Gu Jingchu paused, then added, just like going to work. Xia Shiyu nodded, thinking that in the novel's plot, Gu Jingchu had always been indifferent to women. In fact, to highlight this point, the author even arranged for a stunningly beautiful actress to seduce him by taking off her clothes, only to be coldly thrown out by Gu Jingchu. She signed both agreements. Seeing her sign, a smile finally appeared in Gu Jingchu's eyes. He quickly took the agreement away, as if afraid that Xia Shiyu might change her mind at any moment. As soon as he got up, Gu Jingchu was pulled back onto the sofa by Xia Shiyu. When he met Xia Shiyu's calm and composed eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It's late, go and get some rest. Xia Shiyu, are you sober now? Her calm tone and ambiguous smile clearly showed that she had seen through his pretense of being drunk. Gu Jingchu, I'm still a little dizzy. Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes at him without any politeness. If you're still a little dizzy, keep drinking. After saying that, Xia Shiyu turned and went to the kitchen, where she stirred a large glass of honey water and slammed it in front of Gu Jingchu. This glass of water is so big, it's making my bladder ache. Gu Jingchu looked up at Xia Shiyu. His expression held a hint of innocence. I've drunk too much alcohol and can't drink any more water. Xia Shiyu sneered, whatever. After saying that, she packed her things and went back to her bedroom. Perhaps because he smelled of alcohol, Gu Jingchu slept on the sofa outside tonight and did not go into the room. When Xia Shiyu woke up in the morning, she subconsciously looked to the side. pursed her lips, and got up without saying anything. Pushing open the bedroom door, Gu Jingchu was no longer home. On the table lay a black card with a platinum rim. There was also a small note under the card. This means that this supplementary card will have a fixed amount of 500,000 yuan every month, and both the card and the money belong to Xia Shiyu. She silently accepted the card, figuring that she already had enough money, and could save the money in the card so that when she left the big boss, she could become a little rich woman. Meanwhile, Xia Shiyu was also secretly wondering if Gu Jingchu would be defeated by the male lead once again. When she read this book before, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the male protagonist defeating the villain. After all, whether it's a TV series or a novel, the plot always follows this direction. The protagonist goes through many hardships to reach the summit. But now that Xia Shiyu has become Gu Jingchu's wife, her perspective on the plot has changed. If she were Gu Jingchu, she might have given up after going bankrupt and never regained her confidence. After all, the author had already arranged for the male protagonist of this book, Chu Chun, to be paired with Gu Jingchu from the moment he stepped into the business world. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chun rose through the ranks as if he had a cheat code. No matter how much Gu Jingchu suppressed him, when he was in dire straits, there were always one or two benefactors who helped him. Although this is a setting created by the author in the novel, Xia Shiyu has already experienced Gu Jingchu's feelings from different perspectives. She was absolutely furious. On what grounds? A proud and unattainable young man, in the author's writing, becomes a stepping stone for the male protagonist to climb the social ladder. She angrily slammed her fist on the table. However, the story has now ended, and Chu Chun has led the Chu family to become the #1 wealthy family in Beijing, squeezing out the original Gu family. If the novel continues in the same vein, Gu Jingchu, the villainous boss, should be completely removed from the story after he goes bankrupt. But now he has single-handedly reclaimed the Gu group and firmly secured his position as president. In other words, under Gu Jingchu's leadership, the Gu group may now have the strength to compete with the Chu group. After that, Xia Shiyu and Gu Jingchu rarely met. Because Grandpa Gu was discharged from the hospital, Gu Jingchu spent more time visiting the old house. Gu Qinyue also called, subtly asking Xia Shiyu if she would move to the old house and live with them, but Xia Shiyu refused outright. She's more comfortable staying quietly in her own little home. After taking over the Gu group again, Gu Jingchu became busier every day, and Xia Shiyu didn't even need to send him messages to ask if he was coming back for dinner. She spends all her time at work and at home, living a life that revolves around both. Chapter 87 Encounter at the Snack Street. Xia Shiyu hasn't seen Gu Jingchu for a week now. Gu Jingchu only occasionally sends her messages to inquire about her well-being, and she replies in a business-like tone. Today she was tidying up the quilts because Gu Jingchu was now basically living in the Gu family's old house, and Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were not there. She was going to move all the things that Gu Jingchu had shared with her in her bedroom during this period back to Gu Jingchu's room. After tidying everything up, Xia Shiyu raised her hand and glanced at her phone. It was almost 7 p.m. She touched her rumbling stomach and sighed silently. It's better to eat out. Cooking for one person isn't very interesting. With this in mind, Xia Shiyu picked up the keys from the table, went downstairs, and rode her electric scooter all the way to a local snack street, where she stopped. Upon arriving at the food street, Xia Shiyu felt as if she had returned to her hometown, her eyes shining brightly. The jianbing guozi smells so good, let's eat. This stinky tofu looks pretty good, let's eat. Takoyaki looks delicious. Let's eat. The grilled squid smells so good, I'm eating. Xia Shiyu had only explored less than a quarter of the food street when she had already tried several different kinds of snacks. She patted her half-full stomach and a smile appeared on her lips. I always buy half portions and small portions, so I can eat everything and still have room for the full portion. As Xia Shiyu strolled around, her eyes were drawn to a clam noodle stall in front of her. She followed the smell and soon stopped in front of the stall. Give me a small portion. Okay. Xia Shiyu sat on a small stool set up next to her and waited. Watching the boss busy at work, she smiled with her eyes crinkling. It's her turn next. Elder sister. A voice came from behind. Xia Shiyu didn't pay attention. But then the voice grew louder and louder, and she couldn't help but wonder. She frowned and looked back, only to see Huo Wenzhou's handsome face. Sister, it really is you. I saw your back from afar just now, and I thought I was seeing things. Huo Wenzhou walked over with a smile, accompanied by a girl with a ponytail, wearing a t-shirt and trousers. To run into you like this, I think it's really fate. His tone was full of surprise, with a hint of delight. I heard that President Gu has regained control of the Gu group. As Mrs. Gu, why would you be in a place like this? President Gu is really willing to go. Summer rain. If she hadn't been well read, she really wouldn't have noticed the green tea undertone in Huo Wenzhou's voice. She glanced at him briefly, then turned her gaze back to the bowl of clam noodles in the stall owner's hand, which wasn't ready yet. I like these things. What does it have to do with whether Gu Jingchu is willing to part with them or not? You said he's the president of the Gu group now. Surely he can afford to pay for my snacks at the food stall. Huo Wenzhou didn't see Xia Shiyu, and his face showed resentment and a bit of disappointment. Seeing that his words had been rebuffed by Xia Shiyu, he wasn't angry. Instead, he found a way to save face for himself. He pulled the girl next to him aside and said with a smile, I didn't mean that. You girls are naturally interested in snacks, and look, she loves them too. The girl smiled shyly. Yes, sister, I also love the snacks on this street, so I brought Wenzhou with me. They called her so affectionately, and the shyness and adoration on her face couldn't be hidden. The girl looked innocent, and judging from her clothes, she should be a senior in high school. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, her expression towards Huo Wenzhou showing a hint of dissatisfaction. She had heard of Huo Wenzhou's reputation. Even in the original owner's memories, his reputation as a playboy had already spread. The little girl looked like she was just beginning to experience love. When Huo Wenzhou called her Madame Gu, Xia Shiyu clearly saw a hint of joy flash in the girl's eyes. It was the joy of eliminating a rival in love. Xia Shiyu replied casually to the girl. This street has pretty good food. Perhaps because Xia Shiyu's attitude was somewhat cold, a hint of surprise flashed across the girl's face, and then she looked at Huo Wenzhou awkwardly. Huo Wenzhou seemed indifferent, and he sat down next to Xia Shiyu as if they were old friends. Boss, give me a bowl of clam rice noodles that looks exactly like this lady's. He stared intently at Xia Shiyu, ignoring the sad expression on the girl's face beside him. What a jerk! Xia Shiyu disliked Huo Wenzhou even more for hurting girls' feelings at such a young age. Seeing the girl standing there blankly, she seemed a little uneasy because Huo Wenzhou had sat down on his own. Xia Shiyu sighed, and seeing the girl's sad expression, she couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Do you want some? If so, come sit next to me. This small table isn't big, but it's enough for 3 people to sit on a stool. Thank you, sister. Xia Shiyu rested his chin on his hand, watching the girl's awkward and shy face, and sighed inwardly. Even without makeup, her face is practically overflowing with collagen. Her skin is incredibly good. Unlike her, who is already 24 and gets dark circles under her eyes even after staying up all night. Wenzhou, the clam rice noodles are ready. I've brought them to you. The girl carefully placed the bowl on the table, her expression almost humble. Do you want spicy food? Huo Wenzhou looked at the clam noodles on the simple little table. He was still smiling, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Go ahead and eat. The first bowl is definitely for you. You haven't eaten much this afternoon, so you must be hungry. Just a simple sentence moved the girl deeply. Xia Shiyu almost rolled her eyes. She didn't miss the disdain in Huo Wenzhou's eyes at all. She even wanted to kick him into a ditch. This clam rice noodle soup is so delicious. What right does he have to look down on it? What a jerk. After Xia Shiyu's clam rice noodles were served, she carefully blew on them to cool them down before picking up her chopsticks and eating. It's so delicious and spicy. It seems I'll have to come to this food street more often in the future. Huo Wenzhou rested his chin on his hand, picking at the noodles with his chopsticks, but he didn't put them in his mouth. Instead, he watched Xia Shiyu with great interest. He suddenly found Xia Shiyu's eating style to be very cute. Have you seen enough? After finishing the last bite of noodles, Xia Shiyu, unable to bear it any longer, slammed her chopsticks on the table. When she stood up, she even deliberately kicked the table. It was originally a folding table. When it was kicked, the table shook, and the bowl of clam and vermicelli soup in front of Huo Wenzhou, which hadn't been touched at all, spilled out, and stained Huo Wenzhou's shirt. Chapter 88, Let My Husband Compensate You. The girl next to Huo Wenzhou was stunned. After a while, she reacted, quickly pulled out the paper, and wiped Huo Wenzhou's body haphazardly. However, the fabric of Huo Wenzhou's shirt was of excellent quality, and the oil and soup stains on it could not be wiped off at all. On the contrary, with the rubbing of the tissue, the stains became larger and larger. It seems I have quite a talent for design. Xia Xiu pointed gleefully at the large patch of yellow grime on Huo Wenzhou's waist and abdomen, then winked. I'm, after all, your savior, so you won't mind if I accidentally dirted one of your clothes, will you? Before Huo Wenzhou could speak, Xia Xiu continued. It's because young Master Huo kept staring at me and startled me. So my movement when I got up was a little abrupt. It wasn't intentional. You're not angry, are you? Huo Wenzhou gave a forced smile and uttered 2 words. Won't. But the girl next to Huo Wenzhou frowned, feeling indignant on Huo Wenzhou's behalf. Sister, I clearly saw you doing it on purpose just now. How could you? Shut up. Before the girl could finish her righteous words, Huo Wenzhou interrupted her with an unfriendly expression. When did it become your place to speak about what's between my sister and me? The girl's face paled. She bit her lip and took a step back, her bright eyes filled with hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. Xia Xiu stood there, coldly watching Huo Wenzhou. Huo Wenzhou didn't mind at all, and instead came closer with a grin. Sister, it's just a piece of clothing. Why would I be angry with you? If you like it, I'll order hundreds more to be made, and I'll wear them to splash you with water. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had developed a great interest in Xia Xiu. Xia Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. I can't accept that. Huo Wenzhou, I don't like you. Stay away from me from now on. Then, she took out her phone and called Gu Jingqiu. The call was answered quickly. Gu Jingqiu's voice sounded slightly tired, and the sound of typing could be heard from the other end of the phone. Xia Xiu could hear this voice in almost every call. No wonder Lin Yi always complained that Gu Jingqiu was a workaholic. Gu Jingqiu, I ran into Huo Wenzhou from the Huo family at the night market and accidentally dirted his shirt. Please pay for it for me. Xia Xiu's tone was flat, but Gu Jingqiu on the other end of the phone understood instantly. A dark light flashed in a pair of deep, ocean-like eyes. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xiu grinned and waved her phone at Huo Wenzhou. My husband will pay you back for the shirt. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Watching Xia Xiu's departing figure, Huo Wenzhou's expression was somewhat uncertain. After a long while, a smile finally appeared on his devilishly handsome face. My sister is really interesting. The girl next to Huo Wenzhou saw his expression and, although she was scared, she still mustered up the courage to try to hold his hand. But to everyone's surprise, Huo Wenzhou, who had been so gentle to her before, suddenly became a completely different person. He flung the girl's hand away and even disgustedly took out a wet wipe from his pocket to clean the place the girl had touched. The girl was so hurt by this action that she stood there, pale and swaying. Don't come looking for me again. After saying that, Huo Wenzhou threw the wet wipe into the trash can, leaving the girl standing there alone before leaving without looking back. As we approached the intersection of the bustling city center, a discreet luxury car was parked there. Upon seeing Huo Wenzhou approach, the driver quickly got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for him. Young master, let's go home. Huo Wenzhou paused for a moment, then adopted a nonchalant attitude and got into the car. It seems that the guy surnamed Gu cares about her quite a bit. He's been quick about it. Back at the Huo family home, old Master Huo was furious, his brows furrowed in anger, and he kept pounding the ground with his cane. Seeing Huo Wenzhou return home looking so nonchalant, he became even more furious. You brat, you finally know how to come home. Huh, do you get itchy fingers if you don't cause me trouble every day? If the rest of the family saw old Master Huo looking so angry, they would probably kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But Huo Wenzhou remained nonchalant. He grinned, slowly walked to old Master Huo's side, took old Master Huo's arm, and patted old Master Huo's back with his other hand to soothe him. Grandpa, why get so angry over your good-for-nothing grandson? Besides, I didn't do anything serious today. He pursed his lips and looked at old Master Huo with an innocent expression. It has to be said that Huo Wenzhou's handsome face is a major weapon, especially when he deliberately puts on an innocent expression, making it impossible for anyone to get angry. Old Master Hu's anger vanished without a trace, leaving only resentment towards his grandson's incompetence. They're already adults, yet they're still messing around outside, showing no interest in taking over the family business. Despite having such high intelligence, he insists on acting recklessly outside, and at such a young age, he has already earned a bad reputation far and wide. Now look what's happened. We've offended Gu Jingqiu. Old Master Hu was truly disappointed in his son. Why mess with that one of all people? Tell me, why did you have to provoke Gu Jingqiu's people? Grandpa Hu slammed his cane on the ground twice more. You like to date in school, which makes people come to your door crying. I've taken care of all of that for you. But why did you go and bother a married woman? Upon hearing this, Hu Wenzhou curled his lips and said, It's not about provoking you. Madame Gu is my savior. If she hadn't saved me in the alley, your precious grandson might still be in a wheelchair right now. I approached my savior to thank her. What's wrong with that? Others might be fooled by Hu Wenzhou's sincere expression, but old Master Hu had watched Hu Wenzhou grow up since he was a child, so he wouldn't be so easily deceived. You're talking nonsense. Old Master Hu cursed angrily. You're just after her, because she's pretty and has an interesting personality. That's why you're so eager to get close to her. What lifesaver? Even if that girl hadn't shown up that day, you would have gotten away unscathed. Don't think I don't know what kind of people you've been keeping. They're blocking the alleyway. Even the doctor is ready and waiting there. What could possibly happen to you? Seeing that his secret had been exposed, Hu Wenzhou was not angry. Instead, he shamelessly smiled at old Master Hu. Grandpa, it's just a small matter. Grandpa Hu let out a long sigh and sat down on the sofa. Chapter 89 is not someone you can mess with. Old Master Hu stared intently at Hu Wenzhou. Do you think Gu Jingqiu is easy to mess with? He has never been interested in women, but now he is willing to call the Hu family for a woman. This shows how important that woman is to him. Hu Wenzhou looked away, his nonchalant expression vanishing. So what? The Gu family today is not the Gu family it used to be. After all, they are a family with a century-old heritage. Even if they have been severely damaged, they still have the confidence to stand at the top. Old Master Hu said, If you encounter that person, you should avoid him. He was exiled abroad to survive on his own while still in high school, and he built a successful business. Even when he could only make ends meet, he was able to thrive abroad. After returning to China at the age of 18, he single-handedly took control of the entire Gu group. If it weren't for the fact that old Master Gu was afraid that Gu Jingqiu was too young and that his sharpness would cause unnecessary trouble, so he gave him the largest company in the group, the Gu group would have been his long ago. Hu Wenzhou sat on the sofa expressionlessly, fiddling with an ordinary keychain in his hand. Then it went bankrupt, didn't it? Seeing that his grandson was still unmoved by reason, old Master Hu was furious. You're just young and naive. Gu Jingqiu only went bankrupt domestically, but do you think the businesses he built overseas were a joke? I have received information that Gu Jingqiu's previous company went bankrupt entirely because all of its assets had been transferred overseas. He then used the funds transferred overseas to acquire scattered shares of the Gu Group in various small companies. Now he has consolidated them all and has become the person with the largest shareholding. Even if the Gu family wanted to object, they couldn't. This is like buying your own company with your own money right under the enemy's nose. You're not someone a fool like you can pull off. I understand, Grandpa. Hu Wenzhou put the keychain in his pocket and nodded. I'll be careful. That brat doesn't seem to know any better than to be tactful. He's actually holding a grudge. Old Master Hu sighed. Gu Jingqiu is ruthless and merciless. You should avoid contact with those who offended him in the past. Although Grandpa Gu is now relying on extraordinary medical techniques to prolong his life, no one in Beijing dares to underestimate this old man whose life could end at any moment. The methods that old Master Gu used to manage the business world are still being told to the younger generation by some elders in their families. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. How did someone so capable get defeated by that guy surnamed Chu? Hu Wenzhou seemed quite interested, as if he wanted to get more information from old Master Hu. That one, when Chu Chun was mentioned, a vague emotion flashed in old Master Hu's cloudy eyes, which seemed to be both disdain and a little amazement. That kid is incredibly lucky. In all my years, I've never met anyone with better luck than him. He's never failed. I don't know what kind of spell that kid surnamed Chu has cast on those old fogies. After meeting him a few times, they treat him like their own son, turning a penniless kid into the number one in the business world. After saying this, old Master Hua glanced sideways at Hua Wenzhou. Why can't you be so lucky? Hua Wenzhou smiled. Perhaps I will also become an orphan like that man surnamed Chu. Old Master Hua was speechless with anger and immediately tried to hit someone with his cane. Your parents have already gone abroad and are trying to avoid running into you at home. Don't push your luck. Hua Wenzhou got up and ran. Old Master Hua was old and had a cane in his hand, so he couldn't catch up with him. Hua Wenzhou ran far away in no time. Old Master Hua could only stand there, holding his cane and cursing. That brat, he's an adult now, and he still gives me so much trouble. After saying that, he could only sigh as he watched Hua Wenzhou's departing figure. The Hua family and the Gu family have a relationship. Otherwise, Gu Jingchu wouldn't have been able to settle things with just a phone call and a warning. Go, pack that ruby necklace properly and send it to the Gu family. The butler nodded and quickly went to do it. On the other side, Xia Shiyu received a call from Gu Qinyue. Okay, I'll go back. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shiyu lowered her head and continued organizing the documents. Gu Qinyue invited her to have dinner at the Gu family's old house today. Ever since Grandpa Gu returned to the Gu family home for recuperation, he has taken a liking to Xia Shiyu. Every few days, someone would call her back. Xia Shiyu also quite liked this kind old man. In him, she saw the shadow of her grandfather who had raised her before she transmigrated into the book. I have a driver picking me up after get off work, so I won't go home with you. Xia Shiyu greeted Lu Wan first. Lu Wan nodded, then placed another stack of documents on Xia Shiyu's desk. Take a good look at these documents. You might have to go on a business trip with me to the mine next month. Xia Shiyu was a little confused. What was she going to the mine for? There were only some raw stones there. I'll teach you some other skills. Lu Wan patted Xia Shiyu on the shoulder. In our line of work, just knowing how to appraise antiques and collectibles isn't enough. Jade gambling. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that after transmigrating into the book, she would come into contact with this industry. She lowered her eyes and nodded in acceptance of Lu Wan's kindness. What Lu Wan didn't know was that before transmigrating into the book, Xia Shiyu had traveled all over the country with her grandfather when she was a child, and her ability to gamble on stones was even more impressive than her ability to appraise treasures. However, when the old man was young, he traveled the world and did many things that offended people due to his youthful impetuosity. So a few years before the old man passed away, he insisted that Xia Shiyu get into university to become a teacher and made Xia Shiyu swear that he would never touch those things again. Xia Shiyu understood the old man's good intentions, knowing that he was afraid that if she entered this industry, she would be targeted by the enemies he had offended in the past. After all, anything involving gambling is likely to attract desperate criminals. So Xia Shiyu obediently became a university teacher until she transmigrated into this book. She was considering the possibility of working in this line of work. She and Gu Jingchu are currently in a contractual marriage, which means she is protected by the Gu family. This also means that as long as she doesn't go too far, she can do whatever she wants without restraint. The commission for gambling on rough stones is higher than that for appraising antiques. If we don't open for business for a year, we can live off it for a whole year once we open. Xia Shiyu was eager to try, but she couldn't let Lu Wan see her excitement. Chapter 90. This is snail rice noodles. While someone might be able to pass off their antique appraisal skills as something they learned in school and have a bit of talent, revealing their ability to identify raw stones could lead to them being arrested and investigated. Seeing that Xia Shiyu was still in a daze, Lu Wan waved her hand in front of Xia Shiyu. Don't you want to go? Xia Shiyu snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded. Yes, I'm just thinking about how to get things settled at home. Good. Lu Wan knew that Xia Shiyu was married, and she even felt sorry that such a young girl had married so young. Despite working as her assistant for almost a month, she had never seen what Xia Shiyu's husband looked like. Lu Wan wasn't a gossipy person, so she didn't ask any more questions since Xia Shiyu didn't bring it up. After get off work, Gu's driver had already arrived at the company gate. Xia Shiyu got on the bus and leaned back in her seat, pretending to doze off. Before long, the car drove towards the Gu family's old house. Unlike before, ever since the old man returned to his old house for recuperation, the Gu family has been moved out of the old house by the old man under the pretext of gifting the property. They can only get together on weekends when they visit the old man. This made things much easier for Xiaoxiu. After all, Su Tingwan had been acting strangely both times they met, and her disdainful gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. "Madam, would you like to bring in the items you picked up from the courier station?" Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then nodded. When she got off work, the delivery notification showed that the package had arrived at the station. She checked the route, and it was on her way, so she asked the driver to pull over and pick up the package at the delivery station. After Grandpa Gu moved back to the old Gu family house, Gu Qingyue also moved back to the old house, and Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei also settled in the old house. It was clear that having his grandson with him had greatly improved Grandpa Gu's mood. It just so happens that she bought the gift package that she snagged in a Douyin livestream. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei should love to eat it. "Take them all out," the driver responded, then opened the trunk and took out 2 or 3 boxes. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for so long." Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei rushed out and grabbed Xiaoxiu's arms on either side, shaking them vigorously. Xiaoxiu smiled gently and patted the 2 children on the head. "I missed you all too. Come on in, I have a big snack gift pack here." When she arrived at the Gu family's old house after get off work, it was already dinner time, and the chefs in the kitchen were busy. The butler pushed Mr. Gu, who was in a wheelchair, over. Compared to when we first met, Grandpa Gu is in much better condition now. Many tubes have been removed from his body, leaving only an oxygen tube under his nose. Grandpa Gu is now able to say a few words briefly and no longer needs the assistance of machines. Moreover, there were 2 doctors following behind him at all times to prevent any sudden dangers. "Grandfather." Xiaoxiu quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Yes, it's here." Old Master Gu moved his fingers, and the butler behind him immediately took out a beautifully packaged box and handed it to Xiaoxiu. It was sent from the Hua family. Xiaoxiu took the box, opened it, and saw that it was a beautiful and valuable ruby necklace. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Was it sent by the Hua family? Could it be that day? She suddenly realized that Gu Jingchu had actually gone to negotiate with the Gu family. Her phone call in front of Hua Wenzhou was just to warn him. A warm feeling welled up inside me. "I see." Xiaoxiu carefully put the gift box away and placed it aside. Standing in front of several boxes, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were filled with curiosity, and Gu Baobao couldn't resist reaching out to rummage through them. Gu Qingyue quickly pulled the 2 children over. "These are things my cousin-in-law bought. She hasn't opened them yet, so you're not allowed to touch them." Xiaoxiu walked over with a smile. "This is a want snack gift pack. I always keep it at home so my 2 little ones can come over and have some whenever they want. Let them open it." She tore open the tape inside the box, revealing the snacks inside. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei cheered, their eyes filled with joy. Living in the Gu family's old house, everything was specially prepared for them, with a balanced diet. Snacks like these were rarely available to them. Gu Beibei opened the other 2 boxes as well, pointing at the contents with a puzzled expression. "Cousin-in-law? What's this?" Gu Beibei also peeked over to look, and after seeing clearly, the little girl frowned and looked at Gu Jingchu, who had just come downstairs, with a very serious expression. "Cousin, I have a very serious question to ask you." Gu Baobao walked over quickly and stopped in front of Gu Jingchu. He put one hand on his hip and pointed at Xiaoxiu with the other. "Didn't you give your cousin's wife any money? That's why she was so hungry she had to buy instant noodles." Xiaoxiu stared wide-eyed, not understanding why Gu Baobao would say such a thing. "This isn't instant noodles." She clearly bought incredibly delicious Yunnan rice noodles and snail rice noodles. This is one of her biggest hobbies. How did it become instant noodles? Gu Jingchu stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then raised an eyebrow at Xiaoxiu. "Didn't you pay?" Xiaoxiu awkwardly scratched the ground with her toes and quickly rushed forward to pick Gu Baobao up. "Baby, don't misunderstand. This isn't instant noodles, it's snail rice noodles. You can eat it for dinner or a late-night snack. It's delicious, and your cousin gave me money so I can eat a big meal every day." Gu Baobao was skeptical. After all, when he lived with his cousin and his wife before, his cousin's wife had taken them to the supermarket, and he had personally witnessed her grabbing discounted vegetables and running incredibly fast. Therefore, my cousin's wife must be short of money. Besides, what exactly is snail rice noodles? He had never heard of it before. There's nothing in this world that Gu Baobao hasn't heard of. This must be a lie told by my cousin's wife. She likes my cousin so much, she's definitely speaking up for him. Is it delicious? I want some too. Gu Baobao pointed to the packets of snail rice noodles and said, I've seen how to cook instant noodles on TV. If you cook one packet, I'll know how. Summer rain. This isn't about whether it's cooked on the spot or not. The key point is that this is snail rice noodles. Luosafen, river snail rice noodles. She glanced around and found that none of the people surnamed Gu reacted at all, completely unaware of the power of the aroma wafting from the cooked snail rice noodles. She sighed silently and looked at Gu Baobao with a leisurely gaze. Are you sure? I want to cook a whole packet. Gu Baobao's voice was very certain. I'm sure. Chapter 91 The Snail Rice Noodle Meeting. When Xia Xiyu resigned herself to going to the kitchen, tore open the packaging, cooked the rice noodles, and started pouring in the pickled bamboo shoots, she was not surprised to see the shocked expression on the face of the Gu family's chef. Sure enough, even chefs in wealthy families had never seen these before. When the snail rice noodles cooked in a small electric pot were brought to the restaurant, Xia Xiyu clearly saw the confident expression on Gu Baobao's face crack in patches. He widened his eyes, covered his nose, and quickly backed away. This sister-in-law. Gu Baobao's voice trembled even more. Did you go scavenging in the garbage dump? Xia Xiyu looked both amused and exasperated. She silently backed away a few times as she watched Grandpa Gu's wheelchair. Everyone in the restaurant had different expressions, except for Gu Jingqiu, whose expression remained unchanged. However, his eyes were fixed on the bowl of snail rice noodles in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. He wondered if the food with this smell was safe to eat. This is delicious. Seeing that everyone was questioning his beloved, Xia Xiyu simply sat down in front of the small electric cooker and picked up his chopsticks to slurp up noodles. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. However, Gu Beibei's reaction was not as strong as Gu Baobao's. She even carefully moved next to Xia Xiyu and blinked as she watched Xia Xiyu eat snail rice noodles. It looks delicious. Gu Baobao was a little envious, but when she smelled the aroma, she wrinkled her little nose in disgust. But her foodie nature made her resist the taste she disliked. She moved to the small electric cooker and pointed to the snail rice noodles inside. To verify whether my cousin-in-law is eating junk food, I've decided to set an example for myself. I'm going to try a bite too. Xia Xiyu turned her head and met Gu Beibei's gaze. Very good. The foodie's cravings were burning. Do you eat spicy food? She silently took a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from the table, put a few bites into the small electric cooker, and handed it to Gu Beibei. I can eat a little bit of spicy food. Xia Xiyu nodded and poured in some warm water to dilute the spiciness. Ugh. Gu Beibei picked up a piece of snail rice noodles with her chopsticks, but as soon as she brought it to her mouth, she smelled the aroma of snail rice noodles and couldn't help but turn her head away and gag. Gu Chenyue quickly came over to pat her daughter's back and tried to take the bowl in front of Gu Beibei away. However, the smell made Gu Chenyue feel like it was hitting her head, and she turned her head away and gagged twice. No, I can. Gu Beibei shouted. She had clearly seen her cousin-in-law eating so deliciously, and she could too. Go Gu Beibei. She picked up another mouthful with her chopsticks, and to prevent herself from smelling the aroma, she pinched her nose and quickly stuffed the snail rice noodles into her mouth with her chopsticks. After taking 2 bites, Gu Beibei was completely stunned. Seeing her daughter's expression, Gu Chenyue thought something had happened, so she quickly patted Gu Beibei's back, trying to get Gu Beibei to spit out what was in her mouth. But the next second, Gu Beibei broke free from Gu Chenyue's embrace and ran quickly to Xia Xiyu with her short legs, her 2 bright eyes looking at her. Sister-in-law, please give me more. It's so delicious. After tasting it, the nauseating smell that had made her gag vanished instantly. Gu Beibei no longer finds the snail rice noodles smelly at all. On the contrary, they smell delicious. The Gu family members watched as Gu Bebe slurped up the snail rice noodles, praising each bite as she did so, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. Is food that smells like this really delicious? Gu Baobao also came over, forced herself to taste it, and then couldn't stop. Xia Xiyu had cooked a packet, but she barely ate any of it. Gu Baobao and Gu Bebe ate it all. Hee. I no longer doubt whether my cousin didn't give his wife money. Cousin, next time you buy something this delicious, you must invite both of us. At mealtimes, the chefs bring out the dishes, but the smell of cheap snail rice noodles wafts through the mansion, which is worth hundreds of millions. Xia Xiyu covered her face, looking at the bowl of snail rice noodles that almost everyone had, and she regretted why she had brought the food here to save trouble. Dad, you can't eat this. Gu Chanyue quickly took away the bowl in front of her and met the old man's sullen gaze. She then moved the old man's nutritious meal over to him. Please have this. It's said that when people get old, their personalities become like those of children. Old Master Gu slammed down his chopsticks and snorted coldly. Eating this stuff is utterly pointless. It makes my mouth feel like a bitter melon. Why don't you give me some of your flavorful stuff? Gu Qinyue didn't dare to say anything, so she could only gently smile and reason with old Master Gu. Dad, it's not that I don't want you to eat it. It's just that your stomach is too sensitive right now, and this kind of food is too spicy for your body to handle. I can't stand it anywhere. When I was young, I traveled all over the country. Back when our country was in a famine, I was trapped in that place and couldn't get out. I've eaten grass roots and tree bark. Now I'm just a little. Old Master Gu turned his face to Xia Xiyu. What kind of powder was it again? Loasafen, river snail rice noodles, Xia Xiyu whispered, looking at Gu Jingchu with a pleading expression. I really can't let the old man eat this. Grandpa Gu's health has deteriorated to the point that even eating chili peppers causes him stomach upset, let alone snail rice noodles. Grandpa, Gu Jingchu said slowly, putting down his chopsticks. If you want to live a few more years, don't eat anymore. These words made old Master Gu glare and bristle, but Gu Jingchu's next sentence instantly made him beam with joy. Don't you want to hold your great-grandchild anymore? I want to. Old Master Gu chuckled, picked up his chopsticks again, and ate the nutritious meal he had just scolded. Xia Xiyu gave Gu Jingchu a strange look. Her face flushed slightly. She ate a few bites, finished her meal, greeted everyone, and left the table. After finishing his meal, Gu Jingchu got up to leave. Want to go to the company headquarters together? Xia Xiyu was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and subconsciously shook her head. I'm going home. Come with me. She thought about it for a moment, and then agreed. If Gu Jingchu asked twice, it means there must be another reason why she needs to step in. After getting up to say goodbye, Xia Xiyu got into Gu Jingchu's car. For you. In the car, Gu Jingchu took out a gift box and placed it in Xia Xiyu's hand. She raised an eyebrow. What is it? Lipstick. She was stunned. Why would Gu Jingchu give her lipstick for no reason? Seeing Xia Xiyu's puzzled expression, Gu Jingchu didn't explain. Instead, he reached out and opened the gift box, his slender fingers selecting a bright red one. Chapter 92. The paint got on the outside. Then, Gu Jingchu put the lipstick into Xia Xiyu's hand and thoughtfully brought over a small mirror from the car. Xia Xiyu looked confused. He picked out the lipstick and put it in her hand, as if he wanted her to apply it for him to see. Gu Jingchu's deep eyes revealed no emotion, only a slight, mocking curve at the corner of his lips. My dear uncle's former secretary is now sitting in my office. He leaned back lazily in his seat and snorted coldly. She recommended this place, ostensibly to take care of you, but actually, Xia Xiyu suddenly realized. Gu Jingchu has just taken over the Gu group, and there are probably still many employees left behind by Gu's uncles or other members of the Gu family. Rather than employees, it would be more accurate to say that the majority of them were spies with ulterior motives. She gritted her teeth and instantly understood why Gu Jingchu had gone along with the female secretary's suggestion to buy him a lipstick set. I see. Xia Xiyu took the bright red lipstick that Gu Jingchu had chosen and slowly applied it to her lips. Her natural beauty was enhanced by the addition of vibrant color to her otherwise unadorned appearance. Her features were exquisite, her lips like roses, and Gu Jingchu's eyes darkened slightly. A cool sensation lingered on her lips. Xia Xiyu froze, too afraid to move. He, 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 what is he doing? She swallowed hard, her eyes looking somewhat lost. Gu Jingchu withdrew his finger, only showing her the pad of his finger. It's been applied outside the lines. Oh, okay. She frantically searched for tissues to wipe herself, her heart pounding wildly. After applying her lipstick, she took out a few hair clips from her bag, let down her ponytail, and casually styled it into a relaxed look. She then found an eyeliner and mascara and did a simple eye makeup. Her originally pure and innocent face instantly became stunningly beautiful. Xia Xiyu sighed once again, saying that this face was something to be envied. As the two walked into the company hand in hand, Xia Xiyu felt that many people were looking at them. Gu Jingchu reached out and took Xia Xiyu's hand. The warmth of his palm made Xia Xiyu tremble. She lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. As soon as she arrived at the CEO's office, a woman in a bodycon skirt swayed over and paused for a moment when she saw Xia Xiyu. Mr. Gu, who is this? Sun Qing stared intently at Gu Jingchu and Xia Xiyu's clasped hands, but her face remained gentle and smiling. In fact, she even cast a shy glance at Gu Jingchu in front of Xia Xiyu. Even with him present, this woman still manages to act all seductive, as if she's ready to seduce Gu Jingchu at any moment. Not to mention when I'm not around. No wonder Gu Jingchu brought me to the company today. Xia Xiyu blinked, then looked up, just as Gu Jingchu was also looking at her. Take care of her. Gu Jingchu said something silently, and Xia Xiyu smiled with her eyes crinkling, naturally understanding what he meant. So, her expression immediately changed. She looked at Sun Qing with an extremely arrogant expression, and then took Gu Jingchu's arm in a possessive manner. Honey, who is she? She glared at Sun Qing with her beautiful eyes. Dressed like this during work hours? Don't you know anything about shame? Sun Qing put on a wronged expression and looked weakly at Gu Jingchu. Mr. Gu, please explain to your wife that this is a business suit. I didn't mean anything by it. In front of Xia Xiyu, Sun Qing adopted the coy, manipulative demeanor that men find most appealing. Gu Jingchu remained unmoved, even taking a step back to give Xia Xiyu ample room to maneuver. Xia Xiyu walked straight up to Sun Qing and shoved her shoulder without any politeness. Ah! Sun Qing screamed, shoved against the wall, and looked at Gu Jingchu with teary eyes from the pain. Mr. Gu, I am your employee. Are you just going to watch Madam falsely accuse me without even knowing the facts? I'm an honest person, I go to work, and now Madam has put such a big label on my head. How can I bear it? Sun Qing burst into tears, her face streaked with tears. No wonder Uncle Gu arranged for Sun Qing to be Gu Jingchu's secretary. If it were any other man, being looked at so pitifully by such a voluptuous and beautiful woman, with eyes that seemed to regard him as a hero who could save her from dire straits, it would be strange if he didn't get confused. Logically speaking, if Gu Jingchu didn't like her, he could have fired her or transferred her to another department long ago. But why wasn't that done? He even listened to this woman named Sun Qing's advice and bought her a lipstick set? Xia Xiyu lowered her eyes, her mind racing. Then, she gave a cold laugh. What kind of decent person's secretary would inquire about what kind of lipstick the wife likes? Instead of doing your own job, you're asking around about all sorts of trivial things. What? Are you jealous that I've taken Mrs. Gu's position? Sun Qing shook her head innocently, but her eyes were fixed on Xia Xiyu's lips. She saw that it was the same lipstick shade that she had recommended to Gu Jingchu yesterday. She had mentioned that it was her favorite bright red shade, and a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes as she put it on Xia Xiyu's lips. Does the fact that President Gu listened to her and bought things for Xia Xiyu mean that she has taken a big step forward? The more she thought about it, the more hopeful she became. Sun Qing's expression grew increasingly tender, and her eyes, as she looked at Gu Jingchu, seemed to be overflowing with tears. I didn't mean it. I just mentioned it casually. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to take it to heart. Madam, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to overthink such a small matter. If you don't like it, I won't mention it again. TSK, TSK, TSK. This tea smells really good. Xia Xiyu pursed her lips. This was ostensibly an apology, a humble act, but her words also revealed the intimacy between her and Gu Jingchu. If this were a girl who truly liked Gu Jingchu, she would definitely be furious after hearing this. Xia Shiyu sneered inwardly. Since Sun Qing wanted this effect, she could act it out herself. Whether I like it or not is none of my business. I just can't stand a woman like you by my husband's side. She turned her head and looked at Gu Jingqiu angrily. I'm asking you, do you still want this woman by your side as your secretary? Gu Jingqiu remained silent, adopting a completely silent attitude. Say something. Does your silence mean you want to keep this woman by your side? I didn't see that coming. Gu Jingqiu, don't forget, Grandpa only has my name on his granddaughter-in-law. I'll tell Grandpa when I get back. Chapter 93 Acting. After saying this, Xia Shiyu looked smug. Gu Jingqiu also climbed down the steps. Your choice is to resign or be transferred to the HR department. After saying that, Gu Jingqiu stepped into the office without looking back. Sun Qing stood there, stunned, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Impossible. She clearly sensed that Gu Jingqiu was wavering towards her just now. How could he suddenly? Soon, Xia Shiyu had someone pack up Sun Qing's things and threw them directly at Sun Qing's feet. Take your things and get out of here right now. I'm only keeping you a position in HR because you're a long-time employee. If you keep dreaming about other things, I'll make sure you can't even stay at this company. After coldly remarking, Xia Shiyu slammed the door shut. Fortunately, this was the president's private floor at Story Group. Otherwise, Sun Qing's disheveled appearance, with her head and face covered in trash, would probably have spread throughout the company. Even through the door, Sun Qing could no longer conceal the anger in her eyes. Isn't this Secretary Sun? Why is she looking so disheveled at the door? Lin Ye's voice came from behind Sun Qing. Sun Qing quickly composed herself, turned around, and began to cry softly. Assistant Lin, Wow. What happened? Please don't cry. Such a pretty face. If you cry and ruin your makeup, it won't look good. Lin also smiled, uttering words that didn't reflect her true feelings. Sun Qing cried her heart out, tears streaming down her face. Listening to Lin Ye's concerned words, she even leaned closer to him. Wah. Assistant Lin, you don't know, just now when Madam came, she called me a vixen without saying a word, accusing me of seducing President Gu. But we are colleagues in the same office. Whether I seduced President Gu or not, you know. You have. You're so persistent, whether it's your eyes or your body, you seize every opportunity to stick to Gu Jingqiu. Lin kept complaining in his heart. When he saw Sun Qing's body pressed against him, he almost kicked her to the ground on instinct. But thinking about today's plan, he forced himself to hold back and even patted Sun Qing's back in a pretentious manner, suppressing his disgust. I believe you, but Madam's temper is a bit of a headache even for me. She used to bombard me with messages and calls every day. She even came to the company to make a scene when I asked about President Gu's whereabouts. No wonder President Gu was unwilling to bring her along before. I guess the reason she was brought along by President Gu this time is because the old man put pressure on her. Lin remained unfazed, speaking to Sun Qing in ways that contradicted the facts, even exaggerating them. Sure enough, he saw Sun Qing's eyes light up, and even a hint of smugness and pride flashed in them. Seeing the fish slowly taking the bait, Lin continued to apply more force. But what's wrong with you? These things on the floor are from your desk, aren't they? Sun Qing quickly wiped away her tears and said, Madam forced President Gu to transfer me to the personnel department. I don't care if I suffer injustice, but we can't let President Gu be forced into this situation. Pooh. He's being forced into this. He couldn't be happier. Lin also rolled her eyes inwardly. Chu Gu had wanted to fire this woman for a long time, but because she was Gu Qinyan's person and might have some things in her hands, he brought his sister-in-law over and staged this scene. He was hiding to the side and saw everything clearly, just waiting to jump out now. How could Madam do this? Lin Yi shouted indignantly. I'm going to have a good talk with Sister Sun Qing later. You've been with the company for so long. You've worked hard, even if you haven't made any great contributions. How could Madam transfer you to the personnel department because of unfounded suspicions? Isn't this making the whole company laugh at you, Sister Sun Qing? Going from a president's secretary to a human resources employee, you can imagine how others will view you. Lin also had a pitying expression, and Sun Qing's face had turned pale. She clenched her fingers into a fist, her molars almost grinding to powder. Sun Qing is very concerned about her image, and Lin Ye's words really hit her where it hurt. Wah, What am I going to do now? I don't want to be laughed at. Assistant Lin, maybe I should just resign. If you quit, what's the point of playing? Is there anything else? We'll try to get it out of this woman. Lin immediately put on a show of tenderness and quickly grabbed Sun Qing's hand. No, please bear with it for a little longer. The old man really likes his granddaughter-in-law, and even President Gu is holding back. We don't know how long the old man's health can hold up. Lin also spat in his heart, and even stomped on it with his foot to spit out the unlucky words he had just said. Just think, how long can Madam be so arrogant then? Lin Yi snorted. I'll just block her then. You have no idea how much she bothered me the other day. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing finally smiled. Can I go back to work in the CEO's office? Of course, that's fine. Just stay in HR and treat it as a vacation. You don't need to do anything. Just work and rest. Your salary will still be calculated according to the standards for a president's secretary. After saying that, Lin also winked at Sun Qing. This is a message that President Gu just sent me, asking me to take special care of this. He reached out and patted Sun Qing on the shoulder. Just wait and see. Sun Qing's eyes lit up immediately, and she swallowed hard. She really didn't want to let go of a man as exceptional as Gu Jingqiu. Back then, she only managed to stay in the president's office by using a special method to exchange with Gu Qinyan, that greasy middle-aged man. She would never give up so easily. Assistant Lin, let's add each other on WeChat, so it'll be easier to keep in touch. Looking at the handsome Lin Yi in front of her, Sun Qing tossed her hair and stared at him with a charming and alluring gaze. This man is pretty good too. He could become her backup option and provide her with information about Gu Jingqiu. Lin was almost disgusted by those looks. He suppressed the urge to vomit and silently took 2 steps back. Then he took out his phone and exchanged WeChat contacts with Sun Qing. I'll let you know as soon as anything happens, Sister Sun Qing. Actually, you'd be perfect to be by President Gu's side. After saying that, Lin pushed open the door and went into the office. My goodness, I'm really not cut out for acting. I don't know how you managed to act like that, sister-in-law. The president's office was very soundproof, so Lin spoke freely without worrying that Sun Qing, who was standing at the door, would hear him. At this moment, Xia Xiu was sitting leisurely on the sofa, drinking coffee, with a relaxed expression. Chapter 94. You have to pay for my work injury. Lin sat down opposite Xia Xiu with a bitter expression on his face. He kept complaining. That woman surnamed Sun was just trying to seduce me. Don't think I don't know. There's an old man in the finance department who's also her lover. This woman really doesn't discriminate between meat and vegetables. As she spoke, Lin also rolled her eyes dramatically. Hey Chu, you have to consider this a work injury for me. Sun Qing has caused me a lot of emotional trauma, and you have to compensate me. Gu Jingqiu kept his head buried in the meeting documents, not even lifting it up. Bear the burden for a while, get this done, and the bonus will be doubled. Lin's bad mood eased a bit, and he started to grind a cup of coffee for himself, slowly sipping it. But before he could even take a couple of sips, a pile of documents was placed in front of Lin Yi. Get to work. Lin Yi. Okay. Are you treating him like a cow? Lin Yi's eyes darted around as he quickly browsed through the documents, then picked out the easiest ones and tossed them in front of Xia Xiu. Come on, sister-in-law, you make the decision. Just sign Chu Ji's name. Summer Rain. She looked like a kitten pointing at itself, clearly bewildered. No, she's doing this job part-time too? She looked at Gu Jingqiu with pleading eyes, but Gu Jingqiu only nodded at her. She sighed silently and resignedly began to read the documents. Earning 500,000 a month is not easy. Even though she wasn't in this line of work, she still frowned when she saw the messy data and nonsensical beginnings and endings in the documents. Anyone with eyes can see that Xu Ming's document was perfunctory. The page count is sufficient, but the entire text is basically nonsense, and you can't extract any useful information. Xia Xiu placed several documents directly in front of Gu Jingqiu. Your Gu group still has such incompetent people around, she scoffed. Like a primary school student writing an essay. Gu Jingqiu glanced at it briefly, a cold smile curving his handsome, thin lips. I haven't even lit my 3 fires as a new official, and these people are already making trouble. Lin Yi also came over to take a look with a curious expression, and he laughed heartily. These old guys are making quite a fuss, not to be trifled with. I only hinted to my subordinates that you'd be operating under the new system from now on, and they're already stirring up trouble. TSK, TSK. The person who wrote these documents is obviously stupid. He hasn't realized that you have always been the master of our group, and he's still foolishly pinning his hopes on that illegitimate regent from before. As he spoke, Lin also made a throat-slitting gesture. From now on, we'll have to. Gu Jingchu frowned, his expression indifferent. Some of them are veterans of the group, who have been with the group for many years. Lin Yi, use those who are still usable for now, and wait for our replacements before you make any moves. I know these old guys have amassed a fortune in the company, so we have to make them give back some of it. We have to squeeze every last drop of profit out of them before throwing them away, Lin said with a smile, but his words were anything but merciful. Those old guys, they're all taking the company's salary, and they're all traitors. Xia Xiyu sat next to him, looking at a document in her hand. She listened to Gu Jingchu and Lin Yi discussing the future of employees and plans without any regard for her. She wished she could wear headphones. She doesn't want to know any of these groups' internal secrets, does she? Should I go out now? She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Gu Jingchu glanced at Xia Xiyu indifferently. You can sit here for another hour, and then you can leave. As for what you've heard, I believe you won't tell anyone. That sentence put an immense amount of pressure on Xia Xiyu. If this gets out, she will be held responsible. I'm not listening. Xia Xiyu rolled her eyes and got up to go to the lounge next door. I feel very tired. I'm not cut out for reading documents. I'm going to rest for a while. Lying on the bed in the lounge, Xia Xiyu tried to get through the hour. She was about to take a nap when she smelled the fragrance of cedar on her pillow and blanket. This was Gu Jingchu's scent. Her face flushed, and for some reason, she suddenly lost the desire to sleep. Xia Xiyu simply sat on the edge of the bed and started playing mobile games. Unbelievable. As the final sound effect rang out, Xia Xiyu made a victory sign. This was level 799 of the match 3 puzzle game, and she had been stuck on it for almost half a month. Unexpectedly, she was incredibly lucky today and cleared it out, the last one, and she cleared it in the very last move. She was so happy that she kissed her phone several times. If it weren't for the fact that this was Gu Jingchu's lounge, she would have rolled around on the bed in excitement. Satisfied, I closed my phone and opened the Green Bubble app, only to find a red dot in my contacts. She frowned. This Green Bubble number is her personal number. She has 2 phone numbers, and this Green Bubble number was registered with her personal number. Even her colleagues at the company don't know about it. Did this person add the number by mistake? She looked at the profile picture and WeChat name for a long time, but couldn't remember them, so she simply chose to ignore them. But after a while, the owner of the WeChat account sent another friend request. Xia Xiyu frowned even more deeply. She opened this person's WeChat account, then chose to block their moments before accepting the request. After waiting for the notification that you have added the other person as a friend and can start chatting, Xia Xiyu hesitated for a moment before finally typing 2 words and sending them. Who are you? The other party did not reply. Instead, the message remained in the input field. After waiting for almost 2 minutes for a message, Xia Xiyu's patience ran out. She glanced at the time, locked the screen, put her phone in her bag, and ignored it. Just as she was about to go out, there was a knock on the door. It's almost time. If you need anything, I'll take you home. Actually, there wasn't much to do when I got back. I just took orders on the forum to earn some extra money, and then looked up some information about jade gambling to show Lu Wan. She could wait for Gu Jingchu to get off work and go home together, but Xia Xiyu always felt a little awkward being in the same space with Gu Jingchu. Because there was nothing to talk about, the silence made Xia Xiyu restless. Take me home. I still have some work to take care of. Gu Jingchu nodded, then picked up the coat that was on the sofa. Let's go. Xia Xiyu followed her out. Standing in the elevator, Gu Jingchu bent his arm towards Xia Xiyu. Chapter 95 Helping to attend the cocktail party. Xia Xiyu was stunned for a moment, then obediently put her arm in. And so, in front of everyone, Xia Xiyu took Gu Jingchu's arm and left the Gu group. She could even sense that Sun Qing was gritting her teeth and watching Gu Jingchu escort her home from a window on a certain floor. You really know how to win people's hearts, Xia Xiyu said lazily to Gu Jingchu from the car. Don't underestimate a woman's jealousy. Would you be jealous? Gu Jingchu's calm voice rang out. Xia Shiyu was at a loss for words when asked this question. She's jealous? What was there for her to be jealous of? Even now, Gu Jingchu had brought a girl to her and said she was his sweetheart. Xia Shiyu wasn't even jealous. But why would he ask that? After carefully considering it for a while, Xia Shiyu laughed it off. If you hadn't gone bankrupt, I would definitely have been keeping a close eye on the women around you. But now that we've been through thick and thin together, I believe in you. Gu Jingchu chuckled softly and said nothing more. It's rush hour now, so traffic is pretty bad. If we get to that stretch of road ahead, we won't be able to get out without at least 40 minutes of traffic. Xia Shiyu opened the map and glanced at the nearest subway station. It only takes a little over 400 meters. You go to that intersection ahead and turn in. I'll just walk across the pedestrian crossing to the subway station. The subway is much faster than if you drive me there. Gu Jingchu stared at Xia Shiyu for a moment. Xia Shiyu playfully stuck out her tongue. It's not that I think you're driving too slowly, but even if Steve Jobs were driving a luxury car on this road, he would still be stuck in traffic. She would never say that it was because being in the same space and getting stuck in traffic made her feel uncomfortable. Good. After a long while, Gu Jingchu frowned, looking at the motionless traffic in front of him, and finally replied with a okay. After passing 3 more traffic lights, when it was finally his turn to move, Gu Jingchu turned the car onto the road closer to the subway station and parked at the intersection with his hazard lights on. Xia Shiyu opened the car door and got out, waving to Gu Jingchu. The subway station is about 400 meters ahead, so it'll be easy for you to turn around. I'll be going now. As Gu Jingchu watched Xia Shiyu's departing figure, his grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. A hint of doubt flashed in his deep eyes. Then, without realizing it, I looked at myself in the rearview mirror. Why do I always feel like I can't find Summer Rain attractive? I always feel that whenever she's alone with me, she either talks non-stop or finds an excuse to leave. Is it really that hard to be alone with yourself? For the first time, Gu Jingchu began to doubt his own personal charm. Just as he reached the subway station, Gu Qinyue called. Gu Qinyue sincerely invited Xia Shiyu to a cocktail party. It seems that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei played too much in the water while taking a bath yesterday, and the nanny didn't pay attention. Today, when I went to kindergarten, the teacher called to say that both of my little ones had high fevers and had already received treatment to reduce their fevers at the school clinic. She told me to ask my parents to pick them up and take them to the hospital for treatment. Gu Qinyue has always prioritized these 2 children, but at this party, she had to maintain certain relationships in the name of the Gu family. Only members of the Gu family could attend. Because she didn't want Su Tingwan to interfere with the party, Gu Qinyue even used some tricks to get Su Tingwan to attend one of her sister's gatherings. Therefore, Xia Shiyu is the best candidate. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shiyu sighed silently. A cocktail party. It's another place for feigning compliance. She glanced at the ordinary dress she was wearing, which she had bought on Taobao, resigned herself to her fate, walked out of the subway station, and then took a taxi to the address of the makeup photos that Gu Qinyue had sent her. Because Xia Shiyu's face was beautiful enough, the makeup artist simply styled her hair, applied some light makeup, and then altered the haute couture dress that Gu Qinyue had ordered to a size smaller for Xia Shiyu to wear. A driver was already waiting at the door. After Xia Shiyu finished dressing up, she got into the car. Upon arriving at the entrance of a private winery, Gu Qinyue was already waiting there. Xiaoyu, you're finally here. Gu Qinyue's eyes were red. Clearly she was extremely anxious. The nanny just called and said that the 2 children are in the hospital and are vomiting because of high fever, and their condition is not good. Come in with me, and I'll introduce you to these people. You just need to greet them and go through the motions. I've already secured the order. You just need to wait until the party is over, go through the motions, and give the host face. Gu Qinyue directly pulled up the network of relationships among the people who attended the party on her phone. Names, ages, photos, and even the personalities of these people are all included. Xia Shiyu only had half an hour to memorize it. Fortunately, she has always had a good memory, and she remembered almost all the interpersonal relationships that Gu Qin had mentioned. Then, under Gu Qinyue's guidance, Xia Shiyu entered the circle of wealthy wives in Beijing. Xia Shiyu, dressed elegantly and beautifully, and being a naturally timid person, quickly showcased herself in front of the group of wealthy ladies under Gu Qinyue's guidance. Although some people looked down on Xia Shiyu's background, with Gu Qinyue by her side and the title of Madame Gu, everyone was still showing goodwill towards Xia Shiyu, at least maintaining a smile on their faces. Half an hour later, seeing that Xia Shiyu was handling things with ease and was able to keep the situation under control, Gu Qinyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Xia Shiyu with admiration in her eyes. "I'm going to the hospital to see the baby and Bebe first. I'll leave things here to you. The party should end in about 2 hours. If you can't handle it, just sit down and talk less. The relationships here are complicated, and no one will easily turn hostile." Summer Raindrops nodded. Where interests intersect, although this party is a gathering of wealthy women, don't these wealthy women represent families and their businesses? After Gu Qinyue left, Xia Shiyu clearly felt that many people's attitudes towards her instantly turned cold. However, Xia Shiyu could understand that most of these people were born into prestigious families, while the original owner was an orphan from a poor and remote area. Moreover, everyone in the wives' circle in Beijing knows that Xia Shiyu was able to marry Gu Jingchu because Gu Jingchu got drunk at a banquet and was helped into a room by Xia Shiyu, who was then a waitress. She then became Mrs. Gu. Chapter 96: The Granddaughter-in-Law Who Was Valued by the Old Master. Everyone can easily imagine what happened in between. However, Xia Shiyu really had to come out and speak out for the original owner of the body. After all, nothing really happened back then. Even if the original owner had the intention to seduce him, someone as aloof and unattainable as Gu Jingchu was simply not someone anyone could get close to. That night, Gu Jingchu was sleeping in a suite in Jianda City, with bodyguards guarding the door. The original owner of this body was actually on the sofa outside, being watched from all directions by several bodyguards, sitting in an extremely tense posture for the entire night. It wasn't until the next morning that Gu Jingchu coldly waved for them to leave. Because the original owner had been sitting all night, his body was numb, so when he left the room in the morning, his gait and overall demeanor were exhausted. As for the original owner's expression being seen by others, that's a completely different story. Moreover, not long after that day, the original owner was proposed to and then successfully married Gu Jingchu. Thus, the rumor that the original owner seduced the unattainable beauty Gu Jingchu at the banquet and succeeded without becoming Mrs. Gu has been circulating ever since. Perhaps the original owner had wondered why Gu Jingchu didn't touch her, but made her stay in the room for a whole night before letting her go. And then he married her and brought her home as a decoration. But Xia Shiyu, who has now transmigrated into the book, knows the reason. Rather than being forced into an arranged marriage with ulterior motives, or having a wife who requires constant vigilance, a woman like the original owner, with no background and this kind of personality, is the easiest to control. Moreover, the original owner was extremely beautiful, making her a great shield. Although others were mild-mannered and wouldn't make things difficult for Xia Shiyu out of consideration for her family, there were always some socialites who had only recently entered the upper class and would cast envious glances at her. After all, they are young and beautiful, and their families are quite wealthy, but they have to marry middle-aged men who have been married 2 or 3 times in order to squeeze into this circle. Why is it that Xia Shiyu, an orphan, can marry into the wealthy Gu family and become their granddaughter-in-law? And her husband is still the same one. With Gu Qinyue around, they dared not act recklessly. After all, she was old Master Gu's only beloved daughter. Moreover, she is a woman of great power in her family, and she is a prominent figure among the wives of wealthy men. But as soon as Gu Qinyue left, they couldn't hold back anymore. Several ladies walked over, holding wine glasses in their hands. So this is Mr. Gu's little wife whom he keeps at home. She finally showed herself today, and now that I see her, she is truly stunningly beautiful. That's right. She's so beautiful. No wonder Mr. Gu keeps her at home all the time and doesn't let her come out to meet with us. These words were clearly praising Xia Shiyu's good looks. Xia Shiyu could tell that these women were mocking her, saying that she had only married Gu Jingchu because of her face, but because of her lowly status, she was being kept at home like a caged bird. Xia Shiyu couldn't directly retort. Instead, she picked up her wine glass, smiled at the group, and greeted them. His demeanor was natural and his manners elegant, befitting a member of a wealthy and powerful family. These people originally came to mock and ridicule, but Xia Shiyu's attitude surprised them. The little sparrow, who imagined herself becoming a phoenix on a branch, was not angry or embarrassed in public. Instead, she greeted them with elegance, completely ignoring what they had just said. This feeling is like punching cotton. It's incredibly frustrating. Perhaps finding it pointless, these people casually exchanged a few words with Xia Shiyuxuan before leaving. This party is full of connections, and they don't want to miss this opportunity. If they manage to secure an investment for their husband's company, their position at home will be secure. Seeing that no one was bothering her because of her actions, Xia Shiyu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in such social situations, the strong woman Gu Chanwei usually takes care of things, so she doesn't need to show up and deal with it. Otherwise, someone with Xia Shiyu's straightforward temper would probably break down after a short while. Talk less, sit more, and eat more. These are Xia Shiyu's 6-word rule for attending banquets. She did as instructed. While others are constantly networking and building relationships, Xia Shiyu greeted people in a calm and polite manner, and after exchanging a few casual pleasantries, her eyes were fixed on the exquisite little pastries. She walked around, stopping occasionally, approaching each person in the network of connections Gu Qingyue had given her, but without being overly ingratiating, which made a very good impression on everyone. Isn't it said that he comes from a small town? I think he's quite good. If she didn't even have this much dignity, how could she have maintained the title of Mrs. Gu for so long? She would probably have been kicked out by old Master Gu long ago. I've heard that the old man of the Gu family really likes this granddaughter-in-law. In fact, because of this liking, she can even boss around that CEO Gu. Everyone was discussing it in hushed tones. But one of the girls' voices was particularly shrill. What's so great about that, everyone? Who doesn't know how this woman got to where she is? She just temporarily bewitched President Gu because of her face. In my opinion, a sparrow that flies to the top will always be a sparrow, and it will never become a phoenix. The sour taste in that sentence really wafts far. Xia Shiyu, who was eating a small cake, looked up, took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and then gave her a half-smile. The girl wanted to say something more, but her smug look met Xia Shiyu's cold eyes. The words she was about to say were like a wad of cotton stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down. His gaze was so sharp that it gave people an immense sense of pressure. How could a gold-digging woman from a poor, remote area have such an air of superiority? Seeing that the girl was too scared to speak, Xia Shiyu looked away and a gentle smile returned to her lips. Say less. What kind of person is the granddaughter-in-law that old Master Gu has taken a liking to? When that President Gu went bankrupt, her unwavering loyalty was enough for her to gain a foothold in the Gu family. We ladies can't afford to offend the Gu family. I heard that some time ago, the young master of the Hua family somehow offended this Madame Gu. President Gu personally called the Hua family, and old Master Hua personally picked out a gift to apologize. Upon hearing someone's revelation, the ladies who had initially wanted to join in the whispering felt a lingering sense of unease. Thankfully, I didn't agree with what that girl said. Otherwise, you won't even know when you've offended someone. Several people quickly brought over their wine glasses and said nice things to Xia Shiyu. Chapter 97 Drunk. This was originally a cocktail party, and Xia Shiyu did not resist the toasts offered by these ladies and socialites. Instead, they welcomed all comers and generously reciprocated. Fortunately, the original owner's body had a decent alcohol tolerance. Otherwise, even though the cup was small, drinking one cup after another would have been unbearable. She took her phone out of her bag and looked at it. The party was supposed to end around 9:30, and it's already past 8 o'clock, so there's still more than an hour left. Perhaps due to the continuous toasts and social interactions, she had drunk a bit too much. She waved her hand to fan herself and dispel the heat from her face, and her head felt a little dizzy. As the party was drawing to a close, the host came over to greet everyone. Seeing that Xia Shiyu was clearly a little tipsy, she gently came over to greet her. Are you a little drunk? Summer Rain responded with a smile. The wine you prepared was so delicious that I couldn't help but drink a little more than I should have, and I am indeed a bit drunk. The host of the party smiled, clearly pleased with what Xia Shiyu had said. The party is about to end. If Mrs. Gu is drunk, please go to the lounge to rest for a while. Xia Shiyu did not refuse, but followed the servant to the guest lounge. A maid brought over some hot soup. After drinking it, Xia Shiyu leaned back on the sofa in the lounge, her head feeling a little dizzy, and closed her eyes to rest. After a while, the door opened and footsteps could be heard. Xia Shiyu immediately became alert. She opened her slightly narrowed eyes and relaxed as soon as she saw the familiar figure. "You've arrived." Because of the alcohol, Xia Shiyu's voice was a little hoarse, but it had a touch more gentleness than usual. Like a small hook, it easily made Gu Jingchu's heart beat rapidly. As soon as Gu Jingchu entered, Xia Shiyu felt that the entire room was filled with his scent. Perhaps it was the heightened senses from being drunk, especially her sense of smell, but she dazedly tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve and pressed her nose against it to smell it. It's the flavor I like." Her dazed words made Gu Jingchu's heart skip a beat, and his gaze deepened as he stared at her slightly flushed, intoxicated face. At the entrance of the winery, numerous luxury cars were waiting in an orderly fashion to pick up passengers. The socialites at the gate said their goodbyes to each other and exchanged contact information. "Look, Mrs. Gu is really liked by Mr. Gu. He even came to pick her up personally." Someone with sharp eyes spotted a figure carrying someone walking over in the distance and suddenly said that. The group of women immediately stopped talking, their eyes involuntarily turning towards the pair of figures. Upon seeing this, the host of the party quickly greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Gu, have you come to pick up your wife?" Gu Jingchu nodded slightly, his gaze softening for a moment as he looked at Xia Shiyu nestled in his arms. Perhaps annoyed that the man had stopped, Xia Shiyu opened her eyes groggily and saw many people around her. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Jingchu's hair. After rubbing her fingers together, she reached out with her other hand and grabbed it. She chuckled softly, muttering to herself, "Why don't you have ears?" Those around them were dumbfounded. Gu Jingchu froze, his arm muscles tensed as he supported Xia Shiyu, afraid she would fall if she moved. But Xia Shiyu's drunkenness kicked in, and his actions became increasingly unrestrained. He would tug at his hair one moment and rub his face the next. His actions were utterly unbridled. Gu Jingchu could only sigh helplessly and hug the person tighter. But Xia Shiyu was not satisfied. "The straps are so tight she can barely move." She twisted and turned, messing up Gu Jingchu's clothes on his chest. "Stop fooling around. Let's go home first." Gu Jingchu's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Go home?" Xia Shiyu looked up at him, thinking he was going to take her back to the old family house. She pouted. "I don't want to go. Go back to your own home." Xia Shiyu's stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson, her starry eyes as gentle as a pool of water, shimmering with light. She exuded the fragrance of wine, as if she could intoxicate those around her. The socialites standing around looked at Xia Shiyu with immense envy. People in their circle had seen Gu Jingchu before, but they had never seen Gu Jingchu with such a gentle expression. In the minds of these socialites and wives, Gu Jingchu has always been aloof and distant, like a cold flower on Mount Tian, noble and unapproachable. But now he's willing to hold a woman in his arms and coax her softly, so the rumors must be true. This Mr. Gu truly fell in love with Xia Shiyu at first sight. Mrs. Gu is so lucky. She's so enviable. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Jingchu carried Xia Shiyu into the car. After getting in the car, Gu Jingchu had to use a lot of effort to fasten Xia Shiyu's seatbelt because she was uncooperative. At the party, Xia Shiyu was both toasting and being toasted, and he was also pulled to taste the wine. At first, the wine was fine, but now the effects were getting stronger. She felt dizzy and lightheaded. Suddenly something bound her, and she felt uncomfortable all over. "Why are you tying me up? Are you trying to kidnap me?" She stared. However, the hazy look in his eyes had no power to harm him. Seeing that the people around her were unmoved, she reached out to try to untie herself from the restraints, but her body was limp and powerless, and she couldn't pull herself out no matter what she did. She pouted, her eyes filled with tears, looking extremely aggrieved. "I have no money. Why are you kidnapping me?" "Gu Jingchu, why is she so difficult to deal with when she's drunk?" The driver in front silently raised the barrier. He didn't want to watch any longer, nor did he have the guts to. Seeing that Xia Shiyu was still fidgeting, Gu Jingchu narrowed his eyes and stared at Xia Shiyu for a long time. Suddenly, he stretched out his finger, made a gun gesture, and pointed it at Xia Shiyu's forehead. "If you move, I'll kill you right now." Xia Shiyu blinked, seemingly understanding the situation before her. After a while, she nodded as if she understood, then covered her mouth with her hand, demonstrating that she promised not to cause any more trouble. Finally, it's quiet. Having just finished a meeting, Gu Jingchu rushed over and was about to close his eyes for a short nap when he heard rustling sounds beside him. I opened my eyes and turned my head to look. Xia Shiyu pulled out a pair of nail clippers from somewhere and was quietly sharpening the seatbelt. The seatbelt had been worn down to a tiny, almost invisible tear, and Gu Jingchu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. After watching Xia Shiyu's movements for a while, Gu Jingchu quickly reached out. Then, the nail clippers in Xia Shiyu's hand were successfully transferred to Gu Jingchu's hand. Chapter 98 Don't Cry. With her escape tools confiscated, Xia Shiyu felt increasingly aggrieved. Her eyes were red, and she kept making sobbing sounds. She looked like she was about to burst into tears, which panicked Gu Jingchu. "No, I'll give it back to you, please stop crying." But to everyone's surprise, Xia Shiyu burst into tears the moment she heard those words. Gu Jingchu's eyes narrowed. He swore that this was the first time in his life he had been at a loss. Looking at the crying Xia Shiyu, he panicked and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He reached out to wipe her tears, and she bit Gu Jingchu's hand. Gu Jingchu tried to shake her off twice, but couldn't get rid of her at all. He could only sigh helplessly and let her bite him. Xia Shiyu was biting into it while making loud noises, glaring fiercely at Gu Jingchu. That seemed to mean something like, "I'm saying, you kidnapper, let me go right now. I'm not someone to be trifled with." Gu Jingchu smiled, gently pried Xia Shiyu's chin open with 2 fingers, and then pressed it inward. Xia Shiyu relented, looking at him with teary eyes. Gu Jingchu's fingertips twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly before turning his head away, no longer meeting Xia Shiyu's eyes. Once they got downstairs, Xia Shiyu resisted again and refused to get out of the car. The driver, who was opening the car door, was terrified, his toes practically gripping the ground. And so they watched as the lady lashed out at Mr. Gu, occasionally slapping him and pulling his hair. Xia Shiyu was already drunk, her mind was hazy, and she could only vaguely see people as shadowy figures. She walked unsteadily. If Gu Jingchu hadn't been supporting her, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. Gu Jingchu gritted his teeth. If he ever lets her go to a drinking party again, he's a dog. It took a lot of effort to move the person into the house. After arriving home, Xia Shiyu looked around the familiar surroundings in a daze, completely bewildered. "You kidnapper are really kind. You even took me home." Gu Jingchu. He can't shake off the title of kidnapper, can he? This was already the first time Gu Jingchu had sighed, looking at Xia Shiyu who was practically sliding off the sofa. He quickly went to the bathroom to get water, wiped Xia Shiyu's face clean, and then painstakingly coaxed her to drink most of the water before carrying her up like a sandbag. Xia Shiyu's stomach was pressed against something, and she immediately gagged, which startled Gu Jingchu, who quickly put her on the bed. Seeing that Xia Shiyu did not vomit, Gu Jingchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only, just as I finished covering Xia Shiyu with the blanket, she kicked it off. Gu Jingchu frowned, covered it up again, and then it was kicked off. It was covered, then kicked open. After going back and forth like this more than 10 times, Gu Jingchu's forehead veins were bulging, and his patience finally ran out. He turned the air conditioner down, grabbed a rope without a word, and then wrapped the blanket and Xia Shiyu up together and tied them up. Looking at Xia Shiyu, who was wrapped up like a caterpillar with only her arms and head showing, Gu Jingchu smiled with satisfaction. The phone in my pocket kept vibrating. Gu Jingchu glanced at his phone, then hung up and sent a message. He quickly retrieved his laptop from his room and opened his office software. The meeting can begin now. But when everyone in front of the screen saw Gu Jingchu's video background, they were all stunned. Why use a room with such an obviously girly style as a backdrop? However, these people all had strong mental fortitude. After a moment of stunned silence, they quickly came to their senses. An hour into the meeting, just as Gu Jingchu finished explaining a key point, a whimpering sound came from behind him. "It's so hot." At this moment, Xia Shiyu's forehead was already covered in fine sweat. The people in front of the screen during the meeting didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Then, they stared wide-eyed as their usually domineering CEO Gu turned around and gently coaxed Xia Shiyu to drink a glass of water. Gu Jingchu stood by the bed, staring intently at Xia Shiyu, who had already fallen asleep. Only after confirming that she wouldn't kick off the covers did he put the rope back in the drawer. Then they went back to the computer to continue the meeting. Everyone pretended not to see what happened, but privately they all started creating group chats and going crazy. They all saw a different side of President Gu today. Will they be silenced? When Xia Shiyu woke up the next day, in addition to having a splitting headache, she also felt that her body was soaking wet, as if she had been pulled out of the water. How can it be so hot? I looked up at the air conditioner, which was already set to 25 degrees Celsius. It should be a very comfortable sleeping environment, so why am I sweating so much? She rubbed her throbbing head, and then remembered that she had drunk a lot of wine at the party yesterday, and that the wine had a strong after effect. She was resting in the lounge. But now she's at home. It seems that Gu Jingchu came to the lounge yesterday to pick her up and take her home. As if she had thought of something, Xia Shiyu's face stiffened. She was drunk yesterday, but she didn't do anything outrageous, did she? She swallowed nervously. When she was drunk, she usually didn't remember anything. I don't think I did anything that would make people laugh. Her throat felt like it was on fire, and when she turned her head, she saw a large glass of warm water on the bedside table. She quickly picked up the glass and gulped down most of it, which relieved the burning sensation in her throat considerably. However, when he opened his mouth, his voice was still a little hoarse. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over, Xia Shiyu quickly grabbed some clean clothes from the closet and ran to the bathroom for a hot shower. I immediately felt much better. After changing her clothes, she glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:30 a.m. Thankfully, it's Sunday, so I don't have to go to work. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to do a good job in my current state. There were sticky notes on the refrigerator. Gu Jingchu had prepared breakfast and was heating it up in the kitchen. She quickly brought it out and hurriedly finished her breakfast. Just as she was wondering whether she should take a nap and get some rest, she heard Gu Jingchu's voice coming from his room. A hint of doubt flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. He didn't go to work? Some blurry fragments suddenly flashed through her mind, and Xia Shiyu pursed her lips guiltily. Did she really not do anything excessive to Gu Jingchu yesterday? No way, no way. She stood at the door for a while, hesitating. Hearing muffled voices inside, Xia Shiyu turned around, walked to the refrigerator, took out some fruit from the crisper drawer, and cut it into slices. She stood at the door for quite a while. She waited until there was no talking in the room, only the sound of typing on a keyboard, before knocking on the door. Chapter 99 Going to Yunbei City. On the third knock, the door opened, and Gu Jingchu looked down at Xia Shiyu, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Xia Shiyu looked at the dark circles under Gu Jingchu's eyes and felt inexplicably guilty. You were the one who picked me up yesterday, weren't you? Gu Jingchu nodded. Xia Shiyu glanced at Gu Jingchu's indifferent expression, then tried to speak again to probe the matter. Well, I think I got drunk yesterday, and when I woke up this morning I had a blackout. I can't remember anything from last night. I don't think I did anything wrong. I think I'm pretty good when I'm drunk. She blinked her big, bright eyes at Gu Jingchu, eagerly anticipating hearing from him the story of how she got drunk last night, went straight to sleep after arriving home, and then fell asleep immediately. But after waiting for a long time, Gu Jingchu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at her with an extremely complicated expression. The look in his eyes made her feel inexplicably guilty towards Gu Jingchu, and a sense of panic welled up in her heart again. I caused trouble yesterday? Gu Jingchu rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, this is more than just causing trouble, it's downright torturous. But when he met Xia Shiyu's expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to tell her what had happened last night. Now that they've figured out Xia Shiyu's temperament, telling her would only make her feel guilty. You slept well last night. Xia Shiyu was a little skeptical. Really? Then why do you seem a bit listless? Who's to blame for my lack of energy? Gu Jingchu sighed inwardly, but still said aloud. There were some things going on at the group, and the meeting last night went on quite late. Xia Shiyu nodded, believing this explanation. She immediately felt relieved, and fell asleep right away, which means she has pretty good drinking manners. However, Drinking alcohol is harmful to your health, so please drink less next time. Seeing her somewhat smug expression, Gu Jingchu quickly said something. Okay, I understand. As if remembering something, Xia Shiyu stared intently at Gu Jingchu. Just as Gu Jingchu thought Xia Shiyu was recalling the drunken scene from yesterday and nervously clenched his fists, Xia Shiyu spoke. You know, things are peaceful in the north now. Teacher Lu once said she would take me there to try identifying jade rough stones. I'll go and assist her and learn something along the way. Gu Jingchu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He frowned slightly, a look of disapproval on his face. Those countries have been strictly controlling these places in recent years, but there are still plenty of people who would rather die than spend their money. If you're going, go to some legitimate quarries. Don't mess with the local bullies. I'll send someone to take care of things for you. You don't need to worry about anything else. As expected, it's good to have a powerful backer. Xia Shiyu chuckled. She had transmigrated into the book, so she naturally knew that Gu Jingchu actually had a business in the northern mining region. However, Gu Jingchu didn't tell her, so she pretended not to know. She excitedly packed her luggage. She was going to work tomorrow, Monday. After sorting out some of the orders and documents she had, she would rest at home for a day before setting off with Lu Wan. Before Xia Shiyu even set off, Gu Jingchu had already called Yunbei City. The men under her command already knew that the lady would be coming to Yunbei City in a while, so from now on, all the hooligans and swindlers in Yunbei City were given a good beating. Xia Shiyu was unaware of all this. Lying in bed, she was thinking about how to hide her true abilities from Lu Wan when they went to Yunbei City, so that the sharp-eyed Lu Wan wouldn't discover that she was actually an expert. This order was actually Lu Wan's private order. After all, even the appraisal center can't do anything about someone of Lu Wan's level, as she takes on a lot of high-end collectibles for appraisal every day. As for the senior appraisers taking on private jobs, the company turns a blind eye, basically ignoring it unless it goes too far. After boarding the special bus to Yunbei City, Xia Shiyu immediately closed her eyes to rest. When it comes to appraising stones, one must be well rested and in the best possible condition to carefully examine every detail, so as not to cause any loss to the client. After all, a stone appraiser can decide how to cut a rough stone and where to start with just one sentence. Soon, the group arrived at the airport. Yunnan is quite far from Beijing. It takes more than 6 hours to get there by plane. After a good night's sleep on the plane, Xia Shiyu stretched and got off the plane with Lu Wan. Upon arriving at the airport in Yunbei City, several bodyguards dressed in black immediately came to pick us up. Lu Wan is somewhat well known in the stone appraisal circle, but she rarely accepts commissions from this circle unless she is repaying a favor. However, since many people would know that Lu Wan had come to Yunbei City, the client had no choice but to pick her up at the airport in this way to avoid her being intercepted. After exchanging the correct password, Lu Wan felt relieved and got into the car with the person. Even after getting into the car, Xia Shiyu still keenly noticed in the rearview mirror that several cars were following her at a distance. Faced with this situation, Xia Shiyu could only click her tongue in amazement. This is like carrying out some kind of secret mission. It's kind of exciting. The vehicle made several turns before finally stopping at the entrance of a manor filled with flowers. The weather in Yunnan is not as hot as in Beijing. In fact, it is cool in the evenings. Xia Shiyu even needs to wear a shawl to prevent catching a cold. As soon as I got out of the car, before I even reached the gate, the owner of the manor greeted me with a smile. Oh dear, the distinguished guest I've been waiting for has finally arrived. The newcomer wore a long red dress and had large, black, wavy hair that accentuated her swaying figure. Sister Hong. Lu Wan greeted her in a lukewarm manner, her attitude quite indifferent. But Sister Hong seemed to have gotten used to Lu Wan's attitude, and her smile became even more enthusiastic. Quickly, come in and have a cup of fresh flower tea. It's grown on my estate, picked during the best blooming season when the fragrance is at its strongest. Only the most delicate petals from the center of the flower are used. It's good for your skin and leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. Lu Wan is a tea lover who enjoys tasting all kinds of tea. Upon hearing this, her expression immediately softened. Oh my, how can this young lady be so beautiful? Sister Hong stared intently at Xia Shiyu, her eyes filled with undisguised amazement. Everyone says that the climate in Yunbei City is good for people and produces beautiful women. I didn't expect that your Beijing city has hidden talents. No wonder it's the capital. Xiaoxiu was too embarrassed to say that she came from a province surrounded by mountains. She simply smiled gently at Sister Hong and said, "Don't mention it." Chapter 100 Targeted. Xiaoxiu stayed quietly behind Lu Wan, watching as a group of people escorted Lu Wan into the house. Hong Jie is a powerful woman in Yunbei City who has built a successful business empire through her exceptional insight and resourcefulness. In terms of interpersonal skills, no one can compare to her. Even the aloof Lu Wan became friends with this Sister Hong. After the excitement subsided, Sister Hong invited the two of them to the study. With the study door closed, blocking out outside noise, a tired look appeared on Sister Hong's face. "Awan, you have to help me this time." Lu Wan frowned. For her friend to show such an expression, it must be something serious and troublesome. "What happened?" Sister Hong sighed, but her eyes remained fixed on Xiaoxiu. Lu Wan naturally understood what Hong Jie was looking at, and she waved her hand. "This is an assistant I personally chose. He's reliable." Sister Hong was finally relieved and slowly explained the whole story. It turns out that in the past 2 years, a group of people who run a raw stone business have appeared out of nowhere, and their behavior is extremely domineering. In Yunnan, there are quite a few people who want to get rich through forceful means. Basically, as long as you don't provoke Sister Hong, or don't go too far under her nose, Sister Hong will not interfere, and may even be on good terms with them. But this time it's different. The other party's methods are sophisticated, and their target is clear. Now they've set their sights on one of Sister Hong's mines. It seems that the other party and the mine opposite Sister Hong are in cahoots. Any rough stones that come out of Sister Hong's mine are either secretly switched, and after the buyer buys them and cuts them open, they are all waste. Hong Jie would have a specialist test all the raw or coming out of her mine to ensure that the initial identification rate was at least 50% before she would put it on the market to sell. However, due to a series of recent incidents, their mine business has gradually been taken over by the other side. Rumors are circulating that Sister Hong's mines have run out of resources, and what's left are just inferior raw stones used to cheat and swindle people. Even though Sister Hong was tough and tried to stop them several times, she was helpless because the other party seemed to have stronger backing. The annual Jade gambling competition is about to begin, which is the most effective way to save Sister Hong's Hongshan mine. She has been cleaning up those people who were sent by the other side to infiltrate the mine and is keeping a close eye on them at all times. But at this most critical moment, several of her Jade appraisal masters have been poached by the other side by any means necessary. One of the older employees, who had worked under Sister Hong for 10 years, risked revealing to her that he was poached because his family was already in the hands of the other side, forcing him to compromise. He added that the others had also been coerced and lured there, and he hoped Sister Hong wouldn't be too upset, as everyone had their own difficulties. Those who remain under Sister Hong's care are basically people who haven't been trained yet. That's why she traveled a long distance to ask her friend for help. This is why they were escorted by bodyguards as soon as they got off the plane. We were lucky this time. Sister Hong sat in her office chair, rubbing her temples with a headache. I spent a lot of money to get information that they are already prepared. They will intercept you halfway through the competition. If they can't win you over, they will use special methods to make you miss this competition. I didn't expect the journey to be so smooth, Sister Hong sighed, putting her hands together in gratitude for the good fortune she had received. Let's go out for dinner tonight. There's a restaurant around here that serves really good food. I go there often, and I'll take you there to try it tonight. After discussing the procedures with Lu Wan, Sister Hong led the two to the lounge. After I had rested enough, the maid came up and knocked on the door. Lu Wan opened the door, and Xia Shiyu was already dressed. The two dressed casually, going out for dinner, so naturally they dressed however they felt comfortable. Throughout the journey, Sister Hong talked to Xia Shiyu and Lu Wan, who were sitting in the back seat. She spoke clearly and humorously, and the atmosphere in the car was quite pleasant. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant entrance. But when Sister Hong entered the restaurant and told the waiter the name of the private room she had booked, the waiter looked embarrassed. "What's wrong with you?" Sister Hong frowned slightly, looking at the waiter who was standing still. A hint of impatience flashed in her eyes, but she still spoke in a good-natured manner. If you are new here and don't know where the private room is, please find another waiter to show you the way. But the waiter still stood there trembling, looking like he was about to cry. Normally, Sister Hong would probably just wave her hand and go by herself. But today, she brought a distinguished guest. Lu Wan and her assistant/future apprentice were still watching from behind. What's wrong with you? Where's your manager? Hongjie finally lost her temper and slammed her hand on the table, her face full of anger. The manager rushed over now, and when he saw Sister Hong, he smiled obsequiously. Sister Hong, please don't be angry if I didn't take good care of you. After apologizing, the manager looked hesitant, as if he had something difficult to say. Sister Hong, it's not that our waiters don't want to take you. It's just that all the private rooms are full today. Are they all full? Hongjie's face immediately turned extremely ugly. She had clearly booked the best private room in this restaurant 3 days ago. Why is it that when I arrived today, the private room was already occupied, and all the private rooms in the restaurant were full? This wasn't done intentionally. It's just that her name, Sister Hong, is written backwards. She gave one of her men a look that turned ugly, and the underling immediately understood. Ignoring the waiter's attempts to stop him, he opened the doors of each private room to check. When the underling returned, his face was bruised and purple, and his expression was one of extreme resentment. He had clearly been beaten. Hongjie's chest heaved with anger. She turned her face to Lu Wan and Xia Shiyu and gave them an ugly smile. Let's go somewhere else. Xia Shiyu finally understood that what Sister Hong said about targeting her was an understatement. The other party was prepared to spend a lot of money to completely ruin Sister Hong's social connections. Aren't there still seats by the window in this hall? Xia Shiyu smiled slightly. The scenery in Jiangbei City is quite nice, Professor Lu. We can sit over there and enjoy the view while we eat. What do you think? Lu Wan also realized that someone was deliberately making things difficult for Sister Hong, giving her a reputation for poor hospitality. In Jiangbei City, a social circle where networking is paramount, the other party clearly had no intention of making things difficult for Sister Hong. With Xia Shiyu offering a way out, Sister Hong's expression finally softened a bit, and she apologized to Lu Wan with deep remorse. Wan, I'm so sorry to have let you see these dirty things. Lu Wan didn't care about any of that at all. Chapter 101 Sister, we meet again. She's seen plenty of infighting in the appraisal circle, so she doesn't even care about such low-level suppression tactics. Seeing that Lu Wan had nodded, Sister Hong finally felt relieved. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly ordered food for the waiter to serve him. You have to understand, those guys occupying the private room. He can't afford to offend this woman in front of him. He can't afford to offend her either. Why do these big shots have to drag ordinary working people into their fight? That was terrifying. Please serve me the dishes for this table in a moment, Sister Hong, and be quick. After sitting down, Sister Hong glanced at the younger brother who had been beaten, then took out a wad of cash from her bag and stuffed it into his hand. Even after what happened today, she still managed to keep the guests for dinner. Seeing that her goal hadn't been achieved, she'll definitely come up with other tricks. Go and call a few more people over. A hint of seriousness flashed in Sister Hong's eyes. The younger brother took the money and nodded very solemnly. The food here is indeed quite delicious. Xia Shiyu praised the food as she ate, and glanced at her younger brother who had been testing the food for poison with his chopsticks before it was served. A black line appeared on her forehead. This is far too cautious. No wonder Gu Jingchu gave him these instructions before he set off. It seems she'll just have to stay home during this trip to Jiangbei City. Halfway through the meal, a voice came from the doorway. The one leading the conversation had a very loud voice, as if he wanted to show off something or wanted the people inside to hear him. Upon hearing this voice, Sister Hong's face immediately turned cold, and she found the food on the table tasteless. Your enemy? Lu Wan also put down her chopsticks and raised an eyebrow at Sister Hong. Sister Hong rubbed her forehead. Yes, it's like a persistent ghost, impossible to shake off. The newcomer was burly, with a long scar running from his left eyebrow down to his right cheek, making him look extremely frightening. The manager glanced at Sister Hong's table, then at Scarface who had brought the men. He inwardly cursed his bad luck, but could only force a smile and fawn over them. What wind blew our Scarface here today? Scarface glanced at Sister Hong's table, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, before raising his voice. Did you reserve all the private rooms I asked you to book yesterday? Hearing the emphasis on time in Scarface's words, the manager's heart jumped, and he didn't even dare to look at Sister Hong's table. Although she knew that Scarface was deliberately provoking her and that the restaurant was forced to do so, Sister Hong's face still looked grim. Sister Hong, your skin is so good. Xia Xiu also put down her chopsticks. She was already about 70% full. Lu Wan is aloof and not good with words, so Xia Xiu took on the task of livening up the atmosphere. Sister Hong paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. This is because of the feng shui of Jiangbei City. I haven't aged much since I came to Jiangbei City, Sister Hong said confidently, and even gave Xia Xiu a flirtatious wink. Xia Xiu laughed heartily, and the two began to chat back and forth. Faced with Hong Jie's indifference, Scarface's smug expression froze. He gritted his teeth, glanced coldly at Sister Hong, then put on a smile and turned to look at the door. A luxury car was parked in front of the restaurant, and Scarface's henchmen immediately surrounded it, standing in 2 rows as if they were welcoming some VIP. Scarface smiled and personally opened the car door to welcome the person out. Sister Hong, who had been observing this area, frowned. Scarface is an extremely domineering and arrogant man. Who could possibly make him bow and scrape before him like this? At least in Jiangbei City, Sister Hong couldn't find a second one. A young man stepped out of the car. He was wearing a baseball jersey and jeans, and his demeanor was casual, but he exuded an undeniable air of nobility. The boy's face, in particular, was so beautiful that it was hard to tell if he was male or female, like a demon. All the female waitresses in the shop blushed when they saw him. Can you stop laughing? It looks awful. The boy's voice rang out, and Scarface's grin froze on his face. A hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, but he managed to compose himself and followed behind the boy expressionlessly. What's the background of this guy? Sister Hong was shocked. A few years ago, Scarface came to Jiangbei City alone to make his way in the world. He wasn't in the jade gambling business, but rather as a male model for a KTV. Because of his good looks, Scarface tricked a woman, but after swindling her out of money and sex, he kicked her to the curb. I'm prepared to die with him. Unfortunately, Scarface didn't die, but he was left with burned and damaged skin on his face, and a horrific scar that ran almost from his brow bone across his entire face. From then on, his once handsome face became a face that would make children cry at the sight of it, and from then on, his scarred face became a taboo subject for him. Anyone who mentions it will surely face Scar's furious retaliation. But this young boy dared to slap Scarface in front of so many people, calling him ugly, and Scarface had to smile obsequiously? A hint of seriousness flashed in Sister Hong's eyes. Huo Wenzhou. After seeing the boy's face clearly, Xia Xiu's eyes widened, and she almost blurted out. Even though they were quite a distance apart, when Huo Wenzhou heard Xia Xiu call his name, it was as if he had acquired super hearing. His eyes lit up, he immediately ignored the scar, and with a bright smile on his face, he was in front of Xia Xiu in an instant, like a gust of wind. Sister, what are you doing here? Summer rain. What a small world. Why did I run into this person again? She was really having a headache, but since the person was already standing in front of her, she couldn't ignore them. After giving a curt nod in response, Xia Xiu turned her face away and ignored Huo Wenzhou. Huo Wenzhou, however, was unfazed by Xia Xiu's coldness. He sat down in the empty seat next to Xia Xiu with a grin, propping his chin up and staring at her. Sister, we are truly destined to be together. Huo Wenzhou spoke to Hong Jie and Lu Wan with such sweet words, as if they were coated with honey. These two ladies are so beautiful. One is generous and sexy, and the other is intellectual and beautiful. It seems that beautiful women always hang out together. Seeing that his distinguished guest was about to get along very well with Sister Hong and her group, Scarface's eyes were practically spitting fire. He stared intently at Xia Xiu, and then, as if struck by a thought, he let out a cold snort. Sister Hong has actually started using these kinds of tactics now. It seems they found out that they would be inviting a distinguished guest to support the annual jade gambling competition, so they specially arranged for a beautiful woman to come. Let me revise Chapter 102 for you. Scarface scrutinized Xia Xiu closely, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Scar, who used to be a male model, could tell at a glance that this woman wasn't wearing makeup, not even lipstick, but she was still stunningly beautiful and certainly had the looks to attract men. No wonder this young Master Ho was moved. It seems that Sister Hong has been pushed to the limit, and she's resorting to such tactics. Scarface stepped forward, immediately drawing a wary look from Sister Hong. She stood up, and the moment she saw the scar, she knew that he must have been behind everything that had happened today. Why are you so nervous? Sister Hong, why didn't you accept the invitation I sent you last time? Do you look down on me? Sister Hong frowned. In the past, she could at least feign politeness with Scarface, but now, she couldn't even be bothered to put on a smile. You're right, I do dislike you. Scarface's smile froze, then his eyes turned sinister. This woman, once he conquers Jiangbei City, he'll definitely keep this woman by his side. An old woman should stay home and take care of her husband and children. What's the point of her showing her face in public? She actually dared to reject his advances. Then, Scarface turned his gaze to Xia Xiu, staring at her extremely beautiful face, and licked his lips. If he had known that Sister Hong would invite such a beautiful woman, he should have sent more people to intercept her at the airport. It's better to use the money on this young upstart from the Hua family to avoid wasting it. This kid seems carefree and capable of handling us all, but he can tell at a glance what Scarface did before, and whether a man is still a virgin. But who was it that stopped him at the airport that day, who managed to defeat all his men and then disappear without a trace? He found nothing. What connections did Sister Hong make? Or was it the influence behind that appraiser surnamed Liu? Scarface gritted his teeth and saw Hua Wenzhou and Hua Wenzhou already chatting happily. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. He knew Hong Jie's social skills and methods well. These days, young men like relationships between older women and younger men. He hoped that this Hua guy wouldn't be seduced by Hong Jie, this social butterfly. Young Master Hua, you promised to have dinner with us today, and it's time now. Why don't we eat first? Hua Wenzhou clicked his tongue, seemingly quite displeased that Scarface was interrupting his viewing of Xia Xiu. Bring the food here, I'll eat here. After saying that, Hua Wenzhou smiled at Sister Hong and said, Sister Hong, you don't mind if I come along, do you? Sister Hong was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She certainly didn't mind. For Scarface to treat this boy so humbly and obsequiously, this young man must be someone of great importance. If she could bring this boy to her side, she could not only vent her anger for the time being, but also severely intimidate Scarface. However, Sister Hong glanced at Xia Xiu with some hesitation. This girl doesn't seem to like him. Lu Wan could also see that she had already regarded Xia Xiu as her apprentice. She was a protective person and naturally prioritized the likes and dislikes of her own people. Lu Wan recognized the young man in front of her. He was Hua Wenzhou, the eldest grandson of the Hua family. He was a rebellious and unruly person since childhood, and his reputation among the wealthy second generation is already terrible. With her pretty face, she has ruined the hearts of countless girls. Lu Wan has never liked such frivolous people, but she has no right to interfere with her friend's stance. She got up. Ahong, we've eaten. It's too late now. Let's call the driver to take us home to rest. Judging from her friend's expression, Sister Hong knew that Lu Wan was a little angry. She didn't even bother to befriend Hua Wenzhou, and stood up as well. I'll go back with you. After saying that, Sister Hong glanced at Hua Wenzhou with a satisfied look, and left with Lu Wan and Xia Xiu. These filthy women are so ungrateful. They don't even give the Hua family any face. Scarface spat, looking at Hua Wenzhou's expressionless face, seemingly cursing the three women who had already left. But he didn't notice that Hua Wenzhou's gaze was becoming increasingly dangerous. Unfortunately, Scarface had become too arrogant in the past 2 years, and had long lost the ability to read people's expressions when he was a male model. He didn't notice Hua Wenzhou's expression and continued to spout nonsense. I know that the prettiest one is the one that young Master Hua has his eye on. Don't worry, as long as our cooperation is successful, I will definitely get you whatever young Master Hua wants. Hua Wenzhou originally wanted to teach this incredibly ugly man a lesson, but when he heard Scarface's last few words, his eyes flickered and a cryptic smile crept onto his lips. Heh, she's already married. If you dare cause her trouble, her husband won't let you off the hook. Huo Wenzhou spoke the truth with a clear conscience. But Scar heard it in a different way. He immediately gave me a knowing smile. I know he had affairs with many married women, and there were always people who made a fuss about it, but in the end, he always paid them off with a sum of money. Back at the manor, Sister Hong couldn't stop apologizing to Lu Wan and Xia Shiyu. Lu Wan didn't care about any of this at all, and Sister Hong knew Lu Wan's temperament, so she was relieved. I'm going upstairs to rest. Yunbei City is a lot of fun. You can ask Ah Hong to find a tour guide to show you around the night view. I'm sleepy. Lu Wan's rest time is very fixed, and Xia Shiyu feels that she must have some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder in some way. I live a very routine life, going back and forth between home and work every day. My schedule is only disrupted by business trips. Otherwise, I get up at 8 o'clock every day, leave at 9 o'clock, and after get off work I go home to eat, read, and sleep. I repeat the same routine every day. Xia Shiyu was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that I often went to Lu Wan's house to ask her for advice on things I didn't understand, Lu Wan really wouldn't have any social life at all. Lu Wan went upstairs to rest. Xia Shiyu glanced at the time. It was only 7 p.m., which was still early for her. The night view of Yunbei City is really attractive, but after today's events, Xia Shiyu is still wary. That man with the scar on his face doesn't look like a good person at all. Besides, it would be too conspicuous for me to go out with my face like that. Perhaps sensing Xia Shiyu's thoughts, Sister Hong walked over with a smile and patted Xia Shiyu on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll have people follow you and protect your safety. I have that much influence. After saying that, Sister Hong looked at Xia Shiyu with a smile. However, your face is indeed too beautiful. Would you mind if I changed it for you? Xia Shiyu was a little confused, but Sister Hong smiled and had someone bring over a set of cosmetics. Chapter 103 The Quarry. Half an hour after Sister Hong applied the ointment, when Xia Shiyu opened her eyes again, she found that the person in the mirror had changed. She still looked the same, but her features weren't as delicate anymore. She had gone from a stunning beauty to an ordinary-looking woman. This is the legendary reverse makeup. Xia Shiyu touched her face, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Now I can go out shopping. When I first started out, I was young and impetuous and not as shrewd as I am now. I always offended people. But luckily, I'm good at makeup. After offending someone, I would put on makeup before going out, which actually helped me avoid being chased by a lot of enemies. Speaking of this, Sister Hong looked quite proud. The person I'm drawing for you now won't be recognized unless they're a very close friend. I'll also arrange for bodyguards to accompany you, so you can go shopping without worry. But don't go out too late. In Yunbei City, people who have lost everything gambling on jade often wander around in the early morning. Girls here don't walk alone on the street in the early morning. After giving her instructions, Sister Hong generously arranged for a tour guide and several bodyguards to accompany her, making her feel extremely safe. Xia Shiyu happily strolled through the night market, enjoying the scenery of Yunbei City. This place is full of flowers, warm all year round, and mostly surrounded by tourists. The government has now begun to regulate mineral mining, and Yunbei City is gradually transforming into a tourist city. Xia Shiyu played until after 10 p.m. and only returned to Sister Hong's manor reluctantly after being reminded by the tour guide. Back in her room, she soaked in the bathtub, scrolling through her tablet with one hand, searching for information about mines and historical news in Yunbei City. After she had learned more about the situation, she got out of the bathtub and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Xia Shiyu was woken up by the maid. Lu Wan had already gotten up and was having breakfast with Sister Hong downstairs. Sister Hong thought that Xia Shiyu had been out late yesterday, so she told the maid to wake her up a little later. After washing up and getting ready, Xia Shiyu quickly went downstairs. Come and have breakfast. Lu Wan greeted him. Xia Shiyu nodded and ate obediently. After breakfast, Sister Hong began to explain her plans for the day. Today we're going to the mine to see some freshly dug rough stones, the kind that haven't been cut yet. However, this mine does not belong to Sister Hong. It is state-owned. Every piece of raw stone that is unearthed is auctioned off to various bosses at the highest price. Therefore, it's inevitable that you'll run into Scarface and his gang in such situations. Sister Hong looked worried. If that doesn't work, I'll just send a few more bodyguards to form a circle around it. He dares to do that in broad daylight. Lu Wan's lips curled into a cold smile. Does he really think I'm a pushover, someone he can bully at will? It's important to know that Lu Wan has several influential figures backing her up. Thinking of Lu Wan's identity, Sister Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand. Then Sister Hong looked at Xia Shiyu and said, Shiyu, this is your first time going to a place like this. If someone talks to you, don't answer too quickly. There are too many people setting traps now. Summer Rain nodded. She actually knew. Some people are actually sent by other buyers, pretending to be passers-by. They chat with you openly or secretly, and their conversation skills are extremely high. They can often extract information from others without their knowledge. They can even tell which rough stone the other person wants to buy and how much they are willing to pay by observing their facial expressions after getting the information. She had experienced all of this in her past life and could even outsmart those people. However, these things cannot be shown in front of Lu Wan and Sister Hong. You have to pretend to be a clueless newbie. Sitting in the car, Hong Jie and Lu Wan explained the ins and outs and rules to Xia Shiyu the whole way. Xia Shiyu nodded and made a mental note of it, looking very obedient. Seeing that Xia Shiyu had taken her words to heart, Lu Wan felt relieved. With her leading the way, there shouldn't be any major problems. When we arrived at the jade gambling site, all the raw stones that had been mined had already been delivered to the site. The area was filled with tents, both inside and out, all occupied by people searching for stones, hoping to find a good one and become rich overnight. Sister Hong led the two inside. To enter this jade gambling factory, assets also need to be verified. After all the best rough stones are inside, each one priceless, so it's essential to ensure that buyers have sufficient funds to bid on them. Let's go inside and take a look at the rough stones. You stay here. The rules stipulated that not too many people could go in to see the high-grade raw stones at the very back, so Xia Shiyu was left outside. Lu Wan and Sister Hong went into the innermost room, leaving Xia Shiyu alone and feeling a bit bored. She looked at the stones displayed at the nearby stalls and felt a little itchy to pick them up, but she couldn't show it, so she could only stand at a distance from the stalls, watching others pick and choose, and observing herself to see if there were any better stones. After looking at several stalls, she felt a little hungry. There happened to be some food stalls nearby, so she took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and bought 2 grilled sausages. She ate them while watching the food. Hello. Xia Shiyu had just finished eating her grilled sausage and thrown the stick into the trash when someone patted her on the shoulder. She turned around and saw a kind-looking old man looking at her with goodwill. Girl, you're here to look at the stones. Xia Shiyu's forehead twitched, and she glanced at the old man in front of her out of the corner of her eye. He was dressed casually and exuded a friendly and approachable aura. Okay, bad luck going out. Either they're trying to gather information or they're scammers. However, Xia Shiyu was bored and didn't want to expose him. She pretended to be bewildered. Huh? I'm just looking around. Who are you? The old man chuckled, then grabbed Xia Shiyu and led her to a relatively open and secluded place. Girl, you look young, about the same age as my granddaughter. Are you in school? Yeah, I'm in college. I have a vacation recently, so I came out to have some fun. Xia Shiyu lied without batting an eye. Anyway, her casual outfit and pretty face made her look like a genuine college student. The old man's eyes lit up, and then he quickly said, Hey girl, have you seen anything you like? Xia Shiyu quickly pointed to one of the stalls at random. I saw one I liked at that stall, but I don't know how much it costs. My aunt didn't give me much money either, so they went in and looked at it themselves. When he heard Xia Shiyu call that aunt, a hint of excitement flashed in the old man's eyes. Let me tell you, that stall is a rip-off, old man. I'm a local, and I often see those stalls cheating tourists. You mustn't fall for it. Xia Shiyu looked horrified. Oh, is that so? I almost bought them all. Chapter 10 for you'd better think this through. Hearing Xia Shiyu say she hadn't bought any, a hint of joy flashed in the old man's eyes. It's good that you didn't buy it. Let me tell you, if you want to buy it, listen to this old man. I'm a local, I won't rip you off. Xia Shiyu sneered inwardly. See, the fox's tail is showing now. Okay, can you take me to see the stalls you know? She asked innocently. The old man was overjoyed. He had thought it would take some effort, but he hadn't expected this young girl to be so easy to fool. He then led Xia Shiyu to a rather simple stall. Don't let the small size of this stall fool you. The stones inside were all selected one by my old friend, who called in a master to pick them out. The success rate is as high as 50%, which is much better than other stalls. She nodded as if she understood, looking at the old man with gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. Otherwise I would have really been fooled. The old man grinned, his eyes darting around. Little girl, I think this is your first time in a place like this. Your aunt and the others are here for the first time, aren't they? Xia Shiyu lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions within them. She muttered. They went to such a fancy room to pick out stones without taking me with them. I won't come with my aunt next time. Seeing that the old man had steered the conversation in that direction, Xia Shiyu readily cooperated and revealed the information directly. My aunt was invited here by Sister Hong. You know Sister Hong, right? She's the female boss of Yunbei City. The old man was stunned for a moment, his joy barely concealed, and he quickly nodded. Yes, everyone knows Sister Hong's reputation. I never imagined your aunt knew such a person. That's amazing. Xia Shiyu looked quite pleased with herself for being flattered, and she raised her chin high. That's why I feel safe browsing the stalls. If anyone tries to rip me off, I'll bring Sister Hong out and teach them a lesson. Yes, the old man quickly chimed in. I heard that Sister Hong is going to place a big order this time. I wonder how much it will cost. Why don't you give this old man a heads up? We underlings can pick up some bargains, sell them, and scrape together some living expenses. So that's exactly what they came to ask about. Xia Shiyu sneered, then twisted her eyebrows and glared at the old man, looking every bit like a spoiled young lady. Why do you care how much my aunt and Sister Hong are going to spend? I'm telling you, old man. Why are you asking me all these questions? My aunt already told me that this matter must be kept secret. If anyone asks, it's because the rivals are trying to find out. She told me I absolutely have to report it. She caught the old man's retreating steps and the panic that flashed in his eyes, which made her even more certain. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man was clearly panicked, but he remained calm on the surface. In their line of work, you can't let anyone see you when you're gathering information, otherwise you'll get a severe beating at the very least, and even calling the police won't help if you get beaten up. At his age, if he gets caught and beaten up by Sister Hong's people, what will become of him? Isn't that right? Xia Shiyu looked at the old man with a half-smile. How about I ask my aunt and Sister Hong to investigate your background? The old man's body trembled, and then he became somewhat embarrassed and angry. You little brat, you're talking complete nonsense. I was just trying to help you out of kindness, and you're turning around and blaming me. After saying that, he hurriedly pushed Xia Shiyu out. Get out of here. I've treated you like my granddaughter, and you still doubt me? Bah. I guess I misjudged you. Get out of here. Xia Shiyu cooperated by being pushed out, then turned and left. She walked into a small alley, and after confirming that no one was following her, she waved. Her bodyguards, who had been hiding nearby, immediately appeared. Go find someone to follow that old man, see who he contacts, and then report the situation to Sister Hong. A flicker of hesitation crossed the bodyguard's face. After all, Sister Hong's order to him was to protect the woman in front of him. Don't worry about me. I know there are several of you with me. One more or one less won't make a difference. Hurry up and go. Don't let that old man get away. The bodyguard nodded and immediately disappeared into the alley. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, knowing that after the conflict with the old man, the other party would probably send a few other people to keep an eye on her. She decided to obediently return to the innermost hall. As expected, Xia Shiyu's guess was correct. Just as she was about to arrive at the venue, a woman in a cheongsam walked over. She stared intently at Xia Shiyu, fanning herself with a fan, while her aunts and uncles surrounded her. The bodyguards following Xia Shiyu didn't dare to breathe loudly, and could only keep their eyes fixed on her. But there were too many people around, and these women were only pretending to flirt without taking any real action, so they couldn't just rush up and pull the people away. You're quite clever, girl, playing dumb to fool others. The woman sneered, fanning herself and staring at Xia Shiyu. You might fool that old man, but you can't fool me. Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Xia Shiyu had a cold expression on her face, showing no fear whatsoever. So, what can you do to me? You. The woman snapped her fan shut and glared fiercely at Xiaoxiu. Actually, I came here to make a deal with you. I've already found out your identity. You're Lu Wan's little assistant, aren't you? That woman is not easy to get along with. She always has a cold face like the Queen of Hell. Working under her must be very hard. Besides, I've inquired about your salaries. You only make so little money a month. Do you want to make a lot more money with me? Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow. How big is it? Seeing that Xiaoxiu had relented, the woman immediately spoke in a seductive tone. This is money you've never seen in your entire life. Were you people sent by Scarface? Xiaoxiu asked bluntly. The woman paused for a moment. Then her face turned grim. Don't worry about who it is. Just know that if you agree to cooperate with us, you'll get a lot of money when it's over. Xiaoxiu curled her lips into a half-smile. On the way, Sister Hong gave her a crash course on how ruthless Scarface and his gang were, and now she'd witnessed it firsthand. Seeing that Xiaoxiu remained silent, the woman grew anxious. What I didn't ask you to do is actually very simple. You just need to wear an earpiece and say a secret code when Sister Hong wants to choose a stone. Just a few words, and you can earn more money than you can spend in a lifetime. Little sister, you should think it through. Chapter 105. It's really worth it. Xiaoxiu glanced at the woman calmly. You don't need to worry about that. My husband is rich. The woman frowned. Why was she so stubborn? How much money can her husband earn as a lowly assistant? Would someone who makes a lot of money still have his wife work as his assistant? Let me tell you, don't try to reason with me. I'm already trying to reason with you politely, so don't force us to take action. Xiaoxiu remained remarkably calm in the face of the woman in the Chongsam's threat. Words are not enough. You need to let me think about it first. Besides, I've been away for so long. It's time for me to go back. Otherwise, they will become suspicious. The woman hesitated. Judging from Xiaoxiu's expression, it was clear that she had relented, but she hadn't completely agreed yet, and she still didn't dare to let him go. Okay, put on the headset first, then give me your bank account number. If you cooperate with us, we can transfer half the money to you first. Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow, immediately becoming interested. How many? The woman thought for a moment, then picked up her phone to send a message. After receiving a reply, she confidently raised her chin. 1 million. Based on your performance, I can give you 200,000 yuan first. Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up immediately, and she smiled as she took the headset from the woman's hand. That's great, just wait and see. After saying that, she left a bank card account number, already thinking about how to spend the money once it arrived. Not only do pies fall from the sky, but money does too. She needs to go back and discuss it with Lu Wan and Sister Hong. This extra income is too quick to come by, so why not take it? You'd better not try anything funny. We've already thoroughly investigated your background, the woman threatened. If you dare to mess with us, we'll make sure you never leave Yunbei City. Xiaoxiu nodded and then quickly walked towards the venue. The woman's men frowned. This girl is quite formidable in front of that old man. Are you sure she'll help us? The woman in the Chongsam waved her fan and snorted coldly, her face full of confidence. They've already investigated this girl's background. She's an appraiser at an appraisal center who got lucky and became a junior assistant to Lu Wan, a big shot. They also checked her various accounts and found that she sold a lot of bags and clothes, so she must be short of money. Otherwise, given how much a woman loves handbags, how could she possibly sell so many at once? This woman was able to buy so many bags before, but her position was very low. It's obvious that she was being kept by some boss, and then the boss's wife found out, so she had to sell bags to make a living. They offered 1 million, which would tempt anyone, let alone a gold digger. Thinking of this, the woman curled up the corners of her mouth, determined to achieve her goal this time. She had already imagined the reward Scarface would give her after she accomplished the task. Back at the venue, Xiaoxiu wrapped the headset tightly in layers before handing it to Sister Hong's technicians for inspection. After discovering that there was no active eavesdropping function, Xiaoxiu still carefully wrapped the item in her clothes to block out any sound that might reach the other side. After briefly explaining the situation, Sister Hong's face turned grim. I knew Scarface would cause trouble. She clenched her fists tightly. It seems that simply making concessions won't work anymore. He wants to completely dominate the industry in Jiangbei City. Then, She looked at Xiaoxiu. Xiaoyu, what do you want to do? Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled, looking every bit the little money grubber. She quickly pulled Lu Wan and Sister Hong aside and whispered her plan to them. Hongjie was completely dumbfounded. You're incredibly audacious. You dare to take money from Scarface's mouth? What's the difference between that and playing him for a fool? Xiaoxiu shrugged. I can't refuse money that's been handed to me, can I? But, Sister Hong frowned, still looking hesitant. Scarface is extremely vengeful. I'm afraid that if he goes crazy, I won't be able to protect him. Huo Wenzhou is here. Xiaoxiu smiled slightly. Some people can be used when necessary. Isn't Scarface completely obedient to Huo Wenzhou? Coincidentally, I also have something to control Huo Wenzhou. After all, it's common to repay a life-saving debt. Moreover, Huo Wenzhou has ulterior motives towards her, which makes it even more worthwhile to make good use of her. But Sister Hong was still a little hesitant. She was really worried that Xiaoxiu might do something that would backfire. Lu Wan, however, remained calm and showed no sign of worry. Few people know that Xiaoxiu's husband is Gu Jingqiu. She is also a low-key person and doesn't publicize that she is Gu Jingqiu's wife. If Gu Jingqiu is brought up, Scarface will probably have to kneel before Xiaoxiu, and he won't be able to take revenge on her anymore. Let her go have fun. Since Lu Wan had already spoken, Lipstick Sister naturally couldn't say anything more, but could only repeatedly remind Xiaoxiu to be careful. After explaining everything, Xiaoxiu took out the 2 invisible earplugs from her clothes and put them to her ears. She pressed a button, and a buzzing electronic sound entered her ears, indicating that the invisible earphones had started working. Have they already chosen which stone? A woman's voice came from the other end of the earphone, and Xiaoxiu slightly curled the corners of her lips. I've made my selection, but I can't tell which area it is. Should I make a mark? What? Okay. Xiaoxiu agreed, then gestured to Sister Hong with her eyes. Hongjie gave an okay sign, then deliberately pulled Lu Wan to a rock, raising her voice on purpose. Awan, I think this stone is pretty good. Let's take this one. Lu Wan's expression was indifferent, but she still cooperated to some extent. She carefully described the shape of the stone, and then began to analyze it in a serious manner. The conclusion is that the jade inside this stone is quite good, and it's worth bidding on it. He also mentioned the value that the stone could bring. Upon hearing the sounds from this side of the headset, and learning how valuable the stone was, the woman's voice became shrill. Quickly, mark this stone. Xiaoxiu heard the woman's anxious voice, and it was as if he could hear money falling down in a rush. She slowly uttered 2 words. Send the money. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by the sound of a woman gritting her teeth. 200,000 has been transferred. Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up immediately. It was totally worth it. Chapter 106 Money Grubber. Miser. Hong Jie spoke silently, and Lu Wan rolled her eyes. After Lu Wan appraised the stone, it was determined that it was a deal that would neither make a profit nor incur a loss. She was just exaggerating, saying that when she auctioned the stone horizontally, she would drive up the price, and who knows how much the person who bought the stone would lose. Sure enough, when Sister Hong made a bid for the stone, someone immediately followed suit. Sister Hong frowned and raised the price again. The man seemed to think he had a chance, and gave Xiaoxiu a very admiring look. After repeated bid increases, Sister Hong finally gave in, and the man was extremely smug. Little did he know that the stone, originally worth only 3 million, was sold for 10 million, and the scar on his back would lose 7 million. He would be beaten to death when he got back. The voice came through the earpiece again. The woman in the cheongsam was even more demanding. She said that the description from the voice was not clear enough, and she was afraid of being discovered if she made marks. She asked Xiaoxiu to take a few photos and send them out. Xiaoxiu knew that someone in the venue was watching her every move, and she smiled slightly. When putting on a show, you naturally have to go all the way. She immediately covered her stomach, pretending to have an upset stomach. Hong Jie and Lu Wan exchanged a glance, guessing that the other party was about to cause trouble again. They cooperated by walking over to Xiaoxiu and asking with concern, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad at lunch? Xiaoxiu nodded, looking uncomfortable. Can I go to the restroom? Go quickly and come back quickly, Sister Hong instructed. Good. Xia Xiu quickly got up, took out her phone from her pocket as she left, pressed the mute button, and secretly took several pictures of the raw stone that Sister Hong wanted to photograph. I hurriedly left the venue and, following the instructions on my headset, went to a public restroom on the left. Sure enough, the woman in the Chong Sam didn't even take a fan and looked at Xia Xiu with an anxious expression. "Did you take the photos?" Xia Xiu nodded and raised her phone. "Of course I took a picture." A hint of surprise flashed across the woman's face. She couldn't wait to take the phone from Xia Xiu's hand to look at it, but Xia Xiu took a step back. Xia Xiu tapped the delete permanently button in the photo album on her phone, and she smiled slightly. "Don't take me for a fool. What about the rest of the money?" The woman glared at Xia Xiu through gritted teeth. "I've already transferred 200,000 to you. Do you think I owe you the remaining 800,000? Xia Xiu slightly curled the corners of her lips, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. At this moment, she actually possessed an aura similar to Gu Jingchu's, which could make people tremble. She raised an eyebrow, her large almond-shaped eyes flashing with sharpness. "Those of you in this line of work have to be careful. Sister Hong was careless and got bitten by the dog she promoted earlier." "You!" A flash of anger appeared in the woman's eyes. She rushed forward, intending to slap Xia Xiu, but was stopped by the man beside her. "Ame, don't be impulsive. Our boss still wants to use the Hua family's connections. That young master of the Hua family is no match for women." The man spoke softly, but Xia Xiu still managed to hear a little of it. "Hua Wenzhou." A cryptic smile played on her lips. Perhaps she could pin this trap on someone else. "What guarantees can you offer that what you provide is reliable?" This woman named Ame was clearly wary of him. After all, she knew very well what kind of person Scarface was. If she failed this time and Scarface suffered losses, then she would definitely suffer a miserable end. Xia Xiu sneered and crossed her arms. "If you don't believe me, fine. I'll delete the photos I took, and it'll be as if we never worked together." A hint of malice flashed in Ame's eyes as she blocked Xia Xiu's path as he was about to leave. "If you dare to lie to me, you will never leave here alive." "Are you sure you dare to touch me? Hua Wenzhou really likes me." Xia Xiu started to lie through her teeth. "Perhaps you don't know, but I've known him since Beijing. It's just that I'm married, and I've always kept my distance from him for the sake of my reputation." She shrugged, looking nonchalant, and said, "Anyway, Yunbei City is 1,000,000 miles away from Beijing. My husband won't know what I did with him. Guess what? Even if I lied to you, what can you do to me? With him around, Scarface won't lay a hand on me." The implication was that if Ame and the others dared to touch her, Hua Wenzhou would not let them off the hook. Ame clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Her face paled, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This woman, she really is sharp-tongued, but there's just no way she can do anything about this woman. "Fine, I'll believe you. But if I find out you've lied to me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." After making those harsh remarks, Ame had the remaining 800,000 yuan transferred to the account Xia Xiu had sent. Xia Xiu also sent the photos over, glanced at her balance, and returned to the venue satisfied. However, one should always have a backup plan. She quickly booked a plane ticket for herself so that she could fly back to Beijing immediately if things went wrong. As for Lu Wan, with today's advanced technology, she can learn through face-to-face video observation. Inside the karaoke bar, the manager carefully poured drinks for a man with a long scar on his face. The scarred man listened to his subordinate's report and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. She really is a vain woman. $1 million is enough to hook her. Thinking of this made Scarface feel even better. Since that woman is greedy for money, we can use money to coerce and entice her into Hua Wenzhou's bed. Then we won't have to worry about not being able to win Hua Wenzhou over. "Boss, the 1 million has already been transferred to her account. What if that woman tricks us all?" One of Scarface's henchmen spoke up. Scarface gave the henchman a cold look. "Do you think you can judge people as accurately as I can?" A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Even if that woman dares to cheat, he has the ability to win her back and make her vomit everything out in an incredibly miserable way. Thinking of Xia Xiu's stunningly beautiful face, Scarface couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Once that young master who gets tired of playing around, he'll have his turn too. Such beautiful women are a rare sight. Then I wish you success, boss. Sister Hong doesn't have much cash on hand. I heard she's relying on this opportunity to make money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to invite that guy surnamed Lu over. His underlings fawned over Scarface. Chapter 107 Catching the Traitor. This immediately made Scarface very happy. He casually tossed a few red bills to his underling and laughed heartily. The younger brother happily picked up the banknotes, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. As expected of someone from a lowly background, they only give a few bills to appease a beggar. On the other side, Xiaoxiu looked at her balance with great delight. She was so happy she was practically going crazy. Ha ha ha, a whole million. $1 million. You better tone it down. Lu Wan frowned, finally unable to bear Xiaoxiu's greedy appearance any longer, and reached out to give Xiaoxiu a hard tap on the forehead. Xiaoxiu covered her forehead, wincing in pain and pouting pitifully, but she still restrained herself and sat obediently next to Lu Wan. Scarface acted swiftly. In order to mock Sister Hong, he even ordered his driver to speed up, arriving at the venue just before the next filming session. Whenever Sister Hong held up a sign, the price would be increased, and then Sister Hong would buy the stone with a pained expression on her face. The price that was originally expected suddenly doubled, and Sister Hong's face immediately turned ugly. When several more stones appeared for auction, Sister Hong was excited and immediately raised her paddle. When the people around Scarface compared the photos and realized that they were sent by Xiaoxiu, they immediately bowed their heads and said a few words to Scarface. At this moment, no matter what price the stone is offered, as long as Sister Hong raises her paddle, Scarface will immediately follow suit. Sister Hong gritted her teeth, glared fiercely at Scarface, and looked pained as she raised her sign. The host on stage was absolutely ecstatic. You know, the higher the price of the stone at auction, the higher his commission. He wished the two gods of wealth would fight off stage. The more intense the fight, the better. 55 million once. 55 million twice. 55 million 3 times. With a resounding thud of the gavel, Sister Hong slumped into her chair, her face ashen, as if she had fallen into despair. On the contrary, Scarface was basking in the warmth of spring, and was even fantasizing about how he would trample Sister Hong under his feet after his victory. He guessed that Sister Hong had no liquid funds left, and was just waiting for him to throw money at her now. He figured that Sister Hong's name would disappear completely from Yunbei City before the end of the year. After buying all the stones, Scarface went to great lengths, chartering several trucks to transport the stones one by one to a specialized stone-cutting facility. We're just waiting to pick a good day and set off firecrackers to break the stone on time. To show off, Scarface even rented a venue where anyone in the circle could watch the stone-cutting ceremony. Moreover, judging from the extent of the publicity, Scarface must have spent a lot of money to create hype. Even many street newspapers in Yunbei City were filled with the date of the stone cutting, as Scarface planned to use this event to make a name for himself in the jade gambling world. Compared to Scarface's flamboyant side, Sister Hong's side was much quieter. In the past, when Sister Hong bought a stone, she would prepare a venue for people in the industry to watch the exciting moment of the stone being cut open, but this time, there was no commotion at all. Scarface's side was having a blast with coke. The fact that there was no movement from Sister Hong's side proves that the stones she bought at inflated prices didn't contain any good jade at all, which is why she didn't hold a meeting to embarrass herself. Sure enough, Xiaoxiu was a woman who only cared about money. She was willing to betray Lu Wan for 1 million, so Lu Wan, a person who clearly distinguishes between love and hate, would certainly not let her off the hook. Scarface has thoroughly investigated that woman surnamed Lu. She has many powerful backers. If we can use this to control Xiaoxiu, he won't have to worry about her not obediently submitting. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, news came from Scarface's people who were hiding inside Sister Hong's group that Xiaoxiu was not well received by Lu Wan and Sister Hong, and had even been slapped and kicked out of the manor by Lu Wan. However, Sister Hong took him back, and I heard that he is now doing odd jobs in the servants' quarters every day and is being watched over. Inside Sister Hong's manor, a light rain was falling, and the servants all ran to the eaves to take shelter from the rain. Xiaoxiu was the only one working on the clay with her hands covered in mud. while the servants under the eaves cracked melon seeds and mocked her with disdainful eyes. I don't know why Sister Hong brought him back. People like him should just die out there. Sister Hong, and that Miss Lu treated her very well. I don't know what got into her to dare to betray them. The servant spoke indignantly, even throwing sunflower seed shells at Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, and at just the right moment, she cried out and fainted. She was thinking to herself that she hadn't fallen at the right angle, and her face was facing the sky. She hoped that the high fever makeup that Sister Hong had done for her wouldn't be ruined by the rain. Xia Shiyu felt someone carry her to a room and put her there. Perhaps out of contempt for Xia Shiyu's betrayal, these people just roughly threw her onto the bed, didn't even bring her a glass of water, and then slammed the door shut and left. After a while, the door was quietly opened. Xia Shiyu closed her eyes, feeling nervous. It seems he really suffered a lot. The person who came muttered something under his breath, then reached out to touch Xia Shiyu's forehead. Xia Shiyu's heart tightened. The makeup was on, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with her body. She kept her eyes tightly closed, and just as the man's hand was about to reach out, her body suddenly convulsed, making a feigned high fever seizure gesture, while also dry heaving a few times, as if she would vomit onto the man at any moment. It's so filthy. The man was startled and quickly took a few steps back. After glancing at Xia Shiyu's miserable appearance, he turned around, closed the door, and left. After a long while, Xia Shiyu, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. She moved the watch on her wrist and then pressed a small, invisible switch. About half an hour later, the wardrobe in the room was opened. Sister Hong crawled out from inside. This is a storage room for miscellaneous items, and also a small secret passage connecting to Sister Hong's study. It was built years ago to escape enemies, but I never expected it would come in handy today. Hongjia's beautiful face was filled with anger. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails were digging into her palms. I never imagined the mole hiding in my manor was her. Sister Hong sat dejectedly in the chair, still somewhat unable to believe it. The person who betrayed her turned out to be her close friend who had grown up with her since childhood. Xia Shiyu sighed and patted Hongjia on the back in a comforting manner. Sister Hong covered her face and silently shed tears. Chapter 109 Live Streaming. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She's someone I grew up with. I feel sorry for her husband and son who died in a car accident. She has no education and can only do dirty and tiring jobs. I took her to the manor, gave her a housekeeper position, and paid her such a high salary. I can't understand where I wronged her. Why would she betray me? Then Sister Hong gritted her teeth and said, she knows perfectly well that Scarface is my mortal enemy now, and that we can only fight to the death. If I lose and fall into Scarface's hands, what good will come of it for her? Xia Shiyu helplessly spread her hands. There are some people in this world who can't stand to see others do well. They can only share the hardships, but not the joys. Because when they see you living a good life, they will be reminded of their own suffering. Over time, psychological imbalance will cause problems. Her words were very objective. Sister Hong was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Yes, you're so young yet you can see through her. I was fooled by her for so many years. I will never let her go. Sister Hong rubbed her temples, took a deep breath, and after a few times, the gloom on her face dissipated. She looked at Xia Shiyu with admiration in her eyes. Thank you for your hard work in this performance. Have you already bought your plane ticket? Why don't you leave that day? She feared that if things were exposed, Scarface would become desperate and do something rash. Okay, wherever Teacher Lu is, I'll have to trouble you, Sister Hong, to give me a live broadcast. I'd really regret not being able to learn in person. Xia Shiyu has revealed to Scarface that he was abused by Sister Hong because of his betrayal. When the housekeeper of Sister Hong's manor returned to the manor, she was immediately summoned to Sister Hong's office. Faced with Sister Hong's questioning, Zhou Anqi initially remained defiant, displaying an expression as if to say, how dare you doubt me? But as more and more evidence surfaced, Zhou Anqi's face turned deathly pale. It turns out that Zhou Anqi had been leaking information about Sister Hong to the rivals for several years, causing Sister Hong a lot of losses over time. However, Zhou Anqi was Hongjia's best friend who grew up together, and she usually appeared honest and kind, so no one suspected her. With the evidence irrefutable, Zhou Anqi, in tears, simply confessed. Yes, I did all of this, so what? I just can't stand your smug look. We grew up together, and you were clearly inferior to me in every way when we were kids, but why did you become my husband? My son died, and you rose all the way up, always stepping on my head. I just feel it's unfair. I just want to upset you, and seeing you frown and look unhappy makes me happier than anyone else. Hongjie simply stared coldly at the now mad Zhou Anqi, uttering a single, chilling sentence. I think you've really gone mad. Guards, lock him up first. After dealing with Zhou Anqi, they followed the clues and uncovered several servants who had been hiding in the manor and leaking information. This can be considered an unexpected surprise. At the same time, Scarface was unaware that Sister Red had already eliminated all the spies he had planted in the manor. However, he no longer cared about the news from Sister Hong's manor, because he felt that he had the victory in his grasp and was about to suppress Sister Hong out of Yunbei City, and Sister Hong's beautiful Rose Manor would also belong to him, Scarface. He will uproot all the roses in the Rose Manor. What's the use of just looking pretty? If you're going to plant flowers, plant the ones that can make you a lot of money. Scarface smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the flower that oozed juice with a single stroke of his hand. I think it's about time. That woman doesn't have the money to run the mine. The plan can begin. A day or two before Scarface's opening ceremony, everyone in the industry knew about the depletion of the mineral resources that Sister Hong had leased. Some of those who had already paid deposits rushed to the entrance of Sister Hong's mine, demanding a refund. At this moment, Sister Hong, who was drinking rose tea in the manor, smiled. Xia Xiu rested her chin on her hand and looked at Sister Hong with a smile. This wave of hype has peaked, aren't you going to wrap things up yet? Sister Hong raised an eyebrow but didn't speak. Instead, she called over her subordinate and whispered a few words in his ear. That afternoon, Sister Hong also booked a venue, and the news spread that she and Scarface would have their stones opened on the same day. Furthermore, the venue that Sister Hong booked was right next to Scarface's, which clearly meant to tell everyone that Sister Hong was going to get her revenge. Scarface was furious, but he pretended to be indifferent in front of others. In secret, he was putting in a lot of effort to send people to find out what was going on with Sister Hong. Scarface was so enraged when he discovered that the mole planted in Sister Hong's manor had either disappeared or been kicked out that he smashed everything in his room. Live stream. Go live. I want that woman to see clearly how I snatched the money from her. Scarface announced the time for starting his live stream, and Sister Hong also announced the time for starting her live stream. On the day the stone was to be cut open, those in the industry who love watching the excitement would almost all have a mobile phone and be watching 2 live streams at the same time. Sister Hong timed it perfectly, starting her live stream half an hour before Scarface's. Suddenly, a large group of people flooded into the live stream room. With professional management and operations, the atmosphere in the live stream was immediately energized. The comments section was flooded with messages. Because this involves a bit of gambling, and she was afraid of being banned, Sister Hong didn't buy any promotional materials and relied entirely on people in the industry to keep watch. But Scarface's situation was different. When he saw Sister Hong start her live stream, he also wanted to start his live stream early. However, he didn't hide any of the technical terms, and he was warned by the platform after only a few minutes, and then his live stream was banned for more than 10 minutes. Scarface refused to believe it and kept banning and unbanning his stream, never changing his approach. After several bans, his stream was blocked for more than half an hour. Scarface got so angry that he smashed his computer. Finally, he changed all the technical terms in the stream and replaced them with homophones that sounded like Sister Hong's. However, Daoba's live stream was far less popular than Hongjie's, because at the very beginning of Hongjie's live stream, she brought out a raw stone that was almost half a meter long. Oh my god, this is going to be a big deal. I guess they're trying to get revenge. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that they've been suppressed by Scarface's side for too long and want to take this opportunity to finally get their revenge. As the comments streamed by, Sister Hong watched them from backstage, her heart pounding in her chest. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Lu Wan grasped Hongjie's hand, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Chapter 110 Ice Seeds Emerge. Although she was confident enough, this was, after all, Hongjie's chance to turn her life around, and she was also afraid that there might be some uncertainties. After all, there's a saying in the industry. One cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut leaves you in rags. This shows that the risks and uncertainties in this industry are simply too great. But if you bet right, the returns are extremely high, which is what makes it so captivating. Lu Wan had already confirmed that all the rough stones she had Hong Jie photographed had been carefully examined by her, and she was able to draw certain conclusions. However, due to the uncertainty of the raw stone, she was still quite nervous. Compared to the tension of the two, Xia Xiyu seemed much calmer. She grew up with that cheap grandfather, and through constant exposure, she could almost instantly identify the material of a stone just by touching it. By shining a special light on it, she could be almost certain, with a success rate of at least 60%. And if she's lucky, she can even get an ice-type item. Xia Shiyu's eyes were fixed on the half-meter-long rough stone that had been displayed. The lights in the live broadcast room shone on it, and she watched intently. However, the viewers in the live stream were not optimistic about the stone. The comments section was flooded with messages about Sister Hong being scammed and cheated. Even when this stone is illuminated by the light, it doesn't look lifeless at all. It's obvious that it won't yield any good material. I agree with the person upstairs. It seems that Sister Hong is trying to create a buzz this time. I wonder if the top spot in Jiangbei will be taken by someone else in the future. The appraiser has already gone up, and there's not even water under the light, so it looks like it's going to be a close call. Hongjie clenched her fists even more nervously as she looked at the comments. She forced a smile, stood next to the cutting machine, and stared intently at the cutting operator. Most of the comments were pessimistic about the stone, but it was her gamble for the day. Whether we can make a name for ourselves with the first rough stone depends on whether it can yield high-quality materials. Fortunately, the green color was visible when the cutting machine operator made the first cut. Sister Hong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It would be good if it could produce green, but the green produced here is not very moist and has some impurities. The price is average. If the entire rough stone is like this, then the rough stone that Sister Hong bought for 3 million yuan will probably only recoup about 500,000 yuan. This is a huge loss. The live chat was immediately filled with boos, and cold sweat dripped down Sister Hong's forehead. The cutting machine operator frowned. Based on his past experience cutting jade, he knew that his cut was made from the 1/3 mark and was quite deep. Now that this material has been revealed, the remaining uncut pieces are probably no different. Master, this stone is probably beyond repair. If we cut it open again. The cutter looked at the phone camera, his meaning quite clear. Further cutting wouldn't make a big difference. It would only make the viewers in the live stream laugh. Moreover, many of these viewers were paid trolls hired by Scarface, and at this point, various mocking comments were flooding the screen. Hongjie's hands were trembling. She bit her lip and was about to give up when Xia Xiyu stopped her. Keep cutting. I think there's still a good chance. She wasn't on camera, but her voice was very pleasant. Hongjie looked at Xia Xiyu, a hint of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. She was still hesitating, but Xia Shiyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at the opening that had been cut open by the cutting machine and the faint green light emanating from it. Based on his experience before transmigrating into the book, there must be a lot more to it than meets the eye. Hongjie was still hesitant, but seeing Xia Shiyu's determined eyes, Hongjie's heart calmed down. She gritted her teeth and said firmly, "TCH." Amidst the jeers of numerous comments, the cutting machine operator carefully cut along the lines again. But this time, the shimmering light that emerged from the cut shocked everyone. Sister Hong's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. Having been in this industry for over 20 years, she knows very well what this shimmering water represents. Icy jade. Her voice trembled with excitement. This is icy jadeite. The comments section remained silent for several seconds in perfect unison, before countless messages flooded the screen. The comments these people posted were all incredibly excited, as if they were the ones who bought the icy jadeite rough. Some jade dealers have even offered as much as 10 million on the screen. The prices offered by people in the live chat kept rising. Even Sister Hong's phone kept ringing one after another. All the jade merchants who had done business with her were calling, all eyeing that icy jadeite. Even the shills that Scarface had hired in Sister Hong's live stream were dumbfounded. How can you even criticize it now? Scarface's face was extremely ugly in the live broadcast room. With a dark expression, he didn't care that he was still broadcasting live. He smashed a table and then turned around and walked to the backstage where the camera couldn't see him. What on earth is going on? Weren't the stones that woman was holding supposed to be guaranteed to break even? Scarface got angry backstage, and the director immediately muted all the sound in the live broadcast room. Scarface's henchmen were all trembling with fear, barely daring to breathe. Damn it! Today was supposed to be the day that woman made a fool of herself. How could she possibly have produced an ice-type jadeite? Standing next to Scarface, Ame was also deathly pale. She stood there trembling, her eyes filled with fear. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to her if she were deceived by Xiaoxiu. Ame carefully moved outside step by step, trying to escape, but Scar grabbed her by the back of the neck and slammed her to the ground. Im let out a scream. Spare me. I don't know what happened either. It was Xiaoxiu. It must have been her doing. At this moment, Ame was crying with snot and tears streaming down her face, desperately pulling on Scarface's trouser leg and begging for mercy. What did you promise me? You said everything was perfectly done, and now look what happened. That bitch found an icy jadeite. I've already made it public. Where am I supposed to put my face now? Scarface showed no mercy and kicked Ame in the stomach. Ame let out a painful scream and rolled on the ground, clutching her stomach. Besides despair, Ame's eyes also held disbelief. How could you do this to me? I'm pregnant with your child. Ame felt something flowing out of her lower body. A sneer flashed across Scarface's face as he looked at Ame with disdain. How dare a filthy woman like you say you're pregnant with my child? It's probably some random guy trying to pin it on me. You're not human. Ame roared and lunged at him. Chapter 110: A Complete Loss. She tried to lunge at Scarface and fight him to the death, but was kicked in the stomach and knocked unconscious. All right, drag this unlucky woman out of here. Scarface stared at everyone in the room. You all better keep your mouths shut. Ame was dragged out by the knife-wielding men. Blood stained the bottom of her skirt, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The people in the room were trembling and dared not speak. The directors and operators who had been invited over had anger in their eyes, but they did not stop them. The director, however, kept his eyes glued to the camera. When he saw the scene of Ame being dragged out and bleeding in the bottom right corner of the live stream, he turned his face away, pretending not to see it. Turn the sound on, and let's start breaking the stones. Scarface confidently pulled out the rough stone he had bought at a high price and began cutting it. On the other side, in Sister Hong's live stream, a large piece of icy jadeite was revealed when the stone was cut open, and her phone was ringing off the hook. Luan pulled Xiaoxiu over. How did you figure that out? Xiaoxiu was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her lips as she used a prepared excuse to brush it off. She used a lot of technical terms, which Luan and Sister Hong had told her. Luan nodded without suspecting anything, simply assuming that Xiaoxiu was a very talented and lucky person. If she hadn't insisted on cutting it, this piece of icy jadeite would likely have been pulled away, and such a sensational effect wouldn't have been possible. Sister Hong gave Xiaoxiu a grateful look, and then the second stone was pulled up. Xiaoxiu frowned as she watched the appraiser adjust the lighting and observe, then silently shook her head. This part isn't even decent. It's likely to result in a loss. Sure enough, when the cutting machine cut open the second stone, it revealed just ordinary jade inside, the kind of material only suitable for sale to tourists at street stalls. It seems like we lost out. However, Sister Hong was not discouraged. With that first icy jadeite, even if the next 4 or 5 stones were not outstanding, she would still have made a profit. At least she's already made a name for herself, and now jade merchants are all calling her begging to sell to them. The second piece of jade was carefully cut off, and the next batch of materials has been sent to the backstage area. Half an hour later, the operator standing in front of the cutting machine had changed. Cutting jade is a delicate task, so usually 2 to 3 experienced masters take turns doing it to protect the jade from being damaged. The third rough stone was quickly brought up. This piece of jade was relatively small and not particularly outstanding on the surface. But when those people were examining him through the light, Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. There's a lot more to this area than meets the eye. With the previous piece of icy jadeite as a foundation, Sister Hong was in a good mood as she cut open every subsequent rough stone. Xiaoxiu simply went to a place where the live broadcast camera couldn't reach, which was the backstage area. The uncut rough stones were all piled up here. She took out a professional spotlight from her pocket and carefully felt her way over them one by one. As she touched it, she kept clicking her tongue in amazement. Lu Wan is indeed an extraordinary woman. Not only is she so skilled in appraisal, but she also has some talent for gambling on stones. Hongjia's live stream was incredibly successful. Not only did the number of viewers soar, but even those paid trolls who tried to slander her were thoroughly humiliated by the audience and didn't even dare to post comments. In contrast to Sister Hong's live stream, Scarface's live stream was shrouded in gloom. The expression on Scarface's face could only be described as black as the bottom of a pot. After failing to open the first stone, Scarface pinned his hopes on the second and third. However, after 3 ordinary pieces of jade were cut, the comments from the viewers in the live stream were all sarcastic. Scarface was so embarrassed that he was extremely agitated. This put a lot of pressure on the people in the live stream, even the appraisers and cutters. The 4th stone was finally brought up, and the cutting was done carefully under pressure. Finally, the moment it was cut open, the jade revealed inside caught Scarface's eye. That color of water is absolutely top-notch. Open them all. Open them all up. Scarface was flushed with excitement, strutting around the live stream like a victorious rooster. The cutting machine operator also breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer having to work with that black face covered in knife scars. The pressure is immense. But before Scarface could even be happy for a few minutes, the cutting machine operator realized something was wrong after cutting the rest of the product. What kind of material is this? This excellent watercolored material is only on the outermost layer. The rest is all cotton like stone. What a huge loss. The 4th rough stone was a scar, which cost nearly 5 million to buy. Only the very outermost layer of high-quality, clear-colored jadeite is usable. With such a small area and such a thin surface, it's only suitable for carving a jade Buddha or guanyin at most. Even if it were sold, the highest price would be less than 1 million. If this were any other jade dealer, they would definitely lose money, leaving them with nothing. Although Scarface has amassed some wealth over the years through methods that skirt the edge of darkness. However, several rough stones in a row failed to yield anything good, resulting in a loss of nearly 20 million. This made Scarface's heart bleed, and he became increasingly agitated. In particular, the people he arranged to constantly stake out Hongjia's live stream and then report the situation in Hongjia's live stream to Daoba made Daoba feel a surge of anger rush to his temples. Even if he were stupid, he would realize that Sister Hong was in cahoots with that Xiaoxiu. One was responsible for cooperating, and the other was responsible for swindling him out of his money. Those 2 damn bastards. Scar bought a total of 6 stones. When none of the 6 stones yielded any good material, he sat there dumbfounded, his face pale with anger, his fingers trembling. Approximately 30 million. It was gone in an instant. I lost everything. If this were a private mine, he could bring his henchmen to cause trouble. But this mine happens to belong to the government. He had absolutely no way to get the money back and make up for the loss. 30 million. Scar's heart was bleeding. His eyes were sinister, and his face, scarred across the jaw, was even more terrifying, like a demon from hell seeking revenge. Why are you broadcasting? We're not broadcasting anymore. He smashed the entire live stream room to pieces, completely disregarding his reputation in the industry. He only stopped, panting, when there was nothing left in the entire live stream for Scarface to smash. Chapter 111 suggests calling the police. Scar's vulnerability made the viewers in the live stream laugh out loud. Perhaps in Yunbei City, Scarface does indeed wield some influence. But on the internet, you have to choose your own identity. Moreover, the fans in this circle are scattered all over the country, so even if Scarface wanted to take revenge, he couldn't possibly do so. Therefore, in the online forums of the Jade Gambling Circle, many netizens have even turned the scene of Scarface breaking down in the live stream into memes. This meme became an instant hit. Some people even recorded the screen and edited together the scene of Scarface smashing the live stream with the scene of Crow flipping the table in a classic gangster movie, and added electronic music to make a parody video, which immediately set a new record for the number of views on a certain platform. The next day, some observant viewers went to a certain platform to watch parody videos and recordings for some fun, but they saw several shirtless men dragging a woman who was bleeding profusely out of the live stream during a quiet period. Unfortunately, Scarface failed to notice the shift in online sentiment, which had already changed. He continued to instruct his subordinates to spread rumors and misinformation, but now no one believed him anymore. After all, it was a live broadcast, so there was no possibility of it being faked. A large number of people were mocking Scar in the comments section of the post defending him. How can you have the nerve to write a post like this, bro? How much did you get from Scarface? Why don't you take us with you and make some money together? The person upstairs has hit the nail on the head. He must have been paid a lot of money. Otherwise, why would he sound like Scarface's lackey? Don't say anything, Scarface. Talk to me on your main account. Am I the only one who finds that part of the recording without sound a bit creepy? Upstairs, I think so too. I'm from Jiangbei City, and I've heard of Scarface's reputation. My friends say he's a very ruthless person. How is that girl now? Could she have already been? I suggest calling the police. Recommend calling the police +1. We suggest calling the police plus 10,086. The comments below were flooded with these 4 words. The trolls who posted the message realized something was wrong and immediately deleted the post completely. However, the faster the posts are deleted, the more guilty they seem, which means that netizens' guesses were actually correct. So someone immediately took the video screenshots to the police. Inside the villa, Scarface was smoking, staring at the messages on his phone with a grim expression. 2 scantily clad women were brought in by his men. The 2 women pounced on Scarface with coquettish expressions as soon as they saw him. If it were the old Scarface, he would have been enjoying himself with 2 beautiful women, but now that he saw the information online, he was furious. Get out. All of you get out. What have you been doing? You dare to send such filthy things into my room. His men were startled by Scarface's sudden outburst of temper. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in their eyes. Scarface was the one who told them to call women to vent their anger, and now that he's in a bad mood, he's taking it out on them. Pooh. If they weren't afraid of Scarface's revenge later, they would have quit working for him long ago. Scarface was alone in the room. If this room hadn't been his living room, filled with his treasured collection, he probably would have smashed the whole room in a fit of rage. If you were still interested just now look at the information online. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. It's refreshingly cool. It's no longer about arguing with those women. The netizens have actually called the police. Scarface panicked and quickly called one of his underlings. Is Ame dead or not? But his underling stammered and couldn't give a coherent answer for a long time. My brother is also suffering. In the past, when dealing with women, no matter how badly they were beaten, they would simply be thrown out and left unattended. Ame, after all, followed Scarface and was familiar with his underlings. They gave Ame some money to recuperate, but they really didn't know where Ame went, which hospital she was in, or whether she was alive or dead. Find her right now. If you find her, make sure to tell that bitch Ame to keep her mouth shut. If the police contact her, tell her not to say anything she shouldn't. The younger brother readily agreed. Scarface scratched his head in frustration and lit a cigarette. The issue is no longer about figuring out how to get revenge on those 3 women. The netizen reported it to the police, and the police will probably be at the door soon. He had to figure out a way to get by. He can't withstand scrutiny. Scarface's hands trembled as he dialed the phone number. The phone rang more than a dozen times, and Scarface thought the other party wouldn't answer it 9 times before it was finally connected. Scarface's eyes lit up, and he spoke in a fawning voice. Young Master Hua, are you free right now? A soft chuckle came from the other end of the phone. Is it because of what happened online? Or is the police coming to find you soon? Scarface nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice, while holding the phone. Yes, young Master Hua. You know that people in our line of work often have some shady dealings. If these policemen really arrest me, then the cooperation. Hua Wenzhou lazily fiddled with the keychain in his hand, even occasionally bringing it to his nose to smell the scent that had long since dissipated. "I can take care of this for you, but what I want, huh?" He sneered, and Scarface on the other end of the phone immediately understood what Huo Wenzhou meant. I know. As long as young Master Hua helps me resolve this matter, I will definitely make sure you get what you want." Huo Wenzhou didn't reply. Instead, he hung up the phone immediately. He lazily lay on the sofa, letting the maid massage his legs and feet, looking like he was enjoying himself to the fullest. After a long while, Huo Wenzhou's murmured voice finally echoed in the room. "Don't let me down." The police arrived at Scarface's villa very quickly. This time, Scarface didn't escape as he had done before. Instead, he was handcuffed and put directly into a police car. Hongjia's men had been waiting for this moment. They were squatting in front of Scarface's villa with cameras, and when they saw this scene, they wanted nothing more than to shove the camera right in front of Scarface. After snapping away and capturing enough photos, Sister Hong called on various people to take the pictures to the market for promotion. The person with a bad reputation now is not Sister Hong, but Scarface. After all, those customers who like gambling on jade are unwilling to take any risks at all. Chapter 112 The Protective Umbrella is useless. Moreover, Scarface has now been put in a police car and is being held at the police station. Doesn't that just prove that the protective shield on the scar is useless? Then why are they afraid of him? So those jade merchants who had previously been threatened by Scarface and dared not buy stones from Sister Hong's mine started to have their minds working again and began to contact Sister Hong. After Scarface was taken away by the police car, he shouted that he wanted to be released on bail, but this time it seemed that he had been instructed by his superiors and no one paid any attention to him. Scar sat in the interrogation room, his eyes filled with gloom. There was no one in the interrogation room. He stayed there for 3 whole hours without even getting a sip of water, and his bladder was about to burst from holding his urine. But no matter how much Scarface shouted, no one came from outside. "Are you deaf? I need water. I need to use the restroom. You've locked me up here. Can't you even guarantee my most basic human rights? Is this how you run the police?" The young policeman at the door frowned and was about to go in when he was stopped by another older policeman. "Let him shout." The old policeman sneered. "Let's wear down his patience so we can find more clues." Yunnan is located in a border region of China, so certain black market industries often extend their reach into the area. Because of these black market supply chains, they lose several comrades every year. Recently, they got a lead that pointed directly to a man named Scarface. The case of intentional injury reported by Almay was just the beginning of their investigation. Furthermore, the leader who had been accepting bribes from Scarface has now been arrested and is being questioned rigorously. He probably won't be released and will likely be stuck in jail for several years, working on a sewing machine. The police officers inside and outside the interrogation room left Scarface exposed for almost 7 hours, until his pants were starting to feel slightly damp. Only then did 2 officers slowly stroll in from outside the interrogation room. The younger police officers were holding a bucket of instant noodles, while the older ones were holding water cups. It was already 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Scarface shouted himself hoarse in the interrogation room. "I was exhausted, sleepy, thirsty, and hungry, and my emotions were on the verge of collapse." But the 2 policemen sitting in front of him were completely calm and collected. "Scarface, you should know in your heart what mistake you made." Scarface gritted his teeth and squeezed his legs together tightly. "I don't care what you're going to say next. At least give me a glass of water and let me go to the toilet." "Oh dear, we've got so many cases to handle at the police station that we completely forgot about this. Xiaogua, quickly take the guy to the restroom and get some water." Scarface gritted his teeth. This wasn't just forgetting because he was busy, it was clearly intentional. However, he was detained in the police station for almost 7 hours, and no one from higher up seemed inclined to bail him out, so it's likely this matter won't end well. He felt a slight panic, because what he feared most now was that the person who could protect him from his evil deeds was no longer useful. After using the restroom and drinking water, Scarface was taken back to the interrogation room. Having resolved his physical issues, the scarred man returned to his usual carefree and irresponsible self. The 2 policemen weren't in a hurry. They leisurely sipped their tea. He was playing a psychological game with Scarface. Finally, after an hour, Scarface, who had lost his patience, stopped smiling. Who reported me and got me into this mess? The policeman named Xiaogua sneered. You did such a heinous thing, and you're still so arrogant? This young woman suffered a miscarriage late in her pregnancy. Because of you, she bled profusely and even lost her uterus. She'll never be able to be a mother again. Don't you feel any remorse at all? Scarface immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing about this matter. So it was that woman, May, who reported the case. You should be able to release me in the next couple of days. She's my lover. We just had a little argument, and I hit her a bit too hard. Officer, it's just lovers' playful fighting. We haven't broken up yet. She can't bear to part with me. He reverted to his carefree attitude, trying to frame his serious injury as a playful argument between lovers. But the police didn't tolerate him. The young policeman slammed his hand on the table and glared coldly at Scarface. Do you think you can get away with this by spouting nonsense? That woman named Ame has no intention of settling down at all, and she even revealed some of your illegal information to our police. Scarface stiffened, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Ame, what woman has such audacity? Impossible. She still had that little bitch's family in her hands. Even if she crippled them, Ame would never dare to utter a single word. The two policemen exchanged a glance, as if they could read Scarface's mind. The older policeman chuckled, picked up his thermos, took a sip of tea, and then spat out the tea leaves from his mouth. Xiaogua, tell me, does this woman named Ame even care about her family? She's in such a big accident, so badly injured, and still in the hospital, while her family has gone on a trip by plane. We don't even know which city they've gone to, and we can't contact them at all. The old policeman shook his head and continued with a sympathetic expression. It's so pitiful. She doesn't have any relatives around her, and even the money to hire a caregiver was given to her by kind-hearted people. He accurately captured the phrase, kind-hearted person. This is impossible. I clearly told someone to. Scarface tried to stand up abruptly, but forgot that he was sitting on a chair in the interrogation room with his hands and feet restrained, and almost fell over along with the chair. His eyes widened, and he was clearly panicked. May, this woman has been by his side for 2 or 3 years, and he has even become quite adept at using May. Previously, those jade merchants who were unwilling to cooperate with him all had May set up honey traps, take photos, or use other means to threaten them. If this kind of thing gets caught, it's not a big deal. At most, they'll be fined for monopoly and coercion, and they'll just have to pay some money, and that'll be the end of it. But unfortunately, May, that woman knows he's secretly making those kinds of deals. Did she also confess everything to the police? You clearly had her family kept an eye on her, and then used their names to threaten her, didn't you? The old policeman sneered, slamming his teacup on the table. You're really something. You run a perfectly good business, yet you don't miss a single illegal or criminal step. A hint of panic flashed in Scarface's eyes. At this moment, he no longer displayed any arrogance. He was facing a policeman he used to never even glance at. Chapter 113. Scarface is afraid. Now they've become obsequious. Officers, I apologize for my poor attitude just now. Wait a minute, my lawyer should be here soon. You two are probably almost off work, right? I'll ask my buddies to take you 2 officers out for a nice late-night snack or something. How about that? Upon hearing these words, the policeman named Xiaogua frowned deeply, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. You don't care how late we work. Even if we don't sleep all night, we're willing to do it because our job as police officers is to serve the people and solve all potential threats for ordinary citizens, even if it costs us our lives. Xiaogua spoke his last words through gritted teeth, with even a hint of hatred in his eyes. His cousin, with whom he grew up, was an undercover police officer who heroically sacrificed his life last year while tracking down a cross-border criminal gang. And now, the man in front of you called Scarface is very likely running a business that operates in the shadows. Scarface was also afraid at this moment. His protective umbrella was no longer effective, and he could only try every possible means to protect himself. Scarface's life in Yunbei City these past few years has been so good that he's forgotten he used to be a male model, someone who had to be mindful of others' feelings to get by. So when the police reprimanded him sternly, Scarface's face contorted for a moment, but he quickly returned to his humble demeanor. During the years he spent in Yunbei City, He also learned some ways to evade the law. So he lowered his head and deliberately put on a pitiful look. Officers, if I'm not mistaken, my charges haven't been decided yet. I'm just being held here. But before that, I can see my lawyer. If you want to get anything out of me, then I also require that I see my lawyer first. You, the younger officer, unable to contain himself any longer, slammed his fist on the table and glared fiercely at Scarface. Let me tell you, you're not getting out of here. You'd better behave yourself. The old policeman pulled his apprentice's hand away with displeasure. Calm down. Then, the old policeman looked at Scarface and nodded. Sure, I can contact your lawyer for you right now. However, you'll only have 20 minutes to talk, and it will be conducted in a room under full surveillance. If you agree, we can schedule a time for tomorrow morning. If we wait until tomorrow morning, then everything will be over. Scarface knew very well that because that bitch Ame might have revealed some things she shouldn't have, someone had already gone to his residence to search for evidence of illegal activities. Therefore, the longer it goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. He needed to see his lawyer quickly and then hand over the rest of the matter to his subordinates. Whether it's serving a few years in prison or being sentenced to be forced to eat peanuts, Scarface can tell the difference. The younger policeman was about to refuse, but seeing the older policeman shake his head, he forced himself to keep quiet. Okay. Scarface's lawyer arrived quickly. The first thing Scarface did upon meeting the lawyer was to inquire about the changes happening outside. When he heard the answer he had been guessing, he was so angry that he almost ground his back teeth to powder. As expected, that bitch has sided with Sister Hong. Otherwise, how could she have gotten her family out of trouble? Scarface said this so openly and honestly, since the two policemen already knew about May and her family. There's no point in hiding it. I hope you will do your best to get things done for me. Scarface's eyes were fixed on the lawyer. I hope I can get the best outcome. The lawyer sighed, then nodded. I will do my best. Only after hearing those words did Scarface breathe a sigh of relief. The 20 minutes passed quickly, and the lawyer and Scarface were separated. Scarface was temporarily detained. Ame's injuries were so severe that the case involving the scar will be prosecuted, and she will at least be convicted of intentional injury causing disability and sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. However, the situation in Yunbei City changes very quickly. In 3 to 5 years, there will probably be no place for Scarface anymore. As the lawyer walked out of the police station, he noticed someone following him. His heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, some things were exposed. He raised his hand as if to check his watch, but instead pressed a hidden button. This button connects to a signal in a patch attached to the abdomen, which contains an earpiece that allows for long-distance conversations. All the people who called us should withdraw. The Jiangbei City police have already taken notice of us. We can't use Scarface. He made a request, saying that a woman surnamed Xia had to be transferred to the Hua family's young master's place. Otherwise he would reveal everything in prison. Yes, I understand. If someone saw this lawyer on the street in the early hours of the morning, they would definitely be startled. Because the lawyer's mouth wasn't moving, but his stomach was making noises. Plainclothes police officers followed Scarface's lawyer at a distance. However, this lawyer had extremely strong counter-surveillance skills, and after entering the residence, he did not come out for several days in a row. The police searched Scarface's place thoroughly, but found nothing they were looking for. At most, there is evidence of coercion, threats, violent detention, and beatings against others. Let's go. It must have been cleaned up beforehand. Now we just need to keep an eye on that lawyer. On the other side, unlike Scarface, they were caught. Hongjia's side was filled with joy. She threw a grand victory celebration at her estate. Many jade merchants who watched the entire live stream and came specifically for the event were practically fighting tooth and nail for an invitation to Sister Hong's Manor celebration banquet. Come, this way please. Sister Hong greeted the guests with a beaming smile. Lu Wan disliked crowds, so she didn't come out. Sister, it's been so long since we last met. Huo Wenzhou walked in with the invitation and immediately spotted Xia Xiyu standing next to Sister Hong. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to give Xia Xiyu a hug, but Xia Xiyu dodged him with obvious disgust. Young Master Hua, please be mindful of your behavior. Huo Wenzhou shrugged with some regret, then turned around and started chatting with Sister Hong. His unpretentious manner made Sister Hong feel incredibly flattered. It should be noted that even she, far away in Yunbei City, was somewhat aware of the rumors surrounding this young master of the Hua family. Extremely bad temper, difficult to approach, cynical, and acts without considering the consequences. Looking back now, he was clearly a very polite and handsome young man. Chapter 114 Drugged. Seeing Hua Wenzhou completely winning over Sister Hong, Xia Xiyu, standing to the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes. He's just pretending. Xia Xiyu's beauty attracted many jade merchants. When these people saw Xia Xiyu standing next to Sister Hong, their eyes lit up, and they all tried to subtly inquire about Xia Xiyu's identity from Sister Hong. Upon learning that the person was from Beijing and was even a disciple that a master was preparing to take on, the jade merchants shook their heads regretfully. Hua Wenzhou's eyes were fixed on Xia Xiyu. Despite her very simple attire, just a short-sleeved t-shirt and a long skirt, with only lipstick on her pretty face, she seemed to radiate light, attracting a lot of attention even when she was just standing there quietly. Hong Jie had already noticed Hua Wenzhou's constant gaze towards Xia Xiyu. She chuckled and said jokingly, "Young Master Hua, please stop looking. Xiao Yu is already taken." The feng shui of Jiangbei City is excellent for nurturing people, and there are plenty of beautiful women. If young Master Hua is interested in dating, I can introduce you to a few. Hua Wenzhou chuckled, then picked up the wine on the table and downed it in one gulp. "I don't like any of them." Sister Hong paused for a moment, then a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had just made her point so clearly, almost directly addressing this young Master Hua. How? Has this young master Hua still not given up on his feelings for Xia Xiyu? This is going to be difficult. Lu Wan said that Xia Xiyu is already married, and she heard that her husband has quite a powerful background. But Sister Hong is a very shrewd and sophisticated person. She wanted to get on Hua Wenzhou's good side, but she didn't want to offend Xia Xiyu. So he happily pulled the two of them over. They addressed each other as brother and sister, and each was given a glass of wine. "Sister, please take care of me in the future?" Hua Wenzhou was naturally happy to hear this. As for how he addresses people, why would he care? Xia Xiyu rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking how annoying this person was, but out of respect for Sister Hong, she still reluctantly clinked glasses with Hua Wenzhou. The banquet was bustling with people coming and going, all chatting. Xia Xiyu suddenly felt that there were some dreams here, and decided to go to the second-floor balcony to find Lu Wan to learn from. Unexpectedly, just as she reached the corner on the second floor, she was pulled over by a pair of large, burning hands. Her eyes widened suddenly. Faced with the unfamiliar presence, Xia Xiyu became defensive. As the hands pulled her towards them, she fought back with both hands and feet. My elbow struck a soft spot, and I heard a muffled groan behind me, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. "How could you be so ruthless?" Hua Wenzhou's voice was almost a low growl through gritted teeth. He looked at Xia Xiyu speechlessly. She looked so small. How could she be so strong? If he hadn't dodged that elbow strike quickly, his happiness for the rest of his life would probably have been ruined. However, the elbow strike landed on his stomach, and he is now in so much pain that he can't even straighten his back. That was too ruthless. Xia Xiyu turned around and hid far away, but when she looked back, she realized it was Hua Wenzhou. She immediately relaxed and pouted. "Why is it you?" "Summer." "Sure. Rain." Hua Wenzhou gritted his teeth, unable to fake the expression on his face. "Pain. It hurts so much." He wanted to say something more, but just as Hua Wenzhou stood up and staggered towards Xia Xiyu, his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground with a thud. "Summer rain." "No. It's not even Chinese New Year yet. Why is this person giving me such a big bow? Even if you're offering New Year's greetings in advance, there's no rule that people of the same generation should kneel down." Xia Xiyu immediately jumped 3 feet away, waving her hand with a look of disgust. "You have this habit of kneeling. You should have said so earlier, so I could stay away from you. We're not that much older than each other, and if you kneel before me, I'm afraid it will shorten my lifespan." Hua Wenzhou was almost driven mad with anger. She didn't notice his unusual physical condition at all. However, he doesn't have time to argue or bicker with Xia Xiyu right now. He was breathing heavily, and his face was flushed and unnaturally. Xia Xiyu then realized that Hua Wenzhou seemed to have come out of the restroom at the bottom of the stairs on the second floor. His hair and chest were covered in wet marks. Are you all right? He's the young master of the Hua family in Beijing, after all. I don't want anything bad to happen to him in front of me. Xia Xiu cautiously stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Hua Wenzhou, who was leaning against the wall, seemingly weak and breathing rapidly. He was soaking wet, and Xia Xiu really didn't want to touch him. So I gently kicked his chest with my foot. Hey, are you going to say something? Hua Wenzhou was too weak to answer. He just lazily lifted his eyelids and then groaned. The sensation in his body was so strange. When Xia Xiu kicked him, Hua Wenzhou even felt a cool sensation, which was also a feeling of relief. He even wanted those soft little feet to stomp on him hard. Hua Wenzhou's facial expression and physical condition were very abnormal at this moment. Even if he wasn't a doctor, judging from Xia Xiu's experience as a seasoned reader, this guy probably got drugged at Sister Hong's celebration party. Whose warrior is this, acting so bravely? They even dared to scheme against the young master of the Hua family. I really admire that. Sister, can you help me? Hua Wenzhou looked up, his beautiful, androgynous face looking pitiful. His hair was still dripping wet, and his chest was soaked through, revealing the muscles beneath. Faced with such a temptation, Xia Xiu was not seduced at all. Instead, she took a few steps back with a wary expression. Help? How can she help? Seeing Hua Wenzhou in great pain, yet unable to move, he was deeply saddened. A strange idea suddenly popped into Xia Xiu's mind. This seems really wrong. Whether it's in TV dramas or novels, whenever a boy is drugged, his physical potential is always unleashed, giving him boundless energy enough to keep the female protagonist, who accidentally wanders in, occupied for a whole day and night. Why is Hua Wenzhou in such a state? More like the female lead who has been drugged, completely limp and powerless. Her eyes widened in horror. After thinking it over, there's only one possibility left. Hua Wenzhou, you're a pervert. You even go and mess with men. Hua Wenzhou. For a fleeting moment, he really wanted to strangle this woman. However, when he met Xia Xiu's captivating eyes, a fire ignited in his chest again, and a trace of pain flashed across Hua Wenzhou's face. Chapter 115, Give him an elbow. Elder sister. He cried out pitifully again, and even propped himself up, trying to get closer to Xia Xiu. Then Xia Xiu ruthlessly pushed him away. Hua Wenzhou fell to the ground with a thud, making a loud noise. Well, he approached her first. It had nothing to do with her. But seeing Hua Wenzhou's face flushed red and on the verge of fainting, Xia Xiu gritted her teeth and focused her gaze on the bathroom behind Hua Wenzhou. Since the person has been drugged, it's always good to lower their body temperature first. Thinking of this, Xia Xiu gritted her teeth, walked over, grabbed Hua Wenzhou's arm, and dragged him into the bathroom. Hongjia Manor has shower facilities in every bathroom. That's good. We don't need to fetch water anymore. Xia Xiu turned on the cold water switch and sprayed the shower head at Hua Wenzhou. With his other hand, he picked up his phone to call Sister Hong and explain the situation. Hua Wenzhou's body is so hot that you could boil an egg in it. If we don't find a solution soon, what if he becomes mentally disabled? Sister Hong was terrified when she received the call. Anyone can get into trouble, but Hua Wenzhou, this little rascal, can't. The situation was urgent, so Sister Hong immediately arranged for someone to go upstairs and take Hua Wenzhou to a private hospital. After all, this kind of thing isn't exactly honorable, and it has to be kept secret. Xia Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief after Hua Wenzhou was taken to a private hospital by Sister Hong's men. She quickly went to Luwan's lounge, and the two talked for a while. It wasn't until Sister Hong's celebration banquet ended that Xia Xiu heard about Hua Wenzhou. Sister Hong held Xia Xiu's hand with a grateful expression. Xiaoyu, you are truly my lucky star. If you hadn't discovered in time that the young master of the Hua family was being plotted against, I might have been in trouble. Sister Hong looked like she was still shaken. How is Hua Wenzhou? Xia Xiu wondered to herself. He had been given that drug, but it didn't help. She had also taken so many cold showers. Could there be any after effects? He keeps having recurring fevers. Sister Hong's face was full of worry. What can we do? This happened in my manor, but I've investigated everyone and still can't find out who gave the young master of the Hua family the drug. Stop investigating. The other party did it discreetly. We must strengthen security in the future. Sister Hong nodded. In the hospital ward, Huo Wenzhou's face was pale, but an unnatural flush appeared on his face. He has already had injections and taken medicine, but he still feels uncomfortable and cannot get relief. Even with a fever of 39 degrees Celsius, Huo Wenzhou was still so uncomfortable that he had to take a shower with ice water. Only when you feel the biting cold, until your muscles are stiff from the cold, will the feeling subside. Huo Wenzhou gritted his teeth. Have you found out who drugged you? Huo Wenzhou's bodyguard lowered his head, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. We found some evidence, which is from foreign forces. We have also analyzed the drug residues in your body and found that this drug is mostly used on women. The bodyguard quickly looked up, glanced at Huo Wenzhou's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, and then said with a forced smile, "This drug is mostly used on stubborn women in brothels, and we carefully reviewed the surveillance footage and found that when you picked up the cup, it seemed that you also picked up Miss Xia's." Originally, the bodyguards addressed Xia Xiyu as Madame Gu, but Huo Wenzhou disliked this title. He would definitely get angry if his bodyguards called Xia Xiyu Madame Gu, so the bodyguards all called her Miss Xia. After hearing this, how could Huo Wenzhou not understand? It seems he unwittingly shielded Xia Xiyu from harm. Their ultimate goal is to get Xia Xiyu. He gritted his teeth. Not only did he suffer for helping Xia Xiyu, but she also treated him like a wolf. Those 2 taps on the phone still felt like being rinsed with cold water. It was really unpleasant. Suddenly, Huo Wenzhou inexplicably thought of the kick she had given him in the chest. Because she was wearing high-heeled sandals, he could still seem to remember the pain and coldness of those small feet stepping on his chest. Huo Wenzhou. The world has turned upside down. How come he even remembers this? Because the incident happened on her own estate, Sister Hong took full responsibility for it. He goes to the hospital frequently every day. Now that Scarface has gone inside, Sister Hong's biggest worry has finally been resolved, and she looks refreshed and energized. Luan had been in Yunbei City for almost a week and had finished all the things she needed to do. Sister Hong readily paid Luan a sum of money. They also gave Xia Xiyu a very generous red envelope. Luan has a bad temper, so please bear with her. You've known her for so long, you should know her temper. Actually, I wanted to keep you in Yunbei City, but I don't dare to compete with Luan for you. Looking at Xia Xiyu, Sister Hong's eyes revealed genuine reluctance. This young girl has only been here for a week, but she has truly brought good fortune to herself. Xia Xiyu smiled and exchanged a lot of polite words with Sister Hong. Since the scar has already gone in, the danger has passed. So Xia Xiyu changed his own flight ticket and also booked a flight back to Beijing for Luan. When they parted, Sister Hong personally drove them to the airport. Luan can be seen in the rearview mirror inside the car. Sister Hong let out a long sigh. I wonder when we'll see each other again, you busy person. Luan didn't show much sadness on her face. Are you planning to stay in this line of work forever? Sister Hong gave a bitter smile. What can I do? I'm already this old. Once I'm as old as you and can find someone as smart and capable as Xiaoyu to take over, I'll probably retire. I'll come to Beijing then and live with you in my old age. A smile crept across Luan's lips. She said nothing, but her eyes held anticipation. On the other side, Gu Jingqiu received the news that Xia Xiyu was returning to Beijing. He looked at his phone, a smile that he himself did not even realize was spreading across his lips. But Lin happened to catch it. He immediately let out a strange cry. Oh, let me see what news could make President Gu, who's had a dark expression these past few days, actually smile. He imitated the facial expressions of the butler in the novel. Young Master finally smiled. Who is it that could make young Master show such a precious smile? Lin Yi was met with a thick stack of folders. Gu Jingqiu remained expressionless. Are you just bored? Ku Lin also straightened his expression. Chapter 116, I'm really moved. Brother, are you really falling for him? Lin Yi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The smile on Gu Jingqiu's lips faded. Don't overthink it. My relationship with her is just a contractual one. We just get along well right now. With her around, I can avoid a lot of trouble. Lin clicked his tongue and then shook his head. I wouldn't have said anything before, but now, her change is shocking even to me. From a woman who was so vain and materialistic, She's become a woman who can go out to work and would be willing to buy you a house and support you even if you stay at home. Chu, haven't you noticed that your attitude towards her has changed too? Gu Jingchu fell silent. Suddenly, the image of Xia Shiyu smilingly calculating how to spend money in front of him and saying that she could support him flashed into his mind. She is indeed somewhat cute, but not enough to make him fall in love. He lowered his eyes and spoke calmly. If you have time, do more work and don't always imagine things that don't exist. Lin also pursed her lips, turned around, and went back to the pile of documents. He silently looked up and saw Gu Jingchu's expressionless face, then twitched the corner of his mouth. He had a premonition that Gu Jingchu would definitely regret what he said today. After all these years, Gu Jingchu has always been a walking ice machine, a high and mighty flower, noble and inviolable. He was especially cold towards women. He was already 28 years old and had never even been with a woman. Some women had tried to get close to him, but unsurprisingly, they were all rejected. However, Xia Shiyu seems to have become that unexpected one. However, Gu Jingchu said it was used to block the women outside, and that he treated them as contractual partners. But Lin Yi understood perfectly well. If one day Xia Shiyu finds the person she loves, she will leave without hesitation. Now, Gu Jingchu, who is stubbornly refusing to admit his mistake, will definitely regret it. The legendary wife chasing after the cremation scenario. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He really wanted to see a look of deep regret appear on Gu Jingchu's usually expressionless, icy face. After finishing processing the pile of documents at hand, Lin also lazily stretched his body. That guy surnamed Chu is asking about our whereabouts again. Ever since he found out that you took over the Gu group, he seems to be getting restless again. Gu Jingchu snorted coldly. A perfect profile, flickering in the dim light, made the person appear even more aloof and mysterious. He made his move. He's been taking a lot of actions, like he's afraid you don't know. Lin rolled his eyes. He thinks he's blessed by Lady Luck, so he doesn't hide anything he does, which makes it easy to investigate. But I have to say, your temper is getting better and better. I still want to remind you that that kid surnamed Chu is constantly testing us. They're practically shitting on our heads. Gu Jingchu lightly clicked the mouse with his slender fingers, his face still expressionless, looking indifferent. The more anxious he is, the bigger the problem he has, and the more he wants to take something from me to fill the gap on his side. But to be honest, the Gu group has been in Gu Qinyan's hands for so long that it has become an empty shell in many ways. Gu Jingchu pointed to the financial statements on the table with a cold smile. I've only been in office for a short time, and this pile of empty and fake accounts has already come knocking on my door, clearly trying to get me to fill the holes. Lin Yi couldn't help but grit her teeth. That old fox Gu Qinyan was still acting aggrieved before he left, as if we were the ones who were putting him down. In reality, he's pocketed all the benefits the group has received over the years. All we're left with is a mountain of debt to pay. The thought of those projects where contracts had been signed but the money had already been taken, leaving only the obligations to be fulfilled, gave Lin a headache. Since the money is already gone, the question is whether subsequent project investments will generate returns, and whether those returns will be enough to offset the initial investment. This alone is enough to drive anyone crazy. Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes slightly, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Take your time, clean them up one by one. When Gu Jingchu got home from get off work, he was slightly taken aback when he saw the warm yellow light on in the room. A flicker of joy crossed my mind. She's back. Hearing the sound, Xia Shiyu blinked as she opened the door, meeting Gu Jingchu's deep black eyes. She suddenly smiled. I thought you weren't coming back here. When she arrived home with her luggage, she saw that her small home was very tidy and there wasn't a speck of dust on the floor. It's obvious that someone comes to clean it every day. Gu Jingchu knew that he didn't like strangers coming to his home, so he must have cleaned it himself. Xia Shiyu looked up at the clock. It was already 11:30 p.m. He came back really late. She walked naturally to the kitchen and spent 15 minutes cooking a bowl of delicious and visually appealing egg and shredded pork noodles. You must be hungry after working so late. Come and have some late-night snacks to replenish your energy. After saying that, Xia Shiyu naturally tried to push Gu Jingchu onto the dining table. But Gu Jingchu stepped back without making a sound. Lin's words today made him think deeply for a while. He really wanted to keep her by his side, but what Lin Yi said today had reminded him of that. He cannot be tempted, nor can he have any weaknesses. Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes and looked at Xia Shiyu with a colder gaze. Thank you, but no need. After saying that, Gu Jingchu walked past Xia Shiyu and went straight back to his room. Perhaps he felt that his way of speaking was still a bit stiff. Gu Jingchu stopped in his tracks as he closed the door and said good night to Xia Shiyu, who was standing there. Xia Shiyu stood there, a puzzled expression flashing across her face. No, what's wrong with Gu Jingchu today? He seems to be in a bad mood. Xia Shiyu immediately thought of Gu Jingchu, who had just taken over the Gu group and was extremely busy every day. Moreover, the Gu group was previously managed by that incompetent Uncle Gu. You must have suffered a lot at work during this period. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyu didn't bother to argue with Gu Jingchu's attitude just now. Anyway, she didn't care about Gu Jingchu's attitude. If they were a real married couple, the wife would definitely try to comfort her husband who was tired from work. Xia Shiyu, however, believed that the two were just friends and that she didn't need to put up with Gu Jingchu's negative emotions. With that in mind, Xia Shiyu finished washing up and returned to her bed. I can still get a good night's sleep lying in my familiar bed. Chapter 117, A 5-year-old hacker? Because Xia Shiyu and Lu Wan had just returned from Yunbei City, Xia Shiyu took a day off the following day. She plans to save the red envelope that Sister Hong gave her. That thick stack must have been worth about 30,000. Moreover, Lu Wan received a commission of approximately 3 million yuan this time. Xia Shiyu also received 1/10 of these commissions. Xia Shiyu's eyes crinkled with joy whenever she saw her current bank card balance. She couldn't be happier. Gu Qinyue called, saying that her 2 children, Bao Bao and Bei Bei, were making a fuss about wanting to be with Xia Shiyu since kindergarten was about to start summer vacation. She asked Xia Shiyu if it would be convenient for him to go back to his family's old house and stay for a while. Xia Shiyu hesitated. She really liked the 2 children, Bao Bao and Bei Bei, but she liked to do everything herself. If she stayed at the Gu family mansion, there would be too many servants. It's very inconvenient to do anything. She discussed it with Gu Qinyue, and they decided to go back and stay for half a month. It had been a while since they had seen each other, and she really missed the 2 children, Bao Bao and Bei Bei. After packing a few things, Xia Shiyu returned to the Gu family's old house. The young mistress is back. The butler greeted Xia Shiyu with a smile. As an ordinary person who has lived for over 20 years, she still feels somewhat uncomfortable hearing the title madam, especially from someone else. Yes, thank you for your help. The housekeeper called for someone to take Xia Shiyu's luggage to Gu Jingchu's room floor. Xia Shiyu first went to greet the old man and chatted with him for a while. Then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Sister-in-law, we're here. The voices of Bao Bao and Bei Bei could be heard at the door. A gentle smile flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes, and she quickly got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Bao Bao and Bei Bei rushed into Xia Shiyu's arms. I miss you so much. Why don't you come back to see us more often? Baby and Bei Bei are still attending a public kindergarten that is 2 subway stops away from the house Xia Shiyu bought. However, now there is a dedicated driver to pick them up every day, so Gu Jingchu no longer needs to pick them up. 2 children surrounded Xia Shiyu, pouting. My cousin's wife doesn't come to pick us up from school, so we can't even go to the amusement park. The baby pouted and complained. Bei Bei nodded in agreement. The driver doesn't dare to take us out to play at all, saying we'll be kidnapped. My cousin and mom are busy every day, and sometimes we don't even see them. Cousin, why don't you stay here for a while and keep us company? Xia Shiyu quickly hugged the 2 poor little babies in her arms. Okay, I'll take you guys out to play. After lunch, we'll go to the amusement park and play for an afternoon, okay? The 2 children's eyes lit up when they heard they could go play, and they quickly agreed. At the dinner table, everyone was about to start eating when Gu Jingchu returned to the old house. Gu Qinyue looked at Gu Jingchu with a half smile. Oh, this busy man. How come you have time to come home for dinner today? Her tone was full of teasing, and she glanced at Xia Shiyu after she finished speaking. Xia Shiyu felt utterly helpless under that gaze. However, they haven't told anyone that they are a contractual couple, and when they went to see the old man earlier, He implied that the two of them should have a child as soon as possible. Thankfully, baby Bebe arrived in time. Otherwise, Xiaoxiu really wouldn't know how to respond to this question. We've finished eating. When can we go? Baby and Bebe quickly put down their bowls, their faces full of anticipation. Gu Qinyue was both amused and exasperated. Perhaps these two kids have really been cooped up for too long. Take them with you. Just make sure they have a few bodyguards with them. With Gu Qinyue's approval, the two children were even happier. They knew perfectly well that Gu Jingchu was so busy every day that he couldn't even go home, but they still approached him with smiles. Especially babies. He squinted as he walked to Gu Jingchu's side. Cousin, I'm going on a date with my girlfriend right now. Do you have time to come hang out with us? Uffed. Xiaoxiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why is this kid so clever and mischievous? Didn't you see that Gu Jingchu's forehead was practically covered in black lines? Don't mess with your cousin, or he might drag you to work, Gu Beibei said coolly from the side. Gu Baobao's eyes widened, and she pointed at herself. Me? A 5-year-old child? Going to work? Then, Gu Baobao burst into laughter. If he dares to force me to work, I'll sue him for employing child labor. But as soon as Gu Baobao finished speaking, Gu Jingchu lifted her up. He stared at Gu Baobao with a forced smile. That's a good suggestion. As for you wanting to take it to the Labor Bureau, go ahead and do it. Then ask your mother to pay the fine for me. After saying that, Gu Jingchu completely ignored Gu Baobao's struggles and picked her up and carried her on his shoulder. I've taken the person away. Watching Gu Jingchu's departing figure and seeing Gu Baobao struggling desperately, waving her little arms and legs, Xiaoxiu was utterly dumbfounded. No, he really took it away? She looked at Gu Qinyue with a bewildered expression. Her son has been bailed out to work, and she, as the mother, remains completely calm. It seems this isn't the first time something like this has happened. You'll get used to it. Gu Qinyue smiled at Xiaoxiu. Baby is amazing. He's had a talent for hacking since he was little. I guess Jingchu needs him for something. She actually told Xiaoxiu about Gu Baobao's secret without any attempt to hide it. Gu Qinyue looked at Xiaoxiu with eyes full of tender trust. Xiaoxiu blinked, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. No, even in fiction, a 5-year-old is a hacker? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Xiaoxiu was still in shock and hadn't come to her senses. Gu Beibei tugged at Xiaoxiu's sleeve and said with a grin, Actually, my silly little brother is actually quite capable. As for the amusement park, we'll take him next time. Why did she look at Xiaoxiu with those big, watery eyes, staring at him pitifully? Sister-in-law, I have a piano lesson this afternoon, and I only have 2 hours at the amusement park. Please take me there quickly. Okay. The Gu family's driver was driving, followed by 2 cars carrying bodyguards to protect them. Gu Beibei also thoughtfully prepared a mask for Xiaoxiu. Sister-in-law, when you take me there later, you should wear a mask. It's a bit dangerous for you to be his wife right now. Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment, then felt a little amused and exasperated, but still accepted the little girl's kindness and put the mask on her face. Chapter 1:18 Piano Lessons. After arriving at the amusement park, Xiaoxiu could feel someone following her. But upon closer inspection, most of the people there were young couples and tourists with children. Despite having so many bodyguards hidden around him, Xiaoxiu couldn't find a single one. As expected of someone trained by the Gu family, their professionalism is truly remarkable. They can blend into the crowd at any time. Since there were only 2 hours, Xiaoxiu did not hesitate to use the VIP channel to skip the queue. Gu Beibei had a great time, playing every activity that a 5-year-old could participate in. Playing always flies by, and 2 hours passed quickly. Gu Beibei stood at the exit of the amusement park, still feeling a little reluctant to leave. I really don't want to go to my piano lesson anymore, Gu Beibei said pitifully, but her body language betrayed her, and she had already walked out of the exit. Xiaoxiu sighed silently in her heart. Everyone thinks that children from wealthy families are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but they always have to learn much more than ordinary children from birth. While ordinary children can play to their heart's content during holidays and rest days, Xiaoxiu, who takes care of Beibei, is always busy attending various classes. Sister-in-law, could you come with me? Gu Beibei blinked at Xiaoxiu. I know you're off today, and you don't have a date this afternoon, right? But I don't know anything about the piano, and your teacher doesn't know me either. Would it be a little inappropriate for me to go? Gu Beibei quickly shook her head. No, no. Our piano teacher is wonderful, and I'd like you to come with me. Xia Xiyu simply couldn't resist the coquettishness of an adorable 5-year-old girl. Her expression softened, and she hugged Gu Beibei tightly. All right then, I'll go with you. After driving for more than half an hour, the car arrived at a villa. Gu Beibei's piano teacher was already waiting at the gate. Beibei, you're a little late today. The piano teacher was wearing a cheongsam. Her hair was pulled back, and she exuded intellectual beauty. Xia Xiyu couldn't help but admire it for a while longer. And who is this? The piano teacher looked at Xia Xiyu, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. This is my cousin-in-law. Gu Beibei proudly held her head high, pulling Xia Xiyu over to introduce her to the piano teacher. This is the person you and I always talk about. Isn't she beautiful? Cousin's wife? Isn't that Mr. Gu's wife? The piano teacher managed a forced smile, and the little flame of desire in her heart was instantly extinguished. It turns out she's already taken. Gu Jingqiu had previously sent Gu Beibei to learn piano. A single piano teacher couldn't help but be attracted to a top-tier man like Gu Jingqiu. However, the piano teacher still has a lot of professional ethics and principles. She did not let her disappointment affect her professional work in any way. Gu Beibei studied very diligently. Xia Xiyu, who was listening to the lesson from the side, couldn't help but be captivated by the piano music played by the piano teacher and Gu Beibei. Looking at the villa's understated yet luxurious decor, Xia Xiyu couldn't help but feel a little envious. Some people charge tens of thousands of yuan for just one class. Her monthly salary is only a little over 30,000 yuan. An hour later, Gu Beibei's piano lesson ended. Just as I was about to head back, the heavens turned against me and a torrential downpour began. The piano teacher's villa is located on a mountain, and rain could affect travel safety. Why don't you rest at my house for a while longer? Wait until the rain stops before you leave. The piano teacher smiled gently at the two of them, then served them snacks and tea. Have some tea first. As expected of someone who studied art, she exudes elegance. Xia Xiyu rested her chin on her hand, staring at the person without any sense of intrusion. She loved admiring beautiful women. Even the piano teacher felt a little shy under Xia Xiyu's gaze. At the same time, she was also sizing up Xia Xiyu. The more she looked, the clearer she became about where she had gone wrong. The beauty of this woman before me cannot be overstated, no matter how many adjectives I use to describe it. Mrs. Gu, no wonder you always remind me when you come to class that you are really beautiful. The piano teacher exclaimed in sincere admiration. Nothing makes you feel better than being praised by a beautiful woman. Xia Xiyu was immediately in a great mood. Her eyes crinkled with laughter. You're very beautiful too, with an extraordinary aura. I was attracted to you the moment I walked in. The piano teacher pursed her lips and gave a shy smile. Hearing how Beibei addressed you just now, I felt a little sad. After all, I didn't know Mr. Gu already had a wife, and I even had a crush on him before. The piano teacher winked at Xia Xiyu. But I've given up now, because with you by Mr. Gu's side, I don't even have the desire to compete. The piano teacher smiled openly and spoke sincerely. Xia Xiyu paused for a moment, then smiled. She was really growing to like Gu Beibei's piano teacher more and more. Sometimes, making friends also depends on your gut feeling. For example, the piano teacher in front of Xia Xiyu gave her a very comfortable feeling. The two women hit it off immediately and couldn't stop talking once they started. Instead, they left today's main character, Gu Beibei, out in the cold. However, Gu Beibei didn't feel ignored. She found a children's storybook and quietly read it. The two chatted happily, not even noticing that the rain outside had subsided. Just then, a servant ran over. She looked somewhat embarrassed. Miss Zhao, Mr. Chu is here again. He's right at the door, and our villa's bodyguards can't stop him. Zhao Rua's face immediately darkened. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Well, that's probably the end of our chat for today. A troublesome guy is coming. Gu Beibei put away the fairy tale book in her hand and then rolled her eyes without any politeness. That arrogant, delusional CEO, right? She snorted coldly, clearly having met the person who gave Zhao Rua a headache. Xia Xiyu was full of questions. There aren't many people that Gu Beibei can dislike. At this moment, Zhao Ruo had already stood up. Don't stop him, you can't stop him. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Let him in. Don't let her cause injury to the bodyguards in your villa. As soon as Zhao Ruo finished speaking, a tall and upright man walked in. He had a handsome face and walked with a brisk pace. He had an otherworldly appearance, but his overly confident expression gave him a greasy feeling. I always felt that this person's temperament and appearance were quite incongruous. After seeing Xia Shiyu, this person couldn't take his eyes off her. Chapter 119. How can there be such a greasy man? His eyes gleamed with amazement. Xia Shiyu's face turned cold, and Zhao Ruo silently stepped in front of Xia Shiyu. What are you doing here again? The man rubbed his forehead, then a wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. What's wrong with me coming to see my fiancée? To be honest, your playing hard to get tactic has really captured my heart. Summer Rain. No. Could you please stop using that ethereal face to say such greasy things? These days, even CEO romance novels don't write like this anymore, okay? Is he cosplaying a male protagonist from an old school era? Xia Shiyu mentally complained, and even her gaze towards the man carried a strange quality. If she had the chance, she really wanted to add this man on WeChat and browse his moments from time to time, just like raising an electronic pet that she could screenshot and send to her friends anytime. Chu Chun, I've told you so many times, I'm not your fiancé. Please don't be so presumptuous. Zhao Ruo's face turned red with anger. And what do you mean by playing hard to get? I genuinely dislike you, but my villa's bodyguards couldn't beat the people around you, and I didn't want my bodyguards to get hurt, so I sent you up here. Please stop being so delusional, okay? From a girl's perspective, Zhao Ruo was really furious at this moment. However, from Chu Chen's perspective, who is essentially a domineering CEO from an old-fashioned, brainless novel, the more exasperated Zhao Ruo was, the more it meant that his words had struck a chord with her. Ah, woman, do you have to resist me like this to get my attention? Chu Chen curled his lips into a wicked smile. Xia Shiyu couldn't help but silently take 2 steps back, her eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at Zhao Ruo. What did she ever do to offend such a lunatic? No, she really hates you. You don't have a mirror, but you must need to pee, right? Can't you look at yourself now? So greasy you could fry a dish of vegetables? Just looking at you makes people want to vomit. What era are we living in? Still acting like a woman. If you want to woo a girl, please come up with something new. Your tricks are outdated even 800 years ago. Seeing Zhao Ruo looking angry but afraid of offending this person, Xia Shiyu pulled her behind her and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chu Chen. Chu Chen's face was grim, and his eyes were fixed on Xia Shiyu. Perhaps it's because of good luck, having been at the top for so long, that there are too many people admiring and supporting them. This has caused his pride to explode, and this is the first time in years that he has been so mercilessly criticized. However, looking at Xia Shiyu's face, which was still stunningly beautiful despite her anger. How come he had never seen such a beauty in Beijing before? Now they suddenly appear in front of him and are even insulting him like this. A knowing glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Seeing the expression on Chu Chen's face, Xia Shiyu instantly felt that something was very wrong. Is this guy going to unleash a barrage of greasy, domineering CEO-style insults on her too? That won't do. She's afraid she won't be able to eat anything if she gets pregnant. She quickly took 2 steps back. Don't speak yet. I'm afraid what you'll say will be disgusting. Chu Chen's face darkened. You woman. Zhao Ru frowned and quickly stepped forward. Let me tell you, she's not someone you can just mess with. She's the wife of Mr. Gu, the CEO of the Gu Group. Zhao Ru knew Chu Chen all too well what kind of person he was. He appeared kind on the surface, but he was vindictive and a complete scoundrel. I don't know what stroke of luck this scoundrel had to climb all the way up to the top of the business world. Gu's group. Gu Jingchu's wife, Xia Shiyu? Chu Chen's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Xia Shiyu in disbelief, so surprised that he couldn't even maintain his facial expression. How could you possibly be standing here perfectly fine? He blurted it out almost without thinking. What do you want to do to her? Zhao Ruo was like an angry little lion. It was clear that she took Chu Chen's words as a threat. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Chu Chen quickly concealed the expression on his face. Why are you making such a fuss? I only learned fortune-telling from a Taoist priest, and I can tell that this Miss Xia is actually destined to die young. but I don't know why she has lived this long. Chu Qin tried to justify what he had just said. Xia Shiyu sensed something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. For the first time ever, Chu Chun fell silent. Instead of pestering Zhao Ruo as usual, he casually exchanged a few words with her before turning and leaving. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Or is there a bigger conspiracy behind this? Zhao Ruo clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Otherwise, I might as well sell the house and move. If I can't afford to offend them, I can at least avoid them. Xia Shiyu frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the look Chu Qin gave her as he left. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong. What exactly happened? Why did he say you were his fiancée? Zhao Ruo's eyes reddened as she recounted the events to Xia Shiyu. If I could turn back time 10 years, I would never have taken that social studies class, and I would never have provided financial assistance to someone out of sympathy. Her tone was full of regret. From Zhao Ruo's words, Xia Shiyu pieced together a tragic love affair that began 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Zhao Ruo was a model student at school. She came from a well-off family and was beautiful. During a social practice class, she met Chu Chun, who was picking up trash at a garbage station to sell in order to pay for his sick grandmother's medical expenses because he couldn't afford to go to school. At the time, Zhao Ruo thought that this male classmate's academic performance was quite good, but because he didn't have money, he couldn't continue his studies and was even going to miss the college entrance examination. Overwhelmed by compassion, she asked her parents to sponsor Chu Chun, who was then making a living by collecting garbage. Unexpectedly, this incident became the most regrettable thing in Zhao Ruo's life. Thanks to Zhao Ruo's financial support, Chu Chun had no worries about his livelihood and achieved excellent results in the college entrance examination. Before going to university, Chu Chun confessed his feelings to Zhao Ruo, but Zhao Ruo only felt sorry for a classmate who had good grades but couldn't afford to go to school. Her family is wealthy. Sponsoring a classmate's education is a piece of cake for her. Moreover, her family sponsors several classmates who cannot afford to go to school every year. Chu Chun is not an exception. But even back then, Chu Chun was already incredibly narcissistic. After being rejected by Zhao Ruo, he even uttered that famous quote that only appears in old-fashioned texts. Things change, and fortunes shift. Never underestimate a young person's potential. Chapter 120. Could it be that she was also a transmigrator? At first, Zhao Ruo didn't take it seriously, but later she heard that Chu Qin started his own business after being admitted to university. She didn't pay much attention, but who knew that Chu Chun would suddenly soar to great heights, as if he had good luck on his side no matter what he did. Moreover, the women around him seemed to be infatuated, all throwing themselves at Chu Chun. Some women were even willing to give up their entire fortunes for him, just so that Chu Chin's business career would be better. Whenever Chu Chun had another woman by his side, he would always come to Zhao Ruo to show off, and then mercilessly mock her for having bad taste in men, for actually giving up on him and breaking off their engagement. As Zhao Ruo spoke, she was so angry that she almost crushed the cup in her hand. I only helped him out of pity, and then he confessed his feelings to me, which I rejected. When did I become his fiancée? He has a large and powerful family now, and whatever he says goes. I'm an innocent girl, and now I've been labeled a gold digger who only cares about the poor. Upon hearing this, Xia Shiyu had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Why does the scene Zhao Ruo described seem so familiar? Suddenly, Xia Shiyu remembered the novel she had read before she transmigrated into the book. Isn't the male lead Chu Chun? Because this name was so common among all the domineering CEO names, Xia Shiyu didn't remember it at all. On the contrary, she remembered the villainous boss Gu Jingchu, whose character was well developed and even more popular than the male lead. Oh my god, what kind of fate is this? Xia Shiyu once again re-examined the contents of this book with a fresh perspective. The book describes a smart and ambitious man who, after entering university, is dumped by his fiancée and embarks on a business journey. Through his own efforts and the help of benefactors along the way, he finally overcomes all difficulties, defeats various big shots in the story, and gains wealth, power, and a life of being a winner surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Because this story begins with the male protagonist going to university, The plot about being jilted is only mentioned in 100 or 2 words. But unexpectedly, the truth behind the annulment was this. In the book, the man who dislikes the poor and loves the rich and breaks off the engagement with the male protagonist is actually the piano teacher of the villain's cousin in the real world of the book. The book does indeed depict a scene where, after the male protagonist becomes successful, he visits his former fiancée who abandoned him, and then, overwhelmed with regret and depression, the fiancée jumps to her death. Looking at the disgusted expression on her face towards Chu Chun, the male protagonist of this book, will she become depressed because of him? Regret? Xia Xiyu only saw a look of disgust on Zhao Ruo's face. Even if she regrets it, it's like what Zhao Ruo said. She regrets sponsoring the male lead's university education and having any interaction with him. The thought that this beautiful, intelligent woman with a future full of possibilities and a wonderful life would one day be driven to suicide by Chu Chun, this narcissistic and domineering CEO, made Xia Xiyu's expression turn serious. She tried hard to recall the scene in the book where Zhao Ruo jumped off a building and committed suicide. It seems that Zhao Ruo shouted something before jumping off the building to commit suicide. "Mom and Dad, I'm so sorry. I've dragged you down with me." In other words, it was because of something that happened to Zhao Ruo's parents that Zhao Ruo's already tense nerve finally snapped, leading her to jump to her death in despair. "Sister-in-law, what are you thinking about?" Gu Beibei tugged at Xia Xiyu's sleeve. She immediately snapped out of her daze, smiled slightly at Gu Beibei, and then looked at Zhao Ruo with a complicated expression. If I remember correctly, when she transmigrated, it was already at the end of the book. Logically speaking, Zhao Ruo should no longer be in this world. But why? Xia Xiyu was completely baffled. Could it be that Zhao Ruo also transmigrated into the book and, like me, escaped the fate of death? A complex look flashed in Xia Xiyu's eyes as she looked at Zhao Ruo, her tone tentative. You know. She recounted several pieces of gossip from the world before she transmigrated into the book. They come from all sorts of circles. Zhao Ruo, however, looked completely bewildered. I've never heard of this before. When did this happen? Xia Xiyu lowered her eyes. Could it be that someone traveled from another world? She's already transmigrated into this book, so it's not surprising that there are other smaller worlds as well. Have you lived here since you were a child? Zhao Ruo's expression became even more bewildered. She really didn't understand why Xia Xiyu would say these things out of the blue. I grew up in Beijing, and my parents would occasionally take me abroad to see exhibitions and music performances. Xia Xiyu was still not giving up, and she continued to ask, "Have you traveled through other places?" Zhao Ruo's eyes widened, and she even reached out to touch Xia Xiyu's forehead, then touched her own. "You don't have a fever? Why are you talking nonsense?" Seeing that Zhao Ruo's expression didn't seem fake, Xia Xiyu felt inexplicably disappointed. I thought I had met someone from my hometown who was like me. But how did she escape the predetermined death in the plot? Moreover, according to Zhao Ruo, her parents are also living well. However, these were considered private matters for Zhao Ruo, so Xia Xiyu didn't feel comfortable asking them directly. She could only manage a dry laugh to brush it off. I've been working with one of my teachers to appraise an old antique recently, so I've been studying it quite seriously and my mind is a bit muddled. Sorry about that. Zhao Ruo waved her hand. It's all right, it's all right. Xia Xiyu's eyes darted around. However, when I went to Yunbei City, I met a few Taoist priests. I learned the art of physiognomy from them. Extend your hand and let me try it. Zhao Ruo became interested upon hearing this. Girls are always interested in things like divination, especially fortune-telling and related things. She held out her hand. Then you tell me when I'll be able to get rid of that disgusting guy. Xia Xiyu pulled Zhao Ruo's hand and looked at it carefully, trying her best to appear professional. After a while, she cautiously mentioned the time in the novel when Zhao Ruo's parents had an accident and when Zhao Ruo almost jumped off the building. She simply changed the wording, saying that Zhao Ruo would face a calamity during those 2 years. I can only look ahead, not behind, because I've only learned the basics. Xia Xiyu smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Zhao Ruo's hand trembled slightly as she looked at Xia Xiyu in disbelief. How did she know? Chapter 121, Having a Nightmare. Xia Xiyu saw Zhao Ruo's expression and knew that he had succeeded in fooling her. Something really did happen at that time, But how did Zhao Ruo manage to get away with it? That Taoist priest who taught you palm reading is indeed very skilled. Do you have his contact information? Zhao Ruo's expression showed a hint of urgency. The story of meeting a Taoist priest was something Xia Xiu made up. Where would she find such a story? So he could only speak to Zhao Ruo. They travel all over the world and don't leave any contact information. If you want to meet them, you can only say it depends on fate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruo's face was filled with disappointment. You've really run into trouble? Xia Xiu's tone was tentative. Judging from your expression, it seems like I calculated it correctly. No, I just guessed based on the method they taught me back then. Your family a few years ago. Thinking of what happened a few years ago, a shadow of gloom flashed in Zhao Ruo's eyes. She nodded. A few years ago, Chu Chun made a name for himself in the business world and became a dark horse that everyone admired. In order to regain his insignificant self-esteem, he naturally came to find trouble with me. A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Ruo's lips. First, there were counterfeit paintings at my mother's art exhibition. Then, my father lost his voice after drinking water handed to him by his assistant. Then there was me. If it weren't for a mysterious person sending me a text message, I might have lost my hand completely in that stage accident. Xia Xiu was taken aback, then recalled the scene in the novel where Zhao Ruo jumped off a building. Zhao Ruo, clutching her severed right hand, stood on the rooftop and screamed in despair. This one sentence alone illustrates the pain Zhao Ruo almost experienced a few years ago. But who is that mysterious person? I've always been grateful for that person's reminder, so I've wanted to find him all these years. Zhao Ruo sighed silently. Unfortunately, the world is vast, and my abilities are limited. I've been searching for so many years, but I still haven't found him. Xia Xiu's mind was in complete chaos at this moment. What mysterious person? Seeing that Xia Xiu's expression was a little off, Zhao Ruo looked worried. Are you feeling unwell? Xia Xiu's face was a little pale. She shook her head and forced a smile. It's nothing. It's probably just that the weather is too stuffy because of the rain. I glanced out the window. The rain had completely stopped. It's almost time, and the rain has stopped now. Thank you for your hospitality, Teacher Zhao. My cousin and I will head back now. Gu Bei was also a clever little thing. When she noticed that Xia Xiu's expression was a bit off, she immediately shouted that she wanted to go home. But it was indeed mealtime, and it was impossible to stay at someone's house for a meal after attending a class. Zhao Ruo and Xia Xiu exchanged contact information. Sitting in the car that had just been sitting in the rain, she was still in a daze, her mind still revolving around the question she had just heard. Why were Zhao Ruo's family able to escape the power of the plot? And who was the mysterious person who helped Zhao Ruo? Could there be a second transmigrator in this book's world who was unexpectedly transported to her world? She was getting a headache from thinking about it, so she simply stopped thinking about it, took a long breath from her chest, and silently turned her head to look out the window. Perhaps sensing that Xia Xiu was in a low mood, Gu Bei didn't make much noise in the car, but sat quietly in her seat reading her extracurricular book. After arriving at the Gu family's house, Xia Xiu didn't have much of an appetite. After saying hello, she went back to her room. Because she was under the watchful eyes of the old man and Gu Chenyue, Xia Xiu stayed in Gu Jingchu's room. This room is a large suite, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. When Xia Xiu was living in the Gu family, she always stayed in the second bedroom of this suite. Thinking about those questions left Xia Xiu with no clue whatsoever and gave her a headache, so she simply lay down on the bed and covered her head with the blanket. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Just take it one step at a time. Perhaps it was the fact that she had met the male protagonist from the original story that was so exciting for Xia Xiu that she fell asleep without realizing it, clutching her blanket. In the endless alley, a torrential downpour was raging. Xia Xiu stood there blankly, staring at her tattered and torn clothes, at a loss for what to do. The sound of pursuers came from behind, and her body moved involuntarily. She ran as fast as she could, but the people behind her were relentlessly pursuing her. Hurry up and grab him. Don't let this woman get away. She owes us so much money and still won't pay it back. If we catch her today, we'll break her legs. The people chasing her kept talking. As the distance between them grew closer, Xia Xiu could feel her body reaching its limit. She desperately wanted to run towards a crowd, But to her horror, she discovered that her body was completely out of her control. As she was running, she suddenly lost her footing and tumbled down the steps, the back of her head slamming into a protruding step. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoxiu saw her own body lying motionless on the ground. She stared wide-eyed in terror, desperately trying to get up and raise her hand to cover the back of her head, where the wound was still bleeding, but she couldn't move at all. Running was accompanied by a sense of despair and collapse, the panic of being chased, and the pain of falling down the stairs. Xiaoxiu actually felt as if she were experiencing it firsthand. "Boss, this woman accidentally fell and died. What are we going to do? This is a serious accident. What can we do? She still owes us a lot of money. She's a beautiful woman, after all. If we arrange a ghost marriage for her, following the old ways, at least we can earn back the principal we lent out. She's so pretty. If a rich man takes a fancy to her, we can make a fortune." Several tall, burly men grinned menacingly, grabbed a suitcase, and together they lifted the man inside. "No, don't let yourself be forced into a ghost marriage after you've already died." Locked in a confined space, Xiaoxiu was filled with panic. She desperately pounded and shouted, but to no avail. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the pitch-black surroundings. She heard a familiar voice. "Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu, wake up." Xiaoxiu's face was gently patted, and she suddenly opened her eyes still filled with panic and helplessness. She breathed heavily, her hand unconsciously reaching for the back of her head, then looking at it in front of her hand. There were no wounds or bleeding. Xiaoxiu's eyes reddened as she realized that she had just had a nightmare, but the dream felt too real. Chapter 122 Overly Shocked. It felt so real that everything that happened in her dream was as if she were actually there. "Did you have a nightmare?" Gu Jingchu sat on the edge of Xiaoxiu's bed, where the edge of the bed dipped slightly. He gently stroked Xiaoxiu's back with his large hands, his beautiful eyes filled with worry. Xiaoxiu took several deep breaths, tears streaming down her face. She cried silently for a while before she could calm herself down. "Yeah, I had a nightmare." Xiaoxiu had a headache and was feeling listless. Gu Jingchu frowned deeply and sent a message to the family doctor, telling them to come upstairs immediately. What could she have dreamt about that made her so restless in her sleep, screaming for help and begging for no in a panic? "Did something happen today?" he asked gently, then tucked Xiaoxiu's sweat-dampened hair behind her ear. "Go and fetch some warm water." The maid quickly brought a basin of warm water. Gu Jingchu gently wrung out the towel and then wiped Xiaoxiu's face clean. "Stop crying. Your face is all messed up from crying." Xiaoxiu finally came to her senses and felt a warmth in her heart as she experienced Gu Jingchu's gentle care. However, she did not like being taken care of in this way. She reached out and took the towel from Gu Jingchu's hand, then wiped her neck with it. "Thanks." She glanced over and saw a meal on a small round table not far away, which was obviously brought up by Gu Jingchu, who happened to discover that she was having a nightmare. Gu Jingchu gave Xiaoxiu a deep look, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he gently patted Xiaoxiu's head. "Don't overthink it. If anything happens, I can help you." That short sentence gave Xiaoxiu a great sense of security. She gave a genuine smile. "Okay, I understand." In those few short hours, she felt as if she had weathered a storm and was somewhat exhausted. My stomach started growling with hunger. She quickly tidied herself up and went to the small round table, where she ate every last bite of the food that Gu Jingchu had served. Someone quickly cleared away the dishes and chopsticks. Xiaoxiu took a deep breath and exhaled all the pent-up anger. Instead of dwelling on things you can't understand and getting yourself tangled up in them, it's better to focus on your work and earn more money to support your family. It wasn't that Gu Jingchu couldn't afford to support her now, but rather that when she entered Gu Jingchu's study, she saw many project proposals lying on the table. She was a little curious, so she picked it up and looked at it, only to find that almost all of these projects were bad debts that Gu Jingchu would have to pay off. In other words, although Gu Jingchu has taken the position of president of the Gu Group, he has a lot of bad debts on his hands. Leaving aside how many profitable projects the Gu Group still has, the finance department is under considerable pressure just to clear out the pile of bad debts on hand. Moreover, Gu Jingchu said he would give her 500,000 yuan every month, which Xia Shiyu found very difficult. And now it seems the male lead is back in the spotlight. Given the novel world's favoritism towards the male lead and the strength of his aura, she's genuinely starting to panic. If Gu Jingchu were to clash with the male lead again, the villainous boss would definitely be unable to withstand Chu Qin's protagonist aura. A series of thumping sounds rang out. It was the family doctor knocking on the door. Xia Shiyu knew that this was Gu Jingchu's order and that it was out of his good intentions, so she did not refuse. After the family doctor examined Xia Shiyu, he frowned as he looked at her. "You've been severely frightened. May I ask what bad things have happened to you recently, madam?" Xia Shiyu forced a smile. She couldn't very well say that she was worried about being influenced by the male protagonist of the original story after the book's plot ended. Moreover, the nightmare I just had wasn't without reason. Xia Shiyu clearly understood that it was part of the original owner's storyline. After the villainous tycoon went bankrupt, the original owner couldn't wait to divorce him and sell the house he gave her. Because she couldn't find another rich man, but still wanted to maintain her previous luxurious lifestyle, she could only live on credit cards. However, the original owner had no job and could only sell off his valuables one by one when it came time to repay the debt. When the last valuable item in his possession was sold, the money was not enough to repay the loan owed to the original owner. These loans were private loans with extremely high interest rates. The original owner was unable to repay them quickly and was caught by debt collectors, resulting in him accidentally falling down the stairs and dying. Even in death, the debt collectors still squeezed out the last bit of value from the original owner's corpse. Because the original owner's head was only broken and the appearance was good, it was used to arrange a ghost marriage. Because she was so beautiful, the debt collectors received a large sum of money and lived a carefree life. Only the original owner remained, now dead, forever lying in a coffin with a strange, ugly man. Because she had transmigrated into the original owner's body, Xia Shiyu was able to empathize so deeply with the nightmare, as if those events had actually happened to her. However, now that she has taken over the original owner's body and arrived in the world created by the novel, she will definitely break free from the original owner's plot. In the study, Gu Jingchu held Gu Beibei's hand. "Beibei, can you tell me what happened after she went out with you?" Gu Beibei blinked and immediately understood. "Is my cousin's wife unhappy? She seemed a bit down after coming back from Teacher Zhao's house, but it wasn't because of Teacher Zhao. They even exchanged contact information." Gu Beibei thought for a moment, then said with a look of sudden realization, "It must be because of that guy surnamed Chu. He's so annoying. He keeps bothering my Teacher Zhao for no reason. He came again today, and my cousin-in-law couldn't stand it, so she gave that guy surnamed Chu a good scolding." Chu. Gu Jingchu raised an eyebrow. He really didn't have a good impression of people surnamed Chu. That guy is so annoying. Whoever is his girlfriend is doomed. What era are we living in? How can he say something like, "Woman, you're trying to get my attention like that"? Even a 5-year-old girl like me would want to vomit after hearing that. When Gu Beibei said that sentence, her imitation was incredibly lifelike. Gu Jingchu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The image Gu Beibei described immediately conjured up a person's face in his mind. Chu Chun. Gu Jingchu's handsome, thin lips uttered 2 words lightly. "Cousin, how did you know?" Gu Beibei's eyes widened. "It's him. I call him the Greasy King in private." His eyes darkened instantly, and the veins on his hand gripping the water glass bulged. "It's him again. Cousin, what's wrong?" Chapter 123 is terrifying to even think about. Gu Beibei noticed that Gu Jingchu was in a bad mood, so she cautiously began, "With you here, cousin, that greasy bastard won't dare to do anything to your sister-in-law." Gu Jingchu reached out and gently stroked Gu Beibei's head. "Okay, let's protect her together." Gu Beibei nodded vigorously. After seeing Gu Beibei out of the study, Gu Jingchu's face was already ashen. He called Lin Yi. "Our plans need to be brought forward." Lin on the other end of the phone was also very surprised. "However, if we do it ahead of schedule, the Gu group will suffer significant visible losses, which will be detrimental to our future development." But Gu Jingchu's attitude left no room for doubt. "Listen to me. I will handle all the losses." Lin Yi stopped talking, and then Gu Jingchu hung up the phone. His dark eyes stared at the flashing red and green lines on the computer screen, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He went downstairs and saw Xia Xiyu with two dark circles under her eyes, and his gaze softened. Are you all right? Summer Raindrops nodded. Yes, the doctor said I had a nightmare and was too frightened. I don't know why I had such a strange dream. She smiled, no longer showing the frightened look she had when the clothes were startled awake. Seeing that her expression had returned to normal, Gu Jingchu breathed a sigh of relief. At the dinner table, the old man needs to eat professional nutritional meals due to health reasons, so the nutritionist usually prepares the meals, and then a professional caregiver delivers them directly to the old man's room. Besides Gu Jingchu and Xia Xiyu, only Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were at the dinner table. Gu Baobao pouted and looked at Gu Beibei with a mournful expression. He shoveled rice into his mouth one bite after another. He just went to the company headquarters, where he was touched and hugged by a group of people, and he sat in front of the computer for almost 2 or 3 hours. He was exhausted. I'm so envious of Gu Beibei. She gets to go out and have fun with her cousin-in-law. Xia Xiyu had already eaten upstairs. She sat at the table, wanting to talk to Bao Bao Beibei to ease her mood. Looking at the two adorable children, a tenderness flashed in her eyes. Baby, you've worked hard today. This is your favorite roasted chicken leg. I'll tear it up for you. Xia Xiyu picked up a roasted chicken leg, then put on disposable gloves, shredded the chicken leg into strips, and put it in Gu Baobao's bowl. Thank you, cousin-in-law. Gu Baobao buried his head in his food and ate. It took him a while to finish the rice in his bowl. Then he patted his round little belly and let out a burp. He hurriedly covered his mouth. If his mother were there, she would scold him for hiccuping like that. So cute. Xia Xiyu patted Gu Baobao's head and praised her sincerely. Sister-in-law, do you think children are cute, especially my brother and me? Gu Baobao blinked her bright, watery eyes at Xia Xiyu. Xia Xiyu paused for a moment, then pinched Gu Baobao's little face and responded. Of course I like it. Then you and your cousin should hurry up and give us a little nephew or niece. Gu Beibei pointed at Gu Baobao. That way he won't be the youngest in the family anymore. But how did the baby come out? My mom said it came out of the belly, but my mom and cousin-in-law's bellies are flat. How could they have given birth to the baby? How exactly did she give birth? Summer rain. I was faced with two pairs of eyes that were extremely eager to learn. Xia Shiyu's face immediately turned bright red. These two kids are so clever and mischievous. How come they say all sorts of things? Well, I have some health issues, so I'm not ready to have a baby right now. Xia Xiyu forced a smile at the two pairs of inquisitive eyes. So, as for how the baby came to be, you should ask your cousin. After saying that, Xia Xiyu practically fled in panic. She ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in an instant, leaving the two children to watch their cousin longingly. This question really stumped Gu Jingchu. He was silent for a moment, then glanced at them, and the two children immediately shut up. In the following days, to avoid embarrassment, Xia Xiyu almost always avoided Gu Jingchu when going to work. Gu Jingchu seemed to have figured out Xia Xiyu's meaning as well. Although the two lived together, they rarely saw each other. When Xia Xiyu went to work, Gu Jingchu had already gone to the Gu group. When she went to bed at 10 o'clock, Gu Jingchu still hadn't come home. The next morning, Xia Xiyu glanced into Gu Jingchu's master bedroom as she passed by. The door was ajar, and there was silence inside. Not a sound could be heard. She went downstairs, and someone brought her breakfast up. Where is he? Xia Xiyu asked casually, biting into a steamed bun. The awkwardness I felt a few days ago because of the baby and Beibei has disappeared. She no longer needs to hide from people. When Xia Xiyu went to work today, she was organizing some information about the collection as usual, but she didn't notice that Lu Wan's worried gaze was fixed on her. It wasn't until lunchtime that Lu Wan dragged Xia Xiyu to the cafeteria, and Xia Xiyu finally noticed that Lu Wan's gaze towards him was also strange. She was completely baffled. Was there anything about her that made Lu Wan feel sorry for her? Why was she looking at her like that? Xia Xiyu, are you and your husband very familiar with each other? Lu Wan, who was not good at the art of language, struggled for a long time before finally managing to utter this sentence. Summer rain. What do you mean she and her husband aren't familiar with each other? Xia Xiyu was even more confused. Has something happened? I feel like the way you've been looking at me has been strange all day. Lu Wan looked at Xia Shiyu with even more dismay. It was as if such a huge thing had happened before, and she, as his wife, knew nothing about it. You know that your Gu group is facing a major financial crisis? Your husband, who finally took over the group, is about to go bankrupt if the funds don't keep up. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened suddenly, and she almost let out a sharp crack. Another bankruptcy? The bankruptcy of a conglomerate is very different from the bankruptcy of a company. When Gu Jingchu's company went bankrupt, the Gu family covered the losses, so there were no debts. If the group goes bankrupt, it means the Gu family is finished too, and then Gu Jingchu's debts are not just a few million or tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. As Gu Jingchu's wife, she also has an obligation to help him repay these debts. It's terrifying to even think about. Chapter 124, Don't Tell Gu Jingchu. Considering that Lu Wan has many industry bigwigs behind her, the fact that she knew about this news before me means that someone must have leaked it to Lu Wan. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips and didn't speak, but looked depressed. I actually know about this, but no matter what, I will stand by him through this difficult time. I would be very grateful if you could help my husband. Lu Wan originally wanted to persuade Xia Shiyu to get a divorce in advance to avoid the risk of being burdened with huge debts. Who knew that Xia Shiyu would say such a thing in such a love-struck way, leaving Lu Wan speechless? If she tried to persuade them further, it would make her seem like the villain who breaks up a couple. She opened her mouth, but swallowed all the words she wanted to say. All right, let's eat. Xia Shiyu appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. No. What kind of fate does Gu Jingchu have? Is he destined to be a villain for the rest of his life? He's always on the verge of bankruptcy. After finishing her meal, Xia Shiyu went straight back to her office. She sat at her desk, her brows furrowed tightly. Even if the story is already over, as long as the male lead is still around, will the villainous boss Gu Jingchu still be affected by him? She pursed her lips, looking displeased. Xia Shiyu had already seen what the male lead looked like. So naturally, she didn't want Gu Jingchu to be suppressed forever by a brainless domineering CEO like Chu Chun. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. It's just a weak male protagonist halo, isn't it? The plot has already ended, and besides, there was a twist involving someone called Provoke, which means that the plot of this novel is not irreversible. Xia Shiyu tried hard to recall the plot of the book, including various details about the male protagonist Chu Chen's career. Suddenly, some images flashed through her mind, and her eyes lit up. A brainless, domineering CEO like Chu Chen always disregards national laws and always walks the line between right and wrong, no matter what he does. In the original book, in order to force Zhao Ruo to submit, Chu Chun had someone assassinate Zhao Ruo's parents, which made Zhao Ruo disheartened. Moreover, Chu Chen rose from a poor boy to a bigwig in Beijing's entertainment circle, using countless illegal means and ruining countless innocent companies and enterprises along the way. He practically profited from the suffering of others to reach his current position. It's just because he has the protagonist's halo that even when others take revenge on him, he always manages to turn misfortune into good fortune in the end, and even benefactors always come to him to help him reach new heights. Gu Jingchu's stable position in Beijing's social circle was actually suppressed by Chu Chen's protagonist aura. Xia Shiyu had unknowingly come to regard Gu Jingchu as one of her own. After learning the true nature of the male protagonist in the book, she felt even more strongly that if such a person was not brought down, who knew how many more people would be sacrificed in vain at Chu Chen's hands, becoming his stepping stones. She rested her chin on her hand, carefully considering the names of those people in her mind. Although I have finished reading this book, according to the author's comment at the end, the protagonist's career will not stop in Beijing. However, this book will not be finished, and a second book will be written. Even amidst a chorus of criticism, the author still smugly proclaims that he will make the male protagonist, Chu Chun, a tycoon who will dominate the entire country and become the biggest conglomerate in China, and even the United States, Japan, and other countries. When Xia Shiyu saw this comment, she rolled her eyes. If someone like Chu Chun is the male lead and still wants to wreak havoc in various countries, the King of Hell's palace will probably be overflowing with people by then. She had to come up with a plan to completely dispel the aura of Chu Chun, the brainless male protagonist, before the plot of the author's second book began. In the original story, Chu Chun experienced a major economic crisis because his finance staff was infiltrated by someone seeking revenge against him. This person leaked the bottom prices of all of Chu Chun's company's projects, causing his company's stock price to plummet. Although Chu Chun ultimately escaped danger and survived this crisis, as a reader, Xiaoxiu knows all too well that Chu Chun relied on the help of benefactors to overcome every crisis. The reason Chu Chun survived that ordeal was entirely because he had a confidant who sacrificed everything in exchange for the help of a financial tycoon. The crisis has passed, but the most fundamental problem remains unresolved. We can take advantage of the male protagonist's current relaxed state and focus our efforts on this issue. The key question is, how can she get the contact information of those wealthy people who were previously suppressed by the male protagonist and fell from their rich families to ordinary people living in poverty? If they were to inquire about each one individually, it would surely alert the enemy and might even attract the male protagonist's attention, making him more cautious. However, the original owner did not leave Xiaoxiu any connections, which means that Xiaoxiu did not have any useful people around her, except for the Vane sisters who were taught by the original owner and who always showed off their luxury goods in the group or at afternoon tea parties. Oh right, Gu Baobao. Gu Qingyue said that although Gu Baobao is only 5 years old, she is very good at computers. As long as people are alive, they must have relevant identity information. All she needs to do is have Gu Baobao retrieve these people's information, buy an overseas phone card, and contact them. Xiaoxiu knew that the core of this novel's plot was a feel-good story, where a penniless male protagonist leveled up and fought monsters all the way from small monsters to big monsters. These big monsters are all stepping stones for the male protagonist's journey through the story. In the real world, these big monsters are all family businesses built up over generations, but they all vanished because of Chu Chen's protagonist aura. These people have been running their businesses for generations, and even if they have become ordinary people, they still have a certain network of connections. This is exactly what Xiaoxiu wants to take advantage of. One person might not be able to shake Chu Chun, but what about many people? At least these people's strength, though small, adds up, and one bite from them can make Chu Chun jump in pain. After making up her mind, Xiaoxiu, to avoid any unforeseen complications, took leave in the afternoon and returned to the Gu family home. Lu Wan readily agreed, and looked at Xiaoxiu with a pitying and sympathetic gaze. After returning to the Gu family, Xiaoxiu borrowed people from Gu Qingyue. She didn't say what the specific reason was, only that she wanted to do something that would benefit Gu Jingqiu. I hope you won't tell Gu Jingqiu about this, Aunt. Although Gu Qingyue was somewhat surprised, she readily agreed. Chapter 125. She deserves it. When Gu Baobao was 4 years old and had just started using computers, she used Gu Jingqiu's account to hack into the information system. This even attracted the attention of the security department, and Gu Baobao even registered there. Gu Baobao's name has already been recorded by the information security department, and they are just waiting for him to grow up so he can join the company directly. If it's just checking information on a few people, it shouldn't alert them. Soon, with Gu Baobao's help, Xiaoxiu obtained information about those people. Then, following the location described in the original story, she put on a mask and hat to cover herself up completely, and bought an overseas SIM card whose IP address could not be found. She edited all the useful information and used the overseas card to send a mass text message, ensuring that all those people would receive it. After that, we need to wait a few days and keep a close eye on Chu Chen's company's information. Divider line. Inside the office, Lin no longer had his usual playful smile, but instead looked at Gu Jingqiu with a serious expression. This is a very important project for us. Are we really going to use it as bait? Lin's response was also Gu Jingqiu's silence. Lin had already gotten Gu Jingqiu's answer from his silence. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. The price is too high. I don't understand why you're in such a hurry. Moving the plan forward will disrupt a lot of arrangements. That idiot Chu Chun is very strange. We've suffered a lot at his hands before. If we hadn't deliberately gone bankrupt last time, that idiot might have climbed to a higher level by stepping on us. Gu Jingqiu's eyes were deep and intense. Lin was right. He had indeed been planning for a long time, and this early move disrupted his plans. Reason told him he shouldn't do that, But when he learned that Xia Xiyu had a nightmare because of Chu Chun, he did just that. His expression softened slightly as a notification from Xia Xiyu flashed on his phone screen. Gu Jingchu extended his arm to signal Lin Yi to be quiet. He opened his phone and carefully read the messages Xia Xiyu had sent. Are you alright? I received some bad news. Is there some trouble at the group? If you need my help, just let me know. My aunt has already given me a general overview of the group's internal financial situation. As for the 500,000 yuan per month stipulated in our contract, you don't need to transfer it to me. I've saved up some money here, and I won't prepay the mortgage. I'll transfer all of that money to you. Immediately afterward, Gu Jingchu's phone vibrated. It's a record of 800,000 yuan being transferred into the bank account. Gu Jingchu fell silent. Although his heartbeat gradually slowed down, his fingertips trembled slightly. An unknown emotion gradually took hold of his heart. Lin was also unaware of the situation and remained hesitant. He wanted to persuade Gu Jingchu not to easily disrupt the plan. I know that Chu Chun harassed my sister-in-law, but he didn't do anything to harm her. Besides, they only met by chance. Brother Chu, we don't need to ruin all our plans because of a momentary impulse. It's better to stick to the original plan and proceed cautiously. Because we moved the plan forward, we've lost a highly profitable project. Our team worked hard for over a month to finish it. Is it worth giving it away like this? Lin Ye's words were extremely cryptic. His last sentence was essentially a question to Gu Jingchu. Was it worth sacrificing such a large project just to give Xia Xiyu a chance to vent her anger? Gu Jingchu glanced at Lin Yi, then turned his phone screen up and pushed it in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also clearly saw the message about the transfer of 800,000 yuan. His eyes widened. This isn't the last 4 digits of this bank card Xia Xiyu's? Based on the day Gu Jingchu's company went bankrupt, Xia Xiyu, after deducting the money from selling clothes and bags to buy a house, had only been working for a little over 2 months. Even with her salary and the extra money Lu Wan gave her, that was about all she had. In other words, after hearing that the Gu Group was experiencing financial difficulties, they immediately transferred 800,000 yuan. This 800,000 yuan is very likely all of Xia Xiyu's savings. Lin also asked himself honestly, if it were him, he probably couldn't have done it so openly. Lin Yi, she deserves it. Lin Yi fell silent. He could find no reason to refute him. Fine, let's give it a shot. I refuse to believe that fate will always favor that idiot. Gu Jingchu's eyes were dark. After suffering several losses at the beginning, he noticed something was off about Chu Chun. So he temporarily avoided the limelight and began to try to break the aura of favor that always surrounded Chu Chun. He also discovered many interesting things. That is, many rational people suddenly become less intelligent after meeting Chu Chun, becoming arrogant and boastful, and then Chu Chun slaps them in the face, and then Chu Chun steps on these people to rise to power. Gu Jingchu has secretly saved several people like this. After these people have been away from Chu Chun for a while, they will find it unbelievable that they targeted Chu Chun, and their memories will become blurred. They will not be able to remember why they did such an enemy. After rescuing these people, Gu Jingchu discovered a pattern. Chu Chun would always be ridiculed and looked down upon, but then he would encounter some special opportunity and meet some special people, and he would turn around and slap those who mocked him in the face. After a few minor setbacks, a major crisis will follow, followed by the encounter with a benefactor who will help you overcome the crisis and increase your net worth. Then, as time went on, Chu Chen's position in Beijing's social circle was closing in on Gu Jingchu's. At this moment, Gu Jingchu keenly sensed that he might be Chu Chen's next major crisis. Thinking of what happened to those people in the past, Gu Jingchu couldn't help but sneer. He quickly arranged everything, following Chu Chen's formula for climbing the ladder, and was easily suppressed and bankrupted by Chu Chun. From the day of the bankruptcy, Gu Jingchu had already begun making plans. But who could have imagined that Xia Xiyu would meet Chu Chun? Brother, Miss Zhao has sent us new information. The bait we threw out is starting to bite. Lin chuckled. We can start wearing down that idiot's good luck. Gu Jingchu tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Xia Xiyu received an invitation from Zhao Ruo to go on a trip. She had a good impression of Zhao Ruo, so she agreed immediately, and she brought Gu Baobao with her this time. Chapter 126 this time, he's the one I brought. Gu Baobao got into the car with his head held high and chest puffed out. He even made a face at Gu Beibei. My cousin's wife brought him along this time. When we arrived at the place Zhao Ruo had arranged, it was a 5A-level wetland park. Many people have already spread out tablecloths on the ground and set out delicate tea and snacks. Zhao Ruo was no exception. She had a violin beside her, and the floral tablecloth was covered with fruits and snacks. When she saw Xia Shiyu arrive, she smiled and waved. "You're here. Come and sit down." Xia Shiyu smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's all right, come sit here." Gu Baobao sat down next to Zhao Ruo, as if she knew the place well, and even greeted her sweetly. "Hi, beautiful teacher Zhao, we meet again." Gu Baobao's sweet words made Zhao Ruo's heart flutter. She reached out and hugged Gu Baobao, giving her a big kiss on both cheeks without any hesitation, which made Gu Baobao giggle. There is a playground for children next to this open space. Gu Baobao stared longingly, clearly having been craving it for a long time. "Baby, do you want to go play?" Zhao Ruo asked with a smile, handing Gu Baobao a snack. Gu Baobao nodded immediately, then glanced at Xia Shiyu and shook her head. "No, my cousin said that when we're out and about, I have to be a little man and protect my cousin's wife." After saying that, Gu Baobao stood tall and proud next to Xia Shiyu, looking like a little knight. Zhao Ruo burst out laughing. "Your cousin has plenty of bodyguards around your cousin's wife. Don't worry, my lovely little knight. Your cousin's wife will be fine." Xia Shiyu nodded and then waved to the air. Soon, a bodyguard dressed in plain clothes walked up to Xia Shiyu. "Keep a close eye on them, preferably never leaving their side." The three bodyguards nodded, then pretended to be Gu Baobao's parents, surrounding Gu Baobao and keeping a close watch on her from all angles. Seeing that Gu Baobao was being protected in every way, Xia Shiyu finally turned her attention to Zhao Ruo. "So what's the matter?" Zhao Ruo opened her mouth, looking hesitant, but finally spoke. "I would like to ask Mr. Gu for help. Don't misunderstand, I won't contact Mr. Gu. I just feel that he's the only one who can help me. I have absolutely no feelings for him right now." Fearing that Xia Shiyu might misunderstand, Zhao Ruo tried her best to explain. She was exhausted from being harassed by Chu Chen recently, and her parents abroad were also threatened, so she was really scared. She was certain she wouldn't escape Chu Chen's clutches this time, because she dared not gamble that the mysterious person who had saved her a few years ago would strike again. After much thought, she could only turn her attention to Gu Jingchu, the president of the Gu group, who had a grudge against Chu Chen. Because of her connection with Gu Beibei, the piano teacher, she shamelessly invited his wife out. "It doesn't matter if she gets into trouble, but I don't want my parents to be implicated. But if she had to submit to someone like Chu Chen, she'd rather jump off the building. I know we're not related, but I'm still going to beg you. Please help me." Even someone as intelligent and strong as Zhao Ruo had tears in her eyes in front of Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu sighed silently. She didn't dare to agree immediately, because she really couldn't make the decision for Gu Jingchu to agree to this matter. "I need to go back and discuss this with him. I can't just agree to it on my own." Xia Shiyu smiled apologetically at Zhao Ruo. Zhao Ruo's smile was somewhat forced, but she didn't say anything more. It's a favor if someone helps, and it's their right not to. She can't force others to help her. "But for my parents." Zhao Ruo gritted her teeth and glanced anxiously at her watch. The person should be arriving soon. Just as the two were getting into a lively conversation, an exaggerated voice came over. The person deliberately lowered their voice, as if there was a slipper stuck in their throat. It wasn't a vocal fry, but a forced vocal fry. "You were indeed waiting for me here." Chu Chen walked over with an extremely confident expression. He looked at Zhao Ruo, who was pale-faced, with great smugness, and then turned his gaze to Xia Shiyu. He then frowned. Why is this woman following Zhao Ruo again? Is it because the Gu group is starting to falter again, that this woman is thinking of using herself as a backer? Chu Chen felt he understood Xia Shiyu's personality very well. She was a complete gold digger. Now that the man surnamed Gu is about to fall, she has no choice but to find another powerful patron to cling to. Looking at Xia Shiyu's stunningly beautiful face, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a little moved. This cannon fodder is so good-looking. Perhaps he could break his rule of only dating virgins for such a handsome face. He would reluctantly let this cannon fodder into his backyard as a little princess. As long as she was sensible, he could give her the luxury bags and clothes she wanted. If Xia Shiyu could hear Chu Chen's thoughts at this moment, she would probably ejaculate on the spot. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear, but she was still disgusted by Chu Chen's gaze, which was as if he were examining an object. She frowned, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty as she turned to Zhao Ruo. Zhao Ruo, however, was pale and trembling, seemingly furious to the extreme. Chu Chun, when did I invite you here? Can you please stop bothering me? Are you a jerk? Zhao Ruo screamed in despair, disregarding whether Chu Chun was a man she could afford to offend. She seemed to have become a completely different person, cursing Chu Chun relentlessly, each word like a knife aimed at stabbing into his heart. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for my family's financial support, you'd still be a poor kid picking up trash. I never liked you back then, and I still don't like you now. You're a heartless ingrate. I'm like a dog. If I give it even just a steamed bun every day, it will wag its tail at me and be grateful. You've taken so much money from our family. Now you're targeting our family at every turn, and you even want to harm my parents. What kind of bigwig in Beijing's social circle is this? Bah, you're just a wolf in sheep's clothing. You may be rich now, but your heart is poor. Faced with Zhao Ruo's curses, Chu Chen's face was extremely ugly. He wished he could strangle Zhao Ruo right now. He had no feelings for Zhao Ruo left at all. You know, men in these poor boy-turned-dominant CEO novels have pride as fragile as paper. Even if a dog on the street glances at them, they'll think that dog is looking down on them. What's more, Zhao Ruo specifically brought up something Chu Chun used to hate talking about. Chapter 127. I feel like I've been tricked. When Xia Shiyu saw Zhao Ruo so hysterical, she subconsciously glanced at Gu Baobao, who was playing in the distance. Seeing that he was having fun with a group of children and didn't have time to notice what was happening here, she felt relieved. She silently took 2 steps back. There's a nagging feeling that something's not right and that I've been tricked. As expected, after provoking Chu Chun, Zhao Ruo revealed a look of resignation to her fate. Enraged, Chu Chun had lost all sense of reason. Zhao Ruo was like a white moonlight in Chu Chen's heart, a light that was willing to lend him a hand when he was at his lowest point. So even though Chu Chun was furious, he couldn't bear to lay a hand on Zhao Ruo. Instead, he stared at Xia Shiyu with a sinister look. He picked up a chair and smashed it down on Shiyu. It must have been you bitch, who instigated this. Summer rain. She? With a loud bang, the sound of a chair hitting someone was heard, along with a muffled groan, and Chu Chen's voice could be heard standing not far away. Xia Shiyu felt someone rush towards her. It was Zhao Ruo. Such a scene of selflessly saving someone would surely move anyone else, but Xia Shiyu was different. At this moment, she silently pushed Zhao Ruo away, took a few steps back, and looked at her coldly. Even if Chu Chun, a weakling, were to lose his chair, how much strength and speed could he possibly have? Xia Shiyu could easily dodge it herself. Zhao Ruo's attack would only become a burden for Xia Shiyu. She simply blocked him like that, which was nothing more than making Xia Shiyu owe her a favor for saving him. Xia Shiyu suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why was there always some scheming and plotting going on no matter where she went? She just felt that Zhao Ruo was a girl she got along with very well, and she just wanted to make a friend in this world. So why was it so difficult? Despite the excruciating pain in her back, Zhao Ruo estimated that her scapula was likely fractured from the impact. But when she looked up and saw Xia Shiyu's calm eyes, Zhao Ruo suddenly gave a bitter smile. How could a wife who caught the eye of Mr. Gu and was kept well hidden at home be a fool? Perhaps she realized her purpose the moment she pounced on him. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Zhao Ruohong's eyes were red, and after sincerely apologizing to Xia Shiyu, she burst into tears. She didn't want to morally blackmail or scheme against an innocent person like that. However, her parents cannot be harmed any further, and she cannot gamble on the possibility that the mysterious person who saved her family years ago might reappear. She could only use the debt of gratitude she owed Xia Shiyu to bind her to him, at least to make Mr. Gu, Xia Shiyu's husband, remember this favor and thus take care of her parents. Secondly, she had already planned everything out, and no matter what, she would not let Xia Shiyu suffer the slightest harm. Once this matter was over and her parents were completely safe, she kowtowed and apologized to Xiaoxiu. Chu Qin was furious. His beloved, the white moonlight in his heart, actually rushed forward to shield her from a cannon fodder character in the story. Fine, Zhao Rua, you've got some nerve. You actually dared to trample on the sincerity I gave you. Chu Chun was somewhat exasperated. What do you want to do to my cousin's wife? At this moment, Gu Baobao rushed over without hesitation, spreading her small arms to block Xiaoxiu, glaring fiercely at Chu Chun. Isn't this the man my sister calls the Greasy King? Why is he bothering my cousin-in-law and my sister's piano teacher again? When he gets back tonight, he'll definitely break through the firewall of this guy surnamed Chu's company and make them suffer a huge loss. Get out of here right now, or I'll make you regret it. Gu Baobao's voice was childish, but her aura was not to be underestimated. Heh, a brat from the Gu family dares to talk to me like that. Chu Chen chuckled contemptuously, but he was still somewhat wary. After all, the Gu family is a century-old family. Although the only heir has been suppressed by him, and the Gu family is teetering on the brink of collapse due to his actions, the Gu group has also been exposed to major project funding problems. However, without complete certainty, Chu Chen still dared not act rashly. After all, what he's best at is trampling people into the dust, and then ruthlessly humiliating and slapping them in the face. Why wouldn't I dare talk to you like that? Who do you think you are? Gu Baobao snorted disdainfully, her eyes full of contempt for Chu Chun. I just can't stand you always bullying girls. You have no manners at all. You. Chu Chen only took one step in place, and all the security guards hiding around Xiaoxiu rushed out, surrounding Xiaoxiu and Gu Baobao, adopting a fully protective stance. It seemed that if Chu Chun took another step forward, these people would not hesitate to knock him to the ground. The commotion here is quite loud, and other people who came to the wetland park have already been quietly looking this way. Chu Chun, who was as proud as he was, naturally didn't want to lose face in front of others. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the skills of Gu Jingchu's men were indeed better than those of the mediocre men under his command. If a fight really breaks out, he'll probably be the one who doesn't come out on top. The more Chu Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression turned ugly. But without a way out, Chu Chun was unwilling to leave, as if the person who left first was inferior. At this moment, Chu Chen's secretary walked over with a grim expression. She was Chu Chen's fourth mistress. She was outstanding in her work, which is why she wasn't kept in the villa by Chu Chun, but instead became his secretary. This young lover has a hot figure, and her professional dress accentuates her voluptuous curves even more. But at this moment, her beautiful face was filled with panic, completely lacking her usual charm and composure. She glanced at the people around her, then tiptoed and whispered something in Chu Chen's ear. What did you say? How is this possible? Chu Chen's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. His company is about to go public, so how come so many scandals from the past are suddenly surfacing on various platforms, and even his old information has been dug up and posted online? For Chu Chun, the time he spent picking up trash at the garbage dump to make money was like a dark history, and now this dark history was being played out in front of everyone. How could he accept that? That's not the most important thing. The important thing is that the reputation of the Chu family under his control has been affected. Chapter 128 Reputation Affected. If his reputation is damaged, his stock price will plummet. If the stock price falls, how can his Chu group go public and compete with the Gu group? Chu Chun was so angry that he swayed a couple of times, but his pet secretary, Xiao Si, helped him steady himself. Oh dear, why do you look so devastated? Did your cousin's uncle lose a family member? If not, he seems so weak he's about to faint. Is he having kidney problems? Gu Baobao used her most innocent face to say the most venomous words. Xiaoxiu burst out laughing. She simply couldn't help it. Faced with Chu Chen's almost murderous gaze, Xiaoxiu held back her smile for a long time. She couldn't be too obvious. After all, the male lead's halo might still be intact, and she was just cannon fodder. Although she didn't dare to confront him head-on, Xiaoxiu was particularly good at verbal sparring and insulting people. Children shouldn't talk nonsense. So what if you have kidney deficiency? Hospitals are very technologically advanced now. Kidney deficiency is a minor problem that can be easily cured. The two of them talked back and forth, completely overwhelming Chu Chun. Chu Chen's gaze was so fierce it could devour someone, but unfortunately, now was not the time to argue with this cannon fodder. He had more important matters to attend to and couldn't afford to waste a moment. You just wait. After hastily uttering a harsh remark, Chu Chen quickly got into the car with his fourth secretary and disappeared in a flash. Zhao Ruo stood there, stunned, looking at Xia Shiyu's calm expression and recalling Chu Chen's flustered appearance. A premonition suddenly rose in her heart. Could it be that the mysterious person who saved their family back then has reappeared and is helping her again? Zhao Ruo's hands were trembling, and her eyes were filled with even more apology as she looked at Xia Shiyu. Sorry. Zhao Ruo's mental defenses suddenly crumbled, and she knelt down in front of Xia Shiyu with a thud, crying her heart out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have schemed against you. I'm such a jerk. You've been so good to me. We've only met a few times, but I know you consider me a friend. I'm sorry for betraying your trust in me. Looking at the pitiful Zhao Ruo, Xia Shiyu sighed silently. In the past, if she had encountered someone who had schemed against her, she would have turned around and left immediately. But that day she had a dream about the fate of the original owner of the body after she became cannon fodder, and she suddenly felt some sympathy for Zhao Ruo. All of these tragic endings were written by that unscrupulous author. Her fate was not in her own hands at all. She was just a girl who wanted to break free from the plot and protect her parents. From Zhao Ruo's perspective, she hadn't actually done anything wrong. I only blame you for not telling me the plan beforehand. Did you think I wouldn't have cooperated? You said I trust you, so why don't you trust me? Zhao Ruo pursed her lips and cried silently. She wouldn't dare to hope for so much. To Zhao Ruo, Xia Shiyu was someone the president of the Gu Group cherished. If she dared to scheme against her, she would definitely pay the price. I didn't want to drag you into this mess, but I'm sorry, I've already done it. Xia Shiyu glanced at Zhao Ruo silently, then shook her head. In front of Zhao Ruo, she took out her phone and deleted Zhao Ruo's contact information completely. Let's end our friendship here. After what happened today, we can no longer be friends without any barriers between us, right? I'll ask Gu Jingshu to take care of your parents' safety, but as for yourself. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, finally unable to bring herself to say anything soft. Take good care of yourself. This friendship ended as soon as it began. Zhao Ruo's heart ached, and she nodded. Thank you. With a somewhat bad mood, Xia Shiyu returned to the Gu family mansion. Seeing Xia Shiyu's low spirits, Gu Baobao, who was also very humorous, stayed by Xia Shiyu's side. After hearing Gu Baobao recount what had happened that day, Gu Beibei was furious. How could teacher Zhao do such a thing? She clearly doesn't care about my cousin's safety at all. I will never go to her class again. She glared at Xia Shiyu. I'm going to tell my mom right now that I want to change my piano teacher. Faced with the two little ones' protectiveness towards her, Xia Shiyu's bad mood finally eased a bit, and she felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you both for your concern. I'll make you fried chicken legs myself today. Upon hearing that there would be fried chicken legs, the two little ones immediately cheered and jumped for joy. The Chu clan. Everyone in the CEO's office kept their heads down in fear, not daring to breathe. The floor was covered with torn pieces of paper, all of which, without exception, were stock price charts and loss statements from the past few hours. What exactly happened? What was supposed to be a sure thing has turned out like this. And how did you guys do your job? I paid you so much money. How come those old guys still have the energy to bite back at our company? Didn't you say you'd driven those people out of Beijing and they'd never come back? Huh. Who exactly gathered all these people together to gang up on me? And all that negative stuff online. Take it all down, no matter how much it costs. Is the PR department too stingy with money for online trolls? Chu Chun was in an extremely exposed state. If anyone spoke, they would surely suffer his wrath. Even Xiao Si, who was standing next to Chu Chun, remained silent, not daring to be the first to speak up. In such an atmosphere, someone always has to speak first. The skinny man, who was used to flattering Chu Chun, opened his mouth with a fawning tone. If you ask me, these people were recruited by that guy surnamed Gu to target you, President Chu. Think about it. How many projects have we targeted before, and how many talents and businesses have we snatched from them? How could that guy surnamed Gu not hold a grudge? Besides, Those people have already been suppressed by us and scattered all over the country. They can't gather together at all. If it weren't for someone doing this on purpose, how would they dare to deal with you, President Chu? Chu Chin's expression softened somewhat, but his eyes remained gloomy. He practically spat out Gu Jingchu's name through gritted teeth. Where exactly did things go wrong? Whenever he encounters this guy surnamed Gu, things seem to go smoothly on the surface, but in reality, some things always seem to get out of control. What happened in Chapter 129? Moreover, shouldn't Gu Jingchu's materialistic wife have divorced him long ago and died a miserable death on the streets? Why is he still alive and well, and living such a comfortable life? What changes have occurred in his life? After Chu Chun threw another tantrum in the office, he was so angry that he rudely dragged Xiao Si into the inner room, ignoring the fact that Xiao Si's period hadn't finished. Half an hour later, Chu Chun emerged feeling refreshed and invigorated. He sat at his desk, lost in thought. But after thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't understand why the plot had changed. At this point in time, Chu Chun felt that he should be moving on to the life depicted in the second novel the author had written for him. Who exactly changed all of this? Chu Chun scribbled and drew on the notebook according to his awakened memories, but it was still a mess, and he had no ideas at all. That's right, Chu Chun was actually reborn. In his previous life, he awakened the memories of being the protagonist. He originally thought that being the male lead would give him the upper hand, so he underestimated Gu Jingchu, the villain in the novel. In the end, he ended up having both his hands and feet thrown into the sea by Daiki. Because of the protagonist's halo, Chu Chun was able to be reborn once. This time, Chu Chun didn't awaken his memories of his past life until the day he turned 18 and was admitted to university. He began to keep a low profile, constantly using the memories and plots of the world to stake out the locations and times of benefactors who could help him. Moreover, with the help of his memories and the plot from his previous life, Chu Chun was able to quickly figure out what Gu Jingchu was going to do next in the business world, or which projects he was about to successfully negotiate. He was always able to snipe or intercept targets quickly and accurately, which led to the bankruptcy of the company that Gu Jingchu had built. Unexpectedly, this villain was able to defeat the Gu family's boss, who had controlled the group for 10 years, even after going bankrupt. As expected of the strongest villain in the book, and the final boss he had to defeat, his abilities were truly formidable. Unfortunately, even though he was reborn, he only had memories of his previous life and the plot of the first book. He knew nothing about the plot of the second book, which was written by the author of this book, who was also Chu Chin's biological mother. Whether it was his previous life or his rebirth in this life, Chu Chun was used to relying on his memories. Once the memories in his mind deviated from what actually happened, he would always fall into panic. Who exactly is the variable? In the story, Zhao Ruo will jump off a building and die, and Xia Xiu, a cannon fodder character, will be chased into a dead alley and fall to his death, and then his body will be used for a ghost marriage. And those old men who were driven out of Beijing will also disappear completely from Beijing's social circles. But now all of them are completely unharmed. What exactly happened? Chu Chin's fourth lover, Xiao Si, emerged from the inner room, pale-faced and limping. Her body was trembling, and there were some purplish marks under her clothes. Didn't I tell you to rest in bed? What are you doing out here? Chu Chin quickly went over, pretending to be gentle as he helped the person onto the sofa and poured them a glass of water. But that glass of water was ice water taken out of the refrigerator with ice cubes. Secretary Xiao Si forced an ugly smile. Brother Chun, my stomach really hurts. Can you take me to the hospital? Chu Chin frowned immediately upon hearing this. If she goes to the hospital, won't the doctor find out the reason for her stomach pain? Then where will he put his face? All right, I know it was my outstanding abilities that hurt you, but which of my women hasn't been through this? Go back to the villa and ask the boss to cook you a pot of nourishing soup, and you'll be fine. Seeing Chu Chin's perfunctory attitude, Secretary Xiao Si lowered her head, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions in her eyes. She stood up very obediently and sensibly. Okay, I'm leaving. Seeing his obedient and docile secretary, Xiao Si, Chu Chin nodded in satisfaction. Women should be obedient and docile like this. I wonder when the second part of the story will begin, and whether he will meet different women again. While Chu's family was in a state of panic due to the stock price drop these past few days, Gu Jingchu received an interview report from a financial program. In the past, Gu Jingchu would never have shown up for such an interview or report. However, given the current special circumstances and the various rumors circulating about the Gu Group, the best way for him, as the president of the Gu Group, to refute them is through television programs. In the interview a day later, Gu Jingchu performed very well. The program even became an instant hit on various platforms as soon as it aired. Many independent media outlets even wanted to interview Gu Jingchu, but he refused. One formal interview is sufficient. At first, what went viral was Gu Jingchu's aloof and ascetic, handsome face, as if sculpted by a master craftsman. However, Gu Jingchu's temperament and eloquence during the interview instantly captivated a large number of people. His words and actions were measured and appropriate. Regarding the recent negative news about the Gu Group, he used simple and clear language, saying little but making sure everyone understood. Gu Jingchu already had a considerable reputation, and now that he's made this public appearance, he's instantly gained a huge following. There's even a hashtag for Gu Jingchu on Weibo. The best part of this interview was the private chat time, but it was still edited into a financial program. The host asked him if he was currently single. Gu Jingchu simply smiled, then raised his right hand, displaying his ring finger in front of the screen. She already had a plain ring on top. Although the design was simple, it looked quite expensive. I'm already married. Immediately, everyone was lamenting why Gu Jingchu had married so young. Only Xia Xiyu breathed a silent sigh of relief when she saw the ending. Fortunately, she doesn't have to appear in public. Otherwise, she really will develop social anxiety. You're watching that interview with President Gu too? In the company cafeteria, a female colleague saw Xia Xiyu's phone screen, which she hadn't had time to turn off, and excitedly went over to her. I've watched it dozens of times. Every time I watch it, every time I hear Mr. Gu's voice, it gives me a completely new experience. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? Why did such a perfect man have to get married so young? Who was it? Which woman was so lucky to marry him? I really want to switch lives with that woman. Even if it meant eating lavish meals every day and winning $1 million in the lottery, I would be willing. Summer rain. Okay, so this is how you make a wish. Chapter 130. The fifth brother with long black hair. She stood next to her female colleague, looking utterly bewildered. If I told this female colleague that she was Gu Jingchu's wife, wouldn't it scare her? Xia Xiyu had a strange expression on her face, but her female colleague next to her didn't notice and continued to chatter on. I wonder if I'll be able to get in and meet with that President Gu. Even under those TV cameras, his face looks so perfect, let alone in real life. Xia Xiyu felt very embarrassed after hearing this, so she made an excuse, quickly finished her meal, and left the restaurant. She was stopped by someone as soon as she stepped out of the front hall. A woman with long, straight black hair, wearing a dress, looked Xia Xiyu up and down with an air of pride, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Oh, this is the woman in the photo that's on her man's desk. But she's beautiful and has a great figure. No wonder he had the idea of bringing another little Chi into the family. What can I do for you? Xia Xiyu was puzzled as to why she was suddenly called away, but since it was working hours, she still had to maintain her professional demeanor. If you're here to inquire about business, please go to the front desk. The woman stood there with her arms crossed, looking Xia Xiyu up and down. Seeing Xia Xiyu dressed in ordinary clothes, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Even if she became Mrs. Gu, so what? A lady from a wealthy family going out dressed like this in such a shabby way? It seems that the president surnamed Gu doesn't really like her. You may not recognize me, but I know you. You're so beautiful. No one who has seen you will forget you, right, Miss Xia? The woman gave a forced smile, looking at her with mockery in her eyes. I know you're pretty and seem like you know how to charm men, but my Ah Chun will never be your mistress. If you want to be our seventh sister, then go get a divorce first, and then have a 1-year trial period to see if you can pass. Summer rain. At this moment, an invisible question mark seemed to appear above her head. No. This woman seems quite normal. So how did she become so mentally unstable? Seventh sister? She's acting strangely. Could Ah Chun be Chu Chun, the male protagonist of this book? Xia Shiyu thought of the description in the book that Chu Chun had gained many female confidants along the way and had to get married. It was as if these confidants were under a love spell. In this monogamous society, they were willing to move into the big villa that Chu Chun had specially bought for his female confidants, and they were even arranged in order of the time they had been with Chu Chun. Looking at the beautiful woman with long, straight black hair in front of her, Xia Shiyu recalled the description in the book. This should be the male protagonist's feisty lover, Lao Wu. Xia Shiyu took a few steps back, afraid that the mental illness in the fifth brother would be contagious to her. She looked disgusted. Are you out of your mind? I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. You're happy to go out of your way to be a mistress, a second mistress, a third mistress, or a sixth mistress. You can enjoy it yourself, but why do you have to try to matchmake your greasy boyfriend every time you see a pretty girl? Huh, it's a shame you're not a matchmaker. Xia Shiyu immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks on the fifth brother with long, straight black hair. She directly confronted the person, who stared wide-eyed, her finger trembling as she pointed at Xia Shiyu, unable to utter a word for a long time. You, how dare you belittle me like that? Do you even know that my boyfriend is? Xia Shiyu interrupted her directly, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. I know, he's just an ungrateful wretch and a gold digger. Only love-struck women like you would treat him like a treasure. We women with normal brains wouldn't even look at him and think he's dirty. Ugh, he's a rotten cucumber. He really thinks he's an emperor. The fifth sister, with her long, straight black hair, was furious, her pretty face turning bright red with anger. It's still better than you. Look at all the rags you're wearing. You're just a Mrs. Gu in name only. You're nothing at all. It seems there's really nothing left to attack, so they're bringing up her clothes instead. Xia Shiyu was somewhat speechless. Although her entire outfit was bought on Taobao, it wasn't cheap, you know. Her entire outfit is worth several $1,000s. If she can be called a piece of junk for wearing clothes that cost several thousand yuan, then what about ordinary people who wear rags? What about you? At least I have a legal status. I have a marriage certificate, and my marriage is protected by national law. What about you? Would he dare to go and get a marriage certificate with you? That short sentence struck a chord with the fifth sister, who had long, straight black hair, and her face turned pale instantly. Xia Shiyu looked at the woman in front of him with a hint of disappointment and frustration. This fifth sister with long, straight black hair was originally a rich heiress when she first appeared. Although she was brash and spoiled, her values were still normal. She was the kind of person who was arrogant and said one thing but meant another. But ever since she met Chu Chun, she seems to have become like a naive female student who has been seduced by a young man, and her love brain has suddenly grown out. She clearly had such a bright future, but for a scoundrel like the male lead, she was willing to sever ties with her parents and move into the villa to become the male lead's fifth confidant, a relationship with whom he had no chance of being. Why do so many outstanding women seem to be bewitched the moment they meet the male lead? Something seemed to flash through her mind, so fast that Xia Shiyu couldn't even catch it before it slipped away. You. The fifth sister with long black hair was so angry that she jumped up and down, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. When Xia Shiyu retorted to her, her mind suddenly went blank for a moment, but soon she was filled with anger again. I'm going to file a complaint against you. An employee like you, who has no manners and arbitrarily lashes out at customers, doesn't deserve this job at all. Xia Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle. Now she is Lu Wan's top assistant and prospective apprentice, and she stands exceptionally straight. Go ahead and go, but be careful not to get blacklisted by our testing center. You bitch. The fifth sister with long black hair was completely enraged. Her fiery nature came out. She took a few steps forward and raised her hand to slap Xia Shiyu across the face. Xia Shiyu was not the kind of person who was weak and passively took a beating. She sneered, did not dodge at all, and went to meet the force of the black-haired fifth brother, grabbing her wrist and twisting it hard. Ugh! The excruciating pain in his wrist caused the fifth brother with long black hair to let out a scream. The shout attracted the attention of the security guard standing at the door, who quickly asked Xia Shiyu what had happened and whether she needed their help. Chapter 131 Strikes the Heart. Xia Shiyu was Lu Wan's chosen disciple, and he only needed to stay under Lu Wan's tutelage for about a year before he could formally become her apprentice. So the company's security personnel all recognized her. Seeing that she seemed to be in a difficult situation, the security guards immediately surrounded her. I am the honored guest of your appraisal center, and you are actually protecting one of your lowly employees. The fifth sister with long black hair looked incredulous. She angrily clutched her twisted wrist and glared fiercely at Xiaoxiyu. These appraisal centers are equipped with facial recognition technology, so the security guards can instantly identify which major client has been offended the most. The information they received indicated that this very straightforward woman was nothing more than a down-on-her-luck person. And what right did she have to make their appraisal center shout and yell? Seeing that the security guards ignored her, the fifth brother with long black hair was trembling with anger. Fine, 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 she threatened viciously. You just wait, I'll make you pay. As she spoke, she took out her phone to call Chu Chun. But she called several times, and no one answered. She got a little anxious and tried calling back, but Chu Chin's phone was already switched off. The fifth brother, with his long, straight black hair, was so angry he almost smashed his phone on the spot. Inside the villa, a woman dressed in simple hanfu from the Song dynasty, with her hair tied up with a hairpin, had a gentle expression on her face. She was gently massaging Chu Chen's legs. Honey, you really have the heart to let Lao Wu go into battle. Qin Mei smiled slightly. You know Lao Wu's temper. What if he hurts someone? Chu Chan turned off his phone in frustration. One look at the caller ID and you knew that Lao Wu had definitely failed. That cannon fodder isn't the kind of person who can be bullied. That's why he sent his hot-tempered fifth brother to test the waters. It must have failed by now, otherwise Lao Wu would never have called him, but would have immediately returned to the villa to fawn over him and ask for credit. According to the information he found, this cannon fodder, who was originally destined for a miserable death, has now somehow hooked up with Lu Wan, a big shot in the appraisal circle. This woman has influential figures from all walks of life as her backers. Even some of his personal connections were backing this woman. If Xia Shiyu, this cannon fodder girl, really becomes Lu Wan's apprentice, wouldn't that just be giving Gu a free boost? The thought of this made Chu Chen a little uneasy. He has been praying to gods and Buddhas for the past few days, and has even been investigating foreign sorcery. All he wanted was to awaken the second part of the story that the author's own mother had written for him. Unfortunately, no matter what methods he tried, he got nothing, and he was even exhausted from the ordeal these past few days. If you don't have a prophet who knows the plot, how should you proceed? Chu Chun gritted his teeth and secretly made a decision in his heart. In any case, Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu are both major variables, and he must find a way to eliminate them first. The fifth brother, who was trying to cause trouble at the appraisal center and make things difficult for Xia Shiyu, has been taken into custody by security personnel. The fifth sister, with her long, straight black hair, was furious, but she couldn't get through to Chu Chen on the phone. Without Chu Chen as her support, she stood there helplessly. Xia Shiyu walked expressionlessly to Chu Chen's fifth lover. Why would you place all your hopes on a man? What about your true self? In the original story, before she met Chu Chen, Lao Wu was clearly a bright and independent woman. But now, she has completely lost herself for Chu Chen. Everything she does is for Chu Chen's benefit, and she relies on him wholeheartedly. Sad. The fifth sister was stunned for a moment. She felt agitated, and a different feeling arose in her heart for the first time. Don't try to sow discord between us. You say I rely on men, but aren't you the same? Xia Shiyu chuckled softly. Believe it or not, I earn my own living and I live for myself. Sun Yu took a step back, her eyes flickering, as if something in her heart was beginning to waver. Xia Shiyu's next sentence completely shattered her heart. Sun Yu, how long has it been since you went back to see your parents? Sun Yu was stunned. How long had it been since she had heard her own name spoken by someone else? She frantically searched her memory for her parents' faces, only to be horrified to find that their images were now blurred, and she could hardly remember them. No, she grew up in a loving family where her parents doted on her like a princess. She clearly had deep feelings for her parents. But why, at this moment, can't I even remember what my dear parents look like? Her lips trembled. Seeing that she was wavering, the flash of inspiration that had just crossed Xia Shiyu's mind was immediately seized upon. In this monogamous society governed by law, So many outstanding women have gone to great lengths for the male protagonist, losing themselves and giving their all. Are they perhaps influenced by the so-called male protagonist halo? Or perhaps they simply cannot escape the author's portrayal of these outstanding women. No matter how outstanding and independent she is in the early stages, she will fall for the male lead and become a member of his harem. It's absolutely disgusting. If Xia Shiyu's idea is true, then it is necessary for her to have some influence on these outstanding women. For example, the girl in front of me named Sun Yu. Before meeting Chu Chun, she had already been admitted to the best political and legal university in the country. If she hadn't met Chu Chun, she would probably have become an extremely outstanding lawyer or judge after graduation. Instead of retiring to the male protagonist's backyard and devoting herself entirely to him, she even lost her own name. More importantly, these women all have powerful resources behind them. In the storyline, every woman in Chu Chen's harem plays a role in helping him succeed. The eldest sister, Qin Mei, has the family's money. The second sister has the power. If the protagonist can awaken the person in front of him to some extent, he will have one less ally. Sun Yu, what is the purpose of your life in this world? Like a thunderclap, Xia Shiyu's seemingly casual words struck Sun Yu's heart. She felt a moment of disorientation, as if she were recalling the vow she made to her parents when she was a child. Mom and Dad, I want to become an excellent lawyer in the future and defend the poor who can't afford to go to court for free because this world is full of fairness and justice. These words were like a boomerang, piercing Sun Yu's heart. Chapter 132. It shouldn't have turned out like this. She slammed her phone to the ground. At this moment, she didn't know what emotions she was feeling, but a voice kept crying out in my heart. That shouldn't be the case. Your life shouldn't be like this. You shouldn't be living the life you're living now. Sun Yu's eyes gradually cleared, but then a phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She had specially set this ringtone for Chu Chun. The clarity in her eyes didn't last 3 seconds. The voice in her heart was suppressed by something, and gradually, Sun Yu's heart was filled with Chu Chun again. Stop talking nonsense and trying to sow discord between us. I love him, and I'm willing to give everything for him. When Sun Yu said those words, Xia Shiyu sighed sadly. She had clearly seen the struggle in Sun Yu's eyes, even her lucidity. But now, it must be said that the power of the plot is still very strong. However, the fact that Sun Yu was affected by what I said just now means that she can still fully wake up. It's just a matter of time. Sun Yu was still happily taking Chu Chen's call, asking him why he hadn't answered the phone earlier, and why it was still hanging up and switched off. No one knows what Chu Chen said on the other end of the phone, but it immediately made Sun Yu very happy. Okay, I understand. I definitely won't let myself suffer a loss. After hanging up the phone, Sun Yu glanced at Xia Shiyu with a smug look. Give up, my sisters and I will never accept you. Summer rain. She watched Sun Yu leave silently and speechlessly. Sun Yu's actions of coming to cause trouble for her did have some impact after all. Not long after, Gu Jingchu called. It was someone Gu Jingchu had arranged to be by Xia Shiyu's side who witnessed this scene and then told Gu Jingchu. Because Gu Jingchu had instructed that anyone related to Chu Chun who approached Xia Shiyu should be treated with extreme caution. Sun Yu came to cause trouble today, which was definitely arranged by Chu Chun to test Gu Jingchu's attitude towards Xia Shiyu. Only by seeing if he truly cared about her could Chu Chun make a move. After getting off work and returning to the Gu family's old house, Xia Shiyu took a nice, relaxing shower. She glanced at the time. Gu Jingchu must be in a meeting at the group at this time. After thinking about it, Xia Shiyu figured that the servants wouldn't come up at this time anyway. My body was soaking wet, and I didn't want to put on any clothes, so I simply wrapped a bath towel around myself and walked out barefoot on the carpet. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, she heard the doorknob click. Then came the scene of Gu Jingchu pushing open the door and entering. The two looked into each other's eyes, but Gu Jingchu turned her face away, her jade-like ear tips turning slightly red. Xia Shiyu stood there stunned for a full 3 seconds before she managed to suppress the scream that was about to burst out. She seemed to be fleeing in panic, quickly turning back to the bathroom, and only came out after obediently putting on her home clothes. I didn't expect you to be home at this hour. Gu Jingchu also raised the folder in his hand rather awkwardly. I've come to get the folder. Why would the CEO have to personally retrieve a folder? Xiaoxiu silently made a comment. She nodded, then lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. Xiaoxiu, dressed in casual clothes, walked past Gu Jingqiu. As I passed Gu Jingqiu, I carried with me the fresh scent of shower gel. Gu Jingqiu subconsciously took a deep sniff. Then, the sound of a hairdryer came from inside the room. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Gu Jingqiu gazed intently at Xiaoxiu. At that moment, he felt that the scene before him was even more beautiful than an oil painting. The hair was dripping wet, the skin was as soft as a peeled egg, and if you got close, you could even smell the fragrance from the hot air from the hairdryer. However, the smell is quite familiar. In no time, Xiaoxiu's hair was almost dry. I don't know what brand this hairdryer is, but it works pretty well. I'll ask Gu Jingqiu for a link later, and I'll keep one at home too. But when Xiaoxiu looked up, she found that Gu Jingqiu was looking at her with a strange gaze. Xiaoxiu frowned slightly as she looked over, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking, and her rose-red lips curving into a gentle smile. Is there something on my face? Gu Jingqiu spoke softly. You used my shower gel. Summer rain. No, whose is it? She suddenly tugged at her collar and sniffed it. Sure enough, beneath the shampoo scent, there was a faint, comforting cedar fragrance. Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth and forced a smile. I think you must have smelled it wrong. These days, most shower gels smell pretty much the same. She made up a random excuse, hoping to get away with it. Why is this shower gel in the side room? Perhaps the maid made a mistake. Xiaoxiu had no idea that because the maid who cleaned the house every day saw that Xiaoxiu lived in the side room, she assumed that Gu Jingqiu also lived there, so she put Gu Jingqiu's daily necessities in the washroom of the side room. Yes, that should be the case. Looking at Xiaoxiu's embarrassed little expression, Gu Jingqiu found it particularly cute. He wanted to tease him, but then his eyes darkened and he held back. I'm going back to my room now, Xiaoxiu said before returning to her side room. Gu Jingqiu was left standing there alone. The door to the side room of Kata Yixing suddenly opened, and Gu Jingqiu looked up and saw a fluffy little head peeking out of the doorway. By the way, do you have time at the end of this month? Xiaoxiu's face was full of anticipation and excitement. Gu Jingqiu didn't know why she asked this, but after seeing the expression on her face, he smiled slightly. It depends on the schedule. We might be in meetings for a long time. This person is either in a meeting, on their way to a meeting, or discussing business with bigwigs. It seems like they don't have any time to rest. Thinking about what was on her mind, Xiaoxiu still felt a little regretful. But then I thought, I could just take a less crowded passage and go directly to the president's office of the Gu Group to do this. Is something the matter? Gu Jingqiu asked quickly when he saw that she seemed troubled. If it's something very important, I'll finish my work in advance and free up a few days. Xiaoxiu quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No, it's not really anything that's very important. It's just that it's his birthday at the end of the month. Thinking of what Gu Qinyue said, Gu Jingqiu hadn't celebrated a single birthday since his parents passed away. Chapter 133, Celebrating his birthday. Therefore, Xiaoxiu also had the idea of celebrating Gu Jingqiu's birthday. However, he couldn't be told this in advance, so Xiaoxiu secretly inquired whether he would have time during those days. He seemed to be very busy with work that day. Xiaoxiu sighed silently. So, her birthday surprise plan was going to fall through? However, she can find someone to help her. So the next day, Xiaoxiu immediately called Lin Yi over. It was arranged inside the underground parking garage. Seeing Xiaoxiu's mysterious demeanor, Lin Yi was completely bewildered. Sister-in-law, why did you call me here? Lin also looked around warily. What happened that you can't even tell Chu Ge? Could it be that my sister-in-law found out about their plan to ambush Chu Qin? That's impossible. How did she know when she kept it so well hidden? Xiaoxiu mysteriously put her finger to her lips. Then he said with a smile in his eyes, I called you here because there's something confidential I need to do, and I need your help. She gave me a date. Lin was even more confused. He felt that the date sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember what day it was. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and slapped his forehead. I finally understand. The day you were talking about is our Chu Ji's birthday. Lin Yi became visibly excited. What is it? It's this, sister-in-law. Tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it even if it costs me my life. The two looked at each other and reached an agreement. He's quite busy with work, so let's start at 11:59 before his birthday, right on time to send him our blessings. What do you think? Lin nodded. Also, don't let him go into that lounge the day before his birthday. I'll decorate it with baby and bebe. Lin nodded again. And a birthday cake. He doesn't have any food allergies, does he? I'll make a cake myself and send it to him. Lin nodded again. Xiaoxiyu was speechless. I called you out to discuss this and give me some advice. After all, you've been by his side the longest and know him best. Why are you agreeing with everything he says? Lin chuckled. You can't say that. Although I've been by Chu Ji's side the longest, the person he loves now is you, sister-in-law. All he does is talk nonsense. This girl doesn't even know about her contractual marriage with Gu Jingqiu. All right, it's settled then. On his birthday, you and the brothers will have to keep an eye on things and try to squeeze out some time for him so he can get some rest. Xiaoxiyu thought that celebrating someone's birthday would involve eating birthday cake and a meal, then cooking longevity noodles, and in the evening, fireworks and a movie. After making her plans, she slightly curled the corners of her mouth, and after discussing the details with Lin Yi, the two parted ways from different exits of the garage. But when that day actually came, plans can't keep up with changes. Xiaoxiyu and Bao Bao Bei Bei have already finished decorating the entire lounge in the president's office. Lin Yi rushed over and gave Xiaoxiyu some very bad news. It turns out that a tech upstart from Shanghai flew to Beijing to secretly discuss a business deal with Gu Jingqiu. After Gu Jingqiu finished his close talks with the person, he was going to fly to Haishur that same day to visit the factory and thoroughly confirm the feasibility of the cooperation. But this means Gu Jingqiu will have to spend his birthday away from home. Looking at the well-decorated and atmospheric room, Xiaoxiyu suddenly felt a little lost. She had spent over 2 hours setting it up, but now it was completely useless. Sister-in-law, birthdays happen every year, right? Otherwise, I'll take a picture and send it to Chu Ge and send it on time. Lin also ran over to comfort him. He hadn't expected this to happen, but for the Gu Group and Gu Jingqiu, this was an opportunity to break into the industry, and they had to seize it. Can I bring a cake on the plane? Xiaoxiyu suddenly said this. Lin then noticed that she had been looking down at her phone and, upon closer inspection, realized she was looking at flight information. Yes, of course, but the security check will be a bit more thorough. After making thorough preparations, Xiaoxiyu boarded a plane to Haishur with the cake and a few simple bags. She didn't dress up much, but wore simple clothes and a baseball cap to cover her face as much as possible. After arriving at the destination, she carried the cake to the hotel where Gu Jingqiu was staying. Lin also gave Gu Jingqiu his check and information and password, and Xiaoxiyu successfully sneaked into Gu Jingqiu's suite. Then I quickly opened my suitcase, made some hasty arrangements, and blew up the balloons. An hour passed, and Xiaoxiyu glanced at her watch. It was 11:30 p.m., and it was almost time for Gu Jingqiu to come back and rest, so she quickly sped up her work. The cake was placed on the coffee table, and the candles were already lit, just waiting for Gu Jingqiu to come back and light them. When everything was ready, she was still a little nervous, afraid that Gu Jingqiu, this workaholic, would also work overtime all night on his birthday. The clock on the wall was almost pointing to 11:58, and Gu Jingqiu still hadn't returned. Xiaoxiyu frowned slightly, just about to make a call to Gu Jingqiu, when she suddenly heard the sound of a card being swiped at the door. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she picked up the ceremonial cannon from the table, struck a pose, and stood guard at the door. As soon as the door was opened, she pulled hard on the cord under the cannon. With a bang, the sound of a bodyguard swinging an electric baton came from the doorway. If Xiaoxiyu hadn't dodged quickly, the black electric baton would probably have hit her. No? What's going on here? Gu Jingqiu, who was standing at the door, was also stunned for a moment. Stop! In less than a second, Gu Jingqiu quickly reacted and shouted to stop the bodyguard who was about to make a move. Excuse me, Ouyang, this is my wife. Gu Jingqiu pushed open the door and saw the scene inside. A strange emotion flashed in his eyes. The man who had been protected by bodyguards stepped out from behind them. He entered the suite a step ahead of Gu Jingqiu with great interest and then strolled around, looking at the room's decor. This place looks like it was arranged under tight time constraints. but it has definitely been carefully planned. Chapter 134, let's just throw it all up. Gu Jingchu immediately understood what Xia Shiyu wanted to do. A strange emotion welled up inside him. The man next to him surveyed the decorated room, a mocking look in his eyes. That's great. It's so good to be married. Now you have a wife who comes all the way here to celebrate your birthday. The man's name was Ouyang Tian. He was handsome and had a refined demeanor. Gu Jingchu didn't speak, but a smile appeared in his eyes. All right. Now that I've safely delivered you, my mission is complete. My girlfriend is waiting for me, so I won't disturb your time with your wife any longer. Ouyang Tian smiled, then said goodbye to the two of them before leaving. Xia Shiyu looked at the confetti she had just stuck on Ouyang Tian's head and felt a little embarrassed. The door was closed. Only the two of them remained in the large suite. Why did you come here without telling me beforehand? Gu Jingchu's eyes softened. Xia Shiyu chuckled and walked up to Gu Jingchu, holding a small cake in her hand. I don't know if the cream has melted after several hours. Lin kept sending messages on my phone. Xia Shiyu didn't look at it, but carefully opened the packaging. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the cake inside was intact. It's good that it's not damaged. This is a cake I made myself. Since you don't like sweets, I didn't put in much sugar. She looked at Gu Jingchu with bright, sparkling eyes. She even found out about his diet and preferences, so it seems Lin has told her quite a bit. She chuckled in agreement, then took a lighter and lit the candles on the cake. Oh right, we also need to turn off the lights. That'll create the right atmosphere. As the candles burned, Xia Shiyu quickly ran to turn off the lights. In the dim environment, only the warm yellow light from the candles shone on the two people's faces, adding a touch of warmth. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. After singing happy birthday, Xia Shiyu quickly turned on the lights again, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Please close your eyes, make a wish, and then blow out the candles. Gu Jingchu stood there, his eyes lowered, making it impossible to see the emotions in them. But at this moment, something inside him was churning, as if something was burning along with the candlelight. Okay. His voice was a little hoarse, then he smiled, put his hands together, and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his clasped hands trembled slightly. After about half a minute, he slowly opened his eyes and saw Xia Shiyu's beautiful and lively face. Suddenly, his heart felt itchy. Thanks. He thanked her softly, then looked at Xia Shiyu very seriously. I would like to try the cake you made. Xia Shiyu realized what was happening and quickly took out a plastic knife and fork from the packaging and handed it over. Gu Jingchu held a plastic knife in his hand and carefully cut it open from the edge. Under Xia Shiyu's expectant gaze, Gu Jingchu picked up his fork and took a few bites. Then, meeting her eyes, he smiled slightly. It's delicious. Hearing Gu Jingchu's answer, Xia Shiyu's smile widened. I'm glad you like it. Her eyes shone brightly, as captivating as the stars in the sky at that moment. Gu Jingchu couldn't help but become engrossed in it. After finishing the small cake, Gu Jingchu suppressed the feeling of fullness in his stomach and gave Xia Shiyu a gentle smile. Will you make it for me again in the future? His eyes were deep, and suddenly he had the idea of keeping the person by his side forever. The original contract shouldn't have been for 5 years. It should have been for an indefinite period. Okay. Xia Shiyu smiled. It's just a cake. She can make it any time. As long as he likes to eat it, that's fine. It just so happens that she likes to tinker with some dishes and desserts when she has nothing to do. Now she has a taste tester. She picked up the unused packaging boxes on the table and the colored paper on the floor. Gu Jingchu pulled him up after he had only picked up a small portion of it. The cleaning staff will do these things tomorrow. You came here so late, you must be tired. Go and get some rest. Xia Shiyu shook her head. Actually, I'm quite happy. After all, I think this is a very meaningful thing to do. And now I'm following Teacher Lu, and I've learned almost everything. The tasks she gives me now are also very easy, not as busy as before. She raised her face and smiled slightly. I just don't know if my sudden arrival has disturbed you. Judging from what she just did, Ouyang Tian was probably going to come in and discuss something with Gu Jingchu, but unfortunately she interrupted him. No. Gu Jingchu shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Xia Shiyu. He hasn't celebrated his birthday since his parents died in a car accident. And on his birthday, he would sleep extremely restlessly. Why did you drink? Xiaoxiu only smelled the faint scent of alcohol emanating from Gu Jingchu when she got closer. She frowned slightly, took 2 more steps closer, and sniffed hard. Sure enough, a strong smell of alcohol emanated from Gu Jingchu. He seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol. Why did you drink so much? She looked at Gu Jingchu with concern, then noticed that his face was a little pale. His lips were slightly pursed, as if he was enduring something, but his eyes remained calm. If you didn't look closely, you really couldn't tell. He drank so much alcohol, his stomach must be upset, and he also ate a cake she made, so his stomach must be upset now. Xiaoxiu suddenly became anxious. Go to the bathroom and throw up right away. Then I'll call the hotel staff to bring you some stomach medicine. She ran over to make the call while complaining. I have to say, you really are something. You drank alcohol, and your stomach was upset. Why did you have to finish the whole cake? You could have just eaten a little bit. You worked so hard to make this, of course you have to finish it. Gu Jingchu was forced to sit on the sofa, cold sweat beading on his forehead, already wetting the hair in front of him. He lowered his eyes, and to Xiaoxiu, the scene looked like a sick dog sitting obediently in front of her. Moreover, this big dog exuded a pitiful aura. This is just so endearing. Soon, there was a knock on the door. The hotel staff brought up the stomach medicine. After thanking him, Xiaoxiu still pulled Gu Jingchu into the bathroom. She gently patted his back. You should just throw it all up. You drank too much and ate so much cake. It's all stuck in your stomach. You won't be able to sleep well all night. How could you drink so much? Is this deal that important to you? Xiaoxiu muttered to herself. Gu Jingchu could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 135 Sleeping in Each Other's Arms. He drank so much alcohol not because he wanted to discuss the deal. He knew it was his birthday after midnight, so he deliberately drank too much, wanting to get completely drunk so he wouldn't be woken up by nightmares. I was originally prepared to face the darkness alone tonight. Unexpectedly, a beam of light shone into the darkness. With a gentle pat on his back, Gu Jingchu turned around, took Xiaoxiu's hand, and pushed her out of the bathroom without saying a word. My stomach is churning. Even though he knew she wouldn't mind, Gu Jingchu didn't want to show her any of his bad side. Xiaoxiu stood at the bathroom door, listening to the sounds inside, and frowned slightly. After thinking about it, Gu Jingchu was definitely not happy about appearing in front of others in such a disheveled state. It's better for her to stay away. So, Xiaoxiu began to look around the presidential suite. I must say this suite is really big. Xiaoxiu had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he had ever seen it. The hotel suites even have private cinemas with all kinds of films, including copyrighted films that are no longer available in print from the last century. As expected of the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Xiaoxiu found a black and white film from the last century that she was most interested in, and then sat on the sofa to watch it quietly. A few minutes later, the door was gently pushed open. The slight noise did not disturb Xiaoxiu, who was engrossed in watching the movie. She was so focused and attentive that she didn't even notice Gu Jingchu sitting next to her. John Mold Spring. Gu Jingchu leaned back on the sofa, looking tired and languid. It's an old film. You like watching this? Xiaoxiu nodded. She remained focused on watching, seemingly mesmerized. Even Gu Jingchu didn't utter a sound, merely nodding a few times in response, without even glancing back at her. Gu Jingchu got up and went out. It took Xiaoxiu a while to realize that Gu Jingchu had just been talking to her. But why did he suddenly walk out? Was he going to rest, or was he angry because I ignored him earlier? It seems that drunk people tend to have their temper flared up and their emotions become excessive. Xiaoxiu glanced at the movie playing on the big screen again, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to pause it. She pushed open the door and walked out, almost bumping into Gu Jingchu, who was carrying something in his hand. I brought you drinks and popcorn. Xiaoxiu blinked. A bright smile instantly bloomed on her lips. Popcorn and movies go perfectly together. Thank you. She took the popcorn from Gu Jingchu, turned around, and went into the room to continue watching. Gu Jingchu also sat down silently beside her. The two watched the movie in silence. When Xiaoxiu saw the highest tide, her eyes welled up with tears. No matter how many times she watches this movie, she is still moved by the protagonist's indomitable spirit. Even in the worst circumstances, the protagonist still retains a soft heart. He loved the world, even though the world seemed to have never loved him. Xia Xiyu enthusiastically discussed the plot of the movie with Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu clearly liked the movie too, and the two chatted back and forth. But in the end, Gu Jingchu's voice grew softer and softer, and his replies to Xia Xiyu became more and more brief. Suddenly, Xia Xiyu felt a sudden weight on her shoulder. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, or perhaps it was the fatigue from talking about work these past few days, or perhaps it was just that having her by my side made me feel so at ease. Gu Jingchu fell asleep, leaning on Xia Xiyu's shoulder without realizing it. Xia Xiyu carefully tapped Gu Jingchu's face with her finger. Then he called out in a low voice, "Gu Jingchu, are you asleep?" The only response to the summer rain was silence. He seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Some of his stiff hair fell onto Xia Xiyu's shoulder, causing a slight itch. In the dimly lit room, only the soft light emanating from the movie screen could be seen. His eyes were closed, and his long eyelashes resembled butterfly wings. Xia Xiyu couldn't help but sigh. Gu Jingchu looked as harmless as a baby when he was asleep. The sharp edges that were usually sharp seemed to have softened. However, Xia Xiyu wasn't used to such intimate closeness. She carefully tried to push him away so he could rest on the sofa. But then Gu Jingchu let out a soft hum, and then his hand landed on her waist. At this moment, Xia Xiyu's entire body stiffened, and the drowsiness he had felt earlier vanished without a trace. She blinked, then looked down and saw Gu Jingchu's seemingly tired expression and furrowed brows. In the end, I sighed. She softened. Xia Xiyu carefully positioned his body, moving gently so as not to wake him. Suddenly, Gu Jingchu's eyelashes trembled violently, and his brows furrowed more and more tightly. He held Xia Xiyu's waist tightly, his strength increasing. "Did you have a nightmare?" Xia Xiyu was at a loss for what to do. Had she used too much force and made him uncomfortable? She quickly pulled Gu Jingchu up and made him sit up straight. She was petite, but Gu Jingchu was nearly 1.9 meters tall. Rather than saying she was hugging Gu Jingchu, it would be more accurate to say that Gu Jingchu was completely surrounding her. If someone opens the door and looks from Gu Jingchu's back, they probably won't even be able to find Xia Xiyu. She reached out and gently embraced her. As if sensing the warmth, Gu Jingchu moved even closer to Xia Xiyu, practically clinging to her. The smell of alcohol on him, along with the faint scent of cedar, completely enveloped Xia Xiyu's nose. She couldn't dodge it even if she wanted to. At this moment, Gu Jingchu was like a koala, clinging tightly to her, and she had no way to push him away. He sighed silently and reached out with difficulty to grab his phone from the coffee table next to him. However, Gu Jingchu held her tightly, and she couldn't reach him. In the end, it took a lot of effort to hook the phone onto the sofa with my foot, and then slowly hook it to a place where I could reach it with my hand. It was already past 1 a.m. "Well, it seems we can't sleep separately tonight. Gu Jingchu is drunk, and we can't wake him up tonight." She was also worried about letting a drunk person sleep alone in a room. Xia Xiyu carefully pulled the blanket from the sofa and covered the two of them. After a while, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. She gradually closed her eyelids. I don't know how much time passed, but I felt the warmth of the sunlight on my face. Summer rain. She thought she heard someone calling her name. Chapter 136 did something embarrassing. Xia Xiyu was half asleep and didn't want to pay any attention. She muttered something under her breath, then turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. She was sleeping on the edge of the sofa, about to fall off. Gu Jingchu, who was half squatting in front of Xia Xiyu, quickly reached out to catch her and used his hands to support her body. Xia Xiyu was still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Gu Jingchu looked at her face and subconsciously reached out to touch it. It's soft and fluffy, just like smooth and clean cotton. At that moment, he felt a sense of unreality. Recalling his last conversation with Lin Yi jokingly asked him if he was really in love, to which he righteously denied it at the time. But now, he reached out and touched his heart. It was still beating very fast. "Get up. The hotel staff have already brought breakfast over." Gu Jingchu looked at the time on his watch and decided to wake the person up. Shigure. Xia Xiyu felt annoyed by the noise. She frowned and grabbed the source of the noise in frustration. But after she grabbed it, she realized that something felt off about the feel of it in her hand. "Why is it so hot and damp?" She twitched her fingers, only to find her wrists suddenly pressed down by something, followed by the sound of retching coming from in front of her. Xiaoxiu sensed something was wrong and was instantly wide awake. She jumped out of bed and stared blankly at Gu Jingchu, who was squatting in front of her. Gu Jingchu's face was unusually flushed, and he was coughing while covering half of his face. I recalled the sensation of my fingers touching it just now. Xiaoxiu was completely stunned. She was half asleep and only reached out her hand because she felt someone moving her. Because all she did was push away the thing that was disturbing her sleep. Who would have thought that it would be stuck so precisely into Gu Jingchu's mouth? She never expected that Gu Jingchu would be by her bedside calling her to get up so early in the morning. Xiaoxiu felt both embarrassed and guilty, and didn't dare to meet Gu Jingchu's eyes at all. She's so embarrassed she could practically dig a Barbie dream castle out of her toes. A bead of cold sweat broke out on Gu Jingchu's forehead. It has to be said that even he, who is usually calm and collected, felt a bit awkward in front of Xiaoxiu at this moment. The hotel staff has brought breakfast. Why don't you get up and have some breakfast? After saying this, Gu Jingchu hurriedly left the room. Xiaoxiu looked around at her surroundings with a bit of a headache. It was the same small room where she had watched a movie the night before. The sofa in the movie theater was big enough that the two of them didn't feel uncomfortable snuggling up on it yesterday. Because what happened this morning was so embarrassing. Even though it was Gu Jingchu's birthday, Xiaoxiu had made all the necessary plans to spend the day with him. However, after finishing breakfast, Xiaoxiu sat quietly on the sofa, and even the funny variety shows on TV were not engaging for her. She no longer had the courage to speak to Gu Jingchu. The two spent the morning in silence. Finally, as lunchtime approached, Gu Jingchu noticed that Xiaoxiu was still not looking at him, and the atmosphere between the two remained tense, with no sign of breaking the ice. He took out his phone, found the built-in browser, and quickly typed out a line of text. How to break the awkward silence with your wife and make her happy. But after seeing the search results below, Gu Jingchu's face darkened. The comment with the most likes stands out. Your wife is angry and ignoring you, creating a silent atmosphere at home. What do? Just carry her to the bedroom. Women are made of water, brothers, you know what I mean. The comment that came in second in terms of likes looked like this. Women need to be coaxed. She's your wife now, so let's be legally and reasonably affectionate and kiss her until she's weak in the knees. The comments that got a lot of likes and comments later on were basically the same as the first and second ones. Basically, he would engage in some intimate interactions with his wife and then buy her some expensive gifts to appease her. He can manage to buy gifts. But intimate interactions. Just then, Xiaoxiu turned around and looked at him. Despite being so far away, Xiaoxiu couldn't see the search results on Gu Jingchu's phone. But Gu Jingchu, as if he had a guilty conscience, immediately pressed the lock screen button. Even on his birthday, he didn't forget to review his work materials. The screen locked so quickly, it must be some kind of secret. Xiaoxiu sighed inwardly. You. The two spoke almost simultaneously. After thinking for a moment, Gu Jingchu said, You go first. If you're busy with work, then I won't bother you any longer. Gu Jingchu. I should have told him to speak first. He originally wanted to ask Xiaoxiu if she was free today and if she needed to rush back to work, so he could put aside his work and spend a few days with her in Shanghai. But Xiaoxiu, at this moment, was like a straight man, shutting down Gu Jingchu's words with a single sentence. I'm already happy to be able to celebrate your birthday, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. After all, rumors were already flying around in Beijing that Gu Jingchu was going to bring down another group. If he can successfully secure this partnership with the upstart technology company in Shanghai, then the rumors about the Gu group in Beijing will be dispelled. As a sensible contract wife, she should ensure that she doesn't hold him back in any way. Xiaoxiu was about to take out her phone to book a flight back home. Gu Jingchu knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. The cooperation negotiations are almost finalized, he quickly said. Since you've come all this way to Shanghai, let me show you around here. Xiaoxiu looked at Gu Jingchu with some suspicion. Then I felt relieved. Shanghai is someone else's territory. Even though Gu Jingchu is a big shot in the Beijing circle, when he comes to someone else's home turf and negotiates a cooperation, he will inevitably get drunk. No wonder you drank so much yesterday. Do you really have time? Yes, Gu Jingchu answered decisively. Xia Shiyu was instantly relieved. Before she transmigrated into the book, she had never been to Shanghai, nicknamed the Magic City. I've heard that land here is incredibly valuable and extremely luxurious, and that only the wealthy and powerful live in the city. When the old man was still alive, he forbade Xia Shiyu from going to big cities. After the old man passed away, she became a university teacher and spent every day looking after those fragile college students, fearing that something might happen to them one day. She was so afraid that she no longer had the idea of traveling to big cities. Chapter 137 changed her screensaver. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, Xia Shiyu has long been eager to seize it. She looked at Gu Jingchu, uncertain, and asked again, "Are you really free? If you're busy, you don't need to squeeze out time for me." Gu Jingchu smiled and shook his head. As if afraid that Xia Shiyu wouldn't believe him, Gu Jingchu turned around, took out his briefcase, and pulled out a project contract. The contract has been signed, and the assistant will oversee the rest. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up, but she didn't reach out to take the project contract to read it. Instead, they pushed the contract back. "That's great. Let's go out and have fun together today." She glanced up at her watch and saw that it was already 11:30 a.m. She had already wasted a whole morning. I should have known better than to be so awkward for so long. Xia Shiyu excitedly opened her phone and started browsing. The world map was the same before and after I transmigrated into the book. The real worlds on both sides are probably not that different. She flipped through the travel guide, then sat down next to Gu Jingchu. "Is this place okay? This is a must-do activity when you come here. And this Disneyland, don't you think it's childish?" Xia Shiyu mentioned many places, and Gu Jingchu nodded in agreement. He looked at Xia Shiyu's lively appearance with a smile, and couldn't help but be infected by her charm. After agreeing on a location, the two set off quickly. Knowing that the two were going to spend a few days in Shanghai, Ouyang Tian generously gifted them a luxury car. Our first stop was Disneyland. Because she used the VIP channel, Xia Shiyu didn't have to queue at all to play the rides. In one afternoon, she had basically explored most of the park. "Wipe your sweat." Gu Jingchu handed Xia Shiyu a tissue, and, seeing that the stray hairs on Xia Shiyu's forehead were soaked with sweat, pulled her to a shady spot. "Let's rest for a while, and then go get something to eat." Xia Shiyu pouted. "I don't want to buy anything in the park. It's expensive and the food isn't good." She winked mischievously, and then, as if by magic, pulled out various small breads and snacks, as well as 2 bottles of drinks, from her backpack. One of the bottles was a Haha brand tea drink. Gu Jingchu was somewhat surprised, and even marveled at Xia Shiyu's impressive stamina. She carried so much stuff, yet she didn't complain of being tired at all. He very consciously put Xia Shiyu's backpack on his own body. Xia Shiyu looked at the small bread in her hand, and then at the small bread displayed at the entrance of a nearby shop. The price posted on it instantly cured her nearsightedness. TSK. A loaf of bread that costs 6 yuan outside sells for 40 or 50 yuan here. She then handed over a Haha brand tea drink that she had brought with her. "I bought it at a convenience store near the hotel. It's green tea flavored." To cater to Gu Jingchu's taste, she even bought the most expensive bottle. Look at the prices inside the scenic area compared to outside. The difference is like night and day. Only a fool would buy something inside the scenic area. Gu Jingchu originally wanted to say he would go buy a bottle of water, but when he saw Xia Shiyu comparing prices, he silently withdrew the foot that had been about to step out. He twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. His brows furrowed involuntarily. The tea was too strong and had a slightly sweet taste, which he wasn't used to, but he still drank half a bottle in front of Xia Shiyu. After resting for a while, the two continued walking forward. The carousel appeared in front of them, and Xia Shiyu immediately became interested. She originally wanted to drag Gu Jingchu along to ride it, but after thinking about it, she felt that the carousel didn't quite suit Gu Jingchu's temperament. "Could you stay here and take pictures for me?" Xia Shiyu excitedly handed over her phone. Gu Jingchu nodded, squeezed into the crowd, and found the best spot to take a picture. The people around him were initially dissatisfied, but upon seeing Gu Jingchu's imposing aura, they immediately shut their mouths. Xia Shiyu's phone had just been deactivated and was in Gu Jingchu's possession. So when Gu Jingchu opened his phone, the first thing he saw was a picture of a sunny and handsome boy. Gu Jingqiu. His eyes darkened instantly. He had already memorized the boy's face. Is this the person she likes? However, she hasn't been in any particularly close contact with men lately. Gu Jingqiu stared at the screensaver again. Judging from the photo, it seemed to be some kind of artistic portrait. He quickly took out his phone, snapped a picture, and then searched for it online. Seeing the results from the Baidu search, Gu Jingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's a variety show star. It comes to mind that Xia Xiyu has always enjoyed watching variety shows, and this male celebrity must have recently become a fan of hers. Although she knew that girls would follow celebrities, Gu Jingqiu still felt uneasy when she saw the male celebrity's bright smile on the screensaver. As if possessed, Gu Jingqiu opened the settings. By the time he realized what was happening, the wallpaper had already been initialized. Gu Jingqiu, what are you doing? Hurry up and take a picture of me. Even though the carousel had already gone around once, Gu Jingqiu still seemed to be standing there in a daze. Xia Xiyu quickly offered a reminder. Each ride on the carousel only lasts 2 minutes, so time is very precious. Gu Jingqiu's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his phone. Although she felt a pang of panic, she didn't show it on her face. He quickly found the right angle for Xia Xiyu, then adjusted the filters and various settings, and carefully took many photos of Xia Xiyu. When Xia Xiyu got off the carousel, Gu Jingqiu handed her his phone. A fleeting look of guilt crossed his eyes. Sure enough, Xia Xiyu was puzzled when she unlocked her phone. Huh? Why did my phone's screensaver change? Gu Jingqiu answered without changing his expression. My hand was shaking when I was taking the picture, and I don't know why I accidentally clicked initialize for you. Oh, okay. Xia Xiyu didn't suspect anything and nodded to indicate that she understood. Then, in front of Gu Jingqiu, she picked out another photo and put it up. Gu Jingqiu, why do I suddenly feel a little angry? After getting off the carousel, Xia Xiyu went to a pavilion in the park. Later that day, the park's daily scheduled attraction, the animated character parade, will begin. She simply sat down and ate snacks while waiting. I'm going to throw out the trash. Before Xia Xiyu could even get up, Gu Jingqiu had already stood up with a plastic bag in his hand. I'll go. It's a bit far, you sit down and rest. She ate all of it. How could I possibly accept that? Before she could even speak, Gu Jingqiu had already strode away. Chapter 138, Encountering a Man Who Picked Up You. Xia Xiyu smiled, then picked up her half-finished drink and twisted it open. Just then, she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She turned around and found a strange man standing behind her with a peacock-like smile on his face. Hey miss, why are you still eating drinks and snacks you brought from outside? They're not expensive in the park. What, doesn't your boyfriend buy them for you? Xia Xiyu was immediately filled with question marks. Was she being hit on? She rolled her eyes, then turned away, not wanting to acknowledge the man at all. But the man took Xia Xiyu's silence as consent, and so he walked up to Xia Xiyu with an even more swagger. Hey girl, it's no use if your boyfriend is handsome. If you're going to find someone, find a guy like me. I'm rich. As if showing off, the man patted his bulging fanny pack and unzipped a corner, revealing the color of RMB coins inside. I think you're really beautiful. Why don't you dump that penniless pretty boy and be with me? Xia Xiyu glanced into the distance and noticed that Gu Jingqiu was coming this way. She suddenly perked up, forcing a smile and looking at the man with a mocking expression. Together with you? Seeing that she replied, the man became even more excited, thinking that he was about to successfully flirt with her. He immediately patted his fanny pack. Miss, as long as you're with me, you can pick and choose anything in the park, and all the money in my pocket is yours. As the man spoke his last few words, Xia Xiyu already sensed a murderous aura spreading around them. Gu Jingqiu had already stood behind the man, but the man seemed oblivious, completely absorbed in Xia Xiyu's beauty, and continued to boast about his wealth in an attempt to poach her. Xia Xiyu met Gu Jingqiu's eyes, which were dark and deep, like a calm sea with surging waves hidden beneath. She was a little scared and silently mourned for the man in front of her for 3 seconds. Men are possessive, and they will feel uncomfortable if their contractual wife is coveted by other men. Gu Jingqiu walked to Xia Xiyu's side and put his arm around her shoulder. He lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as he looked at the man. What did you just say to my wife? Say it again to me. The two were close together, and the scent of cedar immediately enveloped Xia Shiyu. She relaxed completely and leaned against Gu Jingchu's shoulder. Yes, say it again in front of my husband, okay? The man's face darkened instantly. He was about to say something to save face when he met Gu Jingchu's deep, ancient eyes. Her cold gaze made him so frightened that his legs went weak. You're already married. Why are you still flirting around? It's so unlucky. He stammered and couldn't utter a complete sentence, and in the end, he just left with a harsh remark. Xia Shiyu was so angry she almost laughed. So, if you can't pick up a woman, you resort to smearing her? I wonder how many young ladies this scumbag has disgusted with using this method. Don't let irrelevant people affect your mood. Xia Shiyu nodded, and then she moved aside to separate the two of them. Gu Jingchu lost the softness in his arms, and a trace of disappointment flashed quickly in his eyes. After waiting for about 30 minutes, the parade finally began, with security personnel standing in 2 orderly rows. Tourists cheered, and some parents even brought their children dressed as cartoon characters, waving their hands incessantly. Xia Shiyu was also infected by this atmosphere, and she happily jumped around calling out the names of the cartoon characters. Suddenly, Xia Shiyu felt a tightness on her head. She looked up and saw that Gu Jingchu had bought a Lena Bell headband from a nearby store and put it on her head. She was already wearing a short-sleeved shirt and skirt, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking youthful and energetic. The headband made her look even more lively and beautiful. Thanks. She thanked them and saw Lena Bell skipping and hopping along, leading another person dressed in a mascot costume. She waved frantically. Perhaps it was because Xia Shiyu was so beautiful that the staff member wearing the Lena Bell mascot costume spotted her at a glance and even made several heart gestures towards her. Xia Shiyu was instantly happy and followed Gu Jingchu, holding his hand. As dusk fell, before we knew it, it was already 6:30 p.m. She was so tired that she was panting, and by the time she got into the car, she had drunk most of a bottle of water. Why have you stopped? As soon as the car drove out of the park's parking lot, Gu Jingchu stopped the car. Reply to this message. Oh. Gu Jingchu swiped his finger across the phone screen twice, then glanced at the time on the screen before a smile appeared on his lips. 3 seconds later, a familiar figure emerged, muttering curses under his breath. When I came here, I clearly saw a lot of shared bikes, but now they're all gone. How am I supposed to get back? My companions were also using their phones to search for the nearest shared bike spots. There were quite a few people walking over from here one after another. Because the car window was half open and they were close together, Xia Shiyu heard everything the man who was hitting on her said clearly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. It seems that the ostentatious display of wealth she put on in front of me just now was all an act. Xia Shiyu noticed a small tag peeking out from the back of the man's neck with her right eye. She was increasingly speechless. She didn't even cut off the tags on the designer clothes she was wearing, probably thinking that since the shipping insurance was still valid, she could return them on the 7th day of the 7-day no-reason return policy. He's still a freeloader. Suddenly, 2 hurried passers-by bumped into the man who was looking down at his phone, trying to find a nearby shared bike spot. I'm sorry. 2 passers-by bumped into him and then hurried away. The man who approached her cursed a few times before looking at his phone again. What he didn't realize was that the zipper on his fanny pack had been completely unzipped due to the collision with the passerby. The wind was strong today, and his zippered bag was shallow. If the wind blew and he bounced a couple more steps, you can imagine what would happen to the bag of RMB that the guy who was trying to show off would carry. Just as the man who had approached her was engrossed in looking at his phone, Gu Jingchu started the car and honked the horn loudly as he passed the man. The man who had approached him was startled and took several steps back. Chapter 139 The Money Gone. With this big movement, all the money in the man's fanny pack fell out. Holy crap, I dropped my money. Help me pick it up. The man who had approached her shouted and immediately tried to retrieve the money, but unfortunately it was a windy day and the weather was not cooperating. Before he could even bend down, a gust of wind blew the 100 yuan bills that he hadn't tied up properly flying away one by one. My money! My money! The man who had hit on the woman cried out. He used the fastest speed he had ever used in his life, but the direction of the wind was something he could not predict, and the money that had fallen out flew far away in an instant. There are already a lot of people coming from here, so they're overjoyed when they encounter something like money falling from the sky. With so many people picking it up, even if you try to stop them one by one, it won't make a difference. He ran up to one of them and picked up the money, but then the person behind him picked it up too. He was so focused on one thing and didn't care about the other. However, there were also some kind-hearted people who helped the guy who was flirting with him pick up the money back. After cleaning up the mess, the man who had started the conversation looked at the thickness of the cloth in his hand and burst into tears. He had tens of thousands of yuan, but now he only has less than 20,000 yuan left. This was a loan he managed to get through several platforms, and he planned to rent a luxury car to go back to his hometown for matchmaking to save face and marry a wife. Now I haven't been able to rent a car, and I'm out of money. He immediately sat down on the ground, grabbed the remaining money, and burst into tears, shouting that he would call the police. Summer rain. She had no doubt that Gu Jingqiu had pressed the horn on purpose just now. Could he have predicted that a strong wind would come so soon? That's amazing. It seems that the person who tried to strike up a conversation just now really messed with Gu Jingqiu. They've really bitten off more than they can chew. It has to be said that Xia Shiyu has seen another side of Gu Jingqiu, this big shot, today. They're quite vengeful. She laughed out loud. Let's go out to eat. Gu Jingqiu appeared expressionless, but the slight smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. The two went to the Sky Garden, the highest floor in Shanghai, for a steak dinner. Gu Jingqiu went to pay the bill. Although Xia Shiyu can afford the meal now, she would probably be heartbroken and unable to breathe if she saw the bill. However, the view from this rooftop garden is truly stunning. Looking down, you can see the entire city of Shanghai. After strolling around the shopping street in the evening, the two returned to the hotel early. We're going to 2 more tourist attractions tomorrow. As soon as Gu Jingqiu opened the door to the room, his phone rang. Xia Shiyu glanced at it. It was a call from Ouyang Tian. Hello? Okay, I understand. I'll be right there. Gu Jingqiu frowned slightly. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Xia Shiyu apologetically. Mr. Ouyang has some issues that I need to handle together. I'll hire a tour guide and bodyguards for you over the next 2 days. Have a good time. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. His eyes were deep and dark, flashing with anger. I never imagined that even though we're far from Beijing, some people still have such a long reach. Xia Shiyu could tell from his expression that the matter was serious, so she quickly waved her hand. If you have something important to do, go ahead and do it. Don't worry about me. Gu Jingqiu gave Xia Shiyu a deep look and finally smiled at her. Okay, I'll definitely make it up to you once I'm done with this. Actually, no compensation is fine. Xia Shiyu shrugged, turned around, and went into the room, then locked the door from the inside. The suite was very large. She first took a sauna in it, and then went to the shower room to soak in the bath. Through the huge glass window, she looked down at the bustling city with its bright lights and traffic. After taking a bath, she went to the screening room to watch a movie for a while. It wasn't until 10:30 p.m. that she finally collapsed into the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. Xia Shiyu set her alarm for the morning. Last night, Gu Jingqiu sent me a message saying that the bodyguards and tour guide had been arranged and would arrive at 9:30 this morning. She set her alarm for 8:30, giving her an hour to prepare after waking up. Before the alarm clock even went off, the door was banged on loudly. Xia Shiyu frowned and glanced at the time on her phone. It's only a little past 7 in the morning. Did the tour guide and bodyguards arrive this early? She walked to the door, full of morning grumpiness and doubt. She hesitated immediately when she put her hand on the doorknob. She was still groggy from just waking up and almost opened the door without thinking. If it were a bodyguard or tour guide, they would definitely call her beforehand to confirm the information, instead of just running to the room door and knocking. If it's not a tour guide or bodyguard, then who else would be knocking on the door so early in the morning? Xia Shiyu released her grip and carefully turned on the security camera at the door. But she unexpectedly saw someone she hadn't seen in a long time. Qin Luoluo. How did she end up here? And how did she know so precisely where Gu Jingqiu's room was? Xia Shiyu, stop hiding in there. I know you're in there. Open the door. Open the door now. Her face was contorted. Qin Luoluo, who usually paid the most attention to her appearance, didn't even have a hairstyle. Her long hair was just casually draped over her shoulders. Her interesting expression made her look like a female ghost knocking on the door. Xia Shiyu frowned. They're coming to cause trouble so early in the morning. She ignored Qin Luo's constant banging on the door, because for Qin Luoluo to appear at the door of such a top-tier 5-star hotel was already a sign of negligence on the part of the hotel security. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, uniformed security personnel immediately came upstairs and treated Qin Luoluo as a suspicious person, no matter how she explained. The once high and mighty young lady from Beijing's elite social circle was now disheveled and pinned to the ground by a hotel security guard's grappling technique. Then, the hotel manager knocked on the door. Now, Xia Shiyu opened the door with peace of mind. With such a major security blunder, the hotel manager was already internally screaming with anxiety. The people living in this suite are all extremely wealthy and powerful. If he is disturbed, he will never be able to work here again. Madam, we are truly sorry. It was our staff's oversight that allowed a stranger to come upstairs and disturb your rest. We express our deepest apologies and hope you can forgive our negligence. We will provide you with the greatest compensation possible within our capabilities. Actually, there was nothing important. Xia Shiyu shook her head. No need, just be more careful next time and don't put just anyone on it. The hotel manager was sweating profusely. Presidential suites like these are equipped with private elevators. Chapter 140. Carrying a debt of 100 million. Xia Shiyu picked through the first few items one by one. Previously, I was working under Lu Wan and was so busy that I didn't have time to log on to the website to earn some extra money. She has set up an automatic reply for private messages on the website. Whenever someone inquires more than 3 times, she will reply, asking them to go to the Century Appraisal Center and provide the number she left. If the client's appraisal at Century Appraisal Center is successful, Xia Shiyu will still receive a commission. She spent the whole night in front of the computer, looking at pictures and watching videos, and verified about 10 orders, only 2 of which were found to be genuine. Looking at my income, it's around 10,000 yuan. She immediately laughed. I'm not very busy now, and I can even slack off occasionally at work. There was no way Xia Shiyu would slack off. She decided to use all her free time to earn extra money. After all, there was still a mortgage to pay off, and Gu Jingchu's finances were also quite tight. On the second day, Xia Shiyu finished lunch and went to the airport early to wait. She arrived at the waiting room 2 hours early. But after a while, when staff came to help Xia Shiyu with her luggage, she realized that Gu Jingchu had upgraded her from economy class to first class at some point. Honestly, this person is wasting money again. However, Xia Shiyu's lips curled up. First class is so much better than the regular waiting area. It has all kinds of tea and snacks. A staff member will come in later to kindly ask what services you need. With more than half an hour left before boarding, a familiar figure burst into the cabin. When Xia Shiyu saw this person, she almost jumped off the massage chair. She was taken aback, her face remaining impassive, but her body tensed, already in a defensive stance. How did Qin Luoluo get in here? Then she thought, maybe Miss Qin also bought a first-class ticket for this flight, and she pouted. What a coincidence. However, after only 2 days, Qin Luoluo looked even more disheveled. She was completely devoid of her usual elegance and glamour. At this moment, Qin Luo's skin was sallow, her expression was haggard, and she had heavy dark circles and bags under her eyes. Her luxury brand dress was also wrinkled, as if she hadn't changed her clothes for 2 days. At this moment, Qin Luo's gaze towards Xia Shiyu seemed to possess a ferocious, almost murderous intent. You seem quite disappointed, aren't you? Gu Jingchu isn't here. Xia Shiyu curled her lips in a mocking smile. I came here to find you, Xia Shiyu, you bitch. What have you done? Qin Luoluo gritted her teeth and approached Xia Shiyu step by step, glaring fiercely at her, as if she were about to explode at any moment. The person seemed to have been stimulated by something completely different from their previous arrogant and brainless appearance. Xia Shiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, then focused her gaze on the thermos cup next to the small table. She casually touched the thermos with her hand. Very good, it's made of stainless steel. Having already found a suitable weapon, Xia Shiyu sat up straight. If Qin Luoluo suddenly lunges at her and tries to hurt her, then her stainless steel thermos can become a weapon. There are surveillance cameras all around here, so her actions can be classified as legitimate self-defense. Seeing that Xia Shiyu remained silent, Qin Luoluo felt even more resentful. If it weren't for this woman, her family wouldn't have treated her like a discarded child and wouldn't be about to abandon her. You think you can hide what you've done so well? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Look, I deliberately approached you, became your friend, and you already knew everything, didn't you? Qin Luoluo's face twisted in anger. Aren't you smug? You deliberately accepted my advances, treated me like a fool, had someone deliberately leak that information to lure me into believing it, and in the end, you turned around and bit me. Qin Luoluo spoke very quickly, but her pronunciation was clear. What she said completely stunned Xia Shiyu. No, what did she do? Qin Luoluo had indeed shown her goodwill before. In order to find out what Qin Luoluo was up to behind the scenes, Xia Shiyu pretended to accept Qin Luo's goodwill and even sometimes revealed to Qin Luoluo what Gu Jingchu was doing. However, she only pretended for a while before completely ignoring Qin Luoluo. After that, Qin Luoluo disappeared completely, as if she had vanished from Beijing's social circle. Judging from what Qin Luoluo said, something must have happened. She's about to be abandoned by the Qin family, which is why she doesn't have time to cause trouble. But what exactly happened to make Qin Luoluo, someone who cares so much about her image, so disheveled and in such a furious state? Xia Shiyu remained calm and spoke. How come I didn't know I had such great abilities? Besides, you're an adult. Can't you tell what's true and what's false? She blinked, looking quite innocent. But I really don't know what happened. She actually dared to put on this innocent and naive act. Qin Luo's chest heaved with anger as she gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the occasion, she really wanted to go up and tear her face apart. You're still pretending. You know best what happened. You cooperated with me on one hand, but on the other hand, you were making me use 2 contracts. Your disguise was flawless. The shell company I prepared for you turned into a debt company. You even tricked me into signing and made me the legal representative of the debt company. I lost almost 100 million. 100 million. For the Qin family, which appeared prosperous on the surface but was actually desperately short of funds, the patriarch almost beat her to death. Xia Shiyu was truly shocked this time. All she knew was that the WeChat account she used to add Qin Luoluo was newly registered. After toying with Qin Luoluo for a few days, she completely lost interest and left it there unattended, etc. Because one mobile phone number can only register one WeChat account, she asked Lin Yi to help her register the WeChat account. Could it be? The person who later manipulated Qin Luoluo and caused her to incur a debt of 100 million was Lin Yi. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Xia Shiyu felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Is it that Qin Luoluo is too stupid, or is it that Lin Yi? Or perhaps it's that Gu Jingchu behind Lin Yi is too clever. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, unsure of how she felt at that moment. When she first transmigrated, she didn't believe that Gu Jingchu would make a comeback. Instead, she was anxious to sever ties with him because he went bankrupt. So what will happen to me? Chapter 141 Calculation Backfires. If it weren't for the occasion, she really wanted to go up and tear her face apart. You're still pretending. You know best what happened. You cooperated with me on one hand, but on the other hand, you were making me use 2 contracts. Your disguise was flawless. The shell company I prepared for you turned into a debt company. You even tricked me into signing and made me the legal representative of the debt company. I lost almost 100 million. 100 million. For the Qin family, which appeared prosperous on the surface but was actually desperately short of funds, the patriarch almost beat her to death. Xia Shiyu was truly shocked this time. All she knew was that the WeChat account she used to add Qin Luoluo was newly registered. After toying with Qin Luoluo for a few days, she completely lost interest and left it there unattended, etc. Because one mobile phone number can only register one WeChat account, she asked Lin Yi to help her register the WeChat account. Could it be? The person who later manipulated Qin Luoluo and caused her to incur a debt of 100 million was Lin Yi. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Xia Shiyu felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Is it that Qin Luoluo is too stupid, or is it that Lin Yi? Or perhaps it's that Gu Jingchu behind Lin Yi is too clever. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, unsure of how she felt at that moment. When she first transmigrated, she didn't believe that Gu Jingchu would make a comeback. Instead, She was anxious to sever ties with him because he went bankrupt. So what will happen to her? Xia Shiyu's feelings were complicated at this moment. She sighed, telling herself not to think about it too much. Your original purpose was to pretend to be friends with me by showing goodwill, and then find out which of Gu Jingchu's most profitable projects you have, so as to prevent him from making a comeback with that project and his small company. Her face turned cold, and she met Qin Luo's fierce eyes without fear. The winner is king, the loser is an outlaw. You must have learned this saying before. Besides, you plotted against us first, and we only defended and retaliated afterward. You lost, so don't come here to complain. Qin Luo's expression instantly cracked. Xia Shiyu had exposed her deepest insecurity, and she was immediately furious and embarrassed. It's all your fault. If you had been any stupider or more foolish, I wouldn't be in this situation. Hearing this, Xia Shiyu found it extremely funny. From beginning to end, Qin Luoluo has always been a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. They couldn't afford to offend Gu Jingchu, nor did they want to provoke Lin Yi, Gu Jingchu's capable assistant. Therefore, Xia Shiyu, who became Qin Luoluo's punching bag every time, became an obvious target. Qin Luoluo felt that Xia Shiyu was a woman with no background, and that she could bully and manipulate her at will. I want to be abandoned by the Qin family, and my fiancé will break off our engagement. You can be all lovey-dovey with Jingchu, taking him to Disneyland. What I don't have, you're not allowed to have either. A hint of madness crept into Qin Luoluo's eyes. Have you been having fun these past 2 days? I've been locked up in a detention cell by those blind cops in Shanghai for almost 2 whole days. If it weren't for the fear that news of the Qin family's eldest daughter being detained outside the province would make headlines and embarrass the Qin family, Qin Luoluo would probably have been detained for at least 15 days, depending on the severity of the case reported by the hotel. It turned out they had been taken to the police station. A knowing glint flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Someone as proud as Qin Luoluo would probably be upset even if she were killed in the detention room. However, this is all Qin Luoluo's own fault, and it is not a reason for her to completely blame Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu's face turned completely cold. Before the staff who noticed something was wrong were about to come in, Xia Shiyu raised her hand high and slapped the person across the face without hesitation. With a crisp sound, Qin Luoluo's face was slapped crooked. She covered her face and looked at Xia Shiyu in disbelief. How dare you hit me, you bitch? I'll kill you. Qin Luoluo wanted to pounce on him again, but was held down by the staff in the VIP waiting room. Madam, please calm down. Physical altercations are not allowed here. Qin Luoluo struggled desperately. Are you all blind? This bitch hit me. She hit me. The staff also looked annoyed. They had been standing at the door observing for a long time, and it was this woman who had provoked them and was about to do something dangerous. Ms. Xia's retaliation was merely a precaution against danger. Could you please show me your ID? Are you sure you can buy a first-class seat? A hint of doubt flashed in the staff member's eyes. There weren't many people buying first-class tickets today. Every first-class customer was someone she had brought in. She had no recollection of this woman. Qin Luoluo gritted her teeth, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. Because of the huge debt, the Qin family paid off all the money in order to suppress the matter. Therefore, the punishment for Qin Luoluo was to confiscate all her bank cards and cut off her source of income. Moreover, he directly bought Qin Luoluo a plane ticket and sent her to Shanghai, insisting that Qin Luoluo beg Gu Jingchu for forgiveness and build a good relationship with Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu, hoping to get the Gu family to share some of the debt. These days, without any source of income, she has had no choice but to sell her valuable luxury brand items. Her stay in Shanghai has felt like living in hell. But when Qin Luoluo saw Xia Shiyu, her anger flared up. She completely forgot the purpose of her trip to Shanghai, and it wasn't until she was restrained by airport staff that Qin Luoluo truly panicked. I'm sorry, I just had a little conflict with my friend. I'll leave now. Qin Luoluo looked flustered and glared at Xia Shiyu, then put on a pitiful expression for the staff. Can I leave now? Please don't call the police. She had had enough of being detained for a day and a night. If she is detained again, the Qin family might issue a statement severing ties with her. Seeing her pitiful and miserable appearance, Xia Shiyu sighed helplessly and shook her head. Let her out. The staff member glanced at Xia Shiyu and, seeing that she didn't seem to care, breathed a sigh of relief. What they fear most is this kind of dispute. If they are complained about, their wages will definitely be deducted. It would be good if it could be resolved through mediation. Qin Luoluo was asked to leave by the staff again. Xia Xiu lay wearily in the massage chair. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted. Letting Qin Luoluo go this time was the result of careful consideration. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone someone like Qin Luoluo. Chapter 142 is over, and she's angry. If she sends that person to the detention center again, that woman might go crazy. She doesn't want to be knocked unconscious and kidnapped on her way home from get-off work. After all, that's how the plots in novels are written. However, she still sent the details of the incident to Gu Jingchu before boarding the plane. Xia Xiu has already boarded the plane, and her phone is in airplane mode. When Gu Jingchu received this message, someone stood up from their chair. Ouyang Tian looked surprised. "You can be in such a hurry?" He chuckled, his eyes still teasing. "Did something happen to your wife?" Gu Jingchu's face was grim. Qin Luoluo. She actually came to Shanghai, and even managed to get close to Xia Xiu. He couldn't help but rub his forehead, which was a little sore. Sure enough, it's inconvenient to hire people when you're not on your own turf. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Lin had mentioned the matter of tricking Qin Luoluo to him, but he had genuinely forgotten to relay it to Xia Xiu. Over time, he had figured out Xia Xiu's personality. She liked sincere people and disliked deception. Now she knows that Lin also logged into her WeChat account and chatted with Qin Luoluo using her identity, which is why Qin Luoluo blamed everything on her. I bet she's angry now. Gu Jingchu cautiously returned the call, only to find that her number was no longer reachable. "It's over. I'm really angry." Suddenly, even the contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars didn't seem so appealing to Gu Jingchu. Seeing that Gu Jingchu looked genuinely anxious, Ouyang Tian simply stuffed the contract into his briefcase. "I'll take care of your connections in the Shanghai stock market these next few days. We're in the same boat now. Once this technology goes live, we can earn far more than just tens of billions. Mr. Gu, I'm waiting for you." After saying that, Ouyang Tian patted Gu Jingchu on the shoulder and turned to leave. Gu Jingchu sighed and called Lin Yi. "Call Xia Xiu." Lin was completely bewildered and remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Your sister-in-law is on a plane right now. Are you sure she'll answer if you call her now?" Gu Jingchu. In a moment of passion, "I completely forgot about that. I'm so ashamed of my own stupidity." He then booked the next available flight back to Beijing. When Gu Jingchu returned to Beijing, he did not go directly to the old Gu family mansion, but instead went to his and Xia Xiu's small home. Sure enough, when I opened the door, the living room of the small apartment was lit with warm yellow lights. Xia Xiu was holding snacks in her hand, and there was a small game in front of her. "Why am I out of energy again?" She rolled her eyes and saw a noise at the door. Looking up, she saw Gu Jingchu standing at the door. Xia Xiu pursed her lips, but instead of speaking, she turned her head away again. She wasn't sure what she was thinking at that moment, whether it was resentment or something else. She just felt that after living with Gu Jingchu for so long, did they not even have the most basic trust? Although Lin Yi registered that WeChat account, it could still be considered her own alternate account. Even if Gu Jingchu and Lin Yi were to do something like this, wouldn't he cooperate? Or is it that in Gu Jingchu's heart, she is still someone he doesn't trust, and that having her right to know would cause the matter to fail? The more Xia Xiu thought about it, the more negative emotions she felt. She felt terrible and spent the whole afternoon playing Candy Crush. But the game didn't end there, and Xia Xiu became more and more irritable. "I'm not playing anymore. What a crappy game. I have to watch ads to get stamina." She threw down the tablet and went back to her room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. With a bang, Xia Xiu was stunned, and Gu Jingchu was also stunned. Xia Xiu, did she accidentally slam the door too loudly just now? Gu Jingchu probably thinks she's really angry, right? Gu Jingchu. Oh no, this is hopeless. I can't appease them now. He frowned and sat back down on the sofa in the living room, staring at Xia Xiu's tablet, which was still unlocked. On the endless fruit tree in the Candy Crush game, there were still many locked fruits. She seemed to be bothered by this simple little game. "It seems like I ran out of stamina because I got stuck on too many levels." Gu Jingchu slightly tightened his handsome, thin lips. He knew that Xia Xiu wasn't the kind of girl who could be appeased by giving her gifts. So he focused his attention on the match 3 puzzle game in front of him. After clicking in, I discovered that this little game is all about calculating the probability of a certain color animal dropping and the probability of that color animal appearing next time. Once you master the calculation method, you can pass the game in no more than 3 tries. After failing several times, Gu Jingchu figured out the pattern and prepared to try again, but unfortunately, he was out of energy. He was just about to spend money to buy stamina when he discovered that this mini-game was the kind that was designed to make money from advertising and had no way to make money at all. Helpless, he could only click on the link to watch an ad and gain 30 stamina. When Gu Jingchu opened the ad, he almost dropped his tablet. The initial loan interest rate for XX is X%, with principal and interest to be repaid in 1 year. What are you waiting for? Click the link in the bottom right corner and simply enter your mobile number to check your loan amount. Gu Jingchu kept glancing at Xia Shiyu's room to see if the door was open, while his other hand pressed the speakerphone, and then he started looking for how to close the ad interface. It was his first time encountering something like this, and in his flustered state, he managed to click the X button that was very well hidden in the ad interface. After clicking, the ads disappeared, but why does this game suddenly redirect to another app? Moreover, it's a shopping app. Gu Jingchu gritted his teeth, determined to install the tech software he and Ouyang Tian were using on all his phones once it was released, and to block all those apps that made inexplicable adjustments and displayed ads. Having finally regained his strength, Gu Jingchu began to seriously tackle the challenges. Not wanting to watch any more commercials, he focused intently on each challenge, trying not to waste a single bit of his energy. The morning sunlight streamed through the window and onto the bed, and Xia Xiu lazily got out of bed. She drew back the curtains, stretched, and then turned off the still ringing alarm clock. Xia Xiu is going to work at 9:30. It's 8 o'clock in the morning now, and she's getting ready to go out and make herself a bowl of noodles. But to my surprise, as soon as I entered the living room, I saw Gu Jingchu lying on the sofa, holding something in his hand. Xia Xiu looked closely and realized it was her tablet. The screen was still lit up. Chapter 143, more than 500 levels cleared. She walked over cautiously and saw that Gu Jingchu's eyes were closed, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. Xia Xiu was surprised when she saw the screen display on the tablet. Isn't this the same Candy Crush game she couldn't get through last night? She gently pulled the tablet from Gu Jingchu's hand. After seeing the attention she received, she blinked twice. Passed over 500 levels in one night. This is unbelievable. She had been stuck at level 700 for a long time, but in just one night, Gu Jingchu pushed her to level 1200 and was about to reach level 1300. Xia Xiu was unsure of her own feelings. She was both angry and amused. What's infuriating is that he was already so tired, yet he still had to spend the whole night playing games to help her complete them. The funny thing is, he really thought she was angry, so he carefully played games for her and made her pass so many levels. Was he trying to make her happy? Actually, Xia Xiu is not a petty person. She knew the original owner's character, so she was already subtly changing her when she transmigrated. Gu Jingchu carries too much on his shoulders, so it's understandable that he doesn't fully trust himself. Besides, they're just a contractual couple. Why should she care so much? She had already figured it out and naturally didn't care, but she didn't expect Gu Jingchu to take it to heart. Xia Xiu's eyes held a complex mix of emotions, and she sighed. Gu Jingchu like this is truly captivating. Xia Xiu tiptoed quietly behind Gu Jingchu, intending to pull out a folded blanket to cover him. But as soon as the blanket was pulled out, Gu Jingchu's long eyelashes trembled. Xia Xiu froze. As she looked down, her eyes met Gu Jingchu's sleepy gaze. Why are you sleeping on the sofa again today? She simply continued what she had been doing, gently covering Gu Jingchu with the blanket. Then I put the tablet's lock screen aside. I've let you pass that hurdle. Gu Jingchu glanced at her cautiously, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her expression was natural. If I can still cover him with a blanket, does that mean I'm not angry anymore? Thanks. After expressing their gratitude, the atmosphere between the two returned to silence. It wasn't that I deliberately hid it from you. I just forgot. Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Shiyu with eyes full of apology. I will handle Qin Lolua's situation and will definitely not let her appear in front of you again. Xia Shiyu smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. I was a little angry at first, but now I understand. We're not in a very close relationship, so it's normal for you to act this way. I don't mind anymore. Her explanation only made Gu Jingchu more troubled. He would rather Xia Shiyu be a little angry than have her in different attitude now. Just as he was about to say something more, Xia Shiyu spoke up excitedly. Guess how much money I made during my few days in Shanghai? You even made money? Gu Jingchu then thought of Xia Shiyu's part-time job doing appraisals on the website. He thought for 2 minutes, then shook his head. You didn't even guess, did you? It's only 20,000. Xia Shiyu's face was full of joy after making money. I've already made a name for myself on the website. The prices are fair and the efficiency is fast. Now, as long as I log into my account and open the backend, all the messages are 99 plus. And I've also introduced a lot of customers to the appraisal center in Beijing. Hee, I've earned quite a lot in commissions. Her happy expression made Gu Jingchu smile involuntarily. The female lead, holding the money she had just earned, excitedly ran to the male lead, showing it to him with a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy, as if at this moment, all her hard work had been rewarded. Looking at her bright smile, Gu Jingchu was also infected by her happy mood and couldn't help but smile back. He looked at Xia Shiyu's excited expression, which was extremely cute. He reached out and couldn't resist gently poking the dimple that appeared when Xia Shiyu smiled. That's amazing. Gu Jingchu was genuinely happy for Xia Shiyu. His voice was warm and encouraging. You'll definitely get better and better in the future. Xia Shiyu nodded, a hint of pride creeping into her expression. She looked up and met Gu Jingchu's doting gaze, which he hadn't yet withdrawn. The slight flutter in her heart she had felt earlier was now even stronger. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Gu Jingchu's gaze, but a faint blush rose on her cheeks. Gu Jingchu's fingers remained on Xia Shiyu's cheek without moving away. The warmth between her fingertips seemed to spread across her cheeks, and the atmosphere became subtle and ambiguous at that moment. Something was subtly changing, as if some inexplicable force was drawing them closer. The surrounding air seemed to grow warmer and sweeter, immersing them in this beautiful atmosphere. It took Xia Shiyu a long time to come to her senses. She patted her burning cheeks, not daring to meet Gu Jingchu's gaze for even a moment. Just now, she seemed to be somewhat certain that Gu Jingchu had feelings for her. I clutched my chest. My heart was pounding wildly inside. Even though she had warned herself not to fall for a big shot like Gu Jingchu, she knew that if she were with him, she would only fall for him and would have no way to back down. However, as they spent more time together, Xia Shiyu developed different feelings for Gu Jingchu. Why? Everything else is easy to control, except for emotions. However, Xia Shiyu dislikes things that are vague and uncertain, and she also dislikes things that don't have a future. She was still hesitant, wondering whether to reveal the unspoken feelings between the two of them. But once the truth is revealed, how should the two people get along? She was truly at a loss for words. Then, she readily chose to escape, swatting away Gu Jingchu's hand that was on her face. She stood up, glancing left and right, but refusing to look at Gu Jingchu. I have to go to work soon. What do you want to eat? I'll make you some noodles. What kind of noodles do you want today? Egg noodles. Okay, I'm off. Once a person starts to panic, their actions and words become completely illogical. She turned and went into the kitchen, quickly made 2 bowls of noodles, not even caring that they were hot, ate her own portion, picked up her bag, and left. Shigur. Gu Jingchu called her from behind, but Xia Shiyu was afraid that Gu Jingchu would say something he shouldn't, so she ran as fast as she could. After calming down downstairs, she felt that people were looking at her strangely the whole way. Did she have uneaten noodles on her face? Chapter 144. The test has arrived. Xia Shiyu walked towards her electric scooter with a look of utter disbelief. It was rush hour, and normally at this time, commuters would hurry along, but now everyone who passed by Xia Shiyu would give her a strange look. She became increasingly puzzled. Just as they were about to reach the parking area for the electric scooter, a little girl with a kindergarten backpack stared intently at Xia Shiyu, while the little girl's mother turned her face away, trying to suppress her laughter. Summer rain. She questioned her existence once again and defiantly pulled a mirror out of her bag, examining her face closely. There's nothing wrong with it. Even without makeup, she's still a stunning beauty. Just then, she felt her skirt being tugged, and when she looked down, she saw it was the little girl from before. Is there something you need? The little girl blinked her big eyes, which were full of confusion and curiosity. Sister, are you a chicken? I'm furious. Although she is beautiful, her demeanor is graceful and her clothing is normal. She doesn't look like someone who does that kind of work. Xia Shiyu frowned, about to say something, when the little girl's mother ran over, picked up the little girl, and covered her mouth. I'm really sorry, the child doesn't know how to speak. Children speak without thinking. It depends on how adults teach them. Xia Shiyu was about to get angry, but the little girl's mother's next words shut her up. It's definitely your outfit that misled the kids. Are you going to participate in? What are you doing? Are you going to kill prey? Is that some anime character you're talking about? Xia Shiyu was completely dumbfounded. What cosplay? She was dressed normally for work. A shirt, a dress, and high heels. Shoo! The thought of shoes made Xia Shiyu freeze in shock. She left in such a panic that she didn't even change her shoes before running downstairs, only grabbing her bag. In other words, she's currently wearing socks with chicken feet patterns and bunny ear slippers. No wonder that whenever someone passed by her when she went downstairs, they would look at her with strange eyes and try hard to suppress their laughter. Ayaya, she's dead. This is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you. Xia Shiyu stammered as she finished thanking him, then, filled with grief and indignation, covered her face and ran upstairs. Wah! Now she finally understood why Gu Jingchu had called her when she was leaving. Why didn't you stop her when you had the time to call her? The company was so badly damaged that Xia Shiyu took his anger out on them. When I opened the door, I saw Gu Jingchu standing there with shoes and socks in his hands. Xia Shiyu retorted angrily. Why didn't you just remind me? Gu Jingchu, he called out, but she charged out like a bull and couldn't be called back at all. However, seeing her current state, Gu Jingchu silently swallowed his words. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It felt like punching cotton. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips slightly, dejectedly sat back down on the stool in the entryway, and silently changed her shoes. I'm sorry, I was a bit short-tempered just now. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Gu Jingchu shook his head, somewhat amused. He liked Xia Shiyu's outgoing personality. Whether she was happy or angry, her emotions were always palpable. She used to be as cold as a doll, always wearing a mask of fake smiles. I happen to be going to the company too. Let me give you a ride to work. Gu Jingchu raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already quite late. Xia Shiyu thought about it for a moment, and then agreed without hesitation. Having already suffered a humiliating defeat, she really didn't want to lose face again. After changing her shoes, she followed Gu Jingchu directly to the underground parking garage via the elevator. The traffic was pretty congested today. Xia Shiyu was eating dried fruit in the passenger seat. After she finished, she felt a little thirsty, but then she realized that there was no water in Gu Jingchu's car. Wait a moment. There was a long red light ahead, and with the traffic jam, it would take several minutes to move. Gu Jingchu moved the car to the side of the road, opened the car door, and walked towards the convenience store not far away. Bored in the car, Xia Shiyu wanted to put on a song, but just as she was clicking on the screen, Lin Yi called. She accidentally clicked the call button. Brother Chu, the negotiations with the Qin family failed. That old man from the Qin family is desperate and trying to cut off all investment. They've used various methods to cut off the investments we could have secured. Without the funds, we can't proceed with the rest. Before they could even open their mouths, Lin started rambling on and on. To prevent herself from hearing anything she shouldn't, Xia Shiyu quickly spoke up. He went to buy water and will be at the company in a little while. You can talk to him in person later. After saying that, Xia Shiyu immediately hung up the phone. A minute later, Gu Jingchu returned with the water, and Xia Shiyu told him the truth. No. Is there another funding problem? Xia Shiyu silently watched Gu Jingchu. Sure enough, it was not an easy task to take on a crumbling group. Just as Gu Jingchu signed a contract in Shanghai and invested a large sum of money, the Qin family, spurred by this, immediately resorted to illegal means to cut off the funds that Gu Jingchu's clients were about to invest in the Gu Group. That's outrageous. After arriving at the identification center, Xia Xiyu remained absent-minded. After realizing her feelings for Gu Jingchu, she kept thinking about him. He's been negotiating in Shanghai for several days, and went straight to the group after returning. I wonder if his body can handle it. When I went to Shanghai to see him, even someone of his status could get drunk at a drinking party. One can imagine that he must have spent the next few days in Shanghai like that. The Qin family is probably desperate because of the 100 million yuan Qin Luoluo paid out. Xia Xiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, having made up her mind. She and Gu Jingchu are now husband and wife. Their fates are intertwined, and she wants to help him. However, what Gu Jingchu needs is money. Even though he is now the president of the Gu Group, he is still no different from when he was bankrupt. Still no money. It seems the comeback is only halfway done. Xia Xiyu twirled her pen, scribbling and drawing on the paper in a haphazard manner. It wasn't until Lu Wan came over and patted Xia Xiyu on the shoulder that Xia Xiyu snapped out of her daze. What are you spacing out for? Lu Wan walked over with a smile, and then placed a stack of documents in front of Xia Xiyu. Your test has begun. What kind of test? It wasn't until Xia Xiyu flipped through the stack of documents in front of her that she realized what the test was. Chapter 145 Dragon Head. This is... Xia Xiyu's fingers trembled as she gripped the stack of documents, clearly showing her excitement. This is the dragon head guarding the mechanisms inside the Han Emperor's tomb. Xia Xiyu pointed to the photos in the document, then frowned. But there are rumors that this dragon head was looted by foreign allied forces during the war in China and taken abroad, and has been collected by an unknown collector and is no longer on display. Moreover, over the years, the dragon head has been the most frequently replicated item by those who resell antiques. Some of the craftsmen are so skilled that they can almost perfectly replicate the originals. However, since the dragon head was stolen, it has never reappeared. Now that Lu Wan has placed this stack of documents in front of him, does it mean that the dragon head may have been bought back by a wealthy person in China who wishes to remain anonymous, and is preparing to have it authenticated and, after 100 years, displayed in China again? This is not an ordinary opportunity. It is your chance to make a name for yourself. Lu Wan's face was serious. If you can pass this test, then those old guys behind me will have nothing to say, and I will officially accept you as my disciple. This is like a pie falling from the sky, but this pie is too big and too heavy. If you're not careful, you might not catch it and could even get crushed. Xia Xiyu's fingers trembled. She was torn between her inner thoughts and her own. Whether she becomes famous or not is completely irrelevant to her. With her current income and part-time earnings combined, she can live comfortably even in Beijing. However, she loved this profession, and when the image of the dragon head appeared before her eyes, she could feel her heart tremble. Xia Xiyu wanted to seize this opportunity. How much is the commission? As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck on the head. Xia Xiyu clutched her head in pain, only to receive a big eye roll from Lu Wan. This is an opportunity that others would fight tooth and nail for, a chance to make a name for themselves. And you, all you care about is money. Xia Xiyu chuckled. I want both reputation and money. Moreover, after receiving the commission, she could also help Gu Jingchu overcome his financial difficulties. Lu Wan nodded. Okay, the information is all here. Take it back and take a good look. We'll set off tomorrow. Xia Xiyu was taken aback. Was time really that tight? Do you think we're the only ones eyeing this? Other companies in the industry are eyeing it too. This is an opportunity one finally managed to snag. Such a cultural relic that could cause a national sensation naturally attracted countless eyes, but Lu Wan gave herself this opportunity to become famous. She didn't know what to say to Lu Wan or how to express her gratitude. The reason I value you is because I trust you. Lu Wan patted Xia Xiyu's shoulder earnestly. Your talent is actually above mine, but you started learning later than me. Perhaps you were delayed in the past, but by my side, I will definitely make up for all the things you didn't have before. This also reflects her appreciation for talent. Moreover, in this fast-paced era, there are fewer and fewer appraisers. Most young people today are authors and self-media creators, reaping the benefits of technology and the internet. Few people can be as calm and focused as Xia Xiyu in the tedious, time-consuming, and laborious field of authentication. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Xiaoxiu stood up and said earnestly. At the end, she looked at Lu Wan and whispered, "Master." Lu Wan was taken aback, then her eyes stung with tears. She turned her face away and softly hummed in agreement. "I'll wait until the day of your apprenticeship ceremony, and then call my name again in front of everyone." Xiaoxiu nodded vigorously. She sat down and not only carefully examined the thick stack of documents that Lu Wan had brought over, but also kept searching online for literature in cases where previous Dragon Head sales results were identified as fakes. Even knowing it was a fake, Xiaoxiu would still download the video, put it in a specific playback software, put on high-definition glasses, and watch it carefully again and again. For the first time ever, Xiaoxiu didn't go home tonight. She sent Gu Jingqiu a message and then spent the entire night at the testing center, staying in the data room. When Xiaoxiu came out the next day, she was not haggard at all. On the contrary, she was full of energy. "Go and get some sleep. We're not leaving until 3 p.m. The other party specified that they would arrive around 5:30 p.m. Because the sun was setting at that time, the environment was relatively dim, the light would not cause too much damage to the dragon's head, and it would also allow the appraiser to see it clearly. I'm very excited right now. If I go to sleep, I'll be exhausted when I wake up." Xiaoxiu chuckled. She had to maintain this state. Lu Wan knew this, so she didn't try to persuade Xiaoxiu anymore. Instead, she carefully explained to Xiaoxiu the things to pay attention to later. This collector not only bought the genuine articles, but also the highly realistic forgeries. So, it's very difficult to find the real one among four almost identical dragon heads, but my intuition tells me that you can. Moreover, the roads in the villa are very secluded. When we get on the bus, all our communication devices will be taken away, and there will be strict security checks. We will also wear blindfolds and earplugs the whole time to prevent anyone with malicious intent from sneaking into the bus and using their voice and memory to find the way to the collector's house. Xiaoxiu expressed her understanding. Such top-tier collections are coveted by many. Sure enough, when we set off in the afternoon, due to the strict security checks, they actually found someone who was trying to sneak in. The identification center immediately called the police. If this person were to infiltrate and threaten the safety of the dragon's head, the reputation of the Century Appraisal Center would be completely ruined. Who would dare to send their collections for appraisal or hire appraisers from their appraisal company? The journey was fraught with difficulties. What should have been a 1-hour straight trip took almost 2 hours, even with an early departure. After countless vehicle changes, personnel checks, and information verifications along the way, the vehicle finally arrived at the collector's home as dusk approached. The collector did not show himself. He wore a tightly sealed mask that concealed his eyes and gloves that covered his hands, leaving no part of his skin exposed. He looked like someone who had won a huge lottery prize and was dressed in a mascot costume to receive it on stage. Xiaoxiu remained calm, showing no surprise or other expression at the collector's attire. He's a steady person. The collector asked Xiaoxiu many more questions, which Xiaoxiu answered one by one. Chapter 146: Successful Identification. Seeing that although she was young, she was composed and highly professional, the collector had the 4 dragon heads moved over. The light now is natural light, but in an hour, the sun will completely set. Collectors would never expose such extremely rare cultural relics to artificial light. Therefore, Xiaoxiu must hurry. The 4 dragon heads look exactly alike, making it difficult to distinguish between the genuine and fake ones. Xiaoxiu's task is to find the real dragon head among these seemingly identical dragon heads. First, she carefully observed each dragon head, noting the subtle changes in the lacquer that had fallen off, the fineness of the painting, and the inscriptions on the bottom of the dragon heads. She knew that genuine antiques often differed in these details. Subsequently, after obtaining the collector's approval, she used various scientific testing methods, such as infrared scanning and X-ray imaging, to further analyze the composition and manufacturing process of the dragon head. Xiaoxiu encountered numerous difficulties during the identification process. Because these 4 items are almost identical, and the imitation techniques of the 3 fakes are so sophisticated that even experienced experts would find it difficult to distinguish them at a glance. Half an hour has passed. The other appraisal company's people stood aside, ready to mock Lu Wan, indirectly criticizing her for entrusting such an important matter to an unknown novice, implying that she didn't take the appraisal seriously at all. Almost everyone thought that Xia Xiyu was incapable of completing this seemingly impossible task. Time was passing by, and as the sun set and the light grew dimmer, she knew that if she didn't succeed in the identification soon, she would be stuck in this industry. No matter where you go, people will bring this up, since the authentication circle is only so big. Come on, if you can't identify it, just give us the time. The person from another appraisal company crossed their arms, their eyes full of mockery. The appraisers came from the appraisal center in Guangzhou. This Guangzhou appraisal center is a competitor of Century Appraisal Center. Every time they meet, the appraisers from both sides always end up arguing. They certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, so they became even more sarcastic and cynical. They also harbored ulterior motives to undermine Xia Xiyu. Can you all shut up? Lu Wan finally lost her temper. If you make any more noise and interfere with my apprentice's appraisal, I won't hesitate to kick you all out. After Lu Wan's warning, the team of appraisers in Guangshi finally shut their mouths. Despite the ridicule and sarcasm from others, Xia Xiyu was not defeated by the pressure and words. She ignored everything else and focused solely on identifying the dragon head. She firmly believed that her professional knowledge and experience would help her find the real dragon head. As time was running out, Xia Xiyu finally identified the real dragon head among the 4 pieces. By comparing the bronze lacquer, painting, inscriptions, and scientific test results, she determined that one of the porcelain pieces was the real dragon head. If I am not mistaken, this is undoubtedly a national treasure, the dragon head. She confidently pointed to one of them and noticed that the collector's gaze towards Xia Xiyu had changed. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and after a while, the collector's applause broke out. He looked at Xia Xiyu with admiration and clapped his hands. As expected, heroes emerged from among the young. Miss Xia is so young, and under such limited conditions, she was able to identify it so quickly. She is truly amazing. The appraisers at the Century Appraisal Center were already showing excitement and couldn't help but cheer quietly. Meanwhile, the Guangshi team, standing not far away on the opposite side, had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. The collector invited 2 teams of appraisers to come and decide who would appraise first by drawing lots. If the first appraisal team fails, the second team will take over. If the first appraisal team succeeds, the second team will also receive a substantial appraisal fee. But who wouldn't want such an opportunity? They originally thought that Lu Wan's casting of a novice young girl would definitely fail, and then they could watch Lu Wan make a fool of herself. Surprisingly, this little girl, who had no reputation in the industry, was identified. This couldn't have been a lucky guess. That's definitely a guess. We don't believe you. One of the younger guys glared at Xia Xiyu, clearly indicating that he and his team shared the same opinion. Xia Xiyu had actually chosen the right person by luck. Xia Xiyu raised an eyebrow, and when she announced her assessment results, she was full of confidence. All right, while we still have some time, please stand in front of the real national treasure. I believe that with your professional knowledge, you will be able to clearly explain the characteristics of this national treasure. By the way, you should also talk about the differences between the other 3 fakes and the real ones. The young man never expected Xia Xiyu to immediately retort. The situation suddenly became awkward and difficult to resolve. You think you can just look at it like that? This is a national treasure. Every minute it's exposed to the elements increases the danger. Women are indeed short-sighted. But the collector waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right, I'll give you 30 minutes. I've already taken precautions to keep it confidential, and I don't need those 30 minutes. He was quite interested in the competition between the 2 young people, especially the elegant professional term Xia Xiyu used during the appraisal, which completely captivated the collector, leaving him wanting more. The young man was put on the hot seat and had no choice but to fight back. After half an hour, Xia Xiyu completely overwhelmed the young man without any surprise. He has earned everyone's respect and approval, both in terms of language skills and professional expertise. The young man retreated with a livid face and was glared at fiercely by the team leader. Because this artifact, which can be considered a national treasure, requires extremely high confidentiality. The collector only allowed the person to leave after a confidentiality agreement was signed. On the way back, Xia Shiyu's hands were trembling with excitement. This experience was a huge challenge for Xia Shiyu, but also an opportunity for growth. She proved with her actions that she has already taken one foot into this industry. Lu Wan's usually cold face broke into a smile as she took Xia Shiyu's hand and patted it. Now, no one will dare to question you. Xia Shiyu's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded vigorously. Chapter 147: The Ceremony of Accepting Apprentices. The news of Xia Shiyu's successful identification had already reached the identification center. The head and managers of the appraisal center personally stood at the entrance to welcome Xia Shiyu and Lu Wan. Especially Li Mu, the lobby manager, was beaming. He had personally recruited Xia Shiyu against all odds, and now that she was doing so well and bringing honor to the appraisal center, he was also able to rise in rank. When Xia Shiyu walked into the appraisal center, she was flattered to see the people standing in a row to greet her. She then stood behind Lu Wan, wanting to ask Lu Wan to go first. At this moment, Lu Wan simply smiled slightly at Xia Shiyu, and then pushed Xia Shiyu forward a few steps without any room for doubt. Feeling Lu Wan's kindness, Shiyu did not refuse again and accepted everyone's praise with a smile. After shaking hands with the boss and the general manager and exchanging pleasantries for a long time, Xia Shiyu declined the appraisal center's offer to hold a celebration banquet for her. She wants to keep a low profile right now. Acting high profile so soon after becoming famous could easily provoke dissatisfaction among some of her peers. Xia Shiyu doesn't want to plant a seed of discord behind her back. A victory celebration banquet can be skipped, but Lu Wan's apprentice acceptance ceremony is a must. Lu Wan specifically chose Manhwa Tower in the capital city. This restaurant is so famous that bookings for banquets here are booked up for a year in advance. Lu Wan had to use her personal connections to secure a one-day appointment recently. Just stand next to me then. Don't be nervous. I'll introduce you to those people. Lu Wan patted Xia Shiyu's hand. They're all old men, a bit arrogant. Some even have sharp tongues, but they're not bad at heart. Xia Shiyu nodded. She thought to herself, those behind Lu Wan aren't just arrogant and sharp-tongued old men. Any one of them could be a big shot in the industry. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous, but before she transmigrated into the book, she had met many old men from different industries with her and that old man. As for how to please these old men, she was already quite adept at it. An old man. No matter how serious you are, some people are still like children and need to be coaxed. Xia Shiyu has been extremely busy these past few days preparing for the apprenticeship ceremony. She has barely been home and has called Gu Jingchu to explain the situation. Gu Jingchu sincerely congratulated Xia Shiyu. Just as Xia Shiyu was preparing to take on apprentices and was struggling to choose a dress, she received a message on her phone. Open the door. Xia Shiyu was puzzled for a few seconds, then an idea quickly popped into her mind. Before she knew it, she was already standing at the door, her heart filled with joy. The message was sent by Gu Jingchu. So is he already standing at the door of my office right now? Xia Shiyu carefully opened the door and, sure enough, saw Gu Jingchu standing there. She smiled with her lips pursed. You're here to deliver my dress? Gu Jingchu nodded. Then his gaze settled on Xia Shiyu's rather dark circles. Even though you're busy, remember to take breaks. He then called his assistant to buy some steam eye masks and have them delivered. The dress was placed on the table. I've already bought it for you, and I think it suits you perfectly. Xia Shiyu smiled, her eyes crinkling, opened the package, and then made a gesture. Gu Jingchu turned around cooperatively, and soon Xia Shiyu put on the clothes. This dress is absolutely gorgeous. It looks like it was made just for Xia Shiyu. The light fabric hugs her figure, showcasing her graceful curves. The color of the dress is perfect, complementing Xia Shiyu's skin tone and highlighting her elegant Qiji inherent quality/temperament. Xia Shiyu didn't miss the look of amazement in Gu Jingchu's eyes when he looked at her. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Gu Jingchu cleared his throat, his ear tips turning slightly red, and he tried to look away from his sight. "Very beautiful. Then, please do us the honor of having Mr. Gu attend the apprenticeship ceremony." Xia Shiyu extended an invitation. She actually had her own little selfish motives. since many big names from different industries will definitely be present at Lu Wan's apprentice acceptance ceremony. Inviting Gu Jingchu, there would be a perfect opportunity to expand his network. She had heard from Lin Yi that the families in Beijing's business circle were afraid that Gu Jingchu would regain his position as the top business figure in Beijing, so they were suppressing him both openly and secretly. After all, the Gu group is no longer as glorious as it used to be, and it even seems to be on the verge of collapse. This is a huge piece of meat, and the old foxes in these families are just waiting for the great Xia to fall so they can get a share of the pie. It just so happens that she invited Gu Jingchu to the apprenticeship ceremony, so she could leverage the influence of these big shots to help Gu Jingchu build a good network of connections. This would at least buy Gu Jingchu some time to recuperate and stop him from being targeted every day and worrying about financial difficulties. Good. Gu Jingchu agreed immediately. 2 more busy days passed, and finally it was time for Lu Wan's apprentice acceptance ceremony. After entering Manhwa Tower, a special assistant showed Xia Xiyu the guest list for the banquet. After seeing these lists, Xia Xiyu was completely stunned. It turns out that those old guys Lu Wan was talking about all had even more impressive backgrounds than the last. Some are veteran generals who helped found the country. Some are masters of traditional Chinese painting, and most are big names from all walks of life. With so many people watching her, Xia Xiyu, who had prepared herself, couldn't help but feel nervous again. She took 2 deep breaths and exhaled, mentally preparing herself before standing at the door, waiting for the host to call her name, so she could push the door open and enter. With the host's impassioned speech, he first thanked all the guests for being invited, then gave a grand introduction of Lu Wan, and then presented Xia Xiyu's resume as a prelude. Now, please welcome our beloved student, Ms. Xia Xiyu, to the stage. As the music started, the door opened automatically. The flash immediately shone on Xia Xiyu. Exclamations of amazement rose and fell among the crowd. It's so beautiful. Teacher Lu's apprentice looks just like a female celebrity. It's pretty, but I don't know if it's just for show. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xia Xiyu walked step by step toward Lu Wan, who was in the center of the light. The hem of her gown swayed gently with her steps, rising and falling like waves, exuding an elegant yet vibrant beauty. The delicate lace edges and sparkling crystal embellishments shimmer under the light, adding a touch of dreaminess and romance. Xia Xiyu's long hair was styled up and secured with a white magnolia hairpin, perfectly complementing the style of her dress. Her makeup was exquisite yet natural, harmonizing with the color of the dress and further enhancing her extraordinary beauty. Chapter 148: The focus of the audience. Almost everyone's eyes were on her. Her beauty and the confidence she exuded made her the center of attention. This place was filled with many top experts and scholars in the industry, and when Xia Xiyu appeared, almost everyone cast a scrutinizing glance at her. Xia Xiyu smiled, and she did not back down because of the scrutinizing looks. Instead, she walked firmly to Lu Wan's side and generously showed everyone a polite and elegant smile. "You look beautiful today." Lu Wan sincerely admired her. She knew that her little apprentice was beautiful and usually attracted a lot of attention, but seeing her dressed formally, made up, and wearing a beautiful dress, she finally understood what it meant to be stunningly beautiful. Teacher Lu is very beautiful too. Xia Xiyu's eyes were full of excitement. She tried her best to calm herself down, but her trembling hands betrayed her. After today, she will be a household name in this industry. "Still calling me teacher?" Lu Wan glared at her, then teased. "Hee master." The apprenticeship ceremony was very grand. After another introduction, several old men behind Lu Wan also stood up. They were seated as the honored guests, and Lu Wan served tea to Xia Xiyu, who then offered it to each of them. The old men were all dressed in Tang suits or Zhongshan suits, their faces serious and their eyes sharp as they scrutinized Xia Xiyu. Xia Xiyu remained calm and composed. Despite being scrutinized by several old men, she served them tea one by one. After watching them open their cups and drink the tea, she finally felt relieved. Drinking this cup of tea means that these old men have approved of her, and from now on she will have a place in these industries. The last cup of tea was offered to Lu Wan. Once Lu Wan drank this cup of tea, she would be considered to have truly become Lu Wan's personal disciple. The audience applauded. A warm feeling welled up in Xia Shiyu's heart, and her smile became even brighter. Lu Wan's face beamed with pride and joy. She walked up to Xia Shiyu and said with a smile, "From today onwards, you are my apprentice." After speaking, she took out an exquisite jade pendant from her sleeve, inlaid with a crystal-clear gemstone. It was obviously very valuable, but this time Xia Shiyu did not refuse, but lowered her head slightly. The atmosphere was solemn yet warm. In front of everyone, Lu Wan personally hung the jade pendant around Xia Shiyu's neck. Then, she led Xia Shiyu in bowing to the elders, thus concluding the entire apprenticeship ceremony. Xia Shiyu was brought off stage and introduced to many bigwigs. Throughout this process, Gu Jingchu stood quietly to the side, watching with a deep and gentle gaze. Once everyone was familiar with each other, the rest of the banquet was just a time for the various bigwigs to promote themselves and engage in conversation. After Xia Shiyu finally went through all the formalities and recognized everyone at the banquet, she looked up and saw Gu Jingchu, who had been standing not far away. Xia Shiyu saw encouragement and support in his eyes. A warmth filled her heart. Across the crowd, it seemed as if some emotion was quietly rising in the air. Holding a glass of wine, Xia Shiyu slowly walked to Gu Jingchu's side. "You've arrived." She gently clinked glasses with him. Gu Jingchu drank it all in one gulp, then gently took her hand. He said in a low voice, "Congratulations on becoming Lu Wan's apprentice. I believe you will achieve even greater success in this field." Xia Shiyu felt the warmth and strength in his palm. She smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you, I definitely will." Then, Xia Shiyu pointed in a direction and said, "Now that I've become a familiar face to everyone, I'll take you there as my husband." Gu Jingchu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He was both amused and exasperated, finally understanding why Xia Shiyu had made a special invitation to him. So, she also thought that he was about to lead the Gu group into bankruptcy again. So she came to this grand banquet for accepting apprentices, where bigwigs gathered, to help him expand his network? Given his previous status, he had already made all the necessary connections, so there was little need to expand them. But this was Xia Shiyu's kind intention. How could he let him down? After that, he silently followed behind Xia Shiyu, watching Xia Shiyu introduce herself with great enthusiasm. Throughout Beijing's elite circles, everyone knows that Gu Jingchu went from being a bankrupt president to taking over the Gu group, which was internally fragmented, rife with infighting, and on the verge of collapse. Even though Xia Shiyu brought him along, the people no longer showed the same awe and enthusiasm for Gu Jingchu as before. Most of them offered perfunctory polite smiles, and some even had a hint of contempt in their eyes. "Isn't this our famous CEO, Mr. Gu? I heard your company is currently experiencing cash flow problems, so you've come here to solicit investment?" Wang Wei appeared beside the two of them at some point, his mockery obvious. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I have to say, President Gu, you're really lucky. You bankrupted such a big company, and even old Master Gu kicked out his own son to keep you, his grandson, in the Gu group. Now that the Gu group is short of funds, you have such a beautiful wife to help you build connections. Why don't I have such good luck?" Wang Wei's words were clearly a veiled sarcasm, implying that Gu Jingchu was living off women. Xia Shiyu did not lose her composure in the face of the ridicule. Instead, she smiled and responded, "Mr. Wang is joking. This is my husband, whom I have a marriage certificate with. If he were not here on such an important occasion in my life, it would be a laughing stock." Then, she blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with some confusion, "Where is Mr. Wang's fiancée?" "That is Ms. Qin, a well-known socialite in Beijing's elite circle." At this moment, Gu Jingchu spoke in a cool tone. "I heard that Ms. Qin's business failed, and she lost 100 million yuan. Mr. Wang immediately broke off the engagement. Mr. Wang is really a free spirit." The smile wouldn't disappear. It would simply transfer from Wang Wei's face to Xia Shiyu's. Wang Wei accused Gu Jingchu of using women to gain connections at the banquet, to which Gu Jingchu immediately retorted that Wang Wei was a treacherous and opportunistic person. Wang Wei's expression at that moment was incredibly interesting. The two of them talked back and forth, leaving Wang Wei unable to find a single word to refute them. Mr. Gu, Instead of wasting time mentioning my ex-fiancé, you should keep a close eye on your wife. Miss Xia's reputation has spread far and wide. Someone as beautiful and talented as Miss Xia must attract countless admirers. You'd better keep a close eye on her. In Wang Wei's subconscious, women's status should not be too high. Chapter 149, I am proud of her. Especially now that Gu Jingchu is down on his luck, while Xia Xiyu has climbed up to a big shot. Wang Wei felt uncomfortable that a woman's status had surpassed that of a man. You let a woman trample on your head. Humph, Gu Jingchu, your life is over. Wang Wei's tone was full of pride as he spoke, and he even felt that he could finally surpass Gu Jingchu in some aspects. Gu Jingchu chuckled, his voice carrying an undeniable confidence. I think it's good this way. My wife has the same wisdom, courage, and strength as me. She has gotten to where she is today entirely on her own. I don't think she's putting me down. On the contrary, I think it's a testament to her hard work and positive attitude. I'm proud to have such a wife. Xia Xiyu felt a warm current surge in her heart when she heard Gu Jingchu's words. She never imagined that she was so good to Gu Jingchu. Thank you, Gu Jingchu, Xia Xiyu said sincerely. She smiled and stood beside Gu Jingchu, their fingers intertwined. I am grateful to have such a husband who will always stand behind me and support me, which is why I have been able to get to where I am today. Seeing Wang Wei's grim face, Xia Xiyu didn't forget to stab him in the back. What, Mr. Wang? Don't you have someone to share your life with? Your family has billions in assets, and your fiancé just failed in business and owes 100 million, which she doesn't have to pay back, yet you immediately broke up with her. The woman by your side is truly pitiful. Wang Wei wanted to say something more, but he was stopped by someone. It turns out he was an assistant to a master of traditional Chinese painting. The old man looked at the two of them with an appreciative expression. True friendship is revealed in times of trouble. You two are both wonderful. With the old man speaking, Wang Wei dared not say anything more and could only retreat angrily. At this moment, Gu Jingchu and Xia Xiyu were surrounded by words of praise. Wang Wei's appearance and mockery were just a minor incident during the banquet, and neither of them took them to heart. However, with the presence of several influential figures on the scene and their backing, the initial desire of the crowd to distance themselves from the story quickly faded. Don't even mention the Gu family's prosperity and its ability to stand strong in a place like Beijing for a century. There's a vast network of connections behind it. Now, with Xia Xiyu's ability to connect with bigwigs from all walks of life, the Gu group might just regain its former glory someday, thanks to these connections. Those of you in the middle should refrain from kicking someone when they're down. After the banquet, Xia Xiyu was already panting heavily. The banquet had just ended, and she was sitting backstage, having her makeup removed. Gu Jingchu then picked up a fan and gently fanned her. Are you tired? Xia Xiyu didn't even have the strength to nod. She held a wine glass the whole time, walking back and forth behind Lu Wan in high heels. In the second half of the event, she basically walked around the entire venue, trying to become a familiar face to everyone. Toast, chat, and exchange contact information. He also drank a lot of alcohol. Xia Xiyu felt dizzy and lightheaded, and after removing her makeup, she slumped onto the table. Lu Wan stood not far away and pointed to Xia Xiyu, who was lying face down on the table. Give her 2 days off and let her rest at home. You can pick her up and take her back. Gu Jingchu nodded, then stepped forward and picked Xia Xiyu up in his arms. The night was cool and breezy. Xia Xiyu was still pressed against the car window, gazing at the night view outside with hazy eyes, occasionally letting out a silly laugh. Gu Jingchu, who saw this scene in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but chuckle. As dusk settled, Xia Xiyu, dressed in a long red dress, stood out brightly under the night lights. Her laughter was clear and melodious, and she occasionally uttered words that Gu Jingchu couldn't understand. A hint of intoxication crept onto her cheeks. Gu Jingchu had been watching her closely, and seeing how utterly confused she was, he stepped on the gas and sped off, driving as fast as he could to the underground parking lot of their apartment building. We've arrived, let's get off the bus. Gu Jingchu opened the passenger door and carefully put his arm around Xia Xiyu. Inside the car, moonlight shone on Xia Xiyu's face, illuminating her hazy eyes. Alcohol had lowered her guard. She gazed at Gu Jingchu, and even in her drunken state, she was captivated by his handsome appearance. Gu Jingchu was incredibly handsome. His features were like exquisitely sculpted works of art, especially his eyes, which were as deep as the sea, seemingly able to see into people's hearts. His nose was straight, his lips perfectly shaped, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth revealed that he was in a good mood. And Xia Xiyu chuckled and casually touched Gu Jingchu's chest muscles. Through the thin silk shirt fabric, she squeezed it hard, completely unaware that Gu Jingchu let out a muffled groan and that his gaze towards her had changed. Great. Much better than those male models' bodies. Her murmurs successfully made Gu Jingchu's face darken. He gritted his teeth. What male model? She even went to see male models. And did she touch them like this? Explain yourself. Who else have you touched? His voice was filled with anger. But Xia Xiyu was completely dazed at this moment. Her mind was still racing as she listened to Gu Jingchu speak. She had touched Gu Jingchu. Hey, he has a great physique. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and smooth, powerful muscle lines, exuding an undeniable masculine charm. It attracts people like Xia Xiyu, who usually pretend to be a good pervert. She chuckled twice more, but her hands didn't stop. That's enough. Gu Jingchu's voice was hoarse, as if he was enduring something. He grabbed her misbehaving hand and gently pinched her chin with his other hand, forcing her to look up at him. Xia Xiyu shook her head twice, but couldn't get it away. She pouted, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She stared intently at the man who had already captured her heart, and the thought of their mismatched social statuses and how they might one day end in separation made her heart ache as if gripped by a large hand. Thinking of this, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in them, as if they could fall at any moment. She cried. Gu Jingchu panicked immediately. Had he pinched her too hard and hurt her? Quickly let go of her hand, then put his arm around Xia Xiyu's shoulder. Did I hurt you? As soon as Gu Jingchu asked with concern, Xia Xiyu couldn't hold back anymore. The alcohol made it impossible for her to hide her emotions, and words that she usually kept to herself began to spill out. She looked at Gu Jingchu, her words filled with disappointment. Gu Jingchu, do you know? I always believed that you would make a comeback, but when that day really comes, our world will be different. Chapter 150, Does She Want to Leave? Gu Jingchu's heart tightened as he listened. What could be different, or has she already developed other ideas? He pursed his lips, looked down at her earnest face, and couldn't help but ask, Xiyu, why do you think that? Xia Xiyu gently closed her eyes, sobbing softly. I'm afraid our identities are no longer compatible, afraid that the distance between us will grow further and further. Gu Jingchu, I can't be a proper Mrs. Gu. What she enjoys is staying in her own little home, traveling occasionally, having a very stable and well-paying job, having no financial burdens, and living a life she can do as she pleases. But once the two of them are completely together, she can't stay hidden behind Gu Jingchu forever. Given Gu Jingchu's status, she would attract attention wherever she went, and even what happened between the two of them would be exaggerated by some reporters and made trending on social media. She doesn't like it. Gu Jingchu felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. He knew Xia Xiyu was speaking from the heart, and he understood that she was right. The future was completely uncertain. Even beneath her cheerful exterior, unease lurked. The thought that she would leave because of this made Gu Jingchu's heart uneasy. He said firmly, that day will not come. Looking at Gu Jingchu's earnest eyes, Xia Xiyu smiled and shook her head. Who knows what the future holds? We can't guarantee we'll be together forever. So, I hope that before you make a comeback, we can cherish the time we have now. She still had thoughts of leaving. Gu Jingchu felt a pang of panic as he listened to her words. He was already used to the warm yellow light and her comforting presence whenever he came home. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if Xia Xiyu really left. He held her hand tightly, his voice tinged with pleading. You can always live the way you want, but whatever your purpose, stay by my side. At this moment, Gu Jingchu's mind was perfectly clear. He could no longer accept a life without her by his side. Having experienced the warmth of the sun, how could one stop chasing after it? If she'll leave him after he makes a comeback, then he might as well stay poor forever. Having made up his mind, Gu Jingchu silently picked up Xia Xiyu. Gu Jingchu called a maid to wipe Xia Shiyu's body and then changed her into comfortable pajamas before carrying her to bed. Then, he went to the kitchen and personally cooked a bowl of stomach-soothing soup. Xia Shiyu, who had already fallen asleep, was gently picked up by Gu Jingchu and fed little by little. After finishing everything, the clock on the wall already pointed to midnight. After doing all this, Gu Jingchu nestled next to Xia Shiyu. The faint fragrance emanating from her captivated him. He tugged at a strand of her hair and played with it between his fingertips. Suddenly, the cell phone on the table rang. Xia Shiyu, who was next to her, snorted and frowned, seemingly annoyed by the phone. Gu Jingchu quickly silenced his phone and then tiptoed out of bed. Lin also called. It was already late at night, and Lin's voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little tired, but he remained calm. He gave Gu Jingchu a detailed report on the current status of the project, including the progress of some key milestones and the potential risks. Gu Jingchu pushed open the door, sat on the sofa, and listened, occasionally asking a few questions, and then referring to Lin Ye's data to arrive at the answers. Brother Chu, do you really dare to let your uncle, who has ulterior motives, get back into the Gu group? And in the position of General Manager of Human Resources. There are just too many people available for this position. If we leave Gu Qinyan there, wouldn't that just give him a stick to stir up trouble? Our group has only our own people, and even some long-time employees hidden inside. As long as Gu Qinyan takes that position, he will definitely try to contact those who are not on our side. Gu Jingchu's lips curled into a slight sneer. Only a few people knew that he brought Gu Baobao to the Gu group, not to be a cousin taking care of the child. Instead, he had Gu Baobao write a program that controlled the email accounts of everyone in the company. As long as anyone used the network within the Gu group's territory, his program script could detect it. Although it was somewhat unethical, Gu Jingchu's only targets were Gu Qinyan and other people planted by other families. Lin sighed on the other end of the phone. Then his tone became somewhat serious. It seems that the Qin family's funds are really insufficient. Old Master Qin has even secretly asked someone to sell the shopping mall. It seems that the 100 million yuan that Qin Luoluo lost has really hurt her. If they could put the Qin family in such a passive position by offering 100 million, it seems that the information they found was not fabricated. However, under such circumstances, the Qin family may be eager to achieve quick results and may adopt radical strategies, even at any cost, to achieve their goals. Gu Jingchu leaned back in his chair, his gaze deep. He knew the days ahead might be even more intense, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward. No matter what's trending about me lately, don't try to suppress it. You can even hire someone to spend money to generate some buzz. Gu Jingchu's lips curled slightly. Lin Yi on the other end of the phone immediately understood what Gu Jingchu meant. To create momentum, right? I understand. When the market is hot, we create a buzz, and then we use this new car safety technology project. With the buzz combined with the functionality of this technology, we're basically guaranteed to win as soon as we get an interview. Okay, I understand. I will arrange everything. Lin hung up the phone quickly. Gu Jingchu rubbed his forehead, turned around, and went back to his room, then quietly lay down next to Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu was woken up by a knock on the door. She opened her eyes groggily, feeling a slight headache. She tried to sit up, but a pair of gentle yet strong hands pressed her down. You should sleep a little longer. Xia Shiyu's mind was in a daze, and she was a little out of it. She blinked, then closed her eyes and lay back down on the bed. Just as Gu Jingchu was about to open the door, Gu Baobao pushed it open and entered. I'm coming in. La. Gu Baobao blinked her big eyes and saw her disheveled cousin in the same room as her cousin's wife, who was wearing pajamas. His eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly ran out of the room with his short legs. Wow, Mom's right. I'm going to be a cousin-uncle soon. Gu Jingchu. Xia Shiyu was also awakened by Gu Baobao's shout. She opened her eyes and sat up immediately. Chapter 151, It's All Your Cousin's Fault. She was now fully awake, and Xia Shiyu couldn't help but grit her teeth. Gu Baobao, that brat. What kind of cousin is he? She looked up and met Gu Jingchu's smiling eyes. She blushed and quickly looked down. She quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face, then sat down at the dining table. Gu Jingchu had already sent breakfast over and placed it on the table. Gu Baobao walked up to Xia Shiyu, chuckled, and then stared intently at Xia Shiyu's stomach. Did you sleep with your cousin last night? Could there be a baby in there? Summer rain. My amazing baby. She couldn't resist and grabbed Gu Baobao's face, rubbing it hard. What on earth are you thinking? Unable to escape Xia Shiyu's clutches, Gu Baobao could only look aggrieved and mumble her defense. It's what Mom and Grandpa said. If you sleep together, you'll have a baby. You can tell that Grandpa Gu is eager to have his great-grandson. Xia Shiyu sighed silently and quickly glanced at Gu Jingchu. My child. She doesn't even know if she will continue to be with Gu Jingchu in the future, let alone have a child. Xia Shiyu rubbed Gu Baobao's face for a while until it turned bright red before letting go. Gu Baobao rubbed her face and looked at Xia Shiyu with a mournful expression. Sister-in-law, are you sure you don't have a baby? Xia Shiyu was both amused and exasperated. This child was truly persistent about this. No. She shook her head firmly. All right then. Gu Baobao rested her chin on her hand, looking somewhat lost, her eyes darting back and forth between Xia Shiyu and Gu Jingchu. You've been married for so long and still don't have a baby. Whose fault is it? Xia Shiyu was stunned. She knew she had to answer this curious boy's question, or he would keep asking. However, she won't take the blame for this. Her eyes darted around slyly, then she pointed at Gu Jingchu, who was looking at his laptop. His problem, your cousin's problem. I'm perfectly fine. Gu Baobao was stunned when he heard the answer to the question. Did his cousin, who looked thin in clothes but was muscular underneath and even had 8-pack abs, have a health problem? He was shocked. He was about to jump off the chair with his short legs and ask Gu Jingchu when Xia Shiyu pulled him back. We can't say this in front of your cousin, or it will hurt his feelings. Xia Shiyu hugged Gu Baobao to her arms and then gently hooked Gu Baobao's little finger around hers. This is a little secret I'm telling you. You absolutely can't tell your cousin. This is what I told you. Gu Baobao nodded vigorously. Seeing the two whispering to each other, Gu Jingchu chuckled softly. This heartwarming scene made him take a few more glances. At this moment, Gu Jingchu had no idea that he had already been tricked by Xia Shiyu. How difficult his days would be after returning to the Gu family's old house was another story. After playing with Xia Shiyu for a while and finishing breakfast, Xia Shiyu cleaned up the dishes. Gu Jingchu put down his laptop, got up, and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Xia Shiyu took out ingredients from the refrigerator, stood on the other side, and chopped vegetables to prepare lunch for today. Gu Baobao also brought a stool and stood next to her, imitating how to wash the dishes. Cousin, I've finished that program you asked me to make for you last time. Now you can kick out those annoying people right away, hee, and make them pay back their money, so you can become a super rich CEO again. Gu Jingchu's body stiffened for a moment. He subconsciously looked in Xia Shiyu's direction and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was focused on chopping vegetables and not paying attention to him. Even if Xia Shiyu is rich now, he will still pretend he has no money to say those true things he said when he was drunk yesterday. So Gu Jingchu deliberately raised his voice and shook his head at Gu Baobao. Even if we regain control of the group, the mess left behind will still cause the group to have insufficient funds. It will probably take several more years to recover before it can get back on track. As he said this, Gu Jingchu kept glancing at Xia Shiyu. He felt a little guilty and was thinking about how to pretend to be poor in front of her so that she wouldn't think he was rich and had made a comeback, and then have the thought of leaving him. How come you're still so poor? Gu Baobao pouted. What about the 500,000 yuan you promised to give your cousin-in-law a monthly allowance? Gu Jingchu only regretted that his young cousin was talking too much at this moment. He glared at her sideways, and Gu Baobao immediately shut up. Xia Shiyu was chopping vegetables on the side, listening to the two chatting, when she suddenly heard about 500,000, and she stopped chopping. Then he walked over to Gu Jingchu. You said you don't need to pay the 500,000 yuan you gave me every month. If you really want to compensate me for living expenses, just give me 10,000 yuan a month. Besides, he's busy every day now, so she doesn't need to cook for him every day. And even if they split the household necessities, 3,000 yuan would be enough. Gu Jingchu opened his mouth. He originally wanted to say that 500,000 a month was too little, and that he had the ability to do so. However, when he thought about how she would get angry and leave him if he had money, he closed his mouth again. Then, after a long while, he responded softly. Um. Xiaoxiu looked at Gu Jingchu. Why did this person seem a little down? This is understandable. For a domineering CEO like Gu Jingchu, supporting his wife is just about maintaining a facade. Back when the original owner was alive, she would spend millions of yuan of his money every month. Now, giving her 500,000 yuan a month for living expenses is already Gu Jingchu's bottom line. Her sudden drastic reduction in attitude must have hurt Gu Jingchu's pride. 10 or 20,000 a month is already a lot, and you're going through a tough time right now, so don't worry too much about me. Besides, I've made a name for myself now, and I can earn a lot of money from a single deal. Once I'm successful, earning $1 million a month won't be a dream. I'll invest in you then, You'll have to call me President Xiao then. Gu Jingchu was amused by these words. Of course, he knew that Xiaoxiu's value was now extraordinary. But the first thing she thought of when she made money was to invest it in him. Gu Jingchu's gaze towards Xiaoxiu softened even more. Seeing that pink bubbles were about to rise in the kitchen, Gu Baobao pouted, wisely got off the small stool, and then carried the stool away from the kitchen. Snort. Bullying single people. He wouldn't stay with those two. After resting at home for a few days, Xiaoxiu went back to work. Chapter 152: The Ultimate Tonic Soup. Xiaoxiu's treatment now is vastly different from what it used to be. She already has her own office, and at her age, she's only one exam away from becoming a senior appraiser. The assessment is scheduled for the end of the year, which is still some time away. However, in order to ensure that her precious apprentice could pass, Luan still brought a large pile of documents to Xiaoxiu's desk. After a busy day, Xiaoxiu stretched and then looked at the time. She immediately stood up. It's already 6:30 p.m., and she's so engrossed in reading the documents that she's completely forgotten the time. Every Sunday, I go back to the old house to have dinner with my grandfather. Xiaoxiu quickly got up, and when she walked out of the appraisal center, the Gu family's driver was already waiting at the door. When Xiaoxiu returned to the Gu family's old house, she walked into the dining room and immediately noticed that Gu Jingchu was sitting in the seat below Old Master Gu. Old Master Gu's gaze only lingered on Xiaoxiu for a moment before returning to Gu Jingchu. Why is the atmosphere so serious today? Xiaoxiu was puzzled until she saw that there was a bowl of soup with an unclear color and a strong smell in front of Gu Jingchu. At first glance, it looked like some kind of weird dish. Summer rain. No. Is this a punishment from Old Master Gu for Gu Jingchu doing something wrong? She was a little confused. Then her gaze fell on Gu Baobao, who was usually the most talkative. Seemingly noticing Xiaoxiu's gaze, Gu Baobao stiffened, as if afraid of being seen through. She immediately avoided Xiaoxiu's gaze, then lowered her head to eat her rice, acting as if nothing had happened. It seems that Gu Baobao is definitely involved. The old man's focused and eager gaze fell on Gu Jingchu, as if he were expecting something, or perhaps urging him on. Even Gu Jingchu frowned as he looked at the bowl of soup in front of him that emitted an unknown odor. He'd only been back a short while, and Grandpa's already pulled this stunt. I instructed the kitchen to specially brew this for you. I also had the housekeeper bring out some of my treasured items. Drink it quickly, then do some exercise and go upstairs to rest. Grandpa Gu's eyes grew increasingly anxious. If he weren't in poor health, he probably would have directly fed the soup to Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu rubbed his forehead. He really had a headache. After all, judging from the smell emanating from the soup, there were probably quite a few good things added to it. It's just inexplicable why the old man would make him drink this kind of soup. This soup is good for your health, and it's especially effective. Listen to your grandfather and drink it right away. Grandpa Gu was clearly losing patience. He snorted and stared intently at Gu Jingchu, as if he wouldn't give up until he saw his grandson drink the bowl of dark, tonifying soup. Xiaoxiu immediately understood that this was because Grandpa Gu was worried that Gu Jingchu would ruin his health by spending all his time at the company. So he guessed that this bowl of dark soup was probably made up of various nourishing Chinese medicinal herbs. But Xiaoxiu stared at Gu Jingchu for a while, believing that Gu Jingchu's body did not need such nourishing substances. Moreover, with the smell already like this, didn't you see that Gu Chunyue and Bao Bao Bei Bei were keeping their distance? Even the maid standing next to him had her head down and looked like she was holding her breath. Xiaoxiu endured the smell, then sat down next to Gu Jingchu. Grandpa, this smell is quite unique. I've never seen anything like it before. What kind of soup is this? As she spoke, she reached for the spoon to take a bite. Seeing this, Grandpa Gu quickly stopped him. No way, that's for men. Xia Shiyu was stunned. She awkwardly put away her spoon and finally understood what the soup was for. She lowered her head awkwardly, wishing she could dig the entire 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment out with her toes. Why are you getting involved in this mess? Let Gu Jingchu bear this suffering alone. Why should she be soft-hearted? Gu Jingchu's face was ugly. He understood perfectly what old Master Fu meant by those words. He snorted coldly and laughed out of anger. It seems Grandpa prepared a super nourishing soup for me. But, he paused, a hint of gritted teeth in his voice. Do I look like someone who needs to consume this kind of soup? He may be celibate, but that doesn't mean he has problems in that area. Why would they prepare a super nourishing soup for Gu Jingchu out of the blue? A thought flashed through Xia Shiyu's mind, and her heart skipped a beat. As if she remembered something, a guilty look flashed in her eyes. Then she turned to look at Gu Baobao and found that he was secretly observing Gu Jingchu's reaction with the same guilty expression on his face as Xia Shiyu. Could it be that she got annoyed by being asked that day and her answer to shift the blame was directly told to Grandpa, Gu by Gu Baobao? Oh my God! She just wanted Gu Baobao to stop asking those awkward questions, not to let others know that Gu Jingchu was impotent. Besides, she had no idea whether Gu Jingchu was capable or not. After realizing that she had dug this pit herself, Xia Shiyu didn't dare to meet Gu Jingchu's eyes at all. Faced with Gu Baobao's flirtatious gaze, she laughed it off and decided to cover for Gu Baobao. So she smiled and said to Gu Jingchu, since it's soup prepared by Grandpa, why don't you try it? Maybe it tastes good. Gu Jingchu stiffened, his eyes darting suspiciously between the old man, Xia Shiyu, and Gu Baobao. The two men exchanged glances, while the old man looked eager. Though somewhat helpless, he didn't say anything more. He picked up the bowl and carefully tasted a sip of the soup. A moment later, a complex expression appeared on Gu Jingchu's face. Seeing this, Xia Shiyu thought to herself that something was wrong. Had the soup become so bad that even someone as composed as Gu Jingchu couldn't stand it anymore? However, to Xia Shiyu's surprise, Gu Jingchu frowned and drank all the soup in one go. Thank you, Grandpa. When Grandpa Gu saw that Gu Jingchu had finished all the soup, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Okay, hurry up and eat, then go exercise. You've been busy with company matters these past few days, you must be exhausted. After you exercise, go and rest. Gu Jingchu nodded, then glanced at Xia Shiyu and Gu Baobao with a cool look in his eyes. That look startled the two of them so much that they lowered their heads and ate their rice with gusto until they finished. After finishing her meal in a state of fear, Xia Shiyu was about to put down her bowl and make up an excuse to go upstairs and lock the door when she heard Gu Jingchu's quiet voice. After you've finished eating, come with me for a walk in the garden to relax. To Xia Shiyu, the voice sounded like the king of hell calling people. Chapter 153. This was her first kiss. Better to die than to die myself. Xia Shiyu gritted his teeth, just about to betray Gu Baobao, when he noticed that Gu Baobao was no longer on the dining table. When did he run away? Xia Shiyu was dumbfounded. She wanted to run away, but Gu Jingchu grabbed her shoulder with one hand, and she couldn't move at all. Therefore, Xia Shiyu could only give Gu Jingchu a fawning smile. Jingchu, I'm feeling a bit unwell in my stomach right now. Is it okay if I go upstairs to rest first? Gu Jingchu smiled very gently. The taste of the medicine he had drunk was still bitter in his mouth, so he put his arm around Xia Shiyu's shoulder even tighter. Xia Shiyu knew she was doomed this time, so she made a deep grudge against Gu Baobao in her heart. She gave a dry laugh and could only manage a curt, okay. Seeing his grandson and granddaughter-in-law getting along so well, Grandpa Gu was all smiles, his face crinkling into wrinkles, which even Gu Chanyue couldn't bear to look at. Dad, please stop bothering that young couple. You actually believe what that 5-year-old child says. Upon hearing this, old Master Gu immediately bristled and glared. Baby is no ordinary child. He's incredibly smart. As his grandfather, I take everything he says seriously. Look, after drinking this nourishing soup, Jingchu is completely different. Maybe tonight my real grandson will settle down in my granddaughter-in-law's belly. Just thinking about that scene made old Master Gu feel that it would be worth it even if he died right now. He has already let down his youngest son and daughter-in-law. His greatest wish is to see his grandson and granddaughter-in-law living happily together. Gu Jingchu was raised by him since he was a child. He was aloof like a living bodhisattva and had no desire for women at all, which worried the old man greatly. So when Gu Jingchu married Xia Shiyu quietly, old Master Gu only expressed his opposition on the surface. Marrying a woman with no background and a bit of vanity is better than having no woman around your grandson. Unfortunately, even after 6 months of marriage, Xia Shiyu couldn't win over Gu Jingchu's heart, which greatly worried old Master Gu. How can one not be anxious when one's own grandson has already married but is still living the same life as before? But now, Gu Jingchu seems to treat his wife, Xia Shiyu, very differently. She already possessed a desire to act like a man, which reassured Grandpa Gu considerably. So, after hearing what Gu Baobao inadvertently revealed, he decided to lend the two a hand. In the garden, Xia Shiyu strolled absent-mindedly, trying to stay as far away from Gu Jingchu as possible, afraid that he might suddenly become enraged and strangle her. She felt extremely guilty and didn't dare to say a word to Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu, who had caused Xia Shiyu to feel uneasy, acted as if nothing was wrong, continuing to stroll leisurely in front of Xia Shiyu. The garden of the Gu family's old house is very beautiful, with flowers blooming in all their vibrant colors this season. The setting sun cast dappled light and shadow on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, and a faint fragrance of flowers filled the air. Looking at the flowers, Xia Shiyu felt relaxed. She was engrossed in looking at a flower when Gu Jingchu suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Xia Shiyu. "Do you also think my health is inadequate?" His tone was tinged with resentment. Xia Shiyu's fingers, which had just touched the flower, froze instantly. She turned her head away, avoiding Gu Jingchu's gaze, and said softly, "No, I've never thought that way. Where did you hear that? Ha ha ha, how could you be unwell? You're overthinking it." Gu Jingchu chuckled and took 2 steps to stand in front of Xia Shiyu. He pulled her up, gently hooked her chin with his fingers, and forced her to look up at him. "If you have any questions about my body, you can tell me in front of me. I will show you with my actions whether I am capable or not." Summer rain. No. What on earth is this man talking about? What does leading by example even mean? She doesn't want him to tell her. How could this man, who was as aloof as a bodhisattva, say such things after only 1 day apart? Has the sun risen in the west? Seeing Xia Shiyu's flustered little face, Gu Jingchu chuckled softly, his fingers lingering on her tender lips, gently pressing them lightly. Xia Shiyu trembled all over. She was completely lost in Gu Jingchu's deep eyes and had no way to escape. At this moment, she was like a captured prey, trembling and struggling helplessly in the hunter's hands. Gu Jingchu. Her voice trembled, and she weakly pushed against Gu Jingchu's chest with both hands. She didn't know when, but her whole body was now surrounded by Gu Jingchu's strong arms. "Summer rain. The medicine is very bitter." Gu Jingchu said something out of the blue, and before Xia Shiyu could react, a bitter taste of cedar was imprinted on her lips. Xia Shiyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. She hadn't expected things to develop this way. "Ugh," she struggled, but to no avail. In just a few seconds, Gu Jingchu quickly released her. Xia Shiyu was somewhat annoyed. She bit her lower lip and glared at Gu Jingchu. "What are you doing?" This was her first kiss. There was no formal confession, no romantic setting, and Gu Jingchu just took it away like that? She was a little angry. Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes concealing the emotions within them. He was leaning against the flower railing, his face and ears flushed red, and he was breathing heavily, occasionally tugging at the buttons on his collar. Why is Gu Jingchu so hot on this cool summer night? Xia Shiyu immediately realized that it must be the bowl of nourishing soup she had drunk that had worked. Well, ultimately, it was because of her that Gu Jingchu drank that bowl of nourishing soup. Or perhaps the tonic soup was too potent, which is why Gu Jingchu couldn't control himself from doing such a thing to her. Although this reaction was unexpected by Xia Shiyu, she was ultimately responsible for the situation. She regretted saying such things in front of the children. It was like digging a hole for herself to fall into. Thinking of that brief kiss that lasted only a dozen seconds, Xiaoxiyu's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She felt both ashamed and angry, and now she had no idea what to do with Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu's breathing grew heavier and heavier, and he had even unbuttoned 3 buttons on his collar, revealing his fair and muscular chest. Chapter 154: The Reason for Inviting Her. The scene before her made Xiaoxiyu blush. She quickly took the opportunity to step back several steps and stared at Gu Jingqiu warily. But seeing Gu Jingqiu panting heavily, his face flushed, and looking very uncomfortable, Xiaoxiyu couldn't help but soften her heart. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and helped Gu Jingqiu up. "Let me help you upstairs to rest." Gu Jingqiu, panting heavily, responded with a hoarse, "Okay." God knows how much self-control he used to resist pulling her into his arms tightly. Xiaoxiyu quickly helped him back into the room, gently patting Gu Jingqiu's back to make him feel better. "Xiyu?" After a while, Gu Jingqiu grabbed Xiaoxiyu's hand. Xiaoxiyu then realized that Gu Jingqiu's hands were burning hot, the temperature penetrating through his skin as if it were burning her heart. Gu Jingqiu's voice was hoarse, and his eyes, filled with unusual emotions, were fixed on Xiaoxiyu. "Could you please go out first?" Her fragrance lingered around him. The old man's soup was too potent. He was afraid he might do something to hurt her. Xiaoxiyu knew that she was useless in staying in this room. Not only could she not help Gu Jingqiu, but she might also cause some embarrassing things to happen. For some reason, she remembered that kiss in the garden again, and her face turned red. She quickly got up and left the room. As soon as the door closed, she heard the sound of rushing water coming from inside. "I guess Gu Jingqiu is already taking a cold shower." She bit her lip, rummaged through the medicine box beforehand, found the cold medicine, and then instructed the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup. Xiaoxiyu lay in bed, tossing and turning all night without being able to fall asleep. Gu Jingqiu soaked in cold water almost all night before the effects of the medicine in his body completely dissipated. When the two of them opened the door and appeared in front of each other, they both had large dark circles under their eyes. Xiaoxiyu avoided eye contact, not daring to meet Gu Jingqiu's gaze. "Let's go downstairs for breakfast." Gu Jingqiu walked to Xiaoxiyu's side and took her hand without saying a word. Just as Xiaoxiyu was about to break free, she heard a voice coming from above. "The old man got up very early today." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiyu immediately stopped struggling and obediently let Gu Jingqiu lead her downstairs to the restaurant. A Chinese breakfast was laid out on the table, and she sat obediently next to Gu Jingqiu. When Grandpa Gu walked over with his cane, he clearly saw the faint dark circles under their eyes and noticed that they were sitting very close together, looking shy. He immediately beamed with joy. Sure enough, after taking 1 dose of the herbal medicine, it worked. It seems that soon this old man will be able to hold his great-grandson or great-granddaughter. On the way to send Xiaoxiyu to work after breakfast, the two sat in the car in almost complete silence. Xiaoxiyu was still thinking about yesterday's kiss. She wanted to ask Gu Jingqiu whether he kissed her while he was fully conscious or if he was under the influence of the medicine. But I just couldn't bring myself to ask that question. Gu Jingqiu also wanted to express his feelings, but when he thought about Xiaoxiyu's intention to leave again and was unsure whether she liked him or not, the usually decisive Gu Jingqiu hesitated for the first time. As time dragged on, they arrived at Xiaoxiyu's company entrance. "Goodbye." After uttering those 2 words, Xiaoxiyu rushed into the company as if she were fleeing. A hint of annoyance flashed in Gu Jingqiu's eyes. He had to say a few words to her no matter what the topic was. For the next few days, they either didn't see each other or remained silent when they did. Even Gu Chenyue sent a WeChat message to ask Xiaoxiyu if the two of them had quarreled. Xiaoxiyu could only reply that no. It was because she was too busy with work. In the president's office of the Gu Group, Lin kept grumbling and telling her assistant to turn off the air conditioner. There was no other reason. The cold air emanating from Gu Jingqiu these past few days had been terrifying. He had never seen Gu Jingqiu like this before, so absent-minded, as if his thoughts had been pulled away by something. Lin was sitting at her workstation and her head was throbbing from looking at the pile of application documents that needed to be tested, but the person in charge of signing them was daydreaming. Knock, knock, knock. Lin couldn't resist rushing to Gu Jingqiu's desk and slamming his finger on the surface. Hey Chu, our traffic safety system is about to go live. At such an important moment, you can't just stand around doing nothing. Our 100 or so brothers have been working overtime for a whole week on this. Gu Jingchu rubbed his temples, then gave Lin Yi a cold look. Lin immediately took several steps back. Even if you look at me like that, I'm still going to ask you to work overtime. He complained. You've been leaving get off work way too early these past few days. Your wife has her own career too. Why are you being so clingy? You're rarely seen going back to the old house, but now you're either having your baby invite people back for meals, or asking your aunt to find excuses to invite your sister-in-law back for meals. Let's see who you invite next. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he noticed that Gu Jingchu's gaze was fixed on him. He immediately jumped up like a startled rabbit, pointing his finger at himself. Could I be next? Gu Jingchu chuckled, then stood up and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. It's you. Lin was completely stunned. It seems that the novice is really in love. He's willing to do anything to see his girlfriend. However, he's so busy right now. What reason could he possibly have to ask Xiaoxiu out? The traffic safety system we have right now. Gu Jingchu pointed to the documents on the table. Lin was immediately shocked. They had been working on this project for 2 years before Gu Jingchu's company feigned bankruptcy and actually shifted its funds overseas. Everything was kept secret, just so they could release it later and make a splash, then quickly seize the market. This project is kept extremely confidential. Even the investment was made by Gu Jingchu's overseas company, and no one else got involved. Now, such a confidential project is actually inviting Xiaoxiu to come and experience it. Lin also had a complicated expression on his face. Brother Chu, shouldn't you reconsider? Although your wife's character is impeccable, you've only known each other for less than a year. Are you really going to? He wanted to say something more, but Gu Jingchu's gaze silenced him. Chapter 155 Visit. Lin immediately shut up and then adopted an approving expression. Okay, I'll text my sister-in-law right away and ask her to come over for a visit and experience. It'll also give you two a chance to show off your love. Lin couldn't help but think to himself that he needed to speed up his search for a partner. He immediately made a phone call to Xiaoxiu. Although Gu Jingchu's eyes were on the documents, his ears were already perked up. When he heard Lin Yi happily making an appointment with Xiaoxiu, the corners of his tightly pursed lips finally curled up slightly. However, this small arc faded away when Lin Yi turned around. Lin Yi rolled her eyes inwardly at Gu Jingchu's act. We've been brothers for so many years, and he's still pretending in front of him. He's obviously overjoyed to hear his wife is coming. 2 days later, Xiaoxiu arrived at the Gu family's building. Lin also brought the person to the company. As Xiaoxiu walked toward the president's private elevator, Lin Yi quickly stopped her. Xiaoxiu looked completely bewildered. Well, Lin quickly came up with an excuse. This elevator is under maintenance right now. Let's take the regular elevator for now. Xiaoxiu had no doubts and followed Lin Yi into another elevator. The elevator was crowded with regular employees, as it was during working hours. Everyone greeted Lin Yi as he arrived. In the past month or so, the employees of Gu's group have been purged, and those who remain are basically loyal to the company. Hello, Assistant Lin. Lin Yi greeted everyone with a smile. Then everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoxiu. Because many people have never seen Xiaoxiu's face, and even many employees in the company do not know that Gu Jingchu is actually married. As Xiaoxiu stood beside Lin Yi, waiting for the elevator, everyone began to speculate about Xiaoxiu. Assistant Lin is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. What girlfriend? She's been brought to the company, so she must be your fiancée. I wonder when I'll be able to attend Assistant Ling's wedding. Everyone laughed and joked. However, the two main characters being teased looked stiff and awkwardly exchanged glances. If these words reached Gu Jingchu's ears, he would be dead. Lin was so frightened that she quickly tried to defend herself. Don't say that. Let me tell you, she's our president's wife, legally recognized by the state. Don't talk nonsense, or our president Gu will get jealous and take it out on me first. The elevator slowly ascended, and the atmosphere inside remained silent for a full 3 seconds before a gasp erupted. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Only the employees who had worked for Gu Jingchu's small company after his bankruptcy seemed unfazed. This is shocking, because these people simply didn't see how gentle their CEO Gu was to his wife. If they saw it, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. No way, Mr. Gu is already married? My goodness, this is Madam. We didn't know. We're so sorry, we didn't mean to say that. As expected of our president's wife, she's so beautiful, even more beautiful than those celebrities on TV. Faced with everyone's praise, Xiaoxiu felt a little embarrassed and smiled. Thanks. The elevator quickly arrived at the floor, and Lin led Xiaoxiu out. Our D floor isn't here. We'll have Chu Ji take you there later. Lin also pushed open the door to the president's office with a grin. Then he saw Gu Jingchu sitting at his desk. Brother Chu, you're busy. Lin also smiled and moved closer. Gu Jingchu's eyes softened instantly when he saw Xiaoxiu. You've arrived. Xiaoxiu met those deep eyes and smiled. Yes, it's an honor to receive your invitation to visit and experience here. Then she winked. But Mr. Gu, aren't you afraid that after I experience it, I'll write down my thoughts and sell it to your competitors before you even release it? Gu Jingchu smiled and made a casual gesture. Let's go. The two entered another elevator on the second basement floor of the company. Before entering, they had to open the access control at each floor to reach the research and development floor of the Gu Group. The sight before her filled her with admiration. Inside the spacious and bright laboratory, engineers busily moved among various high-tech devices, each machine silently operating as if proclaiming the power of technology. On the open ground nearby, there were expensive and used vehicles, all equipped with the safety systems developed by the Gu Group. Gu Jingchu led Xiaoxiu to a huge display screen, which showed real-time data from the traffic safety system. He began to explain in detail. This system uses state-of-the-art artificial intelligence technology, which can monitor road conditions in real time and predict potential dangers, thereby effectively preventing traffic accidents from occurring. Xiaoxiu listened intently and asked curiously, So how exactly does it work? Gu Jingchu explained with a smile. The system collects data through sensors installed on the road, including information such as vehicle speed, direction, and road conditions. This data is then transmitted to the central processing system, where it is analyzed by algorithms to generate real-time traffic condition reports. If any abnormalities are detected, the system will immediately issue an alert to remind drivers to take appropriate measures. Moreover, that's not the main point. The main point is that this security system can detect threats in real time and even cover a large area. In the face of unknown dangers, it can react quickly and provide users with options. To give Xiaoxiu a more intuitive understanding of the system's functions, Gu Jingchu led her to a driving simulator. He sat in the driver's seat and activated the system. Instantly, a three-dimensional traffic scene appeared on the screen inside the simulator. Gu Jingchu operated the steering wheel, and the vehicle drove along the simulated road. Xiaoxiu stared intently at the screen. She discovered that the system could not only accurately identify obstacles and traffic signals ahead, but also adjust the vehicle's route based on real-time road conditions. Gu Jingchu even adopted the perspective of an electric vehicle. Even on country roads, the signal can promptly inform drivers of what's ahead. If the vehicle vibrates abnormally, the system will immediately provide feedback, and the company's on-duty personnel will be notified immediately. Then the police called 120 and a series of measures were taken. If fully utilized, this safety system could even provide navigation for the blind. Xiaoxiu looked at the small bracelet, which allowed her to have complete control over her traffic safety with just a light touch or by connecting it to her car. Chapter 156 The stage is set. She exclaimed, This system is incredible. Once it's released, it will definitely be a monopoly in the industry. Moreover, if a blind-friendly mode can be launched, that would be a great deed. After experiencing all the different car models, Xiaoxiu and Gu Jingchu walked out of the research and development room. In the corridor, she exclaimed, Gu Jingchu, you're amazing. This system not only improves traffic safety, but also brings tremendous value to society. When will it be released? I can't wait to use it. The system that allows you to use transportation, even on foot, is truly amazing. It can connect to any device and be used anytime, anywhere. Moreover, it can use a backup network to start signal transmission when there is no signal. This is a level that other companies can never reach. How long did he and his team actually spend developing this? Moreover, there were bankruptcies during that period. No wonder he's still so poor even after taking over the Gu family business. Shiyu, we will release this product in half a month. As if he had thought of something, a hint of mockery flashed in Gu Jingchu's deep eyes. But before that, perhaps other companies will make a move first. Other companies? Xia Shiyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly remembered that in this world, there was also Chu Chun as the protagonist. An idea suddenly came to her mind. Could it be that that guy got lucky again, guessed what you were planning to do, and has already developed it before you, and is even going to release it before you? If that's the case, Gu Jingchu will only release the product half a month later, and then that scumbag Chu Chun will trample on him again. After all, the plot in the book is always like this. Chu Chun releases his information first, and then steps down Gu Jingchu time and time again, replacing him in the Beijing circle. Xia Shiyu only realized now that perhaps Chu Chin's success was achieved by stealing Gu Jingchu's project results through some method. She carefully savored the plot of the book. Every new product Chu Chun released seemed to have a style that resembled that of Gu Jingchu's company team. Isn't that blatant plagiarism? Relying on the luck granted by the small world, he acted recklessly and stole the luck of others. Xia Shiyu's face immediately turned ugly. The author may only write a few hundred words, but the plots between the protagonist, supporting characters, and even the antagonist are always thrilling and suspenseful. But you've already kept it so secret. How could that guy surnamed Chu possibly steal it? Xia Shiyu clenched her fists tightly, countless possibilities flashing through her mind. Now that we're at the end of the story, the protagonist's plot armor shouldn't be too strong anymore. Yeah, he poached one of my teams when I went bankrupt. Gu Jingchu smiled mockingly. He should be releasing a competing product with a similar design to mine tomorrow. That's outrageous. What's the difference between his behavior and that of a thief? Seeing Gu Jingchu's calm demeanor, Xia Shiyu became even more furious, jumping up and down. No, I really can't swallow this anymore. Don't you have any way to get revenge? Gu Jingchu pinched Xia Shiyu's puffed-up cheeks, then took her hand and walked outside. It's just a pirated security system. He thought he was poaching the elites from my project, but they were just people who made mistakes and were about to be eliminated. In order to continue to enjoy a high salary and sought-after life, those people naturally let Chu Chun develop whatever he wanted. However, those people never got to the core of the project. Even if they did manage to create the system, it would be a mere imitation, only superficially similar, with completely different functionality. And if I'm not mistaken, Chu Chin's R&D costs were 3 times higher than his. If the price is too low, customers will not buy it. So, what do you need me to do? Xia Shiyu was very clever and immediately guessed Gu Jingchu's real intention in inviting her over for a visit and experience. Gu Jingchu gave Xia Shiyu an approving look. Shiyu, you are really smart. He took out a bracelet and fastened it to Xia Shiyu's wrist. Xia Shiyu was immediately startled. Wasn't this the security system bracelet she had just tested? Wasn't she afraid of being discovered if she wore it on her wrist like that? This project was kept secret before it was released. He won't be in a hurry unless some information is leaked. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood Gu Jingchu's idea. You mean you deliberately create a sense of crisis for that guy surnamed Chu by bringing forward his release date, thus disrupting his plans? And afterwards, people who have used both systems will clearly realize that yours is the best. Xia Shiyu gave Gu Jingchu a big thumbs up. This is the legendary use of other people's money to do marketing for oneself. Gu Jingchu's eyes were full of smiles. Yes, so I'll trouble you, Madame Gu, to handle this matter well. I definitely will. As they walked out of the Gu Group's gate, Gu Jingchu personally saw them off. Xia Shiyu keenly noticed that among the crowd from the Gu Group, several pairs of eyes were fixed on the two of them. She deliberately raised her voice. This bracelet is really ugly. No matter how useful it is, I don't want to wear it on my wrist. She pouted and acted coquettishly, clearly wanting to take off the security system bracelet that was fastened to her wrist. Gu Jingchu held Xia Shiyu's hand with a look of doting affection. For your safety, you should take it with you. This is our company's latest research and development. Before Gu Jingchu could finish speaking, he forcefully shoved the bracelet back onto Xia Shiyu's wrist. Humph, you're just using me as a guinea pig. This bracelet is so ugly. If those rich ladies see it when I go shopping, They'll laugh at me. Xiaoxiu stomped her foot, deliberately pretending to be angry, and pushed Gu Jingchu before storming into the car. As the car drove away and disappeared from sight, Gu Jingchu quickly glanced at the person dressed as a food delivery driver standing at the door. Her beautiful, thin lips curved into a slight smile. Oh, the stage is already set up, and all that's left is for the performers to take the stage and make a fool of themselves. Soon, Chu Chen received the news, and he was both shocked and furious. How is that possible? Gu Jingchu is bankrupt, and his various projects are so tight on funds right now. How could he possibly have the money to do that? He was so anxious that he paced back and forth in the office like a cat on a hot tin roof, occasionally smashing or breaking some of the office decorations. Chu Chen's assistant was already used to this, and she tactfully left the room. Chapter 157 will be released ahead of schedule. She would go crazy whenever she encountered something unpleasant, and she also had to endure the harassment from the boss from time to time. Every time those bosses' wives came, yes, she would find fault with them, and some of them even regarded her as an imaginary enemy and warned her in secret countless times. If it weren't for the high salary and easy work, she would have quit. Sure enough, after half an hour of commotion, shouting, and yelling, it finally quieted down. The assistant raised his hand to check his watch. Wow, this time the tantrum only lasted 20 minutes, 10 minutes less than before. Would you call that an improvement? What are you still standing outside for? Make me a cup of coffee and bring it in. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, but when she pushed the door open, she put on that professional smile again. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go make some coffee right now. Lin Yu quickly made a cup of coffee and placed it on Chu Chen's desk. Looking at the beautiful Lin Yu, Chu Chen finally felt a little better. When he took the coffee, he didn't forget to touch Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu was so disgusted that she almost threw the coffee in Chu Chen's face, but she held back. Not only did she hold back, but she also showed a shy expression on her face. President, you're so annoying. Chu Chen chuckled and then waved his hand. I scared you when I lost my temper just now, didn't I? I'll call HR in a bit, and you'll get a raise of 5,000 every month. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be flattered. Thank you, Mr. President. You're so kind. Seeing Chu Chen's hand reach up again, and even trying to take advantage of the situation, Lin Yu got goosebumps all over her body. Just as Chu Chen's hand was about to touch Lin Yu's waist, and Lin Yu was about to lose control, a woman rushed in. You little vixen, you're trying to seduce Ah Chen again while we're not around, aren't you? Oh my God, my savior has arrived. Lin Yu was so grateful, she almost cried. Her salary had already increased anyway, so whether she was still Chu Chen's assistant or not didn't matter anymore. I did not seduce the president. Fifth madam, please don't wrong me. Knowing full well that Sun Yu hated that kind of coy, manipulative girl behavior, Lin Yu deliberately put on an act, even giving Chu Chen a knowing look and glancing at him shyly. Sure enough, Sun Yu was furious. You little bitch. You green tea bitch, what are you pretending for in front of me? Sun Yu slapped Lin Yu across the face, making Lin Yu's face turn to one side. Brother Chu Chun, give me a straight answer today. Do you want to fire this bitch, this green tea B***TCH? Seeing that the woman he loved was truly angry, Chu Chun, even if he still had feelings for Lin Yu, no longer wanted to continue. He looked at Lin Yu with some regret. Assistant Lin, I'll ask HR to transfer you to a different position. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu immediately stood beside Chu Chun like a victorious rooster, saying, transfer her to the warehouse. She smugly thought that the warehouse was a dirty and tiring place, and that Lin Yu, that green tea bitch, would definitely suffer there. Sure enough, Sun Yu became even more smug when she saw Lin Yu's face turn pale. Wouldn't it be too much for a girl to go to the warehouse? Chu Chen was still a little hesitant. Sun Yu's eyes immediately turned red. Brother Chu Chun, you still say you don't like this green tea B***TCH. Okay, whatever you want. Lin Yu, tomorrow, oh no. In a little while, pack your things and go to the warehouse to report for duty and do some data recording. As compensation, your monthly salary will increase by 5,000. Lin Yu's eyes reddened and tears instantly fell. In Sun Yu's eyes, this looked like the reluctance of a scheming woman who had failed to win over her love interest. But Lin Yu was truly crying tears of joy at this moment. The warehouse data recording job is so easy, and she even got a 5,000 yuan raise, which means she can now earn 30,000 yuan a month. Ha ha ha. She's in the same state as Sun Wukong, who just sprang from the stone and wants nothing more than to run around naked. But she still had to put on a show. Lin Yu sobbed and, under Sun Yu's watchful eye, packed her things and left the president's office. Humph. I'll apply for a male assistant for Brother Chuchin tomorrow. Brother's charm is just too great. Those women are all green tea bitches and vixens. I wouldn't feel at ease having them by his side. Sun Yu clung to Chuchun in a high-pitched voice. For some reason, she had gotten goosebumps when she was calling him brother this and brother that. She frowned and rubbed her arms in confusion. The problem is that the air conditioners are set too cold these days. Brother Chuchun, why did you smash so many things again? Sun Yu pouted and complained, some things are hard to buy. She then began to tidy up. Upon seeing a box lying on the ground, inside which a jade pendant had been broken in two, Sun Yu's heart felt like it was being squeezed. She froze, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. However, Chu Chun was so engrossed in his own emotions that he didn't notice Sun Yu's unusual mood and continued to vent his dissatisfaction. It's all because of that damned guy surnamed Gu. He's like an unkillable cockroach. I've tried so hard to suppress him, but he still manages to bounce back. Chu Chun slammed his hand on the table in a fit of anger, but he didn't expect to hit it too hard, which hurt his hand. He hissed and became even angrier. We have to get the product out before that guy surnamed Gu, and the meeting time has to be brought forward. The people guarding over there have sent intelligence that the product developed by Gu Jingchu has been put into Xia Shiyu's hands, and the press conference is estimated to be held this week. Our product launch will also have to be brought forward. However, Chu Chun hadn't yet reached a conclusion on how far in advance, when, and how many marketing accounts to buy for promotion, which was why he was in such a hurry. Although he is the protagonist of this novel, you might not notice that the author devoted too much attention to the villain Gu Jingchu throughout the entire plot. If Chu Chun hadn't already been set up as the protagonist, Gu Jingchu might have successfully turned the tables. Having awakened and knowing the entire plot, Chu Chun might tolerate Gu Jingchu's existence. So, as usual, he used his protagonist aura to poach Gu Jingchu's team and make the exact same product as Gu Jingchu. Moreover, this product must be released before Gu Jingchu, so that he can completely erase his reputation as a plagiarist in the industry. Chapter 158 Attack. Yuer, hurry up and get people to prepare for me. Move all our marketing and promotion efforts forward. It's definitely too late tomorrow. I'm holding a product launch the day after tomorrow. Sun Yu looked at Chu Chun and felt that he was a stranger to her. She stood there blankly, as if two forces were arguing within her. Yuer, what are you daydreaming about? Chu Chun walked over with a displeased look on his face. He frowned at Sun Yu and said, Are you even listening to me? Are you sick? He felt that Sun Yu's behavior had been strange lately, as if she wasn't as clingy to him as before. Sun Yu looked at Chu Chun, and as Chu Chun approached her, the clarity in her eyes instantly turned into infatuation. I'm listening. I'm just thinking my older sister's birthday is coming up soon. What gift should I give her? Chu Chun then let out a laugh. You don't need to worry about this. I'll take care of it for the boss. You should hurry up and prepare for the press conference the day after tomorrow. Time is tight, Yuer. I believe in you. Sun Yu nodded. I will definitely handle it well. Even after Sun Yu left the office, Chu Chun was still somewhat restless in his office. No, what if the product developed by that guy surnamed Gu clashes with my release date? Chu Chun thought back to the several times before when Gu Jingchu didn't play by the rules, and if it weren't for his good luck and the male lead's luck, he probably wouldn't have been able to beat him at all. He needs to come up with the most complete solution. A sinister glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. It can completely render a person incapacitated, either dead or injured, leaving them lying in a hospital unable to move. Thinking of this, Chu Chen's lips curled into a vicious smile. Go do me a favor, and I'll give you 5 million if you do it. At the same time, the message was sent to Lin Yi as soon as Chu Chun issued the order. That beast! Lin Yi jumped up immediately upon receiving the message, slamming his hand on the table and cursing incessantly. He only dares to resort to such despicable means, ugh. The most urgent task is to call Xia Xiyu and Gu Jingchu immediately. Otherwise, given that guy's surname Chu's luck, he might be able to hire some top-notch assassins. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's expression turned serious, and he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Now, go on high alert. Have everyone below follow Madam and President Gu. Xia Xiyu was shopping at the mall at that moment. She bought some pork tenderloin and vegetables to cook at home that day. Because the supermarket was nearby, she didn't take out any other donkeys and chose to walk instead. She felt something was wrong halfway through the walk. It was as if someone was watching her. Xia Xiyu pursed her lips, recalling the people Chu Chun had sent to keep watch at the Gu family's gate. She couldn't help but shiver. In the plot of this novel, the male protagonist, Chu Chun, is a person who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Clearly, Xia Xiyu had also thought of this. Chu Chun's men saw with their own eyes that a bracelet was showing on his hand. What if Chu Chun, in a desperate situation, tried to kidnap him to threaten Gu Jingchu? She swallowed nervously and quickened her pace. But the pace of the people following behind also quickened, and Xia Xiyu's heart was in her throat. When she arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Xia Xiyu clearly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. She screamed and then reacted quickly. She had just bought flour that day, and while being followed, she had already torn open the bag of flour with her fingernails and cupped the opening with her hand. Now was the perfect time. She quickly crouched down and swung the flour forward. Whether it was divine intervention or not, a gust of wind blew up, scattering the flour everywhere and obscuring the view of the newcomer. Xia Xiyu took the opportunity to run quickly, but unfortunately, she was stopped by someone when she was about to reach the bottom of the apartment building. "Madam, be careful." He heard bodyguards shouting behind him, and then a flash of cold light came straight towards Xia Xiyu's face. The speed was so fast that Xia Xiyu couldn't react at all. She raised her arm to cover her face, hoping to minimize the damage. At that moment, she saw someone quickly stand in front of her. With a muffled groan, the newcomer quickly raised his foot and kicked away the thug who was approaching Xia Xiyu. A bright red color suddenly filled Xia Xiyu's eyes, and when the person blocking her way turned around, Xia Xiyu couldn't help but let out a gasp. "Huo Wenzhou, it's you." She stared in disbelief as Huo Wenzhou stood before her, laughing freely, as if he weren't the one who was injured. Xia Xiyu frowned as she looked at Huo Wenzhou, whose shoulder and elbow had been slashed by a knife, creating a horrific wound. Is this person out of their mind? They have no relatives or friends with her, yet they jump out to take a knife for her. "Sister, you didn't expect it to be me, did you?" Surprised? Unexpected. Seeing that he still had the mood to joke, Xia Xiyu was completely speechless. Who wants this meddlesome person? She'd rather be the one who gets hurt. This favor is so hard to repay. "Madam, are you all right?" Bodyguards in black suits surrounded Xia Xiyu, forming a protective circle around her. "I'm sorry, madam, we're still a step too late." That person was disguised so well, just like a real passerby. By the time that person quickly approached Xia Xiyu, the bodyguards hiding in the shadows didn't have enough speed to rush over. But when did this young master of the Hua family appear? The head of the bodyguards was startled, and his gaze toward Huo Wenzhou immediately turned scrutinizing. It seems that the young master of the Hua family is not as ignorant and incompetent as rumored. At least this young master of the Hua family is extremely skilled. He was able to hide so quickly that they didn't even notice him. Moreover, his reaction speed in rushing in front of the madam to block her was probably something even they didn't possess. The person who attacked Xia Xiyu has been pinned to the ground by the bodyguards. Seeing that escape was hopeless, the man simply raised his head and slammed it against the cold floor in an extremely bizarre posture. With a loud bang, the man smashed his head open and lost consciousness. Summer rain. That's ruthless. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. She could easily guess who sent this person. Who else but the male lead, that treacherous and cunning bastard, could do such a thing? Hiss! Seeing that Xia Xiyu's attention was completely off him, Huo Wenzhou immediately became dissatisfied. Chapter 159, Going to the hospital. He really wanted to pry open this woman's head and see what was inside. He had been injured for her sake, and she didn't even glance at him. How heartless could she be? "Sister, it hurts so much." Huo Wenzhou pressed hard on his wound, and the bleeding immediately increased. He looked pitiful, like an abandoned puppy, staring at Xia Shiyu with wet eyes. "Oh right, you're injured." Xia Shiyu frowned, then simply took off her small shawl. She used her teeth to bite through the 4 layers of cloth and tied them to Huo Wenzhou's hands with an extremely professional technique. "Okay, let's stop the bleeding first. I'll go find Gu Jingqiu. I've already called an ambulance for you. Just wait here." Huo Wenzhou. He gritted his teeth, his expression almost breaking down. What is this woman thinking? He was injured saving her, and she just gave him a perfunctory bandage and called 120? Seeing that Governor Huo Wenzhou showed no intention of leaving and was looking at her with dissatisfaction, Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "No, young Master Hua. Do you really want me to accompany you to the hospital?" She had the same expression she gave a child. "Huo Wenzhou, what should I do? I'm so angry, I want to strangle her." "Sister," Huo Wenzhou called out softly. "It's not that I don't want to go to the hospital, but—" He rolled his eyes, and his body immediately went limp. "Hey. No, are you trying to scam me?" Xia Shiyu's eyes widened, but she had no choice but to support him to prevent him from falling. After all, he was the only grandson of the Hua family, and she couldn't afford to pay for anything that happened to him. "Sister, I feel so dizzy. Is it because I lost too much blood?" Huo Wenzhou leaned weakly on Xia Shiyu's shoulder, but since he was 1.8 meters tall, and Xia Shiyu was only 1.6 meters tall, it looked as if Huo Wenzhou was hugging her. The security guards exchanged bewildered glances, wishing they could gouge their own eyes out. What on earth was going on? Why did this young master of the Hua family seem to have ulterior motives towards their mistress? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital, okay?" Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes helplessly, then sent 1 bodyguard to inform Gu Jingqiu of what had just happened, while leaving 3 bodyguards by her side at all times to deal with any emergencies. The car quickly arrived at the hospital, and news of Huo Wenzhou's injury reached the Hua family. Unfortunately, Xia Shiyu took Huo Wenzhou to the First People's Hospital of Beijing, not the Gu family's private hospital. Therefore, after registering for emergency treatment, when faced with a patient like Huo Wenzhou who had already received basic first aid, the medical staff simply glanced at him, told him to stand there in line, and then went about their own business. When had Huo Wenzhou ever been treated so coldly in a hospital? Normally, if he had a headache or fever, everyone would be extremely nervous, especially old Master Hua, who would practically bring half a private hospital to him. But now, looking at the list of license plate numbers in his hand, and seeing 14 more people in front of him, Huo Wenzhou began to question his life choices. "I'm so badly injured, and they still want me to wait for 14 numbers?" He looked at Xia Shiyu with disbelief, his face full of hurt. "Sister, I know I'm not important to you. I only protected you because I saw you in danger, regardless of my own safety. How could you do this to me?" He looked like he was about to cry, but somehow, his handsome face made the expression look natural and even pitiful, captivating the older women and girls standing in line nearby. Some people looked at Xia Shiyu with condemnation, as if she had done something wrong instead of being a scumbag. Xia Shiyu gritted her teeth in anger. "This is the fastest express number I've ever gotten, which I paid 3,000 yuan to buy from a scalper. If you're not happy about it, then register again and get in line for me." Huo Wenzhou wanted to say something more, but at that moment, a faint voice sounded from behind him. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" There was a person with bandages wrapped around their head and left hand, while their right hand was twisted and their clothes were tattered. His face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable. This person looked much worse off than Huo Wenzhou. He was also in line. Huo Wenzhou's words immediately fell silent. After waiting for a good half hour, it was finally Huo Wenzhou's turn. After the wound is cleaned and stitched, you can pay the fee, pick up your medication from the doctor, and leave. Huo Wenzhou's injury looks terrible, but it is actually just a superficial wound. As long as he avoids strenuous exercise and the wound gets wet, it will heal in 10 to 15 days. "All right, I'll reimburse you for the expenses. Thank you for saving me. When I have time, I'll have my husband send a gift to the Hua family to express our gratitude for saving my life." Xia Shiyu waved goodbye to Huo Wenzhou with a smile. Huo Wenzhou gritted his teeth, looking at Xia Shiyu who seemed eager to distance herself from him, and almost ground his back teeth to powder. He followed her all the way here to get here, And she doesn't even care about such a hero? She wants to distance herself? Huh. Dream on. My head hurts so much. I wonder if I was kicked in the head by the thugs. When Huo Wenzhou saw the Hua family members approaching, he immediately pretended to faint. Summer rain. No. Is this ever going to end? She stared with her beautiful eyes, and just as she was about to back away, she was blocked by the Hua family members. My goodness, young master, how did you get so badly injured? Quickly, carry him to the car. The young master has fainted. What are we going to do? If the old man finds out, he'll skin us alive. These people shouted more and more exaggeratedly, making Huo Wenzhou sound as if he were about to die at any moment. Xia Xiu silently rolled her eyes and was about to leave when she was blocked by the Hua family. Miss Xia, we don't know what happened. Could you please take us back to the hospital to explain what happened? Summer rain. She's completely clinging to him now, since he saved her life and she has no choice but to leave. She had no choice but to get into the Hua family's car and follow Huo Wenzhou all the way to the private hospital. The treatment I didn't receive at the People's Hospital, I received at the private hospital. All the hospital's director and chief physicians had left and stood in 2 rows, as if welcoming some very important leader. As soon as Huo Wenzhou got out of the car, they immediately arranged for a stretcher and wheelchair. The driver's actions left Xia Xiu, who had just gotten out of the car, completely dumbfounded. Is Chapter 160 really that important? Is it really that important? It looked as if Huo Wenzhou would immediately be standing at the hospital entrance if he took even one step. That's way too exaggerated. In the VIP ward, Huo Wenzhou enjoyed the best treatment. He lay leisurely on the hospital bed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xia Xiu. My sister is so good to me. She came to keep me company. Xia Xiu rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the Hua family's covetous eyes, she would never have thought of coming. You should apply the medicine now. At this moment, a sweet-looking nurse pushed in a cart, placed the medicine to be applied to Huo Wenzhou's wound aside, and then reached out to unbutton Huo Wenzhou's clothes. Get out of here. Huo Wenzhou's face immediately turned cold. We don't need you here. The nurse was startled, then quickly apologized and left, leaving Huo Wenzhou and Xia Xiu alone in the VIP ward. At this moment, Huo Wenzhou looked at Xia Xiu while holding the medicine. Xia Xiu's face was filled with the bewildered expression of Guan Shidong pointing at him. Is this guy crazy? He chased away the nurse who was applying the medicine. Does he expect her to apply the medicine for him? She's lost count of how many times she's rolled her eyes today. However, Huo Wenzhou did indeed shield her from the knife just now, and she really couldn't refuse his request to apply medicine. Fine, give it to me. Taking the medicine from Huo Wenzhou, Xia Xiu picked up a pair of scissors and snipped Huo Wenzhou's sleeve clean in 2 quick snips. Huo Wenzhou was immediately filled with questions. This wasn't what he had imagined. He wanted to see Xia Xiu gently unbutton his shirt like the nurse had done earlier, then take it off, and then blush when she saw his perfect physique. Who knew that this woman would so decisively cut off his sleeve? Huo Wenzhou's arm wound was well stitched up by experienced emergency room doctors at the People's Hospital. Why go to a private hospital again? However, before transmigrating into the book, Xia Xiu was a teacher of a fragile college student, and she had a lot of emergency experience, including applying medicine to injured people. She twisted open the ointment, then carefully applied it to Huo Wenzhou's wound with a cotton swab, bending down to blow on it gently to make the ointment dry faster. After applying all the ointment, she took out a clean bandage and wrapped it around Huo Wenzhou's wound. That's fine. After applying the medicine, Xia Xiu immediately got up and sat on the sofa furthest from Huo Wenzhou. My dear grandson, how could you be so careless as to get hurt? The door opened, and an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, arrived at Huo Wenzhou's bedside at an extremely fast speed. Then she held Huo Wenzhou's arm with a look of heartache on her face. My dear grandson, tell Grandpa who hurt you, and Grandpa will skin him alive. Summer rain. Old Master Huo. As soon as she opened her mouth, Old Master Huo turned his head and looked at Xia Xiu with an unfriendly expression. The reason why Huo Wenzhou was injured had already been told to him. He frowned and felt quite dislike for Xia Xiu. She's pretty, but she's not a very good person. She's already married, yet she's still having an affair with her own grandson, and she can't forget him. Madame Gu, My son Wenzhou is still young and doesn't understand things properly. I hope you will see him less often in the future. You're 18, you're an adult, you're still a child. Xiaoxiu was somewhat speechless. Mr. Hua, it's like this. Humph, that boy from the Gu family is such a good boy, and he's so devoted to you. This old man, have watched him grow up, and I've never seen any of his women care about him like this before. Madam Gu, you mustn't let down the boy's affection for you. Xiaoxiu could no longer bear it. She stood up and said loudly, Old Master Hua, Hua Wenzhou is injured in his other hand. You've got the wrong person. The ward fell silent. The Hua family members who followed in, and Old Master Hua himself, all had blank expressions on their faces. The old man looked down and saw his grandson's rather speechless expression. You brat! Old Master Hua, enraged, raised his hand and slapped Hua Wenzhou on the head. Your hand is injured. Why are you hiding it under the covers? Hua Wenzhou? No, it's because you have poor eyesight that someone pointed it out, and you're taking it out on your own grandson, right? Cough, cough. At this moment, Old Master Hua looked at Hua Wenzhou with eyes full of disappointment and frustration. He had raised this grandson from infancy, feeding him mouthful by mouthful. As the grandfather, he could easily guess what Hua Wenzhou was thinking. It's nothing more than that she had inappropriate thoughts about Xiaoxiu because he's good-looking. His grandson doesn't understand what true love is at all. He just seems to be lustful at first sight. He only said those few words about Hua Wenzhou because he thought he was good-looking. He was just venting his anger at Hua Wenzhou's incompetence. Old Master Hua knew perfectly well that Xiaoxiu was clearly eager to leave, showing no desire to be with his grandson at all. Now that Grandpa Hua is here, it's not appropriate for an outsider like me to stay any longer. I'll be leaving. Xiaoxiu quickly got up, afraid that if she was any later, Hua Wenzhou would leave her there. Don't leave. Hua Wenzhou stared wide-eyed, quickly got out of bed, and blocked the door. If we don't leave him here, what's the point of him suffering this injury? He pouted, looking aggrieved. Sister, my wound hurts so much. Can you stay and keep me company? Also, I'm hungry. I can't peel an apple with one hand, and Grandpa is old. I'm afraid he'll cut himself with the fruit knife. Old Master Hua's eyes widened in surprise. That brat. He's old, not paralyzed. What does it mean to be unable to lift a knife? He can pick up a knife and spin it around 100 or 200 times without turning a corner. Summer rain. Fine, she owes him. Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth as she reached for the apple, smiling as she peeled it piece by piece. The fierce determination she displayed was chilling, as if she were peeling Hua Wenzhou, not an apple. But Hua Wenzhou seemed to be in a good mood, watching Xiaoxiu peel an apple for him with a smile in his eyes. Grandpa Hua simply couldn't bear to look at his grandson's worthless behavior. All right. I'm relieved to see you're all right. Let's go. Out of sight, out of mind. Old Master Hua was afraid that if he stayed in this ward and saw Hua Wenzhou in such a dead state, he would probably be unable to resist picking up his cane and beating his own grandson, whom he had raised since childhood, to death. The people in the ward receded as quickly as the tide. As Xiaoxiu peeled the apple, she silently wondered why Gu Jingchu hadn't arrived yet. She was already getting goosebumps from Hua Wenzhou's gaze. Chapter 161, Let's send him to a mental hospital. After peeling the apple, I placed it directly on the small table next to the hospital bed. Here, I've peeled it for you. Eat up. Hua Wenzhou wasn't annoyed by Xiaoxiu's impatient attitude. Instead, he ate his apple while smiling at her. Xiaoxiu was restless. Every time she stood up to leave, Hua Wenzhou would clutch his wound and cry out in pain, leaving her utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchu was in the ward next to Hua Wenzhou's. The soundproofing of the private hospital was excellent. Separated by only one wall, Gu Jingchu pushed open the door and went inside. When questioned by the Gu family bodyguards, the attacker, whose head was bandaged, remained silent, saying he didn't know anything and couldn't remember anything because he had hit his head. It wasn't until Gu Jingchu stood up and stood in front of this person that a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The legendary President Gu is not interested in women and is as aloof as a seated bodhisattva. I never expected that he would fall in love with a woman. Gu Jingchu's expression was indifferent, his deep eyes were like ice, and the way he looked at this person sent chills down one's spine. I don't care who's behind you, if you dare to hurt her. Ha! You won't get out of here alive. The man shuddered, and fear immediately flashed in his eyes. He was prepared to go to jail, but he never imagined he would have to pay with his life. Impossible. Going back so soon? Your men brought me to this hospital. If something happens to me, you won't be able to get away with it. Your Gu family's reputation is already bad enough. If you were to be accused of driving someone to their death, I wonder how you, Gu Jingchu, would maintain your lofty and aloof image. The man was deathly pale, muttering to himself to boost his confidence. Go ahead and call the police if you dare. Arrest me right now. I just don't like you rich people. So what? And that woman is so pretty. She looks like she's up to no good. Mr. Gu, I'm trying to help you. Why don't you appreciate my kindness? This person only put on a brave front, appearing fierce, but inside they were terrified. Intuition told this man that the person in front of him was truly capable of killing him. Gu Jingchu didn't even bother to glance at him, turning around expressionlessly and speaking to the head of the bodyguards. Get a certificate for a mental evaluation, then call the police. His eyes were as cold as ice. Then he twitched the corner of his mouth. Death is actually a relief for someone like you. Hong Kong Mental Hospital is a good fit for you. Go and make the arrangements. The bodyguard nodded, then quickly restrained the man, but the man's struggles only made him more likely to be dragged out. Hong Kong Mental Hospital? The man's eyes widened in horror. It houses all sorts of perverts and violent freaks. This mental hospital is so famous that just mentioning its name can scare children to tears. No, he'd rather die than go. The man's eyes widened in terror as he struggled even harder, but his hands and feet were bound, and his mouth was gagged. He was like a piece of leftover heat on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. A trace of despair and regret flashed in his eyes. Let him stay inside for a while, and then pry his mouth open after some time. Yes. In the next ward, Huo Wenzhou finished an apple and then wanted to eat an orange. Xia Shiyu is now enduringly peeling oranges for him. Huo Wenzhou sat obediently on the hospital bed, waiting for Xia Shiyu to peel the orange. Xia Shiyu couldn't stand that look anymore, so she simply threw the bad orange in front of Huo Wenzhou and said through gritted teeth, "What else do you want to eat? Just tell me, and I'll have my housekeeper make it for you and bring it over." Huo Wenzhou looked completely innocent. "But I only want to eat the fruit that my sister peels herself." Aowa, that scheming green tea be *tch. Xia Shiyu was on the verge of collapse when the sound of the door opening was like heavenly music. Xia Shiyu looked towards the door with anticipation. It's Gu Jingchu. When she saw him, Xia Shiyu had never looked forward to pistachios so much. Her eyes lit up instantly. "You've come." At this moment, Xia Shiyu was like a little white flower that had been ravaged for a long time, suddenly seeing the sunlight, and she couldn't wait to rush over and hug Gu Jingchu tightly. "My sister treats me and him completely differently." Huo Wenzhou's resentful voice sounded from behind. Xia Shiyu froze, then subconsciously looked at Gu Jingchu. What kind of nonsense is that green tea be *tch spouting? Gu Jingchu looked up at Huo Wenzhou on the hospital bed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "I really have to thank young Master Hua for helping my wife." Huo Wenzhou leaned against the hospital bed, his phoenix eyes casually glancing at Xia Shiyu, who was hiding behind Gu Jingchu. His gaze instantly darkened. This is the kind of bravery that a good citizen should do, especially since the person I'm doing this for is Sister Shiyu. Huo Wenzhou anticipated Gu Jingchu's expression, but it didn't appear on his face. Instead, Gu Jingchu looked at him with a faint mocking gaze and a hint of indifference. The look in his eyes was as if he were looking at an insignificant person making a fuss, and Huo Wenzhou instantly gritted his teeth. That expression really annoyed him. "I wonder where Mr. Gu was when my sister was in danger? How come the bodyguards you arranged for her were so useless? They couldn't even protect her at the critical moment." Huo Wenzhou smiled, and, while ostensibly asking questions, was actually putting down and belittling Gu Jingchu, implying that Gu Jingchu was incapable of protecting Xia Shiyu. Gu Jingchu withdrew his gaze, not even sparing Huo Wenzhou, who was still uttering pleasantries. "Thank you. The gift will be sent to the Hua family later." Huo Wenzhou looked at Xia Shiyu with pitiful eyes. Compared to the gifts prepared by the Gu family, he wanted Xia Shiyu to stay by his side even more. After all, He found it amusing to see Xia Shiyu's frustrated expression, wanting to leave but having no choice but to stay and take care of him. This woman is so funny. This was the first time I'd ever seen someone who wasn't interested in his appearance and identity, and even avoided him like the plague. Huo Wenzhou felt a strange desire to conquer a woman for the first time. Seeing Xia Shiyu looking at Gu Jingchu with that gentle yet slightly dependent expression, Huo Wenzhou felt a surge of jealousy rising in his heart. He wanted to steal that look from her, to make her look at him, Huo Wenzhou, with that same gaze. Huo Wenzhou's fingers twitched, but he ultimately clenched them into fists and hid them under the covers. All right, we still need to go home to visit Grandpa later. Let's go quickly. Xia Shiyu urged Gu Jingchu on. Chapter 162 did not reach the expected amount. Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes and chuckled softly. Okay, let's go. After saying that, the two of them didn't look at Huo Wenzhou again and turned to leave the ward. Sitting in the car, Xia Shiyu felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know how to explain why Huo Wenzhou had suddenly appeared and happened to be blocking her way. She never believed that anyone would risk their life to shield another person from a knife attack. So when Huo Wenzhou appeared in front of her to shield her from the knife, Xia Shiyu's first reaction wasn't gratitude, but rather a conspiracy theory forming in her mind. Was this farce orchestrated by Huo Wenzhou, which is why he was able to ambush in the right location and appear so quickly? Also that Huo Wenzhou would owe him a favor? However, Xia Shiyu didn't have anything that others could profit from. She had only been Lu Wan's apprentice for a short time and didn't have many connections. Is it possible that the Huo family wants to get something from Gu Jingchu? But Chu Chun is the most suspicious. The Huo family is currently at its peak and wouldn't want to curry favor with the Gu family. But why was Chu Chun taking such a risk? As she was thinking, a magnetic and gentle voice came from beside her. It was Chu Chun who sent them. Gu Jingchu's eyes were full of coldness. He thought that if Huo Wenzhou hadn't known about the news in advance and hadn't been waiting there, Xia Shiyu might have really been injured. It really is him. You thought of that too. Xia Shiyu nodded vigorously. Yes, I realized someone was following me and wanted to hurt me, but I didn't expect this person to act so quickly, daring to do so in a place with so many people. The thought of the knife's cold glint made Xia Shiyu feel a chill. Huo Wenzhou knew the news in advance, but he didn't notify you to take shelter. Instead, he chose to lie in wait where the bandits might make a move, hoping to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Unfortunately, Xia Shiyu didn't get into character. I knew this guy was up to no good. Xia Shiyu gritted her teeth. I should have stuck this toothpick deep into the freshly peeled apple and killed that heartless bastard. If they really wanted to save her, they would have informed her beforehand, instead of just watching her fall into danger and then appearing as a savior at the most critical moment. Pooh. Neither side is a good person. The attack was unsuccessful, and Chu Chen's side didn't buy enough time. Their product launch should be tomorrow. A hint of nervousness flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Is it really okay to let him release it first? In the story, Chu Chun climbed to the top by secretly poaching elites from Gu Jingchu's project and releasing the product ahead of time, seizing the initiative. And now, he wants to replicate that method. That's utterly shameless. Given that Chu Chun always succeeds through such methods in the story, Xia Shiyu is genuinely a little worried. Just in case. A warm palm touched the back of her hand, and when she looked up, she met Gu Jingchu's gentle gaze. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. This time, we will definitely drag Chu Chun down from his high place. He's been the protagonist of his life for long enough. That evening, various online platforms were abuzz with talk of how amazing the company's upcoming product was. Chu Chun was also live streaming with an employee of one of his subsidiaries, and when viewers asked him about it, he coincidentally appeared and said a few ambiguous but suggestive words. The internet immediately went wild. Various bloggers wrote scripts and posted videos to analyze the upcoming product from the company, generating a huge amount of traffic. Sitting in his office, Chu Chun couldn't help but smile as he watched the promotion succeed. He was in a better mood, but because the product launch had to be brought forward, everyone in the various departments was extremely busy and rushing to finish the work. Moreover, Chu Chun even had marketing accounts capture a screenshot of his profile during the live stream, which immediately attracted the admiration of some young girls online. Hashtag the president of Chu's company is handsome. Hashtag. Hashtag Chu Chin's newly appointed dominant CEO. Hashtag. Hashtag the CEO's profile that countless girls adore. Hashtag. These trending topics were bought and remained at the top of the trending list all night. Len also clicked on the trending topics online, and all of them showed Chu Chin's appearance that he had deliberately recorded in the live stream. He rolled his eyes in disgust. What the hell is this? In terms of looks, his boyfriend is way better than this guy surnamed Chu. Having successfully captured the traffic, Chu Chun even started a live stream at the product launch event on the second day for netizens to watch. When the product introduction appeared on the big screen, all netizens were excited. What kind of transportation marvel is this? With this transportation marvel, freeing up your hands will no longer be a problem. In other words, you can even ride an electric bike while wearing headphones and driving freely without having to observe the road conditions. However, many netizens remain skeptical. After all, such high-tech products are not cheap. Can ordinary people like them really afford them? Because it was broadcast live, many people left the live stream as soon as the product price was announced. What the hell? The price of this safety system could buy 3 electric cars. The product claims to be compatible with electric bikes and bicycles, but who would spend 3 or 4 times the value of the vehicle itself to buy a safety system? Even after the product launch event had ended, Chu Chin's face darkened as he looked at the sales figures for both online and offline transactions. Although the trading volume was still quite considerable, it was still much less than he had expected. It was at least 30% less than expected. What's going on? For the first time, Chu Chun tasted disappointment, a feeling he had never experienced before when he held a high position. After the press conference, seeing that the transaction amount had not reached the expected level, Chu Chun, with an unfriendly expression, called a meeting with all departments involved in the project. At the meeting, Chu Chun got very angry because the transaction volume had not met the expected target. He scolded the employees in these departments until they were all like grandsons, and they all lowered their heads. He was used to standing at a high place, so he naturally didn't see the resentment in the eyes of the employees below. The timeline was already very tight, and the press conference itself had problems. Moreover, the product was released before it had actually been tested, so naturally, a lot of data was not presented. The employees in this department have been almost entirely at the company, and no one has been able to contact them. Now that the press conference is over, even if the expected transaction volume has not been reached, the current transaction data is still quite impressive. Chapter 163 Exposed with Dark Secrets. Instead of receiving the bonus they were entitled to, they were summoned and given a severe scolding. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in that situation, especially since they were just ordinary workers. The people who came up from these departments were all very dissatisfied, while the original project staff, who jumped ship from Gu Jingchu's side, were all somewhat apprehensive. The only problem right now is the expected transaction amount at the press conference. If these systems are officially launched, the problems that will emerge will be far more numerous than those presented at the press conference, because they did not have access to many of the core components of the security system product developed by the Gu Group. But Chu Chin absolutely cannot know about this. They've already boarded this ship. If they disembark, they'll drown. The most urgent task now is to seize the opportunity when Gu's group releases a similar competing product, and then gather as much dirt on them as possible before that happens. One person quickly spoke up. As long as we suppress the competitors, our company will dominate the market, and sales will naturally increase rapidly. Upon hearing this, Chu Chin's gloomy expression softened considerably. Your suggestion is excellent. It's just that. The thought that Gu Jingchu had absolutely no scandals made Chu Chin grit his teeth in anger. Even now that he holds a high position in Beijing's elite circles, there are still people writing gossip about him having many female confidants and keeping them in villas. But no matter how much you dig, you still can't find any dirt on Gu Jingchu. In fact, the more you dig, the more upright and righteous he seems. Chu Chun was so angry, he almost smashed the cup. Perhaps we could start with his wife? I heard that she is an orphan from a small town, and that she used some tricks to marry Gu Jingchu. Chu Chin's eyes flickered. He knew Xia Shiyu's identity and how she married Gu Jingchu. As the male protagonist who had awakened to the plot ahead of time, he certainly knew. Okay, let's start with Xia Shiyu. Meanwhile, at the GU Group's project, the R&D department was busy preparing for the product launch in 2 weeks. Unlike Chu Chen's team, who were in a state of chaos, everyone in the R&D department of the GU Group's project was full of energy and looking forward to the creation of this security system. The news that GU's group is going to launch the same competing product with Pushi Group has already been spread by marketing accounts. Netizens are eagerly anticipating the video, flooding the comments section with messages from the marketing account. I wonder if the products launched by the GU Group will be cheaper than those of the Chu Group. The prices there are too high. Ordinary people like us can't afford them. It seems like these two groups have been constantly competing. What was said earlier is correct, but over the years, the Chu Group has always been the one suppressing the GU Group, so this time is probably no surprise. While chatting in the comments section, someone posted several pictures and commented that it was a big scoop on the GU Group. This immediately attracted a lot of attention, and after clicking on it, the number of reposts increased exponentially. This comment immediately generated more buzz than the story posted by a marketing account about the product the group was promoting. When Lin opened his phone in the office and saw the notification for this comment, he was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Holy crap, which bastard started this rumor? Technology department. Where are the people in the technology department? Quickly find this person's IP address for me. And the legal department, come out here and take screenshots and screen recordings of everything to preserve evidence. I'm going to sue this person. Many people who knew Xia Xiyu saw this message. So whenever Xia Xiyu stepped into the appraisal center, she would always receive stares from others. It wasn't the usual friendliness, but rather a mixture of surprise and disdain. She was completely bewildered. As she walked into the office, she was about to open her phone and ask in the group chat when Lu Wan pressed her phone down. Don't look at your phone yet. Her tone was anxious, and she was panting, clearly having run over. Xia Xiyu was even more confused. What happened? I have something urgent, and I need your help. Lu Wan took Xia Xiyu's phone without saying a word, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Xia Xiyu hadn't locked the screen yet. She hasn't seen those messages yet. Thinking about the phone call that President Gu had just made to her, Lu Wan felt a headache coming on. She now needs to ensure that Xia Xiyu doesn't see those dirty, fabricated rumors. What could be so urgent, master? Xia Xiyu quickly followed. If Lu Wan was in such a hurry, it must be something serious. When they arrived at Lu Wan's office next door, they saw that Lu Wan had put down a tablet with a match 3 game on it. Summer rain. She looked up at Lu Wan in disbelief. Master, is this the very important thing you were talking about? Lu Wan looked somewhat aggrieved, but still nodded while pretending to be calm. Yes, a friend of mine said I'm rigid and don't know how to play any games, so I downloaded this game overnight. But I've never played games before, so I don't really know how to play. Can you help me beat the game? She gave the orders as if it were perfectly natural. Xia Xiyu was speechless, but she still obediently picked up the tablet and passed through the levels one by one. She also plays this game, so she passed the earlier levels quite quickly. However, after playing for a while, she got a little bored. With the previous checkpoints almost over, Lu Wan glanced at the time with some anxiety. Has the guy surnamed Gu handled this matter properly? On the other side, Gu Jingchu in the office called several technicians to sit on the sofa. Almost everyone had a laptop in their hands, and their fingers flew across the keyboard. Most of the photos circulating online about Xia Xiyu are composites. Gu Jingchu frowned. It seemed that this person knew Xia Xiyu very well, even knowing everything that had happened before she married him. Some of them are rumors, but some are indeed true. Xia Xiyu, who previously possessed another personality, was indeed vain and would stop at nothing to climb the social ladder for money and status. Xia Xiyu's life before she married him was completely exposed. For example, they like to party with socialites who are looking for rich second-generation men, and then post photos on various platforms to flaunt their wealth. After getting into university, she didn't look for any job. Instead, she frequented various high-end places, using her beauty to attract wealthy young men who would support her extravagant lifestyle. These melons are half real and half fake, making it impossible to tell the difference. These events did indeed happen, but each one was embellished and exaggerated in the writing. Chapter 164: Debunking the Rumors. Gu Jingchu did indeed want to find an ordinary woman with no background to be his wife, in order to prevent some people with ulterior motives from putting marriage partners in his life. But if Xia Shiyu were truly the kind of woman with a shady past, he wouldn't choose her. Xia Shiyu did indeed frequent high-end places and get entangled with rich second-generation heirs, but she always adhered to her bottom line. As for her high consumption, it was nothing more than her vanity getting the better of her, joining groups to compete with others for luxury goods photos and rentals. So when Gu Jingchu saw Xia Shiyu's bed photos circulating wildly online, he remained completely calm. Before going to get their marriage certificate, Xia Shiyu was arranged to have a premarital medical examination. The medical examination report showed that Xia Shiyu's hymen was intact. Lin Yi looked at the circulated, obscene bed photos and felt uneasy. Although the authenticity of these photos is unknown, no man could remain rational after seeing them. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingchu showed no reaction upon seeing these photos and calmly closed the web page. Chu Gu, these. Lin Yi's voice also carried a hint of uncertainty. It's all fake. Gu Jingchu sneered. The legal team we've spent so much money on should now be put to good use. Lin immediately understood, his eyes lit up, and he immediately went to make a phone call. The very next day, a Weibo account belonging to the Gu Group published a long article of over 1,000 words. It details Xia Shiyu's background, a small-town exam taker from a mountain village, an orphan who single-handedly gained admission to a prestigious university in the capital. Because there are so many prestigious universities in Beijing, Xia Shiyu did not find her ideal job after graduation. At this time, Xia Shiyu met Xiao A colleague of Sun Lei. As Xia Shiyu had just entered society, she was still quite impetuous. So, faced with Xiao A's temptations, she did indeed develop a vain habit. Because of her vanity, Xia Shiyu was tricked into drinking by Xiao A into doing a favor for a rich second generation. But unexpectedly, she ran into Gu Jingchu by accident. Gu Jingchu naturally helped Xia Shiyu, and their interactions increased. Under Gu Jingchu's guidance, Xia Shiyu changed her bad habits. After getting to know each other better, they developed feelings for one another and eventually got married. The couple had a very good relationship after marriage, and none of the things that happened as rumored online were true. Furthermore, all the photos circulating online are photoshopped. The long post also included the original images of all the photoshopped pictures. Most importantly, this post, which was over 1,000 words long, also included a note stating that several of the marketing accounts that posted the most content and had the highest traffic had been reported to the police. These marketing accounts' bank card numbers all had some income from unknown sources, and the payments were all made to the same account. After posting the long article, Gu's group immediately released a video that was only 10 seconds long. The first thing you see when you open the video is Gu Jingchu's expressionless face. I have collected all the evidence and will sue those who have slandered and spread rumors about my wife one by one. Finally, I would like to say that those who have taken money and acted against their conscience are welcome to go and work on the sewing machine. The two short Weibo posts garnered likes and views at an extremely rapid pace, quickly increasing. The public was initially focused on the fairy tale romance between Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu, but when Gu Jingchu made his first public appearance, the entire internet erupted in uproar. Why didn't anyone tell me that the CEO of Gu's group was so handsome? This guy is more handsome than all my other crushes. The moment Mr. Gu appeared, my heart was completely captivated. Ah, Mr. Gu, I want to have your babies. Why? Why wasn't it me who met President Gu first? Xia Shiyu, you brat, you've really gotten lucky. The comments under these two clarification Weibo posts have completely gone off topic. Although the video is only 10 seconds long and Gu Jingchu's face is expressionless, he possesses an irresistible charm. His deep eyes seem to be able to see into people's hearts, and his high nose and perfect lips make up a face that makes countless people fall in love. The short 10-second video immediately attracted a large number of female fans who became Gu Jingchu's fans, and some even quickly created a super topic on Weibo. The first article, 1,000 words long, was even read carefully many times, and by the end, everyone exclaimed in admiration. Xia Shiyu, that brat, has such a lucky life. She actually met a real domineering CEO. What an amazing love story. I want one too. Many netizens posted comments in the newly created super topic for the Gu Jingchu and Xia Xiu couple. Hee hee, I knew I was just an NPC in this world. This couple's looks are already off the charts. I read that long article over and over again. A girl as beautiful as Xia Xiu, who grew up in hardship, is indeed easily dazzled by the glitz and glamour of big cities when she enters society, and thus makes the wrong choices. But she is undoubtedly lucky. President Gu pulled her out of the mire and pushed her onto the right path. Actually, I really admire this girl. In a province with a high college entrance examination rate and such a high elimination rate, she was able to get into a university in the capital, and she is also an orphan. She has already put in more effort than others. Such love is so enviable. Xia Xiu was still tirelessly helping Lu Wan pass the levels of the Match 3 game, completely unaware that netizens had created a super topic for Gu Xia, and everyone was shipping their touching love story. Finally, I've passed the test. She stretched and pushed the tablet back to Lu Wan. Then, she noticed with her sharp eyes that Lu Wan quickly closed a certain software with a yellow eye icon. Huh? Xia Xiu looked at Lu Wan with curiosity, as if she had discovered something new. Master, you also use Weibo? Given Lu Wan's aloof personality, her phone had almost no social media apps other than WeChat and a few professional ones. They've actually downloaded Weibo now. She was tired from playing games, and when she looked up, she seemed to see Lu Wan's hand typing on the phone screen. If we're going to use Weibo, we can follow each other. Xia Xiu excitedly took out her phone and opened Weibo in front of Lu Wan. Lu Wan couldn't stop her now. She could only watch helplessly as Xia Xiu's phone screen quickly displayed a push notification on Weibo. She sighed, oh no. This time, it couldn't be kept secret at all. The video that was just pushed out is currently a hot topic. Chapter 165 Counterattack. What other trending topics are being pushed out these days besides those about the couple? Lu Wanbai tried to stop him for so long, but still couldn't. Xia Xiu was stunned to see that the subject of the push notification was herself. I thought it was just someone with the same name, but when I clicked in, I saw all sorts of different things being said on Weibo. Moreover, those photos made Xia Xiu feel terrible. She never took so many indecent photos. They're all photoshopped. Xia Xiu's fingertips trembled slightly as a chaotic scene unfolded before her eyes. Those unfounded accusations and malicious speculations were like invisible arrows shot at her, filling her chest with suppressed anger. In order to suppress Gu Jingchu, these people even started to belittle her. As husband and wife, if Xia Xiu loses face, then Gu Jingchu won't fare much better. When Gu Jingchu holds another product launch, it will give Chu Qin a great opportunity to manipulate public opinion. Her fingertips were trembling, not from anger for herself, but from anger for the original owner of this body. Even though the original owner had questionable values and was somewhat vain, she never did anything to hurt anyone. These people are taking the original owner's old photos and photoshopping them haphazardly, ruining her reputation. Xia Xiu gritted her teeth and continued flipping through the pages. When her gaze fell upon the 2 clarification posts issued by the Gu group, her heart relaxed. In his blog post, he defended her word by word, revealing the truth behind those lies. There was no exaggeration, no deliberate emotional manipulation. He simply stated the facts, yet it was enough to convey his sincerity and support for her. Xia Xiu's eyes welled up with tears. She had never imagined that even after those photos were leaked, and even though Gu Jingchu knew what kind of person the original owner of this body was, he would still stand up for her and protect her from the storm. He trusts her, so he has never called or texted her to question whether the photos are in the correct format. He would also ask Lu Wan to find a way to hide it from her, fearing that she would be saddened and frightened if she saw those messages online. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. She knew that being moved at this moment wouldn't solve the problem. She needed to calmly consider her next move. Those who slander her, hiding behind the internet, recklessly unleash their malice and hurt her. She cannot let this go. She must seek justice for herself. She narrowed her eyes, quickly grabbed her bag, hailed a taxi, and headed to the Gu family home. Baby, can I ask you for help with something? Based on the existing clues, she quickly identified the source of the malicious comments. With Gu Baobao's help, she didn't spend much time or effort to find the IP addresses of these people, and even uncovered their real names and phone numbers. She made the calls one by one, and unsurprisingly heard the other party begging for mercy. On the internet, they can wield a knife that kills without drawing blood, but once in reality, everyone is just an ordinary person with flesh and blood. The more fiercely they wield the knife online, the more afraid they are of being hurt in real life. So when Xiaoxiu accurately stated their names and ID numbers over the phone, they got scared and readily agreed that they had been paid and would immediately post a blog post to clarify the matter and delete all the photoshopped pictures. They only asked Xiaoxiu not to expose this matter to their real-life friends or to call the police. Xiaoxiu let out a cold laugh after hanging up the phone. They know that slandering others like this will ruin their reputations if it gets exposed, so how can they do it with such a clear conscience? Ideally, you should have strong mental fortitude, support from others, and unconditional trust from others. If it were any other girl, she probably would have had an emotional breakdown or even committed suicide. Xiaoxiu called Gu Jingchu and asked for her to come. With Gu Baobao's help, Gu Jingchu finally discovered a key clue from the information he had. Those are the accounts that marketing accounts use to receive and transfer payments. She has all taken control of them. I don't know if the other party is stupid or has enough confidence in themselves to think that others can't find out, but they actually used the same account to make the payment. Gu Baobao followed the account information and discovered that the person was a junior accountant in the finance department of the Chu Group. Upon seeing this clue, Xiaoxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at the other person's stupidity. How incredibly stupid would someone be to use the company's financial account to transfer money to those marketing accounts? Isn't that just blatantly telling everyone that I was behind this? It's still about confidence. Xiaoxiu's lips curled into a mocking smile, a surge of intense anger rising within her. She was just cannon fodder in the original story, yet the male protagonist went to such lengths to harm and destroy her. She just wants to live a peaceful life, but that doesn't mean she can tolerate others bullying her. What's so great about the male lead? This is the ending of the book. Even if the plot has an impact, his power is already very weak. Isn't the wavering of his confidant Sun Yu the best example? Chu Chen will definitely pay the price for his actions. Xiaoxiu also contacted several marketing accounts and told them that they only needed to publish all the payment information and apologize. If she did not see any pictures or videos within 10 minutes, she would call the police. These marketing accounts have received a very high number of likes on their pictures, texts, and videos, which has reached the level of defamation. Not to mention there is proof of payment. If Xiaoxiu is willing to sue, these people will definitely face criminal charges. Criminal records are something that will follow these people for life, so they were terrified and readily agreed to send them out immediately. In the next 10 minutes, while netizens on Weibo and Douyin were immersed in the sweet CP feeling of Xiaoxiu and Gu Jingchu, they discovered that the marketing accounts that had previously smeared Xiaoxiu had posted pictures and texts. These marketing accounts all published their bank card payment information, and the last 4 digits of the numbers used to transfer the money were remarkably consistent. Based on the images and text previously released by the Gu Group, what else is there for netizens to be confused about? Mrs. Gu has really offended someone ruthlessly. I wonder what grudge she has against them with such an overwhelming smear campaign. This is too much. With so many marketing accounts and media outlets smearing her, even an Iron Man would be melted by this mudslinging, let alone a young woman in her early 20s. I apologize to Mrs. Gu. I'm sorry that I didn't understand what happened before I started cursing at you online. Chapter 166 Shift in Public Opinion. Apologetic comments from netizens quickly appeared online. Half an hour later, Xiaoxiu saw the situation reversed, with almost everyone cursing the person who made the payment. Only then did she show a satisfied smile. The atmosphere has reached its peak, and the one surnamed Chu is about to face a storm. At the height of the online discussion, a comment under a video instantly gained attention. Wait, this last 4 digits of the bank number looks so familiar. Isn't this the payment account of the client company we worked with last week? The comment also included a picture of the collaborative payment. Suddenly, the Chu family's trademark appeared in the area that hadn't yet been covered by Mosaic. Although the comment was deleted in less than a minute, netizens' typing speed was comparable to Thanos snapping his fingers, and they took screenshots one after another at lightning speed, which is why the screenshots of this comment spread like wildfire across various apps. Oh my god, I'm really a conspiracy theorist. Could this be a business war between two companies that has dragged innocent Mrs. Gu into it? I'm an insider. The Gu Group will also be launching a similar product to the Chu Group's product in half a month. It's also a traffic safety software. Insider plus one. And the price of the security software from the Gu Group seems to be lower than that of the Chu Group. Could this be a dirty trick by the Chu Group because they are afraid of being suppressed? The person upstairs is probably right. If the wife of the president of Gu's group has a lot of scandals, who will care about the products that his company will release in the next 2 weeks? There will probably be a lot of criticism then. That's too cruel. Netizens quickly took the screenshots and bombarded Chu's company's Weibo account with criticism. Xiaoxiu looked at the comment section, which had been overrun, and a smile appeared on her lips. It's time for this male protagonist, who is so favored by the author, to experience what it's like to be cyberbullied and despised. Nowadays, what all online platforms value most is traffic. Once you have traffic, it's equivalent to having money. So, just like the initial hype surrounding the summer rain melon incident, many marketing accounts have been keeping a close eye on this matter. Although they were also afraid of the Chu Group's subsequent suppression, if they didn't capitalize on the current traffic, their follower count would be much lower than other bloggers. So, like sharks smelling blood, marketing accounts quickly compiled detailed reports about the Xiaoxiu incident with overwhelming force. These articles spread rapidly across the internet like wildfire, sparking widespread attention and discussion. Chu Qin's PR team has been clearing out marketing accounts and media outlets and starting to whitewash the situation with a series of events. They have even dug up dirt on several minor celebrities and posted it on the trending topics, attempting to suppress the heat of this matter. But netizens are not the same as before. Today's netizens are very rational. They don't look at those posts trying to whitewash the situation or the scandals of minor celebrities. Instead, they start to analyze the whole story in depth. As the discussion deepened, netizens used their ingenuity to compare the data and discovered that the last 4 digits of the bank card in the screenshot actually belonged to the Chu Group's financial account. It turns out that the Chu Group was actually the biggest beneficiary behind the whole incident. Moreover, at this time, Gu's Group posted another Weibo post, indicating that a traffic safety software app would indeed be released in half a month. This is definitely a competitor to the software app released by Chu Qin's company. At this critical moment, Xiaoxiu, the wife of the president of the Gu Group, has revealed so much dirt on people. It is now clear to everyone who benefits from this. This discovery shocked and angered netizens who previously had a favorable impression of the Chu Group. To suppress competitors, they actually resorted to such vicious methods to ruin a woman. If it weren't for the Gu Group's statement, that comment that was posted and then deleted, and the fact that those marketing accounts came forward to clarify for fear of being sued, Mrs. Gu would probably have become the target of cyberbullying by now. By exploiting netizens' psychology to launch a cyberbullying attack on an innocent person, Chu Qin's actions have stirred up a hornet's nest. At this time, Luan also spoke out for Xiaoxiu on Weibo. Xiaoxiu was my first and only apprentice, and I trust her character. With Luan taking the lead, the old men who had shown great favor to Xiaoxiu at the apprenticeship ceremony also posted on Weibo. Any one of these people is a big name in the industry, and these big names have all made contributions to the country. Their Weibo posts caused the event to attract a surge in attention. Chu Qin, whose reputation was already declining, has now become the target of public criticism. Netizens, like detectives, started their attacks from the Chu Group all the way to Chu Qin's personal account, and then from Chu Qin's personal account to his several female confidants. In this online storm, Chu Qin's image plummeted. Netizens' words were sharp and powerful. They used their keyboards as weapons to launch a comprehensive attack on Chu Qin. His Weibo comment section became a battlefield, every comment filled with anger and sarcasm. His female confidants were not spared either. Their social media accounts were also flooded with criticism and subjected to fierce attacks. Especially Sun Yu, who is always inseparable from Chu Qin and likes to post photos to show off every day, now has her accounts on all platforms filled with netizens' insults. Sun Yu, who was usually proud and arrogant, instantly broke down. Her fingers trembled as she typed in the comments section and argued with netizens. However, she was no match for those seasoned netizens. In less than half an hour, she was completely overwhelmed by their insults. She covered her face and cried all the way to Chu Chen's office door. "Miss Sun, Mr. Chu is very upset right now. He doesn't want to see anyone." The president's assistant got a headache just looking at Sun Yu. This young lady's temper was something that they, as ordinary employees, could never tolerate. As expected, the newly appointed president's assistant was slapped several times by Sun Yu. The president's assistant was also seething with anger. He made a token attempt to stop her a few times, but then stopped. Afterward, Sun Yu barged into Chu Chen's office, only to find Chu Chen pinning a woman down on the desk. The fire in her mind was instantly ignited. Sun Yu screamed and then pounced on him without hesitation, pulling the woman that Chu Chen was pinning down from under him and hitting her hard. The woman covered her face and sobbed, her eyes filled with resentment. Why did she have to suffer all this injustice? Chapter 167, I'm not finished with you. The public relations manager was afraid of facing President Chu's wrath, so he pushed her, a junior employee in the public relations department, forward. She thought she would just get a scolding when she came in, but when she entered, she saw Chu Chen drinking strong liquor. After she finished reporting her work in a trembling manner, she saw that President Chu's eyes had turned red. She subconsciously wanted to run away, but Chu Chen grabbed her. Because of the disparity in strength between men and women, she was quickly pinned to the table. She broke down in terror, crying and begging Chu Chen for mercy. She was a mother who had been married for 2 years, had recently had a baby, and had returned to work after weaning. She and her husband have a very good relationship. If something like this really happens, her happy life will definitely be ruined. Although grateful to Sun Yu for coming in at the last minute to save her, the mother's anger reached its peak after Sun Yu's subsequent actions. She gritted her teeth, and with a strength she didn't know she had, she kicked away Sun Yu, who was pounding on her body, and retaliated with 2 hard slaps. "Huh, you 2 scumbags and bitches, who would want your rotten cucumber? I came up here to report on some work, and I was almost insulted by this rotten cucumber. Let me tell you, this isn't over." She ran out crying, clutching her clothes, and quickly went to the company entrance to call the police. After calling the police, the mother, fearing retaliation, tore her clothes to reveal the wounds she had sustained while struggling, and burst into genuine tears. Chu Chen, the president of the Chu Group, treats female employees like dirt. He was drunk and tried to rape me without warning. I've already called the police. As a member of the public relations department, she had handled all sorts of matters, big and small, until she encountered this situation. Only by making a big fuss could she have a chance of survival. Otherwise, once Chu Chen recovers, she, an ordinary employee, will only face his fierce retaliation. The news that Chu Chen had harassed a female employee while drunk immediately topped the headlines. At this highly anticipated moment, Chu Chen was exposed for such an incident again, giving netizens something to do again. Damn it! How could a woman be so outrageous? If I hadn't been drunk, how could I have ever fallen for such an ordinary woman? He couldn't stay at the company any longer, because a large number of people had gathered downstairs, and there were even more cars parked downstairs. Many reporters were lying in wait, ready to point their cameras at him at any moment. Chu Chen returned to his villa, where he was smashing things in a fit of rage. Qin Mei frowned, feeling heartbroken over the damaged items. She met Chu Chen during her university years. Her obedient, sensible, hardworking, and family-oriented qualities, along with her outstanding appearance, made her Chu Chen's first woman. Therefore, she is also quite frugal. Moreover, each of the things Chu Chen smashed was quite valuable, and the sound of each smash was like a knife stabbing into Qin Mei's heart. All right, Chu, don't be angry. Getting angry will ruin your health, and it'll only benefit others. Qin Mei finally couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly went downstairs to stop her. Think about it, if you make yourself so angry, who will be the happiest? Chu Chen's expression was uncertain, but he calmed down after Qin Mei's persuasion. He never expected that using a mere cannon fodder would backfire so badly. Therefore, Chu Chen became increasingly certain that Xia Xiu, who was originally supposed to die in the plot, was the biggest variable after the first part of this book ended. Chu-chin couldn't help but feel anxious. If this variable isn't dealt with, then in the future, wah, how dare you smash my precious statue? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been cursed like this by those people online. Sunyu was furious. She kept looking at the comments attacking her from netizens while she was in the car. Every time she retorted, the number of comments would increase exponentially, reaching several thousand in just a few minutes. Every single comment was cursing her. She was on the verge of a breakdown, so she had no choice but to shut down the comment sections on all the various platforms and then stormed off to confront Chu-chun. Chin Mei was immediately troubled when she saw that yet another hot-tempered person had arrived, someone who could smash things in the house at any moment. He quickly got up to bring Sun Yu into the house, settled her on the sofa, and began to gently persuade her. My dear sister, don't be angry. You won't be pretty if you're angry. Why bother with those people? They're just a bunch of flies that smelled foul. It's beneath you to argue with them. They use the idiom smelling stench, so what am I? Am I shit? Sun Yu's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she pushed Chin Mei's hand away. Chin Mei's expression also turned ugly. As the head of Chu-chin's harem, even the short-tempered Sun Yu usually treated her with some respect. But today, fifth brother, what's wrong with you? You're so irritable today. Sun Yu laughed in exasperation, then put her hands on her hips and pointed at Chu-chun. What did he say back then? He said there were only 5 of us. Then he went after the woman who dumped him and forgot all about us. Now that Vixen is gone, another one has come to the company, and I chased her away too. Just now I went to the company and saw him pinning someone down and doing that kind of thing again. Sun Yu was somewhat exasperated. If I hadn't stopped them in time, they probably would have already conceived a child. Chin Mei was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu-chun. But Chu-chun was enraged by such a look. What's wrong with me, a dignified CEO, having a few more women? You short-sighted people only know how to control me. It's her good fortune that I've taken a liking to that bitch. What right do you have to tell me what to do? You eat my food and use my things. If you annoy me, I'll kick you out. Chin Mei swayed slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. If the other women were kicked out, they would all have a way out or the ability to make a living in society. But she didn't even finish university for Chu-chun, becoming the woman behind him. Now that she's been kicked out, what can she do outside? Achoo. She looked miserable, and Chu-chun realized he had said the wrong thing, but he couldn't bring himself to apologize. Chin Mei sat on the sofa and cried, but Sun Yu was not someone who was easy to bully. Sun Yu, who was already furious, felt her anger burn even brighter upon hearing those words. Without saying a word, she pounced on him and grabbed Chu-chin's face. How dare you say such a thing? Chu-chin got a scratch on his face. Chapter 168. To be imprisoned for 15 days. A sharp pain shot through his face, and Chu-chin instinctively touched it, only to find his palms covered in blood. He stood up and glared angrily at Sun Yu. Sun Yu, are you crazy? Sun Yu was confused about her own feelings at that moment. She just felt like she was going crazy. Seeing the wounds on Chu-chin's face, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. The feeling of being overwhelmed by the criticism from netizens actually eased a bit. Sun Yu was stunned for a moment. What was wrong with her? Clutching her chest, Sun Yu looked at the furious Chu-chun before her and felt as if something was pounding against her heart, trying to burst out. Before she could react, Sun Yu felt her neck being grabbed. The enraged Chu-chun had already pinned her firmly to the sofa. You bitch, how dare you hurt me? Chu-chin's grip tightened, and Sun Yu's face turned purple. She desperately tried to grab Chu-chin's hand. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Chin Mei rushed over to pull Chu-chin away. Ah Chu, if you don't let go, you're going to strangle you to death. No matter how hard Chin Mei tried, she couldn't move Chu-chun. Seeing that Sun Yu had been choked until her eyes rolled back and she fainted, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes as well. Achoo! Get out of my way! Chu-chun was in a fit of rage. He swung his arm and flung Chin Mei, who was leaning against him and pulling on his arm, away. Ah! Chin Mei screamed, her head hitting the coffee table, and she fainted. Seeing the blood gushing from Chin Mei's forehead, Chu-chun regained his senses. He looked at Sun Yu, who had already fainted from his own breath, and his hand trembled. What did he just do? Chu-chun swallowed hard, and just as he was about to get up to look at Chin Mei, the door was kicked open. Upon seeing the two women lying on the ground, one with a purplish-blue face and obvious strangulation marks on her neck, and the other with blood gushing from her head, the police officer who entered looked serious and immediately drew his gun at Chu Chun, while the auxiliary police officer also took out his stun gun. Immediately cover your head with your hands. Crouch down. Chu Chun was stunned for a moment. He had been in a high position for a long time, so when the police officer reprimanded him sternly, he did not react. He still stood up and took a step forward. The next second, he was tackled to the ground. The back of his head hit the ground, and the pain made Chu Chin's whole body go numb for a few seconds. His head was ringing. Do you even know who I am? You dare to arrest me? The police officer quickly showed his identification to Chu Chin. We don't care who you are. If you break the law, you are under the jurisdiction of our Public Security Bureau. Someone has accused you of rape and using violence to coerce others. Please come with us to the Public Security Bureau. It turned out that the mother who was almost bullied and humiliated by Chu Chun had caused a scene downstairs and gained a lot of public attention. Under pressure from public opinion, the police quickly dispatched officers. Even after being handcuffed and put into a police car, Chu Chun continued to shout incredulously about his proud identity as the president of the Chu Corporation. As the police cars drove away with their sirens blaring, the people holding cameras next to the villa finally emerged from the bushes. This is big news. If we sell it to the media and marketing accounts, we can make a lot of money. The person who gave us this address is practically a living saint. But if we sell this information, won't we get caught? Who cares? We'll submit our work to foreign websites, and the accounts will be overseas too. We'll take the money, have some fun abroad for a while, and then cash out and bring it back. Who can trace that back to us? Early the next morning, Chu Chun abused his position to humiliate a female subordinate, which led to her calling the police and arresting him. This incident quickly became a trending topic on various social media platforms. Ha ha ha, that beast surnamed Chu has finally met his end. Ha ha ha. In the office, Lin was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe, pounding the table frantically, looking like he had finally gotten his revenge. He was always trying to find fault with others and slander them. Now he's getting his comeuppance. Xia Xiyu scrolled through the headlines on her phone, a smile playing on her lips. In a good mood, she peeled a piece of candy and put it in Gu Baobao's mouth, then patted Gu Baobao's fluffy head. Thank you for your hard work, baby. Gu Baobao held her head high, looking extremely proud. Of course, I'll definitely help as long as my cousin-in-law asks. Xia Xiyu chuckled, then turned her gaze to Gu Jingchu, who was working. He secretly helped her turn public opinion around so quickly, but he hasn't revealed a word about it until now. Gu Jingchu, she called out, and Gu Jingchu looked up from the documents, his eyes fixed on Xia Xiyu. As soon as Gu Baobao opened her mouth, Lin Yi covered it and quietly dragged her outside the office. Lin Yi even considerately closed the office door for the two of them. Uncle Lin, what are you doing? Gu Baobao rolled her eyes. Lin also tapped Gu Baobao on the head without hesitation. Call me brother too. Didn't you see those two are practically bubbling with pink bubbles? We two are definitely going to be third wheels. Gu Baobao looked like she suddenly understood. Oh, I see. This is a sign of marital affection. Lin Yi looked at him with an air of being a teachable child. Come on, brother will take you to the convenience store to buy some snacks. In the office, the two looked at each other, and something was quietly changing. Xia Xiyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you for helping me so much. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been so confident that I could have gotten Chu Chin in. The mother who reported the incident to the police ultimately chose to withdraw the report after talking to her husband, fearing retaliation from Chu Chin. She and her husband even bought tickets to travel to another province. It was only after Gu Jingchu sent someone to calm the couple down that they went back to the police station to report the crime. Gu Baobao also used technological means to intercept the video footage from the office's surveillance cameras, which became strong evidence in her accusations against Chu Chun. As long as that mother doesn't give in, Chu Chun will inevitably face 15 days of imprisonment. These 15 days are enough time for Gu Jingchu to do a lot of things. Xia Xiyu walked over and sat down next to Gu Jingchu. Are you completely free of worries? Gu Jingchu's handsome thin lips curved into a smile. I've played such a big game of chess. but I never expected a checkmate to suddenly appear halfway through. Gu Jingchu gave Xia Shiyu a meaningful look. Thank you for doing me a big favor. Xia Shiyu was completely bewildered, then pointed a finger at herself, giving Guan Motong a completely dumbfounded expression. Thank me? Chapter 169 Awakening. Gu Jingchu nodded, his eyes gentle. Everything was originally going according to plan, but for Xia Shiyu's safety, he excluded Xia Shiyu. But to her surprise, Chu Qin still set his sights on her. He had no choice but to include her in his plan as well. Before Xia Shiyu got married, all those photos had been destroyed by Gu Jingchu, leaving only everyday photos. Even so, everyday photos are photoshopped into such an unsightly state. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Are you talking about the matter with Chu Qin? Gu Jingchu nodded. His lips pursed, and there was guilt in his eyes. I could have erased all traces of you online, but I didn't. I'm sorry, Shiyu. Chu Qin dragged you into his plan, Xia Shiyu grasped Gu Jingchu's hand, and shook her head with a smile. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. She was actually a little guilty when she said that. In the original owner's memories, she actually used any means necessary to seduce the rich second generation. The original photos of the photoshopped images circulating online are all everyday photos of the original person. After being restored, they are even praised for their beauty, and there is basically no negative impact. It's easy to imagine who blocked those rather explicit photos beforehand. Ultimately, she still had to thank Gu Jingchu, since the original owner had some dark history that was traceable and couldn't withstand close scrutiny. The only things netizens have dug up so far are photos of her entering and leaving high-end places with luxury goods she bought online. Otherwise, if those photos of the original owner dressed scantily in nightclubs were exposed, no matter how public opinion reversed, Xia Shiyu would still be hurt. Lin and I have been testing for a long time. Testing when Chu Qin's good luck will end. Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes and said slowly, when he snatched the first project from me and launched the exact same product, I investigated. Chu Qin has no background, but he can inexplicably win people's hearts. I am very sure that there are no traitors among our people in the first project that was stolen, but he somehow got the blueprints, made the product before me, and seized the market. Later, we did try to suppress it, but every time we suppressed it, it would rebound like hitting rock bottom. Every time there was a crisis, someone would appear out of nowhere. At this point, Gu Jingchu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Just like the male protagonist in a novel, falling into a trough will bring him his moment of glory. Xia Shiyu was startled. He hadn't expected Gu Jingchu to be so perceptive. Back when Chu Qin first tried to seize Gu Jingchu's market share, he had already noticed that Chu Qin was different. But Xia Shiyu couldn't tell Gu Jingchu that Chu Qin really was the male protagonist of a novel. So you tested it again and again, and now it's successful? Xia Shiyu swallowed hard. Now that the plot was completely over, she felt that the male lead's protagonist aura was no longer so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be locked up in the police station and no one would have gone to bail him out. If the plot were still ongoing, long before the police stormed into Chu Qin's villa to arrest him, some powerful figure would have come forward to vouch for him, and Chu Qin would have been safe and sound. But Chu Qin is still locked up in the police station right now. I heard that after Qin Mei woke up in the hospital, the first thing she did was cry, and then she tried every means to get Chu Qin out of the police station. Unfortunately, the mother and her husband stubbornly refused to drop the case, and Qin Mei was powerless to do anything about it. When Sun Yu woke up in the hospital, she was crying and laughing for some reason. When Qin Mei went to find Sun Yu kicked her out of the ward. A faint smile appeared on Gu Jingchu's lips. At first glance, it seems to have been somewhat successful. The inexplicable aura of luck surrounding him is slowly fading. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, looking quite pleased with himself. This failure tells me that Chu Qin will never be as successful as before. A hint of joy flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. She was happy for Gu Jingchu. Having watched the entire plot, she understood the frustration and pain Gu Jingchu felt when he was suppressed by Chu Qin in the story. It clearly belonged to him, but because of Chu Qin's protagonist aura, the author forcibly snatched it away and gave it to Chu Qin. Moreover, every time Gu Jingchu met a powerful figure, he would always end up befriending Chu Chen for various reasons. When Xia Shiyu was reading the book, she only felt a little sorry that the villain had such an ending. But when she entered the book and experienced it firsthand, she felt even more how despicable Chu Chen was and how biased the author was. With a ding, Xia Shiyu received a message on her phone. She clicked on it, and her eyes widened in surprise. It was sent to her by Sun Yu. After reading all the information, Xia Shiyu was completely stunned. What she never expected was that after this experience, Sun Yu actually broke free from the power of the plot. In her message, she described how, after waking up in the hospital, all the things that had happened before flashed through her mind like a series of images. The crazy things she did for Chu Chen, in particular, caused her to break down after waking up in the hospital. How could she possibly give up the career she had pursued since childhood and the parents who had doted on her since she was a child for a man? In her message, Sun Yu said that she had already bought a plane ticket and was planning to go to her parents first, and then find a senior Taoist priest to tell her if she had been cursed after meeting Chu Chen and would do something disgusting. At the end of the message, Sun Yu thanked Xia Shiyu for her earlier words, which had caused her to waver slightly, leading to her complete awakening after being knocked unconscious by Chu Chen and experiencing life and death. Look, Xia Shiyu excitedly showed the message on her phone to Gu Jingchu. It seems that Chu Chen really does have the kind of luck that can attract others and make them devoted to him. In the current storyline, Sun Yu, who was once devoted to Chu Chen, has completely awakened and left him. Does that mean that the inexplicable goodwill that the big shots behind Chu Chen have for him is disappearing? A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. After reading the contents of the message, he narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, his initial guess was correct. There really was an eerie presence about Chu Chen. Of the 5 women who were close to him, one has already left. Sun Yu is a very capable woman. If she hadn't been by Chu Chen's side, she might have already become a leader in the industry. Chapter 170, The protagonist's halo faded. After she stayed by Chu Chen's side, she handled all sorts of matters for him, no less than 100. Now that she has left Chu Chen, he will probably have a headache after being released on bail from the police station. Gu Jingchu took out a stack of documents and placed them in front of Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu took a look and found that they were all Chu Chen's 5 confidants. The eldest sister, Qin Mei, is the type of housewife who manages the household and mediates the relationship between Chu Chen and the other 4 women. The second sister, Lu Yuyu, is a top salesperson. She handles most of Chu Chen's company business. Recently, she has been traveling to other places for business, so Xia Shiyu has not seen her. The third daughter is a beautiful woman in a Cheongsam, from the Jiangnan region, and comes from a family with a rich heritage. The fourth son's family has some connections with the military. As for the fifth sister, Sun Yu, she was a typical rich girl who provided Chu Chen with a lot of help and a springboard for advancement during his university years. These women were ranked by age. After reading through the information, Xia Shiyu's contempt for Chu Chen became even more pronounced. What new elite in Beijing's elite circles? He's just a spineless man who climbed up the social ladder by living off women. Everything he has achieved is thanks to the hard work of several women behind him, as well as the protagonist's halo provided by the author. Now that the story has ended, the male lead's aura is slowly fading. Xia Shiyu smiled, her eyes sparkling. I was once a big shot in Beijing's elite circles, but I was ruined by a gigolo and fell from grace. Fortunately, heaven has eyes and stripped the gigolo of his glory. Now I can start over and take back everything that is rightfully mine. Xia Shiyu immediately displayed her revenge-driven madness, and even gave Gu Jingchu a thumbs up. Looking at her playful antics, Gu Jingchu's eyes softened with a smile and a touch of doting affection. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Xia Shiyu quickly composed herself and sat properly on the sofa, abandoning her mischievous demeanor. She thought it was an employee coming in to report on their work, but instead, it was a familiar face she hadn't seen in a long time. When Gu Qingzhan saw Xia Shiyu, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it well because Gu Jingchu was present. Hee, my sister-in-law is here too. Xia Shiyu also revealed a fake smile. Yes, I am. Although Gu Qingzhan concealed it well, Xia Shiyu could still see his contempt for her. So Xia Shiyu also showed a professional fake smile and treated Gu Qingzhan with indifference. Brother, there's something I want to tell you. Gu Qingzhan looked anxious and uneasy and was about to say something when he turned his head and met Xia Shiyu's gaze. It's about our company, sister-in-law. Would you mind leaving for a moment? Xia Shiyu was leisurely reclining on the sofa, looking at the latest magazine. She didn't even lift her eyelids when she heard this. Is there anything I can't hear? Or are you trying to keep your work reports from me, your sister-in-law? She said it in a joking tone, but Gu Qingzhan could hear the sarcasm in it, and his face immediately darkened. After learning that Gu Jingqiu had managed to get Chu Qin arrested, Gu Qingzhan became restless. He immediately flew back from abroad, handed over all his business to his father's subordinates, and rushed back as soon as he got off the plane. The phone in his pocket was still buzzing. Gu Qingzhan knew it was his father sending him messages. A strange emotion flashed in Gu Qingzhan's eyes. He reached into his pocket and turned off his phone. Seeing Gu Jingqiu sitting calmly and composed in the chair, he suppressed the emotions in his eyes. After learning that Gu Jingqiu had secured his position in the Gu group, Gu Qingyan couldn't sit still any longer. If it weren't for Gu Qingzhan's persistent persuasion, he would have already stormed into the company. It should be noted that before Gu Jingqiu took over the Gu group, Gu Qingyan had already taken over most of the Gu group's projects, leaving behind those projects that lacked funds, waiting for Gu Jingqiu to clean up the mess. Unexpectedly, before the Gu group went bankrupt again due to insufficient funds under Gu Jingqiu's leadership, news came that Gu Jingqiu was about to release a product that would turn the tide and even bring the Gu group back to its former glory. Gu Qingyan was furious. He regretted leaving the Gu group. The value of his companies had shrunk by half. Several of the projects he brought with him had failed, and the remaining ones were barely surviving. They were nowhere near as good as the projects within the Gu group that he hadn't initially thought would be successful. But he himself gave up those projects in the Gu group back then, so he naturally had no face to show up now, and thus he hurriedly called his son back. Gu Qingyan doesn't hold a position in the Gu group, but his son, Gu Qingzhan, does. Brother, my dad called me here. He said the group's projects are making money again and they're about to launch a new product, so he asked me to reserve a position. Gu Qingzhan shrugged, looking like he had been forced into a corner. He said that if you don't agree, he'll go and make a scene with Grandpa, so I came here. Grandpa isn't in good health right now. Brother, just give me a nominal position so I can go back and report. He rubbed his forehead, looking like he had a headache. Grandpa's health can no longer withstand my dad's antics. Grandpa Gu's health is indeed poor, and he cannot tolerate being mistreated. But that doesn't mean Gu Qingyan can now enter the Gu family. When Gu Jingqiu took over the mess that was the Gu group, Old Master Gu made it clear that Gu Qingyan would be separated from the group. Therefore, without Old Master Gu's permission, Gu Qingyan could not return to the Gu family's old residence at all. A hint of mockery flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. She secretly sized up Gu Qingzhan, who seemed to have been forced to come here for a nominal position. She was somewhat suspicious. If they were truly forced into this situation, why would they come to Gu Jingqiu? As another grandson of Grandpa Gu, he could simply go directly to Grandpa Gu. If the old man doesn't like his son, wouldn't he also like his grandson? But he went to Gu Jingqiu and begged her, saying it was for the old man's health. But every word he said was to get Gu Jingqiu to compromise for the old man's health. Gu Jingqiu didn't speak, but carefully examined Gu Qingzhan with his eyes. He only smiled when a drop of cold sweat dripped from Gu Qingzhan's forehead. But I already have enough people under me, and I can't free up any extra positions. Gu Qingzhan was stunned for a moment, not expecting that his cousin, who had always been dependent on him, would not budge this time. Oh, it's nothing, I was just asking. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just go back to my position as HR director. The position of HR director is not low. They play a significant role in the company's hiring and dismissal processes. Chapter 171, Rejecting his request. What if he's on his father's side and plants people in the company? Xia Shiyu looked at Gu Qingzhan and felt more and more that he was a hypocrite. Oh dear, I've already decided on the HR director position. A friend of mine is coming. Gu Qingzhan was completely stunned. What? He stared blankly at Gu Jingqiu, as if trying to verify the truth of the matter. Gu Jingqiu nodded directly. lying without batting an eye. Yes, it's definitely settled. The HR staff has already started working on it, and they'll be coming to work in a while. Gu Qingzhan's face was so pale that even his forced smile was dry and unnatural. He lowered his eyes, concealing the dark emotions within them. To demonstrate his loyalty, he started from the bottom as a department manager. However, even now, he still doesn't hold a very important position within the group. But his grandfather gave Gu Jingchu everything, while he had to climb up the corporate ladder step by step on his own. Now they won't even give him the position of HR director. Gu Qingzhan felt terrible. He even wondered if Gu Jingchu was already suspicious of him. Brother, how can such an important position as HR director be given to an outsider? Gu Qingzhan wanted to struggle a little more, and he looked at Gu Jingchu with his eyes trying his best to hide his anger. Gu Jingchu remained expressionless and indifferent. His usually sharp eyes were now half closed, and he appeared nonchalant. After a long while, Gu Jingchu finally looked up and stared directly at Gu Qingzhan, his gaze devoid of any emotion. But it made Gu Qingzhan feel flustered. It was as if he met those eyes for even a second longer, his thoughts would be immediately exposed. He looked away. She's your sister-in-law, not an outsider. Qingzhan, watch your words. Gu Qingzhan glanced at Xia Shiyu, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the magazine with a smug expression, and gritted his teeth as he replied, yes. After exchanging a few words, Gu Qingzhan felt he had no face left in this office. He wrote a farewell message and turned to leave. The door was closed, and Xia Shiyu blinked. Hey, I didn't ruin your brotherly relationship, did I? She patted her chest, looking startled. No. Gu Jingchu chuckled softly, but his gaze was fixed on something far away, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he finally sighed. He is no longer the Qingzhan he used to be. Therefore, Gu Jingchu no longer treated his younger brother in the same way as before. From some point onwards, it seemed that there was a great deal of distance between the brothers. But, since he's siding with his father, he won't hold back anymore. Suddenly remembering something, Xia Shiyu frowned, looking worried. Do you think that since Gu Qingzhan didn't get what he wanted here, Elder Gu Qinyan might cause trouble? Gu Qinyan might not be able to bring himself to do it, but Su Tingwan certainly could. She doesn't dare. Gu Jingchu's tone was very calm, but the emotions in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. Xia Shiyu carefully tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve. How about we go back to the old house and spend more time with Grandpa these next few days? After all, they're the old man's own son and daughter-in-law. He can't always turn them away. Gu Qinyue is away on business trips every day for corporate social engagements, and her baby are still very young. Otherwise, I'll move back to the old family house during this time. My work hours are shorter, and it will be easier for me to take care of my grandfather. Whatever you like, don't worry about so much. Just live the life you want. He will handle everything from now on. Xia Shiyu just needs to be happy and live the way she wants. Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Shiyu's profile and suddenly felt a tickle in his fingers. Before he knew it, his slender fingers were already resting on Xia Shiyu's soft and delicate face, stroking it lightly. Xia Shiyu froze, feeling as if Gu Jingchu was stroking her, as if she were a kitten or puppy, his movements incredibly gentle. She reached out and grabbed Gu Jingchu's wrist, turning her head away somewhat uncomfortably to avoid his gentle gaze. Ever since Xia Shiyu seemed to realize that Gu Jingchu seemed to like her, she has been avoiding any intimate contact. I'm not your pet. Don't touch me like that. Gu Jingchu blinked, then looked at Xia Shiyu with an innocent expression. Do you want me to raise it? Summer rain. Her face suddenly turned bright red, and she couldn't help but angrily slap Gu Jingchu's hand away. After the two returned to the Gu family's old house, they saw a luxury car parked in front of the house. Upon checking the license plate, it was indeed Uncle Gu's. Gu Jingchu's originally gentle face instantly turned cold. The driver opened the car door, and Gu Jingchu got out of the car, walked through the car body, and opened the car door next to Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu took Gu Jingchu's arm as they got out of the car. Seeing that there was no one inside the car, Xia Shiyu knew that the old man was still soft-hearted towards his son and let the person in. Let's go inside quickly. Looking at Gu Jingchu's cold expression, she said softly, Grandpa's health isn't good. He doesn't know. Gu Jingchu's eyes turned cold as he strode inside. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped into the living room, I saw Gu Qinyan standing in front of the old man, talking to him in a flurry. The old man looked unwell, and the butler standing beside him was holding an oxygen device with a worried expression, ready to give the old man oxygen at any time. Seeing his grandson and granddaughter-in-law return, Grandpa Fu's anger at his own son finally eased a little. That unfilial son. When they first saw the Gu group teetering on the brink of collapse, they couldn't wait to dump all the mess on Achu. Now that the Gu group is slowly recovering under Achu's leadership, they want to come back and get a share of the pie. Where in the world can you find something so good for free? What's more, it means that when she left, she secretly took away the last remaining good resources of the Gu group without his knowledge. Now, this rebellious son has squandered almost all of these good resources and projects, and now he's back to eyeing the group. Knowing they wouldn't get away with it from Gu Jingchu, they sent Qingzhan to embarrass himself at the company. Qingzhan came to him in a huff after failing to get what he wanted. Seeing his shameless behavior, old Master Gu wished he could drag his unfilial son to get a paternity test to see if this scoundrel was really his biological son. Otherwise, how could he have been raised like this? Grandpa, we're back. We haven't seen you for days. Did you miss me? Seeing that old Master Gu's expression was not right, Xia Xiu quickly went to sit down next to him. Chapter 172, Sarcastic and Uncomfortable. She moved very gently, patting Grandpa Gu's back to help him catch his breath. Good child, if you're busy with work, go ahead and do your work. Why come back to see this old man who's about to die? Grandpa Gu smiled with satisfaction at Xia Xiu, then turned away and looked at Gu Qinyan and his wife with a cold gaze. These two are really diligent, like they're attending a funeral, as if they're afraid they won't see me die. The old man's sarcastic remarks immediately darkened the faces of the two men, especially Su Tingwan, who felt she was losing face as a result of his mockery of the old man in front of Gu Shiyu. Dad, what are you saying? We are all your family. Of course we missed you. That's why we came back to see you. Grandpa Gu snorted coldly, completely ignoring Su Tingwan's attempts to flatter him. You miss me because you want to see how much I, this dying old man, still have left to give you. Old Master Gu's words were extremely blunt, especially in front of the younger generation, which immediately darkened Gu Qinyan's face. Dad? He looked defiant and wanted to say something more, but was knocked down by old Master Gu with his cane. The blow landed squarely on Gu Qinyan's shoulder, sending him staggering back 2 steps. Gu Qinyan looked incredulous. He clutched his shoulder and hissed in pain. Dad, you actually hit me? Grandpa Gu slammed his cane on the ground twice more, his face flushed red. I've spoiled you too much. You're my and your mother's first child. We've spoiled you rotten since you were little, which is why you've developed such a wicked personality. You're always wanting more than you have. Even when your brother was alive, you would fight him for everything, and we turned a blind eye. We never thought we'd be indulging you like this. You didn't want that company back then, so I gave it to Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu turned the company around and made it profitable, and then you got jealous and started trying to undermine me, wanting to take the company back. Later, when Xiao Chu's company went bankrupt, not only did you not help, but you also colluded with several other families to kick her when she was down. Do you think I don't know about that? Huh. Before, when you saw our group was failing, you plundered our resources and left Xiao Chu with a huge amount of bad debt projects. Now that you see the group is making money, you shamelessly want more. How can you be so shameless? Huh. The old man had said so much in one breath that he immediately clutched his chest and started coughing. The butler behind him immediately instructed the doctor to quickly install professional equipment to give old Master Gu oxygen. Gu Qinyan's face turned pale after being scolded by the old man. He wanted to step forward and say something, but Gu Jingchu blocked his way. He stared intently at Gu Qinyan, making Gu Qinyan's face turn pale. Uncle, Grandpa is not in good health right now. I hope you won't appear in front of him for the next while. Gu Qinyan was about to say why, when he was scared off by Gu Jingchu's gaze. I understand. Even after the two were kicked out of the Gu family's old house, Su Tingwan still hadn't realized what had happened. This is the first time in history. Although the old man had never liked her before, this was the first time she had ever been so humiliated as to be kicked out of the Gu family. She looked embarrassed. I told you not to come. Now that little bitch surnamed Xia has become a laughingstock. Gu Qinyan's face was also extremely ugly. Without saying a word, he turned around and went back to the car, instructing the driver to drive. Go back. It seems that the old man truly only has eyes for his grandson, Gu Jingqiu. I should have been soft-hearted and held back then. With the doctor's help, Grandpa Gu's complexion quickly returned to normal, but Xia Xiu, who was standing by his side, still looked very nervous. Gu Jingqiu calmly drank his tea, while Xia Xiu frowned and gave Gu Jingqiu a hard push. No, Grandpa couldn't breathe just now. How come you're still so calm? Gu Jingqiu chuckled softly. He was faking it. Summer rain. What was he faking? She turned her head and looked at Grandpa Gu in disbelief. Was the old man's flushed face and near-fainting appearance just an act? Grandpa Gu smiled as he looked at Xia Xiu, then glared at Gu Jingqiu reproachfully. This granddaughter-in-law hasn't taken good care of me yet. Why are you so quick to expose me? Old Master Gu patted Xia Xiu's hand with his aged hand. I'm sorry to have worried you. If I hadn't pretended just now, that rebellious son who only has eyes for power would probably have lingered for a while longer. I get annoyed just seeing those two. Xia Xiu chuckled, somewhat speechless. This old man's acting skills were truly impressive. He had completely fooled her just now. Grandpa, please let me know in advance if you want to perform next time, so I can be mentally prepared. Xia Xiu pretended to be startled and patted her chest. It's good that you're all right. The old man waved wearily, signaling the butler to bring his wheelchair over. All right, I'm too lazy to bother anymore. I'm going to rest first. You two can have dinner. Xia Xiu nodded. Gu Jingqiu watched the old man in his wheelchair leave, his eyes deep and thoughtful. No acting can be this realistic. He beckoned to several family doctors and instructed them to give the old man a checkup after dinner while he was asleep. Is Grandpa all right? When facing Gu Jingqiu, Xia Xiu finally revealed a worried expression. Gu Jingqiu rubbed his temples. It's an old ailment. I can only take good care of it. So the old man's appearance of being extremely angry and short of breath just now was not an act. Every word he said was filled with disappointment and frustration with his eldest son. Unfortunately, Gu Qinyan will never realize this in his lifetime. Don't worry too much about Grandpa. The Gu family's medical team is top-notch. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he should live for at least 7 or 8 years. Gu Jingqiu spoke casually, reaching out to pinch Xia Xiu's cheek. But you've lost a lot of weight recently. I'll ask Aunt Wang to cook some nutritious food and bring it over later. Xia Xiu touched the spot where Gu Jingqiu had just pinched her cheek and felt her cheeks burning. What's wrong with Gu Jingqiu these days? He keeps getting intimate with her all the time. It made her feel really embarrassed. I understand. She turned her head away, not daring to look Gu Jingqiu in the eye, afraid that she would fall for him. Gu Jingqiu chuckled softly. Faced with Xia Xiu's evasive behavior, he didn't say anything, but instead picked up a cup of tea and took a sip in a good mood. The aroma of tea filled the air, much like Gu Jingqiu's current mood. As long as she was by his side, he felt incredibly content. Chapter 173, Meeting the Master of Traditional Chinese Painting. After dinner, Xia Xiu sat on the sofa looking at her work for tomorrow. The sofa next to her sank in, and she smelled a familiar scent. It turned out that Gu Jingqiu had sat down next to her with a notebook. Xia Xiu looked up at the empty sofa opposite her, then at Gu Jingqiu sitting less than 2 palms width away. She quietly moved a little to the right. Gu Jingqiu chuckled, then opened his laptop and began dealing with company matters. Xia Xiu glanced at it, and the long string of data and dense text immediately made her lose interest. Won't you become nearsighted looking at these things every day? Her sudden words startled Gu Jingqiu for a moment, and then he took out a pair of rimless glasses from his side pocket and put them on. Xia Xiu stared blankly at Gu Jingqiu, completely stunned. He was already handsome without glasses, but when he put them on, Gu Jingqiu exuded an indescribable, ascetic charm. His calm expression gave people a sense of composure and rationality, especially the way he raised his eyebrows at her now, which always carried a sense of confidence and ease, as if he had everything under control. Xia Xiu's gaze continued downwards. Perhaps he was going to a meeting at the company later, as he was dressed in a formal suit. He wore a dark, well-tailored suit that accentuated his tall stature and elegant demeanor. The collar of his shirt was slightly open, revealing a hint of his delicate collarbone, neither ostentatious nor lacking in grace. Wearing frameless glasses and a suit that accentuated her tall and slender figure, the aloof and unattainable beauty exuded a restrained charm that was irresistible to most. "What are you thinking about?" The 5 fingers waving in front of her completely pulled Xia Xiu back to reality. Her face flushed slightly, and without thinking, she blurted out the answer. "You look so handsome in this outfit and with those glasses." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Xiu wanted to slap himself hard. She covered her mouth and looked at Gu Jingchu with a panicked expression. "No. Well, I meant to compliment you. You really are very handsome." Under pressure, Xia Xiu began to stammer. Gu Jingchu chuckled softly. "Thanks." Xia Xiu felt extremely embarrassed and thought it best to avoid looking at Gu Jingchu's devastatingly handsome face in the future. "It's so beautiful. Every time I look at it a few more times, I can't help but get lost in it." To ease the awkwardness, Xia Xiu pretended that nothing had happened and took out her tablet to look at tomorrow's work. After becoming Lu Wan's apprentice, Xia Xiu made a name for himself in the industry. "The main thing now is to secure a few big orders and solidify my position in the industry." Lu Wan sent over information on several clients, including those who specialize in antiques, those who specialize in antiques and calligraphy and paintings, and several major clients in the Jade Gambling Circle. If we're talking about quick fame and quick money, then the Jade Gambling Circle is a place where you can make money and become famous quickly. However, it was not Xia Xiu's first choice. She has a natural affinity for antiques and calligraphy. It's just that this client seems a bit hard to meet. The big names in the Chinese painting circle are not people she, a mere appraiser, can meet whenever she wants. Xia Xiu frowned immediately. After thinking it over, she decided to find out how to contact this master of traditional Chinese painting so that she could meet him and ask him for some professional advice. After all, the next job I'll be taking on is related to traditional Chinese painting. I can introduce you to this person. Just as Xia Xiu was hesitating about how to get the contact information of this master of traditional Chinese painting, Gu Jingchu quietly spoke up from the side. Xia Xiu was overjoyed and looked at Gu Jingchu with bright eyes. "Really? You can get in touch with them?" "Sure, but it depends on the master's schedule. I should be able to give you an hour for the meeting." Xia Xiu nodded immediately. "Any time is fine, as long as I can meet this master." What she needed was professional knowledge about traditional Chinese painting, because the authentication certificate Lu Wan provided was for a traditional Chinese painting that had been bought from abroad several hundred years ago. A little more is never a bad thing. I studied under this master of traditional Chinese painting for a period of time when I was a child. Gu Jingchu's eyes were deep, as if he was recalling something. He pursed his lips tightly, then chuckled. "But less than half a year later, something happened in my family, and I stopped going." Xia Xiu paused for a moment. She could sense the bitterness in his smile, so she didn't press him further. "Then you must know some professional knowledge. Why don't you tell me now what the rules are in the Chinese painting circle? That way, I won't be nervous when I meet that master." Her voice was soft and slightly mischievous, and she laughed to liven up the atmosphere. Xia Xiu didn't want to see Gu Jingchu looking so downcast. Gu Jingchu and Xia Xiu explained in detail, and the two chatted for quite a while before ending. When Xia Xiu looked up from her study of traditional Chinese painting, still engrossed in the subject, she realized that the two of them had somehow become very close. With Gu Jingchu's help, Xia Xiu met the master of traditional Chinese painting one afternoon 3 days later. This master of traditional Chinese painting was dressed plainly and looked no different from an ordinary old man. If Gu Jingchu hadn't pointed it out to her, she wouldn't have noticed him at all. "Hello." Xia Xiu excitedly stepped forward to greet him. "I've heard so much about you. It's great to finally meet you today." Her smile was warm and sincere, and the master of traditional Chinese painting had a very good first impression of Xia Xiu. This master of traditional Chinese painting is named Su Guoqiang. He has been a skilled painter since childhood and is hailed as a genius in the field. Several people sat in an elegant and quiet private room, looking at the painting brought by Su Guoqiang. Xia Xiu suppressed her excitement and elegantly made tea for Su Guoqiang. When it comes to brewing tea, the little one from the Gu family makes the best tea. Xia Xiu paused in her washing of the cups, somewhat taken aback. She quickly recovered, smiled, stood up, and pulled Gu Jingchu over. Teacher Su is right. When it comes to brewing tea, my husband is more skilled. I learned my tea brewing skills from him. When Xia Shiyu uttered the words, my husband, Gu Jingchu couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He casually took Xia Shiyu's teacup and began brewing tea with fluid, elegant movements that were a delight to behold. The same tea leaves will taste different when brewed by different people. Xia Shiyu savored it carefully, finding it so delicious that she squinted her eyes. Is it good? Xia Shiyu immediately nodded, clenched her fist, and then gave Gu Jingchu a big thumbs up. Chapter 174 To go to the TV station or not. Gu Jingchu chuckled softly, then poured Xia Shiyu another cup. Su Guiqiang. Has this person forgotten why they invited him here? Cough, cough, cough. Su Guiqiang coughed a few times with a displeased expression. Xia Shiyu came to her senses and gave a dry laugh. Please have some tea, Teacher Su. Su Guiqiang chuckled. I'm full. Xia Shiyu glared at Gu Jingchu secretly. Today, Teacher Su is the main character, so why is he pouring her tea? Gu Jingchu lowered his eyes and gracefully served Su Guiqiang 2 cups of tea before Su Guiqiang's expression relaxed. Your tea-making skills have really paid off. Gu Jingchu chuckled. It's because the teacher taught us well back then. Su Guiqiang sighed and stared intently at Gu Jingchu. Your talent was quite remarkable back then, but unfortunately, something happened in your family. Otherwise, if you had continued to learn from me, you would be a renowned expert in the field now. Su Guiqiang looked at Gu Jingchu with a hint of regret in his eyes. Teacher, you are joking. My ambitions lie elsewhere. After a few rounds of back-and-forth promotion, the matter finally got down to business. After listening to Xia Shiyu's request, Su Guiqiang considered it seriously. After asking Xia Shiyu several more questions to confirm that she was genuinely seeking advice and not just trying to fool him for the sake of making an appraisal business, Su Guiqiang then truly shared all his knowledge with her. Traditional Chinese painting is a culture that has been passed down in our country for thousands of years. It begins with the brush. Su Guiqiang slowly introduced Xia Shiyu, who was taking careful notes with a pen. Gu Jingchu, who was standing next to her, occasionally brewed and added tea, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, a knock came at the door. It was Su Guiqiang's assistant who was standing guard at the door. Teacher, it's time. I have other plans for this afternoon. Su Guiqiang then stopped talking. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with a smile, and his impression of her immediately improved. This guy surnamed Gu really made the right choice this time. With such a girl by his side, his future will be much better. All right, I've said everything I need to say. As long as you're willing to study it seriously, the appraisal report will definitely be yours. The person who bought back that antique painting from abroad at a high price was none other than Su Guiqiang's good friend. He could have simply mentioned Xia Shiyu's name to his friend and given her the appraisal report, but he could tell that this girl was also competitive, so it would be better for her to fight for it herself. Xia Shiyu thanked Su Guiqiang repeatedly, and then respectfully watched Su Guiqiang leave. I've really learned a lot today. Xia Shiyu excitedly flipped through the notebook she had just taken notes in, which contained a lot of information about traditional Chinese painting that she didn't know before. Newcomers like Xia Shiyu, who have reached the advanced level of appraiser, don't actually have a very high level of credibility with clients. They often have to apply for appraisals themselves to get them. However, Xia Shiyu wasn't the only one who wanted to get those orders. The competition was fierce. The standard by which people evaluate an appraiser is whether they have enough knowledge of rare and precious items and whether they have the ability to appraise them. That's why Xia Shiyu went to such lengths to meet with Su Guiqiang after she learned that an ancient painting needed to be authenticated. Yes, you can definitely do it. Gu Jingchu smiled and patted Xia Shiyu's head. In his presence, Xia Shiyu seemed to have become quite shameless. She clenched her fist to cheer herself on. Yes, I'm definitely going to be a future master appraiser. After returning to the Gu family's old house, Gu Jingchu took out all of old Master Gu's collection and placed them one by one in front of Xia Shiyu, who was completely stunned. These are all ancient handicrafts that have been lost for a long time, and some are even antiques. These are all from old Master Gu's personal collection. Her eyes sparkled as she rushed over, then stopped in front of the collection. She crouched down and carefully put on her gloves, afraid that she might damage the collection if she touched it too hard. This is a blue and white porcelain vase from the year XX. This is a painting by Master XX. And this. Xia Xiyu identified them all one by one, and then took out his notebook to carefully record the year and characteristics of these collections. If the lighting weren't unsuitable for taking photos, she would definitely have taken out her phone and snapped away. After examining the collection, the Gu family's servants carefully placed it into a special storage room. Xia Xiyu hadn't recovered from her excitement yet, and she seemed to be in a very good mood throughout the meal. Poor Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, they kept receiving food from Xia Xiyu, and their bowls were piled high with food. The two children kept looking at Gu Jingchu with pleading eyes. They were taught from a young age that every grain of rice is hard-earned, so they never left any rice in their bowls. But this is way too much. My tummy is going to burst after eating this bowl. Gu Jingchu responded with an expression of helplessness, because at this moment, his bowl was also piled high with food. And Xia Xiyu also forgot that he didn't like eating scallions, ginger, and garlic. Eat. Unfortunately, Xia Xiyu was in a good mood and urged the people at the table to hurry up. The 3 adults and 2 children could only exchange resigned glances and start eating frantically. My cousin's sister-in-law is so excited, it's terrifying. After the 2 children finished eating their rice, they rushed upstairs. Fearing summer rain, they would give them snacks and fruit as well. For the next few days, Xia Xiyu didn't stay in her room organizing materials or studying. She focused all her efforts on securing this deal. That day, Xia Xiyu was sitting in her office when Li Mu excitedly walked in with some documents. Teacher Xia, look at this. Xia Xiyu took it and put it aside. She was currently focused on looking at the text and image information on the computer. Okay, I'll definitely check it later. She responded verbally, but her eyes didn't linger on him at all. Hey, I'm telling you, don't worry about those things right now. Take a look. Li Mu urged him with a smile. What's in such a hurry? Xia Xiyu opened the document with a puzzled look, only to find that it was an invitation from a TV station. It turned out that the treasure appraisal program on the financial channel had invited several appraisers from the appraisal center to appear on TV. This is a great opportunity to increase our visibility, Xia. The company has decided to send you. Of course, Teacher Lu will also be there. Just follow behind Teacher Lu. But in a few days, she'll be taking on that order for ancient paintings. Chapter 175, I Want to Be Friends with You. She didn't have much time to prepare for appearing on television. How about I withdraw? I'm busy with other things these days and don't have time. This opportunity can be given to other appraisers at our appraisal center. How can this be allowed? Li Mu looked at Xia Xiyu with a face full of disappointment. Other appraisers would love to have a chance to become famous, so why is she pushing that opportunity onto someone else? I know you're preparing for that ancient painting appraisal thing in a few days, but think about it. Once you're on TV and your fame increases, wouldn't the chances of you getting that order increase significantly? You have everything now, ability and connections, but you lack fame. Hearing this, Xia Xiyu was already somewhat tempted, and her eyes lit up. What Li Mu said made sense. That was CCTV's financial channel, a program that was broadcast in the homes of all sorts of big shots. If she appeared on it and had the opportunity to showcase herself, her fame would increase. Okay, Xia Xiyu readily agreed. Send me the time so I can arrange it. Li Mu immediately beamed with joy. Okay. He was genuinely worried that Xia Xiyu's stubbornness might cause him to give up the opportunity to someone else. Right now, the person the appraisal center most wanted to cultivate was Xia Xiyu. Their appraisal center already had Lu Wan and several other well-known veteran appraisers in charge. We're really looking for a new talent to promote right now. Xia Xiyu is beautiful and young, so she can do a lot to promote the identification center. Besides, I'm practically Xia Xiyu's friend now. If she becomes a big shot in the future, I'll be able to rise to prominence too. Li Mu was scheming and calculating, so when Shi Yu signed the list of invitees, he was even happier than Xia Xiyu herself. With other tasks still at hand, Xia Xiyu continued to work diligently. On the day of the trip to the TV station, Xia Xiyu got into the car, and Lu Wan sat next to her with her eyes closed, seemingly used to appearing on television. Xia Xiyu appeared calm on the surface, but she was actually a little nervous inside. Just follow behind me, and I'll let you give your opinion later. Lu Wan spoke softly with her eyes closed. Yes, I understand, master. At the TV station, the recording of the program went very smoothly. After Lu Wan demonstrated the process to Xia Shiyu in the early stages, the latter half was basically handled by Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu's performance did not disappoint. She was poised and articulate, her arguments were logical and well-founded, and her voice was full of convincing power. After the program ended, there was a segment where the host interviewed the guests about their personal journeys. Lu Wan never recorded these things, so Xia Shiyu took over. During the recording, Xia Shiyu racked his brains and used every official phrase he knew in his life. After waiting for her turn to pass, she stood up, only to be stopped by the host. Miss Xia, I really enjoyed your performance just now. May I ask if we can be friends? Lu Yu picked her wheat, placed it aside, and walked towards Xia Shiyu with a smile. A hint of doubt flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes, but it was also the female host's off-duty time. But why did so many people call out to her for no apparent reason? Lu Yu's smile was flawless, making people feel close to her. She is a very approachable girl. How about we sit over there and talk? Lu Yu extended a very warm invitation, but a hint of wariness flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Why is she being so warm to me when we're complete strangers? As if sensing Xia Shiyu's hesitation, Lu Yu chuckled. Just consider it a mutual appreciation between us. I'm also very interested in the appraisal industry, otherwise I wouldn't be here as a host on this show. She playfully stuck out her tongue. This treasure appraisal show is quite niche among young people. Xia Shiyu sized up Lu Yu, who was young, beautiful, and energetic. She also demonstrated strong professional skills during the event. Even when the collector presented a fake item and became furious after the appraiser discovered it, Lu Yu skillfully smoothed things over and helped the audience get off the stage. Could it be that they really love the appraisal business? Xia Shiyu lowered her eyes, concealing the emotions within them. Since the female host had extended such a heartfelt invitation, she didn't mind setting aside half an hour to chat with her. She looked up and gave Lu Yu a smile. Let's go. The two walked to the coffee shop next door. Lu Yu was a very lively girl. She was humorous and had high emotional intelligence. Every word Xia Shiyu said was relevant, and she was very good at creating topics. Even though Xia Shiyu's attitude was somewhat cold, she still smiled broadly. This made Xia Shiyu wonder if she was overthinking things. I wonder when Miss Xia started getting involved in the appraisal industry. Lu Yu took a sip of coffee, her eyes glancing at Xia Shiyu's beautiful and flawless face. She tightened her grip on the coffee cup. Not long, about half a year. Lu Yu paused for a moment, a fleeting emotion flashing in her eyes. Really? She is the variable in the story. But according to the information sent by our TV station, Teacher Xia had never been involved in our industry before. I never expected that she would be able to become Teacher Lu's apprentice in about half a year. I really envy Teacher Xia's luck. Lu Yu's tone was full of envy as she stirred her coffee with a spoon. It took me a lot of effort to get into the TV station as a host. I was even suppressed by my colleagues back then. Xia Shiyu chuckled twice, then changed the subject. Later, Xia Shiyu keenly noticed that Lu Yu always used chatting as an excuse to try to get information out of her. Xia Shiyu's answers were impeccable, but she also noticed that Lu Yu was getting a little impatient after chatting for about 10 minutes. Xia Shiyu narrowed her eyes slightly as she sized up Lu Yu. Her intuition told her that something was very wrong with this woman. Moreover, Lu Yu is now openly and subtly talking about Gu Jingqiu. What information is she trying to get out of me? Xia Shiyu picked up her coffee, took a sip, and, with renewed focus, began to deal with Lu Yu. Another half hour passed. Lu Yu appeared cheerful and outgoing, but inside she was extremely anxious. It's been almost an hour, and she hasn't gotten any useful information at all. What should she do? Lu Yu bit her lip, her eyes dark and unreadable as she looked at Xia Shiyu, who was drinking coffee. As expected, this is a variable in the plot, and it's exceptionally difficult to handle. Chapter 176. No information was obtained. Seeing Lu Yu getting increasingly anxious, Xia Shiyu smiled slightly. It's getting late. I need to go back and cook for my husband, so let's stop here for today. Lu Yu suddenly stood up. No way. Miss Lu, what's wrong with you? Lu Yu smiled, as if to cover up her embarrassment, and took a sip of her coffee. I just felt an instant connection with you, Professor Xia. and I was reluctant to see you leave, so I wanted to chat with you a little longer. If you have other things to do, then I won't bother you any longer. But could you please leave me your contact information? To find out what information this woman was trying to gather, Xia Shiyu left her WeChat ID with Lu Yuyu. Watching Xia Shiyu's departing figure, Lu Yuyu's eyes turned cold, and she abruptly swept the coffee on the table onto the floor. Madam, is there a problem? Seeing the waiter come over to inquire about the situation, Lu Yuyu gritted her teeth. When she looked up, she was still the same sunny and cheerful Lu Yuyu. It's okay. I accidentally knocked over the coffee when I got up. How much was the cup? I'll pay for it. After leaving the coffee shop, Lu Yuyu got into a motorhome. The assistant in the car immediately sensed something was wrong when she saw Lu Yuyu's expression. She greeted her with a smile, but Lu Yuyu slapped her across the face. Get out of here. The assistant covered his face in humiliation and got out of the car with tears in his eyes. Immediately, a series of smashing sounds came from inside the car. The noise stopped after a long while. Come on up. Lu Yuyu's gentle voice came over, but the little assistant shivered. Good. Looking at Lu Yuyu's expressionless face, the assistant finally couldn't help but ask, Young miss, has something happened? The assistant, who had been following Lu Yuyu, naturally noticed the change in Lu Yuyu's temper today, which started after that teacher Xia appeared. But that Miss Xia has never appeared in front of Lu Yuyu before, so why did she provoke her to get so angry? A despicable person who wants to change her fate. Well, that depends on whether I agree or not. Lu Yuyu fiddled with her meticulously maintained nails, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. She was reincarnated into this book. The story started in a terrible way. Her mother was an underage delinquent, her father was a convict, and she was born in a toilet. She was sent to an orphanage immediately after birth. It wasn't until she turned 16 and saw Chu Chun on television that she realized this was a world created from a novel. Chu Chun is the male protagonist of this world. As the author continued writing, the genre shifted from female-oriented to male-oriented, and there's even a second part. The second part has already begun. The villain in the original story has not completely disappeared in China. The cannon fodder who is the villain's wife, that is, the woman from earlier, is actually still alive and well. Moreover, he became the apprentice of a famous person in this novel world. This completely contradicts the novel's plot. Having reviewed Xia Shiyu's previous information, Lu Yuyu strongly suspected that Xia Shiyu was a problematic person. They were either reborn, or they transmigrated into the book like I did. The thought of this possibility made Lu Yuyu grit her teeth. How can there be two female protagonists in one book? That's absolutely not acceptable. The female protagonist in this book can only be Lu Yuyu. Go and find out about Xia Shiyu for me again. The assistant was startled upon hearing this. When we investigated that Miss Xia before, she was almost discovered by the Gu family. It was only because she cut off all the power in her house in time that the technicians there were able to find her IP address. Now they want to investigate again. Miss, why don't we wait and see for a while? That Mr. Gu is protecting Miss Xia too well. Things can't get out of the internet now, let alone her personal privacy. Lu Yuyu completely ignored her assistant's words and gave a cold laugh. I know what to do, you just need to keep your mouth shut. Since things had come to this point, the assistant decided not to try to persuade her any further. She looked down at her phone, deciding to ignore it if it didn't concern her. If it weren't for the 10-year contract she signed, she would have already found a job. She still has 5 years left on her work contract. She just needs to get through it slowly. Back in her bedroom, Lu Yuyu remained restless. She went through Xia Shiyu's information over and over again. I will never let that bitch succeed. I am the only leading lady in this world. Unable to fall asleep after tossing and turning for a long time, Lu Yuyu gritted her teeth and dialed a number. Get me a car now. I need to go to the detention center to get him out. Sitting in the car, Lu Yuyu's eyes were unpredictable, sometimes bright, sometimes dark. She finally managed to get close to Chu Chun, the male protagonist of this novel world, and went to great lengths to become his beloved. Her position in Chu Chun's heart was unmatched by the other 4 women. Lu Yuyu is just waiting for the second part of the story to begin so that she can drive all 4 women away from Chu Chun and become the only female lead by his side. Unexpectedly, a villain suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the villain who had been suppressed has now made a comeback. The cannon fodder who should have been dragged into an alley and humiliated to death is now living a life of pleasure. Lu Yuyu gritted her teeth. What methods did Xia Shiyu use to manage to keep the aloof, chaste villain who had no interest in women in the storyline in check? You see, ever since she learned that this world was a novel, the first person she wanted to get close to wasn't Chu Chun, but Gu Jingchu. Unfortunately, she failed to offer herself to Gu Jingchu back then, and was even kicked out before she could even see him. Lu Yuyu was almost dying of jealousy. After being thrown out without hesitation by Gu Jingchu's men, Lu Yuyu turned to help Chu Chun. In the early stages, Chu Chun had not yet awakened the power of the plot. He was only able to stand out by relying on the protagonist's halo given to him by the author. It was Lu Yuyu who painstakingly informed Chu Chun of the plot and helped him awaken to the novel's storyline, thus suppressing Gu Jingchu, the villain, ahead of time. Lu Yuyu was determined to show Gu Jingchu, that clueless man, just what he had missed out on by letting him go. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingchu has now turned his fortunes around. Lu Yuyu searched for the plot where Xia Shiyu, the cannon fodder character, appeared. As if she had thought of a certain scene, she slightly curled the corners of her lips. Fortunately, when she transmigrated here and wanted to seduce Gu Jingchu, she had saved a lot of useful photos. She used a foreign email address to send all the photos directly to Gu Jingchu's email address. The car soon arrived at the police station, where Lu Yuyu brought several lawyers with her. Chapter 177, Get Me Out of There. Her purpose in coming here was to get Chu Chun out of jail. Chu Chun's detention period has 5 days left before he can be released. Lu Yuyu was already unhappy that Chu Chun was always going to see his other 4 female confidants, so this time she didn't plan to take action. She wanted to teach Chu Chun a lesson and then try to get him out a day early. Then she wanted Chu Chun to rely on her wholeheartedly. But after meeting Xia Shiyu today, a strong sense of crisis made Lu Yuyu unable to wait any longer. After a long argument at the police station, they finally agreed to Lu Yuyu's request to visit Chu Chun. Meanwhile, the people Lu Yuyu secretly sent have already found the mother's house. After being locked up for nearly 10 days, Chu Chun felt like he had seen a savior when he saw Lu Yuyu again, and he couldn't help but shed tears. In the detention center, his identity and money were useless. No matter how much he boasted about his identity and how much property he had, the prison guards simply ignored him. He slept on a hard bed, his handsome hair was even shaved into a buzz cut, and he ate food that was hard to swallow. For the first time, Chu Chun felt that time was so incredibly long. "Chu, you've lost weight." Lu Yuyu cut Chu Chun with a scissor and started acting. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string, and she cried with great beauty. "I've come so many times, but they wouldn't let me see you. I just threatened them that if they wouldn't let me see you, I would kill myself by hitting my head against the wall. Only then did I have a chance to see you." She was sobbing, and her tearful appearance made Chu Chun feel sorry for her. "I was careless this time. I was tricked by that guy surnamed Gu. I will definitely get my revenge on him when I get out of here." Chu Chun's tone was anxious. "Yuyu, my dear Yuyu, please think of a way to get me out of here quickly. I don't want to stay here any longer." In Chu Chun's mind, Lu Yuyu, being a fellow awakened character, was omnipotent. Lu Yuyu had been the one to devise the strategies to suppress Gu Jingchu several times before, so Chu Chun trusted Lu Yuyu completely. Lu Yuyu feigned a troubled expression. "Okay, no matter the cost, I will definitely rescue you. I clearly told the other 4 sisters that I would bring you food and clothes in the next few days, so why are you still so thin?" Lu Yuyu's tone was full of heartache, and while drawing, she didn't forget to make sarcastic remarks to sow discord among the other 4 people. Chu Chun's expression instantly turned ugly. He was locked up for a full 10 days, and not a single person came to see him during that time. Those women all said they loved him, but when the crisis came, they realized which woman loved him the most. Seeing Chu Chun's moved expression, Lu Yuyu curled her lips into a smug smile. "Sun Yu has already left. I couldn't keep her," Lu Yuyu said sadly. "It's my fault for not being able to help you keep Sun Yu." Chu Chun swayed, Sun Yu's beautiful and fiery face appearing in his mind, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. How could she bear to leave me? She clearly loves me so much. Bitch. That bitch. She dared to leave me when I was down on my luck." Could it be that my imprisonment and detention this time is also because she hooked up with that guy surnamed Gu? Lu Yuyu was overjoyed to see that Chu Chun had gotten into the sack without her having to dig a hole. She wished the women around Chu Chun would disappear forever. We still have to put on a show. Lu Yuyu sighed. Who knows? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. You were just drunk and accidentally bullied a subordinate, but things escalated so much that you were even detained. Afterwards, Sun Yu left without saying a word. I heard that the female subordinate had a large sum of money in her bank account. Chu Chin's face was ashen. He was in a state of extreme rage. That damn bitch. Once I get out of here, I'll definitely drag her back and torture her to death. Yu, my darling. Please have someone release me right now, okay? Lu Yu nodded. Don't worry, it's Chu. I've brought a lot of lawyers to take care of things for you. You'll be released in the next couple of days. I'll cook you a big feast to help you recover. The lawyers outside were still arguing, but Lu Yu knew that as long as that female subordinate didn't give in, Chu Chen wouldn't be able to get out at all, according to the laws and regulations. She's just here to put on a show. Soon it was time for the visit. The guard looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression, who was wearing a mask but had a pair of beautiful eyes. What kind of CEO is he? He was completely fooled by this woman in front of him. This woman came here with an arrogant attitude, far from the level of you have to hit a wall to see people that she claimed she had. Moreover, the way people are judged is based on the rules and regulations of the police station, and the way this woman says it makes it sound like it's her achievement. TSK. The prison guard, with a knowing look that said nothing, locked Chu Chen up again, his eyes filled with pity as he looked at him. Poor man. Dividing line. Lin also sent a file to Gu Jingchu, along with several speechless emojis. When Gu Jingchu clicked on it, he saw many pictures of Xia Shiyu, mostly old photos of Xia Shiyu that he had had his people delete from the entire internet. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Lin also sent a message very quickly. I've already gotten hold of their email address and had their technicians hack all their devices. Gu Jingchu looked at the divisive text at the bottom of the email, and a cold smile crept into his eyes. Such a despicable and childish tactic was actually used on him. In the past, he would have been furious to see these photos, but now, he felt nothing at all. Instead, he was even somewhat attracted to the beautiful and alluring Xia Shiyu in the photos. After all, he had never seen her like this before. I'm even a little excited about it. Without batting an eye, Gu Jingchu cropped the photo and secretly saved it in his private photo album. Meanwhile, Xia Shiyu was busy with her own things, completely unaware that someone had sent her old photos to Gu Jingchu. She's busy organizing some traditional Chinese painting materials, just waiting to close the deal with that client tomorrow. Xia Shiyu set off early the next morning. Despite setting off early, there were still many people waiting at the entrance. Some people who have watched financial television programs know that even if Xia Shiyu walked up wearing a mask, others would recognize her at a glance. After all, even with a mask on, Xia Shiyu is still one of those people who stand out. Several people were eyeing her. Chapter 178: Authenticating Traditional Chinese Paintings. Faced with the wary stares of those people, Xia Shiyu felt helpless. She was still thinking of trying to get closer to these people and see if she could get any useful information out of them. It seems like there's no chance. She was accompanied by Xiao Zhao, a salesperson sent by the company. To help Xia Shiyu secure this order, the company assigned their top salesperson, Xiao Zhao, to assist her. Other appraisers were also accompanied by salespersons. After all, some appraisers may have excellent professional skills, but they may not necessarily be good at speaking. Seeing these salespeople gathered together, chatting and laughing, seemingly talking about everyday things, but actually probing each other's strengths and areas of expertise. Unseen swords flashed, and Xia Shiyu touched the goosebumps on her arm. The door was then opened, and the owner of the traditional Chinese painting was waiting in the hall. As soon as you enter, the sales staff greet you with smiles, and then introduce the appraisers behind them. Because this priceless treasure was purchased from abroad, it must be authenticated before it can be officially collected, and its information must be entered into a special website. Appraisal companies and appraisers alike put in their best efforts to have the appraisal of this priceless treasure attributed to them. The owner of this famous painting was reluctant to bring out the ancient painting that he had acquired from abroad at a high price. As time passed, Everyone present became somewhat anxious. Xiaoxiu sat calmly to the side, sipping her tea. As expected of a collector, even the tea he uses to entertain guests tastes exceptionally good. Xiao Zhao sat next to Xiaoxiu, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled by Xiaoxiu's cold attitude. Why does she seem so indifferent? Teacher Xia. Xiao Zhao was about to say something when Xiaoxiu shook her head and stopped him. This is an appraisal, not buying vegetables at the market. A knowing glint flashed in Xiao Zhao's eyes, and then he quietly sat down next to Xiaoxiu, keeping her company while she enjoyed tea. The collector, also surnamed Zhao, smiled slightly when he saw the composed Xiaoxiu. Yesterday, a friend called him and they talked about a very interesting girl. It seems that this is the girl. Young lady, please tell us your understanding of traditional Chinese painting. Mr. Zhao's sudden call to name drew everyone's attention to Xiaoxiu. Even the battle-hardened Xiao Zhao couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. However, Xiaoxiu simply finished the last sip of tea, gracefully put the cup down, and then stood up to bow to Mr. Zhao. Okay. Thanks to Teacher Su's guidance that day, her intensive study of traditional Chinese painting has given her a great deal of confidence. She has extensive practical experience in the field of appraisal, and with the memories of her previous life before transmigrating into the book and the old man's teachings, plus her teaching at a university, she has a deep understanding of historical artifacts. Moreover, she participated in several archaeological excavation projects with the old man when she was young, and her professional skills and knowledge level far surpass those of her peers. Moreover, she has now become Lu Wan's apprentice, and she absorbs professional knowledge like a sponge every day. Mr. Zhao was very satisfied with Xiaoxiu's eloquent speech. By the time Xiaoxiu finished speaking, Mr. Zhao already had an answer in his mind. He wanted to make a decision on the spot and finalize the deal with Xiaoxiu, but the others had been waiting for a long time, and he couldn't just let her go back without even an introduction. Then, the other appraisers took turns to share their insights and professional skills. With Xiaoxiu's brilliant explanations preceding him, these other people's explanations sounded rather dull to old Master Zhao. Xiaoxiu was also nervous. These appraisers were all very talented people, and their demeanor was in no way inferior to hers. However, she was no less capable. Before he arrived, she had already researched the historical background, artistic value, and market value of the painting, and had also conducted a comprehensive assessment of its age. So when Mr. Zhao made the final decision to choose Xiaoxiu, she calmly accepted the glances from the other competitors. After a while, Mr. Zhao led Xiaoxiu to a collection room specifically for collecting cultural relics. The light here is dim, but the design is ingenious. There is no artificial electricity for light. The light comes entirely from the diamond-shaped openings created by the interior decoration. Reflectors are placed at the curved openings to reflect the light and create natural light. With light, the storage room will not be dark and damp, which will help preserve the items. When you go inside to view the artwork, you don't need to turn on the lights or anything to accelerate the oxidation of the painting. Xiaoxiu observed carefully. More than an hour later, she rubbed her sore neck and shoulders, and Xiao Zhao quickly took out the prepared eye drops from his pocket and handed them to her. After applying 2 drops of specially formulated soothing eye drops, Xiaoxiu felt a little more comfortable, as her eyes had been focused on observing something for a long time. She blinked, and after keeping her eyes closed for nearly 10 minutes, she slowly opened them. Then, she recorded all the advantages and disadvantages of the painting, provided a detailed appraisal certificate, and even wrote down how to maintain it for most of the night. The appraisal report greatly pleased Grandpa Zhao, who couldn't stop praising Xiaoxiu. Good, good, good. Everyone says this industry is unpopular now, and it's mostly older people doing it. But you're so young, and you can handle this job all by yourself. Your future is limitless. Grandpa Zhao patted Xiaoxiu on the shoulder with a meaningful expression. Do a good job. Xiaoxiu nodded. After she gets back, she will need to write a report. This certificate of authenticity will not only be posted on the company's website, but also on that collectibles website. At that time, the website will be marked with the names of the appraisal company and Xiaoxiu, and everyone who clicks on the website to view the product pictures will see it. In writing the appraisal report, Xiaoxiu used his extensive knowledge and experience to conduct in-depth analysis and research on the cultural relics. She not only made accurate judgments on the age, authenticity, and condition of the cultural relics, but also provided a detailed introduction to their historical background. As soon as the certificate was issued, Xiaoxiu immediately received unanimous praise from the entire company. Your appraisal certificate will be available on the company website and the collectibles website tomorrow. Anyone who clicks on the link to look at the painting will see your name. Li Mu was as happy as a child, jumping up and down. Haha, our teacher Xia is really going to become famous now. Chapter 179. Her heart flutter. I left work quite early today. I just completed a big order for the company, so the company gave Xiaoxiu several days off so she could have a good rest. Xiaoxiu sat on the sofa in the living room of the Gu family's old house, holding a tablet in her hand, summarizing her work experience and content over the past few days. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei also finished school. One of them was reading a book, and the other was playing with building blocks. The two children, one big and one small, did not disturb each other. Wang Ma's voice rang out, but Xiaoxiu was lost in her thoughts and didn't look up, until a magnetic and elegant voice rang out above her head. Why are you up so early today? Xiaoxiu blinked, then quickly looked up and met Gu Jingchu's handsome, smiling face. A radiant smile bloomed on her lips. You said I was early? She glanced at her watch with a grin. It's only 5 in the afternoon. What? Doesn't our CEO Gu have any social engagements or meetings? Hearing the words, our family, was very comforting to Gu Jingchu, and his smile deepened. Yeah, I came back early because I knew you were home. That's a very... Xiaoxiu blushed and nodded in agreement. It's past 5 o'clock. I'll go tell the kitchen to cook. Gu Jingchu nodded, then sat down beside her and closed his eyes to rest. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei exchanged a glance, tactfully leaving the two of them alone. Xiaoxiu's heart started pounding. Even though they weren't sitting very close, why did the pleasant pine scent emanating from Gu Jingchu keep wafting into her nose? She sniffed hard, then realized her heart was beating even faster. It's getting more and more unbearable. It was okay before, but why does her heart beat so fast every time she sees Gu Jingchu now? Xiaoxiu silently lowered her eyes, trying her best to hide the surging emotions within them. Everything is still uncertain, and she doesn't know if she can stay by Gu Jingchu's side for a long time. The uncertainty about the future makes Xiaoxiu a little timid. But at this moment, her body seemed to react faster than her brain, and she always lost control when facing Gu Jingchu. She heard even breathing sounds beside her, and Xiaoxiu turned her head to carefully glance at Gu Jingchu. His eyelashes are really long and thick, and up close, Gu Jingchu's skin is also really good. She gets up earlier than the chickens and goes to bed later than the dogs, yet her skin is still so good. Unlike her, who looks haggard after just one night of staying up all night. Xiaoxiu noticed the bluish discoloration in Gu Jingchu's eye sockets. Thinking back, the woman surnamed Chu has been released from prison these past 2 days. Even though she spends all her time at the testing center, she only occasionally checks the chat group of the company's employees. The men inside would also pay attention to business information to some extent. With Chu Chen's petty and vindictive nature, he'll definitely target the Gu family at every turn after he leaves. These past few days, Gu Jingchu has been returning to the old house later and later each day. Sometimes, Xiaoxiu would fall asleep without seeing Gu Jingchu return, and when she woke up in the morning, Gu Jingchu would already be gone. The only proof that Gu Jingchu had returned home was that a flower suddenly appeared beside her bed after she woke up. Perhaps sensing Xiaoxiu's gaze, Gu Jingchu's eyelashes trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. The two locked eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaoxiu felt herself nestled in Gu Jingchu's arms. Just as she was about to get up, Gu Jingchu's deep voice came from above her head. I'm a little tired. Can I hug you and rest for a while? Xiaoxiu stopped struggling instantly. She felt a bitter feeling in her heart, as if tiny needles were pricking her chest. Is it because of Chu Chen? She looked up with a worried expression. He probably doesn't have that kind of luck anymore. You also need to rest properly. Don't stay cooped up in the company all day. I heard from Lin that you're not eating on time anymore. In the novel, 9 out of 10 domineering CEOs have stomach problems, and Gu Jingchu is no exception. When she first transmigrated into the book, she saw the stomach medicine in Gu Jingchu's room. It was because she spent more time at home at that time that she cooked and delivered meals to Gu Jingchu every day, making sure he ate at set times, which helped to improve her stomach health. Her words revealed her undisguised concern, which warmed Gu Jingchu's heart. He loosened his grip on her a little, then casually stroked Xia Shiyu's long hair, chuckling softly. But that laugh directly angered Xia Shiyu. She frowned, sat up straight, and glared at Gu Jingchu with great displeasure. Hey, what are you laughing at? You really don't care about your health at all, but you need to eat properly, do you hear me? Seeing Xia Shiyu's sullen expression, and even her waving at him, Gu Jingchu felt no intimidation whatsoever. Instead, he found Xia Shiyu quite adorable and wanted to hug her tightly and rub her vigorously. However, seeing that she was clearly angry, Gu Jingchu immediately made a gesture of surrender. From now on, I'll leave at 8 a.m. and definitely be back by 10 p.m. I promise you, okay? Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes, but reluctantly believed Gu Jingchu's assurance. At this moment, Wang Ma came over and called the two of them to eat. What was placed in front of Grandpa Gu was still the same bland and watery porridge. Grandpa Gu looked utterly hopeless as he picked at the porridge with his chopsticks, glanced at the dishes in front of Xia Shiyu, and sighed mournfully. I'm getting old, and I can't even eat what I want as I please. What's the point of living a few more years? I might as well just lie down in my coffin now. At least when you pay your respects to me, you can bring me some good food. His expression was so mournful, like that of a lonely and helpless person. Unfortunately, Grandpa Gu always had the same words and expressions during meals. At first, Xia Shiyu felt sorry for him, but now she and the others have gotten used to it and continue eating. This infuriated old Master Gu to the point of fuming. Fine, you unfilial descendants. Seeing that Grandpa Gu was acting like a child, Xia Shiyu chuckled and spoke up. I'll go make you some steamed egg custard now, Grandpa. I remember those space peppers are edible, and this one isn't spicy, so it won't upset your stomach. Aunt Wang, do you have any more in the kitchen? Wang Ma nodded quickly. Xia Shiyu got up and went to the kitchen to make steamed egg custard for Grandpa Gu. Gu Jingchu was speechless. But to everyone's surprise, old Master Gu looked at Gu Jingchu with a smug expression. My granddaughter-in-law is so filial. She's so good to me, unlike some people. Chapter 180 Mutual Confessions of Feelings. As he spoke, old Master Gu glared at Gu Jingchu and said in a sarcastic tone, unlike some people who call their grandfathers grandpa, and act all filial, but in reality, they don't even fulfill their grandfather's slightest request. They're utterly unfilial sons. No, unfilial grandsons. Gu Jingchu immediately felt a headache coming on. Isn't it just that the old man has high blood sugar? I came home late the other day and found that the old man, who should have been asleep, had secretly slipped downstairs with Gu Baobao's candy in his hand. The wrapper was already opened, and he was about to eat it. Then Gu Baobao found out, and took it away, and threw it away, right? She's held a grudge until now. He suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for his grandfather, who had been strict and unsmiling when he was a child. The steamed egg custard is here, Xia Shiyu said with a smile, as she brought out a plate of steamed egg custard. The old man's eyes lit up as he looked at it, because it has all kinds of green and red peppers on it. Ever since he was discharged from the hospital, the doctor has strictly forbidden him from eating any kind of spicy or irritating food, not even a single bite. This left the old man, who loves spicy food, with no taste in his mouth. The steamed egg custard that Xia Shiyu cooked now has chili peppers in it. Even sweet-tasting space peppers are still peppers. Seeing Grandpa Gu enjoying his meal, Xia Shiyu smiled broadly. She put a lot of effort into making this, but thankfully, all the ingredients in the old house were already prepared, and there were various chefs helping her. A small bowl of steamed egg custard. The top is covered with chopped shrimp meat, the weight of which is strictly controlled. Even the space peppers that Xia Shiyu brought were weighed on the most precise scale before they were allowed to be cut and placed, in accordance with the doctor's prescription. It's delicious. Grandpa Gu, who hadn't eaten chili peppers since being discharged from the hospital, ate it in one bite and was almost moved to tears. Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. I heard that Grandpa used to be a decisive and ruthless person, but now he's like a child. After dinner, Xiaoxiu took a walk in the garden, with Gu Jingchu following behind her at a distance. Hearing Xiaoxiu's seemingly sentimental words, Gu Jingchu's eyes flickered, as if he had remembered something. He stared intently at Xiaoxiu's back, his fists clenched. The old man's change is simply because he's getting old and has no more burdens on his shoulders. Naturally, as people age, their personalities become more childlike. However, the other personality within her could awaken at any moment. Gu Jingchu's handsome thin lips were slightly pursed, and his trembling eyelashes revealed his panicked state of mind. What if this Xiaoxiu is suddenly pushed away by another Xiaoxiu? Xiu? Gu Jingchu stopped and stared intently at Xiaoxiu's retreating figure before speaking. You won't leave, will you? Xiaoxiu was so engrossed in admiring the flowers in the garden that she didn't hear what Gu Jingchu was saying. She turned around and gave a bright smile. Why leave? This place is so beautiful. I haven't had enough yet. Let's explore a little longer before going upstairs to rest. The seemingly irrelevant answer miraculously calmed Gu Jingchu's heart. He stared intently at Xiaoxiu, at her radiant smile, took 2 steps forward, and then took Xiaoxiu's hand. Stay by my side and don't leave. Xiaoxiu was stunned. She blinked as she looked at Gu Jingchu's extremely serious face. She was uncertain, but her body reacted faster than her mind. Good. She paused for a moment. But then it was as if something had been resolved in her heart. She's clearly fallen for Gu Jingchu lately, so what is she avoiding? The novel's plot has ended, and she's been preoccupied with the unknown. But even if she hadn't transmigrated into this book, her future was still uncertain. Before she transmigrated into the book, she was so brave. Why was she so cautious and even cowardly when facing Gu Jingchu, dealing with her feelings for him? After figuring it out, Xiaoxiu felt relieved. Given Gu Jingchu's character, even if the two of them separate in the future, she will live a good life. Therefore, she might as well open her heart to him. Xiaoxiu grasped Gu Jingchu's hand and gave him a sweet smile. Gu Jingchu, please guide me in the days to come. My name is Xiaoxiu. Gu Jingchu's fingertips were trembling slightly. His eyes lit up with immense joy, and he used almost all his strength to restrain himself from pulling the person in front of him tightly into his arms. He knew that Xiaoxiu was always worried about something, so whenever the two of them were together, he always knew when to advance and when to retreat, never crossing the line, for fear of scaring her away and making her back down. But now, she has taken a step forward. Gu Jingchu finally understands what it feels like to like or fall in love with someone. It was a beauty that made one want to integrate her into their very being, to offer up all the most beautiful things in the world, a beauty that even made their soul tremble. Hello, I am Gu Jingchu. Their eyes met, and a surge of emotions welled up within them. They could no longer resist embracing each other tightly. At this moment, on the balcony of the 2nd floor of the old house, an old man and 2 young girls were huddled behind the potted plants. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei each broke off a leaf to cover themselves. Ha! They're finally hugging. My grandson and granddaughter-in-law's relationship is progressing by leaps and bounds. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei also looked excited. Our family is about to have a younger brother or sister. After the two confessed their feelings in the garden, their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. Gu Jingchu, who was rarely seen on weekdays, would return to the old house before 10 o'clock every day. Even Gu Jingchu felt that everyone in the old house was an eyesore and disturbed his time with Xiaoxiu. So they simply had someone pack up some important things and move them back to the little nest that Xiaoxiu had bought. But Xiaoxiu blushed as she watched Gu Jingchu move his things from his room into hers. Isn't this development a little too fast? She opened her mouth, but was too embarrassed to say anything. She could only gently tug at Gu Jingchu's sleeve when he moved the blanket over. What's wrong? Gu Jingchu looked at her with gentle eyes, and Xiaoxiu was speechless. She could only gently let go of him and let Gu Jingchu move her. In no time, most of the room's layout was altered. Gu Jingchu converted his own room into a study for office use. The custom-made tables and chairs were quickly delivered, one for each person, so they wouldn't disturb each other. Chapter 181 The Park. As Xiaoxiu watched the workers install the tables and chairs, a picture suddenly flashed into her mind. Gu Jingchu working on the left while she looked at the drawings on the right. Thinking this, a smile appeared on her lips. She took a deep breath, trying her best not to be so shy, and began to decorate their little home with Gu Jingchu. But when night falls, Xiaoxiu even became dawdling as she washed up. A blush had already appeared on her face. Looking at the dimmed lights, she took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and went inside. The two of them were silent for a moment, then looked at each other and quickly looked away. Hearing Gu Jingchu changing his pajamas, Xiaoxiu quickly closed her eyes, trying hard not to let her mind wander. The space next to her slightly sank, and when the two of them lay on the same bed, Xiaoxiu's whole body tensed up. Listening to his shallow breathing, Xiaoxiu clutched her chest, feeling as if her heart was about to burst out of her chest. This wasn't the first time the two had slept in bed together, but Xiaoxiu felt an unprecedented sense of tension. The two have completely confessed their feelings for each other, so they can be considered to be dating, right? No, they are already a legally married couple who have obtained a marriage certificate. They skipped the dating phase and are now living a married life. However, whether before or after transmigrating into the book, Xiaoxiu, who has never been in a relationship, has no idea how two people who have feelings for each other should get along. Long, slender fingers climbed up Xiaoxiu's hand and gently patted it, as if to comfort her. She blinked, and finally mustered the courage to turn over, her eyes meeting Gu Jingchu's deep gaze in the dim light. It's getting windy outside. It will rain tonight. Gu Jingchu. I am here. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, and the sound of raindrops hitting the window pane filled the air. I want to kiss you. Xiaoxiu looked at Gu Jingchu with her bright, sparkling eyes, and she was captivated. Gu Jingchu was deeply shaken, his emotions surging forth like a volcanic eruption. His trembling fingers touched her soft hair, and his hot breath sprayed onto her face, mingling with the scent of cedar, making her shiver involuntarily. The next second, their breaths became completely intertwined. Xiaoxiu felt dizzy and disoriented. At this moment, all she could do was tightly grip Gu Jingchu's pajamas with both hands, sometimes loosening, sometimes tightening, and sometimes loosening them again. In the end, she was completely captivated by Gu Jingchu's passionate breathing. After an unknown amount of time, only the sound of two people breathing heavily remained in your room. Xiaoxiu silently turned around and straightened the clothes around her waist. Just now, both of them were so caught up in passion that she finally understood what the phrase uncontrollable passion meant. When two people are in love, remember to possess each other completely. Xiaoxiu had forgotten whether she had taken the initiative to hook her arm around Gu Jingchu's waist just now, and her hands began to become more unrestrained. If Gu Jingchu hadn't retained some rationality, probably. Gu Jingchu covered his eyes with the back of his hand. He tried his best to suppress the surging emotions in his heart, almost using all his self-control to suppress the impulse. Shigyur, go to sleep. His voice was hoarse, carrying a strong sense of lust. Xiaoxiu blushed and gave a soft that was barely audible. The rain pattered softly outside, while the temperature inside rose. The two of them found themselves embracing without realizing it. The next morning, Xiaoxiu woke up in Gu Jingchu's arms. Her face was pressed against Gu's warm chest, and she immediately became awake. She suddenly stood up, looked at Gu Jingchu who was staring at her with a dazed expression and a slight smile, covered her face with her hands, and then turned her head away. Good morning. Good morning. Gu Jingchu's voice was still a little hoarse when he got up in the morning. He propped himself up on the bed with his hands, then moved closer to Xiaoxiu and left a gentle kiss on her forehead. Xiaoxiu's long eyelashes drooped, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I'll make you breakfast. She got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, and casually patted some toner onto her face. She took the ingredients out of the refrigerator and went to the kitchen to start cooking. 20 minutes later, 2 bowls of noodles were placed on the table. With a ding from the microwave, the milk was ready. Gu Jingchu had already dressed and walked out of the room. Perhaps because he had already confessed his feelings, Xiaoxiu sat at the dining table, propping her chin up and looking at Gu Jingchu with a smile. I just think this man is getting more and more handsome the more I look at him. A perfectly sculpted inverted triangle figure, and that waist. Thinking about the sensation of the touch she had felt under her hand last night, Xiaoxiu couldn't help but blush again. Cough, cough. Don't let your mind wander in broad daylight. Your bodyguards will be with you for the next 2 days. Xiaoxiu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. Chu Chun was now furious. He dared to target her even before anything happened. Xiaoxiu is probably in danger now. Xiaoxiu nodded vigorously in response. I try to minimize going out. Gu Jingchu nodded, a deep killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had completely lost patience with Chu Chun, daring to set his sights on Xiaoxiu. What Xiaoxiu didn't expect was that even though she tried to minimize going out these past few days, she still managed to run into Lu Yuyu. It was a weekend, the weather was sunny, and autumn was just around the corner. Everyone passing by was wearing a coat, including Xiaoxiu. She was holding one child's hand in each hand, leading 2 children for a stroll in the park. There was no other reason than that the kindergarten that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were attending had assigned them a craft project. Collect fallen leaves in early autumn. If you want to know where the most diverse tree species are, the answer is parks. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were happily collecting fallen leaves from the ground, each holding a beautiful bag. Oh dear, this leaf has holes from insects. And they're even heart-shaped. Gu Beibei, with 2 little braids, wearing a bunny hoodie and skirt, hopped and skipped towards Xiaoxiu. Sister-in-law, look, isn't this leaf I collected pretty? It's shaped like a heart in the middle. Gu Beibei placed the leaf in Xiaoxiu's palm as if presenting a treasure. Wow, this heart-shaped leaf is so pretty. Thank you, Beibei. Xiaoxiu patted Gu Beibei's head, carefully collected the leaves, and wrapped them in a handkerchief. Gu Baobao, who was next to her, saw this and stepped forward, not to be outdone, and put a small leaf in Xiaoxiu's hand. Chapter 182 I refuse. Mine is also very pretty. I'll give it to you. Seeing the twins, one dressed as a bunny and the other as a bear, Xiaoxiu's heart was completely melted by their cuteness. She was leading one child by the hand and was about to walk to another tree to help the 2 children collect leaves. Just then, an untimely voice rang out from behind Xiaoxiu. Isn't this Miss Xia? What a coincidence to meet you here. The voice was filled with surprise, as if the speaker was genuinely happy to have met Xiaoxiu here. Summer rain. How come I always run into her here? Xiaoxiu turned her head away speechlessly, a fake smile appearing on her face. Oh, it's Miss Lu. What are you doing here? Lu Yu tucked a stray hair behind her ear, smiled gently, and pointed to the microphone on her chest. We came to this park to film a promotional video. The TV station is a bit short-staffed right now, so I was temporarily transferred here to film the promotional video. Seeing that Lu Yuyu was dressed in an antique style, Xiaoxiu glanced at the surrounding trees and thought it was probably a traditional opera channel. She chuckled softly. It seemed that Lu Yuyu still had some of her own charm. She actually looked quite good in this outfit. It's very nice, Xiaoxiu said politely. It's quite beautiful. After saying that, Xiaoxiu continued to lead the 2 children to pick up leaves. Meanwhile, the bodyguards who had been following behind them were dressed in plain clothes and quietly surrounded them. Lu Yu wasn't angry at being ignored. A glint of shrewdness flashed in her eyes. Then, she turned her head and shouted loudly. Director, I'm here. A group of people carrying equipment walked over, and the director, in particular, whose eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as he looked at Lu Yu. She was told to stand still and think about the poses and expressions she was going to make, but instead she ran around everywhere. What are you doing here? The director sounded very dissatisfied. Lu Yu smiled, and then pointed at Xiaoxiu. I saw Teacher Xia here, so I came over. Director, our promotional video is to promote the culture of our country, right? We even borrowed some antiques from the museum to film this. Yes, I'm not very familiar with these antiques. Teacher Xia is an expert and a famous appraiser, so I came over to ask for his advice. The director then turned his attention to Xiaoxiu, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes when he saw her. An appraiser? Her. He's way too young. A hint of doubt flashed in the director's eyes. Xiaoxiu's face was expressionless at this moment. She looked at Lu Yu, who seemed enthusiastic, but she was already guessing in her heart why Lu Yu had brought the production team here to film. Sure enough, the next second she heard Lu Yu say to her, Many actors in our group don't know the origins of these antiques, so they're having trouble getting into character during filming. Ms. Xia, we've met before. Could you please take a look and tell us about the origins and culture of these antiques? She looked expectant, as if she was certain that with Xia Xiyu on TV in front of so many people, no well-known appraiser would refuse her. A hint of smugness flashed in Lu Yuyu's eyes as she looked at the silent Xia Xiyu and slightly curled the corners of her lips. This is CCTV, China's national television channel. She has already said so. If Xia Xiyu refuses, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the music channel? After all, she was asking on behalf of the TV station. I refuse. Then thank you, Teacher Xiaoyu. Lu Yuyu had already stepped forward to hold Xia Xiyu's arm, but when she heard those 3 words, Lu Yuyu was completely stunned. She looked at Xia Xiyu with an incredulous expression. Teacher Xiaoyu, this woman is so unpredictable. With so many people watching, and this being an invitation from the National Music Channel, how could she dare refuse? Is it because there's no salary? I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. I assumed you, Professor Xia, are a professional and could offer some guidance. Lu Yuyu showed a hint of disappointment, then forced a smile. It's okay, I'll go online and check again. Xia Xiyu sneered, then reached out and blocked Lu Yuyu, who was turning to leave. You must be thirsty after talking so much. Should I go buy you a bottle of green tea? No, you should carry it with you at all times. Her sarcastic words made Lu Yuyu's face stiffen. Then, Xia Xiyu smiled at the director. I refuse Ms. Lu's request. Firstly, these cultural relics are borrowed from the museum. I am not a staff member of your team. It would be disrespectful to your team to handle these cultural relics without permission. If any accident occurs and the cultural relics are damaged, no one can bear the responsibility. Secondly, Ms. Lu actually said that these artifacts were borrowed from the museum. If so, the museum would have detailed records of these artifacts. Anyone who really wants to understand and experience the history of these artifacts to better immerse themselves in the story can go to the museum to learn about them before filming or search for relevant information on the relevant website, instead of cramming at the last minute and coming to me, someone who is out with children to do crafts in the park, to discuss it. She spoke eloquently and with a humble yet assertive demeanor, winning over many hearts. After hearing this, the director's gaze towards Lu Yuyu became increasingly displeased. All right, do you think everyone is like you, doing no preparation before driving, while others can recite the information about cultural relics by heart? Lu Yuyu's smile froze, and where no one could see, she glared fiercely at Xia Xiyu. She's definitely a problematic woman. You know, in the original story, this cannon fodder character was someone who could be easily provoked. Faced with the director's impatient and dissatisfied gaze, Lu Yu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. It was my fault. I interrupted everyone's progress. I'm so sorry. Let's begin now. Without the disturbance of irrelevant people, Xia Xiyu led the 2 children to a tree not far away and began to pick up leaves. Not far away, several staff members carrying equipment and props sat under a tree, enjoying the shade, and kept complaining about Lu Yuyu. Our schedule has been delayed by a whole day, all because of this woman. It's just a little over a minute of promotional footage, but she can't do this or that. Director Lu's face has turned blue with anger these past few days. Of course, I'm a little annoyed with her too. It's all because of her that the work is delayed, and I was planning to take a vacation to go back to my hometown to see my parents. Chapter 183 Spotted by the Director. Exactly. She's so irresponsible. We could leave work earlier, but she keeps taking photos and videos every time. I've been getting home late these past few days. My wife works too, and every time she picks up my daughter from kindergarten, she can't even make eye contact with the teacher. The group's voices were neither too loud nor too soft, but Xia Xiyu, who was not far away, could hear them. She slightly curved her lips into a smile. It seems that Lu Yuyu's approachable, lively, and enthusiastic appearance doesn't appeal to everyone. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei moved closer to Xia Xiyu. Sister-in-law, I don't like that woman. She's not pretty, and it's like there's something hidden in her eyes. Yes, it looks a bit annoying. Xia Xiyu burst out laughing. Children have more acute senses. She had the same feeling too. The leaves had been mostly cut off. Xia Xiyu handed the 2 bags of leaves to the maid who was with her, and then accompanied baby Bebe to play in the children's playground in the park. Not far from the children's play area, Lu Yuyu, dressed in an antique-style outfit, watched as several actors entered one after another. When it was Lu Yuyu's turn to enter, she held a silk fan in her hand, moved gracefully, and gave the camera a smiling look. Seeing the other actors carrying various pots and tripods, which were not aesthetically pleasing at all, Lu Yu looked at the exquisite silk feather fan in her hand, and her smile deepened. Unexpectedly, before Lu Yu could even pose for a few shots, the director slapped his thigh and yelled, "Cut! Stop! 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 Lu Yu, what are you doing? Do you even know the background of this silk feather fan? It was made by an ancient general to rescue a princess who had gone to marry a foreign ruler. When he found the princess, she had already been reduced to ashes, leaving only this unfinished silk fan. This silk feather fan was painstakingly sewn together by the general himself, using countless precious bird feathers. He treasured it and kept it safe until it became one of the great general's burial items. You have no idea what it was like for him to sew this silk feather fan and to think of the princess day and night while looking at it. The director was really having a headache. Lu Yu plays the role of a princess whom the general longs for day and night. In that era, fans could be exchanged between men and women as tokens of love. While the princess was in a remote place where even mulberry leaves were scarce, collecting silkworm silk and making fans to remember her childhood sweetheart, the general, she must have been smiling through her sorrow. But Lu Yu's smiling face at this moment, and the deliberate glance back she made, were just like those ancient women who would try to keep a patron in their place. The director was absolutely furious. I must have been out of my mind to think that Lu Yu had the air of a refined lady from ancient times, and that she was very intelligent when I saw her on stage hosting the show. That was the first time in decades of directing that I'd misjudged someone. The promotional video had already been filmed for 2 days, and the last-minute replacement of the actor, coupled with the fact that the other actors weren't getting along well, forced the director to suppress his anger. You have to understand the princess's feelings at that time. She was in the place of her marriage alliance, weaving this fan, longing for the young general who was far away. She had a smile on her lips, but her expression was sad. You have to act it out. Lu Yu was embarrassed in front of everyone, and her face turned ugly for a moment. She quickly composed herself and put on a smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I'll adjust it right away." After several takes, Lu Yu's performance still didn't meet the director's approval. "What the hell are you doing? Don't you think all this equipment is free to run? If this exceeds the cost, aren't you going to pay for it?" The director was furious. He didn't even bother to say a word to Lu Yu, only coldly tossing out, "I'll give you half an hour. Go over there and study this princess and general's story carefully until you're completely familiar with it. If you really can't act it out, I don't mind bringing in someone else from your side." Lu Yu's face was grim, but she didn't refute anything. The staff quickly removed the silk feather fan from Lu Yu's hand, and it was inspected and maintained by professionals. Lu Yu walked away to the side. The director sighed. He really wanted to replace the actor, but if he had to find someone at the last minute, he simply couldn't find a suitable candidate. However, if he really wanted to film it slowly, he simply couldn't capture the right feeling. The promotional video was short, and every second had to be filmed to be beautiful and captivating. In today's fast-paced world, young people no longer pay attention to traditional Chinese culture, which is why the station allocated funds to make this promotional video. "I'm going to smoke." The director was getting impatient and wanted to take out the cigarettes from his pocket, but then he remembered that this was a national park and smoking was prohibited here. So he got even more impatient and took 2 pieces of chewing gum from his assistant and put them in his mouth to chew. "I'm going to get some fresh air." They hadn't walked far when the director's eyes inadvertently drifted toward the lakeside. A girl in a gauze dress, her long hair loosely tied back with only a wooden hairpin, followed behind her 2 adorable and beautiful children who looked like elves. She stopped walking. The sunlight reflected off the lake, creating shimmering waves that mirrored her, adding color to her entire being. The director jumped to his feet excitedly. Go and stop that girl right now." This time, his feeling about this girl was definitely right. She was elegant and antique, and especially the way her eyes were slightly narrowed, perfectly matched the director's vision of a princess missing her general. Xia Xiu had no idea that the director standing on the other side of the lake had noticed her squinting eyes to avoid the sunlight. After playing with Gu Baobao and Gu Bei in the park for a while, she prepared to return to the old house. Before eliminating Chu Chun as a potential danger, she should try to avoid being outdoors in crowded places. Unexpectedly, after taking only 2 steps, a panting person walked up to her and blocked her way. Hello. The man extended his hand and handed Xia Xiu a business card. The director would like to invite you over, but I don't know if you have time. Director? Xia Xiu turned around and immediately saw the director who was going to film Lu Yuyu. When she met the director's gaze, Xia Xiu froze for a moment and immediately took 2 steps back. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had been targeted by a hungry wolf that had been starving for a long time. Chapter 184 Termination of Cooperation. Xia Xiu shook her head and refused. She was about to leave with Gu Baobao and Gu Bei when the director was even faster and suddenly appeared in front of her. It's a real shame that someone with that speed isn't an athlete. Xia Xiu thought to herself, then smiled aloofly. Is there anything I can help you with? I'd like to ask you to star in our station's promotional video as a princess. Don't worry, you'll be well paid. The director looked at Xia Xiu with eager eyes. And the shot is quite short. You just need to walk around holding the artifact and act out the princess's demeanor. Your appearance in the promotional video will only be about a minute. Seeing Xia Xiu frowning as if she was about to refuse outright, the director quickly spoke up again. Please don't refuse so soon. This role is really suitable for you. And Lu Yuyu said you're an appraiser, which is perfect. As long as you agree to my request, you can look at those artifacts we've taken over however you like. Summer rain. She was moved by the director's last words. But she really wasn't interested, so she shook her head and refused. The director's eyes were filled with regret. Seeing this, he did not press the matter further, but instead gave Xia Xiu a business card. I'll wait 2 days. If you're interested, call the number above. Trust me, you and that princess are 100% compatible. Xia Xiu bid a polite but distant farewell, while the director's voice behind her still called out with lingering reluctance. Please contact me. She smiled helplessly, then walked to the park entrance and got Gu Baobao and Gu Bei into the car. I knew my cousin-in-law was beautiful. She'd be chosen by the director to shoot a promotional video at first glance. Gu Bei looked at Xia Xiu's face with sparkling eyes, playfully cupping her cheeks and making a dreamy expression. So beautiful, like a princess. Xia Xiu chuckled and flicked Gu Bei's forehead. Stop teasing me. Her eyes darkened slightly, but she was thinking about something else. If I'm not mistaken, the role the director invited her to play in the promotional video was originally supposed to be Lu Yuyu. Although that woman appeared warm, friendly, and innocent on the surface, she was actually quite cunning. If Xia Xiu agrees, she will definitely offend Lu Yuyu, and then there might be another person trying to sabotage her from behind. Thinking of this, Xia Xiu directly stuffed the business card from her bag into the car's trash can. It's better to avoid trouble. Here, after seeing Xia Xiu standing by the lake, her skirt fluttering in the breeze, her eyes slightly narrowed, and her head bowed, the director could no longer imagine a second actress playing the princess. After tossing and turning all night without being able to sleep, the director, with dark circles under his eyes, called Lu Yuyu's assistant early the next morning. The assistant shuddered after hanging up the phone. She glanced at Lu Yuyu, whose bed was still closed. She hadn't gotten up yet. What if she found out about this as soon as she woke up? The assistant felt terrified just thinking about that scene. She stood there anxiously pacing back and forth, breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly remembering something, the assistant quickly flipped through the contact list of previous calls, searching for a good 10 minutes before finally finding one of the numbers. After making the call, the assistant talked with the other party, and once everything was finalized, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she glanced at the clock on the wall, walked up and knocked on the door 3 times. Miss, it's time to get up and do your beauty routine. No. An impatient voice came from inside, followed by the sound of a doll banging on the door. After a while, Lu Yuyu, wearing a silk slip dress, came out of the door. She glanced at her assistant before going downstairs. Downstairs, The beautician, who had already made an appointment, was waiting in the living room with her equipment. Lu Yuyu was clearly in a good mood while getting a beauty treatment. Seeing the smile on Lu Yuyu's lips, the assistant finally dared to step forward. "Miss, should we cancel that promotional video?" The director called and said, "You're not quite suitable." After saying this, the assistant glanced at Lu Yuyu with trepidation. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Yuyu sat up from the beauty bed, tore off the face mask, and looked furious. "What did you say? I've been replaced." She gritted her teeth. "After working so hard for so many days, that damn director just replaced me like that." She glared fiercely at her assistant. "You just agreed to that. You spineless coward. You just do whatever others say. Why didn't you ask for my opinion?" The assistant swallowed hard and quickly said, "I have a better opportunity, which is why I agreed to the director's offer. Whether or not the actor agrees, the director has the right to replace them. It's an event for high-end luxury handbags. They've already contacted me and asked if you would be willing to attend. Mississippi. High-end luxury brand." Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Yuyu's expression softened slightly, and she gave a cold snort. "Fine. I've disliked that director for a long time. I acted so well, and he still kept finding fault with me." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lu Yuyu grabbed a cup from the side and smashed it hard on the ground. "Once I've established myself, I'll teach him a lesson." 2 days later, the director still hadn't received a reply from Xia Shiyu and was starting to get anxious. It wasn't that no one came to audition for the role, but no matter how much makeup or costume they wore, the director still felt it wasn't suitable. The image of Xia Shiyu standing by the lake with her eyes slightly lowered was still vivid in his mind. She was the epitome of a princess. The director is a very meticulous person. He watches every single shot frame by frame in pursuit of perfection. So after he had his chosen person in mind, he was extremely anxious and even went through layers of connections to finally find out that Xia Shiyu was actually the wife of the president of the Gu Group. No wonder they refused so readily. The director was a little frustrated, but after thinking it over, his eyes suddenly lit up. If it's the Gu family, then that's easy. He has connections there and can act as a go-between. So when the director sat in the living room of the Gu family's old house, Xia Shiyu was surprised. She blinked, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. "Hello." Xia Shiyu wore a light blue robe with a gauze skirt underneath, and her long hair was loose behind her head. The cheongsam fit her perfectly, highlighting her shapely waistline while maintaining a graceful and elegant appearance. Her bright eyes shone like stars, her nose was high and delicate, and her slightly upturned lips created an elegant smile. Chapter 185, They Found Their Home. Her skin was fair and delicate, smooth and flawless like porcelain, making people want to look at her a few more times. Xia Shiyu reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair that was hanging down beside her cheek. His appearance and expression made the director's eyes light up. A princess reborn right before his eyes. The butler came out and took good care of the director with gentleness and politeness. "The old man will be out soon. Please wait a little longer." Director Lu quickly stood up, his posture humble and polite. No, don't worry, Grandpa. I'm willing to wait here as long as I want." "So you came to see the old man?" A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Since they are the old man's guests, and the old man hasn't come out and Gu Jingchu isn't here, she, as the granddaughter-in-law, should stay here to entertain the guests. We can't just sit there and do nothing when guests come. After a while, the butler pushed Mr. Gu, who was in a wheelchair, out. Director Lu quickly stood up and greeted the old man. "I wonder if the old man still remembers me." Grandpa Gu stared at Director Lu for a long time before finally realizing what was going on. "You are XX's grandson. I remember you came here to wish me a happy new year when you were a child. These are all things from 10 or 20 years ago, and it's quite remarkable that old Master Gu remembers them." Director Lu smiled awkwardly, unable to think of anything to say to get closer to him. Grandpa Gu wasn't surprised at all. This was a call from a good friend of his from afar, who introduced him and asked to meet him to ask him for a favor. His old friend called to ask for his help. How could he refuse? However, this person works for the TV station, and the Gu family doesn't have any business with TV stations. It's unclear what this person wants from the Gu family. Director Lu smiled somewhat embarrassedly, then kept glancing at Xia Xiu out of the corner of his eye. Grandpa Gu looked somewhat impatient. Cough. Faced with the warning look from Grandpa Gu, he realized that he had glanced at Xia Xiu a few more times and had been misunderstood by the old man. Director Lu panicked and quickly put down his teacup, offering an explanation. Don't misunderstand, sir. Actually, I came here to see Madame Gu. Caught off guard by being called out, Xia Xiu blinked, clearly a little stunned. Then, she came to her senses and stared at Director Lu in disbelief. No? Is this relationship just for her? Didn't she already reject him? Why won't he give up and even chased after her to the Gu family? At that moment, Xia Xiu truly admired the director's perseverance. Grandpa Gu never expected that Director Lu would go to such lengths, even asking his old friend to do him a favor, just for this reason. He was speechless. This person actually used his personal connections to gain so much benefit and status. All right. The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes, then told the butler to push the wheelchair away. Xiaoyu, it's your decision. Xia Xiu was somewhat amused and exasperated when she turned her head and met Director Lu's eager eyes. To be honest, she was somewhat moved. If this role has nothing to do with Lu Yuyu, it doesn't matter whether she takes it or not. It's an opportunity to gain exposure, and it might even help her career. However, the actress who played this role happened to be Lu Yuyu. Since she took on the role, it was inevitable that she would have some interaction with Lu Yuyu. There's something about Lu Yuyu that's hard to explain. It's best to avoid getting too close to her. Director Lu became anxious when he saw Xia Xiu remain silent. Ms. Xia, if you are worried about the former actor, I have already taken care of everything. Director Lu made it clear that he dismissed Lu Yuyu and gave her an opportunity to promote a luxury brand, and assured her that Lu Yuyu would not cause any trouble for Xia Xiu. I am a perfectionist, and most young people nowadays pursue trendy aesthetics. Our country's traditional culture is slowly fading from the hearts of the masses. Only those of us who are middle-aged and elderly want to protect these magnificent treasures that belong to our country. The moment I saw Miss Xia standing by the lake, I felt that the princess in my heart had come to life. In ancient times, there was the story of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Today, I, as the director, have repeatedly invited Miss Xia to participate in this promotion of traditional culture. I hope that Miss Xia will not refuse again. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Xiu was finally moved by the director's sincerity and nodded. I've agreed. Could you please tell me the time and place? When Director Lu saw that Xia Xiu had agreed, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Okay. He said, okay, 3 times in a row, quickly took out the contract from his briefcase, and handed the pen to Xia Xiu, his eyes eagerly hoping that Xia Xiu would sign it immediately, as if afraid she might change her mind at any moment. After Xia Xiu signed the contract, Director Lu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He rubbed his hands together, then smiled very embarrassedly. The station is rushing to meet the filming schedule. If Miss Xia has time, I hope you can join the crew tomorrow, okay? I can send you the information about the cultural relics tonight. Oh no. Right now. Summer rain. All right. You came prepared, didn't you? She chuckled, then kept the director behind. The two discussed for almost an hour before finally understanding the princess's life and the events they were going to portray. With only about a minute of screen time, Xia Xiu wanted to do his best. After chatting for a while longer, Xia Xiu saw Director Lu to the door and let out a long sigh of relief. Then I opened my phone and added the time and location of the shoot to my calendar as a reminder. Gu Jingchu returned very late. Xia Xiu only stayed at the old house to have dinner with the old man before returning to her own little apartment. Usually, Gu Jingchu would get home from get-off work around 10:30 p.m., and Xia Xiu would always leave a dim yellow light on in the living room. But when I opened the door and walked to the entrance hall today, I saw that the living room light was still on. Xia Xiu, who usually goes to bed early, was now curled up on the sofa with a tablet and staring intently at it. Watching variety shows again. Gu Jingchu raised an eyebrow, changed his shoes, and went inside, only to find that Xia Xiu was watching very seriously, completely unlike his usual cheerful demeanor when watching variety shows. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Xia Xiu was browsing pictures on her tablet. She kept shrinking and enlarging her 2 fingers, her eyes fixed on the enlarged area as she carefully examined it. Gu Jingchu realized that this was a habit Xia Shiyu had when appraising images of collectibles. She must be quite busy with work lately, so why is she taking on freelance work? Chapter 186 The Pearl follows. Xia Shiyu was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice Gu Jingchu walking up to her. It wasn't until the side of the sofa sank slightly that she realized what was happening. She looked up abruptly and met Gu Jingchu's beautiful eyes. "You're home." She quickly put down her tablet, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Gu Jingchu nodded, then gently reached out and massaged the acupoints under Xia Shiyu's eyes. Ugh! She obediently closed her eyes and leaned back on the sofa. He pressed a little too hard, but he happened to press the acupoint on Xia Shiyu's bird's nest, which made Xia Shiyu feel very comfortable. 10 minutes later, Xia Shiyu opened her eyes and looked at Gu Jingchu with a look of surprise. "It really is much better now." No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a light tap on the head. "Your eyes are beautiful and important, but you should also take care to rest them." The faint bluish tint under her eyes was clearly caused by prolonged screen time. Xia Shiyu smiled sheepishly. "This isn't just another job, it's shooting a promotional video." She suddenly remembered, then turned to look at Gu Jingchu. "I accepted that job without telling you. How do you like it?" Gu Jingchu turned his head and looked at her, asking. She really liked the princess character and the round fan that the general had painstakingly sewn feathers onto. Opportunities to get up close to cultural relics are rare. Of course she loved it. Summer Rain nodded. "If you like it, there's no need to tell me, Shiyu. You can do whatever you like." Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up immediately. She picked up the tablet that had just been placed aside, opened the pictures, and enthusiastically introduced them to Gu Jingchu. "Look, this is the character description of this princess, and also the outfit I'll be wearing tomorrow when I shoot the promotional video. This style of clothing looks absolutely stunning on me. I can't wait to see what I'll look like tomorrow wearing this outfit and with my princess hairstyle. It will definitely look great." Looking at Xia Shiyu's smiling face, Gu Jingchu silently said to himself. He had even pictured Xia Shiyu in her elegant attire in his mind. She must look beautiful. Her beautiful eyes were slightly lowered, and her long eyelashes concealed Gu Jingchu's emotions at that moment. He didn't want anyone but himself to see the image he had just imagined in his mind. His Adam's apple bobbed as Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Shiyu, his eyes darkening with a strange possessiveness. Xia Shiyu, however, was like a completely unsuspecting lamb, still enthusiastically introducing things to Gu Jingchu. Only when Gu Jingchu abruptly took her breath away did she stop speaking. A cool breeze was blowing outside, but the temperature inside was gradually rising. With her wet eyes wide open, she angrily punched Gu Jingchu's chest. "This guy is unbelievable." He gave absolutely no warning. Slightly out of breath, she looked down and straightened her clothes. As if she had thought of something, Xia Shiyu looked up at Gu Jingchu with a frown. "Filming that promotional video means I will be seen by more people, especially after what happened before. You're promoting cultural relics and traditional culture, so don't worry about what people online will say." Gu Jingchu gently pulled her into his arms, his hands softly stroking her hair. "No matter what happens, I will take action immediately, so do whatever you want." Xia Shiyu chuckled, then hugged Gu Jingchu tightly around the waist. "You're so kind. I'm going to rely on you for the rest of my life." I couldn't ask for more. Gu Jingchu gently lifted her chin with his fingertips and lowered his head to kiss her again. Early the next morning, Director Lu specially asked his assistant to drive to pick them up. Xia Shiyu woke up early, did her skincare routine, and then went downstairs wearing a long dress and a coat. She knew she would need her hair done when she got to the film set, so she simply combed her hair and let it fall loosely down her back. Upon arriving at the film set, Director Lu looked at Xia Shiyu with shining eyes. "As soon as you walked over, I felt like I was seeing a princess, especially with your long hair." Director Lu was amazed. In this fast-paced era, few girls can keep their hair long and maintain it so well. Xia Shiyu glanced at her waist-length hair, which was almost reaching her hips, and smiled slightly. Although it takes her more than an hour to wash her hair each time, she really loves having long hair. Before she transmigrated into the book, she didn't have much time to take care of her hair because of work, so she had to grit her teeth and go to the hair salon to get it trimmed every time it grew long. But now that she's transmigrated into the book, she has plenty of time to take care of her hair. When she first transmigrated, the original owner's hair only reached a little below her shoulders. Now it has grown so long, and Xia Shiyu feels quite accomplished. I've been waiting for you for so long. Hurry up and go into the dressing room to get your makeup done. I can't wait to see what you'll look like after you've done your hair and makeup. Director Liu quickly called the makeup artist to bring the person into the dressing room. The makeup artist and stylist touched Xia Shiyu's long hair, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. Miss Xia, your hair is so healthy. What shampoo and conditioner do you use? Could you please send me a link later? Your skin is amazing, you can barely see any pores. Your foundation is the smoothest and most natural I've ever applied. It doesn't cake at all. Faced with such a beauty, the stylist and makeup artist put in their best efforts, wanting to make this stunningly beautiful, naturally gorgeous woman shine the brightest in their hands. Outside the dressing room, Director Liu kept shouting through a megaphone, sometimes pointing out that the props were misplaced, sometimes feeling that the makeup of an actor didn't match, and calling for them to change the makeup. In short, the entire crew was kept in a state of chaos by Director Liu from the very beginning of filming. The door to the dressing room was pushed open, and the young man who had been called by the director to move props happened to turn his head to look. With just one glance, the prop guy was completely stunned, and the things in his hands fell to the ground with a clatter. What else can you do? You can even drop a prop when I ask you to move it. It's a good thing I didn't ask you to move cultural relics, or the whole production would be ruined by you. Noticing the commotion, Director Liu shouted through a megaphone and then looked over. The entire crew was captivated. The moment they saw Xia Shiyu, everything around them fell silent, and almost everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. Liu Yuyu's previous look was already very beautiful, but after Xia Shiyu appeared with her makeup and styling done, everyone had this thought in their minds. Fish eyes are in front, pearls and jade are behind. Chapter 187 was ordered by me. Everyone was inwardly amazed, as if they were looking for me to take their class. They had seen a princess from hundreds of years ago, who had truly appeared before their eyes. Oh my God, why are my eyes red? I suddenly got infected. I'm so beautiful. It's like I can see a princess standing right in front of me. It's a world of difference. I didn't feel this way with the previous one. No wonder Director Liu postponed filming. He was willing to go to great lengths to negotiate with a luxury brand to get Liu Yuyu to leave the crew, just so that this Miss Xia could come and film. She's so beautiful. Don't you even know who she is? Have you seen those online posts before? She's the wife of the president of the Gu Group. These words caused a stir among those around them. That Mr. Gu? Is it him? Of course. Didn't you ever go online before? That incident caused quite a stir. It turned out to be a rumor spread by President Gu's archenemy to slander him. That's true. Look at Miss Xia's temperament. She doesn't seem to have a temper at all. She doesn't look like that kind of person at all. After realizing what was happening, Director Liu rushed to Xia Shiyu's side. He looked at her with such excitement that he couldn't speak. After a long while, Director Liu finally managed to utter a sentence. Everyone get ready, action. Xia Shiyu walked into the set and indicated that the necessary actions needed to be filmed in front of a green screen before going out to film on location. Yes, walk over slowly, raise your hand, and flick your pinky finger. Yes, just like that. Gently sway it, and look back. Yes. That's the feeling. Okay, this one it is. I'll shoot 2 poses. Passed. Wow, that's amazing. They usually only need 1 or 2 lines to pass. I knew I made the right choice in selecting them. Director Liu was surprised and excited. He was extremely excited and shouted loudly through a megaphone in front of the camera. Director Liu's assistant, watching from the side, also showed surprise. The last person Director Liu liked so much was the actress who became a Best Actress a few years ago. If this Miss Xia wants to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, Director Liu will definitely want to cast her in every film he makes. Moreover, judging from Director Liu's eyes, he definitely wanted Xia Shiyu to enter the entertainment industry. After all, as a director, he certainly wouldn't let go of such a promising talent. Sure enough, after the filming was finished, the assistant saw Director Liu walk up to Xia Shiyu with a look of eager anticipation. Miss Xia, You really have a talent for acting. The expressions and demeanor you captured were so well done that it made people feel so immersed in the role. During your filming, your performance brought many people in our crew to tears. Do you mean you don't want to enter the entertainment industry? I have a few projects here. Whether you want to be the lead or a supporting actress, you can choose whatever you like. Xiaoxiu was surprised for a moment, but quickly shook her head. I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. I have my own career now and have no interest in the entertainment industry. Aside from those appearing on variety shows, she doesn't recognize all the singers, movie stars, and idols in the entertainment industry. As expected, he was rejected, and Director Lu's eyes were full of disappointment. He couldn't help but feel regret. Such a promising talent. He's far better than those celebrities who have a lot of online buzz, but can only shout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 when they're acting. The filming was over, and Xiaoxiu was about to leave. She stood in front of the large makeup mirror and had just poured some makeup remover onto a cotton pad when her hand stopped. Looking at her antique-looking, gentle, and beautiful self in the mirror, she was stunned for a moment. She hasn't shown Gu Jingqiu this look yet. Although it will appear in the promotional video later, she inexplicably wanted to share it with Gu Jingqiu as soon as possible. Thinking this, Xiaoxiu gently pursed her lips, then took a step back, took several pictures of herself in the mirror, found Gu Jingqiu's WeChat, and clicked send. After sending the message, she quickly locked her phone and threw it into her bag. When she looked in the mirror, her face was already red. Xiaoxiu cursed herself for being so spineless. It was just sending a few selfies. What was there to be shy about? She sat on the stool, and the makeup artist left. She came over with makeup remover and carefully removed Xiaoxiu's makeup. After removing her makeup, Xiaoxiu smiled as she looked at her clean, beautiful self in the mirror. Thank you. The makeup artist blushed as she looked at Xiaoxiu and quickly waved her hand. No, I should thank you. With you as my living advertisement, I'm sure I'll be overwhelmed with makeup business in the future. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Xiaoxiu picked up her bag and walked out the door, only to find the entire film set filled with milk tea and various snacks. Damn, director, you're really in a good mood this time. You've really gone all out. My God, these are pastries from Manhwa, the kind that ordinary people like us have to queue for 1 or 2 months to buy, and they're incredibly expensive. Wow, director, did you win the lottery? You're actually willing to spend so much money to buy us Manhwa pastries. The sound of surprise from the staff could be heard everywhere, and Director Lu was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the ridiculously expensive milk tea and mooncakes, his hands trembling. He didn't order anything at all. Who invited him to the film crew? 1, 2, 3, 25. After counting out about 40 portions, with almost every staff member, even the sweeper, receiving one, Director Lu's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Fortunately, his assistant standing behind him caught him quickly. So much. Manhwa's pastries. This small box costs tens of thousands of yuan, and there are more than 40 of them. His salary for filming this promotional video is not even as much as these pastries. Director Lu kept calculating in his mind how much savings he had to pay, but no matter how he counted, his wife controlled the family finances, and he only had a few coins in his pocket. Where would he get the money to pay? Who ordered this for me? Step forward. In a short while, Director Lu thought of all the names of his friends. Xiaoxiu blinked, also confused about the situation. She knew the price of Manhwa's pastries and that Director Lu's salary couldn't afford so many servings. Who ordered this? Looking at the box from Manhwa's, she suddenly remembered that Gu Jingqiu's favorite pastries were from this shop. Could it be? The next moment, a magnetic and elegant voice rang out. I ordered it. Director Lu immediately looked up and glared angrily, but upon seeing who it was, the anger in his eyes vanished instantly. Oh, it was President Gu who ordered it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me. Chapter 188 is beautiful. It doesn't have to be him paying. Director Lu's mood instantly brightened. He forced a smile and quickly went forward to greet him. We've already finished filming. Mr. Gu is a little late. Normally, no one other than employees is allowed to enter the photography studio. But who is this person? Gu Jingqiu. He's a legendary figure in Beijing's entertainment circle, and his status is likely to rise even higher in the future. Upon hearing that this was President Gu, all the employees looked on with knowing expressions and then smiled at Xiaoxiu. Feeling a little embarrassed by being watched by so many people, Xiaoxiu quickly went up and pulled Gu Jingchu into the small dressing room. "What brings you here?" "I want to see you." Gu Jingchu had one hand in his pocket. He had just finished a meeting and was preparing for the next online meeting when he saw the message that Xiaoxiu had just sent. After clicking on it and seeing those photos, I immediately forgot everything else and just wanted to rush to her side as quickly as possible. I arrived too late. Not seeing her with makeup on and dressed in a princess gown, Gu Jingchu's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. "But I've already taken photos and sent them to you. Have you seen them?" Gu Jingchu nodded and gently pulled the person into his arms. "Shigyur, so beautiful." Xiaoxiu blushed instantly and buried her face in Gu Jingchu's chest. "If you like to see it, I'll buy a set online and wear it home for you." After saying that, Xiaoxiu huddled in his arms, not daring to lift her head. Her face was now as red as an apple. After a long while, Gu Jingchu patted Xiaoxiu on the back. "These are snacks I brought especially for you." Gu Jingchu brought in a wooden box, which was packaged differently from the other cardboard boxes. "Wow!" Xiaoxiu exclaimed in surprise after putting the lid on. "This is full of all my favorite foods." She thanked him with sparkling eyes, then sat down at the table and began to eat without any hesitation. Moreover, the milk tea that Gu Jingchu bought was the same brand that she had been frequently buying recently. After eating and drinking her fill, she felt much better. "Let's go." After leaving the dressing room, many employees came up to thank me. After seeing Gu Jingchu's face clearly, many female staff members looked at Xiaoxiu with envy. "They really are a perfect match. Both of them are very good looking." Yes, the children these two will have will definitely be the most beautiful." "Do they have a super topic on Weibo? Tell me quickly, I want to follow them. I really ship these two right now." Xiaoxiu pursed her lips slightly, revealing a smile. "Are you going to work later?" In the car, she tilted her head and looked at Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu went through the schedule and worked until 10 p.m. tonight. He glanced at Xiaoxiu and said 2 words directly. "No. Shall we go out for a stroll this afternoon? It seems like it's been a long time since I went out alone with Gu Jingchu." "Okay." Gu Jingchu readily agreed. But Lin Yu went crazy in her office after receiving news that all of Gu Jingchu's schedules had been postponed. Why is he on vacation again? Why is he leaving all the work to me? Just because he's the boss doesn't mean he's all that. Why is he exploiting a lowly employee like me? You, Mr. Gu, if you're so capable, then never come to the company again. Those outside who heard Lin Ye's frantic shouting in the office had all grown accustomed to it. Anyway, Assistant Lin will be back to normal soon. After a clear and pleasant notification that the money had been credited to the account, Lin fell completely silent. He walked out of the office with a smug look on his face and began to arrange his work. Our CEO Gu is with his wife today, so I'll be in charge of the rest of the work. Xiaoxiu dragged Gu Jingchu to several places to play in one afternoon, and she had a great time. The weather is cool now, with a gentle autumn breeze, and many people go out during the day. When the two appeared in front of the crowd, some people recognized them and wanted to take out their phones to take pictures, but were stopped by the bodyguards following behind them. Xiaoxiu also took Gu Jingchu for a stroll through the snack street and patted her belly contentedly when they left. "I guess I won't need to eat dinner tonight." She stuck out her tongue playfully. "The snacks and milk tea that were delivered, and what I'm eating now, my stomach will take until evening to digest." Gu Jingchu tapped Xiaoxiu. "Be more careful next time." "Humph, you didn't stop me either, did you?" Xiaoxiu put her hands on her hips, looking smug. Gu Jingchu's eyes were full of doting affection. A small box of digestive tablets was placed in Xiaoxiu's hand. "Eat 2, or your stomach will feel uncomfortable later." She opened one and ate 2. They were hawthorn-flavored, sweet and sour. Thank you so much, you're so kind." Xiaoxiu rushed over and hugged Gu Jingchu's waist, even mischievously pinching it twice. Over the past few days, the two of them have been kissing and hugging every night, but they haven't crossed any lines. She had already figured out where Gu Jingchu's sensitive spots were. Sure enough, the moment she pinched his waist, she clearly heard Gu Jingchu groan. and then stare at her with a dangerous look in his eyes. Are you sure you want to cause trouble for me here? His voice was hoarse, and Xia Xiu immediately sensed danger. She quickly let go of his hand and walked forward nonchalantly, pretending that nothing had happened. Gu Jingchu chuckled, took 2 long strides, and pulled Xia Xiu into his arms in an instant. You've messed with me, and now you want to run away? Xia Xiu got goosebumps. She looked up and gave Gu Jingchu a dry laugh. Don't be so petty, I was just joking with you. She blinked her big eyes, trying her best to look innocent. But Gu Jingchu wasn't having any of it. He simply picked her up and carried her into the car. Put me down right now, there are so many people here. Xia Xiu's face instantly turned bright red. Seeing that the people walking beside her were already casting curious glances at her, she buried her entire head in Gu Jingchu's arms. With her face pressed against his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his heartbeat, Xia Xiu blinked. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already been gently lifted and placed in the back seat of the car. The front panel rises. Only 2 people remained inside the car. Xia Xiu swallowed nervously. What? What are you going to do? Gu Jingchu unbuttoned his shirt with one hand, revealing a large expanse of his strong, fair chest. What do you think? He reached out and grabbed Xia Xiu's wrist. Chapter 189 My heart beats for you. Then he pressed it against his own chest. It's beating for you here, feel it. Feeling the undulations beneath her hands, Xia Xiu lowered her head. As the scorching heat drew near, Xia Xiu's chin was lifted up. In a daze, Xia Xiu had only one feeling. Never provoke her again, she really can't take it. A few days later, thanks to the hard work of the crew and staff, the promotional video was finally uploaded to various platforms. Every character here is a 1:1 historical replica of the person associated with the artifact. This includes clothing and accessories from that dynasty. Everything is based on historical artifacts and documents. So when this promotional video, which was only a dozen minutes long, was released, it instantly became a hit on various platforms. The actors who played people from those dynasties while holding cultural relics all received unanimous praise. The netizens were deeply moved. These are all treasures of Chinese civilization, spanning 5,000 years. No other country's history and culture can compare with that of China. But now, these cultural elements are fading from the memories of the Chinese people, and many have been stolen and taken abroad, or even applied for UNESCO World Heritage status. If this generation of young people doesn't take it seriously, these civilizations may very well be completely forgotten in the future. Many people voluntarily shared it and left comments. This promotional video revolves around cultural relics from beginning to end, but it gave me a grand sense of the overall picture. The characters portrayed were performed with great care, making them unforgettable. I have deeply engraved every cultural relic in my heart. It was so impressive. As the person upstairs said, what I wanted to say is that in this era of short videos, many videos are forgotten after being scrolled through. But this promotional video is only 10 minutes long, but I only watched it once and remembered all the cultural relics and people in it. The director and actors really put their hearts into it. I was really moved, especially by the girls in it. They were so beautiful they touched my heart. The one above, you must be moved by the beauty of the young lady. I also think the aesthetic here is amazing. It's not the pale, thin, and young beauty that's popular now, or the beauty of internet celebrities. They are all plump and graceful. This is what the ancients really looked like. If I'm not mistaken, one of the ladies is Xia Xiu. Holy crap, even President Gu's wife is filming a promotional video. Her look is really beautiful. When she first appeared, her aura was so captivating that I wanted to kneel down and call her princess on the spot. Yes, I feel the same way. The actress played the princess so well. It's like I'm seeing a real princess. Don't you guys know about the previous photo scandal? She was the female lead. I don't know how the TV station reviewed it. How could they let such a morally corrupt gold digger play such an important role? This comment was immediately met with a barrage of attacks from netizens. You wouldn't happen to be a paid troll hired by the Chu Group, would you? It's been so long. How dare you still try to ride on Xia's coattails? Exactly. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. They're rushing to post the Gu Group's clarification statement, which is the strongest proof. Even if she's a gold digger, She has a marriage certificate protected by national law, and Mr. Gu loves her very much. Why do you monsters have to be so sour? The comment was quickly bombarded with hundreds of negative comments from netizens, and eventually, unable to withstand the backlash, the comment was deleted. But netizens weren't about to let this easy fun pass by, so they flocked to the account of the person who posted the comment, searching for any clues. Before long, the person's address and exact location were discovered. The account immediately became private. In the living room, the assistant glanced at the quickly deleted account, then at Lu Yuyu, who was sitting on the sofa with an extremely unpleasant expression. This is it, we're doomed. Unexpectedly, this promotional video became so popular. In less than a day after its release, it garnered an astonishing 100 million shares, comments, and likes. Moreover, the popularity continues to rise. Damn it, that Lu guy. I'll make him pay sooner or later. Lu Yuyu angrily pounded the sofa. I knew he was up to no good. He offered me a luxury brand endorsement, but it's just a minor role. Doesn't he know who I am? If it weren't for that damned villain Gu Jingchu messing with a Chu, I wouldn't be living like this now. The assistant was completely bewildered. Gu Jingchu? Is that the bigwig from Beijing's elite circles? The one who made a comeback in Extreme Challenge? Why does Lu Yuyu call him the villain? Lu Yuyu looked at Xia Shiyu's face in the video on her phone, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She's just cannon fodder, yet she has such a pretty face. Spend some money, no matter what, to stir up trouble for me in Xia Shiyu's comment section. Seeing that a minor cannon fodder character in the story had risen to the same level as her, Lu Yuyu felt an intense, agonizing pain in her heart. They wished they could immediately pull the person down and trample them into the mud. The assistant's troubled expression immediately angered Lu Yuyu. She grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at him, but the assistant quickly dodged it. I'll go hire some online trolls right now, miss. Please don't be angry. The assistant quickly went out, afraid that Lu Yuyu would lose her temper again and implicate him. Lu Yuyu stood by the window, while the TV was still playing that beautiful promotional video. Looking at Xia Shiyu, who was radiant in the video, Lu Yuyu even imagined herself in the video. If she had insisted on playing the role of a princess, she might be the one who became famous now. A vicious glint flashed in her eyes. She picked up her phone and dialed Chu Chen's number. The call was quickly answered, and Chu Chen's voice came through. Hello. Yu, what's wrong? Lu Yuyu took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm. Chu Chen, there's something I want to discuss with you. Speak, what is it? Chu Chen asked. Lu Yuyu gritted her teeth, her tone indignant. You know Xia Shiyu is popular now, right? I think he's been too much of a sensation lately. Shouldn't we do something about it? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, clearly indicating that the online sentiment was not good. After more than 10 days of being under guard, Chu Chen dared not take any more risks. What can we do? Chu Chen said, looking annoyed. She's just a woman, Yuyu. Our goal now is to kill Gu Jingchu. He is now experiencing panic about the unknown plot. Chu Chen paced back and forth, holding his phone in frustration. Chapter 190 Furious. He had no idea where the second part would go, so he had to take down Gu Jingchu, the villain from the first part, before the unknown plot unfolded. Lu Yuyu was furious. She felt an unprecedented jealousy towards Xia Shiyu. I don't care. If you don't help me, I'll do it myself. Gu Jingchu has connections and resources now, while you're the one with a bad reputation. If you go against him now, are you going to spend a few more days in detention? Lu Yuyu was brainwashed by jealousy and began to speak recklessly. The call was immediately disconnected, and Chu Chen looked furious. These women, they're all like that. They're all with him only for his money and status. He had thought Lu Yuyu was someone who truly cared for him, but now she was mocking him like this. Qin Mei was already trembling. She even had the idea of escaping from Chu Chen's side. You want to leave too? Chu Chen grabbed Qin Mei, who was trying to leave through the side door, and dragged her into the room without any mercy. Suddenly, Qin Mei's pleas for mercy and cries, along with the sound of clothes being torn, filled the room. Half an hour later, Chu Chen came out with a satisfied look on his face, while Qin Mei, lying on the bed, looked utterly desperate. She didn't know why her lover had suddenly become like this. Chu Chen used to be so positive and kind to them, but now he's turned into a devil. Qin Mei struggled to get up, but due to the pain all over her body, she fell to the ground in an awkward kneeling position. Seeing her own wounded and disheveled appearance in the mirror, Qin Mei finally couldn't help but burst into tears. She cried for a long time, until her voice became hoarse. Then she looked up at herself in the mirror, dressed in designer clothes and adorned with jewelry, and a look of confusion flashed in her eyes. What was my goal back then, that I strived so hard to escape the mountains? Dividing line. Xia Shiyu sneezed, frowned, rubbed her nose, and felt puzzled. Why did I sneeze so many times? It's so strange, and I also have this inexplicable chills. Who is talking badly about her behind her back? Gu Jingchu covered Xia Shiyu with a coat. It's getting cooler now. Remember to wear more clothes. Xia Shiyu nodded and put her coat on tightly. That makes sense. She can't afford to catch a cold. She has a ton of work waiting for her. She wants to work hard to earn some money, then invest it in Gu Jingchu's company projects, become a shareholder, and finally just sit back and watch Gu Jingchu work himself to the bone to earn money for her. Hey, just thinking about it makes me happy. Suddenly energized, Xia Shiyu turned on her computer and began to organize her work schedule for the month. There's an appraisal report tomorrow at the company. I'm off the day after tomorrow, and there's a jewelry exhibition on XX. That's all right. I need to prepare in advance. Xia Shiyu leaned against Gu Jingchu's chest and told him about her recent work arrangements little by little. Gu Jingchu listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word or two to remind Xia Shiyu of things to pay attention to. Okay. Xia Shiyu smiled at him. Anyway, now that I'm Mrs. Gu, I'm welcome wherever I go, so don't worry, no one will dare to bully me. Good. As if remembering something, Gu Jingchu added another instruction. Chapter 191 is worth 100,000 yuan. These security guards were all carefully selected, and many of them were highly skilled veterans, so they exuded an imposing presence just by standing there. In Xia Shiyu's imagination, Huo Wenzhou, this clingy guy, would appear in front of her the moment she showed up. But Huo Wenzhou did not appear after they had visited both stalls. It seems that old Master He kept him at home. Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Because she was invited to participate in the work and there was a generous salary, she did not want to face Huo Wenzhou. She had absolutely no interest in this 19-year-old boy whose mind was not yet fully mature. No one disturbed her work today, so Xia Shiyu had no worries and devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work. There were many people who had come specifically to have their jewelry and jade appraised. Because of his online fame and the promotional videos he filmed, most of the people who came to Xia Shiyu were young people. This made Xia Shiyu completely relieved. The old man at the next table, with gray hair, wearing a tang suit and a string of beads around his neck, had his face all scrunched up. The people who came to this old man for authentication were mostly older people. They had bought counterfeit goods but insisted on their own opinions, believing that they had bought genuine products. They were arguing with the old man, leaving him speechless. Seeing that Xia Shiyu was free, the old man looked over with a resentful expression. How could you possibly buy imperial-grade jadeite for 1 million? Right now, even a small jade Buddha made of imperial-grade jadeite costs over 3 million, let alone a bracelet. If it were genuine, it would cost at least 1,500. And I haven't seen such a beautiful style in a long time. If you don't believe me, go ask the girl next to you. She's young, and she'll definitely like this style too. Xia Shiyu, who had just finished appraising a piece of jade for someone, was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and looked at the old man with evasive eyes, and almost slammed her hand on the table. No, what's the point of referring such a difficult client to her? But he couldn't show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face, because that difficult customer had already come over with an exquisite box. Young lady, come and take a look at this and see if it is indeed a royal jadeite. Xia Shiyu gave a dry laugh and glared at the old man out of the corner of her eye. Then, he carefully took the exquisite box and opened it. Goodness, it looks fake at first glance. But you can't say it directly, because that's what happened to the old man. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. I could only remain speechless. The white-bearded old man, who was holding a walnut in his hand, saw Xia Shiyu's silence and assumed that it was his glass-type jadeite that had amazed the young girl, so he immediately looked smug. I'm sure this is real, right? You're so amazed you can't even speak. Xiaoxiu rolled her eyes speechlessly. Then he closed the box and pushed it toward the white, bearded old man. The jade is real. A hint of joy flashed across the white, bearded old man's face. He was about to boast triumphantly when Xiaoxiu's next words brought his smiling face down. But it's not the imperial variety. It's the most common jadeite, which was processed and polished with excellent techniques and artificial dyes. The old man sitting next to Xiaoxiu looked at her with surprise, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This young girl is quite knowledgeable at such a young age. After someone finished speaking, Xiaoxiu immediately pulled her chair back. Sure enough, the next second, the white, bearded man slammed his fist on the table with a deafening roar. You're talking nonsense too. Xiaoxiu remained calm. She had seen many similar cases before she transmigrated into the book, when the old man was still alive. Having been tricked and brainwashed, they spent all their money on a treasure that they hoped would turn their lives around, and they can't stand anyone saying that the treasure is fake and worthless. The white-bearded old man was furious. He stood on the site and angrily cursed the designers, saying that they were all doing something fake. I know you. You're deliberately undervaluing this imperial jadeite bracelet I have so you can buy it from me at a low price and then resell it at a high price. I know your tricks. Don't try to fool me. He made quite a commotion, and staff members immediately came forward to stop him. But this is an elderly man in his 70s, and no one dares to make any big moves. If he falls, no one can bear the responsibility. So the security guards and staff automatically formed a circle around the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man cursed as he slammed his things on the table. Humph, you're speechless now. You'd better tell me the final result and give me an appraisal report, otherwise I'm going to make trouble for you today. It's worthless, at most 100,000 yuan. Xiaoxiu looked completely innocent, but her words were like a knife piercing straight to the heart. Even the old man who initially pushed people in front of Xiaoxiu to shift the blame couldn't help but push Xiaoxiu's arm. Take it easy. She shrugged. Sure enough, the white-bearded old man started to fly into a rage again, cursing relentlessly for several minutes. It's only worth 100,000 yuan. The old man, whose anger level had already started to drop, started again. Xiaoxiu, after the other person finished cursing, threw out a remark that was only worth 100,000 yuan and successfully stirred up the other person's anger again. After going back and forth about 7 or 8 times, the old man was exhausted and sat in the chair, panting heavily. Oh dear, quickly call the medical staff over. This person seems to be a little short of oxygen. Xiaoxiu saw that it was almost time and quickly shouted. The staff waiting at the scene had been waiting for this moment. They immediately called over the medical personnel and, without saying a word, pulled the white-bearded old man into the ambulance. Having exchanged blows with Xiaoxiu 7 or 8 times, the old man was exhausted and was dragged away by force. The old man, who had lived most of his life, had never seen such a move before. He was dumbfounded, then turned around and gave Xiaoxiu a thumbs up, just as Xiaoxiu was sitting at her workstation waiting for the next customer. A voice sounded behind her. Sister, you're still so amazing. Upon hearing the word sister, Xiaoxiu got goosebumps all over. She immediately stood up and looked behind her in disbelief. No, I've already inquired about it. Huo Wenzhou will not be at this venue today. But how did he still end up in front of me? Summer Rain reacted extremely quickly. She sat in the chair as if nothing had happened, pretending she hadn't seen Huo Wenzhou at all. Very good. I was ignored again. Chapter 192. Not angry at all. Huo Wenzhou wasn't angry at all. Instead, he had a chair brought over and sat down next to Xiaoxiu. Summer Rain. It was her mistake to underestimate this person's shamelessness. But now she's at work, and she has to demonstrate professional competence. For the entire hour and a half of work, Xiaoxiu didn't look at Huo Wenzhou even once. The work was only truly completed when Xiaoxiu, as the appraiser, was invited to visit the venue after the Jade appraisal session ended. After signing his name, the organizers will transfer the salary to Xiaoxiu's card after the exhibition ends. Xiaoxiu has now made a name for himself, so his appearance fee is over 200,000 yuan. This immediately cheered Xiaoxiu up. Although the 200,000 yuan has not yet been exhibited, and it's just a small fraction of the value of one bracelet. She is still satisfied. Sure enough, this industry is extremely profitable. If it weren't for the old man from before she transmigrated into the book constantly stopping her, she would have become a wealthy woman long ago. She strolled through the exhibition, ignoring the tail following behind her. However, Huo was extremely shameless. If Xiaoxiu glanced at an exhibit more than twice, he would enthusiastically ask to buy it. At this time, Summer Rain would quickly walk away. Huo, can you please stop following me? This is an exhibition organized by your artists, and you're practically a co-organizer. What kind of organizer follows around the guests of an event like that? She couldn't take it anymore, so she grabbed a string of beads and threw it at Huo. No matter how handsome Huo was now, she was no longer interested in him. Huo spread his hands with an innocent expression. It's precisely because I'm part of the organizer that I have to accompany the event guests. Otherwise, how can I fulfill my duties as a host? Summer Rain. Okay. You can find any excuse, right? She smiled slightly. Okay, then you can come along. Anyway, her work was already finished, so she could just skip the next exhibition and go straight home. At the exhibition booth not far away, Chen Amping watched with great interest as Huo followed Xiaoxiu like a tail, and he smiled gloatingly at the man next to him. I never thought you'd end up like this. What's with hiding in the corner and peeping at your wife? Go out and look at her openly. Gu Jingchu remained silent, his eyes as cold as ice. He took out his phone and made a call. Get Huo away, no matter what method you use. Xiaoxiu really liked the last exhibition, but Huo still followed her around. He would say 10 sentences, and Xiaoxiu would only respond with one. Anyone with eyes could see Xiaoxiu's indifference, but Huo just didn't seem to care. Suddenly, Huo's expression changed after seeing another message. He gritted his teeth and looked around the venue, but found nothing. In the end, he could only leave angrily. Xiaoxiu, who originally wanted to go back, immediately changed her mind as soon as she saw Huo leave, and enthusiastically browsed an exhibition she really liked. Xiaoxiu is beautiful. Even in the most ordinary long dress, her temperament and curvaceous figure are still evident. A wealthy businessman who was browsing the exhibition had been watching Xiaoxiu for a long time. I just saw a young man following behind her, but he looked like he was from a wealthy and noble family. He had no chance. But now that boy is gone, he also has the opportunity to get close to the beauty in this role. Judging from how coldly she treated that boy just now, she probably angered him and made him leave. The wealthy businessman mentally estimated the value and then came to a conclusion. This was supposed to be a gold digger who came to an exhibition, but she overdid it and angered her sugar daddy, because the young man looked so awful when he left. Xiaoxiu was holding a jade pendant, examining it carefully. She marveled at the wonders of nature and how modern artisans could depict the figures on the jade plaques so vividly. She felt a tap on her shoulder and assumed it was Huo returning, so she took a step back and turned around to see a greasy face. He was a middle-aged man with a thick gold chain around his neck, large logos on his brand-name clothing, a protruding beer belly, and a pure gold bracelet on his wrist, making him look like a complete nouveau riche. To show off his wealth, this person smuggled all sorts of valuable things onto himself, and the bigger the logo, the more tacky it looked. Xiaoxiu frowned, concealing the displeasure in her eyes, and took 2 steps back. Then, without making it obvious, he glanced at his shoulder. Sure enough, there were some marks on it. Looks like I'll have to wash this outfit 3 times when I get back. How can I help you? Seeing Xiaoxiu's expressionless face, the wealthy businessman assumed she was just putting on an act. Hey beautiful, are you bored looking at the exhibition alone? How about I keep you company? Xiaoxiu frowned even more deeply. This person must be crazy. Not wanting to get involved with someone who was sick, Xiaoxiu didn't say anything and turned to leave. But the middle-aged man actually stepped forward and blocked Xiaoxiu's path. Why are you leaving? Didn't you come here just to make more money? Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. As long as you come with me, you can pick and choose whatever you want from the exhibits here. Xiaoxiu was so angry she almost laughed. Sure enough, people laugh out loud when they're at their most speechless. The nouveau riche thought Xiaoxiu's laughter was mocking him for boasting. He immediately pulled a card out of his bag. I keep my word. A cold glint flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Really? Then I'll take that one. She pointed to the jade pendant she had just seen. It's different from the fake glass-type jadeite that the white-bearded old man was holding. This jade pendant is made of top-quality imperial glass-type jade. Even a small piece the size of a palm is worth 56 million. The price is 50 million. Let me see what you want, and I'll give it to you right away. Before he could even utter the word buy, the nouveau riche's face turned deathly pale upon seeing the price tag below the jade pendant. 56 million. How dare she want that woman? What? You're not saying anything now. Didn't you say you'd buy me anything I wanted? Seeing the prices, are you scared now? Xia Shiyu crossed her arms, her eyes filled with blatant mockery. The nouveau riche's face flushed red instantly, and he became somewhat embarrassed and angry. I was talking about the soap I bought for you. You're asking for an exorbitant price. It's worth almost 50 million yuan, and you just want it like that? Who do you think you are? Are you that valuable? He lost his temper and started cursing at Xia Shiyu. The people who came to this exhibition were basically invited by the Hua family, and they were all wealthy and influential. Let's open chapter 193 and take a look. So when they saw this nouveau riche shouting and yelling without any decorum, everyone's eyes flashed with disdain. Where are the staff? Can't you kick this person out? Shouting like this, what kind of behavior is this? This is a top-tier jewelry exhibition, not some vegetable market. Why would the Hua family invite someone like this in? Who is this person? Does anyone know him? I don't know him. My family doesn't know anyone like that. The nouveau riche overheard the loud voices of the celebrities around him. He immediately felt extremely embarrassed. Having enough money, they want to climb into high society and shed the label of nouveau riche. So he spent a lot of money and used his connections to get the invitation to this exhibition. I wanted to meet more people from high society at this exhibition. Unexpectedly, he encountered a gold digger here, which completely humiliated him. Xia Shiyu stood quietly to the side, watching this person break down. Everyone else who looked this way saw Xia Shiyu's face. Because of his fame, almost everyone standing here knows Xia Shiyu's true identity. The look in their eyes as they glanced at the nouveau riche became even more mocking and sarcastic. He's just a nouveau riche who recently became a billionaire. In the capital's social circles, he doesn't even have the right to act arrogantly. Surprisingly, this person has terrible taste but good judgment. He immediately took a liking to that man's wife. Some people even looked at this nouveau riche with a hint of pity in their eyes. That person has always been ruthless and decisive. This nouveau riche is probably in for a rough time. It's all your fault, you shameless woman, that you've made me lose face. Xia Shiyu took a step back, and her bodyguards and staff slowly moved closer to her. They were just waiting for this nouveau riche to do something outrageous before immediately stepping in to suppress him. Before the nouveau riche could make a move, a man suddenly appeared and kicked him to the ground. The nouveau riche let out a howl and immediately fell face up on the ground. When he got up, his nose and mouth were bleeding, and he had lost 2 teeth. Who attacked me from behind? Show yourself. At that moment, the crowd made room for 2 people to step out. One wore glasses and was very polite, while the other had an imposing presence, and the chilling aura in his eyes made people afraid to look directly at him. Say what you just said again. The moment the man saw Gu Jingchu, his arrogant demeanor vanished. His legs began to tremble. Ever since Gu Jingchu posted a 15-second video on Weibo to clarify things for Xia Shiyu, everyone knows what this bigwig in Beijing's entertainment circle looks like. This nouveau riche is no exception. Seeing this legendary bigwig from Beijing's elite circle appear before him, and standing next to that gold digger. Even if he were stupid, he would understand what it meant. No wonder this woman looked down on that rich and noble young master earlier. It turns out she has someone more capable by her side. He actually messed with someone he shouldn't have. No, it's all my fault. I was blind and offended your woman. I apologize to her. Lord Ning, please be magnanimous. I will never dare to do it again. After saying that, the nouveau riche knelt down in front of Gu Jingchu with a thud. Because 2 of his teeth had been knocked out, he was speaking with a lisp, and he looked quite ridiculous. Take away. Gu Jingchu didn't even glance at this nouveau riche, but coldly uttered 2 words. This was clearly the Hua family's home turf, but at this moment, the staff and security personnel at the venue seemed to be unconditionally obeying orders and immediately drove this nouveau riche away. You've got your eye on this? Gu Jingchu picked up the jade pendant that Xia Shiyu had used to make things difficult for this nouveau riche. Xia Shiyu blinked, and before many people could see, she quickly put the jade pendant back into the cabinet. No, I just picked it up to scare him. I'm not buying it, it's too expensive. That's nearly 50 million. Moreover, she bought the jade pendant to keep as a collectible. She doesn't have any hobby of collecting. Besides, this 50 million yuan could support Gu Jingchu's small project. If you like, you can. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Shiyu twisted his arm to stop him. Are you rich now? So many companies have projects that need money, and you still want to spend it recklessly. She put her hands on her hips, glared at Gu Jingchu, and said in a low voice, "Buy it for me when you're really, really rich." Gu Jingchu. Should we tell her that he is not the person she imagines to be worried about money? What's produced domestically is all a facade to mislead the enemy. He is already worth hundreds of billions abroad. Xia Shiyu was hesitant to be with him because he was too rich and had a high status. If I were to say it, Gu Jingchu pursed his lips slightly, but in the end, he was still pulled away by Xia Shiyu. I'm so envious. The legendary CEO Gu is actually so gentle with a woman. I've collaborated with the Gu Group on my novels several times, and even when projects were finalized, I've never seen President Gu smile. This is the first time I've seen him smile. If I had known that President Gu would fall for a woman, I would have clung to him shamelessly. Come on, can you be like Miss Xia, who stayed by his side when he went bankrupt, even selling all her bags and clothes just to support Mr. Gu's comeback? Okay, I can't do it. When we meet Mrs. Gu in the future, we must show her more respect, otherwise we will suffer the same fate as this tasteless nouveau riche today. However, some socialites were still not satisfied. They all regretted not offering Gu Jingchu a helping hand when he went bankrupt. Otherwise, they would be the ones with such status and favor today. Xia Shiyu was unaware that she and Gu Jingchu had just walked out of the exhibition hall. Soon after, someone bought the jade pendant. We'll go back to the old house for dinner at a fixed time on the weekend. Grandpa Gu then had the butler take out an exquisite box and place it in front of Xia Shiyu. This is a gift for you. Xia Shiyu quickly put down her chopsticks and accepted the food, feeling flattered. Open it and take a look. Grandpa Gu looked at Xia Shiyu with a smile on his lips, but didn't forget to glare at Gu Jingchu out of the corner of his eye. That rascal, he bought it himself, but he still uses him to deliver it to his wife. I don't know what they're afraid of. When did his grandson become so timid? Chapter 194, Giving Her 50 Million. Xia Shiyu opened the box and was immediately surprised. Holy crap! 500 million. Isn't this the jade pendant she saw yesterday and quite liked? She looked blankly up at old Master Gu, but he just snorted and turned his face away. Do you like it? She spends 500 million in one go. She no longer has any favorite stars, and she wouldn't even touch them. She quickly put the box on the table and forced a smile. Grandpa, this gift is too valuable. You should take it back. Grandpa Gu waved his hand dismissively. Once I gave it to you, it's yours. There's no reason to take it back. If you give it back to me, where will I put my face? People will laugh at me if they find out. Xia Shiyu stood there, somewhat at a loss for what to do. This jade pendant was simply too precious. Old Master Gu glared at Gu Jingchu again. They even have to secretly pass on a gift after giving it to someone else. Grandpa gave this to you, so please accept it. It's a token of his appreciation. Gu Jingchu walked over and placed the box in Xia Shiyu's hands without allowing her to refuse. Xia Shiyu smiled, only to find that the box in her hand was extremely hot. That's 500 million. He just gave it away like that. She glanced at Gu Jingchu with some suspicion. Not many people knew that she liked this jade pendant. How did it reach the old man's ears? And he even bought it for her. I still think it's a bit too expensive. Xia Shiyu held the delicate little box in her hand, somewhat hesitant. She didn't know where to put such valuable items. It definitely can't be put in her little nest. Since the old man refuses to take it back, we have no choice but to accept it. Xia Shiyu turned around and thanked the old man in a generous manner. Then they placed the jade pendant, worth 500 million, in a room in the old house. Seeing that she accepted it, Gu Jingchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Grandpa Gu saw his grandson's utterly useless appearance, he couldn't help but roll his eyes again. "Let's go, I'm full." Grandpa Gu couldn't bear to see his grandson looking so worthless, so he urged the housekeeper to push him back into his room. As soon as Grandpa Gu left, Xia Shiyu went up to Gu Jingchu and nudged his arm. "What if I secretly sell this jade pendant? Will Grandpa find out?" Gu Jingchu's expression froze, and he looked at Xia Shiyu with a puzzled expression. She clearly liked it a lot, so why did she have to sell it as soon as she got it? "Don't you like it?" Xia Shiyu waved her hand. "It's not that I don't like the exquisite craftsmanship, but also that the jade is of top quality. I really like it." She looked at Gu Jingchu with a smile in her eyes. "Isn't this because I'm worried about your current cash shortage? This jade pendant has been sold, and it should be able to help fund one of your projects." Something inside Gu Jingchu was touched, and her eyelashes trembled violently, as if the emotions in her eyes had been melted into water. "Oh, I see. Something worth $500 million. She said she would sell it without hesitation, simply because she felt he was short of funds and wanted to help him. His heart had never softened so much. Gu Jingchu wished he could hold this obedient little woman in his arms right now and press her tightly into his body. "Need not." Gu Jingchu's voice was hoarse as he reached out and stroked Xia Shiyu's face. "Now that the Gu Group is on the right track, there's no need to worry about funding. Shiyu, buy whatever you want, don't hold back." He winked at Xia Shiyu. "Now your husband is rich." "You're rich now?" Xia Shiyu tilted her head, even though she had been worried about the tight budget before. She suddenly realized. It seems that Chu Chen's protagonist aura has worn off, and Gu Jingchu's connections and funds have all returned. Even if you're not short of money now, you can't just spend it recklessly. Who knows what kind of trouble Chu Chen, with his protagonist aura, will cause one day. Moreover, that woman named Lu Yuyu is also a potential problem. Even with money, one can't resist spending without restraint. Xia Shiyu counted on her fingers. She can't spend all of a man's money. Even if Gu Jingchu is the richest man in the world now, she still needs to have her own job and be financially independent. Moreover, given Xia Shiyu's personality, he simply couldn't bring himself to spend other people's money with a clear conscience. Gu Jingchu watched her meticulously calculate the accounts with a smile, his eyes full of doting affection. But over the next few days, Gu Jingchu let Xia Shiyu know how the money was spent. First, a large snack cabinet appeared in her office, filled with all of Xia Shiyu's favorite snacks. All drinks are delivered fresh daily, and are all natural with no additives. And it's very thoughtful that it's prepared for multiple people. Moreover, as soon as it was time to leave work, Gu's driver would be waiting for her in the off-duty waiting area. Instead of taking her back to the old house, they took her to various boutiques specializing in custom-made clothes, jewelry, and high-end bags. The total cost for the day was nearly $1 million. Her goodness, no wonder the original owner was willing to do anything to live the life of a rich wife. Over the past few days, she has become somewhat swayed by her extravagant lifestyle. That day, Xia Shiyu finally couldn't resist sitting on the sofa, waiting for Gu Jingchu to get off work. "Why are you doing this?" Xia Shiyu frowned slightly. "I really don't need those clothes and bags, and I'm not used to wearing those pieces of jewelry." Gu Jingchu looked completely innocent and shrugged. "None of this was arranged by me." "It wasn't him?" Xia Shiyu was stunned. "If it wasn't him, then who was it?" "I know you like to eat. Those foods are what I prepared for you. Don't worry, they are all natural and low in fat and sugar, so you don't have to worry about gaining weight." As for the clothes, bags, and jewelry, Gu Jingchu replied seriously. "Grandpa said he would prepare them for you." She blinked, looking completely bewildered. Why does the old man care about this? You are now the wife of the president of the Gu Group, and you have even appeared online. You can't hide your identity anymore. Grandpa's idea is to give you the prestige of being the wife of the president of the Gu Group. Xia Shiyu was speechless. "I'm used to wearing simple brands, but I'm not used to wearing high-end clothing, and I'm afraid someone will snatch my bags when I walk down the street." Gu Jingchu chuckled softly. Besides what Xia Shiyu knew, he also spent a lot of money to hire top-notch bodyguards to secretly follow her. "So you'll never be robbed while walking on the street. Why don't you go back and tell Grandpa not to buy me these things to save face?" Chapter 195. I don't want her to suffer any injustice. But before, Xia Xiu had gone through the days of bankruptcy with him and suffered so much ridicule. Now that he's made a comeback, he can't let others look at her with strange eyes, even though he knows she doesn't care about such empty fame at all. However, Gu Jingchu didn't want Xia Xiu to suffer any grievances. All right. Gu Jingchu sat on the sofa and sighed. It's just that, Xiu. This is Grandpa's good intention. He knows that you suffered a lot of grievances with me before, as well as the ridicule from those people. Grandpa said that the mouths of these media outlets are really too terrifying these days. Xia Xiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that Grandpa Gu had given her so many things. The concern is that she might be noticed by the media after she goes out. The young mistress of the Gu family, dressed so simply and shabbily, would likely be photographed by the media, and then they would write and publish all sorts of nonsense. Oh, I see. Okay then. Xia Xiu sighed slightly and reluctantly accepted it. Could you please not go every 2 days? She felt very uncomfortable because she had spent too much money. A triumphant smile flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Yes, I'll try to persuade Grandpa more. The Gu family's old house. While sitting in his wheelchair enjoying the sunshine, Grandpa Gu suddenly sat up and sneezed violently several times. Who's sabotaging him? Dividing line. The stock price of the Gu Group is rising steadily, while the Chu Group, which had previously been making steady progress, is now seeing some people gradually selling off their shares. The Chu Group's stock has been down for several days. Some astute business people had a vague feeling that the business district in the capital was about to change drastically. Those who had previously neglected the Gu family suddenly became very active. The receptionist at the Gu Group has been having a headache dealing with all the people making appointments to see President Gu lately. There are just too many. There was never that kind of attitude before. Lin sat in his office, surrounded by a mountain of documents, and the phone rang one after another. As Gu Jingchu's chief assistant, he had a lot of things to deal with. He even arranged Gu Jingchu's entire day's itinerary. Damn it. Before, they were all sucking up to that guy surnamed Chu and flattering him. Now, after observing for a few days, they're all like weather vanes, coming back here. Pa, who cares? Lin was complaining, but he was reading the documents quickly and efficiently. He was reviewing whose investments could be used. Who are the people we can collaborate with? Gu Jingchu has been coming home very late these past few days, and sometimes he's not even there. It's that time of year again to go back to the old house for dinner on the weekend. Gu Jingchu was called back by old Master Gu. Upon seeing him, Xia Xiu went up and gave him a big hug. Oh, if you want to take it home, don't be so jealous in front of this old man, it'll strain my eyes. Old Master Gu's words were full of disdain, but his eyes were full of laughter. He was happy to see his grandson and granddaughter-in-law get along so well now. The family enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, eating their meal together in a harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, the butler walked in, looking at old Master Gu with a hesitant expression. The butler has served old Master Gu for most of his life, so anyone who can elicit such an expression from him must be extraordinary. Speak, who's here again? Not only do many people want to see Gu Jingchu, but some who can't get a chance to see him turn to the old man, hoping to use him to seek cooperation with Gu Jingchu. Young Master Qingzhan has arrived. Grandpa Gu glanced at the butler and said, "He's here. So what? It's not a big deal." The butler chuckled. Young Master Qingzhan also brought a woman with him, saying she is his fiancée whom he is to be engaged to, and he wanted to bring her to you, sir, for your approval. This surprised everyone at the table. Even Xia Xiu looked up and glanced outside. Fiancé? Grandpa Gu was also surprised, and then he smiled enigmatically. Since you've already brought your fiancé along, it wouldn't be right not to see her. Let's call her in. Ever since Gu Qinyan brought people to the old house and caused a scene, old Master Gu has even stopped liking this little grandson. Normally, Gu Qingzhan needs the old man's permission to visit the old house. When Gu Qingzhan walked in with a woman, Xia Xiu was so surprised that she almost dropped her chopsticks. Isn't this woman Lu Yuyu? How did she become Gu Qingzhan's fiancée? You know him? Grandpa Gu glanced at Xia Xiu. Yes, we've met a few times. Grandpa Gu nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Gu Jingchu remained calm, completely ignoring Lu Yuyu and focusing his attention on Xia Xiu. Seeing Xia Xiu's furrowed brows, He gently patted the back of Xia Shiyu's hand under the table. Grandpa, this is Lu Yuyu. She is my fiancée. My parents have already agreed to it, so they specially brought her to the old house to introduce her to you. Grandpa Gu scrutinized Lu Yuyu with a critical look, and after a long while, he nodded expressionlessly. You can't tell whether Grandpa Gu likes it or not. He just seems indifferent. Gu Qingzhan's smile froze for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes. Yuyu, go forward and greet Grandpa. Lu Yuyu broke out in a cold sweat. He was indeed an old man who had controlled the top echelons of the Beijing social circle in his younger days. She almost couldn't stand the scrutinizing gaze. Grandpa, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I've grown up hearing your name, and I admire you very much. I'm really happy to meet you today. Lu Yuyu's beautiful face was full of obedience and affection. She was the kind of woman who could easily win people's hearts at first glance. However, at this moment, Grandpa Gu's face remained expressionless, and he merely nodded indifferently in response to Lu Yuyu's excited words. Go get the gift. The butler behind him quickly went upstairs and brought down a wooden box. These are a pair of jade bracelets. Since it's our first meeting, I don't have much to give as a gift, so please accept these. Lu Yuyu looked flattered and thanked him repeatedly. Gu Qingzhan had been observing old Master Gu's expression and only breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that old Master Gu did not dislike Lu Yuyu. He looked at Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu with a dark expression, his fingers clenching slightly. I heard from Yuyu that she and her sister-in-law have some kind of connection. Xia Shiyu, who was drinking soup, was suddenly called out. She was speechless, but still put down her soup spoon. Chapter 196. The old man couldn't bring his heart. She gave a soft laugh. We had met a few times before, but we weren't very familiar with each other. I never thought we'd have the chance to become sisters-in-law. It's just a fake smile, isn't it? It's like everyone can't do it. Grandpa Gu glanced at Xia Shiyu, then at Lu Yuyu. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and then gave the butler a wink. The housekeeper received the message and immediately ordered someone to investigate Lu Yuyu's information. I watched the promotional video that Miss Xia filmed, and it was really good. As expected, Director Lu has a good eye for talent. This role would have been better suited for Miss Xia than for me. Lu Yuyu sighed from the side. If I had known that Director Lu wanted to replace you, I wouldn't have argued with him. Summer rain. Visiting during mealtime is already quite presumptuous, but to offer her a bottle of green tea after the meal is going too far. Xia Shiyu silently rolled her eyes in her mind, but her smile was perfect. I don't know either. I clearly refused Director Lu, but since he came all the way to Grandpa, I couldn't very well refuse. After all, it was Grandpa who gave me face, right, Grandpa? Xia Shiyu sat down next to Grandpa Gu with a smile. Grandpa Gu was clearly pleased with his granddaughter-in-law's closeness. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. That's right. He came all the way to my door and even used my old friend's connections. How could I refuse to do him that favor? Lu Yuyu pinched her nails, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Xia Shiyu is so favored in the Gu family. Even old Master Gu likes her so much. She was burning with jealousy, but Lu Yuyu's face was full of envy. All right, come with this old man to the garden for a walk. The sun has been shining brightly these past few days, and we need to get rid of the dirt on our bodies. Gu Qingzhan's expression froze. Their relationship with Grandpa Gu's side is currently quite strained. He had to carefully consider every word old Master Gu said. Just now, old Master Gu had said that he wanted to dry off the dirt, and it was hard for Gu Qingzhan not to overthink it. Gu Qingyue had to put the baby and Gu Beibei to sleep, so she didn't come over. The group arrived in the garden. The garden of the old house is indeed more beautiful. Flowers that have withered elsewhere can still be seen here. Lu Yuyu praised earnestly. She watched Xia Shiyu and Gu Jingchu walk hand in hand, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. If she had succeeded back then, she would be the one strolling hand in hand with Gu Jingchu in the garden now. The aura of Chu Chun being a good-for-nothing seems to be losing its effectiveness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed so badly by Gu Jingchu. She had to grab it with both hands. She needs to have a way out from both the Chu family and the Gu family. The group chatted, and the atmosphere was fairly harmonious. Suddenly, Gu Qingzhan knelt down in front of old Master Gu. Grandpa, I'm not just here to have my fiancé make a formal appearance for you. I also want to beg you. Could you please let Mom and Dad move back in for my sake? Mom has cancer, His voice was already choked with emotion. My mother has indeed made many mistakes, but she also made contributions to the Gu family in her early years. Her current wish is to spend her last days in the old Gu family house, and I hope my grandfather can grant me this request. Gu Qingzhan knelt on the ground, his once straight back now bent. Lu Yuyu also knelt down with a thud. Please ask Grandpa for permission. The atmosphere was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind gently blowing through the flowers. Xia Shiyu turned her head and saw a cold smile on Gu Jingchu's lips. It could be real cancer or fake cancer. Now the Gu family has made a comeback and is once again at the top of Beijing's elite circles. The Gu Qinyan family, who were separated from the family, are probably kicking themselves now. Unfortunately, they had already separated from the family and could no longer return to the old house. At least while Grandpa Gu was alive, this family had no chance at all. Gu Qingxian is now kneeling on the ground, begging the old man to let his family move back, because he is sure that the old man will soften his heart. Once upon a time, the old man thought highly of his eldest daughter-in-law and treated her like his own daughter. But later, greed clouded people's judgments, and the old man became completely disappointed in his eldest daughter-in-law. A long time passed, long enough that everyone thought the old man would soften and agree. Then the old man snorted. What does her cancer have to do with me, an old man? I'm riddled with illnesses, and I'm doing just fine. Besides, the Gu family isn't short of money for her treatment. What? You've separated from the family, and your father is squandering the money meant for his own wife's medical expenses. Grandpa Gu spoke in a very calm tone. The loving look in his eyes when he looked at his grandson was gone. I know exactly what your mother is planning. Even if she really has cancer and doesn't have many years left to live, why is she so determined to move back? Don't think I'm an old man who doesn't know. With the medical resources in our Gu family, cancer can keep her alive for another 10 years without any problem. She just wants to use the Gu family's medical resources to live a few more years, outlive this old man who won't live long, and stay here to get a bigger share of the family fortune. Gu Qingzhan looked at old Master Gu in disbelief. Does separating from the family mean the bond between father and son is severed? Grandpa used to dote on his grandson the most, but now his words have no effect. He was trembling, and his eyes were already red. Grandpa, my mom really didn't mean that. She has terminal cancer. Even with the best medical team, she can't possibly have another 10 years. That's why I got engaged so quickly, wanting my mother to see me get married, start a family, and have children before she dies. As old Master Gu watched Gu Qingzhan kneeling and kowtowing before him, his heart ached. As old Master Gu watched Gu Qingzhan kneeling and kowtowing before him, his heart ached with each beat. Although I didn't raise this grandson myself, I watched him grow up. But now, as people grow up, things change. Grandpa, Aunt must have done a lot of things that disappointed you in the past, but she didn't have many years left to live, so what scheming would she have left to fight for? Lu Yuyu also wiped away her tears. Besides, we can't let Annie leave with regrets. TSK. Moral blackmail. This guy is a master. Grandpa, it's time for you to take your medicine. Xiaoxiu walked over with a smile and reminded him. She could tell that the old man couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. Chapter 197. Invited in for tea? But the old man wouldn't agree to their request. Thinking about it too much will only make the old man depressed. The old man's health is not good, and the doctor specifically instructed him not to worry too much. Therefore, for the sake of old Master Gu's health, Xiaoxiu had no choice but to step forward and play the villain. It's already quite offensive for you to come and visit during mealtimes. Grandpa is about to take his medicine, so I hope you won't disturb him. Xiaoxiu deliberately emphasized the last two words. Gu Qingzhan glared at Xiaoxiu, while Lu Yuyu's eyes were filled with anger. Why does this woman always cause trouble? She can clearly see that the old man has softened his heart, and all he needs to do is stay home and keep things in order. She immediately stood up. Miss Xiao, I suppose you're not the one in charge of the Gu family yet. Lu Yuyu glared at Xiaoxiu, suppressing her anger. If this wasn't her decision, was it yours? Gu Jingchu walked over, looking down at Lu Yuyu, and sneered. Show her out. Gu Qingzhan's expression changed drastically. He knew that Gu Jingchu was a person of his word. Since Gu Jingchu has spoken, he has no room to stay here. They could see that the people in the old house were about to come over and ask them to leave. Lu Yuyu's expression changed, and she tugged at Gu Qingzhan's sleeve. Gu Qingzhan just gritted his teeth and didn't say anything more. Instead, he bowed to old Master Gu. I'm telling the truth. I hope Grandpa can remember our past relationship and fulfill my mother's last wish. Grandpa, I beg you. After saying that, Gu Qingzhan took Lu Yuyu's hand and left without looking back. It's all a sin. After the son tapped the floor with his cane, the housekeeper realized something was wrong and quickly called the family doctor to give the old man oxygen and then conduct a series of examinations. The old man just had a lot of emotional fluctuations and his blood pressure was a bit high. He just needs to calm down and stop thinking about so many things. Because the old man is getting old, his body can no longer tolerate most of the medications available on the market. All he needs to do is practice various dietary therapies, cultivate inner peace, and pay attention to his mood. But now that this has happened, it's destined that old Master Gu's mood won't be good for the next few days. Gu Jingchu gave the doctor a look, and the doctor immediately went to the meeting. He then immediately brought together the family doctor from the old house and the doctors on standby at the private hospital in which the Gu family held shares to hold an online meeting. They are all Grandpa Gu's responsible physicians, and we absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to him. Grandpa's health. Gu Jingchu's tone carried a hint of annoyance. He's far too insensible. The warmth in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by indifference. It's not that I'm immature, but rather that I'm a bit too impatient. Xia Shiyu hit the nail on the head, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Gu Jingchu pursed his lips tightly, sat on the sofa, and remained silent. He didn't know why his cousin had become such a strange person. Xia Shiyu shrugged and sat down next to Gu Jingchu. Actually, I think it's quite easy to understand. He has been suppressing his feelings for too long. He has lived in your shadow since childhood. People only know that the Gu family has an outstanding Gu Jingchu, but rarely notice Gu Qingzhan under Gu Jingchu's shadow. After you went bankrupt, didn't you notice that he appeared in financial media more often? Moreover, as soon as you returned to the Gu family, old Master Gu handed over the entire Gu group to you without hesitation. As long as you are a human being, you will have emotions and desires. I think he will be no exception. It is very important to adjust your mindset in time. The people around you are also very important. Ultimately, it all boils down to Gu Qingzhan's increasingly unbalanced mindset, compounded by the constant brainwashing from Gu Qinyin and Su Tingwan. Everyone will change. Hopefully he will come to his senses in time. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. He and his uncle had reached a point where they were no longer compatible. As long as one party stays in Beijing, the other party will eventually have to leave. He stared intently outside. Then he turned to look at Xia Shiyu. You won't disappear, right? Along the way, Gu Jingchu has witnessed too many people leave, but he doesn't care. Even though Gu Qingzhan, whom he had grown up with since childhood, had now gone their separate ways, he was only sad for a moment. But only her. She will disappear from his side one day. Just the thought of it rising in his mind made Gu Jingchu feel a surge of murderous intent that wanted to destroy the world. No, not at all. Xia Shiyu smiled and leaned closer to Gu Jingchu, taking his hand. Why are you always so insecure? You seem to have asked me that so many times. Yeah, I just don't feel safe around you. Perhaps Chun Onping will need to make another secret trip. It would be best if the original Xia Shiyu personality disappeared forever from the current body. I know, I won't leave you. Xia Shiyu nestled happily in Gu Jingchu's arms. Such an outstanding man. She must keep him firmly by her side. The product launch was delayed for a long time due to a game of chess with Chu Chun. It was finally released both online and offline today. But just as everyone was waiting for the press conference to begin, the Gu group suddenly went silent. The originally scheduled press conference time has been postponed indefinitely. This incident directly alarmed the entire business circle in Beijing. Everyone is speculating what happened. Xia Shiyu, you naturally heard the news. She tried calling Gu Jingchu many times, but his phone was always switched off. The inability to contact Jiu made her uneasy. She tried calling Lin Yi, but couldn't get through. What on earth happened? Gu Chenyue sat nervously in the living room of the Gu family's old house. The news has already spread. Some well-informed individuals have even sold the information for a high price. There are rumors circulating outside that Jing Chu got into trouble and was invited in for questioning, and he still hasn't been released. Is this true? Grandpa Gu is still recuperating in the medical ward. This matter is being kept from old Master Gu. Gu Chenyue looked visibly tired as she stood in the middle of a group of people, trying to manage the situation. These people include shareholders of the Gu Group, as well as members of branches of the Gu family. Seeing these people making a fuss about calling for the old man to come out, Gu Chenyue finally reached her breaking point. There hasn't been any official announcement yet, and you're already rushing over to cause trouble. What do you mean by that? She stared sharply at the group of people. What? Are you trying to cause trouble in the chaos? Gu Chenyue still had a certain intimidating power, and the shareholders and their associates immediately quieted down. Chapter 198 Prepared. Aside from Gu Jingchu, he is the only one who can speak for the Gu Group and the Gu family and make decisions. The others laughed awkwardly, realizing that they had been too hasty. We're just concerned about this. After all, it concerns everyone's future. Yes. We rushed over as soon as we heard that Jingchu had an accident. Don't get me wrong, we just came to check on you and see if we can help in any way. If you need anything from us, just let us know. This news will probably leak out soon, and our employees will definitely be restless. Should we send one of our own people in to fill in? Gu Chenyue almost laughed out of anger. These people speak in grand and righteous words, but in reality, they can't even hide their emotions or the ambition in their eyes. What are you all saying, you jinxes? You believe everything you hear. You all came in such a coordinated manner. It must have been hard for someone to tip you off and gather you all here. She gave a cold laugh and slammed the things she was holding onto the coffee table. With a loud bang, the shareholders and Gu family relatives were so shocked that they dared not utter a word. What are you talking about? You just want to get a bigger share of the money, huh? You're being used as pawns, and you're still happily thinking you can grab a few pieces of fat meat. Gu Chenyue stood up and sneered. You want to see the old man? No way. As long as I'm here, you won't be allowed to cause trouble here. Thinking about the purpose of these people coming here, Gu Chenyue's expression became even colder. The old man is unaware of the situation here, but once he finds out, his emotions will inevitably fluctuate too much, causing his blood pressure to rise. What if he gets upset by these people and something bad happens to him? Gu Jingchu isn't home, and there's no word from him yet. Gu Chenyue gritted her teeth and looked at these people with increasing resentment. The Gu family has never shortchanged these people in any way. Even when funds were tight, they always gave them the money and dividends they were entitled to. But now, at the slightest sign of trouble, they rush over to try and divide the inheritance. This behavior is truly disheartening and utterly disgusting. When will it be a woman's turn to run the Gu family? Just as these people were stunned by Gu Chenyue's aura and dared not speak, Gu Chenyan led Su Tingwan into the Gu family's old mansion. Big brother, how could you come in without Dad's permission? Gu Chenyan snorted and then swaggered to sit in the middle. My good nephew is missing now. Who knows what he did, and he's going to be locked up. I'm Dad's eldest son and the eldest son of the Gu family. Logically speaking, I should be the one to get through this crisis. You're a woman, so you should just take good care of the children. You're out in the public eye every day. Do you know what people are saying about you? Every time you hear people say that I, your older brother, am losing face. You. Gu Chenyue was furious and was about to retort when Bao Bao and Gu Beibei came downstairs one after the other and rushed into Gu Chenyue's arms. Mom, it's so late. Why aren't you upstairs to sleep yet? Gu Baobao blinked and rubbed her eyes. Beibei and I are waiting for you to tell us a story to help us fall asleep. Gu Beibei nodded, blinked her big, bright eyes, and looked around at the people with feigned curiosity. Huh? Why are these people in our house at night? And they're not even dressed very well. Mom, are they beggars asking for money? Gu Chenyue's initial anger dissipated with her daughter's quirky words. She affectionately stroked Gu Beibei's head, without uttering a word of rebuttal. Because these people behave no differently than beggars. How can you talk like that, you little kid? I'm telling you, stop being away from home all the time. only knowing how to attend those banquets. You can't even teach your child properly. We are, after all, the elders of these two little kids. It's one thing if they don't greet us, but how could they call us beggars? When these people saw Gu Qinyan arrive, they became even more confident and started criticizing Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Why are you arguing with a child? Xia Shiyu came downstairs and handed two small windmills to Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. They're guests, after all. It's one thing to come uninvited, but to point fingers at the host's children like that is another. Real elders wouldn't be so petty with their juniors. You woman. A woman was about to start cursing, but Su Tingwan stopped her. Su Tingwan looked at Xia Shiyu with an unfriendly expression. This woman is always sharp-tongued, and even she herself can't get the better of her, let alone this woman who has never met Xia Shiyu before. My dear niece-in-law, Jingchu still hasn't come back, but you don't seem worried at all. What are you worried about? She blinked twice, then held up her phone to show Su Tingwan the WeChat chat interface. Although the reply was only 2 words long, it made Su Tingwan's face turn extremely ugly. Fine. Su Tingwan's expression changed when she saw those 2 words. According to reliable sources, Gu Jingchu has already been taken away by his superiors. How could he possibly still have communication devices to send messages to Xia Shiyu? Gu Qinyue breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew in her heart that Xia Shiyu might be using delaying tactics, and there was still no news from Gu Jingchu, for some reason, she trusted Xia Shiyu to handle this matter well. Sigh? I never expected that just talking about cooperation with the leaders above would lead to some scoundrel taking photos and having them reach the ears of you elders. You're making a big fuss over nothing. She deliberately emphasized the word elders, instantly making everyone present feel uneasy. If Gu Jingchu is all right and comes back, then they'll be the ones in trouble. You should know that this person is not someone to be trifled with. He doesn't care whether they are relatives of the Gu family or not. When he gets serious, he is ruthless and shows no mercy whatsoever. We only came to check on things out of concern. Yes, rumors these days can be really harmful. Concern leads to confusion. If something goes wrong with the head of the family, those of us below will definitely have to pay attention. That's right. Now that we know everything's all right, we won't bother you anymore. Fearing that Gu Jingchu would retaliate later, the group of people stood up one by one to say goodbye. But Gu Qinyan and Su Tingwan were not the type to give up easily. They came prepared. Chapter 199. Oh dear, the phone is ringing. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qinyan let out a cold laugh. Why are you all leaving? She's a woman from a poor, remote village. She finally managed to get into this golden palace. Shouldn't she guard it to the death? He stepped forward and immediately snatched Xia Shiyu's phone, looking at the chat messages with disdain. Who knows if this is Gu Jingchu's WeChat? It's so easy to scam people using WeChat these days. Those who had stood up to leave also sat down, their eyes filled with suspicion as they looked at Xia Shiyu. Fortunately, Gu Qinyan reminded them. Otherwise they would have really been fooled by this woman's little tricks. In these people's eyes, Xia Shiyu is still just a gold digger who married into the Gu family, a wealthy family, by using underhanded tactics. Gu Jingchu is currently being held in custody for questioning by higher-ups, and there's a high probability he won't be able to get back on his feet. If they leave now, wouldn't Gu Jingchu, Gu's legal wife, be in charge of the Gu family's enormous fortune? I almost fell for it. The way these people looked at Xia Shiyu began to turn hostile. Luckily we were reminded. Otherwise we would have really been fooled by that woman. Such a cunning person at such a young age. No wonder she was able to marry President Gu. Gu Qinyue looked at Xia Shiyu with worry in her eyes. She was gripping the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands and looked angry. Xia Shiyu remained calm in the face of everyone's accusations, not saying a word, and instead leisurely began to brew tea. Are you done talking? Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow, and after finishing a cup of tea, her expression became even more indifferent. If it gets late, you'll have to leave. You've illegally entered, and I can call the police to file a complaint against you. Also, nothing has happened to Gu Jingchu. If you continue to spread rumors here or use this matter to negatively impact the Gu group, every one of you here will receive a summons from the Gu group's elite legal team. Her aura changed, becoming exactly the same as Gu Jingchu's. Xia Shiyu sneered and glanced at the junior directors and relatives who had already shut their mouths. If you doubt me, you can go and verify it with the higher-ups. What? You're so easily swayed by rumors and trying to force the Gu family to resign over a little bit of information. I thought there wasn't one here, but the region is right here. Her sarcastic remarks successfully made Gu Chenyan's face darken. Isn't this blatantly accusing him of leading a rebellion? Oh my, isn't this uncle? I just noticed you. You have no presence at all. Standing here, you're like an ancient eunuch emptying the emperor's chamber pot. You don't want anyone to get close to you. Wait, Grandpa didn't tell me to call my uncle over. So how did you get into the old house? Xia Shiyu frowned, then turned to look at Gu Chenyue. Auntie, I remember Grandpa saying that if Uncle dared to trespass into the old house, he would call the security guards to kick him out. Grandpa said that, right? Gu Chenyue suppressed the smile in her eyes. Yes, I did say that. Xia Shiyu smiled happily and clapped twice. Immediately, about a dozen bodyguards dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses walked in. These are all specially trained individuals. Just their presence alone is enough to terrify anyone. Gu Chenyan and his wife's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. This is the Gu family. We will not tolerate a gold-digging woman like you, who used every means to get you here, causing trouble in the Gu family. Gu Chenyan was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but he was mindful of the line of bodyguards standing behind Xia Shiyu. He had no doubt that this woman would actually have her bodyguards throw him out. How could you do this? How could the Gu family marry a daughter-in-law who disrespects her elders like this? Exactly. People from small towns have no manners at all, yet they're spouting nonsense. Chenyan is the old man's eldest son. He was raised with great care since he was a child. How could the old man possibly say something like telling Chenyan not to step into the old house? She'll say anything to fight for the family fortune. Mr. Gu must have been blind to marry a woman like you. I think this woman is a jinx. It was only after Mr. Gu married this woman that he went bankrupt and so many bad things happened. We are all elders and relatives of the Gu family, and we can't stand your arrogant behavior. Now that Jing Chu is not here, we, as elders, will help him to divorce this woman. Summer rain. As the saying goes online, people sometimes burst out laughing when they're extremely speechless. They even said they'd take a break. Do they think this is still the feudal society of 100 years ago? Bah, these old fogies, just because they have some kinship with the Gu family, dare to act like elders. Xia Shiyu glanced at Gu Baobao's location. Gu Baobao had already gone upstairs at some point. Then Gu Beibei quietly gave Xia Shiyu an okay sign. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. What era are we living in? Do you think you bunch of feudal old fogies have the right to be so presumptuous in front of me? Xia Shiyu leisurely took her phone back from the table, opened the photo album, flipped to a picture of a marriage certificate, and leisurely showed it to her family-oriented relatives and junior directors. See this? It's a marriage certificate issued by the state, legal and compliant. Do you see clearly? This is me. This is Gu Jingchu. I've covered my ID card with my finger, okay? We can't expose your privacy. She smiled, but her demeanor was extremely arrogant. Oh dear, I have a marriage certificate. Do you think you can force us to divorce? Or do you not have the extraordinary ability to bypass the government system and conjure up a divorce certificate? Seeing the increasingly grim expressions on these people's faces, Xia Shiyu became even happier. Look at yourself. You have absolutely no manners whatsoever that a daughter-in-law of the Gu family should have. Su Tingwan gritted her teeth in anger. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, get out of the Gu family now, and we might spare your life. Come on then if you dare. Xia Shiyu sat on the sofa without fear, looking incredibly arrogant. This confidence comes from the dozen or so bodyguards Gu Jingchu arranged for her. You! What are you being so arrogant about? Gu Jingchu is already in there. Let me tell you, he's completely stuck here. You're not going to listen to reason. You'll regret it later. If you don't leave now, are you waiting for Gu Jingchu to come back and back you up? Don't wait. The thought of Gu Jingchu being arrested and never coming out filled Su Tingwan with smugness. Just then, Xia Shiyu's phone rang. Oh dear, the phone is ringing. Chapter 200. Do what you should do. She deliberately waited a while before picking up the phone, just so these people would see that the caller ID on her phone screen, which was on the coffee table, was Gu Jingqiu. And it's a video call. The moment Gu Qinyan saw the caller ID, his expression changed drastically. He and Su Tingwan exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. How is this possible? Under everyone's gaze, Xia Xiyu calmly picked up her phone and pressed the answer button. Then, Gu Jingqiu's handsome face appeared on the screen. Honey, are you alright? Gu Jingqiu sat in a chair with a cup of tea in front of him, looking completely at ease. It's nothing. Why are so many people coming to my house? He frowned slightly, looking displeased. Oh dear, it's because they heard you went in, so they all came to check on you. She deliberately emphasized the word concern, which frightened these people so much that their faces turned pale. Gu Qinyan was panting heavily. How could Gu Jingqiu possibly be unharmed? He clearly paid a hefty price. It's good that Mr. Gu is all right. We'll take our leave now. Yes, we're leaving now. The group of people were nowhere near their arrogant demeanor from before. They ran faster than rabbits, and even when Su Tingwan tried to grab them, her hands were shaken off. You're asking for it. Don't drag us down with you, or we'll never listen to you again. Yes, that's utter nonsense. If they continue to stir up trouble with these two, what good will come of it when Gu Jingqiu returns? After all these people had left, Gu Qinyan and his wife's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Xia Xiyu hung up the phone with a smile, then turned her hand behind her back, wiping the sweat from her palms onto her clothes. What's wrong, uncle? Are the rules the old man set for you still in effect? She waved, and a dozen or so bodyguards in suits and sunglasses swarmed forward, surrounding the two of them. Su Tingwan turned pale with fright. She knew that the woman in front of her was truly capable of doing something like throwing them all out the door. We'll see. Su Tingwan grabbed Gu Qinyan, uttering threats as she fled, fearing that if she were even a second later, she would be humiliated and thrown out the door. Seeing that everyone had left, Xia Xiyu finally relaxed completely. She let out a long sigh and slumped onto the sofa. Her palms were now soaked with cold sweat. Thank goodness. I managed to get away with it all. She patted her chest, her eyes resolute. Before Gu Jingqiu returns, she will protect this vast Gu family for him. What on earth is going on? Gu Qinyue frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. That's because of me, of course. Gu Baobao skipped and hopped down the stairs, and Gu Qinyue then realized that her son, who had been snuggling upstairs, had gone upstairs at some point. Xia Xiyu walked up to Gu Qinyue with a smile and explained the whole story to her. She had this idea as soon as she entered the room. The fact that these people were able to force their way into the old house suggests that the information they had was partly true and partly false. It is true that Gu Jingqiu was indeed summoned by his superiors and had all his communication devices taken away, which is why he has been completely out of contact. The news was false. It was a rumor that Gu Jingqiu was going to jail and would never be able to recover. She didn't believe that Gu Jingqiu was the kind of person who would resort to illegal means. While sitting in Gu Jingqiu's office, she had nothing to do, and Lin Yi handed her a lot of financial statements to look at. Even for a sum less than 10,000 yuan, Gu Jingqiu has to pay taxes, so it can't be a matter of tax evasion. The fact that his superiors called him in for a talk must be because of something else. But these junior board members and the Gu family relatives who had been instigated were all so aggressive. If she hadn't come up with a way to intimidate them, they would have come over every day. This will eventually bother old Master Gu and let him know about this news. So, before entering the room, Xia Xiyu saw Gu Baobao. A brilliant plan immediately formed in her mind. The Gu Jingqiu in the video was an AI face created by Gu Baobao using computer technology. As for why she didn't just make a video call at the beginning, but instead showed these people a chat log, it was simply to buy time. After all, if someone has a face but no voice, people will still be suspicious. Therefore, it took Gu Baobao a long time to synthesize Gu Jingqiu's voice upstairs. Fortunately, everything is still in time. I see. Gu Qinyue glanced approvingly at Xia Xiyu. You did a great job. But soon, she became worried again. We don't know when things will end with Jingqiu. What if? No, he won't. Xia Shiyu's eyes were firm. He will absolutely not be in any danger. Gu Qinyue nodded. That's settled then. I won't be home for the next couple of days. I need to handle public relations and keep those spreading rumors at bay. I'll leave it to you to keep things quiet with Dad. And my older brother sighed. We absolutely cannot let those two come in again. Dad's body absolutely cannot withstand another shock. A ruthless glint flashed in Gu Qinyue's eyes. Today, her older brother has pulled this stunt, showing no regard for their father's safety. Therefore, she sees no need to show him any mercy. Xia Xiyu silently mourned for Gu Qinyan for 3 seconds in her heart. Now he has offended the two people the Gu family least wanted to offend. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Gu Jingqiu. If you can use communication devices again, please reply to me as soon as possible. I'm worried about you. Meanwhile, in a completely confidential office, several middle-aged men in formal attire sat in front of Gu Jingqiu. They all had serious faces and sharp eyes, and 2 of them had even returned from overseas battlefields, which put a lot of psychological pressure on people. Gu Jingqiu remained calm and continued to sip his tea slowly. So, my system can't be released casually within 2 years? Gu Jingqiu chuckled softly. As everyone knows, I'm just a businessman. I've invested a lot of manpower, resources, and money in this software in the early stages. I also want to contribute to the country, but I can't just suffer losses in the process. The men exchanged glances, and in each of their eyes, they saw the word difficult to deal with. I thought that after revealing my identity, Gu Jingqiu would at least be more polite, but who knew that he would just act the way he always has? Chapter 2, A One No Wonder It Stopped.